I witnessed with my own eyes the newly elected campus belle, unanimously recognized by the entire school, reject the grand proposal from the son of Beijing's billionaire tycoon. The crowd erupted in shock, while I, a financially struggling student, merely watched the spectacle unfold. But the next second, that girl as beautiful as a star approached me, holding a delicate 5-year-old princess in her arms. The little girl clung to my leg and sobbed, "Daddy, please don't be mad at mommy anymore." I felt the blood in my veins freeze. I'm only 18, I haven't even been in love yet. The Porsche of the furious young master, blazing with anger, was now blocking my path as he glared at me with fire in his eyes. Yet, I realized the girl in my arms actually bore some resemblance to me. Now, should I hold my daughter tighter, or make a run for it? One school beauty. Night fell, with lingering echoes in the air. Peking University, today marks the first day of the freshman enrollment. On the sports field, the melodious sound of the piano filled the air, drawing a crowd, as everyone chatted excitedly. At the center stood a man dressed in expensive handmade casual wear, passionately playing the piano. Countless female students gazed at the man's sharply chiseled features, unable to resist falling into a daze. As the melody came to an end, the candles beneath his feet were lit. The man slowly stood up, picked up the bouquet, and stepped forward. Before him stood a girl. She wore white sneakers and faded jeans that outlined her straight, slender legs. The top was a cartoon-printed t-shirt, yet it couldn't conceal her striking assets in the slightest. A delicate face, fair and taut, with rosy lips, a petite nose bridge, and especially a pair of eyes that resemble stars in the night sky. She tells one story after another. Her name is Jiang Yumeng, recognized as the campus belle among freshmen. The guy confessing his feelings across from her was also a freshman, widely recognized as the rich young master of their class. The heir of the Ma Group, a trillion-yuan conglomerate in the capital, Ma Yisheng. Looking at Jiang Yumeng, he said tenderly, "Jiang Yumeng, from the moment I saw you today, I was deeply drawn to you. Will you be my girlfriend? In the future, I will give you all the love and care you deserve. I will make you the happiest woman in the world." The surrounding freshmen gasped in surprise, covering their mouths. How romantic. Yeah, young Master Ma is handsome, rich, and so charming. Say yes to him. The freshmen loudly jeered, but at this moment, "Sorry, classmate, I don't want to be in a relationship." With that, Jiang Yumeng turned and walked away from the scene. The crowd erupted in uproar. In everyone's eyes, Jiang Yumeng, the newly crowned campus belle, had openly rejected the son of Beijing's wealthiest tycoon. This incident will definitely make school-wide headlines tomorrow. But, amid the crowd, Liang Qiu Feng witnessed it all, and suddenly he thought, what did any of this have to do with him? He was just a child from a poor family, but he worked hard for his future and eventually got accepted into Beijing University. Right now, all he wants is to study hard, work a part-time job to ease the family's burden. As for the rest, it's none of his concern. He had actually felt envious before, envying Ma Yisheng's life and family circumstances, but people are always like this, such as the gap between rich and poor. Just like that, Liang Qiu Feng left the playground after the farce came to an end. Today is the first day of the new school year, and he is a day student who came today to complete some procedures. In 3 days, the military training for all freshmen across the school will begin. On the way back, he saw a nearby library and decided to borrow a book to read in his free time. Liang Qiu Feng had no hobbies for entertainment. With his parents working away from home and him living alone, he also hoped to have some recreational activities. But as soon as he stepped into the library, a series of voices began echoing in his mind. At 18, to change your destiny, you toiled relentlessly for 12 years and successfully got admitted to Huaxia's prestigious institution, Beijing University. At 24, you graduated from Peking University, and with your pride and ambition, you entered a top-tier company as an intern. At 27, the trials of society have smoothed your edges, leaving none of the former passion. Just as a major company downsizes, you take your severance package, N+1, and walk away. After weathering many storms, you find love at 30, marry, and have a daughter, only to exhaust all your savings and shackle yourself with a 30-year mortgage. At 35, facing a midlife crisis, you find yourself caught in your daughter's kindergarten admission dilemma when your wife suggests buying a school district home to provide her with better educational opportunities. But years of job hopping have left you financially unable to bear such a heavy burden, leading to a fierce argument with your wife. Your daughter wails loudly beside you. The next day, you're laid off, stumbling through the streets in a daze. Midlife crisis, unemployment struggles, mortgage pressures, marital quarrels, and the challenges of parenting, all these heavy burdens weighed down on you. That day, you drank a lot of alcohol and stumbled home drunk in the evening. You broke down in tears without saying a word. You didn't want your wife and daughter to bear this burden, so you chose to endure it silently. The next morning, you woke up to an empty house, with only a note left by your beloved wife. She had quit her job, took all the savings and the child back to our rural hometown. At this moment, you feel life has lost all its radiance, and you're filled with doubt and resentment toward the past 35 years of your existence. Liang Qiu Feng slightly furrowed his brows. After a long while, he finally pursed his lips. It must be the stress from the recent part-time job and lack of sleep. Have I gotten so exhausted that I'm hallucinating? It must be a hallucination. I really need to find time to see a doctor at the hospital. Can't stop taking the medication. Mumbling to himself, he continued walking further inside. As a result, the voice in his mind spoke once more. Are you experiencing the lowest point in your life? Feeling the unfairness of fate? Do you feel like you're drifting aimlessly without a system, with no direction in life? Do you want a chance to change your destiny? Yes, bro, there is. The top-tier Tycoon System has appeared. Binding in progress. Binding successful. Congratulations, host. You've received startup funds of 1 million yuan. The amount will be credited within 2 hours. Moreover, the host will receive varying amounts of rewards for every action such as breathing, blinking, and daily activities, with daily settlements. Completing system-assigned missions will also grant additional rewards. Because the host's wife and daughter are upset, in order to mend their relationship, a task has been issued: comfort the daughter and earn the wife's forgiveness. Mission success reward, a Koenigsegg gem era, with driving mastery included. Failure reward, a full set of internal and external hemorrhoids. Liang Qiu Feng stopped in front of a bookshelf. The surroundings were empty, yet he felt a chill run down his spine. Although he had read novels before and knew about the existence of systems, he never thought he would become the system's chosen one. This wasn't a fictional world after all. Moreover, getting laid off at 35, with a wife and daughter, and even giving himself 1 million? That's the most ridiculous part. Make him coax his daughter and wife? He's only 18. 18. Liang Qiu Feng even wondered if he should go to the hospital and make an appointment. He knew all about the dangers of delusional disorders, they couldn't be ignored. After borrowing 2 advanced mathematics books, Liang Qiu Feng strode out of the library. Are you Liang Qiu Feng? Just as he stepped out, a gentle yet slightly nervous voice called out from beside him. Liang Qiu Feng stopped in his tracks and turned to look. Behind him stood a young woman, holding the hand of a little girl. The girl was adorable, resembling a lively little princess straight out of a fairy tale, with sparkling, wide eyes that shimmered with innocence. Are you Jiang Yumeng? Exactly. Liang Qiu Feng immediately recognized the girl before him. Wasn't this the same Jiang Yumeng, the freshman campus belle who had just been confessed to by the wealthy young heir Ma Yisheng on the playground half an hour ago? What is she doing here? Before Liang Qiu Feng could say another word, the girl in Jiang Yumeng's arms looked at him excitedly and shouted, Daddy! I finally found you, woo-woo, please don't be angry, okay? Mom had no choice but to take me away. Please don't be angry. After speaking, the girl rushed forward and threw herself into Liang Qiu Feng's arms. What the? Liang Qiu Feng was stunned. He looked at the girl in his arms, then at the school beauty Jiang in front of him, hesitating to speak. After struggling for a while, the latter finally spoke. Hello Liang Qiu Feng, I am Jiang Yumeng. This girl is our daughter. Liang Qiu Feng's mouth twitched. 10 seconds. Half a minute. A full minute passed before Liang Qiu Feng finally spoke. Has the doctor suggested increasing your medication dosage for this illness? 2 million credited? What a dreamlike experience. Seeking golden tickets. Upon hearing Liang Qiu Feng's words, Jiang Yumeng's mouth twitched momentarily, but she quickly composed herself. She also knew that such things were hard for anyone to believe. Even she herself found it hard to believe all that had happened. But it had indeed happened exactly like that. Looking at Jiang Yumeng, Liang Qiu Feng sighed and then said, School beauty Jiang, I admit you're good looking and have a great personality, but that doesn't give you a reason to make such a joke. Is there anything else? If not, I'll take my leave now. With that, Liang Qiu Feng was about to leave. Wait! Jiang Yumeng instantly called out to stop him. Liang Qiu Feng halted and turned his head to look at Jiang Yumeng behind him. Her willow-like brows were knitted in confusion. Then she looked at Liang Qiu Feng, who, even more curious, asked, What else does the campus belle Jiang have to say? After hesitating for a long while, Jiang Yumeng finally spoke. What did you just say? Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but pause for a moment. After much hesitation, he finally spoke. I said you're good looking with a great personality, but that's not. Before Liang Qiu Feng could finish, Jiang Yumeng interrupted again. What did you say? Liang Qiu Feng was utterly confused. Was Jiang Yumeng hard of hearing? So he repeated once more, I said you're good looking with a great personality. Jiang Yumeng finally nodded, a satisfied expression appearing on her face. At least you know how to distinguish right from wrong. Aha! Liang Qiu Feng was stunned. He never expected Jiang Yumeng to be this narcissistic. However, this reaction gave Liang Qiu Feng a completely new impression of Jiang Yumeng. He actually found the school beauty Jiang in front of him quite interesting. Liang Qiu Feng never thought there could be any story between him and Jiang Yumeng. So, even though Jiang Yumeng had found her way to his side, holding the hand of a little girl who looked about 5 years old, Liang Qiu Feng had no intention of paying them any attention, so he turned around and prepared to quietly leave the place. But just then, the little girl in Jiang Yumeng's hand finally couldn't hold back anymore. She quickly rushed forward and directly hugged Liang Qiu Feng's leg. Daddy, please don't leave, don't be angry with Mom anymore, okay? Mom, she has her reasons. Liang Qiu Feng froze in place, turning his head to look at Jiang Yumeng with pleading eyes. as if urging Jiang Yumeng to quickly deal with this girl clinging to him. Jiang Yumeng sighed, walked up to Liang Qiu Feng, and spoke slowly. Liang Qiu Feng, I know you might not believe these words and find them utterly absurd, but I have to tell you, she truly is our daughter. Stop joking with me. Liang Qiu Feng urgently shouted, do you even believe these words when you say them yourself? I'm only 18 years old, and you're telling me I have a daughter who looks about 4 or 5 years old? Liang Qiu Feng finished speaking these words and lowered his head to look at the girl before him. For some unknown reason, he suddenly felt a strange connection between himself and this girl. He looked her up and down, but ultimately noticed that the girl before him bore some resemblance to himself. Could she really be his daughter? No, absolutely impossible. Although Liang Qiu Feng had read the novel thoroughly over the years, he thought to himself, how could something like this happen? After all, this was real life, where would all those ridiculous melodramatic plots come from? Right after, Jiang Yumeng stood before Liang Qiu Feng, her expression filled with hesitation. After a long while, she finally sighed and said, alright, I'll tell you the truth. Actually, she is the daughter of both of us. Half an hour ago, after I rejected Ma Yisheng's confession, I returned to my dorm only to find her sitting on my bed waiting for me. When I asked her why she was here and if she was lost, she immediately called me mom. You're 18 and think you couldn't possibly have a daughter. And how could I think otherwise? Jiang Yumeng's eyes were filled with conflict and helplessness. Then, as Jiang Yumeng recounted the story bit by bit, Liang Qiu Feng finally understood what had happened. The girl was named Liang Qiu Yu, and according to her own words, she was the daughter born to both Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng. The child is now 5 years old. Because her parents, Qin Yu and Jiang Yumeng, had a heated argument at home over wanting to buy a school district house, Jiang Yumeng ended up taking their daughter back to her parents' home afterward. Later, the little girl, Liang Qiu Yu, noticed at her grandparents' house that Jiang Yumeng had been away for a long time. So, in her anxiety, she quietly left the small mountain village and took a bus back to the city to search for her. Finally, they saw Jiang Yumeng's presence in her school dormitory. Liang Qiu Feng frowned deeply and asked Jiang Yumeng softly, you suspect, she came from another time? Jiang Yumeng sighed. Though she was unwilling to believe such a thing, at this point, she could only nod. Other than this, I think there's no other reason or explanation that can clarify this matter. Liang Qiu Feng rubbed his hands together, looking at the little girl who was still clinging to his leg. At that moment, he felt the bond that connected his heart to hers. It was as if the unspoken understanding between father and daughter left Liang Qiu Feng utterly bewildered. After much hesitation, Liang Qiu Feng raised his head to look at Jiang Yumeng and tentatively asked, do you believe such words yourself when you say them? I suspect she might be a lost child from some family. It's just that she doesn't remember who her parents are and is talking nonsense here. How about, we go to the police? Don't call the police. Don't call the police. Before Jiang Yumeng could even respond, Liang Qiu Yue immediately burst into tears, weeping pitifully. She cried out loudly, Daddy, don't call the police. I don't want to be taken away by the police officers. I want to live with you, Dad. Please don't abandon Yaya again, okay? Yaya just wants to live with you now. Yaya promises to be absolutely well behaved. No matter which school Dad enrolls me in, I'll definitely study hard and won't let Dad down. Wait, Liang Qiu Feng suddenly looked at Liang Qiu Yue crying like this and abruptly recalled something. Just as he entered the library, phrases began surfacing one after another in his mind. It seemed like it was being said at that very moment. Liang Qiu Feng, at the age of 35 and facing a midlife crisis, coincidentally encountered his daughter's first day of kindergarten. His wife then suggested he buy a school district property, solely to ensure their child could access better educational opportunities. But for various reasons, Liang Qiu Feng was unable to do any of this. Not long after, his wife left a note, resigned from her job, and left the capital, taking all their savings and their child back to their rural hometown. When Liang Qiu Feng heard these words, he wondered if it was just the result of excessive mental stress, and if he might be hallucinating. And now, looking at Jiang Yumeng and then at the daughter in his arms, Liang Qiu Feng didn't know why, he felt that all of this, it didn't seem to be an illusion. Buzz buzz. Just then, his phone vibrated. Liang Qiu Feng picked up his phone, his eyes wide with astonishment, as he saw a text message from the bank notifying him of a deposit into his account. The amount is, ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, Dad, Grandpa, Ancestor. Hiss. 1 million? Liang Qiu Feng stood rooted to the spot, utterly dumbfounded. Jiang Yumeng looked at him puzzled and asked what was wrong. Only then did Liang Qiu Feng snap out of it, shaking his head. He had no intention of telling Jiang Yumeng what had happened. In fact, even Liang Qiu Feng found it hard to believe what he was currently experiencing, let alone explaining it to Jiang Yumeng. Watching Liang Qiu Yu weeping bitterly beside him, Liang Qiu Feng couldn't bear it and lowered his head to pat her gently on the head. He said softly, there, don't be sad, little Yaya. Daddy isn't angry, and Daddy won't abandon you, okay? Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's words, the little girl gradually stopped sobbing. Liang Qiu Feng raised his head and looked at Jiang Yumeng's helpless expression, as if asking her what to do. Jiang Yumeng sighed, not knowing what to say, and at this very moment, in Liang Qiu Feng's mind, The voice that had previously disappeared, making him mistake it for an auditory hallucination, sounded again. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission, comforting your daughter and gaining your wife's forgiveness. Mission reward obtained, a Koenigsegg gem era, with the added bonus of driving mastery skills. Such an abrupt voice exploded in Liang Qiu Feng's mind. Paternity test? First meeting with young Master Ma, seeking golden tickets, in an instant. Liang Qiu Feng felt an overwhelming surge of memories flooding into his mind. Liang Qiu Feng was astonished to discover that he seemed to have mastered the driving skills for all types of vehicles. Even the piloting skills for all vehicles, including helicopters, were mastered, along with decades of additional driving experience. At this moment, Liang Qiu Feng was utterly astonished. He couldn't help but wonder, could those system notifications that had appeared in his mind earlier actually be real? Had he truly obtained the ultimate Tycoon System? Unbelievable. How could a setting that appears in novels actually manifest on oneself? In his early years, Liang Qiu Feng lived in a financially struggling family, with his parents working away from home all year round. Each month, they would only send Liang Qiu Feng a few hundred yuan for living expenses, which was barely enough to get by. After graduating from high school, how could Liang Qiu Feng possibly have the money to learn how to drive? In fact, he was even using a phone model from several years ago, and all his clothes were bought for him by his mother during last year's New Year. But now, the driving memories and experience appearing in his mind made Liang Qiu Feng realize that this didn't seem like a dream at all. He raised his hand to pinch his thigh, but suddenly, Liang Qiu Feng felt no pain whatsoever. In that instant, it dawned on him, and he let out a self-mocking chuckle. Ha, so it was all just a dream. I can't feel any pain at all. No wonder I'm only 18 years old. How could there possibly be a daughter? Suddenly, Liang Qiu Feng froze for a moment, then turned his head to glance at Jiang Yumeng beside him. At this moment, Jiang Yumeng was glaring at him with a dark expression, pursed her lips, and slowly said, Liang Qiu Feng, are you out of your mind? If you want to test whether this is a dream by pinching your thigh, then pinch your own thigh. Why are you pinching mine? Ha! Liang Qiu Feng froze for a moment, instinctively lowering his gaze to see the red marks his grip had left on Jiang Yumeng's legs. Immediately, Liang Qiu Feng felt extremely awkward and hurriedly said, oh, didn't expect that. I was just thinking, why did I wear shorts when going out today? He. Jiang Yumeng looked helplessly at Liang Qiu Feng and simply raised her hand. A sharp knock landed on the back of his head, followed by her retort, do you think I don't suspect this is a dream? I've already pinched myself several times, okay? Liang Qiu Feng looked at the red marks that had just faded on Jiang Yumeng's outstretched arm, and only then did he realize, it seemed, this is really not a dream. And at this moment, the voice in his mind rang out again. Host, please be advised that the Koenigsegg gem era has been delivered. Please proceed to the ground parking lot of Jingda College to collect it. The car keys are in your pocket, and all other related documents are placed in the car's center console. Please check promptly, host, %% instantly. Liang Qiu Feng reached into his pocket. He never had the habit of carrying anything in his pockets aside from his phone. Liang Qiu Feng had nothing else to put in them. At that moment, he felt something like a key shape in his pocket. Finally, he still accepted all of this. It must be said that Liang Qiu Feng's ability to adapt was truly outstanding. At this moment, Jiang Yumeng looked at him and slowly said, what do you plan to do now? Liang Qiu Feng glanced at Jiang Yumeng, then at the little girl Liang Qiu, feeling completely overwhelmed and torn inside. Finally, he spoke up. How about, we take her for a paternity test first? This whole situation is just too surreal. Whether it's real or not, with just our own judgment, I'm afraid we can't be sure. Let's do a paternity test first and see, then we can decide what to do next. Jiang Yumeng sighed upon hearing this, knowing full well that this was probably the only option for now. Seeing Jiang Yumeng in this state, Liang Qiu Feng felt indescribable emotions, yet hesitated repeatedly. He still decided to go for a paternity test. He couldn't help but wonder if this daughter who kept calling him daddy could possibly be real. After all, even the unrealistic sound of a system prompt had already appeared in his mind. Bit by bit, it was shaking Liang Qiu Feng's understanding of reality. Now, with the sudden appearance of this daughter, it doesn't seem that unreliable after all. It's just, Liang Qiu Feng sighed. He couldn't help but wonder if this little girl really was his daughter. What should he do? Should we go now? Jiang Yumeng took out her phone and searched, saying, if we go from here, the nearest DNA paternity testing center would require taking about 3 bus rides. It would take about an hour to get there. Liang Qiu Feng shook his head and said, follow me, I have a car. Ha? Do you have a car? % in an instant. Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's words, Jiang Yumeng froze for a moment. % Liang Qiu Feng also chuckled and said, what's the matter? Didn't think I could drive? Thought I didn't have a car? Ha? No. Jiang Yumeng hurriedly waved her hands and said, Jiang Yumeng was momentarily at a loss for how to respond to Liang Qiu Feng. Looking at the clothes Liang Qiu Feng was wearing all over his body, it was probably the same as his own. All added up might not even exceed 100 yuan, so now, after hearing that Liang Qiu Feng had a car, she was indeed a bit surprised. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled but didn't reply, simply holding the little girl's hand as they headed straight for the ground parking lot of Beijing University. But Liang Qiu Feng truly didn't notice that Jiang Yumeng had been following him all this time behind his back. A deep conflict flickered in her eyes, though no one could tell what exactly she was thinking about. On the contrary, Liang Qiu Feng felt utterly bewildered at that very moment, unsure of how to face the life that lay ahead of him. Screech! Suddenly, the sharp sound of brakes pierced the air. The car swerved diagonally and came to a stop right in front of Liang Qiu Feng. If Liang Qiu Feng hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been knocked to the ground by the car's sudden movement. At that moment, Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng were almost at the parking lot entrance when he noticed a luxurious red Porsche sports car pulling up right beside them. The car window rolled down, and Liang Qiu Feng focused his gaze, furrowing his brows as he said, Ma Yisheng? That's right, the person driving was none other than Ma Yisheng. Half an hour earlier, he had confessed his feelings to Jiang Yumeng in front of her, only to be mercilessly rejected by her. At that moment, Ma Yisheng glared at Liang Qiu Feng with what seemed like flames of fury in his eyes, then shifted his gaze to Jiang Yumeng. He finally spoke. 3. Paternity test? First encounter with Ma Xiao seeking gold tickets. In an instant, Liang Qiu Feng felt a torrent of overwhelming memories surge into his mind. To his astonishment, Liang Qiu Feng discovered he seemed to possess mastery over every vehicle's driving techniques, even helicopters, and all manner of piloting skills, along with decades of accumulated driving experience. This moment left Liang Qiu Feng utterly stunned. He couldn't help but wonder, could those system prompts that appeared in his mind earlier actually be real? Had he truly acquired the ultimate god-tier system? Unbelievable. Could such a plot device from novels actually manifest in his own life? Growing up, Liang Qiu Feng lived in a financially strained household. His parents worked away from home year-round, sending him only a few hundred yuan each month for living expenses, barely enough to get by. After graduating high school, where would Liang Qiu Feng find the money to get his driver's license? In fact, he was still using a phone model from years ago, and the clothes he wore were the ones his mother had bought him during last year's New Year celebrations. Now, the vivid memories and experience of driving flooding his mind confirmed that this wasn't a dream. He raised his hand to pinch his thigh, but suddenly, Liang Qiu Feng felt no pain at all? In that instant, he realized what was happening and let out a self-mocking snort. Ha! So it was all a dream after all. Not a shred of pain. No wonder I'm only 18. How could I possibly have a daughter? Suddenly, Liang Qiu Feng froze. He turned his head to look at Jiang Yumeng beside him. At that moment, Jiang Yumeng was staring at him with a look of utter exasperation. She pursed her lips and slowly said, Liang Qiu Feng, are you out of your mind? If you want to test whether this is a dream, pinch your own thigh. Why are you pinching mine? Ha! Liang Qiu Feng froze, instinctively looking down to see the red marks he'd left on Jiang Yumeng's thigh. Instantly, Liang Qiu Feng felt incredibly embarrassed. He hurriedly stammered, I didn't expect. I was just thinking, why did I wear shorts out today? Ha. Jiang Yumeng looked at Liang Qiu Feng with utter exasperation. She raised her hand and delivered a sharp smack to the back of his head before retorting, you think I don't doubt this is a dream? I've pinched myself several times already, okay? Liang Qiu Feng looked at the faint red mark still visible on Jiang Yumeng's arm. Only then did he realize this really wasn't a dream. At that moment, the voice in his mind sounded again. Host, please note, the Koenigsegg Gemera has been delivered. Please proceed to the ground-level parking lot of Jingda University to collect it. The car keys are in your pocket. All other relevant documents and items are stored in the vehicle's glove compartment. Host, please inspect them promptly. Instantly, Liang Qiu Feng reached into his pocket. He never carried anything in his pockets. Aside from his phone, there was nothing else Liang Qiu Feng would typically keep there. Yet now, he felt something resembling a key in his pocket. Finally, he accepted it all. It must be said, Liang Qiu Feng's ability to adapt was truly remarkable. At that moment, Jiang Yumeng looked at him and slowly asked, so what are you going to do now? Liang Qiu Feng glanced at Jiang Yumeng, then at the little girl Liang Qiu Yu. His head spun with worry. After much internal struggle, he finally spoke. How about, we take her for a paternity test first? This situation is too surreal. With just the two of us, we can't possibly determine if it's real or not. Let's get the paternity test done first, then decide what to do next. Jiang Yumeng sighed at his words. She knew deep down that this was likely the only option left. Seeing her expression stirred indescribable emotions within Liang Qiu Feng. After hesitating, he resolved to proceed with the paternity test. He couldn't help but wonder, could this daughter who kept calling him dad actually be his? After all, the unrealistic voice of the system prompt had already begun echoing in his mind, gradually eroding his certainty. And now, the appearance of this daughter didn't seem quite so implausible. But Liang Qiu Feng sighed inwardly. What if this little girl really was his daughter? What would he do then? Shall we go now? Jiang Yumeng pulled out her phone and searched, saying, from here, the nearest DNA paternity testing center is about 3 bus transfers away. It should take around an hour to get there. Liang Qiu Feng shook his head. Come with me. I have a car. Ha? You have a car? Jiang Yumeng froze for a moment at Liang Qiu Feng's words. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled. What? Didn't think I could drive? Thought I didn't have a car? Ha? No. Jiang Yumeng hurriedly waved her hands. Jiang Yumeng was momentarily at a loss for how to respond to Liang Qiu Feng. Looking at Liang Qiu Feng's entire outfit, it probably cost no more than 100 yuan total, about the same as hers. So hearing he had a car genuinely surprised her. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly, offering no reply. He simply took the little girl's hand and headed straight for the ground-level parking lot of Beijing University. But Liang Qiu Feng didn't notice that behind him, Jiang Yumeng was following him all alone. A deep turmoil flickered in her eyes, though what she was thinking remained unknown. At that very moment, Liang Qiu Feng felt genuinely dazed, unsure how to face the life ahead of him. Squeal! A shrill screech of brakes pierced the air. The car skidded to a halt, blocking Liang Qiu Feng's path. Had Liang Qiu Feng not reacted swiftly, he would likely have been knocked down by the skidding vehicle. Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng were nearly at the parking lot entrance when he noticed a luxurious red Porsche sports car pull up beside him. The window rolled down. Liang Qiu Feng stared, furrowing his brow. Ma Yisheng? Indeed, the driver was none other than Ma Yisheng. Half an hour earlier, he had confessed his feelings to Jiang Yumeng in front of her, only to be ruthlessly rejected. Now, Ma Yisheng glared at Liang Qiu Feng with eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. His gaze shifted to Jiang Yumeng before he finally spoke. For conflict. Koenigsegg Gemera. Please vote. He looked at Liang Qiu Feng, then at Jiang Yumeng. Ma Yisheng's gaze now radiated the fury of someone who felt utterly humiliated. Then he coldly declared, Jiang Yumeng, you rejected my confession just to be with this penniless bumpkin? You're being incredibly ungrateful. I'm the son of the wealthiest man in the capital. What I possess is a level of privilege you could never hope to attain in your lifetime. Whatever you desire, I can give it to you. And you'd rather sit on a bicycle and laugh than cry in my Porsche? You'll regret this. Hearing Ma Yisheng's scornful words, Jiang Yumeng's expression changed instantly. She stepped forward, her face frozen in shock as she shouted, Ma Yisheng, I told you. I publicly rejected you when you confessed to me today. Why are you still so obsessed with clinging to me? What exactly do you want? I'll say it again, I don't like you. Jiang Yumeng's gaze was unwaveringly firm. Truthfully, she harbored no affection whatsoever for Ma Yisheng, standing before her only a hint of disgust. This man, who constantly flaunted his talents and wealth in front of all the freshmen, struck her as far too pretentious. Having grown up in difficult circumstances, Jiang Yumeng had certainly fantasized about one day living a good life and enjoying the luxury it brought. But she never believed she should attain it through such means. She refused to be a social climber, clinging to some wealthy playboy to change her circumstances. She saw it as an insult to her character and a stain on her life. She then looked at Ma Yisheng coldly and said in a chilling tone, Ma Yisheng, I hope you won't bother me anymore from now on. Ma Yisheng fell silent. Then he turned to Liang Qiu Feng. Hey, what's your name? Liang Qiu Feng had been observing the scene coldly from the sidelines. He was genuinely surprised by Jiang Yumeng's outright rejection of Ma Yisheng. But upon second thought, Liang Qiu Feng didn't dwell on it. He felt Jiang Yumeng's refusal showed backbone much like his own and was a stark contrast to the gold-digging girls he'd encountered in society gossip. This scene actually left Liang Qiu Feng with a slightly favorable impression of Jiang Yumeng. Instead, Ma Yisheng's mocking inquiry suddenly stirred a wave of displeasure within Liang Qiu Feng. Liang Qiu Feng's lips curled upward as he gave a cold snort. What's my name? What business is it of yours? Ma Yisheng froze for a moment, his brow furrowing as he replied with visible displeasure, You're quite arrogant. I've never seen anyone dare speak to me like that before. Fine, I'll remember you. Jiang Yumeng, you reject a wealthy young master like me and instead set your sights on a penniless bumpkin? How surprising. Mark my words, you'll regret this. Following this penniless bum, this country bumpkin won't end well for you. Hearing Ma Yisheng's words, Jiang Yumeng's delicate brows furrowed, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Instead, Liang Qiu Feng, standing nearby, let out a cold laugh. He thought to himself that although his relationship with Jiang Yumeng hadn't progressed further, the recent series of events made him feel he should help her. With a smirk, he addressed Ma Yisheng. Ma Yisheng, do you really think driving a Porsche 911 worth a couple million makes you the king of the world? Do you really think your daddy's stinking money lets you run rampant around Beijing University? You're being way too arrogant. Ma Yisheng froze for a moment. He never imagined he'd be mocked like this one day. Without hesitation, he jumped out of the car and confronted Liang Qiu Feng. The height difference between them was negligible, both hovering around 180 centimeters. Ma Yisheng eyed Liang Qiu Feng up and down, noticing the girl beside him, though he paid her no mind. Then Ma Yisheng said coldly, Liang Qiu Feng, who do you think you are, talking to me like that? Apologize now. If I'm in a good mood, I might let you touch my Porsche sports car. Have you ever seen such a luxurious sports car in your life? You'll probably never be able to afford one, even if you scraped and saved your entire life. With Ma Yisheng's appearance, some students who had just finished their enrollment procedures were casually strolling around campus when they witnessed this scene. Whispers and murmurs began to spread. "Hey, look over there. What's going on? Why is young Master Ma walking with our university's campus beauty?" And judging by their expressions, they seemed to be arguing. "Hey, check it out. Who's that guy next to the campus beauty? He's holding a little girl's hand. She kinda looks like him. Could she be his sister? Wow, he's actually quite handsome, but his outfit isn't exactly standout. Yeah, did you notice? That outfit he's wearing looks downright shabby. The whole thing probably cost less than $100. Ha! Looks like he's the one who pissed off our Mr. Ma, huh? His clothes aren't even worth the price of a tire on young Master Ma's car. What gives him the right to mock young Master Ma here?" The surrounding students buzzed with whispers. Some sharp-eyed observers noticed a dazzling silver-gray sports car glinting on the ground in the nearby parking lot. The sleek, minimalist body of the sports car featured flowing lines and an overall simple design, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The mere sight of it elicited gasps from car enthusiasts among the crowd. Whispers spread, "Look! It's the Koenigsegg Heir, an innovative supercar that perfectly blends a mid-engine layout with 4 seats, pioneering the new M1 mega concept. Holy cow! I remember this model's official price tag was over 10 million yuan, with only 300 units produced globally. In China, resale prices have skyrocketed to 20 or 30 million. And even if you have the money, it's practically impossible to get your hands on one. Yeah. I recently checked the suggested retail price for this model. It's nearly 20 million yuan domestically. With such limited availability, buying the entire production run would cost at least 30 million yuan. Who's the rich kid from which family showing up at Jingda this year? To drive such an extreme sports car? That kind of status and background can't be ordinary. Look at Ma Yisheng's Porsche 911, it only cost a little over 2 million yuan. Now we have another luxury car worth nearly 20 or 30 million? If I could ride in that car just once, I'd die happy. Come on, stop dreaming. Do you really think we'll ever get to drive a car like that in our lifetime? Forget it. It's a symbol of status and prestige. Do you really think we're worthy? 5 Jiang Daxiua, are you concerned about me? Seeking gold tickets. Amidst the surrounding chatter, Ma Yisheng was drawn over. He had just driven around campus when he suddenly spotted Jiang Yumeng walking with another man. Instantly, resentment welled up inside him, driving him straight to this spot. What he never expected was to see the down-at-heels Liang Qiu Feng. Then, drawn by the crowd's attention, he instinctively turned his head and saw the Koenigsegg Heir. This 4-seat GT supercar, hailed as the most powerful on Earth, had once been the ultimate object of Ma Yisheng's desire. He longed to drive one in his lifetime, imagining it would be the ultimate pleasure. Despite his family's wealth and status in the capital, this car was limited to just 300 units worldwide, and in the end, he hadn't managed to secure one. Seeing it now parked in the lot, Ma Yisheng felt an overwhelming pang of envy. Just then, Liang Qiu Feng turned to glance at Jiang Yumeng and said slowly, "Alright, we should be going. Otherwise, they'll start closing up over there." Jiang Yumeng nodded. She understood exactly what Liang Qiu Feng meant, and as she gazed at the Koenigsegg, her heart swelled with wonder and envy. She found herself wondering what a pleasure it would be to ride in such a car someday. Who doesn't have dreams? With that, the three of them walked past Ma Yisheng and headed inside. Then, the little girl beside Liang Qiu Feng looked at him curiously and asked, "Daddy, where's our car?" "Wha?" Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng quickly covered her mouth, glanced around, and felt relieved. Thankfully, the students nearby hadn't overheard the little girl's words. Otherwise, the fact that he was an 18-year-old attending this school with a 5-year-old daughter would surely cause an uproar. Thus, Liang Qiu Feng cautiously instructed, "Yeah, from now on, don't call me dad in front of outsiders. You don't need to address me at all." Though Liang Qiu didn't understand why he was saying this, she nodded blankly. Liang Qiu Feng continued, "Didn't everyone just start talking about that sports car? Today, we'll leave school in that very car." The room. As Liang Qiu Feng finished speaking, every student around them including Ma Yisheng burst into mocking laughter. Ha 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 ha. Every pair of eyes fixed on Liang Qiu Feng was filled with utter disbelief. "Ha, that's hilarious. Did I hear that right? You're saying you're going to drive this car? What kind of hellish joke is this? Dude, you're dressed like a bum. You think you can afford a Koenigsegg? You probably can't even buy its brake discs with everything you own. Hilarious. That little girl must be your sister, huh? Teaching her how to scam people at such a young age? Forget driving it. If you can even open the door, I'll stand on my head and wash my hair, then eat 3 pounds of." You believe me? Exactly. Even young Master Ma didn't claim he could drive this thing. Look at your shabby state, like you're worthy? Listening to the constant mockery around him, Ma Yisheng felt quite smug. It was all because of Jiang Yumeng. Because she appeared by Liang Qiu Feng's side, Ma Yisheng couldn't stand the guy either. Looking at Liang Qiu Feng, Ma Yisheng called out, "Hey, buddy, no need to put on such a tough front, right? Sometimes, man, you shouldn't take your pride so seriously. It'll just make you look like a complete fool." You come to study at Beijing University looking like a broke bum, and now you're lying that this Koenigsegg is yours? Don't you fear the wind will twist your tongue? Do you even know what the design inspiration for this car is? Do you have any clue about its specs or price tag? And you think you deserve it? But I know you're probably stuck now, aren't you? Just come to me right now, get down on your knees and polish my shoes, and I'll make sure everyone forgets about this. How about it? Ha 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 ha. Some students supporting Ma Yisheng burst into laughter. The other onlookers also suppressed their laughter, their eyes brimming with scorn. Hearing Ma Yisheng's scornful words, Jiang Yumeng, standing behind Liang Qiu Feng, felt an endless turmoil in her heart. After hesitating repeatedly, she still stepped forward and gently tugged at Liang Qiu Feng's sleeve. This gesture, seen by Ma Yisheng, seemed to pour fuel on the fire, making him even more furious. Jiang Yumeng whispered softly, Liang Qiu Feng, maybe we should just forget it. Let's take the bus instead. There's no need to push through for the sake of appearances. If you really end up losing face, I'll feel terrible about it too. A flicker of guilt crossed Jiang Yumeng's eyes as she continued, I never expected Ma Yisheng to run into us here today, let alone mock you like that. I know he hurt your pride, and you might be upset about it. But he does have influence in the capital and a wealthy family. We don't need to force a competition with him. Seeing Jiang Yumeng consider him so thoughtfully, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly. For some reason, his heart warmed, and his impression of her shifted dramatically. But soon, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled again, what? Are you thinking, Miss Jiang, that I was just trying to act cool and save face just now? What else? Jiang Yumeng shot back without hesitation. I'll admit you could own a car that wouldn't surprise me. But you said, you drive this particular luxury model? How could I possibly believe that? Just now, I heard them say this model costs tens of millions upon delivery, and it's practically unavailable on the market. After speaking, Jiang Yumeng looked Liang Qiu Feng up and down before continuing, I don't mean to mock you, nor do I look down on you. It's just that, in your current state, there's no way to save face. If later on, everyone finds out this car has nothing to do with you, won't you be shooting yourself in the foot? Why don't we just leave now? The two of us can walk away, and we'll pretend none of this ever happened. In a few days, I'm sure the students gathered around will have forgotten all about it. Liang Qiu Feng halted in his tracks, his gaze fixed on Jiang Yumeng. He felt deeply touched. Though today was their first meeting and first chance to get to know each other, Jiang Yumeng's genuine concern for him, even considering his pride, made Liang Qiu Feng feel incredibly happy. This feeling of being valued and cared for lifted his spirits considerably. But Liang Qiu Feng suddenly smiled, alright, I won't tease you anymore. I know you're very concerned about my reputation. So, Miss Popularity, is this, you caring about me? Can I take that to mean you're really worried about me? You? Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's words, Jiang Yumeng's face flushed slightly. Then she pursed her lips and retorted, what nonsense are you thinking? I'm not concerned about you at all. I'm just what? Liang Qiu Feng pressed her relentlessly, leaving her at a loss for words. Then Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly, pulling a key from his pocket. Having mastered both driving proficiency and God-tier driving proficiency, Liang Qiu Feng was intimately familiar with every drivable vehicle on the planet. He pressed the door unlock button, and in that instant, everyone around them froze. They looked up to see the headlights of the luxury sports car they'd been discussing, the Koenigsegg Gem era. Illuminated. 6. Public humiliation. The beastly roar of a luxury car. Please vote. Then, the doors lifted upward and swung open. Bathed in the surrounding lights and moonlight, the crowd caught a glimpse of the Gemera's opulent interior. The combination of black carbon fiber and yellow accents gave the interior a sporty vibe that was impossible to look away from. The rotary doors themselves left everyone stunned, unable to look away. Wait, no! In that instant, all the students gathered around froze in place. Their expressions turned distinctly eerie. Finally, they realized what had happened. Liang Qiu Feng had pressed the button on the key fob, and the car before them had opened? How could that be possible? Could it be? Was it just a coincidence? The students looked around frantically but still couldn't find the car's real owner. By then, Liang Qiu Feng had already walked over to the driver's side. With a deep hum, he started the engine. The distinctive roar of the sports car's engine, like the growl of a beast, instantly captured everyone's attention. Then, Liang Qiu Feng ran his fingers over the steering wheel before him, a smile playing on his lips. Though his mind held decades of driving experience, this was the first time in his life he'd ever touched a luxury car like this one. His past life had been one of extreme frugality. His parents, striving to provide him with an education in the capital, had rented a modest apartment costing little over 1,000 yuan a month, all to ensure Liang Qiu Feng could live a happier, more comfortable life. Growing up, Liang Qiu Feng never even held a driver's license, let alone driven a car, much less one as luxurious as this. Even when taking taxis, he always chose the cheapest models like the ordinary Shaoli or Volkswagen. Under these circumstances, Liang Qiu Feng's expression was filled with excitement. Soon, he spotted his daughter Liang Qiu, whether genuine or not, bouncing excitedly to the back seat and settling into her spot. Liang Qiu kept touching everything around her, her face radiating pure joy and excitement. Her voice rang with excitement. Daddy, Dad. Is this our new car? It's so beautiful, so beautiful. I love it. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly. If this little girl truly had traveled through time, she had endured several years of hardship alongside him. Now, at last, she had the chance to enjoy life. Of course, whether Liang Qiu's identity was genuine or not was something neither of them could definitively conclude just yet. And so, Jiang Yumeng stood frozen in place. Liang Qiu Feng honked the horn and chuckled. Come on, what are you waiting for? Didn't you say the testing center closes soon? Get in the car. Jiang Yumeng stared at Liang Qiu Feng in shock, momentarily speechless. He chuckled. All right, don't be so surprised. What's there to be surprised about? We'll talk in the car. Let's hurry up and go. If we wait too long, more people will gather here and it'll be harder for us to leave. Liang Qiu Feng noticed that a crowd of students around them had pulled out their phones, busily filming everything unfolding before them. Some were amazed that Liang Qiu Feng could drive such a luxury car, while others were stunned that a Koenigsegg model limited to just 300 units worldwide had appeared on the campus of Beijing University. Regardless of the reason, Liang Qiu Feng didn't want to draw too much attention to himself right now. But honestly, this was the only car he could actually drive. Liang Qiu Feng even mentally complained about the system. Why couldn't it give him a low-key car? Making such a splash now, how was he supposed to get around in the future? Finally, Jiang Yumeng snapped out of her daze. Staring wide-eyed, she walked around the front of the car to the passenger side and slid into the seat. All three buckled their seatbelts as the doors slammed shut. Liang Qiu Feng instantly slammed the accelerator, shifted gears, and pulled away. Vroom! The racing engine roared to life. Up ahead, Ma Yisheng had frozen in place. He stared in disbelief as Liang Qiu Feng climbed into the car, his mind reeling. How could this be possible? In his eyes, this penniless bumpkin, this country bumpkin, this hick. How could he possibly drive such a luxury car, let alone one that symbolized such status? In Ma Yisheng's mind, even owning an electric bike was likely beyond Liang Qiu Feng's wildest dreams. Yet here it was, happening before his very eyes. It was shattering Ma Yisheng's worldview. Because just moments ago, his car had been parked at the entrance of the parking lot. He watched helplessly as the Koenigsegg roared to life under Liang Qiu Feng's control, accelerating rapidly toward the entrance. Following that, a perfect drift saw the rear of the car graze the front bumper of a Porsche 911, passing by at a distance barely wider than a fist before speeding away. In no time, Liang Qiu Feng drove up to the edge of the crowd. He rolled down the window. Everyone stared at Liang Qiu Feng's shabby attire paired with such a luxurious sports car, wondering why. Yet Liang Qiu Feng's gaze fell on a male student and he couldn't help but smile. Hey, buddy. Did you just say, do a headstand while washing your hair and eat 3 pounds of? If you stream yourself eating it later, give me a shout, huh? Heh, I'm super curious. 3 pounds. Can you even finish it? As the Koenigsegg sped off in a cloud of dust, all the surrounding students froze in shock. Holy crap. Is that real? That car really belonged to that guy just now? No way. Look at how he's dressed. How could he possibly afford a car like that? Could it be he's the son of some hidden tycoon back home in China? Just here to experience campus life, which is why he dresses so low-key. Totally possible. I bet that's exactly why, plus getting roasted by Ma Xiao today, he figured he couldn't keep laying low anymore, so he fired up that Koenigsegg and took off. Holy crap, so that young campus beauty, does that mean she's vain and loves money, which is why she got into that guy's car? No wonder Jiang Yumeng rejected Ma Yisheng, the young master Ma. Turns out she's got an even richer playboy by her side. No one had anticipated that as the conversation unfolded, they would collectively label Jiang Yumeng in their minds. Deep down, they all believed Jiang Yumeng was nothing more than a materialistic, money-hungry student. Overhearing these discussions, Ma Yisheng felt his face burn with shame. The pain in his heart was beyond description. At the same time, he overheard some people talking about him, and his face turned beet red with embarrassment. Ma Yisheng hurriedly climbed into his Porsche, worth a mere 2 million yuan, started the engine, and sped away. 7. The school beauty's blush was so vivid it seemed to drip with moisture. Please vote. Woohoo! Driving this car for the first time, Liang Qiu Feng felt an extraordinary thrill. He savored the intense acceleration, the exhilaration born from the car's raw horsepower. The carbon fiber monocoque chassis, the individually heated and ventilated seats, and every sporty design detail captivated Liang Qiu Feng. The tech-forward aesthetic and ultra-luxurious materials were overwhelming. At a red light, Liang Qiu Feng took the chance to examine every detail around the car, utterly delighted. Except, he glanced down at his own outfit, which cost less than 100 yuan, and even his shoes were a 19.99 yuan deal with free shipping. He placed his old phone, a 3-year-old model that had cost over 700 yuan back then, on the dashboard. Liang Qiu Feng felt his entire outfit, worth less than 1,000 yuan, was completely mismatched with this car. He glanced at Jiang Yumeng beside him. Sitting in the passenger seat, she was staring wide-eyed at the whole scene. After a moment, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled. What's wrong? Miss Popularity, looking at your stunned expression, are you dissatisfied? Or is this car too cheap to compliment your beauty and elegance? Ha! Jiang Yumeng snapped back to reality. Earlier, whenever she was around Liang Qiu Feng, she had constantly asked him to compliment her beauty. Now that Liang Qiu Feng brought it up again, the awkwardness on Jiang Yumeng's face was palpable, a flushed blush creeping up her cheeks. This scene captivated Liang Qiu Feng. Liang Qiu Feng acknowledged that Jiang Yumeng becoming the undisputed campus beauty on the very first day of freshman orientation was no exaggeration. Jiang Yumeng was breathtakingly beautiful. With such stunning looks, she would turn heads wherever she went on the street. Even Liang Qiu Feng found himself captivated by her. He even found himself absurdly wondering, if this daughter truly had traveled back from the future, what immense fortune had he accumulated in a past life to marry Jiang Yumeng and even have this child? Though Liang Qiu Feng considered himself reasonably good-looking, winning the favor of a beauty like Jiang Yumeng was certainly no easy feat. What are you looking at? Jiang Yumeng felt Liang Qiu Feng's intense gaze and flushed again, demurely lowering her head as if she could drip with moisture. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly. Nothing. I just think you're truly beautiful. Had anyone else said such flattering words to her before, Jiang Yumeng would have rolled her eyes. But for some reason, faced with Liang Qiu Feng's praise now, her heartbeat actually quickened slightly. Just then, the little girl in the back seat, Liang Qiu, stuck out her tongue and teased, "Shame on you. Daddy, you've never complimented mommy in front of me before. How come you're suddenly doing it today?" Ha! Liang Qiu Feng froze upon hearing Liang Qiu's words. Then, spotting the traffic light turn green ahead, he slammed his foot on the gas pedal. Instantly, the car shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. Slow down, slow down. Be careful, there are other people in the car. Jiang Yumeng scolded impatiently. Then, with a puzzled look, she asked Liang Qiu Feng. Don't take this the wrong way, but I've always wondered the way you act. You don't seem like someone who owns a luxury car. How did you get this? After hesitating for a moment while driving, Liang Qiu Feng shook his head. Some things are hard to explain to you. Just know this car is mine. Don't believe me? There are all the documents in the front armrest compartment. Open it yourself and see. Jiang Yumeng immediately opened the armrest compartment in front of her. Seeing the purchase documents and other papers inside, she finally believed the car truly belonged to Liang Qiu Feng. Liang Qiu Feng, too, saw in Jiang Yumeng's eyes that all this was real. At that moment, he finally believed in the system's existence and accepted everything he now possessed. This sudden shift in status was almost too much for Liang Qiu Feng to accept. But he knew he had no choice but to adapt. Before long, after driving for just 20 minutes, they arrived at the DNA testing center. Jiang Yumeng hesitated, unsure how to proceed. Liang Qiu Feng opened the door and came to the back seat. He looked at Liang Qiu with a gentle smile and said softly, "Yeah, stay in the car and don't move. Mom and I will go inside to take care of something and be right back." "Oh dear, look at this, you have some split ends in your hair. Would you like Daddy to trim them for you?" Liang Qiu cautiously asked. "Daddy, you won't leave me again and never come back, will you?" "Of course not. Daddy will definitely be back within 10 minutes. If Daddy lies to you, Daddy will be a little dog, okay?" Liang Qiu Feng chuckled. Liang Qiu Feng still wasn't quite used to being called Dad, but he had no choice. To coax the girl in front of him into being slightly more obedient, he had to play along. Hearing his words, Liang Qiu happily agreed. Liang Qiu Feng then plucked a strand of her hair and turned to look at Jiang Yumeng, who had already gotten out of the car. The two exchanged a knowing nod and set off toward the appraisal center. On the way, Liang Qiu Feng sighed. "Even though all this feels incredibly surreal, I still find it hard to believe. What if the test shows she's not our child? What if she just ran away from home because of some wild fantasy? What then?" Jiang Yumeng hesitated for a moment before sighing again. "What else can we do? Call the police. Her family must be frantic by now. We should report it immediately, get her back home, and put her family's minds at ease." Liang Qiu Feng nodded, then a sudden thought struck him. "But what if she really is our daughter?" Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's words, Jiang Yumeng stopped dead in her tracks. She stood frozen in place at the entrance of the testing center, turning to look at Liang Qiu Feng, unsure what to say. Liang Qiu Feng clearly saw the hesitation in her eyes. After a long moment, Jiang Yumeng finally spoke. I don't know either. I might end up raising her, taking care of her. I couldn't just abandon her, leaving her fatherless and motherless for life, without any family to accompany her. Could I really let her live like that? Besides..." Jiang Yumeng gave a bitter smile, her eyes filled with conflict, but she continued honestly. "Even though it's hard to believe she came through time, I can really see how much she resembles both of us. Maybe she really is our daughter. I don't want to give her up." Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng fell silent, saying nothing for a long while. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. After arriving and filling out the paperwork, the staff member beside them looked at the two and said slowly, "Gentlemen, the paternity test costs 2,200 yuan. Results should be ready within about 7 days." Upon hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng instinctively asked, "What about expedited service?" The staff member nodded. "Certainly. Add another 1,000 yuan, making it 3,200 yuan total, and the results will be ready tomorrow morning. Hearing the 3,200 yuan figure, Liang Qiu Feng felt a pang of pain in his heart. But the thought of the million yuan deposited into his card by the system eased his mind considerably. Meanwhile, Jiang Yumeng beside him suddenly grew uneasy. Taking daughter home? Seeking gold tickets. Such an unexpected turn of events meant he'd have to spend all that money instantly. Jiang Yumeng's monthly allowance was a mere 800 yuan. How could she possibly come up with that much? She looked down at herself critically. The outfit she wore wasn't much different from Liang Qiu Feng's, both were cheap and plain. Gradually, Jiang Yumeng grew more and more embarrassed. She looked at Liang Qiu Feng and tentatively asked, "How about? Do you have any money? Could you cover it for me first?" "Don't worry." Jiang Yumeng spoke urgently, but mid-sentence, she trailed off. For the first time in her life, she felt a pang of inferiority due to her family's poverty and difficult circumstances. Back in middle and high school, she had never felt this way. Her consistent excellence had earned her respect and affection time and again, gradually erasing any sense of inferiority stemming from her family circumstances. But now, because of Liang Qiu Yu, she found herself bending over backwards for a pittance. Liang Qiu Feng noticed the conflict in Jiang Yumeng's eyes. He chuckled, took out his bank card, handed it over, and reassured her, "It's okay, I'll pay for this now. If you really want to repay me, just do it whenever you have the money. I won't say a word." Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's words, Jiang Yumeng felt a weight lift off her shoulders. Moved, she said, "Thank you." Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly, saying nothing more. And so, he paid the bill. They signed the necessary paperwork, and all formalities were concluded. They finally left the place, walking toward their car. On the way, Liang Qiu Feng hesitated for a moment before asking, "What about that girl? After all, if she really did come from another time, and you were the first person she saw, shouldn't you take her back?" Jiang Yumeng shook her head hastily. "How could that be? 2 new students have already enrolled in my dorm today. What would I say if they saw her? How would I explain it? Tell them she's my daughter? Then, the school would probably set up a special task force tomorrow to investigate this matter, right? Think about it, an 18-year-old freshman with a 5-year-old daughter? That means she gave birth at 13. If this gets out, neither of us will be able to keep our heads above water." Hearing Jiang Yumeng's words, Liang Qiu Feng looked utterly helpless. "Sai, what can we do? Doesn't that mean I have to take her away?" Seeing Jiang Yumeng nod, Liang Qiu Feng understood her meaning. He sighed, his face full of resignation. "All right. At least I've been commuting to school for the past 6 months, so I can take her to the place my parents rented. Luckily, my parents are working out of town right now. The lease on that place still has 6 months left, and they haven't cancelled it, they left it for me. So I'll take her there." Jiang Yumeng finally exhaled deeply, her eyes brimming with gratitude. "Liang Qiu Feng, thank you." Liang Qiu Feng chuckled. "No problem. Oh, right." Liang Qiu Feng finally snapped out of it and pulled out his phone. "We still haven't exchanged contact info. We'll have news about this girl tomorrow morning, so we should stay in touch, right?" Jiang Yumeng nodded, and the two added each other on WeChat. Back in the car, Liang Qiu Yu beamed with joy. She was finally no longer abandoned by her parents and could happily live with her mom and dad. All the way back to Jingde University, the little girl Liang Qiu Yu was overjoyed, dancing and clapping her hands. Finally, they arrived at the university. Liang Qiu Feng first dropped Jiang Yumeng off, then drove Liang Qiu Yu to their suburban residence. Once again, Liang Qiu Feng experienced the notorious traffic congestion of the capital city. It took over an hour before he finally arrived at their rented apartment, a mere dozen square meters in size. Pushing open the door and stepping inside, Liang Qiu Yu looked around curiously and asked in surprise, "Daddy, why aren't we going home? Why are we here? Where is this place?" Liang Qiu Feng paused, recalling what Liang Qiu Yu had mentioned earlier. They had spent nearly all their savings to purchase a somewhat decent house on the outer ring of the capital. Though bought with a loan, it was the tangible fruit of their love. Naturally, this rundown, 10+ square meter rental was worlds apart from that home. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly. "This place? This is our temporary residence." Little Liang Qiu Yu nodded, not questioning it further. They had just returned to the living room and sat down when they glanced at the clock. It was already 9 p.m. Suddenly, growl. Growl. 2 sounds echoed. Liang Qiu Feng rubbed his stomach, then glanced at the little girl beside him, who was also clutching her belly, both looking awkward. Both burst out laughing. No wonder they'd been so busy all afternoon that neither had eaten dinner yet. Liang Qiu Feng even felt a pang of regret. How could he have forgotten to arrange dinner for Jiang Yumeng? That was truly inconsiderate. So Liang Qiu Feng rummaged through the kitchen cabinets and fridge, finding some ingredients. In no time at all, he whipped up 2 plates of stir-fried noodles in just over 10 minutes and brought them into the living room. The two sat on the sofa and began eating heartily. After they were full, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly, watching Liang Qiu Yu rub her little belly. For some reason, this scene felt genuinely lovely to him. Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but think to himself how happy he would be if he truly had a daughter in the future. Daughters were naturally adorable, lively, and endearing. Liang Qiu Feng admitted he was a total daddy's girl. Soon, he turned to the little girl and asked curiously, Yeah, what did you say to mom earlier? Liang Qiu pouted but answered honestly, after you and mom argued about my kindergarten and the school district housing, mom took me back to our hometown. Dad, mom wasn't sulking at you or not loving you anymore. She just wanted to use the money to enroll me in school back home. Mom told me that if I went to school in her hometown, it would ease your financial burden a lot. Mom also told me not to worry about the teaching conditions. As long as I study hard, I'll make something of myself someday. Liang Qiu looked at Liang Qiu Feng, her eyes filled with unwavering resolve. Mom said that both you and she came from rural backgrounds. Your childhood living conditions and educational opportunities were tough, but in the end, you managed to buy an apartment in the capital and live happily. She said she believes Yaya can do the same. I won't let you down. Hearing Liang Qiu's words, Liang Qiu Feng felt a mix of emotions he couldn't quite name. 9 buy a phone, get a villa? System takes a small loss? Seeking gold tickets. Suddenly, Liang Qiu Feng recalled the system's prompt echoing in his mind. It had told him that at age 30, he would find his true love. If Liang Qiu's time travel was real, then wouldn't that mean the wife he found was none other than Jiang Yumeng? Would they even end up marrying and having a daughter? But at age 35, when their daughter was about to start kindergarten, the pressures of life forced him to bow his head in defeat. Later, the system also mentioned that Jiang Yumeng took all their savings and the child back to their rural hometown. At that moment, Liang Qiu Feng felt his life had lost all meaning, as if it had become utterly devoid of purpose. Now he finally understood, it wasn't that Jiang Yumeng no longer loved him. Rather, she had planned to send their daughter back to the countryside to attend school in order to ease his burdens. At that point, it was likely her parents would take care of the child. In that moment, Liang Qiu Feng felt the immense sacrifice and effort Jiang Yumeng had made in this story, choosing to give up her child's better education. He also sensed the deep compassion she harbored for him in her heart. Of course, the biggest premise here was that Liang Qiu was truly their child, truly someone who had traveled through time. But was this truly the case? No one knew. Liang Qiu Feng sighed inwardly. He could only wait until tomorrow morning, when the results of the paternity test would reveal the truth. At the same time, Liang Qiu Feng's mind drifted back to another thought. If all this were true, if Jiang Yumeng was his beloved, and Liang Qiu truly was their child, how would Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng face each other? Just then, Liang Qiu yawned and looked at Liang Qiu Feng with a pout. Daddy, Yaya is sleepy. Yaya wants to sleep. After hesitating for a moment, Liang Qiu Feng nodded. Alright. Daddy will take you to bed now. Saying this, Liang Qiu Feng took Liang Qiu's hand and headed toward his bedroom. He pushed open the door. The bedroom was small, containing only a single bed and a simple wardrobe, nothing else. Seeing the shabby state of the room, Liang Qiu's eyes didn't show much dissatisfaction. Instead, she looked at Liang Qiu Feng and said, Daddy, I want to take a bath. Before, Mommy always bathed Yaya. Where's Mom? She cried. Why won't she come home? Does that mean she doesn't want Yaya anymore? Does that mean she doesn't love Yaya anymore? As she spoke, tears welled up in the little girl's eyes. Seeing Liang Qiu's tear-streaked face, Liang Qiu Feng felt a pang of heartache. He quickly bent down, lifting his hand to wipe the tears from the little girl's cheeks. Don't cry, Yaya. Mommy still loves you. It's just, Mom has something to do today. I have to go to the school dormitory and won't be able to come tonight. Oh, but... Liang Qiu asked curiously, why does Mommy have to go to school? Because... Upon hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng hesitated for a moment, unsure how to explain it to the little girl. After much hesitation, Liang Qiu Feng finally said, Your mom plans to pursue further education, just like you. You should be starting kindergarten soon, right? Seeing Liang Qiu nod, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly. You go to kindergarten to learn knowledge, to grow up, and to cultivate your character. Mom is doing the same thing. And when the time comes, Daddy will be going to school too. The little girl nodded, seeming to understand yet not quite grasping the meaning. Then, seeing her yawning constantly, Liang Qiu Feng hesitated before speaking. How about? Yeah, you skip your bath tonight? Mom can take you tomorrow. Just tough it out for tonight, okay? Liang Qiu Feng recalled how, as a child, he once insisted on bathing only to have his father hand him a bar of soap and tell him to wash himself. He'd been so sulky during those first few baths, but now he finally understood it all. Parents bathing their children, that was something they could manage when the kids were 2 or 3. Once the children grew older, it became impossible. Besides, Liang Qiu Feng had no experience with such matters whatsoever. Liang Qiu nodded, then wrapped herself tighter in the quilt. She turned her head to watch Liang Qiu Feng standing there in a daze, and couldn't help but wonder. Is Daddy upset? Did I make him unhappy by clamoring to see Mommy just now? The thought made Liang Qiu's heart sink with worry. She feared her parents might leave her again, abandoning her. She knew she would be heartbroken. After pondering for a moment, Liang Qiu thought to herself. Maybe she should tell Dad a joke? So Liang Qiu began searching through her memories until she finally recalled a joke. She looked at Liang Qiu Feng and said, "Dad, do you know where Digger is from?" Liang Qiu Feng froze upon hearing this, then shook his head. The little girl declared, "Northeast China." Liang Qiu Feng instinctively asked, "Why?" His mind was in turmoil at that moment. He had no energy left to process this question. Besides, this was Liang Qiu Feng's first time unexpectedly becoming a father. Having just turned 18, where would he find the experience for this? He even considered calling his parents to ask how to be a parent. But he dismissed the thought. Are you kidding me? If they found out he was 18 and had a 5-year-old daughter? They'd skin him alive. He really was a beast. Just then, the little girl's voice piped up. Because I'm Digger in the Northeast. Ha! Liang Qiu Feng froze. He turned his head, watching his daughter hum a song with a pun on the word Northeast in a completely off-key voice, and froze solid by the bedside. Good grief! Where on earth did this little girl pick up this stuff? What's wrong, Daddy? Liang Qiu Feng's lips twitched awkwardly as he shook his head hastily. Seeing Liang Qiu Feng like this, Liang Qiu had another flash of inspiration and continued. Daddy, let me ask you this. One day on the street, Orange accidentally bumped into Mushroom. Mushroom got angry and said to Orange, "Go die." So Orange died. Do you know why? Liang Qiu Feng froze for a moment, but still couldn't figure it out. He shook his head. Liang Qiu giggled. Because the mushroom made the orange die, so the orange had to die. Omega? Liang Qiu Feng stared at the little girl in shock, unable to help but think. Was he out of sync with this era? The little girl spoke again, then, just as the orange was about to die, the sauce came running over and saved it. It smeared itself all over the orange's surface, and the orange survived. Do you know why? Why? Liang Qiu Feng asked again. You're so slow. Liang Qiu puckered her lips, giving him a look that said, practice makes perfect, before sighing helplessly. Because sauce on the outside means the fungus can't kill you. Finally, Liang Qiu Feng couldn't take it anymore. He hurriedly stood up, soothed Liang Qiu, and only then stepped out. In the living room, Liang Qiu Feng pulled out his phone and opened Baidu Tieba, posting a message. Urgent. Need help ASAP. 18 years old, just started freshman year. How do I comfort my 5-year-old daughter? After editing the post, Liang Qiu Feng was about to publish it when his phone started spinning endlessly. After a long moment, it notified him of poor network signal and failed to post. Liang Qiu Feng slumped onto the sofa like a deflated balloon, utterly frustrated. Just then, a system notification sounded in his mind. Detected, as a future top-tier tycoon, the host is still using an outdated phone worth a few hundred yuan from years ago? Unbecoming. Assignment: purchase a smartphone priced at 5,000 yuan or higher. Reward for task completion: a standalone villa in the rose garden of the capital, valued at 75 million yuan. Failure reward: can't even afford a phone? Die already. Ha! Holy crap! Liang Qiu Feng froze for a moment. Had he heard correctly? Once upon a time, his parents worked in the suburbs of the capital city and arranged for him to attend school there. Naturally, Liang Qiu Feng was familiar with some of the luxurious residential complexes within the city. Rose garden in the capital. An online saying went, Rose Garden VIPs are a cut above. This alone proved the neighborhood's opulence and status as a gathering place for the wealthy. And now, the system assigned him a task just to buy a phone? And it just handed me a villa in the Rose Garden? All of this felt like a dream to Liang Qiu Feng. Liang Qiu Feng's mouth twitched. Suddenly, he recalled a popular saying circulating online. Buy a phone, get a villa. Is the system taking a small loss? But for me, he was absolutely raking it in. Just then, the sound of bouncing footsteps approached. 10 Daddy, Daddy. Tell me a story. Please give gold tickets. Daddy, Daddy. Hearing the voice, Liang Qiu Feng turned his head. There she was, little Liang Qiu bouncing and skipping right up to him. Hey! What is it? Liang Qiu Feng responded immediately. For some reason, Liang Qiu Feng found himself gradually growing accustomed to Liang Qiu calling him Dad. He opened his arms, and Liang Qiu immediately jumped into his embrace, perching on his lap. Liang Qiu pouted, her eyes drooping as she wore a look of deep frustration. She began, Daddy, you always put me on the bed, let me crawl into my little blanket by myself, and then you tell me a story. Why aren't you telling me one today? Don't you love Yaya anymore? Don't you like Yaya anymore? Hearing Liang Qiu's words, Liang Qiu Feng suddenly felt like he had two heads on one body. A story? Give me a break. He was just an 18-year-old young man. How could he possibly have any experience telling stories? But after much internal struggle, Liang Qiu Feng nodded. What could he do? As a devoted father who'd always longed for a daughter of his own, Liang Qiu Feng was genuinely captivated by Liang Qiu's adorable, lively appearance. He sighed, finally nodding before scooping Liang Qiu into his arms and heading toward the bedroom. After tucking her back into her so-called little bed, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled beside her. Alright, close your eyes. Daddy's going to tell you a story. Okay. Liang Qiu nodded eagerly, then asked curiously, Daddy, you usually lie down beside me to tell me stories. Why are you sitting on the edge today? You should lie down too. This, too. For a moment, Liang Qiu Feng felt awkward. Lying down in bed with a little girl to tell her stories? He really couldn't bring himself to do that just yet. After wrestling with the thought for a while, Liang Qiu Feng finally said, Daddy has something to do. After telling you a story and putting you to sleep, Daddy has to go handle it, okay? Liang Qiu finally gave up on the idea of Liang Qiu Feng staying by her side to tell her stories. Liang Qiu Feng kept patting Liang Qiu's back while his right hand swiftly grabbed his phone, opening the browser to search for stories. Once upon a time, long, long ago, there was a lion in the forest. Liang Qiu Feng narrated with vivid emotion. After just a few minutes, he heard steady breathing beside him. Turning his head, he saw Liang Qiu had already fallen asleep, hugging her blanket with both arms and clutching his hand. Liang Qiu Feng hadn't expected the little girl to drift off so quickly. Watching her little mouth open and close rhythmically, her round, rosy cheeks glowing softly, and her steady breathing, Liang Qiu Feng could tell she was sleeping soundly. Ha! Finally, Liang Qiu Feng let out a soft chuckle, his smile brimming with affection. The little girl lying before him was so adorable and lively, so utterly endearing. Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but think, if she truly was his daughter, if she really shared an inextricable bond with him, and had traveled back from the future, then perhaps might truly love and care for her with 100% devotion. Who wouldn't want an obedient, sensible, sweet, and adorable girl as their daughter? Slowly withdrawing his hand, Liang Qiu Feng tucked the quilt around her before rising and tiptoeing into the living room. Just then, his phone buzzed. He picked it up to see it was a voice call from Jiang Yumeng. Without hesitation, Liang Qiu Feng answered. Jiang Yumeng's voice came through. Hello, Liang Qiu Feng, what are you doing right now? Liang Qiu Feng glanced at the bedroom door he had closed behind him and chuckled. What else could I be doing? I just put this little girl to sleep after telling her a story. I'm in the living room now. Jiang Yumeng replied with a hint of annoyance, she needs stories to fall asleep? You're asking me? Who else would I ask? Liang Qiu Feng retorted, listen, Jiang Yumeng, you're the one who brought this little girl home today. You kept saying she's our daughter, but now you've just walked away, completely ignoring her? Instead, I'm the one stuck here, working my fingers to the bone taking care of her, rocking her to sleep, and even cooking her a plate of fried noodles. Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's words, Jiang Yumeng felt awkward for a moment before offering a bitter smile. I had no choice. It's a special situation. I live in the dorm at school, unlike you who commutes. How could I possibly look after her all the time? I'm sorry, you've been working so hard. Her tone was filled with playful reproach, as if she were pouting as she spoke. Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng felt his heart melt halfway. He never imagined Jiang Yumeng would show such a different side from her usual aloofness at school. He chuckled softly. Well, Miss Popularity. Who knew you had such a playful side? Jiang Yumeng muttered under her breath before continuing with a helpless expression, why do you always tease me? Liang Qiu Feng, I never realized you were this kind of person. Liang Qiu Feng replied irritably, this is our first meeting. How can you be so sure about what kind of person I am? Alright, anything else? Sounds like you're in the dorm bathroom, right? Jiang Yumeng froze. How did you know? Liang Qiu Feng chuckled. Otherwise, why would you be speaking so softly? I bet you're worried your two new roommates will overhear your conversation and start suspecting something. Their relentless questioning must be driving you crazy. Jiang Yumeng gave a quiet nod. Liang Qiu Feng continued, alright then, you go ahead and keep your roommates company. I've got this covered. I'll bring the little girl over after the results come out tomorrow morning. Wait. Just as Liang Qiu Feng was about to hang up, Jiang Yumeng suddenly spoke up. Liang Qiu Feng paused, instinctively asking, what is it? Jiang Yumeng pursed her lips, then her gaze sharpened as she spoke slowly, I just want to confirm something with you. In your heart? If you hope she's our daughter, or if you don't. Liang Qiu Feng fell silent. He sat blankly on the sofa, momentarily unsure how to respond. After a long moment, Liang Qiu Feng sighed. Let fate decide. Whatever the outcome, I can accept it. Only then did he hang up the phone, pressing the end call button. A full 5 seconds passed before the call finally ended. 11 I want mom and dad to sleep with me. Please vote. Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but curl his lips. Thankfully, the system had assigned him the task of buying a phone. With his current clunker phone lagging so badly, Liang Qiu Feng genuinely had no idea how he'd manage going forward. Fortunately, he had money on hand now, so buying a new phone wasn't a big deal. But he couldn't help thinking he really needed to watch his spending. Even the wealthiest tycoons had built their business empires through frugality and thrift, hadn't they? Then he realized he was completely different from those nouveau riche or second-generation rich kids. He didn't even have the slightest urge to splurge. Setting the phone on the coffee table, he scanned the room and finally found a blanket to cover himself with as he lay down on the sofa. His bedroom had only a single bed, and the little girl was currently sleeping there. Liang Qiu Feng had never shared a bed with another girl before. Besides, the bed felt cramped enough for him alone. He didn't want to risk accidentally crushing the little girl. So, Liang Qiu Feng gazed out the living room window at the bright moon and scattered stars. An indescribable ache filled his heart. The events that had unfolded around him throughout the day felt like a dream, something he struggled to accept. Fortunately, the emergence of the system gradually helped him come to terms with it all. His foremost concern now was the relationship between that little girl, Liang Qiu, himself, and Jiang Yumeng. Originally, Liang Qiu Feng had been unwilling to believe Liang Qiu's claim that she was the daughter of both him and Jiang Yumeng. After all, such a thing had always seemed impossible to him from the start. He had read countless online novels and understood that concepts like time travel and systems defied everyone's understanding of reality. But now, possessing a system in his own real life, this transcendent entity that belonged solely to novels and dramas, only deepened the indescribable bitterness in Liang Qiu Feng's heart. Liang Qiu traveling back from the future to reunite with them, her so-called parents, wasn't entirely implausible. Still, it felt almost unbelievable to Liang Qiu Feng. After all, he and Jiang Yumeng were both just 18, freshmen in college. They hadn't even started military training yet, and now they were supposed to have a 5-year-old genius prodigy? If they told anyone, they themselves would probably find it hard to believe. With that, Liang Qiu Feng slowly closed his eyes. He knew everything would have to wait until tomorrow. Even if he wanted to say something now, it would likely be pointless. Put. When the sauce is out, the fungus has no life to spare. That's hilarious. How could there be such a hilarious joke? Put. Not long after closing his eyes, Liang Qiu Feng burst out laughing. His usually slow-to-react mind finally processed the meaning behind the little girl's dry joke. The image made him lie trembling on the sofa. But with his usual sharp mind, he quickly understood why the little girl had told him that joke in such a peculiar way just now. She probably didn't want to lose him and Jiang Yumeng, whom she considered her parents, did she? The more one desires something, the more cautious one becomes. Even so, everything would have to wait until tomorrow morning to be decided. Liang Qiu Feng fought back a smile, and before he knew it, he drifted off into a drowsy sleep. The next morning arrived in the blink of an eye. Daddy! Daddy, wake up already, the sun's already high in the sky. In his daze, Liang Qiu Feng felt someone persistently nudging him. Opening his eyes, he saw the little girl Liang Qiu persistently nudging him. Seeing her, Liang Qiu Feng froze for a moment, instinctively thinking an intruder had entered the house. Only then did he recall bringing her home yesterday. Ever since the college entrance exams ended, his parents had gone to work in another city. Liang Qiu Feng lived alone in this rented room, long accustomed to the solitary routine, working part-time by himself, eating alone, everything. Suddenly having a little kid in the house was making him feel a bit uneasy. He stretched lazily and sat up, when suddenly a notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host. Yesterday, through breathing, blinking, and other actions, you earned 32,874 yuan. The funds have been deposited into your bank account in real time. A buzzing vibration shook Liang Qiu Feng's phone. He instinctively picked up his phone to check. The balance in this bank account had now reached a staggering 1.03 million yuan. This time, Liang Qiu Feng no longer doubted the system's authenticity. Looking at the little girl before him, Liang Qiu Feng smiled gently. Yeah, why did you get up so early today? Liang Qiu pouted, then said with hurt, Daddy, it's already past 9 in the morning. How is that early? You're the one who was snoring away on the sofa. Daddy, why didn't you come to bed with Yeye last night? Don't you love Yeye anymore? How could Liang Qiu Feng possibly tell the little girl he wasn't used to sharing a bed with a young girl? How could he confess his fear of accidentally crushing her in his sleep? Instead, he chuckled softly and explained, Daddy was handling some business last night. It went on late, and in the end, I was just too tired to stay awake. I ended up lying down and falling asleep. After speaking, Liang Qiu Feng raised his hand to gently rub the tip of the little girl's nose, then asked with an indulgent expression, So, Yeye, did you sleep well last night? Happy, but not happy, Liang Qiu said in her babyish voice. I was happy because Yeye finally found Mommy and Daddy, but I was sad because last night neither of you stayed in bed with me. Before, when Yeye went to sleep, Mom and Dad would always be beside me, telling me stories and staying with me until I fell asleep. Liang Qiu Feng froze for a moment. If what Liang Qiu said was true, wouldn't that mean from now on, he and Jiang Yumeng would have to lie in bed with this little girl every night to accompany her to sleep? The thought sent an indescribable thrill through Liang Qiu Feng's heart. After all, he was only 18, just starting his freshman year of college. Jiang Yumeng was also 18, just starting her freshman year too. If the two of them really ended up sharing a bed because of this little girl's request? Heaven only knew what would become of them. Just thinking about Jiang Yumeng's graceful figure and her breathtakingly beautiful face, countless male classmates were captivated and enamored by her. The mere thought of her fair, flawless skin, her gentle, blushing cheeks, Liang Qiu Feng felt his heartbeat quicken at that very moment. Buzz buzz buzz. Just then, Liang Qiu Feng's phone buzzed. 12, you're nothing but a maggot. Please vote. He glanced at the screen again. It was an unfamiliar local number from the capital. Only then did Liang Qiu Feng answer. After waiting a full 3 seconds, a gentle female voice came through. Hello, is this Mr. Liang Qiu Feng? Liang Qiu Feng nodded. This is he. The woman continued, this is the DNA testing center. The DNA sample you submitted yesterday has been processed. Please let us know when you're available to pick up the report. Only then did Liang Qiu Feng realize the results from yesterday's testing were already available. At the same time, he couldn't help but marvel at how spending money truly made a difference. The extra fee for expedited service had indeed sped things up considerably. He had dropped off the sample last night, and the results were ready first thing this morning. After pondering for a moment, Liang Qiu Feng replied, Alright, I understand. I should be able to come by in about an hour. I apologize for the inconvenience, but could you please hold the line for me? The other party politely replied a couple of times before hanging up. Daddy, what are you going to pick up? Liang Qiu Feng watched Liang Qiu's curious expression, chuckled softly, and shook his head without explanation. How could he possibly tell the little girl he was going to pick up the paternity test results between her and them? Regardless of whether the relationship between her and Jiang Yumeng turned out to be true or false, just hearing about this matter would likely cause the little girl immense distress. She would surely sense the lack of trust Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng had in her. This was something they undoubtedly didn't want her to know. Afterward, Liang Qiu Feng freshened up. Since there was no toothbrush for Liang Qiu at home, he made a special trip out to buy a children's toothbrush. After both of them freshened up, they finally stepped outside with Liang Qiu in tow. Hey, isn't this the Liang Qiu kid? Why aren't you at school yet? As soon as they stepped out, a plump, curvaceous woman stood at the entrance of the opposite dormitory, carrying a bag of freshly bought groceries. Spotting Liang Qiu Feng, she instinctively greeted him. Then, noticing the little girl holding his hand, she paused in surprise. Oh, who's this little girl? She looks quite similar to you, doesn't she? Liang Qiu Feng frowned slightly. He didn't have much fondness for this plump woman. Her name was Chen Mei, the landlady of the house where Liang Qiu Feng's family lived. For 3 years of high school, Liang Qiu Feng's family had rented this place. The initial rent was a mere 1,100 yuan. Later, upon learning that Liang Qiu Feng was a high school student, the woman assumed he wouldn't want to move repeatedly. So, every few months, she would find ways to raise his rent. By now, the rent for this place had climbed to 1,700 yuan, while other nearby properties still charged around 1,200 to 1,300 yuan. It was easy to see just how greedy Chen Mei truly was. Liang Qiu Feng had no fondness for her whatsoever. In fact, when his father had once argued with Chen Mei over the rent, she cut off their electricity that very night. The next day, when Liang Qiu Feng confronted her, Chen Mei kept dodging responsibility by claiming it was a circuit breaker trip. Only Liang Qiu Feng knew that none of the other households in the area had experienced a power outage that day. He had even gone outside to deliberately check the main circuit breaker, finding no sign of a trip whatsoever. He was certain Chen Mei had secretly tampered with the circuit. Now, seeing Chen Mei feigning kindness as she chatted and greeted him, Liang Qiu Feng couldn't be bothered to acknowledge her. When his parents were alive, they always told him, leave a little room for future encounters. His father would insist he greet Chen Mei with a smile. But now that his parents were working far away, why should he give this woman any face? Liang Qiu Feng gave a cold snort before taking Liang Qiu's hand and walking downstairs. Hey, you little brat. What do you think you're doing? Seeing Liang Qiu Feng ignore her completely, Chen Mei didn't feel her face had been lost. She just stared at his retreating back and shouted loudly, Hey, you little brat. What do you think you're doing? You won't even acknowledge me when I speak to you? Is that it? How uncivilized. Is this what college students are like nowadays? And you're supposed to be going to Capital University? I bet that acceptance letter of yours is fake, just to deceive your uneducated parents. In an instant, Liang Qiu Feng halted his steps. Liang Qiu, standing beside him, looked utterly confused. She lifted her head, about to ask Liang Qiu Feng what was going on. But at that moment, Liang Qiu Feng looked at Liang Qiu, slowly shook his head, and made a shushing gesture, signaling her to wait there. Then, Liang Qiu Feng climbed the stairs and soon arrived before Chen Mei. Chen Mei wasn't tall, standing around 5 feet 3 inches. Liang Qiu Feng, towering over her at nearly 6 feet 1 inch, looked down at her with displeasure and anger etched between his brows. Chen Mei was startled by the intensity in his eyes. She couldn't fathom why this boy, who looked barely 18 or 19, could possess such a piercing gaze. Then, Liang Qiu Feng frowned slightly and looked at Chen Mei as he said, I'll say this one last time, stop provoking my parents. Stop mocking them. No matter how uneducated they may be, they're still far better than your sharp, biting tongue. Who are you calling sharp-tongued? Who are you calling sharp-tongued? Chen Mei retorted with immediate sarcasm. A flicker of displeasure crossed Liang Qiu Feng's eyes before he stated bluntly, I'm talking about you, of course. Ever since we rented this place from your family 3 years ago, you've bullied us at every turn with excuses to raise the rent. You've repeatedly mocked, insulted, and spread rumors about us in front of our neighbors. Now that other landlords won't rent to us, you think you have the right and justification to raise our rent? Chen Mei froze for a moment, staring at Liang Qiu Feng's gritted teeth in furious glare. Liang Qiu Feng snorted coldly at that moment. Let me tell you, my parents aren't here right now. They always taught me to be polite to others so we could meet again in the future. But now they're gone. Don't expect me to give you any courtesy. If I ever hear you say another unkind word about my parents, you'd better watch out. I won't be so polite next time. Chen Mei fell silent for a long moment before suddenly erupting in fury. You little brat. What do you think you're doing? Talking to me like that? I'm twice your age. What have you been learning in school? You have no manners whatsoever. Liang Qiu Feng curled his lip and said, speak to people like people. My manners are reserved for humans. I have none for lowly creatures like dogs. Oh wait. You're not a dog. Dogs are man's best friend. You're more like maggots. 13. Did your dad kick you out when he was kicking the bucket? Please vote. With that, Liang Qiu Feng strode down the stairs. Suddenly, a surge of anger welled up in Chen Mei's heart. She couldn't help but retort with biting sarcasm, you get upset when I say a few words to you? I'm doing this for your own good. Once you enter society, who knows how many people will mock you? Now you're giving me attitude, but when you face your boss's mockery out there, you'll just have to suck it up, got it? Oomph. Oh my, who'd have thought? Who is this little girl? Could she be your mother's illegitimate child with someone? In an instant, a surge of rage flared up in Liang Qiu Feng's heart. He couldn't fathom why Chen Mei was so shameless, repeatedly pushing his buttons. From childhood onward, Liang Qiu Feng had always been a model student, a good kid, exceptionally diligent in his studies. But everyone has their limits. For Liang Qiu Feng, his red lines were only two, one was his parents, and the other was the daughter by his side. At least, for now. Even though his relationship with Liang Qiu remained ambiguous, the truth wouldn't be revealed for at least another hour. Chen Mei had just publicly humiliated and slandered a little girl right in front of him. A mere 5-year-old girl. An indescribable rage surged within Liang Qiu Feng. He turned around again and strode purposefully toward Chen Mei. The latter instinctively took half a step back, staring at him in utter bewilderment. What do you think you're doing? Liang Qiu Feng frowned, his voice cold and sharp. The air around him seemed to grow several degrees colder, the pressure radiating from him bearing down on Chen Mei. Then, Liang Qiu Feng's voice came out coldly. Chen Mei, didn't I just tell you to watch your mouth, not to talk nonsense, and not to make me unhappy? Otherwise, every time I see you, I'll hit you. Smack! The moment Liang Qiu Feng finished speaking, a sharp, resounding slap echoed through the air. Liang Qiu Feng's hand landed squarely on Chen Mei's face. Chen Mei froze instantly. Clutching her face, she stared at Liang Qiu Feng in utter shock. You dare hit me? Hitting you is the least of it. Liang Qiu Feng raised his hand again. Chen Mei instinctively took half a step back. Then, Liang Qiu Feng sneered, Humph, I thought you were some kind of tough nut to crack. Turns out you're just a coward. Let me tell you this, I don't care that you're uncultured and spew filth. But don't you dare provoke me. She's just a young girl, and you have the nerve to spread lies here? Saying she's my mother's bastard child? He leaned forward, towering over Chen Mei with a menacing glare. How the hell can you even say something like that? Are you even human? What? Did your dad just dump you out when he was shooting his load? Are you that brainless? Seeing Chen Mei stammering, unable to utter another word, Liang Qiu Feng turned on his heel, no longer bothering with her, and strode away. He took Liang Qiu's hand and walked straight out of the residential complex. Chen Mei stood rooted to the spot, frozen in shock for a full moment before gasping for breath. She never imagined she'd be slapped by such a young punk. When had she ever endured such humiliation in all these years? Though Chen Mei knew she'd spoken rashly in anger, Liang Qiu Feng's sudden attack, that slap across her face, still left her seething. Her pride was deeply wounded, especially being struck by such a young man. The humiliation was unbearable. Fuming, Chen Mei stomped her foot hard, her shrill scream echoing through the hallway. You just wait. I'll make sure you pay for this. Leaving the building, Liang Qiu Feng took Liang Qiu's hand. Turning her head, Liang Qiu asked curiously, Daddy, why did that fat lady say those things to you? She seemed so rude. Liang Qiu Feng nodded. Yes, people like her who lack manners deserve a lesson. But yeah, remember this, you must never act like that. Daddy can afford to be ill-mannered, but you absolutely mustn't be. You need to be a good, well-behaved baby, understand? Liang Qiu nodded earnestly. Daddy, don't worry. I'll definitely be a good little girl from now on. I won't ever make Daddy sad. I think when that fat lady curses people like that, her family must feel her too. Hearing Liang Qiu's words, Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but sneer inwardly. He thought, with her character, how could she possibly expect to have a family? Of course, he kept those thoughts to himself. After all, such sarcasm was far too harsh, and corrupting a child's mind wouldn't be a good thing. Soon after, Liang Qiu Feng arrived at the community gate. He bought several meat buns and 2 drinks here, then headed toward the parking lot with Liang Qiu in tow. Upon reaching the parking lot, Liang Qiu Feng quickly spotted his Koenigsegg surrounded by a crowd of elementary school children, all appearing to be around 8 or 9 years old. The children were circling the car, peering at it from every angle, some even reaching out to touch it. Liang Qiu Feng instinctively pressed the car's start unlock button. As the Koenigsegg's lights illuminated the interior and its rotary tailgate slowly opened, the sudden transformation instantly sent the children scattering in all directions like startled birds. Liang Qiu Feng shook his head, thinking, looks like keeping a low profile is out of the question from now on. Today, he encountered these curious kids fascinated by his car. Tomorrow, who knows? Some adult might be snapping photos by his vehicle, trying to show off. Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but wonder, does being a god-tier rich guy mean you have to stay in the spotlight forever? It seemed like this system kept pushing him, intentionally or not, to handle things in a high-profile manner. He wasn't sure if it was right or wrong, but strangely enough, Liang Qiu Feng actually enjoyed this feeling. This sudden wealth, this ability to flaunt his fortune to everyone overnight, to shock people with his display and everything he possessed, it was rather amusing. Finally, under the gaze of a group of children, Liang Qiu Feng and Liang Qiu Yu got into the car and fastened their seatbelts. Liang Qiu Feng slowly started the car and drove out of the residential complex, heading toward the appraisal center. Half an hour later, Liang Qiu Feng arrived at the appraisal center. After finishing breakfast, he had calmed Liang Qiu Yu's emotions and had her wait in the car. Suddenly, his phone rang. Seeing Jiang Yumeng's name on the display, Liang Qiu Feng hesitated briefly. He then smiled at Liang Qiu Yu before getting out of the car, closing the door, and heading toward the appraisal center lobby. Only then did he answer Jiang Yumeng's call. 14. The sorrow of the school flower. Seeking gold tickets. Hello, Liang Qiu Feng? The appraisal center just called me. They said I can go pick up the appraisal report. Did you go? Hearing the hint of concern in Jiang Yumeng's voice, Liang Qiu Feng felt, for some reason, that she seemed quite anxious about this matter too. He chuckled involuntarily. I'm already here. I'll be in the lobby any minute. Oh, right. Remember that question you asked me yesterday? I want to ask you the exact same thing now. Are you hoping she is our daughter, or not? Jiang Yumeng remained silent, offering no reply. Liang Qiu Feng didn't press further. The call remained connected. Holding the phone, Liang Qiu Feng walked into the testing center and submitted his sample. Before long, a test report was delivered to his hands. Upon analysis, the DNA match rate between the tester, Liang Qiu, and the tested individuals, Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng, is 99.99%. The report was straightforward, offering no further conclusions. In truth, with current human technology and biological analysis capabilities, it was impossible to definitively determine whether someone was truly related to you. Human DNA cannot guarantee 100% accuracy or 100% identical matches. DNA is like a human identification number fraught with uncertainty and never 100% identical. But now, with a 99.99% probability, Liang Qiu Feng could be absolutely certain Liang Qiu Yu was his daughter with Jiang Yumeng. Hello? Liang Qiu Feng, what are you doing? Why aren't you answering me? What's the result? Jiang Yumeng's anxious and impatient voice rang out from the other end of the line. Liang Qiu Feng exhaled deeply, suddenly feeling a touch of helplessness. Things had unfolded exactly as Liang Qiu Feng had suspected, or rather, he secretly hoped that it might be his daughter. Having such a lovely, lively, and clever girl as his daughter would be such a joyful thing. Having such a daughter would surely be a blessing earned through countless lifetimes of good deeds. Yet at the same time, Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. He was relieved that at such a critical moment, he had obtained the system countless people longed for, a system that could only be fantasized about in novels, and it was the godly rich system. He thought to himself that without this system, he truly wouldn't have known what to do when his daughter appeared before him at this critical moment, just as he was starting university. His family was already impoverished. Where would he find the money or the energy to care for Liang Qiu Yu? Congratulations, Jiang, our campus beauty. Just one night gone, and now you're a mom. Liang Qiu Feng teased from the side. I, you, she, this, blah blah blah. Jiang Yumeng stammered for a long while, unable to utter a single coherent sentence. Liang Qiu Feng laughed heartily, clutching the test report as he walked away. The testing staff and personnel watching him were utterly baffled. Seeing someone so young walk away with a report proving the girl was his biological child left them completely perplexed. What's going on? He looks barely 18 or 19. How could someone so young have a child and still look so happy? Could he be another rich playboy, hoping to find a child to inherit his fortune after messing up in his youth? Liang Qiu Feng finally stepped out of the testing center. Only then did Jiang Yumeng come to her senses on the other end, letting out a long sigh. Liang Qiu Feng asked curiously, what's with the sudden sighing? Jiang Yumeng, on the other end of the line, was at school. She sighed bitterly, feeling that all this had come too suddenly. This kind of thing probably only happens in novels, right? Even fiction might not have such a wild plot twist, yet here we are, experiencing it in real life. Sigh, I just find it hard to believe for a moment. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled, enough with the disbelief for now. Let's focus on what we should do next. Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's words, Jiang Yumeng hesitated. Liang Qiu Feng was right, what should they do next? Jiang Yumeng froze, her phone in hand. Without a word, she stared out the window at the campus. It suddenly dawned on her, what ability did she have? What right did she have to take in a child like this? From childhood onward, Jiang Yumeng's family had been exceptionally poor. While saying they couldn't even afford to lift the lid off the pot might be an exaggeration, her daily life had always been tight. Even in high school, her monthly allowance was only 200 or 300 yuan. Jiang Yumeng could only describe her life as frugal. Even after entering university, her monthly living expenses amounted to a mere 800 yuan. Her family couldn't even afford to buy her a computer. The one she had was purchased with money she saved from working part-time jobs during her vacations. After buying that computer, she couldn't even afford 2 sets of clean, new clothes. The outfit she wore now was still the one her mother had bought for her at the market 2 years ago during the new year. Thinking about her family's situation and her own financial straits now, Jiang Yumeng felt particularly anxious. She thought to herself that with her current spending habits in the big city, in the capital, her monthly allowance of 800 yuan would barely be enough to support herself, let alone support that girl Liang Qiu. Although Jiang Yumeng was astonished that the little girl had traveled back in time from the future, this fantastical event was hard for her to accept at first. She soon found herself feeling quite happy. She had always loved children, ever since she was little. The idea of having a daughter of her own, one who had traveled through time from the future, filled her with genuine happiness. But she didn't know how to provide for her, how to give her access to quality education and a better life. She was confident in herself after graduation. She was certain she could land a good job and improve her life through her own efforts. But right now, she hadn't quite reached that point yet. Originally, last night, Jiang Yumeng had been lying in her dorm bed with her 2 roommates. Their casual chatter had sparked a flicker of anticipation in her heart for today's DNA test results. She had long steeled herself for whatever the truth might be. In fact, she even harbored a faint hope if this little girl could recognize her as her mother. If she could gain such a daughter, it would be a wonderful thing. But now, Liang Qiu Feng's question struck her like a bolt from the blue, freezing her in place. There she stood, staring out the window, lonely as an empty nester. Liang Qiu Feng shouted into his phone countless times at the entrance of the testing center, realizing Jiang Yumeng hadn't responded at all. Frustrated, Liang Qiu Feng glanced at his phone and scowled. Damn piece of junk. You don't tell me it's going to die on me now? This is the scene where a mother and son are reunited. Ugh. This is the moment a husband and wife reunite. 15 mates 60 RS extraordinary master seeking gold tickets. 5 seconds later, Liang Qiu Feng hung up, shook his head, tucked the identification report into his pocket, and headed toward the Koenigsegg. Back in the car, Liang Qiu looked up at her father, pouting her little mouth expectantly. Daddy, where are we going next? After hesitating for a moment, recalling the task assigned by the system, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled. Daddy will take you to the mall. Daddy wants to buy a phone, and then we can go shopping at the mall. Little yeah, do you want to eat something delicious? Yes. Liang Qiu beamed with delight at the suggestion. Seeing this, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly, started the car, and sped off like the wind. On the way to the mall, Liang Qiu Feng pondered many things. He had initially planned to buy Liang Qiu a few nice outfits, but considering his own sense of style, he decided against it. Liang Qiu Feng thought to himself that after buying a phone and securing the villa, he would go to the school to find Jiang Yumeng and have a proper talk with her. He wanted to tell her that he was still qualified, financially capable, and fully able to take care of Liang Qiu. But ultimately, this was their daughter together. Shouldn't Jiang Yumeng contribute something too? Like time, energy, or emotional investment? Liang Qiu Feng probably felt that buying clothes for Liang Qiu was something best left to her mother. But he never imagined that at that very moment, Jiang Yumeng was in her dorm room, overcome with grief. The agony of suddenly gaining a child yet being powerless to nurture or raise her made Jiang Yumeng feel as though each breath grew heavy, like countless sharp blades piercing her heart. This feeling of loving yet being unable to have caused Jiang Yumeng an indescribable anguish. Not long after, Liang Qiu Feng, who was on the road, gradually adjusted to his new identity. Earlier, he had felt uneasy when Liang Qiu called him dad in such a manner. But now, the test results had confirmed beyond doubt that they were indeed father and daughter. This only strengthened Liang Qiu Feng's conviction that Liang Qiu had traveled through time from the future and was indeed his biological daughter. What was there left to feel awkward about? In fact, having missed out on nearly 5 years of parenting experience, Liang Qiu Feng now resolved to gradually adapt to his role as a father, constantly striving to give Liang Qiu the very best. With the divine Tycoon System at his disposal, Liang Qiu Feng aspired to become the person in the entire world who treated Liang Qiu the best, the most perfect father in her heart. Before long, the sun reached its zenith. At noon, father and daughter drove their Koenigsegg to the mall. After parking, they headed straight for the first floor. The first floor was dominated by digital products. Liang Qiu Feng had only one purpose for coming here today: to buy a phone. Accompanying his daughter was simply a necessary part of the process. When it came to buying a phone, he actually had several models in mind. But after some consideration, he ultimately walked into the store that stood head and shoulders above the rest. As the salesperson enthusiastically approached him, they glanced at his attire. A flicker of awkwardness crossed their eyes, but they maintained a professional smile as they greeted him. Liang Qiu Feng knew exactly why. He wondered if he should change his outfit. But then he thought, since he'd be heading back to campus soon to pick up Jiang Yumeng and have her accompany his daughter clothes shopping, why go alone now only to end up doing it twice? Liang Qiu Feng knew that would be excruciatingly painful. He often saw countless male netizens complaining in various forums and communities about accompanying their girlfriends or partners on shopping trips, calling it the most agonizing experience in life. Just the thought of it made him shudder. Then a salesperson approached, politely asking, "Sir, hello. What might I help you with today?" Liang Qiu Feng chuckled. "I recall the Mate 60 just came out recently? Is that phone available now?" "Yes, of course. However, the standard Mate 60 is currently out of stock. We only have the Mate 60 RS Master Edition in stock now, priced at 11,999 yuan. Liang Qiu Feng nodded, then pulled out his bank card and said, "Alright, grab me 2 units. I'll pay by card." "Oh, sure thing, sir. I'll get them for you right away." "Huh?" For a split second, the clerk froze. He looked at the bank card in Liang Qiu Feng's hand, then back at Liang Qiu Feng, and said in surprise, "Sir, you mean you want to swipe your card for 2 units? "Yes, why?" Liang Qiu Feng chuckled. "Do you think I can't afford it, or that I'm not worthy of buying it?" No. Staff at professional chain mobile stores undergo specialized training." Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's words, she instantly snapped out of it and hurriedly replied, "Sir, I didn't mean it that way. Suddenly selling 2 units at once just caught me off guard. I wasn't quite prepared for it." Seeing the clerk respond so swiftly and speak so appropriately, Liang Qiu Feng felt a slight sense of satisfaction. He genuinely appreciated their emotional intelligence. The clerk then took Liang Qiu Feng's bank card and hurried to the side to process the payment. After a series of transactions, Liang Qiu Feng's phone received a notification for a deduction of nearly 24,000 yuan. He couldn't help but curl his lips. It really was true that the lives of the wealthy were extravagant. It's no wonder so many people aspire to wealth. Spending money really triggers an instant dopamine rush. But Liang Qiu Feng thought to himself, buying these 2 phones today still didn't earn him as much as he made yesterday just from breathing and blinking. This thought gradually filled him with confidence about the future. Of the 2 phones, Liang Qiu Feng planned to keep one for himself. He'd insert his SIM card, transfer his data, and start using it right away. As for the other phone, it was naturally meant for his future wife. Although Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng had only met once and exchanged few words, with Liang Qiu present, they were destined to become husband and wife. They would even have a happy daughter. They were destined to be together. What did buying her a phone now matter? Besides, the phone wasn't expensive, less than 12,000 yuan. Liang Qiu Feng suddenly realized that having money truly gave him confidence. But he also understood that money couldn't withstand reckless spending. He absolutely had to keep a low profile. Even with his new status, he shouldn't spend recklessly. Once the money was gone, regret would come too late. "Goodbye, sir. We hope to see you again soon." With the shop assistant's cheerful farewell, Liang Qiu Feng stepped out of the store. He brought his daughter, Liang Qiu, to the 4th floor of the mall. The entire floor was dedicated to a food court. As they wandered through, Liang Qiu's eyes sparkled with delight. She darted from stall to stall, grabbing Liang Qiu Feng's hand whenever she spotted something she wanted, skipping excitedly to the front to buy a small portion. Liang Qiu Feng doted on his daughter, granting her every wish whenever possible. However, not long after eating, Liang Qiu stood still with a pout on her face. 16. Do you know where this is? The Rose Garden. Please vote. Liang Qiu Feng asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Liang Qiu said in her babyish voice, "Daddy, I just realized that Mom probably hasn't eaten yet. I'm having so much fun eating here all by myself, but if Mom finds out I didn't prepare food for her, she might get upset." After saying this, Liang Qiu said hopefully, "Daddy, let's go to Mom's school now and bring her here. Then we can come back and eat delicious food together, okay?" Liang Qiu Feng smiled upon hearing this. "Sure, let's go pick up Mom. But first, Dad wants to take you somewhere." "Where?" Liang Qiu asked, her face full of curiosity. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled but said nothing. Because at that very moment, the system's voice had already sounded in his mind. "Congratulations, host, on completing the task of purchasing a mobile phone worth over 5,000 yuan. Task completed. Reward, 1 detached villa in Rose Garden, Beijing, valued at 75 million yuan. Please proceed to the Rose Garden sales office in the capital to claim the relevant property deeds. All procedures have been finalized, and the system has prepaid your property management fees for the next 50 years. No need to worry about this." Hearing the system's voice, Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. This system was surprisingly considerate at times, not only gifting him a standalone villa but also prepaying the property fees, freeing him from future worries about such expenses. Thus, under Liang Qiu's curious gaze, Liang Qiu Feng took her hand and stepped into the elevator. They soon arrived at the underground parking garage on the 2nd basement level. With a deep rumble, the Koenigsegg's engine roared to life, sounding like the growl of a beast. Amidst the astonished and envious stares of countless passers-by, father and daughter drove the luxury sports car out of the mall, heading straight for the Rose Garden in the capital. Come to think of it, Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but wonder if the system knew he was attending university in the capital. The Rose Garden was only a 20-minute drive from Beijing University. Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but think how much more convenient his commute to and from school would be now. But he understood that this system was a life reversal system, one that had only bound itself to him at the age of 35. It had only bonded with him after the temporal disruption. As for why it happened to be this villa district closest to Jingqing University? Probably just a coincidence, right? Liang Qiu Feng shook his head, dismissing these impractical thoughts from his mind. He felt there was little point in dwelling on it. After all, he now possessed the system, and the trajectory of his life was shifting. That alone sufficed. After driving for over half an hour, under the little girl's endless curious gaze, they finally arrived at the sales office of Rose Garden. After parking the car, the security guard at the entrance spotted Liang Qiu Feng and immediately rushed over, his face brimming with respect. "Welcome to Rose Garden, sir. How may I assist you?" Liang Qiu Feng stared at the security guard before him, momentarily taken aback. He chuckled, "Wow, Rose Garden has such excellent service? Even dressed like a poor schmuck, I still get this kind of welcome." The security guard chuckled, "Sir, you're joking. We treat everyone at Rose Garden with the same warm and courteous attitude." But there was one thing the guard didn't say. He was a car enthusiast and knew all about the Koenigsegg, this luxury sports car, one of only 300 four-seater coupes ever produced worldwide. With only 300 units in existence, who could possibly own one? Only the ultra-wealthy or the ultra-powerful. How could he possibly show the slightest disrespect? Then, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled, "Very well, no problem. I'll go inside to get my property deed. You can go back to your duties." The security guard hurriedly nodded and retreated back to his post. Liang Qiu Feng felt a surge of satisfaction. He was pleased that even amidst the extravagant prices of Rose Garden, he could still enjoy such courteous treatment, a comforting thought. He was confident that once he moved into Rose Garden, he wouldn't have to worry about such things anymore. Thus, holding Liang Qiu's hand, he strode toward the sales office. As soon as he pushed open the door, an endless floral fragrance filled the air. The variety of scents was so refreshing it felt like a breath of fresh air. Liang Qiu looked around, her eyes brimming with curiosity. After all, she was only 5 years old. She had likely never seen such a luxurious sales office before. Liang Qiu Feng also noticed a lounge area inside the sales office where a group of women dressed in professional attire were chatting. Soon, they noticed Liang Qiu Feng's arrival. After exchanging a few words among themselves, each turned to look at him. Instantly, Liang Qiu Feng's expression darkened with displeasure. He could see the disgust in their eyes. For a moment, it felt like a slight insult to his pride. Before long, a woman swayed her hips as she walked over in high heels. Holding a cup of milk tea, she took a sip before lifting her eyes and speaking in a listless tone, "Hello, sir. What brings you here?" Liang Qiu Feng watched her dismissive manner with some irritation, but still replied slowly, "I'm here to collect my property deed." Put. The moment the words left his mouth, the milk tea in her mouth instantly sprayed out. The spray nearly hit the little girl beside Liang Qiu Feng. He quickly shielded her behind him, his expression turning displeased. "What are you doing?" Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's displeased tone, the saleswoman sneered coldly. "What did I do? Little brother, do you even know where you are? This is Rose Garden. Have you ever lived in the capital? Do you have any idea about the cost of living here? Do you even know what kind of place Rose Garden is?" The woman looked at Liang Qiu Feng, her eyes brimming with scorn, as if she were looking at a beggar, a man begging for alms. She scrutinized him from head to toe before snorting derisively. "Everything you're wearing probably isn't worth $100, is it? With your poverty-stricken look, you dare come to the Rose Garden? Let me enlighten you, sweetie. This Rose Garden is where all the wealthy of the capital gather. The people who live here are either rich or noble. Each one's net worth is probably beyond anything you've ever even heard of in your entire life. And you tell me you came to the Rose Garden to get a property deed? That's hilarious. Did you sleepwalk here last night? Or did you come to daydream? Or maybe, looking for a rich woman to change your life? You wouldn't be planning to quietly turn the gears of fate here, would you? That's laughable." The woman spat in disgust, then coldly added before turning to leave, "Little brother, this isn't a place for you. I'm telling you now, get out of here fast. If our manager catches you, you'll be in big trouble. When security comes to throw you out, you won't have a shred of dignity left." With that, the woman turned and walked away. 17 Sexy young wife? Manager Xiao Hong. Please vote. At that moment, Liang Qiu Feng's brows furrowed, a surge of unnamed anger flaring in his eyes. He understood that his shabby appearance could easily mislead people and invite contempt. As the woman had said, this was Rose Garden, a gathering place for the wealthy. Every tenant here was either rich or noble. Yet now, the sales staff at Rose Garden were so arrogant and looked down on others. After all, Liang Qiu Feng intended to reside here for the foreseeable future. If the service at Rose Garden was this condescending and arrogant, Liang Qiu Feng would find it hard to feel satisfied living here. So, as the woman swayed her hips to leave, Liang Qiu Feng barked, "Stop right there." Hearing his words, the woman froze momentarily, instinctively turning to face him. She replied slowly, "What is it, little brother? Did what I said hurt your feelings? If that's the case, let me tell you this, if you've got what it takes, work hard to grow and earn everyone's respect. But clearly, you're not there yet. Dressed like a country bumpkin and a penniless beggar, don't expect me to give you the time of day." Liang Qiu Feng retorted with displeasure, "Who says I can't afford a house here just because of how I'm dressed? Ha 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 ha." The woman shook with laughter, her eyes brimming with scorn. Then she turned her head and waved toward the restroom inside. A group of female sales staff, presumably her colleagues, emerged upon seeing her gesture, each wearing expressions of curiosity and confusion. Then, the woman turned to the person beside her and said, "Girls, did you hear what he just said? He claimed that despite looking like a penniless bum, he has a property deed for a place around here and came to pick it up. Hilarious. How can someone be so delusional?" Giggle giggle giggle. In an instant, the entire group of women burst into giggles. Feeling the collective mockery directed at him, a flash of displeasure crossed Liang Qiu Feng's mind. In his mind, he also sensed a phone number left behind by the system. The system informed him that contacting this number would grant him the property deed. So Liang Qiu Feng pulled out his newly purchased Mate 60 RS Master Edition and prepared to make the call. Just then, the group of women in front of him saw Liang Qiu Feng pull out this phone worth over 10,000 yuan and couldn't help but sneer coldly. "Oh, little brother, dressed so shabbily, yet buying such an expensive phone? I wonder if he sold a kidney to afford this thing? Young people these days so obsessed with appearances they're willing to suffer for it. Oh my, who's that beside you? She looks just like you. Is she your sister? Who'd have thought you'd bring a kid along to show off and still fail miserably? How embarrassing. You're setting a terrible example for the child. What nonsense are you spouting?" In an instant, Liang Qiu stepped out from behind Liang Qiu Feng, a hint of displeasure flickering in her eyes. Before Liang Qiu could finish, Liang Qiu Feng raised his hand to silence her. Just as he was entering the phone number, a hauntingly alluring footstep slowly approached. Then, Liang Qiu Feng heard an annoyed voice, "What are you all doing? Making such a racket in the middle of the day? Haven't I told you? Noon is nap time. Rest properly and don't disturb others." At that instant, the women before Liang Qiu Feng instantly stiffened, their necks tensing as they fell silent. The woman who had just mocked Liang Qiu Feng turned her head toward the distance, her face immediately breaking into a smile. "Sis Qiao, someone came over to cause trouble. I gave him a piece of my mind and told him to leave. Sis Qiao, you should go back and rest. It's fine, we've got this covered." Hearing this, the woman's expression shifted slightly. She quickened her pace and approached. At that moment, Liang Qiu Feng also caught sight of the woman approaching. She wore a white blouse and a black pencil skirt that hugged her curves, her figure dazzlingly striking. The sheer black stockings on her legs, hinting at the flesh beneath, stirred Liang Qiu Feng's imagination. She wore red high heels, her alluring appearance suggesting she was around 30 years old. Her lips were painted a deep crimson, her nose exquisitely defined, and especially her eyes like peach blossoms radiated an alluring charm. She arched an eyebrow, flicked her hair, and narrowed her eyes at Liang Qiu Feng. But quickly, she adopted a respectful tone. "Hello, young man. Judging by your age, you must be in college. I'll just call you that for now." As she spoke, she extended her hand. "My name is Qiao Hong. I'm the sales manager at the Rose Garden sales office. You can call me Sister Qiao. It's a pleasure to meet you." Hearing Qiao Hong's impeccably polite words, Liang Qiu Feng felt an indescribable satisfaction well up inside him. See? This was what true service attitude looked like. This was how one should interact with others. Qiao Hong's words were like a gentle spring breeze. Liang Qiu Feng extended his hand in return, feeling its smooth, supple texture. This woman clearly devoted considerable effort to her personal care. Simultaneously, he took in her entire figure. A woman with such assets clearly stood out here. No wonder she'd risen to become the sales department manager. Her commanding presence and courteous demeanor alone put her leagues above those earlier individuals. With a chuckle, Liang Qiu Feng said, "Hello, Sister Qiao, Manager Qiao. My name is Liang Qiu Feng. It's a pleasure to meet you." Liang Qiu Feng? For a moment, Qiao Hong froze, staring at Liang Qiu Feng before her with utter bewilderment. Instead, the woman beside her who had just mocked Liang Qiu Feng now looked slightly puzzled and asked, "Sis Qiao, what's wrong? Why are you chatting with him? This guy dressed like that, and when he came over earlier, he said he was here to pick up a property deed? That's hilarious. We see so many people at Rose Garden every day. Some just want to come in for the air conditioning, or take a look around, or film videos. I get all that. But honestly, I've been here over a year, and this is the first time I've seen someone as cheap and tacky as him. He wants to show off, take pictures for his social media, yet can't even be bothered to dress himself properly. It's laughable." Smack! Before the woman could finish her sentence, a sharp slap landed on her face. 18 what? The stunning young woman is a private butler? Please vote. The woman clutched her stinging cheek in shock, then stared at Xiao Hong in disbelief, her eyes filled with confusion. Sis Xiao, why did you hit me? What did I do to you? Xiao Hong's gaze was cold as she stared at the woman. She pointed outside and said icily, You're fired, effective immediately. Go to the finance department to collect your final paycheck and get out of here. Rose Garden no longer welcomes you. Furthermore, I will disclose your personal information within Beijing's real estate circles. Don't expect to survive in Beijing's real estate sales circles from now on. The woman stared at Xiao Hong in shock, her face frozen in disbelief. Sis Xiao, what did I do wrong? I just said a few things about him. Didn't I just call him a penniless bumpkin, a country bumpkin? Was I wrong? Look at the outfit he's wearing now. I doubt the whole thing cost more than $100 online. With his shabby appearance coming to our rose garden, I was afraid he'd dirty our carpets. Was I wrong to say that? Enough. Xiao Hong instantly cut him off with a sharp command, then coldly stated, Do you know who he is? He is Mr. Liang Qiu Feng. Villa 17 in Rose Garden belongs to him. This morning, he just completed the official transfer of ownership. He is now the owner of that place. What? The woman froze in shock upon hearing Xiao Hong's words. Behind her, the crowd who had just been mocking Liang Qiu Feng began to panic. None of them had imagined that this shabbily dressed youth, who looked like he'd just started college, was actually the owner of Villa 17 in Rose Garden. After all, Villa 17 in Rose Garden had been on the market for over half a year. Its 75 million yuan price tag, while not exorbitant in the capital, was still beyond the reach of most. And today, they had heard the news that Villa 17 had been sold into none other than this very penniless beggar they had just mocked. The woman stared in disbelief, glancing from Xiao Hong to Liang Qiu Feng before blurting out in shock, Sis Xiao, you're not mistaken, are you? How could he possibly? Whether I got it wrong or not, do I need you to lecture me? Xiao Hong's voice instantly turned as cold as ice, not loud, but filled with an attitude that brooked no argument. Then she added coldly, Didn't you hear what I just said? Did I not tell you to get out of here right now? I don't want to see you here. Or, do you want me to call security to throw you out? Faced with Xiao Hong's unyielding stance, the woman finally realized she'd hit a brick wall. She shot a furious glance at Liang Qiu Feng, then at Xiao Hong, before swaying her hips angrily as she stormed out. The next second, the heel of her shoe snapped clean off. Furious, she kicked the broken shoe toward the trash bin and walked out barefoot. Watching the woman leave, Xiao Hong turned back to the other subordinates standing nearby. Her voice was cold as she said, I heard clearly just now. It wasn't only Lu Lily mocking this gentleman. Who else was there? I advise you to come forward now. Otherwise, don't wait until I review the surveillance footage and find out who else mocked this gentleman. Mark my words, I, Xiao Hong, won't let them off the hook. At her words, 3 female sales staff stepped forward, all keeping their heads bowed, unable to meet her gaze. Xiao Hong swept her gaze over them, her eyes flashing with displeasure. She spoke slowly, all 3 of you, your bonuses for this quarter are revoked. If you're dissatisfied, go get your paycheck and get out. If you accept this, then apologize to this gentleman. After a moment of hesitation, the 3 approached Liang Qiu Feng, bowed deeply, and said with feigned remorse, Mr. Liang Qiu Feng, we apologize. It was our fault for offending you. Liang Qiu Feng had stood there all alone, observing everything with cold indifference. It wasn't that he deliberately wanted to appear aloof, it was simply his first time encountering such a situation. The shift in his status had left him momentarily overwhelmed. But soon, he gave a faint nod. Xiao Hong, seeing this, felt as if she'd been granted a pardon. She hurriedly ordered everyone to get out and go rest. Then, looking at Liang Qiu Feng, she said respectfully, Mr. Liang, I truly didn't expect you to come at this time. I sincerely apologize for letting you witness such a disgraceful state of affairs in our sales office. But at the same time, I am deeply grateful to you. If you hadn't appeared today, I might never have uncovered these parasites within our sales office. Xiao Hong reintroduced herself. My name is Xiao Hong, manager of the sales department. Turning slightly toward Liang Qiu Feng, Xiao Hong raised her hand, gesturing for him to step inside. Liang Qiu Feng nodded slightly and began walking in slowly. He held Liang Qiu's hand, meeting her curious gaze, unsure what to say. As they walked along, Xiao Hong spoke slowly. This morning, I received a call from company leadership. He informed me that Villa 17 had been sold to a Mr. Liang Qiu Feng. At first, I thought this gentleman might be some newly arrived businessman or renowned entrepreneur from the capital. Little did I expect to see you looking so young. Liang Qiu Feng gave a faint smile, saying nothing more. Soon, the 2 stepped into Xiao Hong's office. Liang Qiu Feng handed over his ID card. After verifying his identity, Xiao Hong felt even more certain. As she had just said, she never imagined that the person who bought Villa 17, that villa worth 75 million, would be so young. But Xiao Hong's rise to this position was no accident. She was never one to judge by appearances, so she harbored no particular resentment toward Liang Qiu Feng. She handled all the paperwork with due respect. Shortly after, Xiao Hong approached Liang Qiu Feng carrying a large box. Mr. Liang Qiu, all your paperwork has been finalized. Additionally, you have already paid the property fees for the next 50 years this morning. For the next 5 decades, you will not need to pay any further fees. As the sales manager, I will now serve as your villa's personal butler. Should you require anything in the future, please feel free to contact me directly. As she spoke, Xiao Hong handed him her business card, which featured her WeChat QR code. As Liang Qiu Feng looked at the card she offered, he raised his head slightly. He noticed the alluring curves of her chest as she bent at a 45-degree angle. But Liang Qiu Feng didn't linger on the sight. He merely glanced at it briefly before taking the card from her hand, scanning the QR code, and adding her on WeChat. Then, at Xiao Hong's invitation, Liang Qiu Feng stepped outside. Stepping out of the sales office, Xiao Hong waved her hand. Beside them, a security guard drove up in a golf cart. Xiao Hong climbed aboard, and the vehicle carried both Liang Qiu and Liang Qiu Feng toward Villa 17. 19 The life of the wealthy grand villas. Seeking gold tickets. Mr. Liang Qiu, this is Villa 17, which will soon be yours. Your residence, Villa 17, ranks among the top 3 villas in the Rose Garden. It boasts stunning scenery with lake views ahead, spanning over 1,000 square meters of usable space. The structure features 3 above-ground floors and 1 basement level, complete with a garden, elevator, parking spaces, independent utilities, and heating. Plus, you'll have me as your personal butler. Hearing Xiao Hong's words, Liang Qiu Feng lifted his head to look at her. She gazed at him now, her eyes seeming to hold a hint of affection, which puzzled him. He couldn't help but wonder if Xiao Hong had misunderstood something. In truth, Xiao Hong was slightly surprised by Liang Qiu Feng. She hadn't expected such a young man to own a villa worth 75 million yuan. She wondered if he might be the son of some wealthy tycoon. But after careful consideration, Xiao Hong couldn't think of anyone in the capital or surrounding provinces who fit that description. The compound surname Liang Qiu was quite rare. Then she noticed the little girl holding Liang Qiu Feng's hand. Xiao Hong guessed she must be his sister. With that, Xiao Hong took out her keys, unlocked the iron gate to the villa's courtyard, pushed it open, and guided Liang Qiu Feng inside. Liang Qiu Feng walked with his daughter Liang Qiu, stopping now and then to look left and right. They passed the garden, the pond, and even 2 or 3 separate parking spaces. Swiping his card again, he opened the door and stepped inside the villa, which was now fully decorated. Xiao Hong chuckled softly, her expression turning serious as she explained, Mr. Liang Qiu, this villa features premium finishes and the finest materials throughout. The entire renovation, including the exterior landscaping, cost nearly 10 million. You can move in with just your suitcase, rest assured. I only took over this villa last year, and the renovation was just completed the year before last. We had it professionally cleaned just last month. Furthermore, should you have any questions regarding the villa in the future, or need assistance finding a housekeeper or anything else, feel free to reach out to me. As your personal butler, I'm here to handle anything you need. For some reason, when Xiao Hong uttered the phrase anything at all, Liang Qiu Feng found himself harboring a different thought. After hesitating for a moment, he shook his head to dismiss the thought. He was thoroughly satisfied. The entire villa boasted 6 bedrooms, 2 separate study rooms, a dedicated living room on each floor, and even an indoor swimming pool on the first floor. Beneath it all lay a massive fitness center. Such lavish amenities left Liang Qiu Feng thoroughly impressed, and he was equally pleased that the system had granted him this villa. Thinking back to the dilapidated house he had lived in before, and then looking around here now, what kind of life had he been living before? The shift in status and living environment left Liang Qiu Feng feeling somewhat emotional. Daddy, I really love it here. Liang Qiu bounded down the stairs, jumping up and down as she called out instinctively. Just then, Xiao Hong was about to say something to Liang Qiu Feng when she suddenly heard Liang Qiu's exclamation. She froze for a moment. Her eyes instinctively darted to Liang Qiu Feng, sending a chill through her. How could this boy who looked barely 18 or 19 have a 5-year-old daughter? That was impossible. But then she thought, could it be that Liang Qiu Feng just looks incredibly young? Maybe he's actually close to 30? No, Xiao Hong suddenly recalled seeing Liang Qiu Feng's ID card clearly stating he was just over 18. Could this be an adopted child? If that were the case, Xiao Hong's impression of Liang Qiu Feng would change dramatically to be this wealthy and still choose to adopt a child? What a kind, upright, and rich young man he must be. Liang Qiu Feng had intended to explain, but then realized the more he tried, the more tangled it would become. He decided to drop it, simply lifting Liang Qiu into his arms. He raised his hand to gently rub her little nose, chuckling softly, all right. As long as you like it. Little did he know that Xiao Hong had already spun an elaborate fantasy in her mind, elevating Liang Qiu Feng's status to unimaginable heights. After a quick inspection to confirm everything was in order and all facilities were operational, Liang Qiu Feng thanked Xiao Hong. He took the various documents and placed them in his study. He then boarded the shuttle bus back to the sales office entrance. After bidding Xiao Hong farewell, Liang Qiu Feng drove away. Gazing at the Koenigsegg, a luxury vehicle nearing 30 million yuan in value, Xiao Hong narrowed her eyes, lost in her own thoughts. After a moment, she walked back into the sales office. Lu Lily had already been fired earlier, leaving only the other sales staff behind. Xiao Hong frowned and said coldly, "How many times have I told you not to judge people by their appearance? Today is a lesson for all of you." From now on, I don't want this kind of thing happening again. Otherwise, be careful, I'll make sure every last one of you is out on your ass. The sales staff immediately nodded respectfully at her words, none daring to show the slightest reluctance. Xiao Hong then turned her gaze outside the sales office. The spot where Liang Qiu Feng had parked moments ago was now empty. She stood there, lost in her own thoughts. What no one knew was that at the entrance of the rose garden, Lu Lily stood there, watching Liang Qiu Feng drive away. Lu Lily narrowed her eyes, spat venomously, then pulled out her phone to make a call. Brother Chang, it's me, Lily. I need to meet with you. Is that possible? Daddy, are we going to find mommy now? Sitting in the car as they drove along the road, Liang Qiu Feng heard his daughter's words and nodded gently. Yes, we're going to find your mom. First, we'll grab something to eat with mom, then this afternoon she'll take you shopping for clothes. If there's anything you want, remember to tell mom dad will pay for it. Yay, yay. Liang Qiu clapped her hands happily. But soon, a hint of gloom crept into her expression. While waiting at the traffic light, Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but ask with a hint of curiosity, what's wrong, yaya? Why did you suddenly get sad? 20 failed constipation for 2 weeks? Vicious system. Seeking gold tickets. Liang Qiu pouted, tapping her fingers together repeatedly. Then, with a sorrowful expression, she said, Yaya remembered how dad and mom had a huge fight over money before. Yaya knows that even though our home is pretty nice, I understand that you and mom face enormous pressure in your daily lives. You've sacrificed so much for money. Yaya wonders, if I ask for something else, will it make things even harder for you and mom? At this point, Liang Qiu turned to look at Liang Qiu Feng and hurriedly added, Yaya doesn't want anything else. Yaya just wants you and mom to be with me. As long as we can be happy together, as long as you don't leave me behind again, that's all I ask, okay? In that instant, Liang Qiu Feng froze. A sudden wave of emotion made his nose sting, and something seemed to catch in his throat. He never imagined this little girl, Liang Qiu, could be so understanding. He finally understood that everything the system had told him before wasn't a lie. At 24, fresh out of Beijing University, he had entered a major tech company for an internship with lofty ambitions. Yet 3 years of corporate life had worn away his sharp edges. Then came the layoffs, and he was dismissed. After years of ups and downs, he met Jiang Yumeng. Their relationship was decent, and they had a daughter. But by age 35, the weight of life's pressures suddenly crushed Liang Qiu Feng. Unemployment anxiety, mortgage stress, arguments with his wife, and now the issue of Liang Qiu's schooling. It felt like his entire life was trapped in a web of difficulties. After pondering for a moment, Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He finally understood how fortunate it was that Liang Qiu could be their daughter. The little girl was truly sensible, always able to understand the immense pressure and suffering her parents himself and Jiang Yumeng endured. Seeing such a well-behaved and understanding child, Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but think how utterly worthless he had been in his previous life. Faced with the challenge of securing her education, Liang Qiu Feng felt utterly helpless. He had even suggested that Jiang Yumeng quit her job and take her back to their hometown to attend school. Though he knew that with Liang Qiu's gentle and sensible nature, her future prospects shouldn't be too bad, Liang Qiu Feng now wanted to give her the very best. Suddenly, Liang Qiu Feng smiled, raised his hand to ruffle Jiang Yumeng's hair, and chuckled, Don't worry, yeah. Our family's situation is better now, and daddy has money. So in the future, if there's anything you want to buy, you won't have to worry about it. This afternoon, mom will take you shopping for the clothes you want. If you want any toys, just go ahead and buy them. Daddy will pay. Daddy will cover it. Really? Liang Qiu asked cautiously. Seeing Liang Qiu Feng nod firmly, her eyes instantly lit up with excitement. Yay! And so, Liang Qiu danced and cheered excitedly in the car. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly, started the car, and headed toward Capital University. The engine hummed steadily as the car entered the campus of Capital University. Rolling up the window, Liang Qiu Feng observed countless freshmen beginning their second day of enrollment today. Many even caught sight of the luxury vehicle he was driving. All eyes were instantly drawn to the luxury vehicle. Soon, Liang Qiu Feng parked the car in the university parking lot. As soon as he stepped out, he took Liang Qiu's hand. She pouted and asked, Daddy, are we going to stay at the villa tonight? Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly. Of course. Tonight, the two of us will be moving into the villa. After saying this, Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but think to himself that he really did need to prepare for moving into the villa. Although the villa was fully equipped with every conceivable amenity from bed linens, duvet covers, and quilts to toiletries, Liang Qiu Feng knew his rented apartment back home still held many of his personal belongings. Among them were items his parents had left behind from their own lives. Many of those items were still perfectly usable, and his parents cherished them, hoping they could be used for as long as possible. To this day, Liang Qiu Feng still clung to his frugal nature. He believed money should be spent freely on necessary things, but restraint was needed for unnecessary expenses. But at that moment, the clever little girl Liang Qiu caught on, just the two of us? Dad, aren't you planning to bring mom with us? Is mom still mad at me? Does that mean she hasn't forgiven me yet? Dad, can't you ask mom to come back home with us? Can't we all live together? Ah, well. Liang Qiu Feng froze, taken aback by how clingy this little girl Liang Qiu was toward him and Jiang Yumeng. How on earth had they spoiled this little girl rotten over the next decade or so? Even now, Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but wonder if he really did what this little girl suggested tonight, wouldn't he? End up sharing a bed with Jiang Yumeng tonight. Whoa! He'd never shared a bed with another girl in his entire life, let alone the campus beauty of Capital University, Jiang Yumeng. Jiang Yumeng still lived in the dorms. If she wanted to go out, wouldn't she inevitably face gossip? Liang Qiu Feng's mind began to wrestle with how he would explain this situation to Liang Qiu. But just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Mission issued, persuade your wife to return home and accompany your daughter. Success reward, God-tier athletic talent. Failure reward, can't even handle this? 2 weeks of constipation. Choke on it. Liang Qiu Feng's mouth twitched. Damn system, Your ing awful. Such a vicious failure reward? Besides, Liang Qiu Feng had been fretting over how to convince Liang Qiu that her mother couldn't return to live at the villa together. Now, the system was directly forcing him to persuade Jiang Yumeng? You've got the wrong target, you jerk. For a moment, Liang Qiu Feng felt a wave of bitterness wash over him, utterly at a loss. Sigh. He sighed inwardly, resignedly thinking, looks like I have no choice but to go persuade Jiang Yumeng. As for tonight, whether he'd end up lying in bed with Jiang Yumeng, keeping Liang Qiu company as she slept, he'd just have to take it one step at a time. Hello, classmate. Just then, a sweet voice suddenly rang out. 21 wanna hook up with a rich guy? Find Ma Yisheng. Seeking gold tickets. Liang Qiu Feng froze for a moment before turning his head. A girl appeared beside him, likely a freshman with twin ponytails, her eyes and brows radiating an air of charm. She wore an adorable anime-style Lolita dress and carried a large suitcase. The girl noticed Liang Qiu Feng turning and saw the little girl Liang Qiu holding his hand. After a moment's thought, she smiled sweetly and asked in a soft voice, "Excuse me, is this your car?" Liang Qiu Feng nodded. "Yes, it is. What can I do for you?" Instantly, Liang Qiu Feng noticed a vibrant sparkle ignite in the girl's eyes. She then approached him with a cheerful smile, adding with a hint of coyness, "Hey, you're a freshman too, right?" Liang Qiu Feng was completely baffled, unsure why the girl was acting this way. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded. "Yes, I'm a freshman too. Is there something you need?" The girl chuckled softly. "Oh, nothing much. It's just that I have a lot of luggage. Could you help me out? It's too heavy. You know, as a girl, I definitely can't carry all this by myself. Please, classmate, I'm begging you." Seeing her pleading expression, complete with a pout and a wink, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled. "But I saw you carrying that suitcase up the steps like the wind when I entered the campus gate just now. That's right, you look like a martial artist. Are you an athletic student? Why are you suddenly so weak and helpless now? If you're going to put on an act, at least make it convincing." Liang Qiu Feng teased. The girl hesitated, speechless, frozen in place. She never imagined Liang Qiu Feng would see right through her act. She then adopted a feigned look of helplessness and urgency. "Classmate, I only had a little strength earlier. Now I'm completely drained. My arms hurt so badly." As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeve, revealing her fair, taut skin to Liang Qiu Feng. Her eyes shifted as she pleaded again, "Please, classmate, help me out. I really can't carry this anymore." As she spoke, she reached out to grab Liang Qiu Feng's hand, swaying it back and forth. But at that moment, Liang Qiu Feng instinctively took half a step back, pulling Liang Qiu away from the spot. As they left, he called back over her shoulder, "Hey, if you're looking to hook up with a rich guy or find a boyfriend, go find someone else. I hear there's a rich kid at Capital University named Ma Yisheng. He's pretty decent. As for me, I already have someone I like." With that, Liang Qiu Feng walked away with Liang Qiu, leaving the girl staring after them with a look of stunned and unwilling resignation. The girl watched Liang Qiu Feng's retreating figure, a flash of resentment flickering in her eyes. Turning to look at the Koenigsegg, she didn't know what kind of car it was, but it looked incredibly expensive at first glance. She even snapped a photo with her phone and posted it online immediately. Before long, the Beijing University Forum exploded with activity. Both enrolled students and those yet to arrive for registration were stunned, their discussions growing heated. "Holy crap, is that a Koenigsegg? The one with only 300 units produced worldwide? Holy cow, this thing must cost at least 30 million yuan domestically. Who on earth is this? Did some city tycoon's son enroll at our university this year? He's got serious money. Holy cow, Opie, is this even your car? What department are you in? What's your name? Can we be friends? Judging by your profile pic, you must be a girl. Could you be the daughter of some tycoon?" As one reply after another flooded in below, the girl narrowed her eyes. She looked up, only to find Liang Qiu Feng had already vanished from sight. But it didn't diminish her thoughts of Liang Qiu Feng. Her thoughts raced, a luxury sports car worth over 30 million. If I could become his girlfriend, then wouldn't that mean? The mere thought made her giggle softly. More and more students around her turned their attention to the scene, pointing at the Koenigsegg and murmuring among themselves. Seeing this, the girl hurriedly grabbed her suitcase and frantically chased after Liang Qiu Feng along the path he had just taken, hoping to find him. Beijing University covered an enormous area. It took Liang Qiu Feng and Liang Qiu a full 20 to 30 minutes of walking before they finally arrived at the base of a building. This was one of the female dormitory buildings. Liang Qiu Feng took out his phone and dialed Jiang Yumeng first. Soon, the call connected. Jiang Yumeng's voice sounded slightly hesitant as she answered, "Hello, Liang Qiu Feng. What's wrong?" For a moment, Liang Qiu Feng seemed to detect hesitation in her words, along with a hint of something else. After a moment's thought, Liang Qiu Feng smiled and said, "Nothing much. Your daughter and I are downstairs right now. Come down quickly. I'll take you to eat something good. You haven't had lunch yet, have you?" Inside the dorm room, Jiang Yumeng hurriedly got out of bed and stood by the window. Sure enough, she saw Liang Qiu Feng downstairs. A wave of sadness washed over Jiang Yumeng. She'd been trapped in a cycle of self-doubt and internal conflict, convinced that all this turmoil stemmed from Liang Qiu Feng's earlier question. She couldn't figure out how to handle Liang Qiu Yu's sudden appearance. Jiang Yumeng didn't know how she could provide Liang Qiu Yu with the life she deserved, when even her own life was uncertain. Suddenly, she felt an urge to escape these troubles. But just then, her stomach growled loudly. "Hey, what are you doing? I can see you, Jiang Yumeng. Come down already. You weren't secretly eating lunch by yourself, were you?" Liang Qiu Feng teased from the other end of the phone. "I'm not," Jiang Yumeng replied, rubbing her flat stomach and sighing before agreeing. "Alright, I'll come down now. Just wait a moment." After hanging up, Jiang Yumeng opened the wardrobe beside her, glanced at the clothes inside, and casually changed into a clean outfit. Naturally beautiful enough to be considered campus queen material, her bare face was undeniably stunning. She didn't even bother with makeup before leaving the dorm. Just as she opened the door, she bumped into two roommates returning from outside with takeout in hand. 22 What a sweetheart. Perfect timing. Please vote. Spotting Jiang Yumeng heading out, they enthusiastically asked, "Hey, Yumeng, where are you off to?" The two roommates were named Tang Xian and Zhang Huanhuan. Hearing their question, Jiang Yumeng forced a smile and replied, "Nothing much, just grabbing a bite to eat. You two hurry up and finish your meal." "Oh, alright. Hey, listen up." Zhang Huanhuan grabbed Jiang Yumeng's arm and gossiped, "Some rich kid just showed up at our university. The campus forum's gone wild. Apparently there's a 30 million yuan Koenigsegg supercar parked in the lot. Holy cow. 30 million? No clue whose son it is. Spending 30 million on a transportation tool for his son? His net worth must be beyond our wildest imaginations." Jiang Yumeng listened to Zhang Huanhuan's animated account, observing her vivid expressions. She fell silent for a moment, offering no response. After a moment's thought, she gave a dry chuckle and left the area, heading down the stairs. Soon, she reached the dormitory entrance. After glancing around, she approached Liang Qiu Feng. The three of them walked toward the school gates together. Liang Qiu Yu skipped along beside them, calling out, "Mommy, mommy. Why aren't you holding Yeye's hand? Don't you love Yeye anymore?" Jiang Yumeng hesitated slightly but still reached out to take Liang Qiu Yu's hand. She then turned to Liang Qiu Feng and asked curiously, "Liang Qiu Feng, my roommate just mentioned someone posted pictures of your Koenigsegg on the school forum. Was that you?" Liang Qiu Feng shook his head. "No way. Do you really think I'd post something like that to show off? I'd rather keep a low profile. Sigh, it's just that I only have this one car right now. I'd love to be low-key too." Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's words, Jiang Yumeng didn't know what to say. "Wow, look. That's Jiang Yumeng, our campus beauty from Beijing University," someone whispered nearby. "Hey, isn't that guy next to her Liang Qiu Feng? Looks like it. Someone posted yesterday saying Liang Qiu Feng became the undisputed freshman heartthrob on the very first day of orientation. Oh, it's him. He does look pretty handsome though. He looks so bright and handsome. Wouldn't it be great if he were my boyfriend? Come on, didn't you see yesterday's post?" Jiang Yumeng and Liang Qiu Feng were spotted riding in the same car at Koenigsegg, no less. Guess Liang Qiu Feng is some rich kid from a prominent family, transferred from Beijing University to take over the family business after graduation. With our family background, hoping to date someone like him? That's just wishful thinking. As they walked, Liang Qiu Feng frowned upon hearing the constant buzz of gossip from passing students. He hadn't expected that in just one day, he and Jiang Yumeng would become such a big topic within Beijing University's circles. Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but think that he truly wished to maintain a low profile during his studies. He even considered that if he really ended up living in the Rose Garden and commuting back and forth to school, he would indeed need some form of transportation. But driving the Koenigsegg was a bit too flashy. Should he buy another car? Before long, they arrived at the parking lot. Perhaps the excitement had worn off, or maybe everyone was busy with their entrance exams. The area had grown noticeably quieter. The three of them got into the car without delay and promptly left the school grounds. The car soon arrived at a shopping mall near Rose Garden. Liang Qiu Feng wasn't ready to tell Jiang Yumeng about the rose garden just yet. The car pulled over quickly. Liang Qiu Feng glanced at Jiang Yumeng, who was about to get out, and chuckled softly. Jiang Yumeng, who was about to step out, paused in surprise. "Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face?" Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly. "Not exactly, but the word beautiful is written all over your face." Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's sweet words, Jiang Yumeng's cheeks flushed slightly. She shot him a disapproving look, then flashed him a seductive glance that left him utterly mesmerized. Then she teased him, "How did you learn to be so smooth-talking? Our daughter's right behind us, don't let her pick up bad habits. When she grows up, she absolutely mustn't turn out like you." Liang Qiu Feng retorted, "Why not? Her dad here is a top student at Capital University. I ranked first in my class at our university and was a top student in all of Beijing. How could being her dad make me look bad?" Liang Qiu Feng glanced at Jiang Yumeng again, gestured toward the armrest compartment, and said, "Open the armrest compartment. There's a gift for you inside." Jiang Yumeng hesitated slightly before instinctively opening the armrest compartment. When she saw the unopened Yaoyao leading mate's 60RS extraordinary master phone inside, she froze for a moment. Though her family was poor, she knew a thing or two about phones. The Yaoyao brand had been trending online this year, and she recognized this model instantly. She knew full well that this phone was extremely expensive. In an instant, Jiang Yumeng turned to Liang Qiu Feng, her eyes wide with shock. "Where did you get the money to buy this phone?" "Wait, hold on." Suddenly, Jiang Yumeng realized. If Liang Qiu Feng could afford to drive a luxury car worth 30 million yuan, what was a phone costing over 10,000 yuan? Jiang Yumeng placed the phone back and said, "You wouldn't be saying this is a gift for me, would you?" "I don't want it." Liang Qiu Feng froze, asking, "Why not?" Jiang Yumeng lowered her head, her eyes betraying a hint of inferiority. Seeing her mood, Liang Qiu Feng felt a vague pang of sadness in his heart. But he quickly chuckled and said, "Take it. I bought this phone for you anyway. I bought one for myself too. Your phone is so slow, I can't even get your attention when I talk to you. Switch to the new phone. After we finish eating, take your daughter to buy a couple of outfits, and get yourself a couple too. You should dress up nicely for yourself." Jiang Yumeng instantly shot Liang Qiu Feng a defiant look and retorted, "Am I not pretty?" Liang Qiu Feng instantly realized he'd said the wrong thing, not expecting Jiang Yumeng to naturally throw a little tantrum at him right then. He quickly replied, "Beautiful. You're the most beautiful." Little Liang Qiu chimed in from behind, "Exactly. Mom, you're the most beautiful woman in both my and Dad's hearts." Hearing her daughter's words, Jiang Yumeng couldn't help but chuckle. After much internal struggle, unable to withstand Liang Qiu Feng and her daughter's persistent persuasion, Jiang Yumeng finally accepted the phone. 23. You're responsible for me now. Please vote. Half an hour later, the three arrived at a restaurant upstairs. After ordering their meals, Liang Qiu Feng also got Jiang Yumeng a takeout bubble tea. The little girl went off to pick out desserts. Liang Qiu Feng looked at Jiang Yumeng across the table and said, "Miss Jiang, I could tell even back in school that your eyes were always filled with worry. What's wrong? Is it because you don't get along with your roommates?" Jiang Yumeng shook her head. Liang Qiu Feng pressed further, "Then what is it? Is there trouble at home?" Jiang Yumeng shook her head again, which only left Liang Qiu Feng even more baffled. He asked curiously, "Then what is it? Would you mind telling me? Maybe I can help." Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's words, Jiang Yumeng froze for a moment. She was genuinely touched by his sincerity. She understood all too well that what he had said earlier was something she would inevitably have to face. Because of Liang Qiu's existence, the two of them had no choice but to accept their relationship as husband and wife. Though they hadn't yet become lovers, let alone obtained a marriage certificate, it seemed inevitable that this would happen sooner or later. So now, Jiang Yumeng could only gradually try to come together with him because of Liang Qiu's presence, for Liang Qiu's sake. Having never been in a relationship before, Jiang Yumeng lacked any experience in this area and didn't know how to handle Liang Qiu Feng's feelings for her. After much internal struggle, Jiang Yumeng finally sighed. "Actually, ever since you called me today, I've been thinking about how to tell our daughter." At this point, Jiang Yumeng hesitated. The words "our daughter" felt incredibly awkward to utter. Yet she understood clearly that this was her new identity going forward, a reality she couldn't escape, no matter how much she might resist. She continued, "I've been thinking about how to provide our daughter with a good life. You can see for yourself how plainly I'm dressed. Our family's financial situation is extremely difficult. I only have 800 yuan in spending money each month. The phone I just took off has been with me for ages. I couldn't even bring myself to replace it when the screen cracked. In my situation, how could I possibly provide a good life for our daughter? I even found myself wishing she could go back in time. Then I'd have the chance to grow and develop, find a better job, improve myself, and eventually give our daughter a better life." Seeing Jiang Yumeng's earnest expression, Liang Qiu Feng noticed tears welling up in her eyes. He understood her pain all too well. He too had endured hardship. Until just yesterday, the financial circumstances of Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng's families were practically identical. If not for the system appearing, if not for seeing real money and various items filling his pockets, Liang Qiu Feng would likely still be feeling the same as Jiang Yumeng right now. But times had changed. Liang Qiu Feng reached out, intending to grasp Jiang Yumeng's hand, but hesitated and stopped himself. Then he chuckled softly. Why worry? Don't you have me? Jiang Yumeng froze for a moment before suddenly realizing. Despite his plain clothes, Liang Qiu Feng seemed quite wealthy enough to buy them both phones worth over 20,000 yuan combined. Liang Qiu Feng continued, since our daughter has already traveled through time to be with us, and since we've both been confirmed as her parents, her future development and indeed, our own lives will be shaped by what we build together. Yumeng, I understand you're still struggling to accept this role and find your footing. But I'm here for everything now. You can rest assured. As for our daughter? Whatever she wants in the future, whatever she wants to eat, whatever she wants to wear, I'll buy it. For now, let's just focus on studying hard at school. We'll worry about the future when it comes. I can promise you this, for at least the next few years, you won't have to worry about her schooling, and her living conditions will never be inadequate. Plus, tonight I'll give you a surprise. Jiang Yumeng couldn't help but look at Liang Qiu Feng curiously. What kind of surprise? Liang Qiu Feng chuckled. I said it's a surprise. I'll tell you tonight. If I told you now, it wouldn't be a surprise anymore. Oh, and pick up a couple nice outfits for our daughter later. Also, she's been pestering me all day, saying she wants you to sleep with her tonight. Jiang Yumeng stared at him in shock, pointing at herself and then at Liang Qiu, who was picking out desserts in the distance. My daughter wants me to sleep with her? I take her back to my dorm? What if my roommates find out? How am I supposed to explain that? Liang Qiu Feng shook his head at that moment. Not in the dorm. To my place. In an instant, the exceptionally perceptive Jiang Yumeng understood the unspoken meaning behind Liang Qiu Feng's words. Her face flushed crimson in an instant. Liang Qiu Feng added, and my daughter said. She wants both of us to sleep with her. After he finished speaking, Jiang Yumeng's face turned as red as a ripe apple, even more flushed than before. She lowered her head, fiddling with the hem of her shirt, and mumbled, I've never been in a relationship. Hearing Jiang Yumeng's sweet, girlish words, Liang Qiu Feng felt his heart melt instantly. But he gave a bitter smile. Me neither. This is my first love too. You're going to have to take responsibility for me. Ha? Jiang Yumeng snapped out of it and glared at Liang Qiu Feng. Liang Qiu Feng, what do you mean? What do you mean I'm responsible for you? You're my first love. Am I not your first love? I haven't even made you responsible for me yet. And so, these two freshmen, a man and a woman who had a child but had never dated, stood face to face, gazing at each other. Both their cheeks flushed slightly at that moment. Tap tap tap. Just then, Liang Qiu returned running with the pastries. With a little push, she hopped straight onto the chair. She then divided the pastries into 3 portions, pushing them toward Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng respectively. Daddy and Mommy, eat up. These are all your favorite pastries. Seeing the strawberry cake he adored before him, then glancing at the chocolate cake in front of Jiang Yumeng across from him, Liang Qiu Feng silently noted this preference. He felt deeply touched that his daughter, Liang Qiu, could remember their preferences so clearly. He reached out to ruffle Liang Qiu's hair, then smiled faintly. Soon after, the meal was served. As Liang Qiu Feng ate a large shrimp, he pondered how to persuade Jiang Yumeng to accept the system-assigned sleepover task. Liang Qiu Feng was now quite troubled. After all, the system had tasked him with persuading Jiang Yumeng to accompany Liang Qiu to bed. If he failed, he'd be constipated for 2 whole weeks. 2 whole weeks. Just imagine how unbearable that would be. Just contemplating the system's cruel punishment made Liang Qiu Feng feel like his anus was withering away. Just as he was lost in thought, a delivery person hurried into the restaurant entrance, calling out loudly, "Is the customer with the last digits 9527 here?" Hearing the voice, Jiang Yumeng turned her attention toward the entrance. When no one responded after a long pause, and noticing the delivery person held what appeared to be the same bubble tea brand Liang Qiu Feng had just ordered for her, she turned to him curiously, "Is 9527 yours?" Only then did Liang Qiu Feng snap out of his daze. "Ah, yeah, that's mine. What about it?" Jiang Yumeng pointed at the delivery guy nearby. "He's calling out 9527, who else could it be? Why didn't you raise your hand?" As she uttered the last syllable of hand, Jiang Yumeng let out a soft burp, muffling her words. "Ha?" Liang Qiu Feng froze instantly. "Wait a minute. This plot doesn't quite add up. 20 for the mother of an insecure child. Seeking gold tickets. Swish." Around them, several dining patrons turned their gaze toward the commotion. Everyone stared at Liang Qiu Feng, surprise flickering in their eyes. As if they were saying, "Ha! Such a young guy, so young and already done for?" Meanwhile, Jiang Yumeng seemed to realize her words carried a double meaning. The moment she realized the double meaning, her face flushed instantly. Earlier, Liang Qiu Feng shook his head helplessly before finally raising his hand. Soon after, he took the milk tea and handed it to Jiang Yumeng. Leaning closer, he teased softly, "Didn't I just tell you? I'm a virgin." I don't even know if I'm impotent myself. How can you be so sure? You pervert. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled and returned to his seat. Earlier, he'd whispered those teasing words right into Jiang Yumeng's ear, so Liang Qiu naturally hadn't heard a thing. Nor did Liang Qiu Feng realize that his hot breath, exhaled at such close range, instantly washed over Jiang Yumeng's ear. Feeling that breath wash over her, Jiang Yumeng's cheeks flushed crimson once more. After the family of three had eaten their fill, Jiang Yumeng took Liang Qiu's hand and headed to the third-floor clothing section to browse. It must be said that Jiang Yumeng possessed her own sense of style. Each outfit she selected for Liang Qiu made the little girl appear even more adorable and lively, perfectly showcasing her princess-like charm. The little girl also loved trying on all the new outfits. Mother and daughter wandered around the third floor of the mall, circle after circle. But before long, Liang Qiu stopped in her tracks. Jiang Yumeng looked at her curiously and asked gently, "Yeah, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly stop?" Liang Qiu pointed at the window display of a nearby shop. Then, pouting, she said, Mommy, look at this dress. It's so pretty, so pretty. I feel like if you wore it, you'd be the most beautiful fairy ever." For a moment, Jiang Yumeng froze. She lifted her head to look at the dress displayed in the window. The tassel design and waistline were absolutely perfect. Even though it was currently draped over a mannequin, she could vividly imagine how stunning she would look wearing it herself. The thought of wearing this dress and appearing before her best friend or anyone else, for that matter. A flicker of anticipation stirred within her heart. But then her gaze shifted. She saw the price tag beneath the fringed gown. A dress plus a pair of heels would cost over 6,000 yuan. After a moment's thought, a chill ran through her heart. She couldn't help but wonder, who is she to wear such an expensive outfit? Then, forcing a smile, she said, "Mom, this dress doesn't look good on you. Mom doesn't even like wearing dresses." Nonsense. Before Jiang Yumeng could say another word, Liang Qiu pouted beside her. "Mommy, why would you lie to Yaya? Because every time you tried on dresses at home before, you showed them to Yaya and told her you loved wearing dresses the most. You even hoped Yaya could wear pretty dresses, just like a little princess. How can you say you don't like wearing dresses now?" At that moment, Jiang Yumeng didn't know what to say. She realized her daughter had come from the future. How could she possibly share the same thoughts as her present self? But Liang Qiu was right as a girl who didn't love beauty. Jiang Yumeng herself loved slipping into a pretty dress. To dress herself up like a fairy, like a princess? But dresses were expensive. From childhood onward, to save money and spare her parents the burden of financial strain. After all, boys' clothes were cheaper than girls'. It wasn't until high school that Jiang Yumeng finally began experimenting with dressing like a girl. Yet she had never once worn a dress. Now, Jiang Yumeng's gaze lingered on the flowing fringe dress before her. She felt both envy and anticipation, longing for the day she could wear a dress herself. That would undoubtedly make her exceptionally happy. But definitely not now. With barely over 810 yuan to her name, how could she possibly afford this dress costing over 6,000 yuan? For a moment, Jiang Yumeng froze. She instinctively realized her hand had been seized by Liang Qiu Feng. At that moment, the palm of Liang Qiu Feng's hand touched her wrist. Jiang Yumeng felt as if she'd been electrocuted, a tingling sensation spreading through her entire body. "What are you doing? Liang Qiu Feng, let go." Jiang Yumeng, still reeling from the shock, instinctively shouted. But just then, Liang Qiu Feng pulled her hand and stepped into the shop ahead. As they walked, Liang Qiu Feng spoke gently, "All right, stop trying to be so tough in front of our daughter. I saw the look in your eyes just now. You clearly love wearing skirts. Our daughter said you love wearing skirts the most, so why pretend you don't now?" Exposed by Liang Qiu Feng, Jiang Yumeng felt as if he had seen right through her. She was so embarrassed she wanted the ground to swallow her up. After a long moment, Jiang Yumeng sighed and said, "How could I possibly afford such beautiful dresses? Yaya knows I adore dresses, but how could I possibly afford them now?" No sooner had Jiang Yumeng finished speaking than Liang Qiu Feng pulled a bank card from his pocket. He handed it to the sales assistant following behind him and said, "Charge it. Take down this tasseled maxi dress right now. Let her try it on." "Certainly, sir," the clerk replied promptly before rushing off to process the payment. Jiang Yumeng watched the scene unfold. She stared at Liang Qiu Feng in astonishment and asked, "What are you doing, Liang Qiu Feng? This dress costs over 6,000 yuan. Why are you spending that much money?" However, Jiang Yumeng suddenly froze. She saw Liang Qiu Feng stride over to stand before her, looking down at her from above. Jiang Yumeng met his intense gaze, and gradually, her resolve began to waver. She whispered softly, "I do like the dress, but I wouldn't spend that much money on it." Liang Qiu Feng, we really don't need to spend this much money." Seeing Jiang Yumeng hesitating, Liang Qiu Feng spoke slowly, "Jiang Yumeng, if your daughter fell in love with a truly beautiful dress, and it happened to be very expensive, wouldn't you buy it for her then?" Hearing this, Jiang Yumeng answered without hesitation, "Of course I would. She's my daughter. If I didn't care for or love my own daughter, how could I even call myself a mother?" At this point, Jiang Yumeng couldn't help but laugh awkwardly. 25 upset Jiang Yumeng, you're picking on me again. Please vote. Though I'm only 18 now, my daughter traveled back from 17 years in the future. I truly feel the bond of blood connecting us. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled. So, if you can love your daughter this deeply, why can't you love yourself? I understand you don't have much money, but I do. Though this might sound overly dramatic, I still want to say, since I now have the means to give my daughter a better life and also improve yours, why wouldn't I do it? Jiang Yumeng hesitated. She sensed a hint of affection in Liang Qiu Feng's words. But she knew it wasn't love. It felt more like an attempt to accept the other person, to offer them the best possible care. Soon, the salesperson approached with the receipt. Sir, hello. The total is 6,688 yuan, already processed. Would you like to try on the tasseled dress and heels now? Of course, if anything doesn't fit properly, we can make adjustments for you. Liang Qiu Feng nodded slightly. Alright, let her try them on. After speaking, Liang Qiu Feng glanced at Jiang Yumeng. After hesitating for a moment, she sighed. The salesperson then brought down the tasseled gown and heels. Guided by the attendant, Jiang Yumeng headed toward the fitting room. Liang Qiu Feng sat on the nearby sofa bench with Liang Qiu, waiting patiently. Inside the fitting room, Jiang Yumeng held the newly retrieved tasseled gown in her hands. Countless sequins sparkled across the fabric. The flattering waistline, the silky smooth material, every detail, every exquisite stitching captured Jiang Yumeng's attention. Her daughter was right, and Liang Qiu Feng was right too. She was a girl, after all. How could she not love dresses? In fact, her love for dresses was far stronger than that of many other girls. But growing up, her family's financial situation had never allowed for such indulgences. Until now, Jiang Yumeng had suppressed her heart's yearning for beauty. Yet just now, the little girl Liang Qiu's words had instantly exposed her, and Liang Qiu Feng understood everything at a glance. She never imagined Liang Qiu Feng would spend so much money on her. A complex mix of emotions stirred within her heart. Even though they had started getting to know each other after the child was already conceived, Jiang Yumeng still felt inexpressible emotion and shyness. At a loss for words to describe her current state of mind, she hesitated for a moment before deciding to try on the clothes first. A few minutes later, as Liang Qiu Feng and Liang Qiu were playing a mobile game, the sound of high heels clicking on the floor suddenly echoed through the room. Liang Qiu Feng instinctively looked up and froze on the spot. Standing before him was none other than Jiang Yumeng, dressed in that white gown adorned with pale blue tassels. Her feet were clad in white high heels dotted with faint pink accents. Liang Qiu Feng's eyes widened in shock. Jiang Yumeng was naturally beautiful. Despite growing up in poverty, her figure had developed beautifully curves in all the right places, fair skin every detail now intensifying the stimulation to Liang Qiu Feng's eyes. Particularly her perfectly straight legs, the silhouette hinted at beneath the fringed skirt, and the flat abdomen beneath the tailored waistline. The dress revealed her fair collarbones and slender neck. Suddenly, as if embarrassed by the unexpected beauty of the gown, a faint blush spread across her cheeks. When she caught Liang Qiu Feng's intense gaze, she lowered her head and said shyly, "What are you looking at?" Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly. "Why, I'm admiring how stunning the mother of my child looks. I never imagined this dress would suit you so perfectly." The salesperson nearby was momentarily stunned. She glanced between Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng, then looked at the adorable, lively little girl. Surprise flashed through her mind. Goodness, this young man who looks like he should be in college, already has a child? But then she thought about it, and it seemed somehow plausible. Just look at how handsome and beautiful they both are, with such a lovely, lively, and adorable daughter. They truly complement each other perfectly. Then, the salesperson chuckled, "Ma'am, this tasseled maxi dress is absolutely perfect for you. It feels like it was made just for you. I'm sure you'll turn heads everywhere you go in this dress, guaranteed to get 100% of the attention." "Oh, no. The salesperson realized what she'd said. How could she mention the husband when he was standing right there? She quickly corrected herself. "Your husband will absolutely adore you in this dress." "We're still." Jiang Yumeng trailed off shyly, hesitating to elaborate further. Finally, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly and led Jiang Yumeng away from the store. Walking down the street, Jiang Yumeng's white fringed gown instantly drew the stares of countless passers-by. Everyone couldn't help but glance their way. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled. Jiang Yumeng shot him a disapproving look. Then, she spotted a men's clothing store nearby, its window display filled with trendy outfits. Without hesitation, Jiang Yumeng grabbed Liang Qiu Feng's arm and pulled him inside. "Humph," she declared, "you picked out clothes for me earlier, so now I'll pick out two for you. You need to buy 2 new outfits and replace what you're wearing." Liang Qiu Feng nodded. He had actually come here today specifically to buy clothes for himself. Now that Jiang Yumeng was helping, he was happy to take it easy. So, Jiang Yumeng picked out a slightly extravagant but still tasteful outfit for Liang Qiu Feng, a set that cost just over 1,000 yuan. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but smile. "Wow, kid's mom, tell me, how come I look so handsome?" Jiang Yumeng carefully adjusted his cuffs beside him, then shot him a disapproving look before playfully slapping his shoulder. "How shameless can you be? Liang Qiu Feng, I've noticed you're not only smooth-talking and always cracking dirty jokes, but now you're getting a bit narcissistic too? Liang Qiu Feng leaned in, chuckling. Think I'm disgusting? Then go find the kid a new dad. See if she agrees. Jiang Yumeng pouted, you're picking on me again. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled. He realized. Teasing Jiang Yumeng was truly entertaining. 26 Campus Beauty Jiang, I'm ignoring you. Please vote. Later, under the persistent demands of both father and daughter Liang Qiu Feng and Liang Qiu Yu, Jiang Yumeng selected 3 more outfits for her daily wear. Watching Jiang Yumeng appear before him in dresses, jeans, and various other outfits, Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but feel a flutter in his heart. Men, after all, have the right to admire girls, especially one dubbed the campus beauty of Jingda University. Jiang Yumeng herself possessed striking features and a flawless figure. She was practically a living clothes hanger. Even the salesperson nearby couldn't help but compliment her, asking if she was a model. Amidst the flurry of compliments, Jiang Yumeng gradually lost herself, her smile never fading. It wasn't until she was seated in the car that Jiang Yumeng snapped back to reality. She then remarked, after all our shopping today, it seems like we've spent over 20,000 yuan, right? Liang Qiu Feng pursed his lips. Some money is worth spending. What's the point of saving money if you can't even afford the basic pleasures in life? Jiang Yumeng scratched her head awkwardly. Then Liang Qiu Feng started the car and drove away from the mall. Noticing the route wasn't back toward campus, Jiang Yumeng hesitated and asked, where are we going? Liang Qiu Feng didn't answer, soon arriving at the entrance of the Rose Garden. Watching as Qiao Hong entered his license plate number into the gate system, Liang Qiu Feng felt satisfied and couldn't help but admire her efficiency and capability. He hadn't even given her his license plate number, yet Qiao Hong had already registered the car he was driving. This attention to detail left him thoroughly satisfied. The drive proceeded smoothly, and soon they arrived at the gate of Villa 17. Liang Qiu Feng pressed the button in his pocket, and the villa's courtyard gate slowly swung open. He then drove to the garage door, parked the car inside. Only then did he turn off the engine and prepare to exit. But soon after he and Liang Qiu Yu got out, they found Jiang Yumeng sitting in the passenger seat, looking utterly bewildered. Liang Qiu Feng walked over to the passenger side, tapped the window, opened the door, and teased, Hey, Mrs. Mom, what's up? Why are you just sitting there dazed and confused? Jiang Yumeng looked utterly bewildered, turning her head toward Liang Qiu Feng as stiffly as a rusted bolt. You. I. Liang Qiu Feng rolled his eyes. Did you freeze up? Only then did Jiang Yumeng snap back to reality. She hurriedly got out of the car and stared at the villa before her, utterly incredulous. Is this where you used to live? Jiang Yumeng asked. Liang Qiu Feng shook his head. No. We used to live in that shabby rental. This place? We just finalized the paperwork. It's our new home from now on. Don't you realize what it must have looked like, seeing our daughter living with us day after day in that tiny 10+ square meter rental? Jiang Yumeng didn't know how she got out of the car or how she walked into the villa. Her mind felt like it had frozen, like a computer blue screening. Standing on the villa's first floor, surveying the entire property and scanning every detail inside, it all still felt like a dream. Little Liang Qiu Yu bounced around, exploring every corner. Jiang Yumeng finally snapped back to reality and looked at Liang Qiu Feng, asking, Liang Qiu Feng, what exactly does your family do? How did you get so rich? And this house must be incredibly expensive, right? Liang Qiu Feng was momentarily taken aback. He felt conflicted. After all, he couldn't possibly explain the system to Jiang Yumeng. After much hesitation, he resorted to the cliched excuse of winning the lottery, a hackneyed line straight out of a novel. Jiang Yumeng pursed her lips. Won the lottery? You must have won billions, right? Seeing Liang Qiu Feng nod, Jiang Yumeng covered her mouth and fell silent. Liang Qiu Feng reassured her, all of this comes from legitimate, legal sources. In fact, I've even invested in a company now. As for what kind of company it is, I won't tell you. All you need to know is that I'm very wealthy. Our daughter will have a wonderful life ahead of her. Whatever she desires, we can provide. And you? You'll enjoy your own happy life alongside her. Our lives are about to turn around from this moment on. The investment company excuse was Liang Qiu Feng's way of justifying the steady stream of money that would flow in later. Jiang Yumeng listened to Liang Qiu Feng's words. She should have been thrilled and excited, but instead, she suddenly fell silent. After a moment, she shook her head. Liang Qiu Feng, I understand you might be wealthy and want to give my daughter and me a good life. But I hope you realize that money should be spent sparingly. You've lived through hard times yourself, so you should understand that. Liang Qiu Feng nodded in agreement. He understood perfectly well. Having endured hardship before, he knew money had to be spent sparingly. He knew full well that if the system malfunctioned someday, he might lose everything. By then, regret would be too late. Besides, Liang Qiu Feng had never been one to splurge recklessly since childhood. His guiding principle had always been, spend when necessary, save when it's not. Therefore, the clothes and phone he bought today were actually things Liang Qiu Feng had contemplated for quite some time. He figured that since he now had the means to live here and drive such a luxury car, one needed to elevate their presence. He couldn't very well walk the streets daily in cheap 100 yuan clothes, facing others' mockery. This wasn't exactly the way to keep a low profile. At the same time, Liang Qiu Feng grew even more satisfied with Jiang Yumeng before him. He sensed her remarkably sound values and couldn't help wondering, could this very reason be why he and Jiang Yumeng might end up together in the future? With their worldviews so perfectly aligned, they truly seemed like a match made in heaven. Suddenly, Jiang Yumeng spoke again, and I'll tell you this, we only started trying to be together after we had our daughter. I'm not actually that great, I have tons of flaws. Don't end up disliking me later. If you really do end up rejecting me, then I'll. Liang Qiu Feng leaned in with a smile, his forehead now just a fist's length from hers. His hot breath suddenly washed over her face. Jiang Yumeng instinctively took half a step back, her face flushing crimson as she tugged at her shirt hem and mumbled, You're picking on me again. If you really do end up disliking me later, I'll ignore you. I'll be mad at you, and no matter what you say, I won't talk to you. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly. He hadn't expected that Jiang Yumeng, the aloof goddess of the school in the eyes of countless students, would now act so coy and flushed before him. This truly shattered his previous perception of her. But Liang Qiu Feng understood that this must be because of Liang Qiu. Somehow, the two of them had ended up together. Though no romantic feelings existed between them yet, he believed that as time passed, mutual affection would inevitably blossom. After all, as the old saying goes, time breeds affection. 27. Aren't you afraid of getting your legs broken? Please vote. But suddenly, Liang Qiu Feng remembered something and spoke up. I wanted to surprise you, so I didn't tell you about this villa. Now the same issue has come up again, our daughter keeps pestering us to sleep with her both nights. So, I think you know what I'm getting at, right? Jiang Yumeng's pretty face flushed red again. She wasn't stupid, how could she not understand Liang Qiu Feng's implied meaning? After wrestling with it for a long moment, Jiang Yumeng finally spoke up. Okay, I guess, but you have to promise not to take advantage of me. Fine, I promise. I promise. Liang Qiu Feng raised his hands in assurance. I absolutely won't do anything inappropriate. Isn't all of this for our daughter? Hearing this, Jiang Yumeng finally exhaled a long breath. Even so, she still harbored doubts about whether Liang Qiu Feng could truly fulfill her request. But what choice did she have? She had to fulfill her daughter's request now, didn't she? How could she bear to see her adorable, well-behaved daughter hurt and upset over this? Just then, Liang Qiu bounded down the stairs, skipping over to them with a cheerful announcement. Mommy. The bed in the upstairs room is huge. The three of us can definitely sleep together tonight. Hearing Liang Qiu's blunt words, childish innocence notwithstanding, Liang Qiu Feng felt his heartbeat quicken, while Jiang Yumeng's face flushed crimson once more. Yes, tonight. The three of them would be sharing the same bed. Despite the little girl's presence, neither of these inexperienced young adults had ever faced such a situation before. Both felt their hearts racing at that moment. But soon, Liang Qiu Feng turned to Liang Qiu again and said happily, Yeah, Mom already promised you she'll stay with you tonight. Wow, really? That's great. Liang Qiu clapped her hands in delight upon hearing this. At that very moment, the system's voice echoed in Liang Qiu Feng's mind. Congratulations, host, on completing the task, persuading your wife to return home and accompany your daughter. Congratulations, host, on receiving your mission reward, divine tier athletic talent. In an instant, Liang Qiu Feng felt his entire body undergo a tremendous transformation. His muscles felt noticeably more defined, and a surge of power coursed through his body. Simultaneously, Liang Qiu Feng felt his body had become more coordinated than ever before, as if he possessed innate expertise in every athletic discipline. It was akin to when he previously gained driving mastery, where he felt capable of operating any vehicle in the world. Now, Liang Qiu Feng found that all manner of athletic pursuits seemed effortless to him. Of course, Liang Qiu Feng understood that he merely possessed these talents and abilities. If he were to use them to win awards or compete in tournaments, he still couldn't achieve that. After all, specialization was key. Just then, Liang Qiu Feng noticed a hint of surprise in Jiang Yumeng's gaze as she looked at him. Liang Qiu Feng froze for a moment. What's up? Why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face? Jiang Yumeng shook her head and replied, Nothing. I just suddenly feel like you've changed somehow. You seem more muscular, somehow more handsome, and your skin looks better too. Liang Qiu Feng touched his face. He understood these changes were gifts from his god-tier athletic talent, though he couldn't admit it. Then, with a touch of self-admiration, he said, Hey, Mrs. Liang, you've fallen for me, haven't you? They say beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and it seems that saying holds true. Jiang Yumeng rolled her eyes at him in exasperation. How can you be so full of yourself? Liang Qiu Feng chuckled. Little Liang Qiu giggled beside them. Daddy. Mommy's complimenting how handsome you are. You should be happy about that. Alright, Daddy's thrilled. Of course I know Mommy's complimenting me. Liang Qiu Feng said affectionately. Liang Qiu then asked, So Daddy, do you love me? Liang Qiu Feng paused for a moment before replying, Of course I do. Daddy will always love both of you. Yay! Liang Qiu beamed with delight, her little hands waving excitedly. Jiang Yumeng, standing nearby, froze for a moment before pouting. Are you taking advantage of me? Liang Qiu Feng shook his head. Am I? Absolutely not. How could that be? Seeing the smiles on both Jiang Yumeng and Liang Qiu's faces, Liang Qiu Feng exhaled deeply, a complex emotion stirring within him. Regardless, his task for this stage was finally accomplished. Soon, Liang Qiu Feng had new thoughts. Watching Liang Qiu continue to explore the villa, he sat beside the sofa and spoke slowly to Jiang Yumeng. Yumeng, I think there are two things we need to do now. First, we need to find time to go back to the school and my rental apartment to move all our belongings here. After all, we won't be living there anymore, and leaving things there could cause them to deteriorate. Second, I plan to hire 2 maids for the house. One will be dedicated to taking care of Yeye's daily needs, preparing her meals and attending to her living arrangements, while the other will handle the housekeeping. Jiang Yumeng instinctively replied, Why waste money? Didn't I tell you at the mall? We shouldn't be so extravagant. Why not ask my parents or your parents to come back and help take care of things? You don't want them working outside anyway, right? Liang Qiu Feng nodded thoughtfully before replying, I don't mind either way. But imagine the look on their faces, your parents or mine, when they find out we have a child. What do you think their reaction would be? For a moment, Jiang Yumeng fell silent. She suddenly realized Liang Qiu Feng had spoken too realistically. Right. They were both freshmen in college, just turning 18. Now they had to tell 4 elderly parents they had a child, one who was already 5 and ready for kindergarten. They'd probably get their legs broken. Jiang Yumeng sighed. All right. She finally agreed to Liang Qiu Feng's plan. Liang Qiu Feng probably didn't even realize it himself, but he had begun discussing many aspects of their life with Jiang Yumeng bit by bit. So Liang Qiu Feng picked up his phone and called Xiao Hong. Before long, Xiao Hong arrived. Suddenly, Liang Qiu Feng noticed that when Jiang Yumeng saw Xiao Hong appear, her expression turned slightly peculiar. 28. Oh no. What do I do when the school beauty gets jealous? Please vote. Good afternoon, Mr. Liang Qiu Feng. Xiao Hong approached the villa. Standing at the villa entrance, she greeted him respectfully upon seeing him. Liang Qiu Feng smiled faintly and responded politely. He then invited Xiao Hong to step inside the villa. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Yumeng, upon seeing Xiao Hong's arrival, had a hint of unease flicker in her eyes. Liang Qiu Feng remained oblivious throughout, naturally giving it no further thought. Thus, he invited Xiao Hong to take a seat in the living room. Just as Liang Qiu Feng reached to pick up the teapot before him, Xiao Hong swiftly reached out and snatched it away. And in that casual, unplanned movement, their fingers touched. Startled, Liang Qiu Feng instinctively let out a cry. He immediately withdrew his hand. Xiao Hong looked at Liang Qiu Feng, momentarily flustered. My apologies, Mr. Liang. I wasn't paying attention just now. After hesitating for a moment, Liang Qiu Feng smiled and shook his head. It's fine. Well, please go ahead, Manager Qiao. Xiao Hong finally exhaled in relief. She then picked up the teacup and poured herself a cup of tea. Glancing at Jiang Yumeng before her, Xiao Hong asked curiously, Mr. Liang Qiu, who might this be? Sorry, I might be a bit rude. After speaking, Xiao Hong glanced at the young girl beside her, Liang Qiu. She chuckled softly. It's just that I noticed this lady bears a striking resemblance to the little girl. I assume she must be the child's mother? Liang Qiu Feng replied, That's correct. She is the child's mother. Oh, I see, Xiao Hong replied, her expression suddenly clear. She couldn't help but wonder, could it be that Jiang Yumeng looked young, had a daughter later, and was now being kept by Liang Qiu Feng? This thought caused Xiao Hong to revise her opinion of Liang Qiu Feng once more. She couldn't help but think, Liang Qiu Feng really knows how to play the field. Even Xiao Hong failed to notice the slight unease in Jiang Yumeng's eyes at that moment. The look of jealousy was so intense that Xiao Hong simply didn't pick up on it. Moments later, Xiao Hong looked at Liang Qiu Feng and smiled. Mr. Liang Qiu Feng, what brings you here? Rest assured, if there's anything I can assist with, I'll certainly do my utmost. Liang Qiu Feng smiled faintly at this and said, Well, Manager Qiao, you mentioned earlier that I could come to you if I needed anything. Right now, I need 2 nannies. Also, my courtyard might frequently require someone to help with cleaning. I'd appreciate your assistance in arranging that for me. Xiao Hong nodded promptly. Rest assured, Mr. Liang. Our Rose Garden community has a dedicated domestic service agency. Every employee undergoes specialized training to ensure all clients are satisfied and residents enjoy premium service. They undergo monthly performance evaluations and receive ongoing training. You needn't worry about the quality of service whatsoever. If you require assistance, I can arrange it immediately. Upon hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng inquired, Manager Qiao, how exactly do you plan to arrange these services? Liang Qiu Feng then outlined his specific requirements. After listening, Xiao Hong nodded silently. Understood. No problem. I'll make the arrangements immediately. They'll be officially on duty before dinner tonight. Additionally, the cleaning of your villa grounds and maintenance of surrounding facilities are fully covered by our property management. You needn't worry about those matters. Only then did Liang Qiu Feng feel reassured. For him, these were the most urgent matters he needed to resolve. After all, this was his first time owning such a large villa. If he were to handle the cleaning himself, his body would likely break down within days. Besides, he had school to attend and numerous other responsibilities to manage. How could he possibly find the time for such chores? And the most crucial point was that little girl, Liang Qiu. This little girl now shared an inexplicable bond with the two of them, having traveled here from the future. Though no familial bond existed yet, Liang Qiu Feng believed that as time passed and they lived together, such affection would naturally blossom. Marriage before love wasn't unheard of. Theirs was simply love before marriage, with a child coming first. At this moment, Liang Qiu Feng realized that if he and Jiang Yumeng were to spend every day at school studying this and that, the little girl certainly couldn't be at school every day. Of course, someone would need to be assigned to take care of her. Daddy! Daddy! But at that moment, Liang Qiu looked up at Liang Qiu Feng and asked curiously, "You don't want Yeye anymore, do you?" Liang Qiu Feng chuckled. "Of course not. Daddy isn't abandoning you, it's just that Daddy and Mommy. We just have to be busy, so someone will come to help you with meals. Don't worry, Mom and Dad will only be away during the day. We'll come back to see you every evening." The little girl pouted and murmured to herself, "I understand. Daddy and Mommy are going to work, right?" Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng exchanged a glance. Then they smiled slightly. Only then did Liang Qiu Feng notice a hint of unease in Jiang Yumeng's eyes. After confirming the arrangements with Xiao Hong, he had her prepare a contract. They signed the relevant nanny employment agreement and he paid the deposit. From then on, Liang Qiu Feng would simply need to proactively transfer a monthly payment to her, nothing more. With that settled, Xiao Hong offered a faint smile, bowed slightly, and revealed her impressive assets and career achievements. Then, swaying her hips, she left the villa with a swaying gait. He noticed Jiang Yumeng sitting on the sofa with her lips pouted, looking thoroughly annoyed. Liang Qiu Feng felt a hint of curiosity, but he still walked over to look at Jiang Yumeng and asked, "What's wrong?" "Yumeng, the moment Xiao Hong showed up, you started pouting and looking so upset. Could it be jealousy?" Jiang Yumeng shot Liang Qiu Feng a disdainful look. Then she stubbornly declared, "Why would I be angry or jealous? At the end of the day, she's just a property manager. Why would I be jealous over that?" "Oh, really?" Liang Qiu Feng chuckled. "Then what's with this jealous look on your face right now? You've got enough jealousy to make a whole dish." Liang Qiu Feng sat down beside Jiang Yumeng, reaching out to take her hand. But then he hesitated. Wouldn't she be embarrassed? Still, he chuckled. All right. Don't overthink it. She's just a property manager. From now on, if anything happens around the villa, she'll definitely be running around taking care of things. Besides, I haven't done anything with her. Why are you getting jealous?" Jiang Yumeng was about to say something else. But soon. 29 Mom's slap could give you a concussion. Please vote. The little girl grabbed a can of yellow peaches from the side, skipping over to Jiang Yumeng and said in a babyish voice, Mommy, please open it for me." Yeah, wants to eat the can." Seeing Liang Qiu's childishly sweet demeanor, the jealousy in Jiang Yumeng's heart vanished like smoke. She thought to herself, no matter how much that Xiao Hong might be trying to seduce him, at least she and Liang Qiu Feng had a child now. So, Jiang Yumeng reached out and took the can from in front of her. She pulled once, then twice, and froze. Then, Jiang Yumeng handed the can to Liang Qiu Feng with a sigh. Liang Qiu Feng shook his head with a wry smile and swiftly opened the can. He then picked up a piece of yellow peach with a fork and brought it to Liang Qiu's lips. The gesture couldn't have been more tender. But soon after taking a bite, Liang Qiu murmured, Mom, why have you changed so much? How have I changed? Jiang Yumeng couldn't help but feel curious. She looked at Liang Qiu and asked, How has Mom changed? Haven't I always loved you this much? No. Liang Qiu shook her head. Then she complained, because Dad always said, you were strong enough to crush a super huge watermelon with one punch. He even said if you slapped him, you could give him a concussion. So why now? Why are you so weak now, Mom? For a moment, Jiang Yumeng froze. She looked up at Liang Qiu Feng in front of her, her mouth twitching. So it's you, kid, spreading these rumors about me to your daughter every day? With that, Jiang Yumeng rolled up her sleeves, ready to demonstrate her strength. Oh no. Please don't. Liang Qiu Feng immediately raised his hands high in protest. Your Honor, please investigate. How could I possibly say such things? Do you really think that's possible? Oh, right, yeah, must have heard it from my future self. You have to believe me. Seeing Liang Qiu Feng's earnest expression, Jiang Yumeng rolled her eyes at him in exasperation. But she had to admit, after their conversation, the lingering bitterness and gloom in her heart gradually faded. Now, her mood lifted considerably. Finally, a smile graced her lips as she shot Liang Qiu Feng a flirtatious glare. Such a lovely face and such a charming gaze left Liang Qiu Feng momentarily stunned. Then Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly. Jiang Yumeng asked curiously from the side, "What are you laughing at?" Liang Qiu Feng replied with a smile, "Nothing. I just think you're incredibly beautiful." "You pervert." Jiang Yumeng pouted, muttering irritably. Liang Qiu Feng chose not to dwell on the matter further. For the entire afternoon, Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng kept Liang Qiu company. They managed to cheer the little girl up tremendously, and she frequently burst into delighted laughter. Around 4 p.m., just as Liang Qiu Feng was considering going out to buy some groceries, a knock sounded at the villa's front door. Opening the door, he found Xiao Hong standing there. Beside her stood two women who appeared to be in their 30s or 40s. Upon seeing Liang Qiu Feng, both women bowed deeply. Xiao Hong then patiently introduced them, "Mr. Liang Qiu, hello. These two ladies are Xinwan and Shen Yuluo. I have carefully selected them as the villa's maids. You may instruct them on any matter in the future." "Good day, sir," the two maids behind her murmured with a slight bow. Seeing the maids before him, Liang Qiu Feng hastily waved his hand. "Aunties, there's no need to be so formal. Truth be told, it's quite a task for you to clean this villa from now on. Come on in, come on in." Xiao Hong had other matters to attend to, so Liang Qiu Feng didn't linger on pleasantries with her. He feared that if he lingered in pleasantries, Jiang Yumeng might grow even angrier and he wouldn't know how to handle it. He even found himself thinking that from now on, he'd have to watch his words and actions carefully, keeping his distance from other women. Though Liang Qiu Feng was certain he wouldn't act out of line, there was no guarantee Jiang Yumeng wouldn't get jealous. The two maids then stepped inside. They surveyed the villa's surroundings, their eyes brimming with envy though they kept it unspoken. It seemed they had received professional training, naturally understanding what a maid as a service provider should and should not do. Liang Qiu Feng smiled at them. Aunt Shen, I'll be counting on you both to take care of this villa from now on. There isn't much to this villa that requires special attention, just cleaning and such. Also, since my wife and I might not be home every day, the child will be alone at times. I hope you two can look after her daily needs, her meals, clothing, and general care." Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's arrangements, both women agreed without hesitation. After discussing wages, Liang Qiu Feng instructed them to give the house a quick tidy up for now. He had intended to arrange accommodations for them, but since both lived in nearby neighborhoods, that concern was unnecessary. After finalizing the arrangements, Liang Qiu Feng expressed a desire to sample their cooking skills. They dashed out to buy groceries and began preparing dinner. By 6 p.m., the meal was ready. As the three sat down to eat, Jiang Yumeng gave them a thumbs up. It must be said, their cooking skills were absolutely impeccable. The dishes were visually appealing, fragrant, and delicious, perfectly suited to the tastes of the family of three. Jiang Yumeng, standing nearby, deliberately tried to invite the two to join them at the table, but Xinwan and the other declined. Shen Yuluo smiled and said, "You are the host. We are merely servants. How could we possibly sit at the table with you? You two just eat. Once you're done, we'll whip up something simple for ourselves." Hearing this, Jiang Yumeng said nothing more, but her eyes betrayed a deep sense of guilt. Liang Qiu Feng, standing nearby, understood perfectly well. Given Jiang Yumeng's background and everything she had been through, how could she possibly adapt to this life overnight? But there was nothing to be done, everything had to happen gradually now. After finally finishing their meal, Liang Qiu Feng sat on the sofa and looked at Jiang Yumeng beside him. "How about we head back now?" he suggested. "Let's go get your things from the dorm first, then tomorrow when school starts, you can submit an application to the dorm manager. After all, you're no longer living on campus, so there's no need to waste such resources. Then, tomorrow during the day, you can come with me to the rental place. I need to go there and pack up my things to bring them over here. At least there's extra space here. Even if we don't need it right away, we'll have somewhere to store things." Jiang Yumeng nodded, but for some reason, she felt a surge of nervousness welling up inside her. 30. Why are you apologizing to me? Please vote. After all, Jiang Yumeng had never experienced anything like this before. The thought of soon living with a boy who had been a stranger just yesterday and with a daughter between them made her feel slightly uneasy. But no matter how uncomfortable it felt, she'd have to accept it. Under these circumstances, they arranged for Liang Qiu to stay at home. Liang Qiu Feng even promised to buy her a few toys when he returned, hoping to ease her sadness, which finally calmed Liang Qiu's troubled heart. After that, Liang Qiu Feng left the villa, driving the Koenigsegg with Jiang Yumeng aboard, heading toward Beijing University. As they approached a traffic light, the car came to a stop. Jiang Yumeng hesitated slightly before calling out, "Liang Qiu Feng." "What is it?" Liang Qiu Feng turned to look at Jiang Yumeng. She sighed and spoke slowly, if our parents found out about Ye's existence, what would you do then?" Liang Qiu Feng hesitated for a moment, but quickly recovered with a chuckle. "Honestly, I don't want to tell my parents right now because I still don't know how to explain something like this to them. After all, even we two can barely wrap our heads around this whole time traveling from the future thing. How could someone from their generation possibly accept it?" Jiang Yumeng nodded silently. Liang Qiu Feng continued, "If the time ever comes when all four of them find out about Ye, we'll just have to be honest with them about it. With a daughter as adorable as hers, both in looks and personality, anyone would adore her. Besides, with both of us taking care of her now and our means to provide her with a better life, why should we worry about such things? And Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly. Truthfully, I've considered this too. Perhaps once we've settled our daughter's future and fully accepted this situation ourselves, we could approach the four elders sooner rather than later. Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's words, Jiang Yumeng nodded silently. Then, with a look of guilt, she added, I'm sorry. Liang Qiu Feng, who had just started the car, froze. He turned his head slightly to glance at Jiang Yumeng, catching the deep remorse in her eyes. Liang Qiu Feng asked curiously, why are you apologizing to me? Jiang Yumeng tugged at the hem of her shirt, her eyes filled with conflict. She finally spoke slowly, because I feel so guilty towards you. After all, we both know Yaya is our daughter now. The paternity test report states it clearly. We should be working together to raise her and make her happy. But unexpectedly, you're the only one doing all this. My family's financial situation is too difficult. I really want to help you, to work together to give our daughter the best life possible, but I realize I just can't manage it. Jiang Yumeng's voice grew quieter as she spoke, her eyes betraying a sense of inferiority. Liang Qiu Feng finally stopped the car at the next traffic light. He turned his head to look at Jiang Yumeng. He saw the endless guilt in her eyes, that feeling of wanting to contribute but being utterly powerless to do so. Liang Qiu Feng understood perfectly. Deep down, Jiang Yumeng probably desperately wanted to contribute her best efforts, whether for the sake of this family or for their daughter. But ultimately, things had not gone as planned. The suddenness of the situation had left her feeling helpless despite her good intentions. Then Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly, alright. Let's not talk about this anymore. I understand perfectly well that you want the best for our daughter. You want her to be happy and joyful, and you want to raise her in your own way. Of course, our daughter arrived far too early. Her sudden arrival through this journey through time caught all of us completely off guard. Not having the money, energy, or ability to give her the best is understandable. Liang Qiu Feng added once more, besides, isn't there still me? Seeing the confidence in Liang Qiu Feng's eyes, Jiang Yumeng froze for a moment, unsure what to say. Liang Qiu Feng continued with a smile, don't forget, I'm also the child's father. You want to give her the best, and so do I. Besides, we now have the means to provide her with a good life. If you truly feel guilty, then from now on, you can be responsible for bathing her, buying her clothes, feeding her meals, and telling her bedtime stories. At this point, Liang Qiu Feng nodded earnestly, scratching his head. I'm a grown man. Even though I want to do these things well, I just can't manage it. You have no idea, last time she insisted I tell her a story, I had to look it up online on the spot. Ha! As Liang Qiu Feng finished speaking, Jiang Yumeng burst out laughing. She shot him a disapproving look before agreeing, fine. I'll handle all that from now on. Seeing Jiang Yumeng finally relax, Liang Qiu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, don't dwell on this anymore. Let's hurry back. Once we're back at school, you'd better pack your things. And don't forget you promised your daughter you'd buy her something. Jiang Yumeng seemed to have completely let go of her worries, or perhaps it was simply because she was in such a good mood. She leaned back in her chair, pouting slightly as she retorted, you're the one who promised, not me. Hey! Liang Qiu Feng sighed helplessly. What? So you're saying you're not the kid's mom? If you keep this up, I'll drop you off at school and go find someone else to be the kid's mom. I refuse to believe there isn't someone out there who'd be drawn to my handsome looks, my understated melancholy charm, and my talent. You shameless jerk. Jiang Yumeng shot Liang Qiu Feng a disapproving glare. And so, the two chatted and laughed, the atmosphere gradually lightening from its initial gloom. Finally, they drove to the Beijing University district, parked the car, and headed toward the dormitory. Meanwhile, in Jiang Yumeng's dorm room, the third roommate Zhao Xiaoxue was arriving today. Jiang Yumeng's other three roommates Tang Xian, Zhang Huanuan, and Zhao Xiaoxue were sitting in the dorm room, discussing the situation with curious expressions. Ha! Why isn't Yumeng back yet? She said she was going out for lunch earlier. Who takes that long to eat? Seriously, you guys haven't heard? Our school's online forum is buzzing with it right now. What do you mean? 31 shout here pretending to be innocent and polite, begging for gold tickets. Zhao Xiaoxue pulled out her phone, found the post she'd seen earlier, and told the other two, Yumeng got a boyfriend. Rumor has it he's the richest freshman at our university this year. What? Yumeng got a boyfriend right after arriving? The three stared at the phone screen, quickly spotting the sports car in the post. Scrolling down, they even saw a close-up of Liang Qiu Feng. Tang Xian rolled her eyes beside them, who would have thought? Yumeng snagged a boyfriend on her very first day of school. Zhang Huanhuan chimed in, and that guy looks pretty handsome too, sunny and good-looking. He actually seems like a good match for Yumeng. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoxue chimed in with a sarcastic remark, if you ask me, it's probably because Jiang Yumeng saw money and got blinded by it, ending up with someone else. Tang Xian frowned. Xiaoxue, what do you mean by that? She's still our roommate, after all. It's not very nice to talk about her like that. Why is it not okay? Zhao Xiaoxue curled her lips. Didn't you hear? Something happened yesterday on our school sports field. I saw it on Tycoon Ma Yisheng, the capital's richest playboy, the city's most eligible bachelor, publicly confessed his feelings to Jiang Yumeng on the field. She flat out rejected him. I thought she was the studious type who wouldn't date in college, but look at her now jumping into some guy's luxury car. Clearly, she sees Liang Qiu Feng as a better catch than Ma Yisheng, so she's tagging along with him. Tang Xian and Zhang Huanhuan exchanged glances. Tang Xian said, "You can't talk about her like that. What if Xinxin really did fall for him at first sight? Give me a break. I don't buy it. Trying to build her up here? Don't make me sick. A gold digger is a gold digger. Oomph." Squeak. Just as Zhao Xiaoxue finished her rant, the dorm door swung open. The three turned to see Jiang Yumeng appear in the doorway. Tang Xian and Zhang Huanhuan instantly felt awkward. After all, they'd been listening to Zhao Xiaoxue's discussion the whole time. Being caught red-handed was rather embarrassing. But there was nothing they could do about it. They quickly stood up, their faces lighting up with excitement as they stepped forward. "Yumeng, you're back. Come on, let us introduce you to our fourth and final roommate. This is Zhao Xiaoxue." Jiang Yumeng also noticed Zhao Xiaoxue's arrival. Her expression shifted slightly. She hadn't expected the dorm to be filled with all four members today. Jiang Yumeng extended her hand. "Hello, Zhao Xiaoxue. My name is Jiang Yumeng. Cut it out. Stop pretending to be all innocent and polite," Zhao Xiaoxue retorted, rolling her eyes in annoyance before launching into a string of complaints. Jiang Yumeng froze for a moment. "Zhao Xiaoxue, what do you mean by that? I don't think I've done anything to upset you, have I? I left the dorm at noon and just got back now. This is our first meeting, yet you're already so hostile. Did you swallow gunpowder or something?" Zhao Xiaoxue lifted her eyelids as if in exhaustion, gave Jiang Yumeng a dismissive glance, and then retorted. "You haven't done anything to me, but you just rubbed me the wrong way." "What? Instead of keeping your sugar daddy company, instead of keeping your rich boyfriend company, why'd you come back to the dorm? What do you mean by that?" Jiang Yumeng felt a twinge of irritation. She lifted her head, glaring at Zhao Xiaoxue before retorting coldly, "Zhao Xiaoxue, who I choose to be with is my own business. What gives you the right to judge my life? Oomph. You're the one clinging to rich guys, climbing the social ladder, and riding the coattails of the powerful, and you expect me to keep quiet? Gold digger." Zhao Xiaoxue curled her lips in disdain. Finally, Tang Xian and Zhang Huanhuan, who had been watching the situation unfold, sensed things were getting out of hand and hurried over to intervene. All right, Xiaoxue, cut it out. Yumeng just barely made it back to the dorm, and now you're arguing the moment you see each other? Exactly. And what era are we living in now? Who doesn't have the freedom to love? Put. Zhao Xiaoxue snorted impatiently, then gave Jiang Yumeng a thorough once-over. Instantly, she noticed that Jiang Yumeng's outfit was completely different from the photos she'd posted on the forum earlier. Then, with a sarcastic and mocking tone, Zhao Xiaoxue said, "Oh my, I knew it. Hooking up with a rich guy really makes a difference, huh? You've only been out for an afternoon, and now you're wearing such a beautiful tasseled long dress. This outfit looks pretty pricey, huh? Did you jump into bed with him right away? Is that why he's so happy to buy you clothes?" With a sharp slap, Jiang Yumeng couldn't hold back any longer. She raised her hand, ready to strike Zhao Xiaoxue across the face. Zhao Xiaoxue reacted swiftly, grabbing her wrist. "Ha, still want to hit me? Feeling disgusted now that I've exposed your ugly true colors? Getting so worked up you don't want me to reveal everything?" Jiang Yumeng's brows knitted tightly, and a glimmer of tears appeared in her eyes. Jiang Yumeng had never considered herself a social climber, someone who sought to attach herself to powerful men or wealthy individuals. It was just that so many things had happened with such uncanny coincidence. Liang Qiu's sudden appearance had caught Jiang Yumeng completely off guard. In the end, she and Liang Qiu Feng had no choice but to try walking together, testing whether their feelings could develop in a better direction. It was nothing like what Zhao Xiaoxue had claimed. All right, both of you, cut it out." Finally, roommate Tang Xian hurriedly stepped in, grabbing Jiang Yumeng's arm. She pleaded, "Guys, we're roommates after all. Why all the tension between us?" "Exactly." Zhang Huanhuan chimed in from the side. "Everyone, just calm down. This is water under the bridge. Besides, love is free these days. Who we date is none of our business. We'll still be sharing this dorm. We'll see each other every day. Why create such tension?" "No need," Zhao Xiaoxue waved her hand dismissively. "I've already messaged our advisor. I'll be moving out the day after tomorrow." Before Zhao Xiaoxue could finish, Jiang Yumeng interjected, "I came back just to pack my things. Starting tonight, I won't be staying in the dorm anymore." In that instant, Zhang Huanhuan and Tang Xian both froze in surprise. Seeing Jiang Yumeng's resolute expression, they both wondered. Could it be because of Zhao Xiaoxue? 32. I'd advise you to keep your mouth shut, please vote. But honestly, if they had to choose their own roommate, they'd probably prefer Jiang Yumeng, a girl who seemed gentle at first glance. On the other hand, someone like Zhao Xiaoxue, who seemed to dislike everyone she met, always maintaining a critical attitude and tone while labeling others. Clearly, in comparison, Jiang Yumeng was the far superior choice. But unexpectedly, Jiang Yumeng is leaving? Tang Xian watched as Jiang Yumeng began packing her things. She hurried over and said softly, Yumeng, please don't do this. We're all roommates. We just didn't know each other well at first and said a few wrong things that upset you, but you don't have to leave our dorm because of that. Exactly. Zhang Huan chimed in from the side. We'll be seeing each other all the time. It's rare to find roommates whose personalities mesh so well. If you just leave like this, what if we end up with someone we don't get along with later? That would be awful. Jiang Yumeng swiftly packed her things in no time, finishing everything within minutes. Then she gave a hollow laugh. Xin, Wan, my return this time has nothing to do with certain people. I came back specifically to pack up and leave. Sorry about that. You're really leaving? Tang Xian asked urgently from the side, but quickly followed with curiosity, is it because of that student named Liang Qiu Feng who's been trending on Tieba? Jiang Yumeng scratched her head, hesitating before finally saying, sort of, but not really. We're trying to date right now. As for moving out of the dorm, there's another reason behind it. I'm sorry I can't tell you the real reason. But I'm not like some people say, someone who chases after rich guys, someone who climbs the social ladder, someone obsessed with money and vanity. I hope you won't misunderstand me. I don't care what others think of me. Even though we've only spent one day together, I already consider both of you my good friends. From now on, we'll actually have more chances to meet. Even if we don't live in the same dorm, we can still go out for dinner together after school every day, right? Hearing Jiang Yumeng's words, the two sighed and finally agreed. With that, Jiang Yumeng picked up her luggage and headed out. She stopped beside Zhao Xiuxue, who was applying makeup in front of the mirror. Jiang Yumeng said coldly, certain people, I advise you to watch your mouth. Do you really think your narrow-minded perspective defines reality? You're nothing but a frog in a well, blind to the world beyond your limited view. With that, Jiang Yumeng turned and walked away. Zhao Xiuxue hadn't expected Jiang Yumeng to deliver such blunt criticism, leaving her feeling humiliated. She wanted to shout a few more words, but before she could, Jiang Yumeng had already vanished from sight, moving with surprising speed. At the dormitory entrance, Liang Qiu Feng stood leaning against a large tree, a bouquet of flowers in his hands, looking bored. He hadn't planned on buying them, but shortly after Jiang Yumeng went upstairs, he witnessed a new freshman confessing his feelings to a female classmate nearby. The two left hand in hand. This made Liang Qiu Feng wonder if he should also give Jiang Yumeng a belated confession ceremony. Although Jiang Yumeng and he were now trying to accept each other because of the child, Liang Qiu Feng still hoped to spare her any regrets in her emotional life. So he jogged off campus, bought a bouquet of flowers from the side gate, and stood there waiting silently. Passing students couldn't help but stop, curious. Hey, look at that guy, he's so handsome. Could he be about to confess to someone? Bet he is. Wow, he's incredibly handsome. Whoever gets to be his girlfriend must be so lucky. What, jealous? If you are, just go up there. Take the flowers from him and say, I accept. No way. What if I get rejected? I'd be so embarrassed. Hey, did you guys notice? That guy looks kind of familiar. Isn't that Liang Qiu Feng? Ah, Liang Qiu Feng? You mean that guy everyone's buzzing about on the school forum, the one who showed up on the first day of school in his 30 million yuan Koenigsegg? Exactly. But I recall Liang Qiu Feng was linked to Jiang Yumeng, our freshman class's undisputed campus beauty, right? I saw that post yesterday where Jiang Yumeng got into Liang Qiu Feng's car and left. How come now? Is he about to confess to someone? Amidst the curious stares, Jiang Yumeng emerged from the dormitory building. The moment she spotted Liang Qiu Feng, she couldn't help but freeze for a second. There he stood, holding a bouquet of flowers, slowly approaching her. The next second, Liang Qiu Feng knelt down on one knee, smiling gently at Jiang Yumeng before him. My dear classmate, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I was utterly captivated. Even though you're strong enough to knock me out with a single slap, I don't mind. Would you consider being my girlfriend? But in that instant, Jiang Yumeng's expression was a mix of laughter and tears. She had thought Liang Qiu Feng's romantic gesture was actually kind of charming, but then he dropped a line about a single slap causing a concussion? Jiang Yumeng's mouth twitched, but she quickly looked at Liang Qiu Feng and said, classmate, that sounds a bit ambiguous. How could I possibly have that much strength? Look, I can barely even lift this suitcase. Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng stood up without hesitation, took the suitcase from her, and flexed his muscles. Don't worry, classmate. I'll carry this luggage for you from now on. Also, are you going to take these flowers or not? He. Of course I'll take them. Jiang Yumeng suddenly burst into laughter. To those around them, her smile was like a gentle spring breeze, leaving some students utterly speechless. Then, Jiang Yumeng gave Liang Qiu Feng a playful glare before reaching out to take the flowers. She whispered softly, save your money. These flowers must be expensive. Don't buy them again. 33 My damned irresistible charm seeking gold tickets. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled, it's nothing. Money doesn't matter. Why should you care about that? It's just that our situation is unique. We had a child before trying to be together. I figured I should at least give you the ceremony you deserve. Jiang Yumeng's cheeks flushed slightly as she smiled. She had to admit, she really did like it. What girl doesn't love romance? And what girl doesn't adore flowers, perfume, cosmetics, and such? Jiang Yumeng was no exception, though her family circumstances no longer allowed her to indulge in such things. But now that Liang Qiu Feng had appeared, Jiang Yumeng found herself gradually beginning to savor the very scenes she had once longed for. Just then, a voice rang out, "Hey! Hey, sis-in-law! You turned down our brother Ma's confession, and now you're turning around and hooking up with some country bumpkin who looks like a hick?" Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng instantly turned their heads. There stood a slouching man, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. It was quite unexpected to see someone who looked like a street thug or hooligan on campus. Seeing him appear, Jiang Yumeng frowned. "I saw this guy yesterday. When Ma Yisheng confessed, he was the loudest one cheering him on. I bet he's one of Ma Yisheng's crew." Liang Qiu Feng sneered, "He really is a persistent ghost. Did showing off my wealth in front of him yesterday not scare him off? Now he even has the nerve to send someone to provoke us?" As the two murmured among themselves, the man stepped before Liang Qiu Feng, sizing him up from head to toe. He stubbed out his cigarette with his foot, then sneered, "Hey, kid, you know who she is? She's the woman our brother Ma likes." "You moron, you actually dare come here and try to steal someone from brother Ma?" Liang Qiu Feng burst out laughing, then lowered his head to look at Jiang Yumeng, asking curiously, "Do you know this dimwit?" Jiang Yumeng shot him a disapproving glare but nodded in agreement. "No." The man froze. "So? I just wasted my emotions, huh?" Liang Qiu Feng nodded. "Since you don't know him, let's go too." Under the stunned gaze of the man, Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng slowly began walking, swiftly leaving the area. Walking down the street, Liang Qiu Feng shook his head. "Looks like our Jiang campus beauty is going to be pursued by countless people at school from now on. Oh dear, I'd better start feeling threatened. Otherwise, what if one day Miss Jiang gets proposed to by someone truly wealthy, accepts him, and leaves with him? Wouldn't I be left to grow old alone with my daughter?" Jiang Yumeng rolled her eyes and reached out, grabbing a soft spot on Liang Qiu Feng's waist and giving it a sharp pinch. In an instant, Liang Qiu Feng yelped in pain. Then Jiang Yumeng sneered, "See if you dare say that again. You know perfectly well I have no interest in those guys. How could I possibly fancy him?" Liang Qiu Feng chuckled. "But I am curious. How did a pure as a blank sheet of paper beauty like you, with your temperament, end up falling for me and walking this path with me after a decade or two?" Jiang Yumeng retorted irritably, "Maybe when every man on earth has died out." With that, she tucked the bouquet behind her back, hands clasped behind her, then bounced forward, her twin ponytails swinging. "Huh? Wait. That doesn't make sense." Liang Qiu Feng froze. "Jiang Yumeng. Explain yourself. What do you mean all the men in the world would have to die for you to like me? I'm this handsome, talented, kind-hearted, and funny and you're not interested? Do you have any idea how much that hurts my tender, gorgeous little heart?" With that, Liang Qiu Feng grabbed his suitcase and frantically chased after her. The two chased each other back and forth, laughing and talking, looking exceptionally warm and cozy. Before long, they finally reached the parking lot. The result? Liang Qiu Feng sulked for a moment, then pouted and complained, "See? Sometimes driving a sports car has its downsides. The trunk space is just too small. Maybe I should get a bigger family car sometime. This thing is just too inconvenient." Jiang Yumeng chimed in from the passenger seat, "If you're buying a car, I suggest not getting anything too expensive. Otherwise, it'd be such a waste. And keep it low-key, okay? Look at how much attention you've gotten these past 2 days driving that Koenigsegg to school. People even posted pictures of you and me on the school's online forum. When I just got back to campus and returned to the dorm." At this point, Jiang Yumeng hesitated for a moment. She really didn't want to tell Liang Qiu Feng what had just happened. She was worried it might trigger an emotional reaction from him. If she ended up upsetting him, who knew what might happen? But just then, Liang Qiu Feng leaned closer, curiosity in his voice. "What happened? You just got back to the dorm, did something else go wrong?" For some reason, Liang Qiu Feng found himself feeling a bit conflicted inside. He realized he seemed to be gradually starting to care about Jiang Yumeng. After hesitating for a long time, Jiang Yumeng forced a smile and said, "Nothing, just a little misunderstanding. Let's go. We should head back." But Liang Qiu Feng grabbed her arm, pulling her directly in front of him. He looked at her with complete seriousness and said, "Jiang Yumeng, since we've decided to slowly get to know each other and build a relationship for our daughter's sake, why not tell me what's really going on right now? I have the right to help you through this, don't I?" Jiang Yumeng sensed Liang Qiu Feng's unwavering resolve in his words, but sharing such matters would inevitably upset him. After some thought, she decided it was necessary to explain. Finally, she sighed and said, "When I went back, one of my roommates, I don't know why, maybe she was jealous or something, said some pretty nasty things to me." After finishing, Jiang Yumeng recounted the entire incident in detail. After listening for a while, Liang Qiu Feng suddenly burst out laughing. Jiang Yumeng asked curiously, "What's so funny?" Liang Qiu Feng replied, "I'm laughing because your roommate must have liked me. Then she found out that the man she liked, such an outstanding guy, was snatched away by her very own roommate. That's why she's upset. Ah, this damn irresistible charm of mine. What am I supposed to do about it? 34. A confession in the parking lot? How reckless. Please vote. Jiang Yumeng froze for a moment before pursing her lips. Liang Qiu Feng, I honestly didn't realize how self-absorbed you could be. Liang Qiu Feng burst into laughter, noticing the earlier gloom in Jiang Yumeng's eyes had lifted considerably. Faced with such an unwarranted accusation, Liang Qiu Feng genuinely felt angry. No one would take this lying down. But what could he do now? Storm into the dorm and cause a scene? For them, who hadn't even started military training yet, doing so would only mean unnecessarily bringing trouble upon themselves. Liang Qiu Feng possessed his own sense of reason. He believed he would make a scene when necessary, but under the mocking atmosphere in the dorm with Zhao Xiuxue present, it was pointless to engage. Soon, Liang Qiu Feng grabbed Jiang Yumeng as she was about to get on the bus. Under her surprised gaze, his expression suddenly turned serious. Yumeng, I know this isn't the most appropriate time, and what I'm about to say might come as a shock, but I still want to tell you. When my daughter suddenly traveled back in time from the future and appeared beside me, and the two of you showed up together before me, I was genuinely hard-pressed to believe it. I was completely dumbfounded for quite some time. But after confirming her identity, I finally understood we became husband and wife in the future. Though I don't know the reasons behind it, at least we have a happy family. And according to what our daughter shared, you've sacrificed so much for this home. Seeing Liang Qiu Feng's earnest expression, Jiang Yumeng found herself at a loss for words. After a moment of hesitation, she silently nodded, waiting for Liang Qiu Feng to continue. Liang Qiu Feng continued, in that case, I wish to formally express my feelings to you. Though this place isn't exactly formal, and frankly, I'm not very experienced with this sort of thing. This is the first time I've ever opened my heart to a woman, and the first time I've had a daughter of my own. So, after finishing his words, Liang Qiu Feng once again pulled a necklace from his pocket. Kneeling on one knee, he looked at Jiang Yumeng with utter sincerity and said, Yumeng, will you give me a chance? Let's start a relationship where we have the child first and the love follows. Let me take good care of you and our daughter. Will you? Jiang Yumeng froze in place. She gazed at the necklace glistening under the streetlight, and in that moment, she was truly moved by Liang Qiu Feng. This was the first time Liang Qiu Feng had ever opened his heart. She was his first love, and she was his too. Jiang Yumeng, who had spent her entire life focused on her studies and using knowledge to change her destiny, had never truly loved anyone before. These were all things she had never experienced. In fact, she had never opened her heart to anyone, nor had she ever truly looked at a boy. Yesterday morning, when Ma Yisheng approached her and led her to the school playground, Jiang Yumeng had felt shy and awkward. Unable to refuse him outright, she had followed along. She never expected Ma Yisheng would suddenly stage a romantic confession ceremony for her right there on the playground, leaving her utterly flustered. Moreover, she harbored no romantic feelings for Ma Yisheng, which was precisely why she had rejected him so decisively. Besides, how could she possibly have feelings for Ma Yisheng? They had only just started school and barely knew each other. But now, Liang Qiu Feng was different. Because of Liang Qiu's appearance, because of the appraisal report, she knew that she and Liang Qiu Feng were destined to share an unbreakable bond in the future. She didn't resist Liang Qiu Feng. In fact, over the past 2 days of interacting with him, she had sensed his gentleness and his resilient character. Moreover, his care for his daughter was meticulous and attentive. She understood that Liang Qiu Feng was a good father, and would surely be a good husband in the future. But they had only met a couple of days ago, and Jiang Yumeng didn't know what the future held between her and Liang Qiu Feng. Despite her daughter's presence, a flutter of uncertainty lingered in her heart. After a long moment, seeing Liang Qiu Feng's earnest expression, Jiang Yumeng shyly nodded. Seeing the joy light up his face, she quickly added, Liang Qiu Feng, I can agree to this. I'll try to start a relationship with you where we have a daughter first and fall in love later. But let me make one thing clear, you're not allowed to bully me. Like I said before, if you ever bully me, I won't speak to you again. Alright, I absolutely won't. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly, his heart racing at that moment. Perhaps it was because Jiang Yumeng had accepted his confession, or perhaps it was because this was the first time in his life he had ever opened his heart to another girl. Then, Liang Qiu Feng slowly stood up, took the necklace, and placed it around Jiang Yumeng's neck. Instantly, she felt the rise and fall of his chest against hers, along with the warmth of his breath. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Her heart raced like never before, and she met the unwavering resolve in Liang Qiu Feng's eyes. After the necklace was fastened around her neck, Jiang Yumeng looked down at it. It was truly beautiful. If only the crystal pendant hadn't been cracked. It would have been perfect. Jiang Yumeng suddenly snapped out of her thoughts and looked up at Liang Qiu Feng. Where did you buy this necklace? How come the quality is so poor? Liang Qiu Feng scratched his head. I found it on the roadside while buying flowers. No idea who left it there. Jiang Yumeng froze, her lips twitching. She glared at Liang Qiu Feng, her teeth clenching involuntarily. Liang Qiu Feng, if you'd bought me a necklace even if it cost $10 I wouldn't have said a word. But you picked this up off the ground and gave it to me? Liang Qiu Feng chuckled, scratching his head. It was just something I picked up on the way. Besides, when would I have time to go buy one? Don't worry, once I finish tomorrow's tasks, I'll take you straight to the jewelry store. Whatever you want, I'll buy it all for you. Jiang Yumeng shook her head. Forget it. Right now, I need to focus my energy on my studies and my daughter. All this superficial stuff is unnecessary. At that moment, Jiang Yumeng suddenly smiled and stopped speaking. She had intended to mention that once they were married, she'd have Liang Qiu Feng buy her all her favorite jewelry. But since they were just starting out, it seemed premature to bring that up now. Still, she couldn't deny how much she cherished the necklace around her neck. Even though Liang Qiu Feng had picked it up by the roadside, it held the significance of his first confession of his feelings and carried the brief story of their connection. It was deeply meaningful. And so, the two finally stepped into the car. But just then. 35, stinky mouth? Liang Qiu Feng's eyes blazed with fury. Please vote. Squeak. A sudden screech of brakes echoed as a car slammed to a halt behind Liang Qiu Feng and his companion. Startled, Liang Qiu Feng instinctively whipped his head around. There stood Ma Yisheng, driving his red Porsche 911, now appearing before them. Following closely behind, Ma Yisheng glared at Liang Qiu Feng, then at Jiang Yumeng, his eyes seemingly spitting fire. Then he coldly said, Jiang Yumeng, I really don't understand why you'd fall for someone like him. He just drives a beat-up car and has a few stinking bucks. Does he have the pedigree of our family? I advise you not to be fooled by him. I've searched high and low online and never heard of any businessman in China named Liang Qiu worth over 100 million. This guy might be doing this on purpose, renting a car, renting clothes just to scam you here. Jiang Yumeng, I suggest you keep your eyes wide open. Jiang Yumeng listened to Ma Yisheng's words, sensing the thick layer of sarcasm laced in his criticism of Liang Qiu Feng. Having already confirmed their desire to pursue a relationship, the two naturally began to stick together. After a moment, Jiang Yumeng looked coldly at Ma Yisheng and said, Ma Yisheng, I don't care if he's rich, if he's faking it, or if he's trying to deceive me. But at the very least, he's not as arrogant as you, he has better manners, and he's better looking than you. That's enough. Do you really think having a few stinking bucks, driving a sports car, and playing the piano will win a girl's affection? You're being way too naive. If that's how you feel, why not go to kindergarten, find a little girl, fall in love with her, and wait for her to grow up so you can marry her? Ma Yisheng never imagined Jiang Yumeng could be so sharp-tongued. He instinctively fell silent, feeling his pride had been snubbed. He immediately shifted his gaze and emotions toward Liang Qiu Feng. Staring at him, Ma Yisheng coldly said, Hey, you're Liang Qiu Feng, right? I saw yesterday that a bunch of freshmen voted you the campus heartthrob for freshmen. That's hilarious. They clearly haven't seen my looks, or else you wouldn't even be in the running. I know you're just putting on a brave face. How about this? I'll give you 100,000 yuan to leave Jiang Yumeng alone. What do you say? Oh? Liang Qiu Feng chuckled, then slowly walked over to the passenger window of Ma Yisheng's Porsche, leaning in to peer inside. Liang Qiu Feng curled his lips. Ma Yisheng, 100,000 yuan? Renting this car costs 150,000 a day. You should at least give me 300,000 since I've used it for 2 days. I thought you'd slap down a few million, but 10 grand? 10 grand to ditch Jiang Yumeng? That's a bit stingy. She's way too hot. Ma Yisheng frowned. Kid, don't push your luck. Is that so? Liang Qiu Feng chuckled. If young Master Ma thinks I'm pushing my luck, then what you're doing right now is that called being unreasonable? Ma Yisheng snorted coldly, humph, sharp-tongued. Liang Qiu Feng, I really don't get it. What gives you the nerve to compete with me over women? Liang Qiu Feng chuckled, maybe. I'm just a tiny bit better than young Master Ma? I'm better looking than you, smarter than you, drive a nicer car than you, and have a gentler personality than you. Ah, what can I say, young Master Ma? I tried to keep a low profile, but my abilities just won't let me. Ma Yisheng's mouth twitched. Finally, it dawned on him. Liang Qiu Feng. Have you been toying with me this whole time? Liang Qiu Feng remarked, Young Master Ma, you figured out I was toying with you instantly. That shows you're pretty sharp. Ma Yisheng roared, Kid, you're messing with me. Not at all. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled. Young Master Ma, how about this? I'll take back one thing. You're just as sharp as I am, okay? You figured out I was messing with you in an instant. That shows you're pretty sharp. Watching Liang Qiu Feng rise, Ma Yisheng finally couldn't hold back. He leapt out of the car and stared coldly at Liang Qiu Feng before him. Liang Qiu Feng, if you're a man, let's settle this fairly. We'll compete fairly for Jiang Yumeng's affections. Do you dare? Liang Qiu Feng froze for a moment, while Jiang Yumeng's eyes flashed with slight displeasure. She looked at Ma Yisheng coldly and said, Ma Yisheng, what do you take me for? Am I your merchandise, or some display piece in your family's showcase? What right do you have to decide my fate? Liang Qiu Feng smirked from the side, Ma Yisheng, with your brain, you shouldn't even bother pursuing her. You might get cursed out one day and not even realize it. Ma Yisheng retorted, What, are you scared? Before Liang Qiu Feng could respond, Ma Yisheng resorted to goading him. Liang Qiu Feng sighed inwardly, unwilling to engage with such a person any longer. But just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. As a future top-tier tycoon, how can the host allow himself to be looked down upon? Task issued, win the basketball bet against Ma Yisheng. Mission reward, god-tier musician. Failure reward, impotence for life. In an instant, Liang Qiu Feng's mouth twitched. He couldn't help but curse the system silently in his mind. System, are you kidding me? You want me to face off against that brainless, indiscriminate horse Ma Yisheng? You want me to treat Jiang Yumeng like a commodity, just sitting there, with our final ownership decided by who wins this bet? In his mind, the system remained silent. But at that moment, Ma Yisheng spoke up. Liang Qiu Feng, if you're scared, then get the hell out of here now. You're like a dog. Like a wet chicken. Just get out of here. Let Jiang Yumeng see just how worthless and cowardly the man she claims to love really is. I wonder if your parents back home are the same kind of cowards? Jiang Yumeng, is this the kind of coward you actually like? In an instant, Jiang Yumeng stepped forward, glaring at him with fury. But just then, Liang Qiu Feng patted Jiang Yumeng on the shoulder and stepped in front of Ma Yisheng. He fixed Ma Yisheng with a cold stare and said, Ma Yisheng, first, I can agree to your duel. Second, Jiang Yumeng is not a commodity. You have no right to decide her fate based on winning or losing. Third, Jiang Yumeng loves me and cares for me. She'll never give a guy like you full of the time of day. Fourth, my parents will not tolerate anyone insulting them. With that, Liang Qiu Feng instantly shot his hand forward, grabbing Ma Yisheng by the collar and yanking him up before slamming him face first onto the hood of the Porsche 911. With a loud thud, Ma Yisheng's body slammed against the hood, echoing a thunderous crash. Liang Qiu Feng's eyes blazed with fury. 36 Gamble. A battle for male pride. Please vote. Wah! In that instant, Ma Yisheng let out a muffled groan. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared fiercely at Liang Qiu Feng above him. Liang Qiu Feng looked down at Ma Yisheng, his eyes blazing with fury. Then, he coldly addressed Ma Yisheng. Who you like, who you want to confess to, who you want to pursue, I don't care. I couldn't care less. Scum like you doesn't deserve my attention. But what you absolutely should not have done is treat Jiang Yumeng like a commodity to be traded. And above all, you should never have insulted my parents. My parents raised me from childhood to adulthood, they didn't do it for you to curse them. Ma Yisheng fell silent. He never imagined that, having lived in such privileged circumstances his entire life, he would ever be humiliated and cursed like this. What's more, Liang Qiu Feng had even laid a hand on him. Behind him, Jiang Yumeng. Her expression changed dramatically. She hadn't anticipated Liang Qiu Feng reacting so intensely. This made Jiang Yumeng feel that he valued her so deeply. A flicker of joy stirred within her heart at that moment. As for Ma Yisheng, he felt excruciating pain in his back. The collision between his back and the hood had been unbearably painful. But soon, Ma Yisheng chuckled again. What's the matter, Liang Qiu Feng? Getting impatient already? Oh ho, I thought you never got angry. So you know how to get angry after all. Just then, Jiang Yumeng hurried over a few steps. She looked at Liang Qiu Feng with concern and said, Liang Qiu Feng, let it go. We don't need to bother with people like this. If you end up hurting him, it won't reflect well on you either. By now, the commotion had drawn attention. The Koenigsegg driven by Liang Qiu Feng and the Porsche 911 driven by Ma Yisheng had become the focal point of countless freshmen at Capital University. Within moments, the parking lot was swarming with students. Witnessing the scene, everyone gasped in astonishment. Some even began imagining a dramatic showdown unfolding. Holy crap, what's going on here? What happened? Why are Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng about to fight? No idea. I just feel like there's some major tension between them. Could it be that Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng are fighting over Jiang Yumeng? Come on. Jiang Yumeng already made a clear she's with Liang Qiu Feng. What's left to fight over? Well, I heard this from a friend, but don't tell anyone. My friend said Jiang Yumeng and Ma Yisheng were childhood sweethearts and got along really well. But yesterday, they apparently had some kind of falling out on the school playground, and then Jiang Yumeng just turned around and left with Liang Qiu Feng. What? That's so melodramatic. Come on, what are you even talking about? What I heard is the real story. Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng's parents arranged their marriage since childhood, that's why they confirmed their relationship right after entering university, following their family's plans. Plus, I heard Liang Qiu Feng's family is loaded, apparently his dad remarried and is filthy rich. This. Alright. What are you two yapping about all day? Each story's crazier than the last. The truth is, Liang Qiu Feng started his own business 5 years ago and made billions. That's why he came to Beijing University to get his degree. What you're saying makes no sense at all. As for Jiang Yumeng, it's obvious that Liang Qiu Feng's confession made her feel his sincerity. Liang Qiu Feng's mouth twitched. He nearly lost control of his temper. He never imagined the students' discussions would spiral this wildly off track. But that didn't lessen the anger Liang Qiu Feng felt toward Ma Yisheng at that moment. Meanwhile, Ma Yisheng's lips curled upward into a sudden cold smile. Liang Qiu Feng, if you're scared, then get the hell out of here. Don't let me see your face again. Or if you don't want to trade Jiang Yumeng like merchandise, fine, I'll agree to your terms. Ma Yisheng narrowed his eyes, staring at Liang Qiu Feng as he spoke slowly. In that case, let's make a different bet. Liang Qiu Feng instinctively asked, what kind of bet? Ma Yisheng smiled confidently. We'll compete in basketball. 1-on-1, 1-on-1. 3-pointers, 2-pointers, and free throws. Whoever scores 21 points first wins. What's the stake? Liang Qiu Feng asked. Ma Yisheng smiled again before replying coldly, the stakes are simple. If I win, you kneel before me, let me kick you 3 times, and then you polish my shoes clean. And if? Liang Qiu Feng frowned. What if you lose? Me lose? Do you think that's possible? I've been the star player on my school's basketball team since middle school. Do you really think I'd lose? Fine. Since you think I'll lose, you can make any demand you want. Do whatever you want me to do. In that instant, Liang Qiu Feng's eyes sharpened. He could tell Ma Yisheng had some tricks up his sleeve, and he could tell his basketball skills were definitely not subpar. Otherwise, why would he come forward at such a critical moment to make such a demand? But Ma Yisheng had underestimated him. After all, Liang Qiu Feng had just acquired god-tier athletic talent through a system quest, and basketball counted as a sport. The question was, what should Liang Qiu Feng use to make Ma Yisheng pay for this? Behind him, Jiang Yumeng approached, tugging anxiously at Liang Qiu Feng's sleeve. Why don't we just let it go, Liang Qiu Feng? As if sensing her concern, Liang Qiu Feng gave a hollow laugh. Forget it? After Ma Yisheng humiliated you like this, humiliated my parents. I don't know what forget it means in this lifetime. From childhood onward, he had been a fiercely competitive person. Being low-key and having a strong character were two entirely different things. Just moments before, the system had forcibly assigned him a task, to defeat Ma Yisheng in a basketball match. Liang Qiu Feng had been pondering how to get Ma Yisheng to choose basketball when the other man proposed this wager himself. And Liang Qiu Feng had his own compelling reason to win. Are you kidding? There's a penalty for losing. No. Impotence? There was no way he could accept that kind of punishment. Sure, they had a child now, but that was like boarding the train after it had left the station. He and Jiang Yumeng hadn't even bought tickets yet. So Liang Qiu Feng narrowed his eyes, glaring at Ma Yisheng before him, and coldly declared, if you lose, you'll kneel before me and kowtow 3 times. Then, you'll shout 3 times for everyone around to hear, Ma Yisheng is impotent for life. How about it? Dare you? You bastard, you're so cruel. Ma Yisheng shouted instinctively. But he quickly laughed, fine, I accept your terms. Then I'll show you my basketball skills. I'll make sure you don't score a single point against me. Let go of me. With that, Liang Qiu Feng's grip instantly loosened. Then, Liang Qiu Feng clapped his hands, a smirk spreading across his lips. Ma Yisheng, don't blame me. I didn't want to embarrass you like this, but what can I do? Some people just don't have a brain. Some people are just too confident. Since that's the case, I'll show you what god-tier athletic talent truly looks like. 37. Are you actually concerned about me? Please vote. At that moment, Ma Yisheng was rubbing his aching wrist, finally stretching his limbs as if working out the pain in his back. Then Ma Yisheng lifted his head, glaring coldly at Liang Qiu Feng before him. He couldn't help but snort coldly and said, Liang Qiu Feng, today I'll make you understand what it means to bring trouble upon yourself. Playing basketball against me, Ma Yisheng? You really don't know your place. Hearing Ma Yisheng's words, Liang Qiu Feng didn't say much in response. Some people are always like this, ignorant of their own limitations, unable to gauge their depth, like frogs at the bottom of a well, convinced that no one else could ever surpass them. Ma Yisheng was exactly that kind of person right now. Liang Qiu Feng didn't want to come across as so arrogant. He'd never been that kind of boastful person. Yet today, Ma Yisheng had truly stirred a wave of resentment within Liang Qiu Feng. He had insulted him, humiliated him, and even publicly berated him, his parents, and Jiang Yumeng. All of this filled Liang Qiu Feng with a deep sense of displeasure. Meanwhile, Jiang Yumeng beside him grew conflicted. She looked at Liang Qiu Feng and instinctively asked, why don't we just let it go? There's no need for you and Ma Yisheng to compete like this. It won't benefit you at all. Liang Qiu Feng shook his head. He turned to face her, his expression serious as he looked at Jiang Yumeng. Then, almost without thinking, he reached out and took her hand. This was the first time Liang Qiu Feng had ever taken her hand so proactively. Instantly, Jiang Yumeng's face flushed crimson. When had any other man ever touched her so intimately before? Feeling the warmth radiating from Liang Qiu Feng's palm, Jiang Yumeng felt her heartbeat quicken. What are you doing, with all these people watching? Jiang Yumeng whispered softly. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly. This was also his first time taking a girl's hand so boldly. Truth be told, he felt a bit embarrassed himself, but he didn't let go. Then, Liang Qiu Feng looked at Jiang Yumeng and said slowly, we've already confirmed our relationship, so naturally I need to pay attention to you at all times, care about your feelings, and be mindful of your emotions. When that Ma Yisheng just now mocked me and you so thoughtlessly, how could I let him get away with such arrogance? Jiang Yumeng hesitated before replying, but what if you lose? Ma Yisheng has a wager with you. If you lose, you have to let him kick you 3 times and then polish his shoes clean. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled. What? Are you actually concerned about me? Jiang Yumeng rolled her eyes at him in exasperation. Seriously, what time is it now, and you're saying things like that? Of course I care about you. I'm genuinely worried something might happen to you. Besides, if he insults me, I've endured it for so many years. I've gotten used to it long ago. Liang Qiu Feng saw the self-doubt in Jiang Yumeng's eyes, and a bitter ache welled up inside him. He wondered what kind of criticism she must have endured at school all these years, how many people had shunned her. After all, with her looks, she naturally drew attention. But because her family was poor, she threw herself into her studies every day. That clearly made her a target for resentment. Yet Jiang Yumeng had persevered through it all, ultimately succeeding in reaching this moment. Liang Qiu Feng felt a pang of sympathy. He rubbed the back of her hand and chuckled, saying, "Don't worry, honey. I won't let you down. It's just a little Ma Yisheng. You don't seriously think I'll lose, do you?" Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's words, Jiang Yumeng didn't feel exasperated by his arrogance. Instead, her face flushed crimson in an instant. She lowered her head and murmured softly, "What nonsense are you talking about? Who said we're husband and wife?" Liang Qiu Feng chuckled and said, "Now you're denying it again? What about our daughter at home?" Jiang Yumeng pursed her lips, unwilling to engage in this topic with Liang Qiu Feng any further. But neither of them noticed that their actions had instantly drawn the attention of countless students around them. Holy cow, did they just confirm their relationship? Holy cow, did you see that? Liang Qiu Feng seems to be holding our school's top beauty Jiang's hand, and she doesn't seem to mind at all. Could it be they've already made things official? How heartbroken Ma Xiao must be right now. Keep it down, keep it down. If Ma Yisheng hears this, who knows if he'll get angry later. Pfft, what's so great about him? He confessed to Jiang Yumeng back then and got rejected. Why can't we say a few words about it now? The students' voices grew louder, completely unchecked. Ma Yisheng felt his face burn with humiliation. Gritting his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, he glared at Liang Qiu Feng before him. After a long moment, Ma Yisheng spoke coldly, "Let's go. There's a basketball court nearby. I'll have someone bring a ball over right away. The two of us will have a contest. Today, I'll show you just how good I am at basketball." Liang Qiu Feng chuckled and nodded. The two men followed behind, heading toward the basketball court in the distance. On the way, endless bitterness filled Ma Yisheng's heart. He was indeed furious over the intimate display between Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng just moments ago. Deep down, he had always hoped to be with Jiang Yumeng. Even though she had rejected him now, Ma Yisheng didn't feel particularly affected. Yet now, watching Jiang Yumeng and Liang Qiu Feng walk together, Ma Yisheng couldn't accept it. He understood that the car Liang Qiu Feng drove signified his privileged status, but his heart simply couldn't bear it. A crowd of students followed closely behind, drawn by the spectacle. After all, curiosity is human nature. And so, they all arrived near the school basketball court. The court was alive with youthful energy. Countless students, many sports enthusiasts, had already gathered. They poured out their sweat freely, hoping to experience the beauty of youth right there. Soon, the trio arrived. Several henchmen trailing Ma Yisheng closely followed suit. After handing the basketball to Ma Yisheng, some entered the court to clear the area. Students nearby had been enjoying themselves, but Ma Yisheng's arrival instantly cleared the court, leaving them seething with resentment. But upon hearing that Ma Yisheng's background and status were renowned throughout the entire capital, even those who dared to be angry dared not speak up at this moment. Soon, Ma Yisheng and Liang Qiu Feng stepped onto the basketball court. 38A dead on three-pointer. Off to a great start. Please vote. Ma Yisheng glanced at Liang Qiu Feng's modest outfit and sneered coldly, "You're going to compete against me wearing that? Don't try to use this as an excuse after you lose, claiming I bullied you or that you just had an off day. Let me tell you, I won't buy that." Facing Ma Yisheng's mockery, Liang Qiu Feng shrugged and said, "It's not that bad. Even dressed like this, I'm still good enough to beat you." Ma Yisheng hesitated, then curled his lip and snorted. "Who knew you'd be so sharp-tongued? Liang Qiu Feng, how did Jiang Yumeng even end up with someone like you? It's laughable. If you ask me, after losing today, you should leave Jiang Yumeng alone. Don't make her despise you day after day, you'll just embarrass yourself." Hearing Ma Yisheng's words, Liang Qiu Feng smiled faintly and said, "Enough with the talk of embarrassment. Ma Yisheng, you can't beat me. Oomph. School beauty, this is the first time I've ever heard anyone say there's someone Ma Yisheng can't beat." Immediately, Ma Yisheng reached out and a henchman handed him the basketball. Ma Yisheng dribbled up and down, executed a between-the-legs dribble, then raised his hand with effortless grace. The ball sailed through the hoop with unmatched elegance. His move drew gasps from the surrounding crowd of boys and girls. They were dazzled by Ma Yisheng's performance, some students even wearing expressions of infatuation. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly, turning his head to find Jiang Yumeng standing amidst the crowd nearby. Her gaze shifted between Ma Yisheng and himself, filled with worry. Liang Qiu Feng understood that Jiang Yumeng must be deeply worried he would lose this game. But how could he possibly lose? So Liang Qiu Feng walked with Ma Yisheng to the front of one half of the basketball court, standing outside the three-point line. Ma Yisheng tossed the ball out, and Liang Qiu Feng reached out, catching it in his hands. As he caressed the ball, a torrent of memories suddenly surged through his mind. He suddenly realized it was as if he had fought countless years in basketball battles, ultimately claiming glory. His mind was filled with vast basketball knowledge and a wide array of tactical skills. The current Liang Qiu Feng was now certain that even if he appeared on a basketball court, participating in a professional game, he could likely achieve remarkable results. But his ambitions lay elsewhere, and he had no intention of stepping onto a basketball court. But now, Liang Qiu Feng had no choice but to face this battle. How could he possibly tolerate Ma Yisheng mocking him like this? He spun the basketball in his hands, savoring its texture against his palms. At that moment, Ma Yisheng sneered from across the court. "Hey, kid, are you gonna play or not? You don't know how to play basketball, do you? If you don't, then get the hell out of here. Don't waste my ing time. Worst case, you kneel down and let me kick you 3 times? What's the big deal?" Oomph. Hearing Ma Yisheng's words, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly. He took half a step back, then leaned his body backward. Guided by his arms, the basketball traced a graceful arc through the air. Swish! In an instant, the ball swished through the net, sinking cleanly through the hoop. The sound startled everyone around them. Even among the students who didn't fully grasp basketball, gasps erupted. "Holy crap, it went in? Holy moly, was that a three-pointer? Damn, he was like 2 steps away from the three-point line just now. How did he pull off a super long-range 3 like that? Impossible. He must have been lucky, right? Of course it was luck. I've never seen anyone make their very first shot from that distance. If it wasn't luck, what else could it be?" In an instant, countless students were buzzing with discussion, clearly stunned by Liang Qiu Feng's sudden, unexpected basket. Yes. Watching Liang Qiu Feng sink the shot instantly, even though Jiang Yumeng didn't understand basketball, she knew the ball had gone through the net and scored points. Her heart was bursting with joy. Instantly, Jiang Yumeng's reaction drew the attention of many male classmates around her. Seeing her adorable looks paired with such lively energy, it was no wonder so many found her charming. But Jiang Yumeng herself didn't seem to notice. Her entire focus was fixed on Liang Qiu Feng. She absolutely did not want to see Liang Qiu Feng lose here. While she understood that Liang Qiu Feng's wager with Ma Yisheng stemmed largely from Ma Yisheng's arrogant taunts and mockery, which had enraged Liang Qiu Feng. But Liang Qiu Feng had also mentioned that another reason was Ma Yisheng's mockery of her. Jiang Yumeng sensed Liang Qiu Feng's concern for her, and her heart swelled with joy. Naturally, she hoped Liang Qiu Feng would win this game. Meanwhile, Ma Yisheng froze in place. Stunned, he looked up at the basketball that had just swished through the net. The net on the rim had only just stopped swaying. Ma Yisheng's face was frozen in disbelief. He couldn't fathom that Liang Qiu Feng's last shot had instantly swished through the net, and it was even a clean swish? How could that be? Ma Yisheng was utterly shocked. How could this be? How could Liang Qiu Feng be this accurate? Ma Yisheng knew full well that since junior high, he had always been a key player on his school's basketball team. He'd loved basketball since childhood, embraced all sports, and pursued various hobbies, honing each to perfection. Ever since entering middle school and discovering basketball, Ma Yisheng had shone brightly in the sport. But what he never imagined was that Liang Qiu Feng's basketball skills could be this high. No! Suddenly, Ma Yisheng shook his head vigorously. His eyes narrowed as he abruptly lifted his head, staring at Liang Qiu Feng before him. A thought instantly flashed through his mind: Liang Qiu Feng must have been lucky. How could he possibly possess such precise technique and accuracy? From junior high until now, through countless games, he had never seen anyone step up and effortlessly sink a shot like that. Ma Yisheng thought to himself, it must be because he had underestimated him just now. At Liang Qiu Feng's level, he absolutely couldn't possess such precise technique. 39 Ankle breaker. Ma Yisheng falls. Seeking gold tickets. So Ma Yisheng and Liang Qiu Feng switched positions. A smirk curled up at the corner of his mouth as he coldly remarked, "That was just luck on your part, letting you win the first three-pointer. You won't have such luck next time. I hope you can laugh like that when you lose." Liang Qiu Feng chuckled, handing the basketball to Ma Yisheng. Ma dribbled the ball on the ground, weaving left and right with dazzling moves that drew cheers from countless female classmates nearby. Wow, young Master Ma's basketball skills are incredible. So cool. So cool. Go Ma Xiao. Go Ma Xiao. Ma Yisheng. You absolutely can't lose. You have to do your best. Countless female students seemed utterly captivated by Ma Yisheng's dashing moves. Some even shouted loudly at this moment, expressing their support for him. Liang Qiu Feng watched the scene unfold beside him and sneered coldly, "Ignorance truly knows no bounds." A whole crowd cheering for Ma Yisheng here. In Liang Qiu Feng's eyes, Ma Yisheng's exaggerated movements were riddled with flaws. He then sneered coldly, "Young Master Ma, your moves are far too cumbersome. As he spoke, Liang Qiu Feng shifted forward, lowering his center of gravity. His left hand shot forward in a sudden, sweeping motion. In an instant, he executed a grab the moon from the sea move, forcibly snatching the basketball right out of Ma Yisheng's hands. What? Ma Yisheng froze in place. He glanced at Liang Qiu Feng, then looked down at his own hands. They were empty. Where was the basketball? Looking up, he saw Liang Qiu Feng already holding the ball. After a smooth behind-the-back dribble on the court, Liang spun around and sprinted toward the basket ahead. Damn it! Ma Yisheng gritted his teeth, giving chase with all his might. He was already behind, and Liang Qiu Feng showed no sign of slowing down. How could he possibly catch up easily? So, before everyone's eyes, Liang Qiu Feng arrived beneath the basket. With a flick of his right hand, the ball arced upward and swished through the net. Ma Yisheng froze, clenching his fists. He hadn't expected Liang Qiu Feng to score on 2 consecutive possessions, racking up a staggering 5 points already. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, that kid. His reaction speed just now was so fast, even I didn't react in time. He instantly stole the ball right out of my hands. How did he do that? Ma Yisheng couldn't comprehend it. After a moment, he reached a conclusion in his mind. Liang Qiu Feng must have been incredibly lucky. He just happened to bump into the ball in his hands and coincidentally grabbed it. Otherwise, Ma Yisheng absolutely refused to believe Liang Qiu Feng possessed such skill. After all, as a point guard, he had never had the ball stolen so effortlessly before. Yes. Jiang Yumeng cheered, dancing excitedly by the sidelines. She soon noticed the puzzled looks from those around her and stopped her antics. Then, with a mischievous grin, she turned to Liang Qiu Feng and shouted, "Go Liang Qiu Feng! Keep it up and win this game." Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly. He turned to Ma Yisheng and said, "Well, Ma Yisheng, did you see that? Even my girlfriend is rooting for me. You, just give up on beating me today. You can't win against me." Ma Yisheng gritted his teeth. "Liang Qiu Feng, I honestly can't figure out what's so great about you that Jiang Yumeng keeps choosing to support you. It's truly pathetic. Clearly, I'm the one who deserves Jiang Yumeng." Seeing Ma Yisheng so blind to his own shortcomings, Liang Qiu Feng shook his head and said, "Because I'm better looking than you, I have a better personality than you, and I'm better at basketball than you. And also..." Enough. Ma Yisheng felt utterly humiliated, repeatedly put down by Liang Qiu Feng's taunts. This basketball match followed a simple one-on-one format, devoid of complexities. In the previous round, Ma Yisheng had been the offensive player. Even though Liang Qiu Feng had scored, Ma Yisheng still switched to offense. After handing the ball to Liang Qiu Feng, Ma Yisheng instantly lowered his center of gravity. This time, Ma Yisheng no longer underestimated Liang Qiu Feng, instead adopting a slightly more cautious approach. Though he still believed Liang Qiu Feng was merely lucky, the repeated instances of this luck causing him to lose the ball left Ma Yisheng feeling somewhat baffled. Thus, Ma Yisheng resolved to take Liang Qiu Feng seriously from this moment onward. Seeing Ma Yisheng crouch low, his gaze fixed intently on him, Liang Qiu Feng smiled faintly. Possessing extraordinary athletic talent, he also possessed exceptional basketball skills and experience. He knew that in a formal basketball matchup, athletes often locked eyes with their opponents during defensive or offensive confrontations. This was actually to read the opponent's eyes for clues about their intended offensive route, allowing for early anticipation. But Ma Yisheng was overthinking it. Liang Qiu Feng's basketball talent was far beyond what ordinary people could comprehend, and countless years of experience swirled within his mind. In an instant, Liang Qiu Feng's gaze dipped slightly, instinctively shifting toward the lower right corner. Perfect opportunity. In that instant, Ma Yisheng's eyes lit up. He had finally spotted Liang Qiu Feng's weakness. He had thought Liang Qiu Feng truly possessed some incredible skill beyond his comprehension. But now, a cold smile formed on Ma Yisheng's lips. He had finally seen Liang Qiu Feng's weakness. He immediately lowered his center of gravity, thrusting his right foot forward as he charged straight toward Liang Qiu Feng's right front. As Liang Qiu Feng's body leaned forward to the right, Ma Yisheng's heart leapt with joy. He had finally pinpointed Liang Qiu Feng's direction of movement. But at that very moment, Liang Qiu Feng suddenly smiled. What? The instant Ma Yisheng sensed that smile, panic surged through him. An ominous foreboding began to take root in Ma Yisheng's heart. He suddenly realized that Liang Qiu Feng seemed to have deliberately lured him into this vulnerable defensive position. Sure enough, in that very moment, Liang Qiu Feng instinctively shifted his body to the left. The basketball in his hands seemed to have a life of its own, smoothly performing a behind-the-back dribble along Liang Qiu Feng's waist. With a fluid, seamless motion, the ball broke through his left side and came to rest beside Ma Yisheng. In that instant, only one thought filled Ma Yisheng's mind: he had been toyed with. Liang Qiu Feng's body moved swiftly, breaking through Ma Yisheng's defense. Instinctively, Ma Yisheng reached forward, attempting to grab the ball from Liang Qiu Feng's hands and halt his momentum. But right then, Ma Yisheng's footing faltered. He stumbled and fell to the ground. He was faked out by Liang Qiu Feng. 40 blocks. Liang Qiu Feng's astonishing vertical leap. Please vote. As Ma Yisheng fell, his henchmen standing at the edge of the basketball court let out cries of shock. But it was all too late. Ma Yisheng's expensive, tailored casual suit was now covered in dust. Everyone watched helplessly as Liang Qiu Feng drove forward, quickly reaching the free throw line. He abruptly halted his drive, launching a jump shot that swished cleanly through the net. With a swish, the ball went through the net cleanly. Ma Yisheng turned his head, staring in utter disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. Only now did he fully grasp Liang Qiu Feng's basketball prowess. It was far from the mere stroke of luck he had assumed. Some students nearby witnessed the scene, their faces filled with astonishment. Holy crap, how is Liang Qiu Feng this good? Was that footwork just now a dribble move to fake out the defender? Yeah, that move he just pulled off seemed like a classic one. I think it's called a behind-the-back dribble. The stars who use it most often are Kobe, Crawford, and James. Holy crap, Liang Qiu Feng's basketball skills are that good? But I heard that back in high school, young Master Ma was on the school basketball team. He even led his team to a top 3 finish in the high school league. How come Ma Xiao is so terrible now? Could it be they were all fixed games? What fixed games? It's obvious Liang Qiu Feng is just stronger than him. Or maybe Ma Yisheng just underestimated him, which is why he keeps getting blown past by Liang Qiu Feng. Listening to the constant murmurs around him, Ma Yisheng's brow furrowed deeply as a wave of intense frustration washed over him. He felt utterly humiliated, having been completely toyed with, and now he'd even ended up sprawled on the ground. Ma Yisheng felt utterly humiliated. But there was nothing he could do. His match against Liang Qiu Feng had to continue. He scrambled to his feet, glared at Liang Qiu Feng, and forced a calm tone. Liang Qiu Feng, I never imagined your skills were this formidable. I admit I underestimated you and looked down on you. So, what do you say? Now that you've got 5 points, I'm going to get serious. I'll show you what real basketball looks like. Whoa! As Ma Yisheng's words fell, the surrounding crowd erupted in a roar of astonishment. See? I told you Ma Xiao was holding back against Liang Qiu Feng. With young Master Ma's skills, how could Liang Qiu Feng possibly score so many points against him? Exactly. Young Master Ma is a professional basketball player. How could he let Liang Qiu Feng score so many points? He's clearly holding back. I told you so earlier, but you wouldn't listen. One after another questioning young Master Ma. Here, come on, young Master Ma, you've got to win. Countless students buzzed with discussion. Some even shouted loudly to cheer for Ma Yisheng. Hearing their words, Ma Yisheng smiled inwardly and exhaled deeply. At last, he had regained the face he'd lost when he fell earlier. But soon, a seriousness began to take hold in Ma Yisheng's heart. He could already tell that Liang Qiu Feng wasn't nearly as weak as he had initially thought. Liang Qiu Feng's fake move, the instant shift in his center of gravity, the intense focus in his body during the shot, and the fluidity of his motion, every detail made Ma Yisheng sense that Liang Qiu Feng was no ordinary player. He thought to himself, Liang Qiu Feng was truly playing dumb to catch the wise. Originally, Ma Yisheng had planned to humiliate Liang Qiu Feng in his own area of expertise. Little did he expect to hit a brick wall instead. Yet Ma Yisheng was right about one thing. He had genuinely been holding back against Liang Qiu Feng. He hadn't maintained the proper level of respect for Liang Qiu Feng in his heart, which was precisely why Liang Qiu Feng had scored 5 points with such ease. Next, Ma Yisheng took the basketball Liang Qiu Feng handed him. After 2 dribbles, his eyes narrowed. He knew he had to get serious now. With that thought, Ma Yisheng began dribbling furiously. After 2 quick between-the-legs moves, his body burst leftward in an instant. But right then, his eyes widened in shock. Because Ma Yisheng realized that, to his left front, Liang Qiu Feng had appeared before him at some unknown moment. What? How is that possible? That speed is insane. Ma Yisheng was stunned. He had made his move completely without warning, attempting a quick layup to catch Liang Qiu Feng off guard and easily score 2 points. Yet he never imagined Liang Qiu Feng could react so swiftly, appearing before him in an instant to block his path. Ma Yisheng's brow furrowed, his mind reeling in disbelief. Coincidence? He thought to himself. After another between-the-legs dribble, he swiftly changed direction, attempting to break through from the right side. As luck would have it, Liang Qiu Feng materialized before him once more. Standing slightly bent at the waist, crouched low, he stared intently at Ma Yisheng. Seeing the smirk on Liang Qiu Feng's lips and the smile on his face, Ma Yisheng felt an indescribable bitterness in his heart. He couldn't fathom why Liang Qiu Feng always seemed to materialize on his path time and again, why he could never successfully break through his defense. As he watched the crowd around him grow increasingly attentive, Ma Yisheng sensed his window for attack was rapidly closing. After hesitating repeatedly, Ma Yisheng clenched his jaw, no longer able to hold back. He swiftly executed a move, leaning his body backward as he raised both arms high. The basketball in his hands shot forward at that very moment. In an instant, the ball traced a graceful arc toward the basket ahead. Everyone was about to erupt in cheers, ready to celebrate Ma Yisheng's 3-point shot. But at that very moment... What? Huh? In an instant, everyone froze. Before their eyes, Liang Qiu Feng suddenly leaped into the air. As his body soared forward, his arms shot high into the air. At that very moment, Liang Qiu Feng's palms made direct contact with the basketball. With a powerful thrust of his arms, the ball was violently knocked away with a sharp snap. At that moment, Ma Yisheng froze. He stared in disbelief at the basketball flying away in the distance, then turned to look at Liang Qiu Feng before him, his expression shifting to shock. Ma Yisheng hesitated, words failing him. In that moment, he witnessed Liang Qiu Feng's astonishing vertical leap firsthand, feeling as if his entire worldview had been rewritten. Since high school, he hadn't been blocked by others just once or twice, but he had never seen someone of his own height possess such formidable leaping power. A collective gasp rippled through the surrounding students. 41 dog eats? Ma Yisheng's night of shame. Please vote. Everyone stared at Liang Qiu Feng in stunned silence. As the basketball bounced relentlessly on the court, they looked at him in utter disbelief. My God, how did he do that? How could he jump that high? Holy crap, is this really our freshman this year? Looking at his height, he doesn't seem like he could possibly have that kind of vertical leap. How did he pull that off? Holy cow, is this kid on the basketball team too? But how come we've never heard his name before? Countless students buzzed with whispers, clearly stunned that Liang Qiu Feng could perform with such dominance. Amidst the crowd, Jiang Yumeng witnessed it all and couldn't help but cheer. Her excitement was beyond words. This was the first time she'd ever seen Liang Qiu Feng perform like this. Truth be told, she had only known him for 2 days. How could she have imagined he possessed such formidable strength? But whether it was her or the other students around her, many failed to notice that at the back of the crowd, a man who looked to be around 30 adjusted his glasses. His eyes narrowed as he watched Liang Qiu Feng in the distance. He was flexing his hands and feet, lost in his own thoughts. Ma Yisheng had shed his earlier arrogance. His brows were furrowed as he stared intently at Liang Qiu Feng before him. How did you do that? Liang Qiu Feng chuckled. What do you mean, how did I do it? It's just a block. What? Young Master Ma, are you already intimidated by me? Looks like your skills aren't all that impressive after all. Didn't you keep bragging to me about how great you were at basketball in school, how you were always a starter? What, did you play in kindergarten leagues? How could your skills be this poor? Your dribbling is full of holes, your defense is shaky, and when you drive, you can't even get half a step past me. Young Master Ma, you've really disappointed me. Faced with Liang Qiu Feng's scathing mockery, Ma Yisheng couldn't utter a word. His mouth twitched as he glared at Liang Qiu Feng with fury. After a long moment, Ma Yisheng finally sneered, Liang Qiu Feng, I never expected you to be so sharp-tongued. Liang Qiu Feng sneered coldly, sharp-tongued? Young Master Ma, it was you who insulted me in the parking lot, cursing me and Jiang Yumeng, even insulting my parents. Now I say a few words to you, and you're upset? You're being petty, aren't you? Or is it that, in young Master Ma's eyes, only you are entitled to look down on others, but no one else is allowed to look down on you? Ma Yisheng fell silent. Some students nearby seemed to grasp the meaning behind his words. Ha! So Ma Yisheng mocked Liang Qiu Feng in the parking lot, which is why he's now so desperate to win this match without regard for his dignity? Wow, I never imagined Ma Yisheng was this kind of person. I actually liked him before, but humph, you really can't judge a book by its cover. Who knew Ma Yisheng looked down on others like this? Is this what being rich is all about? What's wrong with being rich? What did the wealthy ever do to anyone? Look at Liang Qiu Feng driving a luxury car worth nearly 30 million yuan. Has he ever looked down on others like Ma Yisheng? Stop smearing the wealthy here. Even among the wealthy, there are good people and bad people, right? Gosh, I don't know why, but I suddenly find myself rooting for Liang Qiu Feng now. Go Liang Qiu Feng, you gotta win. Ha! Didn't you just say you wanted to give Ma Yisheng a monkey to raise? Why are you changing your tune now? Exactly. Besides, let me tell you, Liang Qiu Feng is clearly involved with our freshman campus beauty, Jiang Yumeng. Let's not get carried away with wild speculation here. How old is Liang Qiu Feng anyway? He already has a girlfriend? Is he going to burn out so young? Mom! It's over. Your daughter's heartbroken. Hearing the surrounding students' whispers, Liang Qiu Feng's mouth twitched involuntarily. He never imagined these emotional shifts would catch him so off guard. Moments later, a faint smile touched Liang Qiu Feng's lips as he looked at Ma Yisheng and said, Ma Yisheng, I wonder, are we still competing? You can't beat me. Why wouldn't we? Ma Yisheng retorted without hesitation. Having already lost all face, how could he possibly choose to give up now? Ma Yisheng's pride had already been shattered beyond repair. He simply refused to witness himself losing this game. Ma Yisheng stepped inside the three-point line, took the basketball from Liang Qiu Feng's hands, and then handed it back to him. In an instant, Ma Yisheng closed in, positioning himself directly in front of Liang Qiu Feng, guarding him tightly without giving an inch. Seeing Ma Yisheng suddenly switch his defensive strategy to an even more aggressive stance, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled. Instead, he straightened his posture slightly and began dribbling the ball in place. But Ma Yisheng noticed Liang Qiu Feng's dribbling was as if the ball were an extension of his hand. No matter how fiercely Ma Yisheng tried to poke or steal it, Liang Qiu Feng never made a single mistake. Watching helplessly as Ma Yisheng lost his balance after being faked out, Liang Qiu Feng effortlessly circled around him. In that instant, Ma Yisheng panicked. He turned to watch Liang Qiu Feng stroll leisurely toward the basket. In that instant, he summoned every ounce of strength to chase after Liang Qiu Feng. Yet, hearing Ma Yisheng's frantic footsteps behind him, a smirk crept onto Liang Qiu Feng's lips. Then, he executed a between-the-legs dribble, the ball shifting abruptly from his left hand to his right. Taking advantage of the momentum, he shifted his body to the right and took a half step to the side. Ma Yisheng, charging at full speed, instantly lost his balance. In an instant, Ma Yisheng performed another dog-eating move, crashing flat on the ground. Liang Qiu Feng let out a soft chuckle, his voice dripping with mockery. With that, he raised his hand, executed a small hook shot, and the ball swished through the net once more. Disgrace! Disgrace! Endless humiliation surged through Ma Yisheng's heart. He had never been toyed with like this before. And now, it was all happening before his very eyes. Ma Yisheng felt an overwhelming mix of sorrow and rage, yet he was powerless to act, leaving him utterly helpless. Yet at that very moment, Liang Qiu Feng had already approached him. Smiling, he extended his hand. Ma Yisheng, why must you be like this? We're merely having a friendly spar. Such an elaborate gesture leaves me feeling rather flattered, to be honest. Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's words, Ma Yisheng's anger flared, and he hesitated, unable to speak. His eyes blazed with fury, as if they might burst into flames. 42 Liang Qiu Feng, don't get too cocky here. Please vote. He felt no trace of concern in Liang Qiu Feng's words, only an endless stream of scorn. At this moment, Ma Yisheng dared not speak his anger aloud. He thought to himself, if I show my anger now, it will only fuel more resentment toward me. But if I accept Liang Qiu Feng's help, won't that make me lose even more face? Wouldn't everyone later say that Liang Qiu Feng had magnanimously forgiven past grievances to support Ma Yisheng, while Ma Yisheng, desperate to achieve his goals, resorted to ruthless means, relentless mockery, and provocation? This thought only deepened Ma Yisheng's anguish. He was now caught between a rock and a hard place. Soon, Ma Yisheng pushed himself to his feet. He glanced at Liang Qiu Feng, pursed his lips, and forced himself to sound calm. It's just that the clothes I'm wearing today aren't quite right. Otherwise, do you really think you could get past me? Ha! Liang Qiu Feng snapped out of his daze, then glanced down at his own outfit. With a sarcastic tone, he retorted, Ma Yisheng, I never would have guessed you'd blame your clothes. But what I'm wearing doesn't seem all that different from yours. How come my outfit is perfectly fine? Ma Yisheng, if you're going to make excuses, at least find a real difference. Don't you agree? Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's merciless words, Ma Yisheng felt a bitter taste in his mouth. But now, he could only swallow his pride and keep his grievances to himself. Glancing at the scoreboard beside him, Liang Qiu Feng had already scored 9 points, while he himself remained at 0. Ma Yisheng glared at Liang Qiu Feng through gritted teeth, let out a cold snort, and then walked toward the 3-point line. Seeing Ma Yisheng ignore him completely, Liang Qiu Feng felt bored. He shrugged and instinctively turned his head, catching Jiang Yumeng tugging at his sleeve, looking worriedly in his direction. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled. Honey, don't worry. I absolutely can't lose. Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's blunt words, Jiang Yumeng's face flushed crimson. She lowered her head, muttering something under her breath. Liang Qiu Feng knew exactly what she was muttering clearly, who says I'm your wife. But at that moment, the surrounding freshmen began to cheer, boo. Hearing this, Jiang Yumeng grew even more bashful, while Liang Qiu Feng burst into laughter. Returning to the edge of the restricted area, Liang Qiu Feng looked at Ma Yisheng before him and slowly handed him the basketball. This time, Ma Yisheng immediately mustered all his strength, instinctively shifting his body to one side and bursting into a run. Such a sudden change caught even Liang Qiu Feng, blessed with god-tier athletic talent, off guard. He watched helplessly as Ma Yisheng's body circled around him, then stepped inside the 3-point line. Instantly, Liang Qiu Feng threw his entire body weight into a defensive move, aiming to close in on Ma Yisheng. But in that instant, Ma Yisheng executed a crossover dribble and launched the ball toward the rim. In a flash, the ball ricocheted off the backboard and swished through the net. Finally, Ma Yisheng scored 2 points with his fadeaway jumper. Across the court, supporters of Ma Yisheng erupted in cheers. Young Master Ma is amazing. Ma Xiao, you're the man. Keep pushing forward, Ma. Finally, after seeing his 2 points go in, Ma Yisheng let out a sigh of relief. He thought to himself that the gap between him and Liang Qiu Feng was now only 7 points. As long as he focused and worked hard, he could gradually close the distance. After all, Liang Qiu Feng had only demonstrated his formidable ball handling skills and blazingly fast drives, nothing more. Take the shots Liang Qiu Feng had made starting with that opening 3-pointer. Aside from that initial 3, Ma Yisheng hadn't noticed anything particularly impressive about Liang Qiu Feng's game. Later, those floaters and euro steps leading to layups, none of them required any real skill. To Ma Yisheng, they likely felt like second nature. After pondering this, a flicker of confidence returned to Ma Yisheng's heart. Right then, as he watched, he stepped back to the 3-point line and handed the ball to Liang Qiu Feng. But suddenly, before Ma Yisheng could react, Liang Qiu Feng took a step back. In that instant, Ma Yisheng's heart tightened. He seemed to finally grasp what Liang Qiu Feng intended to do. He lunged forward, raising his hand to block and disrupt Liang Qiu Feng's shot. But it was already too late. Already soaring high in the air, Liang Qiu Feng released the ball, which arced beautifully through the air and swished through the net for another three-pointer. In an instant, Liang Qiu Feng's score had reached 12 points. Ma Yisheng's brow furrowed deeply. He understood that the gap between himself and Liang Qiu Feng was widening. This pressure weighed on Ma Yisheng like never before. This battle for dignity left Ma Yisheng with an indescribable bitterness in his heart. He desperately wanted to catch up, to narrow the gap between them with one three-pointer after another. But so far, watching Liang Qiu Feng hit 2 out of 2 three-pointers, a perfect 100% shooting percentage, only deepened Ma Yisheng's unease. Because Ma Yisheng knew full well his own three-point shooting percentage was nowhere near that high. If he missed even 1 or 2 shots, this one-on-one showdown would be over. Heh, young Master Ma, it's 12-2 now. I only have 9 points left. What do you say? Shall we call it quits early? They say surrender is half the battle. All you need to do is kowtow once and recite your standard surrender speech. That's all it takes. What do you say? After handing the basketball to Ma Yisheng, Liang Qiu Feng stood before him, his face dripping with mocking contempt. Feeling the thick layer of scorn in Liang Qiu Feng's words, Ma Yisheng's teeth clenched so hard they ground together. Paired with Liang Qiu Feng's mocking tone, it felt like an unprecedented humiliation. Since he first picked up a basketball until now, when had Ma Yisheng ever endured such vile abuse and mockery? Yet now, he dared not speak his anger, unsure of what to say. After all, the vast point gap between them made Ma Yisheng feel like he couldn't see the future, couldn't see any hope. He refused to accept defeat so easily. He had his pride too. How could he just stand by and watch victory slip through his fingers? So Ma Yisheng stared coldly at Liang Qiu Feng before him, clenching his fists, curling his lips, and spat out, "Liang Qiu Feng, don't get too cocky. It's not over yet. Who knows who'll win?" "Is that so?" Liang Qiu Feng narrowed his eyes and said, "Then let me show you, young Master Ma, just how vast the gap between us truly is. A moment ago, didn't you keep saying you're a professional player on the school team who could easily defeat me? I'll return those exact words right back to you." 43 Ma Yisheng lost his mind. Charging foul. Please vote. As he spoke, Liang Qiu Feng reached out again, snatching the basketball from Ma Yisheng's hands. He then stepped outside the three-point line, took a deep breath once more under Ma Yisheng's stunned gaze, and soared high into the air. Another three-pointer swished through the net. At this point, Liang Qiu Feng had already scored 15 points. Ma Yisheng stood frozen in disbelief. If Liang Qiu Feng's first three-pointer going in was luck, and the second one might have been luck too, what about now? When this third three-pointer swished through the net, Ma Yisheng could no longer dismiss it as mere luck. Who could possibly be that lucky? Ma Yisheng even searched his memory, racking his brain for a long time, but couldn't recall ever hearing Liang Qiu Feng's name mentioned in any previous basketball games or any other competitions. By his estimation, with Liang Qiu Feng's dribbling speed, penetration ability, and shooting accuracy, he absolutely couldn't be an unknown player. But everything unfolding now gradually left Ma Yisheng feeling utterly disheartened. How could he describe his state of mind? He didn't know. It was a feeling of helplessness. Like facing a mountain he could never climb. "Hey! What are you spacing out for, Ma Yisheng? Hurry up and get the ball. We're switching offense and defense." Just then, Liang Qiu Feng's voice rang out. Hearing his words, Ma Yisheng finally snapped out of it and started walking forward. His legs felt heavy as he moved. Holding the basketball, Ma Yisheng kept rubbing it and spinning it. He couldn't fathom why he kept losing points to Liang Qiu Feng time and again today, repeatedly squandering scoring opportunities. But just then, the surrounding students began murmuring. "Holy crap, what's going on? Ma Yisheng only scored 2 points? How is that possible?" "Yeah, I went to the same high school as Ma Xiao. His basketball skills have always been top-notch. He was even captain of our high school team. Back then, he was incredibly strong. He was practically the top scorer in every game. How could he have become so terrible today? Hey, keep your voice down. Don't let Ma hear us. We all know how proud and arrogant Ma is. If we upset him, who knows what he might do to us later." "So what? What kind of basketball is Ma Yisheng playing today? Missing shot after shot, it's beyond comprehension." Ma Yisheng heard these words and felt as if his heart had plunged into an ice cave. He finally understood that his reputation was utterly ruined today. He had been so eager to make Liang Qiu Feng pay for this. He had been so eager to make Jiang Yumeng see Liang Qiu Feng's true colors, to even outshine him. But who could have imagined? Now, he had truly shot himself in the foot. In contrast, Jiang Yumeng finally released the hem of her dress she'd been clutching, exhaling a long breath. Her eyes sparkled with joy and excitement. Jiang Yumeng had been worried whether Liang Qiu Feng would lose this battle, a contest between them that concerned male pride, or perhaps something else entirely. But now it seemed she had worried needlessly. Liang Qiu Feng's performance from start to finish had surpassed Jiang Yumeng's wildest expectations. Though she knew little about basketball, she understood that with each shot he sank, he was steadily racking up points. At the same time, a warm feeling filled Jiang Yumeng's heart. She understood that a significant part of why Liang Qiu Feng had agreed to face Ma Yisheng today was because of her. Liang Qiu Feng didn't want to see her mocked by Ma Yisheng, who treated her like a commodity in their showdown, attempting to decide her fate. It was precisely for this reason that Liang Qiu Feng relentlessly sought to deal Ma Yisheng crushing blows. This filled Jiang Yumeng with an indescribable joy, for she sensed the importance Liang Qiu Feng placed on her. But just then, a collective gasp erupted from the crowd. After handing the ball to Liang Qiu Feng, Ma Yisheng instantly lunged forward. Consumed by rage, Ma Yisheng's fury caused his movements to become reckless. He charged straight toward Liang Qiu Feng and with the momentum of his large frame, collided directly into him. In that instant, Liang Qiu Feng's eyes narrowed. Feeling Ma Yisheng's sudden impact, he immediately released the basketball from his hands. Thud. Swish. Two distinct sounds echoed in quick succession. The first was the sound of Ma Yisheng crashing into Liang Qiu Feng, while the second was the swish of Liang Qiu Feng's floater sinking through the net, securing another 3 points. In an instant, the entire arena erupted in a roar. 3+1. Yet. Some were stunned, others worried. Ma Yisheng, what are you doing? The moment she saw Liang Qiu Feng collapse to the ground, Jiang Yumeng rushed forward without hesitation. She swiftly reached Liang Qiu Feng and helped him up. Seeing Jiang Yumeng's anxious expression, Liang Qiu Feng suddenly smiled. He couldn't help but think that receiving the care and concern of the school's most beautiful girl, Jiang Yumeng, made today's severe injuries worthwhile. Fortunately, Liang Qiu Feng had already noticed Ma Yisheng's frenzied movements and instinctively adjusted his posture. Then, he threw the basketball. Later, he executed an instinctive maneuver that minimized his body's contact with the ground, reducing the impact to the absolute minimum. He emerged completely unscathed. Witnessing this scene, Liang Qiu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He never imagined Ma Yisheng would charge at him with such reckless abandon, disregarding all consequences. Yet Liang Qiu Feng understood this wasn't Ma Yisheng's deliberate intent. He had just seen the rationality fading from Ma Yisheng's eyes, which was why he had unconsciously made that move. On the basketball court, many players would do the same. It was an instinctive reaction born of losing one's composure. Only then, realizing he'd lost his composure, did Ma Yisheng instinctively step forward. Looking at Liang Qiu Feng, he awkwardly stammered, "Liang Qiu Feng, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to crash into you." Despite the mounting resentment Ma Yisheng harbored toward Liang Qiu Feng in his heart. And though he was gradually losing his composure, he never had the habit of intentionally hurting others. So seeing Liang Qiu Feng fall to the ground left even Ma Yisheng momentarily flustered. Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng let out a long sigh and said nothing more. Jiang Yumeng looked at Ma Yisheng, furrowing her brow as she spoke slowly, "Ma Yisheng, I know you like me. I also know you want to show off your talents and abilities in front of me. But you absolutely should not have gone out of your way to hurt someone on the court." Ma Yisheng was at a loss for words, unsure how to explain himself to Jiang Yumeng. Jiang Yumeng continued, "Regardless of who wins or loses today, Ma Yisheng, I, Jiang Yumeng, will despise you for the rest of my life. Someone who makes mistakes on the field and then resorts to violence no matter how wealthy or talented you are, the two of us could never be together in this lifetime." And Jiang Yumeng turned to look at Liang Qiu Feng and said slowly, "I really like him. We've already become boyfriend and girlfriend. Ma Yisheng, you can give up on this completely." 44, Windmill Dunk. An absolute crushing victory. Please vote for gold tickets. In that instant, hearing Jiang Yumeng's words, countless students around them gasped in shock. My God! How could Ma Yisheng be so reckless? He went all out and knocked Liang Qiu Feng flat on his back. Yeah, if Liang Qiu Feng hadn't reacted so quickly just now, instinctively crouching down first before falling backward, he'd probably be injured by now. Sigh, who would have thought Ma Yisheng would lose his composure like this? Back in high school, we never saw him like this. This year's freshman class at Jingda University is certainly eventful. Not only did I get to see campus heartthrob-level beauties tonight, but I even witnessed 2 freshmen come to blows over one of them. Ha! Give me a break. What do you mean fistfight? It's obvious Ma Yisheng lost his mind and ended up like this. Stop blaming everything on others, okay? Whispers swirled around them, and Ma Yisheng felt utterly bewildered. Then, Jiang Yumeng urgently asked Liang Qiu Feng, "Do you feel any discomfort anywhere right now? If so, tell me immediately. I'll take you to the hospital." Hearing Jiang Yumeng's words, Liang Qiu Feng grasped her hand, gave a faint smile, and shook his head. "Don't worry, I'm fine. You go ahead. My showdown with Ma Yisheng isn't over yet. I'd been keeping our wager in mind all along, wouldn't you agree?" Faced with Liang Qiu Feng's mocking expression, Ma Yisheng found himself at a loss for words. Then, Jiang Yumeng walked to the edge of the basketball court, glancing back every few steps. Liang Qiu Feng picked up the basketball, stepped to the free throw line, and completed his 3+1 play. As the ball bounced twice in the hoop before sinking through the net, Liang Qiu Feng's score now reached 19 points, while Ma Yisheng had only 2. Liang Qiu Feng needed just 2 more points to secure victory. He tossed the ball to Ma Yisheng. Seeing Ma Yisheng's agonized expression before him, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled, "What's the matter? Ma Yisheng, you're not planning to concede defeat now, are you?" Ma Yisheng's expression was grave, his brow furrowed. He was utterly unwilling to accept defeat, yet momentarily at a loss for what to do. After a moment, Ma Yisheng shook off the thoughts in his mind. He had his pride. After all, he had been the wildly popular captain of the high school basketball team, famous throughout the entire school. How could he possibly accept defeat now? So Ma Yisheng summoned every ounce of strength, showcasing his exceptional athletic talent. With a swift lateral shuffle and a dazzling crossover, he slipped past Liang Qiu Feng. Perfect opening. In that instant, Ma Yisheng's heart leapt with excitement. He had finally managed to evade Liang Qiu Feng's defense. He then unleashed all his strength, driving toward the basket in 3 strides. With a Euro step, he prepared to lift the ball over the rim. But just then, Ma Yisheng heard the sound of footsteps behind him, like a beast charging. Each thud of those footsteps felt like a heavy hammer striking his heart. In that split second, an ominous foreboding rose in Ma Yisheng's heart. At that very moment, Liang Qiu Feng leapt upward, his fingers brushing the basketball before it reached its apex. Instantly altering the ball's trajectory, it bounced off the backboard and flew straight out of bounds. Whoosh! The crowd erupted once more. Today's showdown between Ma Yisheng and Liang Qiu Feng, coupled with the presence of Jiang Yumeng, the campus beauty of the freshman class, had drawn immense attention. Even a popular freshman influencer had started a live stream, drawing more and more students to the court to witness the showdown. Soon, a flurry of discussions erupted among the growing crowd. Wow, Liang Qiu Feng is insane. Ma Yisheng was decent back in high school, I saw his games. He can't be this weak now. But today, Liang Qiu Feng clearly looks stronger. Could Ma Yisheng be holding back on purpose? No way. Can't you see the anger and frustration in Ma Yisheng's eyes? Clearly, Ma Yisheng is at a loss now. Looks like Qiu Feng is stronger than him. Just goes to show there's always someone better out there. As the surrounding students continued their heated discussions, Ma Yisheng felt utterly helpless. He even began to regret his actions. Why had he come to mock Liang Qiu Feng? Why try to salvage a shred of pride through basketball at this moment? What he had once considered an absolute certainty had now turned completely upside down. Watching helplessly as Liang Qiu Feng successfully blocked his shot once more, possession returned to Liang Qiu Feng. Ma Yisheng returned to Liang Qiu Feng's side, unwilling but helpless. He handed the basketball to Liang Qiu Feng. He figured Liang Qiu Feng would probably end the next play with another 3-pointer. With that in mind, Ma Yisheng lunged forward without hesitation, closing in on Liang Qiu Feng to lock down his defense. However, at that very moment, Liang Qiu Feng deftly sidestepped Ma Yisheng's defense and instantly drove toward the frontcourt. Ma Yisheng instinctively turned his head to look, only to witness a scene that left him stunned. Liang Qiu Feng had reached the free throw line. After taking another half step forward, his right leg exploded with power. His pants seemed strained against his bulging thigh muscles. He watched helplessly as Liang Qiu Feng soared into the air, his body fully extended before being swung in a wide arc. Thud! The entire arena erupted. A windmill dunk. That's right. Liang Qiu Feng had just completely let go, unleashing his full power. His already god-tier athletic talent had enhanced the strength of every muscle in his body. Countless hours of experience had also taught him precisely how to activate his body most effectively, harnessing every ounce of his physical prowess to execute this windmill dunk. Hanging from the rim with both hands, Liang Qiu Feng's body fell freely. The basketball bounced relentlessly on the court beside him, its rhythmic thudding thud, thud, thud pounding on everyone's nerves. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, Liang Qiu Feng clapped his hands and walked over to Ma Yisheng. Suddenly, Liang Qiu Feng's expression turned cold as he said, Ma Yisheng, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times, then say those words you find so hard to utter in front of everyone. Ma Yisheng fell silent. 45 killing someone is no big deal? Seeking gold tickets. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the mission, winning the basketball bet against Ma Yisheng. Reward, god-tier musician. In an instant, the system's notification chime rang out in his mind. At that very moment, Liang Qiu Feng felt an overwhelming surge of immense knowledge flood his mind. It was akin to the sensation he'd experienced when acquiring his god-tier athletic talent and mastering driving skills. This colossal knowledge gradually integrated into his mind. It made Liang Qiu Feng feel as though he could now master virtually any musical instrument in the world. Though this statement might sound wildly exaggerated, Liang Qiu Feng genuinely felt this way. He suddenly realized his mind now contained countless years of experience performing on grand stages, playing every conceivable instrument. From childhood onward, he had relentlessly pursued his studies, and now, finally, he had achieved this level of mastery. In fact, recalling Ma Yisheng's piano performance on the playground just yesterday, Liang Qiu Feng could now clearly perceive its numerous flaws. He sensed that Ma Yisheng's performance lacked any emotional investment, and even the rhythm contained significant flaws. Yesterday, Liang Qiu Feng hadn't thought much of it, even finding it quite pleasant. But now, it grated on his ears. But Liang Qiu Feng had no time to dwell on such matters now. He stared coldly at Ma Yisheng before him, letting out a dismissive chuckle. Well, young Master Ma, I wonder how you feel now.
After mocking and humiliating me like that, did you ever imagine you'd lose this basketball game?
Ma Yisheng stared silently at Liang Qiu Feng, his teeth clenched, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Then, almost instinctively, he shouted, "Impossible. I'm the starting player on the basketball team, the captain of the high school squad. How could you possibly beat me?
Something's definitely wrong here. It must be you. What about me?"
Liang Qiu Feng chuckled.
"Young Master Ma, you wouldn't be implying I cheated, would you? Honestly, Ma, doesn't that sound utterly ridiculous? Think about it, would I even bother cheating against you in something like this? How exactly do you think one could cheat on a basketball court? By taking performance-enhancing drugs? But, weren't you the one who insisted on making this basketball wager with me? Or are you implying the hoop belongs to my family? Do you really think anyone would believe that? Ha ha ha." As Liang Qiu Feng finished speaking, countless classmates around them burst into loud laughter. No one expected Liang Qiu Feng's skill at mocking others to be so formidable. Ma Yisheng felt his face flush with embarrassment upon hearing these words. His brows furrowed as he glared intently at Liang Qiu Feng, speechless for a long moment. Then, Jiang Yumeng bounced over to Liang Qiu Feng.
She threw herself into his arms, her voice trembling with emotion.
"Liang Qiu Feng, I thought you were going to lose. Before coming here, I never believed you could win this basketball game.
You're truly amazing."
Liang Qiu Feng chuckled. "Is that all?
Tonight, I'll take you to see something even more amazing."
Ha!
Jiang Yumeng froze for a moment, then rolled her eyes at Liang Qiu Feng with a sigh.
"Let me tell you something, you're delusional.
We just confirmed our relationship and you're already thinking about doing something to me." Liang Qiu Feng scratched his head. "I was just thinking about showing you how awesome my cooking is."
"What did you think?"
Jiang Yumeng fell silent.
It finally dawned on her. So, Liang Qiu Feng had been teasing her? Smooth operator. "You rascal."
Fuming, Jiang Yumeng shot Liang Qiu Feng a withering glare. With that, Liang Qiu Feng lowered his gaze to Ma Yisheng and chuckled, "Young Master Ma.
All right then. I've given you time. Now you should go fulfill your bet, right?
You made it crystal clear the loser has to kneel before me, kowtow 3 times, and then shout 3 times to everyone around, Ma Yisheng will never marry in this lifetime."
Ma Yisheng gritted his teeth.
He knew he'd lost, and he knew it was a complete and utter defeat. But how could he possibly have the face to utter those words?
Just then, the surrounding students couldn't help but start murmuring. "Hilarious.
Young Master Ma probably never imagined he'd end up shooting himself in the foot today."
Exactly. If you ask me, young Master Ma only has himself to blame. He's always looked down on Liang Qiu Feng, and now he's been utterly humiliated. Who else is to blame?
It's all because he's infatuated with our campus beauty, Jiang. Completely smitten by her, he recklessly provoked Liang Qiu Feng without thinking. But you gotta hand it to him, Liang Qiu Feng is seriously skilled. His level of play would make him a top-tier leader even in the CBA.
How come we've never heard his name before now? Probably just keeping a low profile. Or maybe he never pursued basketball professionally in the first place. That can't be right. With basketball skills and talent like that, it'd be such a waste if he never pursued it professionally. Countless students were buzzing with discussion at that moment. Just then, several of Ma Yisheng's henchmen approached.
They glared at Liang Qiu Feng, their brows furrowed.
"Don't push your luck too far. You're going too far.
Our young Master Ma lost, fine, just have him apologize and call it even."
"Why make him kneel?" "Exactly. Young Master Ma playing basketball with you is already giving you face. Don't push your luck." Hearing Ma Yisheng's henchmen speak, Liang Qiu Feng suddenly laughed.
He looked down at Ma Yisheng, who was being helped up from the ground, then sneered sarcastically, "Young Master Ma. You really have some loyal, devoted little brothers who care about you.
I'm almost jealous. I envy how these guys stand up for you right here. But then again..."
Liang Qiu Feng chuckled coldly. "Who was it that came to me first to propose this wager?
And who was it that repeatedly taunted and mocked me in front of everyone?" Ma Yisheng remained silent.
He then looked at Jiang Yumeng, his eyes filled with pleading. Jiang Yumeng, however, froze for a moment, turning her head away and refusing to look at him. Ma Yisheng could only shift his gaze back to Liang Qiu Feng and slowly said, "Liang Qiu Feng, killing someone is no big deal. Today, I offer you my sincere apology.
How about we just let this matter drop?" "Sure thing, young Master Ma."
Liang Qiu Feng smiled as he stepped forward. He stood before Ma Yisheng and suddenly slapped him on the shoulder. Leaning in close, he said coldly, "Young Master Ma. I'd be happy to give you this favor, but you've got to show me some respect in return. We can let today's incident slide, but going forward, don't you need to show some attitude?" "What kind of attitude?" Ma Yisheng asked curiously. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled, "Nothing much. From now on, when you see me, call me Brother Feng. When you see Jiang Yumeng, call her sister-in-law. Be respectful and put away that arrogant attitude of yours. How about it? That's not too much to ask, is it?" In an instant, Ma Yisheng's eyes darted around before he nodded firmly.
"All right, I agree. 46 school basketball team, Coach Zheng Wanjue's invitation?" Seeking gold tickets. Liang Qiu Feng, you're just letting him off like that?
Jiang Yumeng and Liang Qiu Feng were walking away from the basketball court when she asked curiously.
What else could I do? Didn't you notice all those students gathered around like they were waiting for a show? Even some internet celebrities were filming it. What happened today will definitely cause a huge stir online tonight. Countless people will be talking about it. Who knows if Ma Yisheng's family might see it?
If they see Ma Yisheng kneeling before me, banging his head 3 times on the ground, and shouting that he'll never rise again in this lifetime, well, what he says doesn't matter.
But I'm sure someone, maybe even his family, will get upset.
If we push them to the brink, I can kiss my chances of ever making it in the capital goodbye. Listening to Liang Qiu Feng's words, Jiang Yumeng nodded silently.
Truthfully, Liang Qiu Feng felt intense rage toward Ma Yisheng and genuinely wanted him to pay the price.
But upon second thought, he realized that such relentless pressure would inevitably create negative repercussions later. Besides, he had already publicly humiliated Ma Yisheng in basketball, the very arena where Ma prided himself most under everyone's gaze. His goal of revenge had been achieved. As for the future, he firmly refused to believe Ma Yisheng wasn't the type to break his word. Today was about saving face. Ma Yisheng didn't need to kneel and apologize to him. But from now on, at the very least, whenever he encountered Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng, Ma Yisheng would surely treat them with utmost respect.
Better to have one more friend than one more enemy.
Liang Qiu Feng had no desire to invite unnecessary trouble in the future. Besides, Liang Qiu Feng knew Ma Yisheng was famously the son of the wealthiest family in the capital. With his connections, if Liang Qiu Feng ever needed help in the capital, Ma Yisheng could likely lend a hand. Liang Qiu Feng laced his hands behind his head, lazily gazing at the sky as he muttered, "What a pity that Ma Yisheng's lifelong impotence wasn't made public." TSK. Jiang Yumeng shot him a disapproving glance from the side. Immediately, scenes from Liang Qiu Feng's performance on the basketball court flashed through Jiang Yumeng's mind. She sensed his athletic prowess, his sweat pouring freely as he radiated energy and vitality. The mere thought of it filled her mind with repeated flashes of Liang Qiu Feng leaping, stealing the ball, and dunking. His determined expression and graceful figure lingered in her mind. Lost in thought, Jiang Yumeng suddenly let out a shy, giggly laugh. Noticing this, Liang Qiu Feng asked curiously, "What are you thinking about? Don't tell me you're secretly reliving my dashing moves in your mind?" Jiang Yumeng shot him a disapproving look, but having been caught out so easily, she couldn't help but blush, lowering her head shyly. "Hey, wait up." Just then, an anxious voice rang out from behind them. Liang Qiu Feng halted and turned to look. Behind them, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a casual sports jacket appeared. He appeared to be around 30 years old. As Liang Qiu Feng saw him approach, he couldn't help but feel slightly puzzled. "Hello, what can I do for you?" Seeing Liang Qiu Feng, the man chuckled and extended his hand. "Hello, classmate. You're Liang Qiu Feng, right?" "Hee, earlier, I heard some students on the basketball court discussing your name, so I remembered it." "Hello, my name is Zhang Guanjui. Since you don't bite the hand that feeds you," Liang Qiu Feng, looking bewildered, shook his hand and then asked curiously, "Hello, what can I do for you?" Zhang Guanjui chuckled. "Hey, classmate, it's really nothing. I'm a physical education instructor for our Capital University basketball team and also serve as the team's on-court coach. Today on the court, I suddenly realized your athletic talent is simply the most outstanding I've seen in someone your age. I believe you will absolutely shine on this court in the future. When that time comes..." "Hey, classmate, don't leave yet." Zhang Guanjue was still talking non-stop in place when he suddenly realized Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng had already walked several steps away. Zhang Guanjue hurriedly took long strides to catch up. He looked at Liang Qiu Feng, his voice trembling with emotion. "Classmate, how could you just walk away? I wasn't finished talking to you." Liang Qiu Feng chuckled and replied, "Coach Zhang, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I have absolutely no interest whatsoever in playing basketball games. If it weren't for the bet I made with Ma Yisheng and Ma Sha, I would never have set foot on the basketball court today. So, Coach Zhang, I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. Please don't keep coming back to ask me about this again and again." "How can that be?" Zhang Guanjue circled around to Liang Qiu Feng's other side, looking at him urgently. "Classmate, do you even know what level your basketball skills are at right now? I can guarantee that with systematic training, proper team chemistry, and playing in the national collegiate tournament, you'd be a lock for MVP. Classmate, do you even know what MVP means? That's most valuable player." Hearing Zhang Guanjue's words, Liang Qiu Feng scratched his head awkwardly. He turned to look at Jiang Yumeng and caught the amusement in her eyes. She was quietly smiling. Liang Qiu Feng stammered awkwardly, "Coach Zhang, I genuinely have no interest in basketball. I made that perfectly clear earlier. Please don't press me further or invite me, okay? That's out of the question. How could I let a student like you give up on basketball? You're the most talented and promising student I've ever seen. I won't let you give up on basketball. What if you end up in a career you dislike, only to look back and realize you could have shone brightly on the basketball court, becoming one of the nation's most talented players? Just imagine how glorious that would be." Liang Qiu Feng fell silent.
He never imagined Zhang Guanjue could be so relentlessly persistent. In truth, basketball held no interest for Liang Qiu Feng whatsoever. Basketball was merely one of his god-tier athletic talents. Liang Qiu Feng possessed equal confidence and ability in other sports as well. Was he supposed to try every single one and win medals in all of them? That was clearly unrealistic.
These were all gifts bestowed upon him by the system.
Liang Qiu Feng's most crucial goal for the future remains making money, achieving his ultimate ambition of becoming a top-tier tycoon. 47 Ma Yisheng, classmate. Join our basketball team. Vote for us. Hey, classmate. Don't leave. Finally, Zhang Guanjue couldn't hold back any longer.
He rushed to Liang Qiu Feng's side and raised his hand to block him. Seeing Liang Qiu Feng's blatant disregard for him, Zhang Guanjue felt his pride take a hit. But there was nothing he could do. He forced a smile, looked at Liang Qiu Feng, and said softly, "Classmate, I'm really serious about this conversation with you. You must think joining the basketball team will interfere with your studies, right? After all, every student who made it to our capital university is a promising talent, aren't they? Let me assure you, it won't interfere at all. We'll only take up your free time in the evenings for practice." That's even worse. The moment Zhang Guanjue spoke, Liang Qiu Feng shook his head hastily. He swept Jiang Yumeng into his arms, pulling her close. Liang Qiu Feng pursed his lips and said, "Coach Zhang, see? This?" He pointed at Jiang Yumeng and asked, "Pretty, right?" Zhang Guanjue glanced at Jiang Yumeng and nodded. "Yeah, pretty. I heard she's been dubbed the campus beauty among this year's freshmen at our capital university, right?" Zhang Guanjue inquired. "That's right," Liang Qiu Feng nodded. "So? My girlfriend, the future mother of my kids, how about that? Pretty impressive, huh?" Liang Qiu Feng spoke with a hint of bragging in his tone. Listening to Liang Qiu Feng's boastful tone, Jiang Yumeng's mouth twitched slightly. She never imagined Liang Qiu Feng could be so cheeky. Then, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled and said, "Coach Zhang, you saw it yourself. Now that I have a girlfriend to spend time with, who has time for basketball? Besides, my ambitions lie elsewhere. Basketball is just a small hobby of mine. I'm not short on money, nor do I need to earn a living through basketball. So, Coach Zhang, you don't need to use that excuse to persuade me. Alright, Coach Zhang, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading out now. We'll meet again someday." With that, Liang Qiu Feng walked around Zhang Guanjue and headed toward the parking lot. Watching them approach the lot, Zhang Guanjue clenched his jaw and followed once more. His face flushed with excitement as he exclaimed, "Liang Qiu Feng, money may not be an issue for you, but think about it, if you win this tournament every year, or even place in the top 3, you'd pocket at least hundreds of thousands in prize money. Doesn't that tempt you? What wouldn't you do with that money? Even splurging on a luxury car worth hundreds of thousands, imagine the prestige of driving that around." As he spoke, Zhang Guanjue watched helplessly as Liang Qiu Feng climbed into that 30 million yuan Koenigsegg. The car roared to life like a beast, swiftly pulling up beside him before the window rolled down. Liang Qiu Feng looked at Zhang Guanjue and chuckled, "Coach Zhang, that luxury car you mentioned costing hundreds of thousands? Could it even buy one-wheel rim for my car?" Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's words, Zhang Guanjue's mouth twitched. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled again before finally starting the engine and driving away, rolling the window back up. Jiang Yumeng finally couldn't hold back and giggled beside him. Why pick on our school's coach? What if he gets upset with you later?" Liang Qiu Feng shook his head helplessly. "What choice did I have? He kept pestering me with invitations. If I hadn't refused outright, who knows what else he might have tried next?" Jiang Yumeng listened, shook her head helplessly, and said nothing more. Unbeknownst to both of them, in the parking lot above the basketball court, Zhang Guanjue watched helplessly as Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng drove away in that luxury car. Zhang Guanjue was momentarily at a loss for words. He had indeed intended, as Liang Qiu Feng had said, to use the prize money from this basketball tournament to persuade Liang Qiu Feng to join their school's basketball team. But now, seeing Liang Qiu Feng drive away in such a luxury car, he realized how insignificant the few 100,000 yuan prize money he'd mentioned seemed. Moreover, that prize money required grueling competition over an entire year, culminating in victory at the National Collegiate Championship. Zhang Guanjue felt profoundly awkward. Yet hope flared anew in his eyes as he murmured, "No, I absolutely cannot let him give up basketball. Even if he's a prodigy in everything, can he truly excel at every single thing? Basketball could absolutely be his shining moment. Even if he didn't care about money, surely he cared about honor? Surely he cared about his standing in his girlfriend's eyes? When school starts, I'll find out exactly which department he's in and have a serious talk with his advisor." As he finished muttering to himself, Zhang Guanjue lifted his head and suddenly spotted Ma Yisheng approaching from afar, his face clouded with gloom. Instantly, a flame of hope flared in Zhang Guanjue's eyes once more. Truth be told, even though Zhang Guanjue had just witnessed Ma Yisheng's showdown with Liang Qiu Feng, and despite Ma's crushing defeat, he'd also seen the exceptional skill Ma displayed in his dribbling, shooting, and every other move. He thought to himself, if Ma Yisheng could undergo systematic training based on this, he would surely achieve remarkable results in the future.
He might even lead the Jingda University basketball team to greater heights and better rankings. With a chuckle, Zhang Guanjue rubbed his hands together and strode over to Ma Yisheng. Ma Yisheng froze.
He had been feeling both frustrated and somewhat grateful. The frustration stemmed from being utterly crushed by Liang Qiu Feng today, while the gratitude arose because Liang Qiu Feng hadn't completely humiliated him in the end. Instead, he had merely made him apologize to those around him before letting him leave. The anger Ma Yisheng had harbored toward Liang Qiu Feng vanished completely at that moment. He had once held a favorable impression of Jiang Yumeng, but now he couldn't care less. His only wish was to encounter Liang Qiu Feng as little as possible from now on. Just then, he noticed the man before him and frowned.
"Hello. What is it?" Zhang Guanjue chuckled.
"Mr. Ma Yisheng, I know you were playing ball with Liang Qiu Feng just now. I watched the entire thing from start to finish."
Hearing this, Ma Yisheng's mouth twitched. Was this guy crazy? Why bring up the one thing he didn't want to talk about? Did he have to rub salt in the wound?
Seeing Ma Yisheng's forced smile, Zhang Guanjue remained oblivious as he continued, "Classmate, here's the thing.
I'm the coach of the Capital University basketball team. I'd like to invite you to join our squad." "Hey, classmate, don't leave. Don't go." 48 Oh no. Teenagers sharing a bed? Please vote.
Seeing Ma Yisheng, who looked exactly like Liang Qiu Feng, walk right past him and turn to leave. For a moment, Zhang Guanjue froze, inwardly wondering what the hell was going on.
Could Ma Yisheng and that Liang Qiu Feng be brothers? Otherwise, how could these two have been so perfectly synchronized in their movements from start to finish? Despite his awkwardness, Zhang Guanjue quickly rushed forward, arriving beside Ma Yisheng. He spoke excitedly, "Hey, hold on. Let me tell you something. I watched your match today.
Even though you lost to Liang Qiu Feng and by such a huge margin."
Dude, what's with that face? Constipated?" Hearing Zhang Guanjue's words, Ma Yisheng's face instantly darkened.
His mouth twitched, fists clenched, itching to punch the guy right then and there. But since the man was, after all, his teacher and coach, Ma Yisheng managed to restrain himself. Zhang Guanjue chuckled, walking alongside Ma Yisheng as he continued, "Hey, I'll tell you this, you might say it's not, well, never mind that. Let me put it this way, I saw your talent, I saw your potential. I've also heard you were captain of your high school basketball team.
I sense your potential.
If you agree to join our basketball team, after systematic training, you will absolutely reach the pinnacle of your life and be adored by countless classmates. Coach, I believe you can lead our school team to great success with your basketball skills."
"Forget it. I'm not interested." Ma Yisheng shook his head coldly at that moment, flatly rejecting the offer.
Ma Yisheng had originally planned to join the basketball team after entering university, hoping for a casual position where he could play basketball during free time and participate in various friendly matches on campus.
As for actually competing in basketball games? That was definitely out of the question for Ma Yisheng.
First, he found competitive basketball too grueling and exhausting. Second, Ma Yisheng's parents didn't want him involved in such a high-contact, high-intensity activity. After all, collisions were common on the court. If someone lost control and left him permanently disabled, his parents would be devastated. But the most crucial reason was today's match against Liang Qiu Feng. Having been utterly defeated, Ma Yisheng finally recognized just how vast his own shortcomings truly were. Ma Yisheng thought to himself, if even an obscure classmate like Liang Qiu Feng could defeat him, how formidable would his future opponents be? Of course, it could also be that today, after Liang Qiu Feng defeated him, Ma Yisheng had completely lost his confidence. Seeing Ma Yisheng like this, Zhang Guanjue urgently said, "Classmate, I understand. You must be worried that playing basketball will interfere with your studies, right? Don't worry, our training sessions are all after school, during evening study hall. And let me tell you, us guys play basketball for two reasons, to impress others and for money. With looks like yours, you'll definitely have plenty of admirers."
"Hey, what's wrong?"
Zhang Guanjue paused mid-sentence, his expression shifting.
Ma Yisheng looked at Zhang Guanjue, furrowing his brow as he asked, "What did you just say?"
"I said, us big guys."
"No. The next part. First, others. The next part."
Zhang Guanjue scratched his head and began again, "Like you being so handsome."
"Ha? Wait. What did you say? I didn't catch that." Zhang Guanjue's mouth twitched. Only then did he realize. So, Ma Yisheng thought he was the admin of a flattery group?
So Zhang Guanjue hurriedly said, "Classmate, let's not talk about that for now. Think about it, with looks like yours, you're bound to have plenty of girls interested.
Right now, what you need most is money.
Let me tell you, if you join our school basketball team, the annual bonuses can be over 100,000, even hundreds of thousands. As long as you make the rankings and win MVP, the bonuses will just keep rolling in. Just picture it cruising around the court in a luxury car worth hundreds of thousands.
That'll definitely grab eyes." Mid-sentence, Zhang Guanjue trailed off.
He watched Ma Yisheng climb into that Porsche 911 worth over 2 million yuan, which then pulled up right in front of him. Ma Yisheng rolled down the window, gave Zhang Guanju a faint smile, and said, Coach Zhang, how much did you say you'd spend on that luxury car? Could that one car even match the value of my 4 tires? Watching Zhang Guanju shake his head with a twitching mouth, Ma Yisheng nodded silently before waving his hand. The car sped off.
Damn it! A plant. Finally, Zhang Guanju couldn't hold back any longer. He let out a furious howl to the heavens. Why? Why is everyone picking on me like this? I just want to recruit a basketball team member. Why is it so damn hard? After buying the doll and stuffed bear on their way back, Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng finally drove back to the villa. Parking the car, lugging a large suitcase and carrying 2 toys for their daughter, the two finally pushed open the door. Soon, they spotted their daughter sitting on the sofa, engrossed in the cartoon playing on the TV. Beside her, Shenwan, upon seeing them return, hurriedly stood up, bowed slightly, and said, Sir, miss, you're back. Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled, Aunt Shen, you've worked hard. Please go rest now. There's no need for you to fuss over us tonight. From now on, whenever we're home, both you and Aunt Shen can go about your own business. Shenwan chuckled softly, exchanged greetings with Liang Qiu, and then stepped away. Jiang Yumeng walked over to Liang Qiu's side, sat down beside her, ruffled the little girl's hair, and asked, Yeah, what were you and Auntie Shen talking about? Liang Qiu puckered her lips and said in a babyish voice, Auntie Shen just taught me how to recognize characters and count. And once I learn well, she'll take me to watch cartoons. How about it? Mom and Dad, am I smart? Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng exchanged glances upon hearing this, recognizing the ingenuity of the domestic service company within the Rose Garden. The fact that she could provide simple homework assistance that wasn't something every nanny could manage. For a moment, they couldn't have been more satisfied. After watching TV with the little girl for a while, she hopped back to her bedroom, clutching her new doll and giant stuffed bear, tugging at Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng as she went. Watching the little girl now, Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng exchanged a glance. Because next, the two of them were about to face the most awkward situation they'd ever encountered in their entire lives. That is a youthful boy and girl sharing the same bed. 49 John's campus queen wants to take a bath? Thrilling. Please vote. Daddy, Mommy, hurry over. You promised Yaya you'd sleep with her tonight. Hearing Liang Qiu's words, Liang Qiu Feng scratched his head awkwardly. Jiang Yumeng turned to look at Liang Qiu Feng, a hint of hesitation flickering in her eyes. Her expression clearly asked whether he intended to sleep with Liang Qiu. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Yumeng whispered softly, I don't think she'll let us off the hook if we don't agree tonight. Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng tentatively suggested, Yeah, how about Mom sleeps with you, and Dad sleeps in the next room? Would that be okay? To be honest, Liang Qiu Feng admitted he wasn't exactly a paragon of virtue. He'd always been the type to hold grudges and seek revenge over the slightest provocation. But now, suddenly confronted with this situation alongside Jiang Yumeng, he felt a pang of unease. He might be petty, but he wasn't a beast. Even though he repeatedly cracked jokes in front of Jiang Yumeng, when confronted with this kind of situation, he turned into a keyboard warrior striking hard online but timid in real life. It was the little girl who firmly shook her head at that moment, saying, No, Mom and Dad. You both promised me. You've always slept with me before, so why can't you now? Hearing the little girl's stubborn words, Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng realized that if they refused her now, she might burst into tears at any moment. Left with no choice, they sighed helplessly. Jiang Yumeng stepped forward, pinched Liang Qiu's cheek, and said, Yeah, how about Mom takes you to take a bath first? Hearing her mother's words, Liang Qiu nodded and skipped happily after Jiang Yumeng toward the bathroom. Seeing this, Liang Qiu Feng sighed helplessly and sat patiently by the bedside to wait. A few minutes later, Liang Qiu emerged wearing adorable cartoon pajamas, skipping and jumping before plopping straight onto the bed. Seeing her curl up at the very edge of the bed, Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng felt awkward. They both thought, could it be that they were supposed to lie down together, leaving Liang Qiu at the very edge? Sure enough, Liang Qiu patted the large empty space on the bed and cheerfully called out, Mommy and Daddy, come lie down. Come tell Yaya a story. Mom, you lie in the middle, Dad, you lie on the edge. That's how you two always lay before. Hearing Liang Qiu's words, Liang Qiu Feng felt both awkward and impressed, giving her a thumbs up. Have him lie down next to the stunning Zhangda? His daughter truly was his little cotton jacket. Though Liang Qiu Feng knew he shouldn't be so animalistic, holding such a beauty in his arms, breathing in her delicate fragrance, feeling Jiang Yumeng's warmth, this kind of pleasure wasn't something just anyone could experience. Then, Liang Qiu Feng caught Jiang Yumeng's gaze, which seemed to devour him. He scratched his head awkwardly, Why are you looking at me? I didn't say anything. It was our daughter who insisted you lie in the middle. Hurry up, or she'll get genuinely upset and start crying. Then you'll be the one having to comfort her, won't you? Jiang Yumeng shot Liang Qiu Feng a withering look before sighing. Without even changing her clothes, she lay down cautiously beside Jiang Yumeng, still wearing the outfit she'd bought that very day. At Liang Qiu's insistence, Liang Qiu Feng also lay down behind Jiang Yumeng. Lying flat, Liang Qiu Feng caught sight of Jiang Yumeng's impressive assets. Beneath those layered peaks, they stood tall and firm. Liang Qiu Feng even caught sight of Jiang Yumeng's flat abdomen rising and falling with each breath. In that instant, he felt
a certain change within himself. A subtle fragrance filled his nostrils. Being so close to Jiang Yumeng, Liang Qiu Feng could smell the fresh scent emanating from her hair, instantly filling his nasal passages.
Then, at such close quarters, he could see Jiang Yumeng's skin exquisitely smooth and supple.
Such fair and delicate skin, paired with her current blush, made Liang Qiu Feng's heart flutter involuntarily.
"What are you staring at?"
Jiang Yumeng asked, her voice tinged with coyness. Qiu Feng chuckled and shook his head. Finally, unable to resist Qiu Yu's insistence, Jiang Yumeng sighed softly. She gently patted Qiu Yu's body and began to speak slowly. "The story I'm going to tell you is called Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs."
Once upon a time,
Liang Qiu Feng lay on his side on the bed, propping his head up with his elbow as he watched Jiang Yumeng. Seeing Jiang Yumeng so tenderly devoted, he found himself momentarily captivated. He understood, after all, that Jiang Yumeng was a gentle girl, one who was always thoughtful and considerate. For her daughter's sake, to lull her to sleep, Jiang Yumeng must have studied storytelling beforehand, right? Such a girl, this ice queen who maintained a cool, aloof demeanor before everyone who could have imagined. Now, lying in bed with him, lulling their daughter to sleep? Before long, Liang Qiu Yu's breathing evened out. Jiang Yumeng exhaled deeply, carefully preparing to get out of bed, when she suddenly sensed Liang Qiu Feng beside her. Her hand instinctively pressed down, landing squarely on Liang Qiu Feng's.
The Roman Emperor.
Embarrassed, Jiang Yumeng quickly withdrew her hand. Liang Qiu Feng, painfully, sprang up from the bed, arching his back like a shrimp. He looked at her helplessly. "Could you be a little more careful?" Liang Qiu Feng whispered softly, afraid his loud voice would wake his daughter who had just fallen asleep. Even the pained cry he'd let out earlier had been stifled. He hadn't dared breathe loudly. Jiang Yumeng instantly realized where she had pressed, her face flushing crimson as if it could drip with moisture. She urgently whispered back, "I'm sorry, I didn't expect it either. I accidentally pressed on you. How could you be so careless?" "Blaming me?" Liang Qiu Feng shot her a disgruntled look. "What choice did I have? That was my natural reaction, okay? Could you please stop blaming me?" Fine, I won't blame you. I won't blame you." Jiang Yumeng shot him a flirtatious glare. Seeing her coquettish expression made Liang Qiu Feng's face flush crimson once more. Then, Jiang Yumeng fell into an awkward silence. She looked at Liang Qiu Feng and asked, "What should we do now?" Liang Qiu Feng sighed. "What else can we do? Let's sleep." "But you can't sleep in that outfit. Why don't you take a shower?" But my pajamas are just hanging out to dry," Jiang Yumeng said, looking utterly conflicted. After packing her belongings into her suitcase and returning to the villa, she had just finished washing and hanging up all her clothes. Now she had no idea what to wear and was utterly torn. Liang Qiu Feng scratched his head and suggested, "Why don't you wear my t-shirt? Mine's a long-sleeved one, so it should cover everything it needs to." 50. Act like a beast? Or worse than a beast? Seeking gold tickets. Ha? Jiang Yumeng froze at his words. What did cover everything it should even mean? She shot Liang Qiu Feng a disapproving look before retorting, "You're such a pervert. What else do you want to see?" "What? Once the covered parts are covered, you think you can just look wherever you want?" Liang Qiu Feng hastily waved his hands. "Not at all. All right, you go ahead. Hurry up and wash up, then get into bed. I should wash up too, or else I won't be able to get up tomorrow morning. Don't forget, we've got things to do tomorrow." Jiang Yumeng sighed helplessly inside. She knew perfectly well what Liang Qiu Feng had to do tomorrow morning. Tomorrow, Liang Qiu Feng would return to his rented place to pack his things before moving over. The day after tomorrow, both of them would officially start school. The morning was reserved for all freshmen to report back to campus, where the counselor would announce various matters. Starting in the afternoon, they would also begin their 10-day military training. For those 10 days, the two of them would likely spend every daytime hour exposed to the elements. The thought made Jiang Yumeng feel a bit down. The fair skin she'd worked so hard to achieve would likely darken several shades again. But she didn't really care about that. Since graduating from high school, Jiang Yumeng had been working part-time jobs to earn money, so she wasn't overly concerned about her appearance. Sighing, Jiang Yumeng shot Liang Qiu Feng a disapproving glance before cautiously opening the wardrobe door. She surveyed the array of Liang Qiu Feng's clothes displayed inside. Then, her gaze instinctively drifted downward, where she spotted a small box. Inside that box lay nothing but Liang Qiu Feng's underwear. Instantly, Jiang Yumeng's face flushed bright red again. She hastily grabbed a short-sleeved t-shirt and fled into the bathroom beside her. Watching her dash inside, Liang Qiu Feng glanced back at the items arranged beneath the wardrobe. He, too, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He wondered, was Jiang Yumeng angry? Or embarrassed? Or something else entirely? Liang Qiu Feng had never experienced anything like this with another woman before. How could he possibly have any experience in this area? He had no idea how to handle his feelings for Jiang Yumeng. All Liang Qiu Feng could do now was take things one step at a time, feeling his way across the river, learning as he went. Before long, the sound of rushing water came from the bathroom. Hearing that sound, Liang Qiu Feng's mind began to conjure images of the beautiful Jiang Yumeng bathing. The more he thought about it, the hotter his nose felt. He raised his hand to touch it and discovered he was bleeding from his nose. He grabbed a tissue and stuffed it into his nose, sitting hesitantly on the bedside, waiting patiently. Several minutes later, Jiang Yumeng emerged from the bathroom, drying her hair with a towel and wearing Liang Qiu Feng's oversized t-shirt.
Instantly, Liang Qiu Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. And along with his eyes, something else also.
Jiang Yumeng's fair, straight legs, now boldly tempting Liang Qiu Feng's gaze. Jiang Yumeng naturally possessed fair skin, and after the steam from the hot water, her skin had a slight rosy glow. She raised both hands to dry her dripping hair, her stunning curves and graceful figure on full display.
Her flat stomach was revealed without hesitation.
Moreover, Jiang Yumeng was quite tall herself, so unlike many girls in short videos online who wore men's t-shirts long enough to cover their thighs, hers didn't reach that length. As Jiang Yumeng continued drying her hair, her movements caused the fabric to rise and fall rhythmically. Following the hem of her t-shirt, Liang Qiu Feng caught glimpses of the faintly visible cartoon pattern.
Ha! No! Jiang Yumeng snapped back to reality, instinctively about to scream.
But then she remembered her daughter snoring away in the bedroom, lost in sweet dreams. She shot Liang Qiu Feng a disapproving glare, her cheeks flushing crimson as she dashed back inside. Not long after, Jiang Yumeng emerged again, clutching the hem of her t-shirt tightly as she approached Liang Qiu Feng.
You pervert! Jiang Yumeng scolded.
Liang Qiu Feng scratched his head awkwardly.
How am I a pervert? You're holding this t-shirt, it's one of my shorter ones. What does that have to do with me? Why didn't you warn me? Jiang Yumeng demanded. Liang Qiu Feng looked utterly innocent. How could I have warned you? You have to take responsibility for what you say. You were showering in the bathroom. Was I supposed to barge in and hand it to you? That's clearly not practical.
Jiang Yumeng shot Liang Qiu Feng a disapproving look before pouting playfully. Fine.
Now stand up and turn around.
Hearing Jiang Yumeng's words, Liang Qiu Feng knew exactly what she intended to do. She was probably about to lie down on the bed, and naturally didn't want him to see something he shouldn't while moving around on the bed, causing the hem of his t-shirt to ride up. Liang Qiu Feng nodded and stood up, bending his waist slightly with his back to Jiang Yumeng.
She asked curiously, why are you bending over? Can't you just stand straight? Liang Qiu Feng felt utterly embarrassed. Sis, if I could stand straight, do you think I wouldn't? Did you fail to get into Tsinghua because you didn't like it? Jiang Yumeng nodded. Yeah. Why else would I come to Beijing University?
Suddenly, Jiang Yumeng seemed to grasp something. Her face flushed crimson as she swiftly dived into bed and burrowed beneath the covers. She softly called out to Liang Qiu Feng. He sighed deeply and said slowly, all right then. You rest first. I'm going to take a shower. Jiang Yumeng nodded. But the moment Liang Qiu Feng stepped into the bathroom and closed the door, Jiang Yumeng's face flushed as red as an apple. She watched as Liang Qiu Feng stepped into the bathroom, humming a tune as he shed his clothes. Then, just as he was about to hang his clothes on the rack beside him, Liang Qiu Feng's gaze locked onto the rack and couldn't tear itself away. Black. Lace. Piping. Padded. One word after another flashed through Liang Qiu Feng's mind. Without a second thought, Liang Qiu Feng turned on the faucet and aimed it directly at his nose. Yep, he was bleeding from the nose again. In his entire life, Liang Qiu Feng had never fought such a lavish battle. Nor had he ever taken such a quick shower in his life. In just 1 minute, he rinsed his entire body clean. Then, dressed in his pajamas, he walked out and returned to bed. Liang Qiu Feng flopped straight onto the pillow. Though the large quilt covered both of them, Jiang Yumeng had drawn a clear 3/8 line on top of it. She even warned Liang Qiu Feng that if he dared cross that line, she'd be upset with him and ignore him. Faced with the choice between being a beast or worse than a beast. Chose the latter. 51 Mom and Dad go to school, I go to kindergarten seeking gold tickets. Liang Qiu Feng truly didn't want to act like a beast. He felt it would be too unfair to Jiang Yumeng. Though their daughter's arrival had solidified their bond whether as lovers or spouses. But truthfully, Liang Qiu Feng could never take that step. He and Jiang Yumeng still needed to continuously understand each other, gradually nurturing their feelings for one another to win each other's hearts. How could Liang Qiu Feng possibly bring himself to do something so beastly? Thus, lying in bed staring at the ceiling, he tossed and turned for a long time, unable to sleep, his mind in turmoil. After a while, Jiang Yumeng's voice murmured softly beside him, like a mosquito's buzz, Did you see anything just now when you were showering? Saw what? Liang Qiu Feng feigned confusion. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Did you leave something in the bathroom? Jiang Yumeng shook her head hastily. Nothing. I was just curious. Heh. Never mind. Let's just go to sleep. Liang Qiu Feng finally exhaled in relief, but lying in bed, he tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep for a long time. After all. At the end of the day, Liang Qiu Feng was still a young man full of vigor and vitality, a male college student, no less. With all these buffs stacked on him, Liang Qiu Feng hadn't fallen asleep even by the next morning. Not until the sun rose, casting a hazy golden glow through the curtains into the room, did he finally drift off.
But Jiang Yumeng beside him?
Liang Qiu Feng couldn't fathom why Jiang Yumeng could sleep so soundly.
As if she wasn't the least bit worried he might take advantage of her.
Turning his head, Liang Qiu Feng watched as Jiang Yumeng snatched his half of the blanket, then found himself pinned beneath her legs. He could even glimpse things he shouldn't be seeing through the hem of her t-shirt.
Then, Liang Qiu Feng glanced toward the other end of the bed.
There, his daughter clutched a corner of the quilt, her legs straddling it like she was riding a horse. In that instant, Liang Qiu Feng seemed to understand something. They say daughters take after their mothers, and this was spot on. Her sleeping habits were practically identical to her mother's, weren't they? After an unknown amount of time, Liang Qiu opened her eyes, mumbling and smacking her lips. Right after that, Jiang Yumeng opened her eyes at the same time. The mother and daughter exchanged a glance and both giggled. But just then, Jiang Yumeng suddenly snapped to attention. She quickly looked down and saw her t-shirt had ridden up slightly, exposing half her buttocks. Realizing what she saw, she turned sideways just in time to catch Liang Qiu Feng's deliberately upward gaze.
Jiang Yumeng screamed, "Pervert! Dirty pervert!"
As the words left her mouth, her foot instinctively kicked out.
Thud! She sent Liang Qiu Feng crashing to the floor. Crawling to his feet, Liang Qiu Feng rubbed his sore buttocks and said helplessly, "Hey, Miss Popularity, do you realize you just attempted murder? You want to murder me off so you can find a stepdad for our daughter, right?"
Jiang Yumeng shot him a disdainful glare before tugging down the hem of her skirt.
She pouted, "It's all your fault, you stinking scoundrel. If you told me yesterday which dress was longer, would we be in this mess?" "Yeah, right."
Liang Qiu Feng rolled his eyes at her, stretched lazily, and said slowly, "You have no idea what you look like sleeping last night. You were practically identical to your daughter. Look at her pose right now, straddling the blanket, it's practically identical to yours. Last night you snatched my side of the covers right out from under me, then straddled it like it was nothing. You were smacking your lips like you were eating lamb chops. What kind of dream were you having last night that was so satisfying? And seriously, Miss Popularity, you sure do trust me.
Aren't you worried I might have tried something inappropriate last night?"
Listening to Liang Qiu Feng's words, Jiang Yumeng sat on the bedhead in a daze, fiddling with her fingers as she lowered her head. Then, pouting, she said, "Last night I dreamed I took my daughter out for barbecue."
"Beautiful." Liang Qiu Feng clapped his hands, instantly looking utterly dejected.
Jiang Yumeng then looked at Liang Qiu Feng and giggled, "Because I trust you.
I trust you wouldn't do something like that to me, right?"
At that moment, Liang Qiu Feng froze upon hearing Jiang Yumeng's words. He hadn't expected Jiang Yumeng to trust him so completely, nor had he anticipated her suddenly saying such words. He felt the trust in her words, and suddenly, he smiled. Sometimes, being a righteous gentleman wasn't such a bad thing after all. Then, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly, his tone unexpectedly tinged with a hint of shyness as he said, "Since you've chosen to trust me, I won't let you down. Rest assured, I'll win your heart first before doing anything else. I still hope that ours is pure love. Alright, go wash up now." And so, the family of three changed into regular clothes and appeared in the bathroom. Liang Qiu stood on her little stool, barely reaching the chest level of Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng. The family of three held their toothbrushes and began brushing their teeth in perfect unison. The scene was incredibly heartwarming. The little girl even started blowing bubbles while brushing. Jiang Yumeng and Liang Qiu Feng watched the scene beside her, both chuckling softly as they dotingly played along with Liang Qiu. By the time they finished brushing, it was already past 8 a.m. The three of them stepped out of the room and headed downstairs. They could already hear Shenwan and Chen Yuluo's voices coming from the kitchen. Hearing them approach, Chen Yuluo poked her head out and called out, "Sir, Miss, little princess, you're up. Shenwan and I will have breakfast ready in just over 10 minutes. Liang Qiu Feng nodded slightly, his voice tinged with gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you." Hearing this, the two women felt embarrassed and scratched their heads without saying anything more. In their line of work serving the wealthy residents of this affluent neighborhood, they always tried their best to present themselves perfectly. You never knew when a customer might grow dissatisfied, and that would mean losing their livelihood. Soon, breakfast was ready. As the exquisitely prepared meal was placed on the table, the family of three began eating happily. With every bite, Liang Qiu offered praise, and the smiles on Chen Yuluo and Shenwan's faces never faded. After finishing their meal, Liang Qiu Feng set down his chopsticks and bowl. Satisfied and full, he wiped his mouth and spoke slowly, "Auntie Chen, starting today, Yumeng and I won't be home during the day. We'll need your help looking after the little one. Also, before long, we'll be sending the little one to kindergarten, so you'll need to help with picking her up and dropping her off during the day. Otherwise, you're free to manage your time as you see fit. I won't impose many restrictions on you, just do what feels easiest for you." Hearing this, Shenwan and the other housekeeper nodded earnestly. They had never encountered employers who managed them so lightly before. Overjoyed, they resolved to serve diligently and not disappoint them. But nearby, Liang Qiu looked up curiously, Daddy. Kindergarten.
Is that where you get to play with all the other kids?
Yes, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly, tickling Liang Qiu's nose playfully.
That's right. Haven't you been looking forward to going to school for a long time?
Liang Qiu nodded happily. Jiang Yumeng smiled beside them and said gently, then in a little while, Mommy and Daddy will find a kindergarten for you.
You'll go to kindergarten, learn together with your future friends, and grow up together, okay?
Okay.
Liang Qiu replied in her sweet, childish voice.
Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng exchanged a glance, both finally letting out a sigh of relief.
52 The capital's wealthiest merchant, angel investor? Seeking gold tickets. Capital city.
In a luxurious villa, Ma Yisheng had just arrived. After rising early and freshening up, Ma Yisheng dressed in extravagantly luxurious casual wear before making his way to the living room. There, seated on the sofa, sat a middle-aged man. He was bent over a newspaper, a cigar still clamped between his fingers. Upon hearing Ma Yisheng's footsteps, he looked up and smiled gently. My son is up. Ma Yisheng approached and respectfully said, Dad.
It's been ages since I saw you at home this early in the morning. Hasn't the company been busy lately?
The man was Ma Jiani, Ma Yisheng's father. Chairman of the Beijing Ma Group, primarily engaged in real estate and other ventures.
Within the capital, the Ma Group held an unrivaled position of absolute dominance.
It was precisely because of this that Ma Yisheng was known as the capital's wealthiest young heir. Seeing Ma Yisheng appear, Ma Jiani chuckled softly and waved him over to sit beside him. Son, I heard you successfully enrolled the day before yesterday.
How is it going? Have you made any friends at school? Surely not, those same sycophants again, always fawning over you, hoping to gain resources and money by staying close to you?
Hearing his father's words, Ma Yisheng scratched his head awkwardly.
Yes, Ma Jiani had hit the nail on the head. He was absolutely right.
Truthfully, since starting school, those idle friends had been hanging around campus with him every day. This left Ma Yisheng feeling deeply helpless, yet also tormented because aside from them, he didn't know who else to befriend. Everyone else who befriended him did so for some resource or another, or to get closer to his father.
In contrast, these few who stuck by him since childhood, though each harbored similar motives, at least possessed a shred of genuine sincerity.
Seeing Ma Yisheng sigh like this, Ma Jiani sighed beside him and said slowly, You.
I've told you countless times that you need to lower your stance. I heard your school has a rather controversial freshman this year? Have you looked into it? They say the kid even drives a Koenigsegg?
He's become quite the sensation on campus. Rumors are swirling outside, even suggesting he might be the young master of some hidden domestic conglomerate here at Capital University to study and enjoy himself.
Ah, well.
Ma Yisheng scratched his head awkwardly before replying, he's more than just a sensation.
We've actually had a bit of a falling out.
Ha? Ma Jiani paused, his curiosity piqued as he turned to Ma Yisheng. After Ma Yisheng recounted the entire story in detail, Ma Jiani clamped his cigar between his fingers. He frowned thoughtfully for a moment before speaking, if this were following a novel's plot development. Then Liang Qiu Feng is clearly the protagonist.
Son, no matter what, Liang Qiu Feng must have some hidden background. Though we don't know exactly what that background is yet, based on what you've said. I guess he's definitely no ordinary guy. Hearing this, Ma Yisheng's mouth twitched. Dad, cut back on those novels. They're messing with our family's future.
Ha?
What's wrong with that? Let me tell you.
Ma Jiani looked at Ma Yisheng, pursed his lips, took a puff on his cigar, and said, when you were in elementary school, I was known as a bookworm.
You know what this is called, right? No idea. Ma Yisheng shook his head. Ma Jiani chuckled. It's called an angel investor. Let me tell you, this Liang Qiu Feng, he's definitely no ordinary guy. Who knows, maybe he even has a system? A system? Ha ha ha. Ma Yisheng burst out laughing, rolling his eyes. Dad, did the doctor suggest upping your medication for this condition?
Ma Jiani instantly took offense at this remark, raising his hand to slap Ma Yisheng squarely on the head. Then he grumbled, how dare you talk to your old man like that?
Fine, I won't bother you with this. But I still suggest you try talking to him. You could try talking to Liang Qiu Feng.
Even though you had some conflicts before, the fact that he ultimately chose not to pursue charges against you shows he's not arrogant. Besides, he doesn't harbor deep hatred toward you. Just look at him driving a Koenigsegg in China, there are barely any of those here.
His status is definitely not ordinary. In the future, if your paths cross, it'll definitely be to your advantage.
Besides, even if he can't help you directly, remember this, more friends mean more paths open to you. Your old man here knows this well. Gaining one enemy is far more painful than gaining 10 friends. Hearing this, Ma Yisheng scratched his head helplessly.
Having grown up in such a household, how could he not understand?
He felt rather awkward about putting aside past grievances with Liang Qiu Feng. After all, Ma Yisheng had mocked Liang Qiu Feng so viciously over Jiang Yumeng, their words sharp as knives. Later, they even staged a basketball showdown in front of the entire student body. Now his father was telling him to seek out Liang Qiu Feng and mend fences? After pondering it, Ma Yisheng still found the idea awkward. Tap tap tap. Just then, footsteps echoed through the hallway.
Ma Yisheng turned his head and called out, "Mom."
He saw a woman dressed in a qipao, radiating elegance and grace, slowly walking over in her red high heels. She approached and sat directly beside Ma Jianni, linking her arm through his.
Her name was Duan Yutong, Ma Yisheng's mother. Looking at Ma Yisheng, Duan Yutong chuckled softly. "Son, I overheard your conversation with your father just now. He's absolutely right.
Even now, we still don't know the exact background or capabilities of your classmate, but someone who drives a Koenigsegg certainly isn't just any ordinary person. You need to find a way to add him on WeChat and keep in touch. You've never had a friend who genuinely cared for you and whom you genuinely cared for in return. If you can genuinely connect with him through your sincerity, it will undoubtedly be nothing but beneficial for your future." Seeing his mother speak so earnestly, Ma Yisheng finally nodded, sighed helplessly, then rose and walked toward the dining room. After the family of three finished their meal, Ma Yisheng's parents excused themselves to attend to their own affairs. 53 No meeting without a grudge. Seeking gold tickets. Ma Yisheng's father was the chairman of the Ma Group, while his mother served as the chairwoman of Duan Jewelry.
Duan Jewelry's products were sold both domestically and internationally, boasting a market value of hundreds of billions.
The Ma Group's market value soared even higher, reaching hundreds of billions. The synergy between these two conglomerates had paved the way for Ma Yisheng's current life of extravagance.
Yet, having been financially controlled by his family since childhood and constantly guided by their teachings, Ma Yisheng wasn't as arrogant as one might expect.
He didn't spend money recklessly either. Surveying the empty house, where only the butler and servants bustled about, Ma Yisheng couldn't help but sigh. After hesitating for a long time, he finally took out his phone and searched for a school friend's WeChat.
He then sent a message, "Find me Liang Qiu Feng's contact info. I need to speak with him."
With that, he set his phone aside, propping his chin in his hands as his gaze drifted into thought.
9:30 a.m.
Finally, Liang Qiu Feng and his family of three arrived at the residential complex where their rental apartment was located, driving their Koenigsegg. Parking the car in a roadside spot, the family of three held hands and walked toward the rental apartment. Surveying the aged neighborhood, Jiang Yumeng remarked, "This place is so much nicer than where I grew up.
My hometown is in the countryside, nothing this bustling, no skyscrapers like these."
Liang Qiu Feng chuckled beside her, but the countryside has its own charm. It's peaceful and serene, and enjoying the pastoral scenery is a blessing in itself.
Alright, no need to feel so sad.
We'll gradually change our current life, step by step. Jiang Yumeng nodded firmly, though a flicker of sadness crossed her eyes. Even though Liang Qiu Feng meant no offense with his words, Jiang Yumeng couldn't help but reflect. Every day, she enjoyed his care and attention, often using whatever he provided without a second thought.
What had she ever given in return?
Even though Liang Qiu Feng had said she would take full responsibility for the child from now on, she still felt that the financial support he provided was completely disproportionate to her own contributions. Guilt began to stir within her heart, guilt over all that Liang Qiu Feng had sacrificed for this family, and uncertainty about how she could ever repay him.
Lost in these thoughts, Liang Qiu Feng finally led her into the rental apartment.
Opening the door, she saw the neatly arranged belongings inside, filled with the warmth of daily life. A faint warmth touched Jiang Yumeng's eyes as she felt a hint of comfort. Then Liang Qiu Feng's phone rang. He picked it up to find it was the moving company calling. After making contact, it wasn't long before the movers, guided by Liang Qiu Feng's constant instructions, began carrying out one item after another.
Oh my!
Suddenly, Liang Qiu Feng froze in surprise.
He realized there wasn't even any water left in the refrigerator.
He gave Jiang Yumeng a quick heads up before stepping out of the house to grab some from the nearby supermarket.
Just as he was about to check out, Liang Qiu Feng noticed the store owner ahead of him staring intently at his phone. Curiosity piqued, Liang Qiu Feng approached. "Hey, boss, what's got you so engrossed?"
"A novel. Recently, there's been one on Shuqi called Godly Rich, Freshman Year, Campus Beauty blocks the door with her daughter.
It's absolutely amazing. And I heard that everyone who reads it looks like Pang Yuyan and Louis Fei." "Whoa. Seriously?" Liang Qiu Feng studied the man before him. He was undeniably handsome, and Liang Qiu Feng found himself convinced by the shopkeeper's claim. Anyone reading this book must be more handsome than Pang Yuyan and more beautiful than Louis Fei. But, for some reason, Liang Qiu Feng couldn't shake the feeling that countless dashing Pang Yuyans and stunning Louis Feis were staring right at him. Finally settling everything, Liang Qiu Feng headed toward his rented room. But just as he reached the third floor, he stopped in his tracks. There stood Chen Mei, peering inside with eyes brimming with curiosity. Liang Qiu Feng cleared his throat. He never had a good impression of Chen Mei, his landlord. Especially yesterday morning, when Liang Qiu Feng had left with his daughter Liang Qiu Yu. Chen Mei had faced them both with sharp, cutting words, even mocking, insulting, and cursing Liang Qiu Feng. That incident had instantly plunged his opinion of her to rock bottom. Not to mention earlier, when Chen Mei had mocked his parents like that. Now, seeing Chen Mei appear, Liang Qiu Feng stared at her coldly. Chen Mei, sensing his gaze, jumped in place like a startled cat. She turned to glance at Liang Qiu Feng. Upon seeing him, she rolled her eyes in annoyance. "Why is it you? How come you walk without making a sound?" Liang Qiu Feng scoffed coldly. Is it me who walks silently, or is it someone here who's so used to sneaking around like a thief that they get startled easily? Chen Mei froze for a moment before pursing her lips. Kid, I've never seen you this sharp-tongued before. Do you really expect to find a wife acting like this? With that attitude, you'll definitely rub bosses and co-workers the wrong way out in the real world. I'm telling you, you'd better work on that foul temper of yours. Why should you care whether I change or not? Liang Qiu Feng was actually managing to stay calm and reason with Chen Mei right now. Not lashing out at her immediately was already giving her considerable face. Even so, Chen Mei's expression darkened slightly as she replied slowly, I am your senior, after all. Could you show a little more respect? By the way, what are you doing? Moving out? That's right, I'm moving out. Is there a problem? Liang Qiu Feng replied coldly. Chen Mei chuckled. Of course. Since you're moving out, I'll need to tidy up the place to rent it out to someone else. Oh? Liang Qiu Feng smiled in surprise. But I clearly remember we still have 6 months left on the lease. If you plan to rent it out, then you should return my deposit first. How could that be possible? At this, Chen Mei instantly grew displeased, acting like a miser. She hurriedly said, Young man, we signed a contract for this place. Why should I give you a refund? If you want to cancel, I'll only refund 3 months' rent after deducting 3 months' rent and the deposit. After saying this, Chen Mei looked at Liang Qiu Feng with a serious expression, thinking to herself, finally, I can make some money. However, Liang Qiu Feng gave a cold laugh at that moment. The contract clearly stated that upon returning the apartment, you could only deduct up to half the security deposit. The rest of the money must be returned to us. How? Now you're demanding 7 times more? Chen Mei, you really have some nerve. Chen Mei was instantly speechless, then stubbornly retorted, the contract is the contract, but there are private rules for private matters. If you want this money, you'll have to play by my rules. Liang Qiu Feng raised an eyebrow and suddenly laughed. 54. Oh no. Liang Qiu Feng in diapers? Please vote. Just then, Jiang Yumeng slowly stepped forward from the side. Seeing her appear, Chen Mei froze momentarily. Whoa, whose girl is this? She's awfully pretty. Liang Qiu Feng responded coldly. Whose family does she belong to? What's it got to do with you? Anyway, she's not yours. Hearing such a sour remark, Chen Mei's face twisted slightly in displeasure. Jiang Yumeng, observing Liang Qiu Feng, asked instinctively, A Feng, who is this? Liang Qiu Feng curled his lips. My landlord. She just said that if I move out now, she'll only refund 3 months' rent and the security deposit for the remaining 6 months. She plans to pocket the rest. Hey, how dare you talk like that? Chen Mei immediately protested. What do you mean pocket it? It's clearly your place. I'll have to completely renovate it inside and out before I can rent it out to the next tenant. Give me a break. Liang Qiu Feng shot back without mercy. This place is exactly how it was when we first rented it. Once I move all my stuff out, this place will be exactly as it was before. What exactly do you plan to renovate? Don't think I don't see through your little schemes. You just think I'm easy to push around and want to squeeze more money out of me. Since you refuse to refund me honestly as per the contract, I'll see a lawyer. Let's see who's the real bully here. You. What, me? Got a problem with that? Go ahead and call the cops. Let's see whose side they take. Chen Mei fell silent. How could she not know that every clause in that contract was exactly as Liang Qiu Feng had stated? If things had gone as she'd imagined earlier. Inside and out, Chen Mei had believed she could earn over 5,000 yuan. She never expected Liang Qiu Feng to be so sharp-tongued and unwilling to budge an inch. Watching Chen Mei rendered speechless like this, Liang Qiu Feng gave a cold laugh, thinking to himself. This Chen Mei. She actually thought she could scheme against me? How could he not see through her little schemes? Then Liang Qiu Feng chuckled, so, about this apartment, are you going to honor the contract? Take that 800 yuan and return the rest of the rent to me. Or, are we going to end things on bad terms? Then I'll settle this with you legally? After hesitating for a long moment, Chen Mei snorted coldly, muttered, Go get the contract, and then turned and walked away. Watching Liang Qiu Feng, Jiang Yumeng asked curiously, A Feng, it seems like you and the landlord don't get along very well. Liang Qiu Feng nodded. That's right. Chen Mei never had any affection for our family. She repeatedly spread rumors about my parents among the neighbors. She did it so no one would rent to us, then jacked up the rent. When my daughter and I moved out yesterday, she even hurled vicious insults. She even claimed her daughter was my mom's illegitimate child from outside the marriage. I slapped her right then and there. I never imagined she'd be so unforgiving today. She even tried to trick me into thinking I didn't understand, hoping to pocket a few thousand more from me. She really thinks I'm stupid. Jiang Yumeng nodded, a hint of displeasure flickering in her eyes. Fortunately, Liang Qiu Feng reacted swiftly, refusing to back down an inch, which finally put Chen Mei in her place. Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but sigh. But it's all good now. Once Chen Mei settles the rent according to the contract, we'll finally be done with her. Jiang Yumeng nodded.
The two then stepped inside the room, where Liang Qiu Feng proceeded to distribute the drinks he was holding to each of his masters. "Daddy, daddy." At that moment, Liang Qiu came trotting out of the bedroom. She held a photograph in her hand, staring at Liang Qiu Feng with curiosity. "Daddy, who is this person?" The moment Liang Qiu Feng saw the photo in Liang Qiu's hand, his face flushed instantly. He snatched the photo away and quickly tucked it into his pocket. "And nothing. That's just Daddy when he was little." Liang Qiu nodded, still confused. However, at that very moment, Jiang Yumeng's face flushed crimson. Because in the photo above, Liang Qiu Feng was wearing clothes from his childhood. As everyone knows, children wear open crotch pants when they're little. With her keen eyesight, Jiang Yumeng naturally caught sight of Liang Qiu Feng crawling forward on the sofa while wearing those open crotch pants. Liang Qiu Feng seemed to realize what was happening. He turned his head to look at Jiang Yumeng. Noticing her flushed cheeks, he suddenly lost his words. "You didn't see everything, did you?" Jiang Yumeng hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Well, how should I put this? Everything I should and shouldn't have seen. I saw it all. I never imagined you were so. I'm not little." Liang Qiu Feng retorted hastily. Jiang Yumeng froze for a moment. "Is that what I meant?" Liang Qiu Feng chuckled and ultimately said no more. Meanwhile, in Chen Mei's room, she finally rummaged through her belongings and found the lease agreement for the house Liang Qiu Feng's family had rented. The terms written on the contract were exactly as Liang Qiu Feng had said. Chen Mei's eyes darted around as she contemplated whether she should go check the damage with a lantern later. But just then, her phone rang. Chen Mei hurriedly pulled out her phone to glance at it, only to find that the residents of the neighborhood were actively chatting in the group chat. The first thing that caught her eye in the group chat was a photo. Chen Mei instinctively stared at the photo, recognizing a sleek, dark gray luxury sports car. The sleek lines of the sports car instantly captivated her. She continued scrolling down. "Hey! Look at this! When did a rich person move into our neighborhood? This sports car must cost a fortune, right? It's not just expensive, I just looked it up online. Only 300 were made worldwide, and this one alone costs 30 million yuan domestically. Whose car is this? Is the owner in our group? Should we invite them to chat? Goodness, could this be another rich kid visiting family back home? Didn't you notice? I just saw a young guy get out of it. He looked like he was only 18 or 19, heading toward Building 3. As the chatter continued, Chen Mei's eyes lit up. Building 3? Wasn't that right near where she lived? Her brows furrowed as she pondered she'd never heard of any wealthy families or major businesses operating near her building. But she quickly grasped the key detail: the driver was remarkably young. Her eyes darted around as she pondered. If he really looked 18 or 19, then he'd be about the same age as her daughter who had just started at Beijing University. Perhaps. With that thought, Chen Mei hurriedly exited the group chat, found her daughter's WeChat, and dialed her number. 55 lantern damage assessment? Outrageous demands? Seeking gold tickets. Ah, yes, right here. Everyone, please be careful. Safety comes first. There's no need to rush. We just need to get everything done today. Inside the room, Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng were helping the movers pack up item by item. Under Liang Qiu Feng's direction, the crew methodically carried out household items. This time, Liang Qiu Feng intended to remove everything from the place. After all, he would never return here again. Moreover, Chen Mei would soon process the final payment cancellation for his contract. How could Liang Qiu Feng possibly leave anything behind then? In fact, once his parents learned about the villa and the existence of their granddaughter, he planned to bring them all there. Though, deep down, Liang Qiu Feng hoped his parents could live a good life, see them move into a villa, and enjoy their days. But he worried that revealing this too soon might cause his parents unnecessary anxiety. Moreover, even for Liang Qiu Feng himself, he still didn't know how to explain it to his parents. Even though he had accepted Liang Qiu's existence, it still felt somewhat surreal to him. So, if Liang Qiu Feng hadn't even sorted out his own thoughts on the matter, how could he possibly tell his parents about it? Watching the workers bustle about, by 10 o'clock in the morning, the entire room was nearly emptied. The place wasn't large to begin with, just over 10 or 20 square meters with 2 bedrooms of about 8 to 9 square meters each and a cramped living room that didn't even have a TV. Moving things out was quick work. Not long after, Chen Mei walked in from outside. As soon as she entered, she glanced around the room. Liang Qiu Feng approached her coldly and said, "What? What are you looking at? This place was like this when we came in, and it will be the same when we leave." Chen Mei shook her head at his words. She pulled out her phone, opened a photo, and began comparing it carefully. Then, she slowly said, "Look, this light is clearly more yellow than before. It's not that I don't want to refund you, but you've clearly altered this room from its original state. Also, look at these black marks on the wall. I'll have to repaint the entire wall. Tell me, won't all this cost money? Even if I keep half of the 800 yuan deposit, it probably won't even cover the repairs." "Ha?" When Liang Qiu Feng heard Chen Mei's words, his eyes narrowed. He finally understood what was going on.
So, Chen Mei was trying to nitpick and find faults. Such nitpicking over minor issues revealed her true motive. Clearly, she was hunting for every tiny flaw to harass Liang Qiu Feng and squeeze out every last penny from his refund. Liang Qiu Feng didn't believe Chen Mei would actually repair the wall or the light before renting it out again. These minor issues were barely noticeable to the untrained eye. Besides, who among the tenants living in this rental property would even care about such trifles? Chen Mei's motives were as transparent as the sun. Her intentions were utterly despicable. Jiang Yumeng, standing nearby, watched Chen Mei coldly at that moment. After hearing Liang Qiu Feng's account, she held no favorable impression of Chen Mei either. How could Jiang Yumeng possibly give a warm reception to someone so lacking in manners, someone who even mocked others' parents? Liang Qiu Feng then asked coldly, "So, how much do you plan to charge me?" "Oh." At this, Chen Mei's eyes lit up with delight. Rubbing his hands together, he chuckled, "Young man, this isn't my fault, you know? I'm not trying to rip you off or anything. It's just that this is a bit of a hassle. Look at these lights, the walls, and those little scratches on the baseboards. It'll easily cost at least 2,000 yuan. 2,000? Jiang Yumeng's expression changed instantly beside him. She exclaimed in shock, 2,000 yuan? Why don't you just rob people? 2,000? That could completely repaint this tiny room inside and out. Now you're asking for an outrageous 2,000 yuan? Hey! How dare you talk to me like that? Chen Mei immediately bristled at the remark. I use top quality materials here. Don't go spouting nonsense. Believe me, I'll get serious with you if you keep this up. This is a premium rental property. When it's leased out, it'll command a higher price precisely because of these high-quality finishes. Do you think I'm like those other houses around here? Otherwise, why do you think the Liang Qiu Feng family has been renting from us all these years? Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng let out a cold laugh. He lifted his eyes, glaring at Chen Mei with irritation, then sneered, Chen Mei, do I really have to expose everything? Don't think I didn't know you were bad-mouthing our family behind our backs to the neighbors all those years ago. What the hell gives you the nerve to brag about your family stuff? Exposed so ruthlessly by Liang Qiu Feng, Chen Mei felt her face burn with embarrassment. Still, she rubbed her hands together and gave a forced chuckle, saying nothing more. Then, with her hands on her hips, she declared, I don't care. You have two options today. First, either pay 800 yuan plus my 2,000 yuan for renovations, or restore my room to exactly how it was before. I won't charge you a single penny. How does that sound? Hearing this, Chen Mei couldn't help but sneer inwardly. She thought to herself, Liang Qiu Feng absolutely had no way of renovating this room back to its original state, right? Besides, how could an ordinary person possibly manage that? Even if he spent 10 days or half a month working inside and out to fix this place up, the cost involved would be astronomical. However, what Chen Mei could never have imagined was, a voice echoed in Liang Qiu Feng's mind. 56 reward, 3 million? Paying you not to profit. Seeking gold tickets. As a top-tier god-tier spender, how could he be bullied by such a cheapskate landlord? Issue a task, restore the room to its original state when the host's family first rented it. Task completion reward, 3 million yuan. Failure penalty, can't even manage this? Villa confiscated. Back to your rented shack. The moment the system's voice echoed in his mind, Liang Qiu Feng's eyebrows shot up. He never imagined the system would appear at this moment to assign him a task. And the mission reward. 3 million. 3 million? But then he realized perhaps the system had sensed the rage burning within him, or witnessed the way Chen Mei had bullied him, and couldn't stand by any longer. That was why this mission had appeared. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly, gazing at Chen Mei before him. He spoke slowly, what? You mean if I can restore this house to the condition it was in before our family rented it, I won't have to cover the other expenses, right? Exactly, Chen Mei declared, chest puffed out. But kid, if you hired someone to deliberately wreck it like this, the total cost inside and out would be way more than 2,000 yuan. I'm giving you this special price because we've been good neighbors all these years. You don't need to waste any more money on this, you. Ha? What are you doing? Chen Mei froze mid-sentence when she saw Liang Qiu Feng pull out his phone. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled, shook his head, and dialed a number. Nearby, Jiang Yumeng watched Liang Qiu Feng make the call. When she saw the contact name displayed, her heart skipped a beat, though she didn't show much emotion. At that moment, Liang Qiu Feng was calling Xiao Hong. Soon, the call was answered. Xiao Hong sounded respectful on the other end. Good morning, Mr. Liang. Are you dissatisfied with the 2 nannies we arranged for you yesterday? If you're not satisfied, please let me know immediately, and I'll arrange new ones for you right away. No. Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng shook his head. No, it's just that earlier, Manager Qiao mentioned you new people in the renovation business. Are there any with a broader range of services? What kind of services are you looking for? Xiao Hong asked curiously. Distressing. Liang Qiu Feng smiled. Distressing? Xiao Hong froze. She'd heard of renovations, remodeling, demolition, and appliance installation, but she had never heard of aging as a category of renovation. Ha! Liang Qiu Feng chuckled.
He lifted his eyes to meet Chen Mei's stunned gaze, a cold smile playing on his lips.
Chen Mei, oh Chen Mei. I never intended to get entangled with you, but since you're so eager to give me the opportunity,
I'll just use you to grind tasks. At worst, I'll spend a few thousand or even tens of thousands.
Then, a cool 3 million will land in my account. Do I even care about that kind of money? Though Liang Qiu Feng was generally low-key, 3 million yuan was simply too much.
The system had been far too generous. Liang Qiu Feng then smiled and said, here's the thing. I have a rental property out in the suburbs happiness community.
I don't know if you've heard of it. When I move out, the landlord requires me to restore the place to its original condition. Could you please contact the renovation crew boss and have him come over immediately?
I need to get this rental place back to exactly how it was when our family first rented it. Not a single detail can be off and I need it done today.
Not a single flaw.
Liang Qiu Feng spat out those 3 words, his teeth gritted. Chen Mei, who had been listening ahead, crossed her arms and snorted with derision.
Kid, you're not trying to pull the wool over my eyes, are you? Pretending to make a call to scare me? Ha! With your penniless look, you think you can afford to hire people? And fix this place back to how it was in just one afternoon? You've got to be kidding me. What, you're just putting on a brave face now because you feel embarrassed? Why bother? You're so young, what's the point of putting on airs here? How about this?
Chen Mei chuckled, you, on the other hand, should sincerely apologize to me right here.
Then I'll return the favor with a slap. That'll settle the score for the slap you gave me yesterday morning. I'll knock 50% off today's 2,000 yuan. How about it? Why bother acting like this?
You're just saving face at the expense of your own misery. Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng stood silently by as they listened to Chen Mei's words. Little Liang Qiu, holding Jiang Yumeng's hand, looked at Chen Mei with a hint of displeasure.
Though Liang Qiu didn't understand the scheming between adults, Chen Mei's words were undeniably irritating. How could Liang Qiu not sense that?
Her eyes fixed on Chen Mei, as if they might burst into flames. But soon, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled. Because he had heard Xiao Hong's voice on the other end of the phone. Oh, I see.
No problem, Mr. Liang Qiu. Here's what we'll do, send me the address immediately.
I happen to know the owner of a renovation company near Xingfu community. I'll have him head over to your place right away, and then I'll rush over to accompany you in communicating with them.
Otherwise, I'm worried they might try to rip you off. Hearing Xiao Hong's wholehearted dedication, Liang Qiu Feng felt thoroughly satisfied.
After all, living in Rose Garden meant enjoying the environment, the location, the prestige, and services commensurate with such a price tag. For such a trivial matter, a sales manager was personally planning to rush over. This would be unheard of at any other residential property or sales office. After agreeing, Liang Qiu Feng hung up and sent Xiao Hong his current location via WeChat. Across from him, Chen Mei narrowed her eyes and snorted derisively.
Hey, you little brat, are you serious about canceling the lease? Don't play games with me. What about the renovation crew? Use your brain, will you? Do you seriously think any renovation crew would handle this for you now? Who the hell do you think you are? Do you really believe you're some resident of Rose Garden? That with a single command, everyone will rush to serve you like an emperor, fulfilling every demand?
Liang Qiu Feng narrowed his eyes, smiled, and said nothing more. He sat there for a full 10 minutes while the moving crew loaded everything onto the van downstairs.
The moving crew leader approached Liang Qiu Feng and asked what to do next. Hold on a moment.
Someone should be here to escort you to my place in about 20 to 30 minutes, Liang Qiu Feng replied.
The moving crew said nothing more.
Chen Mei, however, leaned against the wall nearby, a lady's cigarette dangling from her lips, her eyes brimming with scorn. Finally, after a few more minutes, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. 57, I said, you're a dog. Got a problem with that? Please vote. The rapid footsteps echoed clack 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 from downstairs. Immediately after, Liang Qiu Feng heard the heavy, gasping breaths of a man. Suddenly, at the doorway of the rented room, a man who looked incredibly sharp and efficient, with slicked-back hair, appeared, panting heavily. Seeing the man appear, Chen Mei froze for a moment. Who are you? What are you doing here? The man looked at Chen Mei, hesitated for a moment, then glanced around. Suddenly spotting Liang Qiu Feng, he rushed forward without a second thought, completely disregarding his own exhaustion. He hurriedly extended his hand, looking at Liang Qiu Feng as he introduced himself. Mr. Liang Qiu, hello. My surname is Li. You can just call me Xiao Li. Looking at the middle-aged man in his 40s before him, Liang Qiu Feng curled the corner of his mouth and said, Brotherly, there's no need to be so formal. Calling you Little Li? You look about the same age as my father. If I really called you that, it would be quite embarrassing for me. Were you sent by Manager Qiao? Yes, Boss Li nodded hastily. I'm the owner of a nearby renovation company. After Manager Qiao called me, I came straight over without delay. On the way here, Manager Qiao mentioned you want to restore this place to how it looked when you first moved in, right? Yes, that's correct, Liang Qiu Feng nodded silently. But there are 2 points to note. First, it must be identical to before, down to the last detail. As for the photos, you'll need to get them from the landlord.
Second, can you get everything done today?
I don't care how much it costs or how many people and resources you need.
I can afford it.
As long as you strictly follow these two requirements without deviation, that's all that matters.
Hearing this, Boss Li immediately patted his chest. Mr. Liang Qiu, what you're saying?
Rest assured, money aside just for you, I'll take this job.
I guarantee it will be done within 4 hours before 3 p.m. this afternoon.
After speaking, Mr. Li turned to look at Chen Mei, who stood behind him with a stunned expression.
He approached her and asked slowly, could I see that photo? Chen Mei froze for a moment before handing over her phone.
Mr. Li transferred all the photos to his phone, examined them carefully, and after a brief comparison with the surroundings, he snorted with derision, "You're the landlord of this place, right?
Making money off that lantern damage assessment scam? You've got some nerve. What does it matter to you?" Chen Mei said coldly. So what if I'm doing damage assessments here? It's none of your damn business.
Besides, this clearly differs significantly from when they first rented it. I'm demanding compensation exactly as stipulated in the contract. Mr. Li shot Chen Mei a disdainful look, inwardly sneering.
This foolish woman, does she even realize who she's trying to bully with her damage assessment lamp?
He was the master of Rose Garden. Before coming here, he'd received explicit orders from Qiao Hong. Under no circumstances was he to reveal the employer's identity. If he spoke out of turn and angered the client, he could kiss any future collaborations with Rose Garden goodbye. For a small-time boss like him, partnering with Rose Garden meant a steady annual profit of several million yuan, a blessing from his ancestors. At this moment, he followed Qiao Hong's words to the letter, not daring to disobey in the slightest. Mr. Li gave a cold smile, returned the phone to Chen Mei, and immediately made a call. "Hey, Chen.
Right now. Arrange 30 people to come over immediately, just as I instructed in my earlier call."
Jiang Yumeng, overhearing the number, couldn't help but feel a bit stunned.
She murmured softly, 30 people? If we arrange this for a whole day, won't it cost thousands, even tens of thousands?
Liang Qiu Feng narrowed his eyes but said nothing. Money was absolutely no concern to him. After all, the mission reward was 3 million.
As long as he could humiliate Chen Mei, complete the mission without overspending, that was sufficient.
At the same time, he thought to himself that since Qiao Hong had gone to such lengths to arrange everything for him, he probably wouldn't try to rip him off on this.
The man named Li who had arrived clearly possessed professional expertise.
He reckoned that 30 people were indeed the number needed to rush through everything this afternoon. But just then, Mr. Li chuckled, "Young lady, no need to worry.
All expenses today are complimentary."
Jiang Yumeng hesitated slightly.
Free? But why? We're not even acquainted.
Jiang Yumeng, raised in the countryside, had never encountered such situations before.
How could she possibly understand the true meaning behind Mr. Li's words?
Before Li Qiu Feng could speak, Mr. Li approached the two and whispered respectfully, "It's because of Manager Qiao. You two may not know this, but I'm just the owner of a small renovation company. If it weren't for Manager Qiao giving me the opportunity to work with the community a few years ago, my renovation company would have gone under long ago in this competitive market. Over the years, it's been under Manager Qiao's guidance that I've managed to scrape together a modest profit. Today, Manager Qiao has asked me for a favor for the first time.
I wouldn't dare to charge him anything. Besides, these items aren't expensive, just small things and trinkets.
All told, it's only about 200 yuan per person per day for labor."
Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng nodded silently.
Jiang Yumeng sat beside them, pouting slightly. She thought to herself, Mr. Li is repaying Qiao Hong's favor, but if he doesn't spend any money, doesn't that mean
that Li Qiu Feng would be owing Qiao Hong a favor?
The mere thought of Qiao Hong's delicate features, her curvaceous figure, and those alluring eyes left Jiang Yumeng feeling uneasy.
Liang Qiu Feng remained oblivious to all this.
Across from them, Chen Mei snorted derisively, "Oh my goodness.
I say. You two put on quite the show, didn't you? What?
You weren't planning to waste my time here, toying with me, were you? You mentioned 30 people, but why not just call 30 fish over?"
That's hilarious.
Mr. Li turned his head at her words, shooting Chen Mei a cold stare. He then said, "I don't know your name, but I can tell you're definitely the landlord of this building. I advise you to leave yourself some room for future encounters.
Don't go and get yourself into trouble one day. By then, it'll be too late for regrets."
Though Mr. Li didn't explicitly reveal Liang Qiu Feng's identity, his words were deliberately dropping hints for Chen Mei.
Unfortunately, Chen Mei was utterly brainless.
Hearing this, she sneered, "Oomph.
What the hell do you think you are, talking back to me? Do you even have the right?" As Boss Chen lunged forward, Liang Qiu Feng stepped in to block him. "Brother Li, a dog bites you once, and you plan to bite back? Who the hell are you calling a dog?" Chen Mei instantly lunged forward, closing in on Liang Qiu Feng to confront him.
But at that moment, Liang Qiu Feng abruptly stood up and delivered a sharp slap across Chen Mei's face. Pointing at her with a cold stare, he said, "I said you're a dog."
"You? Got a problem with that? 58. I'd rather pay than let her get away with it. Please vote." In an instant, the entire rented room fell into complete silence. Everyone turned to stare at Liang Qiu Feng in astonishment.
Then their eyes shifted to Chen Mei, whose cheek still bore a vivid, unmistakable red handprint. Chen Mei covered her face in shock, staring at Liang Qiu Feng before her with utter disbelief. After all, Liang Qiu Feng had already slapped her yesterday morning.
Another slap now? No one could endure that.
In that instant, Chen Mei lost her mind. She lunged forward, ready to grapple with Liang Qiu Feng.
But just then, Liang Qiu Feng raised his hand again.
Like someone bitten by a snake who fears even a rope for 10 years, Chen Mei instinctively took a few steps back, trying to dodge his slap.
Liang Qiu Feng sneered coldly. Chen Mei, that's just the kind of person you are, a bully who picks on the weak. I called you a dog, and you have a problem with that? Think about what you've done. Is any of it human? Mocking others, slandering them maliciously, I've endured it all. Time and again you've done these things, and even 1,000 beatings wouldn't be enough. If it weren't for you constantly mocking me and my entire family in front of my parents and the neighbors, how could we have endured all this time and again? Don't you have any idea how much money you've made off our family over the years?
Hearing this, Chen Mei fell silent. The sting on her cheek and Liang Qiu Feng's exposure left her speechless. Meanwhile, Jiang Yumeng gently covered Liang Qiu Yu's eyes, afraid the little girl would witness her father's ferocity at such a young age. But Liang Qiu Yu quickly pushed Jiang Yumeng's hand away and whispered, "Mom, I saw it yesterday.
Dad already slapped him once before."
Hearing this, Jiang Yumeng found herself at a loss for words. Liang Qiu Feng shook his head helplessly. He understood exactly what Jiang Yumeng was thinking. She clearly felt he hadn't set a good example for their child. Truthfully, Liang Qiu Feng hadn't wanted things to escalate like this. If not for Chen Mei, he wouldn't have acted so impulsively. Seeing Chen Mei about to charge forward again, Liang Qiu Feng sat back down instead, snorting coldly with disdain. "Chen Mei, I advise you not to push your luck. If you really make a big deal out of this, don't expect to keep living in this neighborhood."
You know what? First thing tomorrow morning, I'll make sure every tenant and landlord here is furious with you. You know what?
I'll make you the most hated person in this whole neighborhood, a pariah everyone wants to see gone.
Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's words, Chen Mei hesitated. She wasn't sure whether to believe him. But before long, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the hallway.
Turning her head, she saw a group of men carrying various tools and supplies entering the rental unit. Over 30 people crammed into the tiny rental unit, barely more than 10 or 20 square meters, making it feel cramped and crowded. Seeing all 30 appear together, Chen Mei's admiration for Liang Qiu Feng grew intensely. For some reason, she found herself beginning to believe what Liang Qiu Feng had just said. Perhaps, if she truly angered Liang Qiu Feng, he might very well make her reputation in the entire neighborhood fall apart. After much internal struggle, Chen Mei looked at Liang Qiu Feng and snorted coldly, "Humph, so you plan to return the apartment tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon, right? Fine, I'll come back at 3 tomorrow afternoon. If there's even the slightest difference, you better watch out, I won't go easy on you." "You're welcome." And with that, Chen Mei left. No one knew where she was headed. Liang Qiu Feng curled his lip. Though seething inside, he muttered, "Damn it. That just loves making trouble for herself, doesn't she? She needs to be cursed at, needs to be beaten, that's the only way she'll be happy?" Jiang Yumeng hesitated slightly before speaking up. "Phone, doing this. Isn't it a bit wasteful? Sure, Bosley said he wouldn't charge us today, but still. Won't you be owing him a favor?" Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng nodded silently. "I understand perfectly well. If I don't pay, I'll owe him a favor. Don't worry, I've got it covered. I'll definitely pay for this." "A favor? I don't want to owe one, it's hard to repay later. As for spending too much? Happiness is priceless. Chen Mei has been so shameless, provoking and mocking me time and again. If I don't teach her a lesson, it would only make me look utterly useless." Regarding the system's existence, Liang Qiu Feng naturally couldn't follow Jiang Yumeng's suggestion to keep it buried deep inside himself forever. So, Liang Qiu Feng merely used this excuse to brush it off. Fortunately, Jiang Yumeng didn't read too much into it, allowing Liang Qiu Feng to breathe a sigh of relief. As noon approached, just as Liang Qiu Feng was about to take Jiang Yumeng and their daughter out for lunch nearby, Xiao Hong appeared at the door. After arriving, Xiao Hong surveyed the 30-odd workers bustling about and nodded approvingly. She flashed a smile at Bosley before approaching Liang Qiu Feng and stating, "I'm here." Liang Qiu Feng nodded and immediately responded gratefully, "Manager Xiao, you've really gone out of your way. This really wasn't your responsibility. It was just that I suddenly thought you might be able to help me. I'm truly sorry for putting you through this trouble." Xiao Hong waved it off casually. "It's nothing. It's my honor to help Mr. Liang Qiu accomplish things. I just hope I'm not getting in the way." Liang Qiu Feng chuckled. How could that be? He was genuinely pleased with Xiao Hong. Her connections had proven invaluable. For a task like this, finding any renovation company to take it on would be a thankless job. Fortunately, Mr. Li was a reasonable man who understood the value of connections. Liang Qiu Feng then instructed Xiao Hong to lead the moving crew away from the premises. Liang Qiu Feng's instructions were for Xiao Hong to oversee the movers as they relocated all the items they had just removed to an empty room in the basement.
Once his parents returned and formally moved into the villa, they could naturally go back to select and organize their belongings. After that, Liang Qiu Feng stood up, bid Mr. Li farewell, and walked away with Jiang Yumeng and Liang Qiu. The trio planned to grab a bite at a nearby hole-in-the-wall eatery when Liang Qiu Feng's phone suddenly rang. 59. What's your dog's name? I said, what's your dog's name? Seeking gold tickets. Picking it up, Liang Qiu Feng froze for a moment. Seeing the WeChat friend request from Ma Yisheng, hesitation and unease stirred within him. What's going on? Why would Ma Yisheng suddenly send him a WeChat friend request? Liang Qiu Feng believed there was no real connection between him and Ma Yisheng. It all stemmed from the basketball game they played over the Jiang Yumeng incident, after which their feud had been hastily resolved. Truthfully, Liang Qiu Feng harbored no deep grudge against Ma Yisheng. It was all Ma Yisheng who had come looking for trouble. Had it not been for the system's intervention, and had Ma Yisheng not started with his trash talk, Liang Qiu Feng likely wouldn't have taken any further action against him. Later, he had thoroughly humiliated Ma Yisheng, making him pay for his own mistakes. But now, Ma Yisheng suddenly adding him as a friend left Liang Qiu Feng slightly hesitant. Jiang Yumeng, standing nearby, asked curiously, what's wrong? Liang Qiu Feng replied, Ma Yisheng added me on WeChat. I have no idea where he got my phone number. Jiang Yumeng hesitated, this. Ma Yisheng isn't planning to mock you again and cause trouble, is he? Liang Qiu Feng shook his head but accepted the friend request anyway. Immediately afterward, Ma Yisheng sent a link along with a message, Brother Liang Qiu Feng, it's Ma Yisheng. I've got some great deals on my hands. Today, an uncle gave me over a dozen vouchers for Tianqing Business Hotel. With these, you get a full complimentary stay tonight. I've got way too many to give out to everyone, so I'll start by giving you 5. Take them. I'll be there tonight too. If you go, send me a message. If we're both free, we can grab a drink. Seeing the link Ma Yisheng sent and reading his message, Liang Qiu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and furrowed his brow. Jiang Yumeng cast a curious glance from the side, and Liang Qiu Feng turned his phone to show her. Upon reading the message, Jiang Yumeng couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Ma Yisheng reaching out to us? Her eyes brimmed with suspicion, her expression clearly saying, that's like a weasel paying New Year's greetings to a chicken, nothing good can come of it. She had never believed Ma Yisheng harbored any good intentions. Jiang Yumeng frowned slightly. Could this be some trap Ma Yisheng set for you? As the saying goes, one should never harbor malicious intent, but one must always be wary of others. Compounded by their previous friction, Liang Qiu Feng's heart did indeed skip a beat. His brow furrowed as he replied slowly, it's hard to say for sure. But logically speaking, Ma Yisheng has already paid the price for his past actions. Judging by his demeanor, he doesn't seem like the petty type. He probably won't come looking for trouble after this, setting a trap for me. Jiang Yumeng shook her head, momentarily at a loss for words. Liang Qiu Feng hesitated for a long moment before tapping his screen to reply, Ma Yisheng, why be so formal? Our grievances are settled. I hold no more anger toward you. Forget about the gift card. I looked into the Tianqing Business Hotel, it's a place where the average bill runs into the thousands. It's not something people like us can casually afford. You should keep them to give to your friends instead. Liang Qiu Feng's words seemed to belittle his own status, but in reality, they were a tactful refusal of Ma Yisheng's kindness. Just as Liang Qiu Feng sighed, put away his phone, and prepared to walk away, Ma Yisheng's message arrived again. Liang Qiu Feng picked up his phone with a sigh of resignation. Ma Yisheng said, brother, just take it. I truly apologize. Back in school, I was indeed petty and let anger cloud my judgment, leading me to treat you that way. I sincerely apologize. Don't worry, these vouchers were genuinely given to me by an elder. I never intended to set a trap for you. I just wanted to offer my heartfelt apology and express my remorse. Also, I'll personally come to your place tonight. I'll offer you a couple of drinks then. I hope brother Liang Qiu Feng will give me this face. This is the first time in my entire life that I, Ma Yisheng, have ever humbled myself to apologize like this. I hope you can understand my sincerity. Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng read Ma Yisheng's words. Beside them, Liang Qiu stood on tiptoe, her face brimming with curiosity as she strained to see what the screen displayed. But she simply couldn't see, and she couldn't help but pout in frustration. After hesitating for a long moment, Jiang Yumeng finally spoke slowly, could it be? Ma Yisheng has truly changed his ways? Is he genuinely planning to apologize to you? Liang Qiu Feng shook his head. Who knows? But he does sound genuinely sincere. Why don't we go check it out tonight? Jiang Yumeng pondered for a moment before sighing. Let's go see. At least they finally made a decision. Liang Qiu Feng agreed and stored the vouchers on his phone. But with only 5 vouchers, Liang Qiu Feng, Liang Qiu, and Jiang Yumeng just 3 people. Liang Qiu Feng had intended to discuss this with Ma Yisheng, but the latter dismissed it, saying grandly that if they didn't need them, they should just throw them away to avoid waste. This left Liang Qiu Feng feeling a bit helpless. This Ma Yisheng. He truly didn't think money was money at all, holding a completely different consumption philosophy from his own. Just then, Liang Qiu walked to the roadside ahead.
She gazed at a puppy tied to a nearby tree, wagging its tail, her eyes brimming with affection. She reached out and stroked the puppy's head repeatedly. The puppy wagged its tail in response, giving a couple of happy barks, clearly overjoyed. Seeing this, Liang Qiu Feng and the others stepped forward.
Liang Qiu Feng asked curiously, yeah, do you really like this puppy?
Liang Qiu Yu nodded happily. I love kittens and puppies.
Mom and Dad, you promised to buy me a kitten, so why haven't you gotten one for me yet?
Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng exchanged a glance, understanding that this was a promise made to their child by the future couple. Just as Liang Qiu Feng was about to speak, a voice sounded from behind them. Whoa, little girl, be careful.
Don't let that puppy bite you.
Hearing the voice, Liang Qiu Feng turned to see a slightly chubby young man approaching, wearing black-rimmed glasses. He looked to be only 18 or 19 years old. Liang Qiu Feng smiled slightly.
Hello, is this dog yours?
The young man nodded immediately.
Yes, it's mine. Liang Qiu Feng continued with a smile. What's your dog's name?
Ha? The man froze, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes.
What do you mean? Who are you calling names?
Liang Qiu Feng replied instinctively, I meant, what's your dog's name? You. Are you looking for trouble? The man retorted indignantly.
60 My daughter's happiness adopting 2 cats.
Seeking gold tickets. Seeing Liang Qiu Feng like this, the young man in front of him felt utterly frustrated. He stepped forward. Though slightly shorter than Liang Qiu Feng, he showed no sign of backing down. Now standing directly before him, his eyes fixed firmly on Liang Qiu Feng, he finally spoke. Hey buddy, you're taking this way too far. I just walked over to warn this little girl not to get bitten by the dog.
I meant well, but you come right up and ask me what the dog's name is.
What, in your book, is giving someone a heads up just barking like a dog? Liang Qiu Feng was momentarily speechless, while Jiang Yumeng beside him giggled softly. Seeing the young man's earnest expression, Jiang Yumeng found herself slightly drawn to him. She then slowly interjected, he was asking what the little dog's name is, not what kind of dog you are. You could say he's asking what your dog is called, but it's not meant to mock you like you think.
Hearing Jiang Yumeng's explanation, the young man finally understood.
His face flushed with embarrassment as he looked from Liang Qiu Feng to Jiang Yumeng, then back to Liang Qiu Feng. Seeing the latter nod helplessly, he finally understood. He slapped his forehead and sighed, oh, I thought it was something serious. Turns out he was asking what my dog's name is. Its name is Xiao Bai. Liang Qiu Feng nodded as he listened to the young man. Liang Qiu Yu, who was nearby, heard the name Xiao Bai and happily stroked the dog's head. She then said cheerfully, Xiao Bai, how can you be so adorable? As if understanding Liang Qiu Yu's words, or sensing her genuine affection, Xiao Bai wagged his tail and gave 2 happy barks. Liang Qiu Yu turned to Liang Qiu Feng and said, Daddy, I want a puppy too. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled at this, replying, you can have one, but if you get a puppy, you can't have a kitten. Otherwise, they'll inevitably fight at home. So you need to decide carefully, do you want a puppy or a kitten? Hearing this, Liang Qiu Yu hesitated. Though she didn't understand why a puppy and a kitten would fight, since Liang Qiu Feng had said so, she began to ponder it. After a moment, Liang Qiu Yu pouted, looking dejected as she said, then I'll get a kitten. Liang Qiu Feng smiled and said, alright. When mom and dad aren't so busy, we'll take you to buy a kitten, okay? Liang Qiu Yu finally nodded happily. Meanwhile, Chen Dongming stood awkwardly nearby, offering a sheepish smile. Sorry, bro. I didn't realize you were asking about my dog's name. I totally misinterpreted you. My apologies. Let me introduce myself, I'm Chen Dongming, and I live right here in this neighborhood. Liang Qiu Feng smiled at Chen Dongming and extended his hand.
Liang Qiu Feng. Chen Dongming smiled back. What a coincidence. My relatives live in this complex too.
As it happens, they have a particularly beautiful ragdoll cat that just had a litter of kittens.
How about coming with me to pick one up?
Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng scratched his head awkwardly.
That wouldn't be right. Chen Dongming waved it off nonchalantly, saying, oh, come on. It's no big deal. They're just their own cats anyway. Come on, I'll take you to get it. Since the little girl likes them so much, let's take her to see them.
Chen Dongming added, this is your daughter, right?
Liang Qiu Feng nodded in response.
Chen Dongming didn't think much of it, though he was inwardly surprised that Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng looked so young yet already had a daughter, one who appeared exceptionally adorable and well-behaved. Truthfully, he had already noticed how strikingly similar Liang Qiu Yu looked to both of them, as if she had been carved from the same mold.
Thus, the two followed Chen Dongming to an apartment building. They ascended the stairs and soon arrived at the residence of Chen Dongming's relative.
Upon entering, Liang Qiu Yu's heart melted instantly at the sight of several kittens in the cat bed, some eyes wide open, waiting to be fed, while others were fast asleep. She rushed forward, her face beaming with joy. Seeing how genuinely fond Liang Qiu Yu was of the kittens, Chen Dongming disgusted with his relative and decided to let her take 2 home. Liang Qiu Yu then took home 1 male and 1 female ragdoll kittens, both exceptionally white and clean, and left after packing them up. On the way home, Chen Dongming had other business to attend to and parted ways with the group. After pondering for a moment, Liang Qiu Feng decided to buy some fruit nearby and pay a visit to Chen Dongming's relatives to present it to them.
The family expressed their gratitude repeatedly, showering Liang Qiu Feng with generous praise. After all, who wouldn't be impressed by someone so young yet so adept at navigating social etiquette? Finally, after all this, Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng carried Liang Qiu and placed the kitten in the car. After tidying up, they headed out for lunch nearby. Lunch stretched into 1 p.m. After eating their fill, Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng held Liang Qiu's hand and headed toward the rental apartment. By 3 p.m., Mr. Li would have the rental house fully prepared. Liang Qiu Feng was also looking forward to seeing Chen Mei's embarrassed expression. Just imagining Chen Mei at a loss for words filled Liang Qiu Feng with excitement and amusement. He admitted he wasn't exactly a gentleman. In fact, Liang Qiu Feng was often a petty person, someone who always preferred to settle scores the same day they were incurred. Under Chen Mei's repeated provocations and taunts, how could Liang Qiu Feng possibly wait until the next day? That morning, he slapped her across the face. And now, with the system's intervention, Liang Qiu Feng was determined to make her pay even if it meant spending money to ensure she lost those few thousand yuan. Moreover, completing the task meant an additional 3 million yuan in income, a full 3 million yuan. Even if Liang Qiu Feng spent tens of thousands today, he probably wouldn't feel a twinge of regret. "Feng, look!" At that moment, Jiang Yumeng beside him instinctively cried out. Hearing the voice, Liang Qiu Feng hesitated slightly, pulling his thoughts back and following her gaze forward. Right where Liang Qiu pointed, the Koenigsegg was parked. In front of the car, a woman stood holding her phone. 61, the overbearing million-follower influencer? Seeking gold tickets. "Hey everyone, come check this out. This is the car I just picked up today. What do you think? Love it, right? He, you're asking how much this car costs? Oh my, it's actually not that expensive, just 30 million yuan. I saved up every penny myself, he. Of course, none of this would be possible without my precious fans' support. Thank you all. Once I become famous and make it big, I'll always remember all my little darlings. You're my most loyal supporters. I'll remember each and every one of you from the bottom of my heart." At that moment, a woman stood in front of the Koenigsegg, holding her phone and starting a live stream. Watching the screen, the chat was exploding with comments. The woman smiled happily, having noticed the countless viewers in the chat room reacting with wild astonishment. "Holy cow, little sugar bean, how much did you make? That top donor must be going broke because of you. No kidding, being an internet celebrity really pays off these days. But Xiao Tangdo has been promoting herself as wealthy for a while now. I bet this money was already hers. Rich? Look at her surroundings, it's clearly an old neighborhood. Even in Beijing, this can't be that expensive. What do you know? Maybe she's just visiting her elders back home, that's why she started this livestream." As countless viewers debated in the chat, the streamer known as Xiaotangdu chuckled and said, Alright, everyone. Didn't I tell you before? I'm a female PhD who studied abroad and now has a stable job here in Beijing. This car? It's all money I've earned over the years. You're not wrong, I am here today to visit my elders. So everyone, please stop overthinking things. Hearing the streamer's words, the netizens finally stopped their discussions. But immediately after, perhaps driven by fans eager to impress Xiao Tangdo or gain her attention, countless viewers began frantically flooding the chat with comments and gifts. Amidst the flurry of gifts filling the screen, within just half a minute, little Tangdo had already received gifts worth tens of thousands of yuan. Seeing this, the streamer known as Xiao Tangdo couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Oomph, what a bunch of brainless fans. Before this, she had repeatedly used this fake identity to win fans' approval and gifts, never expecting them to actually believe her. She had to admit, today felt like fate was on her side. She never imagined that in such a rundown neighborhood, someone would actually drive a luxury car worth 30 million yuan here. She thought to herself, finally, she could solidify her persona by any means necessary. From now on, swindling her fans out of money would be even easier. But just as she was pondering this, countless viewers flooded the chat with messages, Streamer. Quick, go inside the car and take a look. Holy cow, this is the first time we've ever seen a Koenigsegg. Exactly. What's the inside of this 30 million yuan car like? Don't just talk about it outside, host, hurry up and open the door. I heard the doors open in a super cool way. Seeing the flood of comments, Xiaotangdu froze for a moment. After all, this car had nothing to do with her. She'd only spotted it parked in the neighborhood and decided to capitalize on the buzz to boost her persona. But she never imagined that more and more people would start urging her to open the car, sit inside, and give them a tour. Xiao Tangdo found herself torn. Her eyes darted around before she chuckled, Sorry, guys. I grabbed the keys in a rush just now, I was heading down to buy some fruit. Then I suddenly thought, why not show you guys my car? That's why I started this impromptu livestream. The keys are upstairs, and going back and forth would take too much time. Besides, my elders are waiting for me. But I'll give you a quick look from the outside and inside. As she spoke, little Sugar Bean switched her phone to the rear camera and began filming the car bit by bit. After filming a full circle, Xiao Tangdo sat directly on the hood of the car and smiled. Brother Jiang, isn't my car pretty?
But lately, I've been thinking about getting a set of leather seats, something more unique and stylish.
But Xiao Tangdo trailed off, confident that the top-tier patron she privately called Brother Jiang would understand her meaning perfectly. Sure enough, a man named Boundless Sky instantly flooded the livestream with gifts worth 20,000 yuan. Xiao Tangdo beamed with delight and instinctively reached to end the stream. Suddenly, two sharp beeps sounded, startling her. Turning her head, everyone in the camera's view including herself watched as the doors of the Koenigsegg slowly unfolded like wings. Xia Tangdu glanced around but saw no one approaching her. Instead, a crowd of onlookers had gathered. Seeing this, Xiao Tangdo felt slightly awkward and couldn't help but wonder, did the car open automatically? Or was the owner nearby, deliberately helping her put on a show by opening the door for her? The thought made Xiao Tangdo smile happily inside.
She reflected that with millions of followers across all platforms, it seemed many people recognized her after all.
So, Xiao Tangdo addressed her livestream audience. Everyone, what a coincidence. My family just happened to be upstairs opening the car door. Since that's the case, I'll take you inside to have a look. With that, she stepped forward to get into the car. But just then, a voice rang out, hey! You're already pretending to film a live stream outside the car, is that not enough? Now you actually want to get inside and keep showing off? That's taking things too far, don't you think?
Xiao Tangdo froze for a moment and turned her head. There stood Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng, holding hands with Liang Qiu as they approached.
Xiao Tangdo froze in surprise, her brows furrowing slightly as she instinctively retorted, what are you talking about? This car is clearly mine. What business is it of yours if I go inside to look at my car? Xiao Tangdo inwardly groaned. Oh no, could this guy actually be the car's owner? Did he come here and catch me showing off during my livestream?
She then scrutinized Liang Qiu Feng from head to toe, yet couldn't find anything particularly remarkable about him.
From what she knew, wealthy people radiated luxury from head to toe. How could Liang Qiu Feng be dressed no differently than the average internet celebrity?
There was no way she could believe Liang Qiu Feng could afford this car.
62 unreasonable, merciless mockery. Please vote. Faced with this, Little Sugar Bean hesitated for a moment. But Liang Qiu Feng gave a cold laugh. Are you delusional or something? Did you just tell everyone in the livestream that this car was yours, and now you're starting to treat it like it is? If I hadn't stepped in to stop you, were you planning to drive it away, right to your own doorstep, and claim it as your own? What nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Tangdo's expression instantly darkened.
Glancing over, she saw the chat flooded with furious question marks. Clearly, countless viewers were now slightly confused, unable to figure out what exactly was happening on the scene. But the conversation between the two had been heard by everyone. Gradually, the savvy viewers caught on and began to piece things together.
Holy crap, isn't this car Xiao Tangdo's? Did she just find some random luxury car on the street and lie to us saying it's hers? Goodness gracious, if that's the case, isn't Little Sugar Bean deceiving us? Does she think we're fools?
I actually thought Little Sugar Bean was rich, that she'd truly changed her life through her own hard work. Her story about growing up in a small mountain village and working hard to buy her first luxury car was so inspiring.
Who knew a top-tier influencer with millions of followers would resort to deceiving her audience?
Seeing these comments, Little Sugar Bean panicked and was about to shut down the livestream. Just then, Liang Qiu Feng pressed the button again, slamming the car door shut. He let out a cold laugh and started to walk away.
Feng, why did you do that? Jiang Yumeng asked curiously as they walked.
Liang Qiu Feng chuckled, nothing much. I just pressed the lock button and opened the door to give her a gentle reminder to know when to quit while she's ahead and leave this place quickly.
I don't object to many influencers encountering valuable items and using them to flaunt their status.
They always come up with all sorts of excuses to try and claim these expensive things as their own, or to make themselves look good. But think about it, how many big video creators today don't say things like, family, I finally pulled some strings to get you this amazing thing. Today is your lucky day? Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but let out a cold laugh at this point. I thought this kind of thing only happened online, but I never imagined it would happen right under my nose. That's why I just wanted her to know when to quit and leave this place quickly. But she actually went even further, presuming I was trying to get her into that car. That's why I stepped in to stop her. After all, Liang Qiu Feng turned to look at Jiang Yumeng, raising his hand to gently rub her nose. How could any woman other than my wife, my mother, my daughter, or my mother-in-law ever ride in my car? Witnessing this scene, Liang Qiu stuck out her tongue, made a funny face, and teased, Mommy and Daddy are so embarrassing. Liang Qiu Feng gave a helpless chuckle and shot his daughter a disapproving look. After all, I do have a wife. Jiang Yumeng's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. She shot Liang Qiu Feng a sultry glare and teased, who taught you to be so smooth-talking? My dear wife, don't you like it? Jiang Yumeng whispered again, who's your wife? Don't talk nonsense. We just confirmed our relationship. Could you please stop calling me that? Though Liang Qiu Feng spoke softly, she heard him. At least Liang Qiu Yu, holding hands beside them, hadn't heard. But just then, a voice abruptly rang out from behind them, stop right there. In an instant, Liang Qiu Feng instinctively halted and turned to see the female streamer from earlier striding swiftly toward him. Her phone tucked into her pocket, she stormed up to him, fury boiling over.
What the hell were you doing? Didn't you see I was live streaming? Why did you ruin my plan? Why?
Hearing her words, Liang Qiu Feng suddenly smiled.
Meanwhile, Jiang Yumeng, standing nearby, asked curiously, "Ma'am, are you out of your mind?
You were streaming nonstop in front of a car that wasn't yours, claiming it was yours, and even using all sorts of excuses to deceive your fans.
Do you really think you're in the right?"
Liang Qiu Feng nodded in agreement and added, "Exactly.
What does that car have to do with you? You were even thinking about getting in for a ride. I opened the door just to get you to leave. Don't go looking for trouble and make things hard on yourself."
But not only did you fail to understand, you had the nerve to be shameless.
So what if I called you out? This is clearly you acting like you own the place, doing whatever you want. For a moment, Xiao Tangdo froze upon hearing Liang Qiu Feng's words.
Then, her cheeks puffing out with anger, she snapped, "Do you even know who I am?"
At her words, Liang Qiu Feng feigned sudden realization, dragging out the sound dramatically. Seeing his reaction, Xiao Tangdo sneered inwardly.
Her arms crossed, her face radiated delight. She thought to herself, at least this Liang Qiu Feng has some brains and common sense, he finally understands who I really am. She was an internet celebrity with millions of followers across all platforms. Getting to film Liang Qiu Feng's car and have it appear in her livestream was an immense honor.
Yet Liang Qiu Feng showed absolutely no intention of giving her any face. After a moment's thought, Xiaotangdu snorted coldly, "Humph, now you regret it? But it's fine, I'll give you a chance. When I restart the livestream later, you can explain everything to the viewers. Just say you're the child of my relative's elder, and what happened earlier was just a bit of showmanship between us." But before little Sugarbean could finish her sentence, Liang Qiu Feng stared at her in utter bewilderment. "Who are you?" Xiao Tangdo froze, utterly stunned.
Just moments ago, Liang Qiu Feng had looked like he'd finally understood, even drawing out his into a drawn-out sound.
Now he was asking who she was? Xiao Tangdo stared at him in confusion, slowly asking, "You don't know who I am?"
"I don't know," Liang Qiu Feng shook his head. "Besides, even if I did know, even if you're a big star, an internet celebrity, or a streamer, what does that have to do with me? You've been deceiving the viewers in the livestream from start to finish. I just happened to be the one to expose you. This car is mine. I can do whatever I want with it. What right do you have to film? I haven't even sued you for infringing on my personal rights yet."
For a moment, Xiaotangdu was rendered speechless by Liang Qiu Feng's sharp tongue.
63 being unreasonable. Unreasonably stubborn? Seeking gold tickets. How could she not understand what Liang Qiu Feng had just said? The truth was, Xiaotangdo had always been nothing more than a child born into a poor family in a remote mountain village. What kind of overseas returned PhD was she? She had only attended high school before dropping out the following year. Later, riding the wave of internet live streaming and the surging tide of influencers, Xiaotangdo seized her chance. She crafted this persona for herself, leading all netizens to mistakenly believe she was a highly skilled overseas returnee. It was supposedly due to workplace frustrations that she ultimately embarked on this live streaming path. At the same time, it must be acknowledged that Xiaotangdu does possess a certain degree of beauty. For her, it was precisely this life story combined with her looks that earned her nearly 10 million followers. This success gradually caused Xiaotangdo to lose sight of herself. But at the same time, she faced a dilemma. More and more netizens began to question her identity. Xiaotangdu's daily livestreams were always confined to her cramped rental apartment, never outdoors. Moreover, she consistently wore various cosplay outfits, never once sporting any luxury clothing. This raised suspicions among her viewers. Speculation grew, and doubts about her authenticity began to surface. Feeling helpless, little Tangdo recently started wandering around outside, hoping to spot some luxury cars to photograph and film. She hoped this would convince her skeptical viewers. Coincidentally, today Xiao Tangdo saw someone post a photo of this 30 million yuan Koenigsegg in her neighborhood group chat. On a sudden impulse, she hatched a plan and went live to prove her identity. Her plan was simple. Since it was lunchtime, the person driving the Koenigsegg had likely come to visit someone in the neighborhood. They'd probably need to eat, right? Then she could stream right there. Surely no one would interrupt her for at least half an hour. Little did she know that mere minutes into the stream, the car's original owner returned the very man now mocking her. Liang Qiu Feng eyed her up and down. She admitted he was somewhat handsome, but what shocked her even more was how he just exposed her deception, leaving her utterly humiliated. Countless viewers in the livestream chat realized she had deceived them. Anger began to boil over. Even the top spender, Boundless Sky, voiced his dissatisfaction with Xiaotangdu in the chat, demanding an explanation. In an instant, the situation took a dramatic turn. Tangdo panicked and immediately shut down the stream. She stormed over to Liang Qiu Feng, fuming, demanding an explanation. Facing Liang Qiu Feng, Xiaotangdo furrowed her brows tightly before demanding sternly, "I don't care. Let me tell you, I'm a top-tier influencer and streamer with millions of followers across the entire internet. You should know that agreeing to do a live stream featuring your car was me doing you a favor.
Do you realize that just now, because you exposed me, netizens started questioning me?
They're asking why I deceived them. Now my reputation is damaged.
You have to take responsibility for this.
I'm not asking for much, I just want you to appear in the livestream to vouch for me.
I've already given you all the reasons. Is this really that hard for you? Hearing Xiao Tongdo's words, Liang Qiu Feng burst out laughing.
He stared at the woman before him as if she were an idiot. Liang Qiu Feng curled his lips in a sneer.
Are you brainless, or do you think I am? You! What do you mean by that? Liang Qiu Feng gave a cold laugh.
Instead of focusing on being a streamer and broadcasting authentically, you spend all your time scheming to deceive your fans.
What? If I hadn't shown up today, would everyone have assumed this car was yours? Then when I drive this model on the road in the future, if your fans actually see me, would they think I'm a car thief? Have you considered how your actions today affect me? Besides, I've already given you face, I didn't publicly question you right away. Instead, I tapped the car door to signal I was nearby. And what happened? You didn't even realize. With this kind of attitude, do you even deserve to be an influencer? I don't want to discuss this with you anymore. If you have nothing else to say, please stop bothering me. I have things to do. Goodbye. With that, Liang Qiu Feng grabbed Jiang Yumeng and Liang Qiu, turning to leave. Stop right there. At that moment, Xia Tangdu couldn't bear it anymore.
She had to force Liang Qiu Feng to follow her plan. Otherwise, she feared her reputation would be utterly ruined today. With her identity exposed and her persona shattered, she couldn't bear to think about how she'd ever move forward.
Xiao Tongdo swiftly took a few steps forward, blocking Liang Qiu Feng's path with her arms outstretched.
It had to be admitted, little Sugar Bean possessed a certain charm.
As she made her move, her ample assets jiggled provocatively.
Liang Qiu Feng narrowed his eyes, coldly addressing the woman before him. Step aside. I don't want to escalate this, and I have no interest in playing along with your fan-pleasing charades.
I don't care. Xiao Tongdo shouted. You've completely humiliated me today. You must speak up for me and prove my innocence. Otherwise, you're not leaving here today.
Liang Qiu Feng smiled faintly.
What if I insist on leaving? If you dare to leave, I'll scream assault.
Hearing Xiao Tongdo's words, Jiang Yumeng froze in place beside them.
She stared blankly at the furious Xiao Tongdo before her. Have you no shame? Jiang Yumeng couldn't help but retort. That car wasn't even yours to begin with. Now you want us to help you perpetuate this lie? How could that be possible? Do you really think we'd agree to that? Oomph. Xia Tangdu was beyond caring now.
She looked at Jiang Yumeng with unwavering resolve in her eyes.
Big sister, don't blame me. Blame your boyfriend or husband, whatever, for refusing to give me face.
I've worked my ass off for years to build this massive fanbase.
There's no way I'm letting it all go to waste here. If need be, I'll sacrifice my reputation today.
I'll make sure you appear in my livestream and speak up for me.
Jiang Yumeng was instantly rendered speechless by Xiao Tongdo's brazen defiance.
Instead, Liang Qiu Feng, standing nearby, gave a cold laugh and said, "Go ahead, scream.
As soon as you dare to make a scene, I'll call the police. Then we'll have the police issue a report on today's incident. After that, I'll produce my proof of ownership for this car. Let's see which one of us comes out on top."
64 completely defeated. Chenmei conceded defeat. Please vote.
Silence.
The sudden silence froze the atmosphere around them to a freezing point.
Xiao Tongdo frowned deeply. She never imagined Liang Qiu Feng would push her to this point.
And Liang Qiu Feng was right. If she really started screaming and slandering him,
Liang Qiu Feng would undoubtedly choose to report it to the police. Given Xiao Tongdo's influence and reach across major online platforms.
If trending topics erupted, as netizens dug deeper, relevant authorities would inevitably investigate and disclose the matter.
And by then, everything Xiao Tongdo had built, her entire persona, would be reduced to ashes.
And so, she stared fixedly as Liang Qiu Feng's family walked past her, heading toward their rental apartment.
Xia Tangdu gritted her teeth for a long moment before finally pulling out her phone. She found Brother Zhang's number and dialed it.
With a voice full of hurt, she said, "Brother Zhang, I've been bullied.
I heard you're in the capital, right? It seems you kept saying you wanted to meet me? Fine. I'll agree, but... Brother Zhang, there's something I need your help with."
Whatever the response might have been on the other end, Xiao Tongdo's eyes instantly lit up with delight upon hearing it. She narrowed her eyes slightly, watching Liang Qiu Feng's disappearing silhouette as she thought to herself.
Very well.
Though I don't know your name or where you live, I trust Brother Zhang's influence is beyond your reach.
He's one of the most influential figures in this capital city. Just wait. I will make you pay for what you did today.
Finally back at the rental apartment, Liang Qiu Feng continued to sneer all the way home.
Oomph, who would have thought?
These internet streamers will stop at nothing for money and fame. They claim things that aren't theirs as their own, even using it as a publicity stunt.
They have no shame.
If I hadn't stepped in to stop her today, who knows what kind of trouble her crazed fans might have caused us in the future. Jiang Yumeng sighed beside him, saying nothing more. As the group stepped inside, they saw that the rental room had been mostly restored.
Liang Qiu Feng held his phone, comparing photos with the surroundings.
He found little difference from when they first rented the place. He recalled Mr. Li's promise to have everything finished by 3 o'clock. It seemed he could indeed deliver.
And so, Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng waited quietly here with their daughter, Liang Qiu.
During the wait, Li and Liang Qiu Feng finalized the plan. Originally, Mr. Li genuinely had no intention of accepting another penny from Liang Qiu Feng.
But Liang Qiu Feng was simply too persistent.
Under such circumstances, Mr. Li ultimately had no choice but to agree to his request. In truth, Liang Qiu Feng simply didn't want to owe Xiao Hong any favors. His relationship with Xiao Hong had always been nothing more than a professional superior-subordinate dynamic. Xiao Hong had always served Liang Qiu Feng after all, as his private butler residing within the Rose Garden, it was her duty to do so. But Liang Qiu Feng had always thought that asking Xiao Hong for help was simply asking her to do things within her capabilities. But now, with Boss Li suddenly offering to completely renovate the entire room for free, Liang Qiu Feng absolutely couldn't accept that. He understood all too well that his future wife, Jiang Yumeng, was fiercely jealous. Ever since their first meeting, Jiang Yumeng's gaze toward Xiao Hong had held an uneasy edge. Liang Qiu Feng wasn't stupid. Even though he'd never been in a relationship before, how could he not see the emotions in Jiang Yumeng's eyes? Gradually, Liang Qiu Feng grew more cautious in his heart. He felt his future truly demanded caution, avoiding excessive entanglement with other women. If his future campus beauty wife grew jealous and stormed off, Liang Qiu Feng would be crying into his pillow with nowhere to turn. A wife this beautiful and gentle was a rare find, even with a lantern. How could he let her slip away? As the clock struck 3 p.m., Boss Li finally dismissed all his staff and approached Liang Qiu Feng with a chuckle. "Mr. Liang, the house is all set up. Would you like to come take a look?" Liang Qiu Feng shook his head. Why waste his time? He'd simply wait for Chen Mei to arrive. Just then, as if on cue, she arrived. Chen Mei walked in, munching on melon seeds, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Oh ho, Liang Qiu Feng, is everything ready yet? I've been waiting in the room all afternoon. Honestly, if you can't get it done, just say so. Worst case, I'll give you a discount, okay?" As she spoke, Chen Mei suddenly froze. She leaned closer to examine the rental room before her. It looked exactly like the photos she'd seen on her phone that morning, not a single difference in sight. In that instant, Chen Mei looked at Liang Qiu Feng in astonishment, then glanced at Boss Li. Her mouth twitched involuntarily. It dawned on her, Liang Qiu Feng had spent all that money just to save himself 2,000 yuan. And had he actually succeeded? In her view, she had never intended to renovate the place. She'd only wanted to hold him accountable and make him pay a price. Otherwise, how could she possibly tolerate Liang Qiu Feng slapping her twice these past few days without consequence? Naturally, she intended to make Liang Qiu Feng suffer. But now, seeing the state of her surroundings, Chen Mei was rendered speechless. At that moment, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled. "Take a look. What's the difference here now? Any different from before?" Chen Mei was instantly speechless. Still, she pulled out her phone and began meticulously comparing the photos. After a full 10 minutes, Chen Mei looked utterly disheartened, her face flushed a deep liver-like hue as if she'd swallowed a fly. Indeed, she discovered the house had been restored to match the photos perfectly. In the end, Chen Mei couldn't claim damages according to the contract terms and make trouble for Liang Qiu Feng. Immediately, Liang Qiu Feng gave a cold laugh. "Alright, the rent is 1,600 a month. There are 6 months left, which comes to 9,600. Add the 1,600 deposit and I'll take half. That means, you owe me 10,400 yuan. Hand over the money now." Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's words, Chen Mei gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. This time, she was utterly defeated. Task 65 complete. 3 million deposited. Seeking gold tickets. Not long after, Liang Qiu Feng watched Chen Mei's puffed-up expression and chuckled. He reached out to take the cash she handed over, counting each bill meticulously. His lips curled in constant mockery as he counted. "Oh my, I'd better check this money carefully. After all, the person handing it over isn't exactly a saint. If there's any counterfeit mixed in and I can't spend it later, that'd be a real injustice." Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's words, Chen Mei nearly spat blood in anger across the table. Gritting her teeth, she snapped, "Liang Qiu Feng, what do you take me for? Would I ever give you counterfeit money? Oh my." Liang Qiu Feng shook his head at her words. "Now, Chen Mei. Watch your words. If you dare say that, I wouldn't believe you. Everyone around here knows exactly what you're like. You love mocking others, always looking down on people, thinking you're the greatest thing since sliced bread, and you're so narrow-minded. Honestly, you don't have a single redeeming quality. Do you really think I'd believe you?" Chen Mei was momentarily speechless, unable to find a rebuttal. Jiang Yumeng chuckled quietly to herself. She discovered that her future husband secretly enjoyed mocking others like this. His sharp wit was so amusing to watch. Ironically, despite Liang Qiu Feng's behavior, Chen Mei was utterly powerless against him.
Even if she wanted to make an issue out of Liang Qiu Feng slapping her twice, he had already asked, "Do you have proof?" If not, it would be best not to spread baseless rumors. This left Chen Mei utterly speechless. After verifying the entire 10,400 yuan, Liang Qiu Feng handed it all to Bosley and transferred an additional 4,600 yuan to him. This covered the entire cost of today's repairs, arranged by Bosley. Lin Fei had never been one to be generous. Even today, his actions amounted to a complete loss, throwing away 4 or 5,000 yuan for nothing. Such behavior was utterly incomprehensible to others, including Bosley standing before him. But no one knew that Liang Qiu Feng was carrying out a system quest. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. You have successfully restored the room to its original state when your family rented it and effectively humiliated the landlord, Chen Mei. Congratulations, host, on receiving your mission reward, 3 million yuan. Instantly, Liang Qiu Feng's phone vibrated. He picked it up to see the 3 million yuan already deposited into his account. Now, Liang Qiu Feng's income card held a substantial 4.06 million yuan. Such a substantial sum instantly gave Liang Qiu Feng a sense of security. As the saying goes, a hero bends his back for 5 bushels of rice without money, one can't take a single step. Having endured hardship, how could Liang Qiu Feng not understand this truth? Now suddenly becoming a millionaire, Liang Qiu Feng felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Yet he also understood more clearly than ever that he truly needed to live frugally and avoid extravagant spending. Otherwise, even with the system's support, his reckless spending would likely drain it dry. Turning to look at Bosley, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly. After shaking hands with him, the group parted ways. His gaze fell on Chen Mei before him. Liang Qiu Feng curled his lips in a sneer and said mockingly, "I advise you to start living like a human being from now on. Don't live like a dog anymore. Our whole family endured your oppression for so many years. If it weren't for the cheap rent here, we'd have gotten rid of you long ago. If you hadn't spread lies about us to the neighbors time and again, why would we have to pay hundreds more in rent every month for no reason? Chen Mei, today is your lesson. Think you can squeeze another penny out of me? Dream on. I'd rather give this money to someone else than let it end up in your pocket." Chen Mei glared at Liang Qiu Feng through gritted teeth. He responded with a cold laugh, then strode out the building with Jiang Yumeng and Liang Qiu in tow. Stepping out of the building, Liang Qiu Feng exhaled deeply. Having completed the system-assigned task and earned an additional 3 million yuan, today had been a truly fruitful day for Liang Qiu Feng. Beside him, Jiang Yumeng sighed softly. "Feng, I still think what you did today was a bit wasteful." Jiang Yumeng had changed the way she addressed Liang Qiu Feng some time ago. At first, Liang Qiu Feng had felt uneasy about it. Just hearing Jiang Yumeng's sweet, syrupy voice would make his breathing quicken and his heart race. But now, he had grown to rather enjoy it. Shaking his head at her words, he replied, "You probably don't know that back when our family was struggling financially, Chen Mei kept draining us dry time and time again. If my parents hadn't worried that moving back and forth would affect my college entrance exam performance, our family would have moved away long ago. It was precisely this Chen Mei, who grew increasingly brazen with each incident, that left our entire family harboring nothing but resentment toward her. Add to that her foul mouth and despicable behavior these past few days, I simply couldn't stand it. And yes, I know what you're going to say, we shouldn't be so reckless with our money. But..." Liang Qiu Feng exhaled, smiled, then said earnestly, "What I hope you understand is this, I've always known money shouldn't be squandered. But sometimes, spending is necessary. If spending it gains you respect or gets you what you want, then it's money well spent." Jiang Yumeng stood by, utterly confused. Meanwhile, the little girl Liang Qiu hadn't taken a single word to heart. She tugged at Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng, dragging them swiftly toward the car. Both knew the little girl was now eagerly anticipating seeing that kitten. With that, Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng shook their heads and smiled wryly as they hurried after the little girl to the car and opened the door. The neighborhood residents who had gathered to watch had already dispersed, probably because the novelty had worn off. Opening the door, they saw the 2 kittens sitting inside the carrier on the back seat. They were looking around curiously, their big eyes blinking rapidly. Liang Qiu Feng thought for a moment before saying, "Yumeng, let's take our daughter to the pet store to buy some essentials for the kittens: a cat tree, a cat bed, a litter box, various bowls, and everything else they'll need for daily life." Jiang Yumeng nodded at his suggestion, then hesitated slightly before saying, "But what about the money?" Before she could finish, Liang Qiu Feng cut in, "Don't worry, I'll cover it. You just save your money. That way, when I'm not around, you'll have some money to cover any real expenses you might have." Liang Qiu Feng's words warmed Jiang Yumeng's heart. She understood that Liang Qiu Feng had always kept her family circumstances in mind, always considering her needs in everything he did. This kind of meticulous care and concern moved her deeply in ways she couldn't quite put into words. So the 3 of them sat in the car. In the back seat, Liang Qiu cradled the little kitten in her arms, teasing it with her tiny fingers. Just as Liang Qiu Feng started the car and prepared to leave, a voice rang out from behind them after rounding a corner. 66. What a small world. Shameless Chen Mei. Please vote. Handsome guy. Handsome guy. Wait up. Handsome guy. Handsome guy. Wait up. Hearing the voice, Liang Qiu Feng frowned. At that moment, a wave of helplessness washed over him. How could he not recognize whose voice it was? That voice. It was all too familiar. It belonged to the very person he had mocked earlier that day, his landlord, Chen Mei. Through the rearview mirror, Liang Qiu Feng saw Chen Mei, plump and bulky, walking behind the car on the road, accompanied by a girl dressed reasonably well. The girl looked quite pretty, with a well-developed figure and a head of beautiful hair swaying from side to side. Chen Mei approached the driver's side, but suddenly just as she reached it, before even catching sight of Liang Qiu Feng. Perhaps because she was nervous, the phone in her hand slipped and fell to the ground. Bending down to retrieve it, she kept murmuring, "Handsome, I never imagined you'd have relatives in our neighborhood too? Hee, I heard from people in the neighborhood that you drove a luxury car here. To tell you the truth, ever since you entered the complex, I've been keeping an eye on you. I've actually been waiting for you to show up. As it happens, I have a daughter who's about your age, and I thought it would be nice to introduce you to." But in that instant, Chen Mei stood up. When she saw Liang Qiu Feng sitting in the driver's seat, she froze instantly. Chen Mei stared at Liang Qiu Feng in utter shock, her mouth agape, unable to utter a word for a long while. Just then, the girl beside Chen Mei arrived at their side, a hint of resignation flickering in her eyes. But when she saw Liang Qiu Feng's face, she found herself drawn to him. Chen Mei froze, while Liang Qiu Feng in the car sneered coldly, "Oh ho, isn't this my landlord Chen Mei? What's up? Did you realize you gave me too little money or something?" Chen Mei was momentarily at a loss for words. In truth, she had already known someone had returned to the neighborhood in a luxury car. In the neighborhood group chat, she saw a neighbor post that the driver looked to be only 18 or 19 years old. This instantly sparked an idea in Chen Mei. She should call her daughter and have her rush home from school to meet this person. Chen Mei thought to herself, after all these years of painstakingly managing her rental property, her life had remained mediocre. While being a landlord in Beijing was undoubtedly profitable, the area where Chen Mei and her family lived was too remote to generate significant income. It barely supplemented their household expenses. This was precisely one reason why Chen Mei had schemed against Liang Qiu Feng's family for so many years. She could have raised the rent locally or asked the Liang Qiu Feng family to leave, but the average rent in the entire neighborhood hovered around 1,200 yuan. If she suddenly hiked it to 1,600 or 1,800, who would rent from her? That's precisely why Chen Mei repeatedly slandered the Liang Qiu Feng family, ensuring the neighbors held nothing but negative impressions of them. Naturally, no one would rent to them anymore. This could be considered an undeserved calamity for Liang Qiu Feng's family. Originally, they lived fairly peacefully in the neighborhood. Though they had no relatives or friends nearby, at least they weren't troublemakers. Even when renting, they cleaned the place exceptionally well, treating it like their own precious home. Yet Chen Mei's relentless slander had utterly ruined their reputation. This was precisely why Liang Qiu Feng had harbored such intense anger toward Chen Mei in recent times. However, the reason Chen Mei had called her daughter back was precisely to connect with this wealthy young man driving a luxury car. She reasoned that her daughter possessed some charm, a good figure, and a personality she considered decent enough perhaps she could climb this high branch. Finally, while Chen Mei went to fetch money for Liang Qiu Feng, she deliberately glanced outside and saw the luxury car hadn't left yet. So, Chen Mei hurriedly handed the money to Liang Qiu Feng, then rushed back home and grabbed her daughter, Jia Xiuxue, dashing out after them. The car had just turned a corner and was about to disappear when Chen Mei finally called out anxiously. But when she saw who was inside, she felt like she'd swallowed a fly. "What? It's you? This car is yours?" Liang Qiu Feng looked at Chen Mei and gave a cold laugh. "Hey, Chen Mei, what's the deal? Do I need to register my household to rent your place? You stick your nose in everyone's business. What business is it of yours what kind of car I drive?" Chen Mei fell silent, utterly at a loss for words. Instead, Chen Mei's daughter stepped forward, bending slightly at the waist. Today she wore a loose-fitting t-shirt, and as she bent over, the neckline opened slightly. All Liang Qiu Feng had to do was lower his gaze to catch a glimpse of the alluring view beneath. The girl smiled seductively and said, "Handsome, could we exchange WeChat contacts? From the look on your face, it seems like you and my mom had some kind of misunderstanding before. I think there must be some unresolved issue between you two. Why don't we connect on WeChat? We can talk it out properly, and I can apologize to you on my mom's behalf. What do you say?" A hint of flirtation flickered in her eyes. She was genuinely drawn to Liang Qiu Feng. Liang Qiu Feng was handsome and radiant, and driving this 30 million yuan luxury car made even this girl forget her earlier memories. However, at that very moment, Jiang Yumeng in the passenger seat narrowed her eyes and snorted coldly, "Humph, Jia Xiuxue? Aren't you always so resentful of the wealthy? Didn't you always look down on me for dating rich guys? How come now you're actually thinking about pursuing my boyfriend? You've got some nerve." "What?" The girl froze upon hearing this, turning past Liang Qiu Feng to look at the passenger seat. In that instant, upon seeing Jiang Yumeng, the girl's expression mirrored her mother Chen Mei's exactly. 67 Liang Qiu Feng's cruelty. You think you're worthy? Please vote. The girl felt utterly helpless and shocked.
She never imagined Jiang Yumeng would be sitting in the passenger seat of this luxury car. She glanced at Liang Qiu Feng, then at Jiang Yumeng, and coldly asked, "Jiang Yumeng? You are Liang Qiu Feng?" Liang Qiu Feng caught on, glanced at Jiang Yumeng, and retorted, "She wouldn't happen to be the Zhao Xiuxue you mentioned, the one who mocked and slandered you back in the dorms, right?" Jiang Yumeng nodded. What a small world. At that moment, Jiang Yumeng never imagined she would cross paths with Zhao Xiuxue again. Jiang Yumeng had actually prepared herself mentally for this. She thought to herself that Liang Qiu Feng was handsome, young and wealthy, and sunny and cheerful. A boy like this would inevitably be loved by countless girls. Jiang Yumeng was also grateful that Liang Qiu Feng treated her with such tenderness. She was thankful that their daughter had traveled back in time from the future, allowing them to have a child first and then gradually cultivate their feelings. At the same time, through Liang Qiu Feng's various actions, she sensed how much he valued her. Yet she never imagined that the first woman pursuing Liang Qiu Feng she would encounter would be Zhao Xiuxue, that roommate who had once filled the dorm with filthy insults, slandered her, spread rumors, and defamed her. Frowning deeply as she stared at Zhao Xiuxue before her, Jiang Yumeng coldly declared, "Zhao Xiuxue, give up that notion. Liang Qiu Feng is my boyfriend, and we're deeply in love right now. You don't seriously think you can steal him away from me, do you?" Zhao Xiuxue retorted, "Jiang Yumeng, how am I inferior to you? You two are just dating, you're not married, you haven't had children. Why couldn't I possibly take him away from you?" Zhao Xiuxue's words rang out with unusual conviction, dripping with defiance. Today, Zhao Xiuxue hadn't intended to return and get involved in this matter. But her mother had insisted, telling her that a wealthy young master had moved into the neighborhood, driving a luxury car worth tens of millions. If she could really start a relationship with him, Zhao Xiuxue would never have to worry about money again. After some thought, Zhao Xiuxue decided to return and try her luck. Even though she was currently being pursued by a man who was fairly well off. But she wanted someone even wealthier. Her constant mockery of Jiang Yumeng might have seemed like resentment toward the wealthy to outsiders, but only Zhao Xiuxue herself knew the truth. It was jealousy. She envied Jiang Yumeng for having such a wealthy boyfriend, envied her for being set for life and reaching the pinnacle of success, and envied everything Jiang Yumeng possessed. Zhao Xiuxue yearned to be like Jiang Yumeng, to hook up with a wealthy man, enjoy a romance, and savor the prime of her youth. Little did she expect that the man she ended up with would be Jiang Yumeng's boyfriend. Only now did Zhao Xiuxue realize why the car had seemed vaguely familiar after turning the corner. But her mother's anxious urging left her no time for further thought. No wonder Liang Qiu Feng had looked vaguely familiar when she first saw him, though she hadn't lingered on his features. Now it all made sense to Zhao Xiuxue. Liang Qiu Feng was the very boyfriend of Jiang Yumeng, the girl she had once mocked. And this car, it was the same Koenigsegg that had been all over the school's online forum back then. Suddenly, Zhao Xiuxue felt a surge of defiance, determined to compete with Jiang Yumeng for Liang Qiu Feng's attention. But at that very moment, Liang Qiu Feng snorted derisively. He shot Zhao Xiuxue a cold glance, his eyes devoid of any interest, and said icily, You're not even worthy." Zhao Xiuxue froze, instinctively asking, "What do you mean?" Liang Qiu Feng sneered coldly, "You openly mocked my girlfriend in the dormitory, looked down on her, thinking she was just riding on some rich guy's coattails. So what does your behavior now even amount to? You're Zhao Xiuxue, right? Just as expected, like mother, like daughter. Your mother is worse than a pig or a dog, randomly mocking and slandering others. Looks like you're no better." After speaking, Liang Qiu Feng turned to Chen Mei, his eyes filled with contempt. "Oh my, Chen Mei, you wouldn't be planning to have your daughter hook up with a rich guy, would you? What, you didn't manage to snag a rich man when you were young? Not pretty enough for that? So now you're pinning your hopes on your daughter? Let me tell you this, with your daughter being the kind of person she is, she'll never find a rich man. Because she's not worthy. And neither are you." With that, Liang Qiu Feng rolled up the window. Under the stunned gazes of mother and daughter, the Koenigsegg kicked up a cloud of dust, its taillights glowing red as it sped away from the neighborhood in an instant. Chen Mei and Zhao Xiuxue stood frozen in place. Moments later, Chen Mei grabbed Zhao Xiuxue by the arm, pulling her close. Her brows furrowed as she demanded an explanation. Zhao Xiuxue hesitated, but her mother's forcefulness left her no choice. She finally recounted the entire incident, piece by piece. After listening, Chen Mei raised her hand as if to slap Zhao Xiuxue, but quickly stopped herself. She thought to herself, what difference was there between her and her daughter? Both had mocked Liang Qiu Feng, and neither had ended up well. After a long moment, Chen Mei sighed. "Oh, you. I really don't know what to say to you. Back home, you were such a quiet, well-behaved girl. But once you got to school and moved into the dorm, you started looking down on everyone? Today, if it weren't for the conflict between you and your roommate, you might actually have had a chance with that Liang Qiu Feng." Zhao Xiuxue looked at her mother, opened her mouth, but ultimately swallowed her words. From the earlier exchange between Chen Mei and Liang Qiu Feng, she had already sensed there was tension between them. Worried about embarrassing her mother, Zhao Xiuxue forced herself to swallow her words. Instead, she gave a cold smile, shook her head, and walked away from the residential complex without another word. "Stop right there.
You little brat. I can't control you at all anymore, can I?
Watching Zhao Xiuxue walk away without a backward glance, Chen Mei stomped her feet in frustration. Several minutes later, Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng finally arrived at a pet hospital that also functioned as a retail store.
After a thorough examination of the two kittens, Liang Qiu named them. The male kitten was called Tuanchuan, and the female kitten was named Yuan.
When Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng asked why, Liang Qiu explained she hoped their family would stay together happily and harmoniously in the future. This filled Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng with deep guilt. Over the next decade or so, the things the couple did to their child would leave a lasting impact. Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but resolve inwardly to give his daughter the very best the world had to offer, ensuring she lived a life filled with joy. However, not long after the two kittens completed their health checkups, they bought a huge cat tree downstairs and countless other items necessary for the little ones. While waiting to check out, Liang Qiu Feng's phone rang. He picked it up to see it was a call from a high school classmate. After informing him that Jiang Yumeng was a male classmate, Liang Qiu Feng stepped outside to take the call, as the room was too noisy with all the cats and dogs. It turned out his classmate was merely asking when military training would begin. As they idly chatted, a voice suddenly echoed in Liang Qiu Feng's mind. As a top-tier tycoon, how can your wife be mocked like this? Assignment: transfer some spending money to your wife. Task completion reward: 5 million. Failure penalty: loss of system privileges for failing to uphold your wife's dignity. Liang Qiu Feng froze instantly. Oh no. This is bad. 68? How much? I'll buy your shop. Seeking gold tickets. In that instant, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. It even assigned him a task, leaving Liang Qiu Feng utterly bewildered. But soon, a wave of intense anxiety surged through his heart. He knew something must have gone wrong with Jiang Yumeng. Otherwise, the system wouldn't have assigned him such a task. Without a second thought, Liang Qiu Feng cut off his conversation with his classmates, hurriedly hung up the phone, and rushed inside. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. He saw Jiang Yumeng standing there. Her eyes were bloodshot, fists clenched tightly, as she glared at the front desk staff member before her. Liang Qiu Feng frowned and quickly approached. Looking at Jiang Yumeng, he urgently asked, "What's going on? What happened?" Jiang Yumeng froze for a moment, utterly at a loss for words. Liang Qiu Feng grew slightly impatient and pressed again, "What's going on? Tell me." Before Jiang Yumeng could respond, the staff member in front of them impatiently interjected, "Hey, are you guys going to buy something or not? It's only a little over 2,000 yuan. You can't be telling me you can't afford it? And you're thinking about getting a pet? Giving it a good life? I thought I heard the young lady just now talking about where to put things in the villa, where to put things. Ha! Can't even scrape together 2,000 yuan, yet you dream of villas? Looks like you're probably living under a bridge. That's nonsense." Liang Qiu finally couldn't hold back and spoke up. "Our family clearly lives in a villa. Besides, didn't Mom say we'd wait for Dad to come back and pay for it? Who are you to talk about us like that?" Oomph. At this, the staff member's lips curled upward. He snorted derisively and said, "Young lady, how old are you? Already learned to lie? Let me tell you, lying will make your nose grow longer, ha ha ha." Seeing the woman laugh, Liang Qiu Feng instantly understood. It must have been while he stepped out to take that call that the staff member calculated the total. The total came to over 2,000 yuan, which is why she had asked Jiang Yumeng to pay. But Jiang Yumeng couldn't produce the money right away. She waited patiently while the woman in front of her grew increasingly impatient. She had urged Jiang Yumeng several times, making the girl feel anxious. Combined with the earlier remarks from the young girl, this became the crux of the woman's mockery toward them. After pondering for a moment, Liang Qiu Feng felt a surge of anger welling up inside him. Earlier, he had been in a foul mood because of Ma Yisheng's actions. It was precisely because Ma Yisheng had carelessly mocked him with his sharp tongue, compounded by the matter involving Chen Mei. This naturally made Liang Qiu Feng realize that his parents, wife, and daughter were absolutely beyond anyone's mockery or abuse. Therefore, Liang Qiu Feng strode forward to stand before the woman. He approached the front desk, glaring at the staff member seated there, whose eyes were filled with scorn and sarcasm. Liang Qiu Feng spoke coldly, "Apologize to Tai now." "Apologize? Why should I apologize? You're the ones delaying things here, disrupting our normal operations. And now you want me to say more? How dare you stand here demanding an apology from me?" The woman sneered, convinced she held the moral high ground. Before she could utter another word, Liang Qiu Feng couldn't hold back any longer. Smack! His palm struck her face. At that moment, all the onlookers, those who had come with their pets to shop or to have their pets examined, froze in shock. Having witnessed the entire scene unfold before their eyes, they were well aware of what had transpired between Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng. Deep down, everyone felt some resentment, but as the saying goes, mind your own business. Though their minds were filled with thoughts, at this very moment, they were unwilling to step forward and speak up for Jiang Yumeng. Then, when they saw the young Liang Qiu Feng walk in, two questions arose in everyone's mind. First, this little girl was calling them mom and dad. How young must these two be to have a child already?
Second, this man was truly heartless. Finally, the staff member snapped out of it. She stood up, glaring at Liang Qiu Feng, and shouted, You dare hit me? Liang Qiu Feng stared at her coldly, continuing in a flat tone, I'll say this one last time, apologize to him. Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's words, the woman before him fell silent for a moment, then shouted back, Apologize? Let me tell you this people like you. I'll never apologize to people like you in this lifetime. Humph, and you call yourselves villa dwellers? That's laughable. Do you even deserve to buy something over 2,000 yuan? And you can't even afford to pay, yet you claim to live in a villa? Hearing her words, Liang Qiu Feng's brows furrowed. He turned his head to look behind him, where a sign plastered on the window advertised the entire pet hospital for sale. Liang Qiu Feng silently dialed the number listed. It didn't take long for the call to connect. A man's voice came from the other end, Hello, who's this? Liang Qiu Feng replied coldly, How much are you selling your pet hospital for? The man visibly paused. Liang Qiu Feng's voice sounded so youthful, like a college freshman, hardly that of a mature adult. But he instinctively replied, Sir, let me put it this way, my pet hospital is in a prime location. Plus, all the doctors here have their medical licenses and qualifications. Cut the crap. How much are you selling it for? I don't want to hear another word of your nonsense, got it? Liang Qiu Feng snapped coldly. There was a noticeable pause on the other end. Then he slowly spoke up, 1,500,000. Everything inside the hospital is yours, but there are still 3 months of rent left. Fine. I want you at the pet hospital within 5 minutes. Can you manage that? Liang Qiu Feng demanded again. The call ended abruptly. With that, Liang Qiu Feng tucked his phone away and silently turned his gaze to the staff member standing before him. The man had listened intently to Liang Qiu Feng's dramatic phone call, first staring blankly. Then he burst out laughing, This is hilarious. Who'd have thought someone would try to pull a prank on me here? Ha! Someone who can't even afford a 2,000 yuan item. And you think you're going to buy our pet hospital? That's laughable. Get lost. If our boss shows up and finds out you're scamming him, you'll be the ones losing face and making fools of yourselves. As the woman sneered, Liang Qiu Feng simply stared back at her coldly. Not a word. 69 shocked. 1.5 million flowing like water. Please vote. Amidst the surrounding crowd, someone finally stepped forward. Young lady, hold your tongue. You were the one who started this with your rude remarks, mocking others, and even pushing that girl to the point of tears. Now you're still here, refusing to back down even though you're in the wrong, right? Exactly. I never would have thought this pet hospital used to be so good, great service, competent vets. How did it turn into this? Sigh, it just goes to show that in a big forest, you find all kinds of birds. How could a receptionist like this possibly have good service attitude? You lot. Hearing the crowd shift their criticism toward her, the staff member froze, her expression turning stunned. Then, with obvious displeasure, she retorted, What gives you the right to mock me? Isn't what I said true? Seriously, they can't even come up with over 2,000 yuan. Wasting everyone's time here, why shouldn't I say something? These days, you really see all kinds of people. Are you all suddenly helping him just because he's good looking? How dare you speak to us like that, young lady? Hearing this, the crowd grew even more displeased. You're taking this way too far, young lady. You're the one who spoke disrespectfully. You're the one mocking others here. How dare you shut people up? Honestly, young lady, I just don't get it. All they asked was for you to apologize. Is that so hard? They're asking you to apologize because you're disrespecting others. They're doing this for your own good. Why are you being so stubborn? The commotion grew increasingly chaotic. At that moment, Liang Qiu Feng turned his head and looked at Jiang Yumeng beside him. Seeing the bloodshot veins in her eyes, Liang Qiu Feng felt a pang of heartache. Truth be told, though he and Jiang Yumeng had only known each other for a couple of days, the arrival of their daughter had already transformed his feelings for her beyond recognition. He truly couldn't bear to see Jiang Yumeng suffer even the slightest injustice. She was his future wife, the mother of his child. As the bearer of this system, if he couldn't stand up for his woman and child when they were wronged, what meaning would the system hold? Liang Qiu Feng reached out and gently wiped the tears from the corners of Jiang Yumeng's eyes. He spoke gently, Yumeng, are you okay? I'm sorry I made you feel hurt by stepping out to take that call. In that instant, Jiang Yumeng felt as if she had found a pillar of support. The pent-up grievances in her heart burst forth. After all, she was just an ordinary girl from an ordinary family. All her life, she had endured this kind of bullying and ridicule. Before graduating high school, she had poured all her energy into her studies, truly not giving these things a second thought. But now, with Liang Qiu Feng and her daughter in her life, Jiang Yumeng dreamed of giving them the very best. And in this world, money ruled supreme. Yet Jiang Yumeng now acutely felt the crushing hardship of being unable to move forward without it. Especially after the staff member's mockery just now, an indescribable sense of injustice welled up inside her. In that instant, she threw herself into Liang Qiu Feng's arms, tears streaming down her face. Feeling her tears instantly soak through his shirt, Liang Qiu Feng sighed, holding her tightly and patting her back. After an unknown amount of time, the onlookers who witnessed this scene felt an indescribable bitterness.
Everyone could see how deeply Liang Qiu Feng cared for the girl before him. Simultaneously, their resentment toward the staff member who had just mocked her grew even stronger. After an unknown period, the door to the pet hospital finally swung open.
A portly man stepped inside. After scanning the room, he attempted to ask, "Excuse me, who just called to inquire about purchasing this pet hospital?"
Liang Qiu Feng raised his hand. Only then did Jiang Yumeng snap out of her suspicion, standing to the side with a look of hurt and resentment. The little girl, Liang Qiu, clutched Jiang Yumeng's hand tightly. As if offering her comfort, this gesture eased the weight on Jiang Yumeng's heart.
As the man approached, Liang Qiu Feng replied coldly, "It was me." The man narrowed his eyes, sizing up Liang Qiu Feng from head to toe. Instantly, a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes as he blurted out, "Young man, do you know that playing games with people is immoral?"
Liang Qiu Feng nodded coldly.
"Bank card. Give it to me."
Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's demand, the man froze for a moment before instinctively handing over the bank card he had already taken out. Barely half a minute later, the man's phone buzzed. He picked it up and saw the text message confirming the deposit of 1.5 million yuan. He looked up at Liang Qiu Feng in shock.
You haven't even signed the contract yet. How did you get the money transferred already?" "What?" The news sent shockwaves through the room. As the man's words fell, the surrounding area erupted in an instant.
Everyone stared in disbelief, processing the shocking revelation they just heard. They stared at Liang Qiu Feng before them, utterly incredulous. They simply couldn't believe that Liang Qiu Feng had just transferred the full 1.5 million yuan to the other party? Holy crap, who is this guy? He must be crazy paying 1.5 million without even signing a contract. Goodness gracious, how rich must he be? Spending 1.5 million without even blinking an eye? How come I've never heard of anyone this powerful around here? This is terrifying. Goodness, did he buy this pet hospital just to make up for his wife's recent humiliation? Sure enough, as the murmurs died down, Liang Qiu Feng glanced at the man before him and said slowly, "We can discuss the contract later. Right now, I want to ask you, is this the kind of service attitude your pet hospital provides?" Liang Qiu Feng pointed at the woman who had just mocked Jiang Yumeng. He said coldly, "She just mocked my beloved."
"How do you explain that?"
The man before him clearly hadn't recovered from his shock yet.
After a moment of stupefaction, he finally snapped back to reality.
He turned to glare at the staff member beside him, his eyes blazing with fury. But then he turned back to Liang Qiu Feng, offering a mocking smile.
"Sir, might I ask your name?" "Liang Qiu Feng."
Upon hearing the name, the man immediately bowed and scraped, smiling obsequiously.
"Mr. Liang Qiu Feng, it's like this though we haven't signed a contract yet. This place is already yours.
You can freely assign tasks and decide the staff's employment status."
Liang Qiu Feng nodded silently.
He approached the staff member once more. The man stood there, eyes wide, face frozen in shock, unable to believe what was happening. Liang Qiu Feng raised his hand and once again delivered a sharp slap to the woman's face. Immediately, Liang Qiu Feng said coldly, "This slap is for you, who, even now, facing death, still shows no remorse. From this moment on, you can collect your pay and get the hell out of here. I never want to see you here again. Get out." With Liang Qiu Feng's sharp command, the woman snapped back to her senses. She finally understood. She had met her match. The school beauty wife's feelings of inferiority. "Please vote." The woman panicked. As a longtime employee at this pet hospital, she had never been humiliated like this before. She had always relied on her seniority to treat customers this way, naturally earning the discontent of many. As a senior employee, most staff members dared not voice their grievances, however justified. Yet now, her arrogant nature and habit of mocking others had cost her her job. The woman stood up, glaring at Liang Qiu Feng, and blurted out, "What gives you the right to fire me? Is it just because of what I said earlier?" "That's exactly why." "Got a problem with that?" Liang Qiu Feng stared at her coldly. His words carried an undeniable air of authority, leaving no room for argument. The woman was instantly rendered speechless. Then, the original owner approached at that moment. He spoke slowly, "I never imagined that after just a short time away, my pet hospital would be in such disarray. But your departure is for the best. At least it allows me to hand over the hospital to Mr. Liang Qiu Feng in a more orderly manner. However," the man glanced at Liang Qiu Feng and chuckled, "Mr. Liang Qiu Feng, please rest assured. I still have some standing in the pet industry around the capital. We all cross paths here and there. Rest assured, once she leaves today, I'll immediately spread the word within our circle. I doubt anyone will dare hire someone like her again." The staff members frowned deeply upon hearing this, a wave of helplessness washing over them. She desperately wanted to apologize to Liang Qiu Feng, but the pride in her heart prevented her from speaking. With a cold snort, she turned and walked away. The surrounding staff and onlookers gradually emerged from their shock. Some even clapped their hands in satisfaction. "Well done. Who would have thought someone would finally pay the price in this pet hospital? Yeah, who'd have thought, young man? You're so loaded, you're throwing money around like water, not a hint of regret.
Yeah. Young man, I wonder where you work. I've never heard your name before, never seen you around.
Listening to their chatter, Liang Qiu Feng gave a bitter smile. Truth be told, Liang Qiu Feng didn't want to be so extravagant or draw such attention.
But how could he possibly let her continue?
The moment he entered this place, Liang Qiu Feng had noticed the intention to sell it. He'd been contemplating purchasing the entire place. That way, he'd hold absolute power over the person before him.
Deep down, Liang Qiu Feng was uneasy, worried this move might provoke Jiang Yumeng's displeasure.
But seeing Jiang Yumeng standing by without much reaction, he couldn't fathom her true thoughts.
Liang Qiu Feng could only set aside this thought for the moment.
Just then, the unexpected chime of the system's voice startled Liang Qiu Feng. As a top-tier VIP, you must always uphold the reputation of your family and those close to you.
Host has triggered a hidden reward, 3 million yuan. Ha! What the heck?
The sudden voice in his mind caused Liang Qiu Feng to freeze in place.
He never imagined that his furious act of passion for a beauty would actually trigger a hidden reward. He'd just spent 1.5 million and now he'd earned 3 million? All in all, he'd actually made a net profit of 1.5 million yuan.
Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, feeling a mix of amusement and inexpressible helplessness. But regardless, having this money in hand made him exceptionally happy. Glancing at the text message on his phone, his current balance now stood at a staggering 5.5 million. Just as he was about to say something else, his former boss had already arranged everything here. This was a retail space originally intended for reselling hospital equipment, which had been priced at 2 million yuan. But because the seller was desperate for cash, the price dropped repeatedly until it was sold to Liang Qiu Feng for just 1.5 million yuan. In a place like Beijing where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, Liang Qiu Feng had practically snatched up a bargain. Afterward, the man even helped Liang Qiu Feng handle all the follow-up matters. This included deleting the surveillance footage of him slapping that woman earlier, allowing the pet hospital to resume normal operations. Moreover, with the existing manager already in place, Liang Qiu Feng didn't need to worry about managing the day-to-day operations. All he needed to do was invest a little money each month and collect the profits. Thus, armed with the purchase supplies and assisted by the pet hospital staff, he delivered everything to the rose garden. After finding an empty room and arranging everything for the kittens, Jiang Yumeng watched Liang Qiu happily playing with the two little cats. Finally, she grasped Liang Qiu Feng's hand. Feeling the warmth in his palm, Liang Qiu Feng paused slightly. He looked at Jiang Yumeng and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" A flicker of conflict crossed Jiang Yumeng's eyes. After a moment, she finally spoke, "Feng. I'm sorry." Hearing Jiang Yumeng's words, Liang Qiu Feng visibly froze. He never imagined Jiang Yumeng could feel so deeply insecure. How could he not understand why she was apologizing to him? Then, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly, "You don't need to apologize to me." Liang Qiu Feng grasped Jiang Yumeng's hands, lifted his head, and looked at her with unwavering determination. He spoke slowly, "Yumeng, we are our daughter's parents, and we will become husband and wife in the future. Even though we're still trying to figure things out together right now, in my heart, you're already the only mother our child will ever have. How could I possibly stand by and watch you suffer injustice?" Then, Liang Qiu Feng spoke earnestly, "I, like you, have just started college and only have a few measly bucks to my name. Plus, I've promised you before that I'll never waste money recklessly, and you've reminded me time and again. But when I saw you being wronged, I couldn't stand it at all. I don't want to see you suffer these injustices, nor do I want to see others mock you like this. So it's me who should apologize. After what happened today, I tried every way possible to save your face. I'm sorry." Listening to Liang Qiu Feng's words, Jiang Yumeng shook her head urgently and said, "I've never blamed you. Why are you acting like this?" Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly, saying nothing more. Suddenly, something occurred to him. He spoke again, "Oh, right. Give me your wallet." Hearing this, Jiang Yumeng hesitated slightly, unsure of his motive. Soon, she fetched her wallet and handed it to him. He pulled out one of her bank cards, entered some information on it, and then tapped on his phone. Moments later, Jiang Yumeng's phone buzzed. She picked it up and saw a text message notifying her of a deposit of 1 million yuan. Jiang Yumeng was so startled that the phone slipped from her grasp. 71 invitations from 2 beautiful roommates? Seeking gold tickets. Seeing the phone fall, Liang Qiu Feng reached out and caught it in a hurry. Then, he pursed his lips and sighed helplessly, "Hey, kid's mom, my dear wife, what are you doing? This phone cost over 10,000 yuan. If you break it, we'll have to spend more money. Then certain people will just say I'm wasting money again, won't they?" Jiang Yumeng froze for a moment upon hearing Liang Qiu Feng's words, unsure how to respond. After a long while, she finally snapped out of it. She looked at Liang Qiu Feng helplessly and complained, "Oh, you. Just a moment ago, you were saying you don't waste money. Why did you transfer me money? Even if you have money, you shouldn't spend it like this." Sigh. Liang Qiu Feng immediately bristled at her words. "What? Spending money on my wife is reckless spending?
Does that mean from now on, you should eat steamed buns with pickles and drink thin porridge every day? While I and our daughter feast on delicacies? Jiang Yumeng fell silent for a moment.
Then, looking slightly conflicted, she tapped 2 fingers together repeatedly and said with a pout, I just didn't expect you to send me money.
And it's so much money. How am I supposed to pay you back? Hearing Jiang Yumeng's words, Liang Qiu Feng's heart skipped a beat. A deep wave of emotion surged within him.
At this moment, Jiang Yumeng wasn't thinking about how to spend the money, but how she would repay him later.
An indescribable warmth filled Liang Qiu Feng's heart. He was moved that no matter what she did, she always thought only of him. Without thinking, Liang Qiu Feng pulled Jiang Yumeng into his arms, holding her close. Feeling the warmth radiating from her body, Liang Qiu Feng's mind was free of any complicated thoughts. Only an inexpressible, boundless wave of emotion filled him. He murmured softly, silly girl, we're family now. Spending money on you is nothing. Besides, today made me realize you'll definitely go out alone with our daughter in the future. You'll face countless situations. And when that time comes, if you truly want to buy something for your daughter, what if she falls in love with a beautiful dress, but you can't afford it? Think about it, wouldn't that break your heart? Hearing these words, Jiang Yumeng fell silent. Liang Qiu Feng was right. It was precisely his words that instantly awakened her. At that moment, his words truly struck a chord deep within her heart, causing an earth-shattering shift in her emotions. Yes. If she were to go out alone with her daughter in the future. Just like today, whether facing others' mockery or her daughter wanting something. If she wanted to spend money but couldn't, how agonizing would that be for Jiang Yumeng? But Jiang Yumeng was about to say more when Liang Qiu Feng pressed her shoulders, pulling her to face him. His expression was gentle yet resolute as he looked at her, slowly shaking his head. There are no buts. Yumeng, didn't I tell you before? From now on, I'll handle the finances, and you focus on giving our daughter emotional support. You'll be the one helping her with homework, tucking her in at night, things I'm not exactly skilled at, right? And please, no more talk about how you feel guilty about spending money. In a family, both parents need to contribute equally so our child can truly feel loved. Look at our daughter now. Liang Qiu Feng tilted his head to look, and Jiang Yumeng followed his gaze. There she was, the little girl, playing so happily with 2 kittens. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly. As long as our daughter is happy, as long as neither of us lets her suffer even the slightest injustice, nothing else matters, right? Jiang Yumeng remained silent for a long moment before finally leaning her head against Liang Qiu Feng's shoulder and nodding. At that moment, she finally accepted Liang Qiu Feng's perspective. Though she still felt the amount Liang Qiu Feng had sent was excessive, she had no choice but to accept it. Little did she know that Liang Qiu Feng had originally intended to send even more. He had held back slightly, worried that the amount might startle her. Finally, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in Liang Qiu Feng's mind. Congratulations, host. Task completed, you have successfully transferred pocket money to your wife, who has accepted it. Congratulations, host, on receiving the mission reward of 5 million yuan. Moments later, his phone vibrated in sync. Liang Qiu Feng didn't even need to check, he already knew the balance in his account had surged past 9.5 million. Then, Liang Qiu Feng continued, also, I've already made arrangements with the manager of this pet hospital. From now on, after covering the hospital's regular expenses, all monthly profits will be deposited into your account. This should cover your and your daughter's monthly expenses. If you ever need to make a larger purchase, just let me know. For the little things in daily life, whatever you want to add to our home, that will be up to you, Yumeng. I hope we can run this household together. Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's sincere words, Jiang Yumeng felt deeply moved, tears welling up in her eyes. She nodded firmly, discreetly wiping away the tears before they fell. Not long after, Jiang Yumeng's phone suddenly buzzed. She picked it up and stared blankly at the caller ID for a moment. She turned back to Liang Qiu Feng and patiently explained, it's my college roommate. I have no idea why she's calling me. Liang Qiu Feng nodded, and Jiang Yumeng stepped aside to take the call. Liang Qiu Feng stood there silently, watching his daughter and the 2 kittens playing happily together. He couldn't help but feel that everything was so perfect. Before long, Jiang Yumeng returned, looking at Liang Qiu Feng with a hint of awkwardness. One of my roommates, Tang Xin, just called. She just called saying everyone finally gathered in the dorm, so she wanted to invite me out for a meal. And they kept insisting on bringing you along too. Liang Qiu Feng scratched his head awkwardly and replied slowly, why bring me? What do I have to offer them? Jiang Yumeng pursed her lips. Well, you made quite a splash driving that Koenigsegg around campus earlier. Word got around, and naturally, they heard about it too. They know you exist now, so they want to meet you. But I don't think they have any ill intentions. As roommates, they're just being friendly. They probably just want to chat with you. Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng hesitated for a moment. He nodded nonetheless. Alright, I'll go with them. But Liang Qiu Feng turned to look at the little girl, Liang Qiu, and spoke slowly, what about our daughter? Should we bring her along too? Jiang Yumeng hesitated. She admitted she loved her daughter deeply.
But now, if she truly intended to announce Liang Qiu as her daughter in front of everyone, Jiang Yumeng still found it difficult to do. It wasn't that she didn't want others to know about her daughter, but
she didn't know how to explain this to them now.
72, with a little kitten, a happy daughter seeking gold tickets.
After much hesitation, Jiang Yumeng said with a troubled expression, "Why don't we have our daughter wait at home?" Liang Qiu Feng understood Jiang Yumeng's thoughts perfectly. Nodding, he stepped forward to stand before Liang Qiu. At that moment, Liang Qiu was playing happily with the kittens, Tuanchuan and Yuan.
With a gentle chuckle, Liang Qiu Feng said, "Mommy and Daddy need to run some errands.
We'll have Grandma Shin and Grandma Chen come over to cook for you. Is that okay?"
Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's words, Liang Qiu pouted and pondered for a moment. Then she nodded.
"Okay, you go ahead. But Mom and Dad, remember to come back in time tonight to tell me a story, okay?"
Seeing their daughter so understanding, Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng exchanged a glance, both deeply touched.
Liang Qiu Feng quickly nodded, his expression earnest.
"Of course.
Mom and Dad will be back soon. We'll tell you stories and tuck you in."
Only then did Liang Qiu's face light up with a happy nod. She turned back to play joyfully with the two kittens.
The young couple finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Stepping outside and down to the first floor, they saw Xinhuan and Shen Yuluo. After instructing them to prepare dinner for the two little girls, Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng finally left the villa. Sitting in the car, Liang Qiu Feng suddenly remembered something. He picked up his phone and checked the dining vouchers for Tianqing Business Hotel that Ma Yisheng had given him. "Ah, this is perfect timing," he said.
"Ma Yisheng just gave me 5 vouchers. Why don't the 4 of us excluding your dorm mates go eat there? Otherwise, 1 voucher will probably go to waste. Good thing Ma Yisheng gave them to me, otherwise I'd probably feel bad about it."
Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's suggestion, Jiang Yumeng hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement.
She immediately pulled out her phone and informed her 2 roommates.
After a while, Jiang Yumeng put her phone down and said, "A phone?" They both said it's quite a distance from campus to get there.
"I was wondering if maybe the 2 of us should go pick them up. It's on our way anyway." Liang Qiu Feng entered the address of Tianqing Business Hotel into the screen. Glancing at it, he confirmed it would indeed pass by Beijing University. Without hesitation, Liang Qiu Feng agreed.
Only then did Jiang Yumeng exhale a long breath of relief. He started the car. Afterward, Jiang Yumeng informed her 2 roommates of the situation.
20 minutes later, the car swiftly arrived at the side gate of Capital University, near the women's dormitory.
As soon as it stopped, Jiang Yumeng rolled down the window and waved excitedly at 2 slender girls outside. The girls hurried to the car, gave it a thorough once-over, and then climbed into the back seat. Jiang Yumeng then introduced her 2 roommates to Liang Qiu Feng, Tang Xian and Zhang Huanuan.
Tang Xian appeared to be the more outgoing type, with a carefree and easygoing demeanor.
Leaning forward, she grinned at Liang Qiu Feng and said, "Hey, Liang Qiu Feng, what exactly does your family do for business? You're way too rich. Honestly, when we saw your photos and the car you drive on the forums, we were all blown away. Who knew you'd actually be this wealthy and this handsome too?" Liang Qiu Feng gave a helpless smile. He wanted to tease her playfully, but then remembered the mother of his child was right beside him. "It's nothing," Liang Qiu Feng replied modestly. "Just made a little money in business." Hearing this, the 2 behind him finally understood and didn't press further. With that, Liang Qiu Feng started the car and headed toward the Tianqing Business Hotel. Along the way, Jiang Yumeng chatted happily with her 2 roommates. As Liang Qiu Feng drove, he overheard their conversation and learned that Zhao Xiaoxue, the roommate who had mocked Jiang Yumeng earlier that day, had already moved out of the dorm.
Where she had gone, no one knew.
In fact, she had only moved out that afternoon after Liang Qiu Feng and the others had mocked Zhao Xiaoxue and Chen Mei.
Zhang Huanhuan pouted beside them, saying, "But I did hear a little something. Apparently, Zhao Xiaoxue found a boyfriend. He seems pretty wealthy and quite talented too. As for what he does exactly, well, that's anyone's guess." Jiang Yumeng nodded upon hearing this. She, however, didn't mention what had happened that afternoon in the old residential area to the 2 of them. The other 2, naturally unaware of such events, didn't dwell on it further. The car ride was filled with the lively chatter of the 3 women, making the atmosphere exceptionally cheerful. Finally, the car arrived at the Tianqing Business Hotel. After parking, everyone got out. The moment they stepped out, they saw a man hurrying toward the hotel entrance. He approached Liang Qiu Feng with a respectful expression and said, "Hello, sir. Welcome to the Tianqing Business Hotel. I am the front desk manager on duty today. You may call me Wu Xijin." Hearing the man's words, Liang Qiu Feng felt satisfied. He couldn't help but think that those who came here to dine were all dignitaries and influential figures, wealthy and powerful. This manager Wu clearly knew how to read people. Seeing him arrive, he immediately approached with such respect that it felt genuinely pleasant. No wonder this business hotel was a favorite among the wealthy. It was truly extraordinary. Liang Qiu Feng then handed over the discount coupon from his phone. Manager Wu took it, glanced at it, and then respectfully said, "Good evening, sir. This discount coupon entitles you to complimentary service for all items on our menu.
Additionally, all charges for today's guests within the maximum number specified on the coupon will be complimentary. However, our private rooms are currently fully booked. Would you prefer to wait or proceed directly to the main dining area? After a moment's thought, Liang Qiu Feng decided to lead everyone to the main dining area. He didn't want to draw too much attention or waste the restaurant's resources. After all, his visit today was merely at the invitation of Ma Yisheng. Upon hearing this, Wu Xijin promptly led Liang Qiu Feng inside without hesitation. They soon reached the second-floor dining hall, where a quiet spot was arranged for the four of them. After ordering their meal, they waited quietly. Tang Xian chuckled beside her and said, Yumeng, our advisor came by today and said to tell you tomorrow morning that we have a meeting in the classroom. Also, the advisor said your dorm room is still reserved for you. As for tomorrow, Liang Qiu Feng will be coming along too, right? It's such a coincidence that we're actually classmates. Liang Qiu Feng nodded. He had only learned yesterday that he and Jiang Yumeng were classmates. He couldn't help but think, perhaps. It was precisely because of this connection that so many stories unfolded between them later on, and perhaps even led them to end up together in the end? Of course, Liang Qiu Feng didn't dwell on any of this. Because 73, haunting. Full of sarcasm? Seeking gold tickets. Regardless, now that they had successfully come together, Liang Qiu Feng vowed that in the future, he would never let Jiang Yumeng suffer even the slightest injustice. But not long after, their other roommate, Zhang Huan, stood nearby with a look of astonishment. She glanced at her phone, then surveyed the surroundings before exclaiming in disbelief, "Goodness gracious! Does the Tianqing Business Hotel charge over 10,000 yuan per person? That's outrageously expensive." After saying that, Zhang Huan looked at Jiang Yumeng and slowly said, "Yumeng, coming here today is going to cost us a lot, right? I know your boyfriend is wealthy, but it feels like such a waste for just the two of us to eat here." Tang Xian, who was beside them, also turned pale upon hearing this. "Yeah, how could it be this expensive? Before coming, we thought it was just a slightly upscale place and figured it wouldn't cost much, so we agreed." "Who knew it would cost this much?" Jiang Yumeng gave an awkward chuckle before speaking up. All right. We wouldn't normally come here to eat. It's just that Ma Yisheng gave offering a dining voucher, so that's why we're here." Ma Yisheng? Tang Xian realized. "You mean the guy who caused such a stir last night, bet against Liang Qiu Feng at school and then lost to him on the basketball court?" Hearing this, Jiang Yumeng silently nodded. Zhang Huan looked slightly bewildered beside her and asked, "What's going on?" She glanced at Liang Qiu Feng and continued, "Liang Qiu Feng, didn't you and Ma Yisheng have a falling out? What's going on? Ma Yisheng actually gave you this? What's going on? Did you two make up, or were you actually good friends all along?" Liang Qiu Feng gave a bitter smile. He understood why Zhang Huan was confused. In truth, he felt the same way. How could Liang Qiu Feng not know the enmity between him and Ma Yisheng? Ma Yisheng had mocked him time and again, even challenging him to a showdown on the basketball court to decide the dignity between men. To be honest, Liang Qiu Feng felt a bit helpless about it all, helpless about the complicated relationship he shared with Ma Yisheng. At the same time, he was curious. Why had Ma Yisheng stirred up so much trouble with him, only to later act so friendly? Could it be? Was Ma Yisheng pursuing some ulterior motive? Liang Qiu Feng pondered for a moment, shook his head, and slowly said, "Who knows? Maybe he's realized his mistakes and is ready to turn over a new leaf, clean up his act, and wash his hands of his past, planning to become a good person." With a giggle, all three women burst out laughing at that moment. Regardless, upon hearing about the vouchers that meant they wouldn't have to spend a single penny, Tang Xian and Zhang Huan felt much of their earlier tension and guilt melt away. Before long, the meal was served. With each dish served, the two women secretly searched online. They discovered that each dish cost at least 1,000 yuan. By the time all the dishes were served, the meal had already cost over 30,000 yuan. This gave both women a fresh perspective on the world of the wealthy. In truth, it wasn't just them, even Jiang Yumeng and Liang Qiu Feng beside them couldn't help but feel a bit stunned. Neither of them was new to dining at such high-end establishments, but their previous lives of poverty meant they had never experienced such extravagance from start to finish. Now, suddenly hearing and seeing that this meal cost over 30,000 yuan, it could be said to have completely reshaped their values. But Liang Qiu Feng quickly accepted it. If he could accept the existence of the system, how much more so could he accept this meal? He understood that in the future, he would inevitably encounter more and more situations like this, and through them, experience countless events that would transform his life. Well, it's always the same old faces, isn't it? Let me see who we have here. Isn't this Jiang Yumeng, the one who's always trying to get close to rich guys? And these other two, aren't they my dear roommates? What? You're also trying to hitch a ride on a rich guy's coattails? Suddenly, a voice filled with mockery and sourness rang out. Hearing that voice, Liang Qiu Feng frowned. He knew that voice all too well. He turned his head and saw none other than Zhao Xiaoxue. She stood there in a fairly decent evening gown, arms crossed. Her voice was cold, her eyes brimming with scorn. Beside her stood a man of fairly proportioned build. Wearing gold-rimmed glasses, his fingers were long and slender. Dressed in a tailcoat, he was sizing up Liang Qiu Feng and his companions.
For some reason, Liang Qiu Feng seemed to detect a hint of aggression in the man's gaze.
This discovery stirred a hint of displeasure within Liang Qiu Feng.
Immediately after, Zhao Xiuxue gave a cold laugh. What?
Now that Jiang Yumeng has hooked up with a rich guy, she wants to come over here for a meal, enjoy life, and experience the world of the wealthy? Afraid that Liang Qiu Feng will eventually see through your manipulative nature and kick you to the curb, leaving you unable to enjoy these perks anymore? Zhao Xiuxue continued her scathing remarks. Jiang Yumeng, I advise you to keep your eyes wide open.
This Liang Qiu Feng?
Let me tell you, the number of people in the entire country who can afford a Koenigsegg is negligible.
I've never heard of a family named Liang Qiu. Could it be he swindled others to get these resources, just to win you over?
Once he's had his fill of you and grows tired, he'll discard you.
Then all your plans will come crashing down.
Hearing this, Jiang Yumeng slammed her hand on the table and rose to her feet. Across from her, Tang Xian frowned and spoke slowly. Zhao Xiuxue, we were roommates, after all.
Even if we never shared a bed, you should at least have some basic decorum. You're a student at Capital University, don't you have any self-respect? Exactly. Zhang Huanhuan chimed in from beside her. What did Jiang Yumeng do wrong?
Everyone has the right to choose their own love.
She just dated Liang Qiu Feng, and now you're here acting all sour and bitter, unable to accept it? Why can't you stand to see others happy? Jealous of others' happiness?
Zhao Xiuxue scoffed coldly. I'm just concerned for my former roommate, afraid she'll be deceived.
How did that become jealousy in your mouths? Oh, I almost forgot to introduce you.
Zhao Xiuxue finished, turning to the man beside her. The man immediately took her hand, smiling tenderly as he introduced, this is my boyfriend, Chen Fei.
He's the champion of the national piano competition for university students and was invited to perform here today.
And since I'm his partner, I naturally received a complimentary pass here, allowing me to enjoy everything on the house.
How about it? Jealous?
Just as Jiang Yumeng was about to speak, Zhao Xiuxue smiled again.
Envy won't help. It's all about status. You probably couldn't pull that off.
Besides, judging by the spread on your table, this meal won't be cheap.
My advice is to finish your meal and leave quickly. Don't let Liang Qiu Feng try to show off and then not be able to pay. If he ends up asking you to cover the bill, you won't be able to scrape together the money even if you sold everything you own. 74 mission released? Waiting for the humiliating comeuppance. Seeking gold tickets. Jiang Yumeng finally couldn't hold back.
She stood up, glaring coldly at Zhao Xiuxue before her.
Zhao Xiuxue, I never thought we had any issues between us. Yet you keep mocking and insulting me here, time and again. Killing someone is one thing, but you're taking this way too far. Think whatever you want.
Zhao Xiuxue gave a cold laugh, shot a glance at Liang Qiu Feng, muttered a complaint, then walked away. Liang Qiu Feng, I advise you to come clean if you have any sense of self-awareness. Don't wait until someone else exposes your true identity, leaving you caught between a rock and a hard place.
Be careful, you might not even be able to stay in this school.
Unlike me, look at the boyfriend I found, he's got real talent. His family runs major businesses in the capital, and Chen Fei is incredibly talented.
Liang Qiu Feng, what do you have? Besides pretending and deceiving, what else can you do? With that, Zhao Xiuxue turned and walked away. This is infuriating.
Just then, Zhao Xiuxue was seen walking away arm in arm with Chen Fei.
Tang Xian's furious expression was truly heartbreaking to witness.
Jiang Yumeng was even more furious, her eyes bloodshot, clearly seething with rage. Zhang Huanhuan grumbled beside her that Zhao Xiuxue is way too much.
Exactly, Tang Xian chimed in. We were all roommates originally. When we first arrived, she seemed pretty nice.
But as soon as Jiang Yumeng came back, she started making those sour, sarcastic remarks. Now that we finally get to eat here, she pulls this stunt again.
So what if she found a boyfriend who plays piano? What's there to brag about?
Liang Qiu Feng looked at Jiang Yumeng, sighed, picked up a piece of food, placed it in front of her, held her hand, patted it gently, and comforted her. It's okay, it's okay.
Some people just can't stand seeing others happy.
I'll help you get even with her later. Jiang Yumeng hadn't expected Liang Qiu Feng to plan revenge over this, but she had no idea how he intended to do it. So she asked curiously, Feng, how do you plan to get revenge? You're not going to slap her again, are you? I'm telling you, don't even think about it. Jiang Yumeng suddenly grew worried. After all, over the past couple of days, she'd witnessed Liang Qiu Feng teach Chen Mei and the pet hospital receptionist a lesson, a few slaps that left them dazed. While this slap-in-the-face style straight out of a feel-good novel did make Jiang Yumeng feel vindicated, this was the Tianqing Business Hotel, a place frequented by influential and powerful people. If Liang Qiu Feng really hit someone here, the scandal would surely damage his reputation. Although Liang Qiu Feng had only told Jiang Yumeng that he'd won a lottery prize and was running a small business, she didn't know the specifics. Still, she firmly believed he wouldn't do anything illegal or unethical, and she trusted that he would treat her well for the rest of his life because of their daughter. Therefore, she chose to trust him unconditionally.
Even so, Jiang Yumeng couldn't help but worry. What if Liang Qiu Feng did something reckless? What would they do then? Just then, Liang Qiu Feng smiled and said, Zhao Xiaoxue mentioned her boyfriend won the National Youth Piano Competition, right?
Since most people here know something about music, I'll go up and have a showdown with him.
Let's see who's better.
I'll see how embarrassed Zhao Xiaoxue looks when her boyfriend pales in comparison to me. As he spoke, Liang Qiu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, a mischievous plan forming in his mind. Actually, Liang Qiu Feng had been scheming to pull some dirty tricks on Zhao Xiaoxue, but just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind.
As a top-tier god-tier spender, you must crush everyone who looks down on you in every way. Task issued, humiliate Zhao Xiaoxue and Chen Fei.
Reward for completion, god-tier singing talent.
10 million yuan. Failure penalty, can't even manage this? System usage rights revoked. Hearing the system's mission, Liang Qiu Feng felt a surge of secret delight.
After all, he had already earned the title of divine-level musician by completing previous tasks. He could confidently declare that any instrument in the world was within his grasp, his skill undoubtedly ranking among the world's top masters. Compared to him, Zhao Xiaoxue's boyfriend Chen Fei was like showing off axe skills in front of Lu Ban, utterly unimpressive. The system had assigned him this task, a chance to humiliate his rival, earn money, gain abilities, and boost the prestige of his future wife, Jiang Yumeng.
Why wouldn't he seize such a golden opportunity? But Jiang Yumeng frowned, taking a long moment before slowly asking, "You can play the piano?"
Liang Qiu Feng paused, then smirked.
"What's that, honey? You don't believe in your husband? Who says I'm your wife? Don't go saying things like that." Jiang Yumeng's cheeks flushed slightly, the pent-up frustration from Zhao Xiaoxue's earlier taunts instantly dissipating. Across the table, Tang Xian and Zhang Junjun rolled their eyes, their voices dripping with envy. "Oh my, you're barely dating and already calling her wifey? What will you two be like in the future?" Yeah. You better watch out, Yumeng. Who knows?
One of these days, Prince Charming Liang Qiu might sweet-talk you into getting married. Hearing this, Jiang Yumeng shot her two roommates a disapproving glare. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled beside her.
Chen Fei may be the national campus piano competition champion, but your husband here isn't half bad either.
I used to be a whiz at cotton picking at the village entrance.
Playing cotton? Put.
Jiang Yumeng had expected Liang Qiu Feng to drop some impressive title to intimidate her. Instead, he blurted out that line, leaving her stunned. She stared at him in disbelief. Seeing her reaction, Liang Qiu Feng quickly added, "Oh, I was just teasing you. Chen Fei's piano skills are nothing compared to mine. Just wait and see, you're in for a real treat." With that, Liang Qiu Feng flashed a confident smile.
His confident smile calmed Jiang Yumeng and the others considerably.
Though none of them knew exactly how skilled Liang Qiu Feng truly was, his confidence suggested he must be quite capable. Only Jiang Yumeng still harbored some worry, unsure whether Liang Qiu Feng's words were meant to comfort her or if he truly possessed such skill. "Hey, brother Liang Qiu, you're here too?" A voice suddenly rang out. Liang Qiu Feng turned to see Ma Yisheng. By his side were a man and a woman, both impeccably dressed in what appeared to be very expensive clothing. Ma Yisheng stepped forward. Liang Qiu Feng rose to his feet and the two shook hands, exchanging pleasantries. Ma Yisheng sat down beside them and his two companions followed suit. He then introduced them to Liang Qiu Feng. "Allow me to introduce you. These two are my good friends, quite renowned in the capital. They are the children of this hotel's owner. The gentleman is Su Xiaoming, and the lady is Su Yuqing." Liang Qiu Feng nodded slightly in greeting. Ma Yisheng then introduced Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng to the two. Then, Liang Qiu Feng smiled and said, "Young Master Ma, I never expected you to be so generous, giving me 5 consumption vouchers. Unfortunately, I only used 4 today, and 1 went unused." Ma Yisheng's eyes darted around as if pondering something, but he still smiled and said, "No problem. I'll never use up all these vouchers anyway. Uncle Su keeps finding ways to get me to come here for meals and spending. I'm getting sick of it. But since you're here today, bro, I had to come see you. Is the food to your liking? 75 showing favor? The priceless black gold card. Seeking gold tickets. As the saying goes, you don't hit a smiling face." At that moment, Ma Yisheng approached, speaking these words to Liang Qiu Feng with such politeness and a smile on his face. Even if Liang Qiu Feng had harbored resentment toward Ma Yisheng before, he couldn't possibly show it now. Besides, Ma Yisheng's attitude genuinely made Liang Qiu Feng feel quite positive. Naturally, he thought it wouldn't be a bad idea to have a long talk with Ma Yisheng and become friends. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled and said, "Very well. The Tianqing Business Hotel is renowned as one of the capital's premier luxury business hotels, and its cuisine is undoubtedly exceptional. If even this place isn't delicious, I honestly can't imagine where else would be." Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's words, Ma Yisheng chuckled softly. Beside him, Su Xiaoming waved his hand. A waiter approached Su Xiaoming, who took a glass of red wine from him and looked at Liang Qiu Feng with a faint smile. "Brother Liang Qiu Feng, today, through Ma Yisheng, we've finally gotten to know each other. Whenever you're free, feel free to come over for a meal. Oh, and about this. Su Xiaoming glanced at Ma Yisheng, who pulled a card from his pocket. Liang Qiu Feng stared blankly at the sleek black card. He asked curiously, "What is this?" Ma Yisheng chuckled. "Nothing much. It's just a membership card for this place. With this card, you can eat and drink here for free." Ha ha. Liang Qiu Feng froze for a moment, feeling a twinge of helplessness. He hadn't expected Ma Yisheng to go to such lengths for him. He now roughly understood that this card must be the premium membership card for the Tianqing Business Hotel. To enjoy a free meal here would likely cost tens of thousands of yuan. This so-called free meal clearly demonstrated just how much the Tianqing Business Hotel was willing to invest. Jiang Yumeng, standing beside him, watched the scene unfold, her words caught in her throat. How could Liang Qiu Feng not understand what Jiang Yumeng was feeling? He quickly chuckled and waved his hand. "Hey, young Master Ma, don't say that. I couldn't possibly accept this membership card. It's far too valuable. After all, I'm just an ordinary student. Compared to you, young Master Ma, we're both students at the same school, and what's more, we happen to be classmates. How could I possibly accept such an extravagant gift?" Ma Yisheng smiled faintly beside him. "Come on, brother Liang Qiu Feng, you might fool others with that line, but we're not buying it. Let me be blunt, the Koenigsegg you showed off, brother Liang Qiu Feng, is incredibly rare in the entire country. Including yours, there are only 3 in existence right now. The owners of the other 2 are each renowned figures in their respective regions, powerful and influential individuals who acquired these vehicles precisely because of their prestige. That you possess one naturally demands our attention." Ma Yisheng paused, his expression turning bitter as he smiled wryly. "Let me be frank with you. Truthfully, I never intended to engage with you. I felt too embarrassed after all that happened between us. Honestly, I was worried about saving face. So I planned to let it go. You go your way, I go mine. No interference, no crossing paths." Hearing Ma Yisheng say this, Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. He was quite curious, since Ma Yisheng had made his position so clear, why on earth would he choose to actively curry favor with him now? Ma Yisheng chuckled softly. "As for why? My parents brought it up first. They said someone of your stature driving a Koenigsegg must possess influence beyond our wildest imaginations. Given that, befriending you is far wiser than making an enemy. So here I am, hoping we can become friends." Ma Yisheng chuckled again. "What I said earlier was also sincere. It wasn't because my parents forced me to say it. It's just that I felt a bit embarrassed to tell you these things, but that doesn't diminish my apology to you in the slightest." Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng smiled slightly. He hadn't expected Ma Yisheng to speak so directly and candidly with him. He was genuinely touched. Though Liang Qiu Feng had rarely encountered such depth in his social circles growing up, he did have friends. He valued those who were straightforward and sincere, and Ma Yisheng now seemed to perfectly align with that ideal. Beside them, Jiang Yumeng couldn't help but harbor some different thoughts upon hearing Ma Yisheng's words. Previously, under Ma Yisheng's relentless pursuit, she hadn't held a favorable impression of him. She'd always regarded him as a spoiled rich kid, someone reckless and irresponsible in matters of the heart. Yet witnessing his genuine sincerity now left her feeling unexpectedly unsettled. Su Xiaoming spoke up at the right moment. "Alright, brother Liang Qiu Feng, since Ma Yisheng has said all this to you, why be so polite? We've known Ma Yisheng since childhood, and we've never heard him grovel like this to anyone before. You're truly the first. But this also shows he genuinely wants to be your friend from the bottom of his heart." Liang Qiu Feng gave a bitter smile and nodded lightly. He understood perfectly well that Ma Yisheng had indeed compromised his pride, whether to earn his forgiveness or to become friends. Either way, it made Liang Qiu Feng feel both flattered and overwhelmed. At heart, he still hadn't fully shed the mindset of his impoverished past. After some thought, Liang Qiu Feng couldn't resist the persistent urging of the others. He finally reached out and accepted the black membership card. His brow furrowed at the number 007 engraved on the card. Could it be that only 7 such black membership cards had ever been issued by the entire Tianqing Business Hotel? And the one in his hand was the 7th? The thought instantly made him realize the card's immense prestige, and he was stunned once more. He said helplessly, "So only 7 of these membership cards have been issued? It's so precious, and yet they gave one to me. I really don't know what to do." Su Xiaoming chuckled. "Hey, what's the big deal? It's just a membership card. Alright, brother Liang Qiu Feng, no need to be so nervous. Just take the card." Ma Yisheng chimed in with reassurance, and Liang Qiu Feng finally agreed to accept the membership card. After checking the time, Ma Yisheng stood up and chuckled. "Well, actually, I came here today because we have a dinner gathering tonight. The 3 of us need to accompany our elders for a meal. So, brother Liang Qiu Feng, we'll head over first. After dinner, if I'm free, I'll come right back over. Then we can all have a good drink together. No need to rush off, okay?" Listening to Ma Yisheng's words, Liang Qiu Feng silently nodded without saying much. 76 Chen Fei takes the stage. What are others saying? Seeking gold tickets. And so, Ma Yisheng, Su Xiaoming, and Su Yuqing left the venue. Watching them depart, Jiang Yumeng finally exhaled beside them. Honestly, I didn't expect Ma Yisheng and his crew to have such a commanding presence. Hearing that unquestioning tone in their voices just now, I felt a bit intimidated myself. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled helplessly beside her. Maybe it's the aura cultivated since childhood. Add to that their wealth, the confidence that comes with being rich, and that's probably why each of them carries themselves like that. But it's fine. At least they're polite. Besides, Liang Qiu Feng ruffled Jiang Yumeng's hair gently. You're wealthy now too. Why put yourself through all this tension every day? Jiang Yumeng shot him a disapproving look. You know exactly what I need that money for, and you're still teasing me about it. Fine, I won't say another word. Liang Qiu Feng pouted and fell silent. Meanwhile, Tang Xian and Zhang Huanhuan finally snapped out of their shock from witnessing the scene. Tang Xian remarked with admiration, Liang Qiu Feng, you're incredibly powerful. Not only did you outmaneuver Ma Yisheng with that mocking scheme, but now you've even made him come to you personally to apologize. And he brought such a gift too. What kind of clout is this? Exactly, Zhang Huanhuan chimed in. So, Liang Qiu Feng, you're saying there are only 3 Koenigseggs in the whole country? Are you sure you're not the illegitimate child of some tycoon on the wealth list? And you're in business? I've never seen anyone so young achieve this level of success in business. Listening to their teasing, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled helplessly and waved his hands hurriedly. Hey, you two, stop teasing me like this. I really just did a little business and made some small money. As for this car, I guess I was just lucky to get it. Truth be told, Liang Qiu Feng was a bit surprised himself. He hadn't realized the Koenigsegg held such status and symbolism in China. At the same time, a thought solidified in his mind. He needed to find a way to replace this car as soon as possible. He long felt the car was too flashy, and with Jiang Yumeng constantly reminding him about it, he decided it was time to put it on his agenda. After pondering, he considered whether to place the order early tomorrow after the daytime military training concluded. But ultimately, these were just thoughts. He'd have to take things one step at a time. He feared that juggling daily responsibilities might leave him overwhelmed, robbing him of the energy to pursue such matters. Just then, Jiang Yumeng playfully poked Liang Qiu Feng's soft side, making him giggle. She shot him a playful glare before asking gently, "What's up? Is something bothering you?" Jiang Yumeng sighed helplessly. "I just wanted to ask, are we supposed to wait here after dinner?" Liang Qiu Feng pondered for a moment before nodding. "Looks like we have no choice but to wait. After all, today is Ma Yisheng's birthday. He sent us the consumption vouchers, which is already a favor to us. Plus, he even gave us a membership card. If we just leave now, that would be really rude." Tang Xian and Zhang Huanhuan nodded in agreement beside them. Zhang Huanhuan spoke up today. "Oh, I heard Tianqing Business Hotel has some activities. Every night from 8 to 9, there are all kinds of performances in the center of the lobby. It's only about half an hour left now. Maybe we can still catch the show." Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng nodded. This was his first time at the Tianqing Business Hotel, and he hadn't known anything about it beforehand. He assumed Tang Xian and Zhang Huanhuan must have just discovered the performances by searching on their phones. After some hesitation, the group decided to linger a bit longer, grab a bite to eat, and catch the show. After all, it was only half an hour away. Why not? But Liang Qiu Feng was most preoccupied with the task the system had just assigned him, to mock Zhao Shashua's current boyfriend, Chen Fei. Liang Qiu Feng estimated that Chen Fei would likely be performing his act at the Tianqing Hotel later that evening. Based on Zhao Shashua's previous boasts, her boyfriend Chen Fei was the national champion of the university piano competition. Liang Qiu Feng waited eagerly, longing for the moment when Chen Fei would take the stage so he could thoroughly humiliate him. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. The group had eaten their fill and were now quite amused by the scenery outside the window. The waitstaff had seated them right by the window, offering a view of the lake below, swans gliding across its surface, birds chirping, and flowers blooming, a particularly beautiful scene. Just then, a voice rang out, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tianqing Business Hotel. Thank you for joining us here. Next, we will present our hotel's signature nightly entertainment segment. Today, we are honored to introduce the gentlemen and ladies who have come here to perform for you. First, allow me to introduce the champion of the National Campus Piano Competition, Mr. Chen Fei." Upon hearing this announcement, Liang Qiu Feng and the others immediately turned their gaze toward the far end of the dining hall, focusing on its very center. There, a woman dressed in an elegant cheongsam stood holding a microphone. As her words fell, every guest in the venue turned their gaze toward her. Liang Qiu Feng then spotted Chen Fei, dressed in a tuxedo, slowly making his way to the center of the venue. After a slight bow, he smiled gallantly, surveying the crowd around him. He, too, bowed slightly at that moment before speaking. "Thank you all for dining at Tianqing Business Hotel today. I am Chen Fei, and I hope to deliver a perfect piano performance for you all in the coming moments." As Chen Fei finished speaking, Liang Qiu Feng could even hear whispers from nearby conversations. "Hey, look! That's Chen Fei." Yeah, when Chen Fei participated in that piano competition, it happened to be held right here in our capital city. I happened to be nearby and stopped by to watch.
I have to say, this Chen Fei is genuinely quite talented. If you say so, then Chen Fei must be quite good. Remember you were the National Youth Piano Competition champion a few years back. Hearing the conversation, Liang Qiu Feng instinctively turned his head and saw two men seated behind him, engaged in lively discussion. One man had a well-proportioned build and a sharply chiseled face as if carved by a knife. His hand holding the wineglass revealed clearly defined knuckles. 77 Adeline by the water, powerhouse knowledge base seeking gold tickets. Liang Qiu Feng instantly deduced that this must be the person they referred to as possessing considerable piano expertise. He hadn't expected that today at the Tianqing Business Hotel, what he thought would be a simple meal would not only bring him ridicule but also the unexpected sight of someone so accomplished in piano. Simultaneously, Liang Qiu Feng began to form a different opinion of Chen Fei, who had just appeared in the center of the hall. He mused that Chen Fei might actually possess some real talent. To receive such praise from others, he clearly wasn't someone to be underestimated. But alas, Liang Qiu Feng sneered inwardly. It was unfortunate that Chen Fei was now dating Zhao Xiuxue, and even more unfortunate that Zhao Xiuxue had conflicts with both himself and Jiang Yumeng. Today, no matter what, he was going to take the stage and humiliate Chen Fei. The female host in the center of the hall continued her introduction. Tonight, 3 individuals were scheduled to deliver 3 consecutive performances. One was Chen Fei performing piano, another performing violin, and the third would present an interactive magic show right here. For a business hotel, only such relatively static performances would likely appeal to the crowd. After all, most of the diners here were prominent figures in the business world. Who would want a noisy, street-side sideshow atmosphere? Finally, amid the applause, Chen Fei stepped to the center of the stage and sat down at the piano. He played a simple scale, then closed his eyes, listening intently. As Chen Fei moved, the two men behind Liang Qiu Feng murmured to each other. Not bad. Seems this Chen Fei really has some skill. With just 2 simple notes, he was attempting to discern the piano's tuning quality. Such subtle details are absolutely beyond the reach of a beginner. It seems Chen Fei's reputation is well deserved after all. Of course. Do you really think the national piano competition is rigged? Chen Fei definitely has some skills. Alright, let's keep listening. As the two chatted, Chen Fei finally prepared to begin his performance on stage. Liang Qiu Feng also set down his cutlery, sitting quietly in anticipation. He was quite eager to witness just how skilled Chen Fei truly was, to see how he intended to interpret this piece so he could gauge his own level. However, he failed to notice that adjacent to the main hall were row upon row of private rooms. At the entrance of one such room, a woman stood frozen in place. The woman stared intently at Liang Qiu Feng ahead, her eyes filled with fury. Had Liang Qiu Feng turned to look, he would have recognized her instantly. Seeing Liang Qiu Feng here, her eyes flickered with confusion alongside the rage. Why would he come to the Tianqing Business Hotel? This isn't a place just anyone can enter. Could it be that last time he went to Rose Garden, he really went to pick up a house? Does he actually own a house in Rose Garden? Does he have that much money? After hesitating for a long moment, the woman was lost in speculation. A moment later, she let out a cold laugh. So what if you have money? In this capital city, what matters is power. It's perfect timing. I was just wondering when to settle the score with you. Never imagined you'd walk right into my trap today. Since that's the case, don't blame me. As she spoke, the woman's lips curled into a cold smile before she turned and strode into the private room. Before the door even closed, she called out loudly. Brother Chang, I need to talk to you. Remember that person who bullied me last time? As her voice faded away, Chen Fei finally began playing his piano piece. As the melodious, cheerful piano notes filled the air, Liang Qiu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of admiration flickering in his gaze. He murmured instinctively, I have to admit, Chen Fei's got some real talent. Across from him, Tang Xian asked curiously, Yumeng, Huan, this piano piece is pretty good. I never would have guessed Zhao Xiuxue's new boyfriend was so talented. Too bad he picked the wrong girl to date. Hooking up with Zhao Xiuxue? Sigh, he's really tarnished his reputation. Yeah, Zheng Huan chimed in from the side, no matter what, the piano piece Chen Fei played really is quite beautiful. But what can I say? I'm not familiar with this piece at all. Across the room, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled upon hearing this. This piece is called Adele at the Water's Edge, also known as Poem for Adeline. Composed by Paul Senneville and performed by Richard Clayderman, it's a renowned piano piece in both domestic and international piano and music circles. It's also Richard Clayderman's signature piece. Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's explanation, Tang Xian and Zhang Huan nodded blankly. Liang Qiu Feng continued, this piano piece draws its inspiration from a Greek myth. The story tells of a kingdom called Cyprus, ruled by a king named Pygmalion. He carved a statue of a beautiful maiden and became utterly captivated by it. Eventually, he fell in love with the statue. He prayed incessantly to all the Western gods, beseeching them for a miracle of love, hoping to see the maiden he had carved appear before him. As Liang Qiu Feng narrated, Jiang Yumeng beside him and Tang Xian across from him listened intently. Liang Qiu Feng could tell they were particularly enjoying the story at this moment. Since they couldn't grasp the mysteries within the piano piece anyway, Liang Qiu Feng thought to himself, why not share the stories behind the music with them? These tales, in truth, were the visions that had surfaced in Liang Qiu Feng's mind after he obtained the divine musician system. Therefore, he felt even more astonished by this system. The system had not only granted him various abilities and access to diverse knowledge repositories, enabling him to uncover these stories. It could be said that Liang Qiu Feng had become an all-knowing, all-powerful being within a certain domain. This development surprised Liang Qiu Feng, but it also brought him joy. He was delighted that with the system's assistance, he not only gained wealth but also continuously enriched his own cultivation. It was a situation where he gained everything and lost nothing. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled again as he continued, and in the end, the king succeeded in moving the goddess of love, whose name was Aphrodite. She bestowed life upon the sculpture, granting it existence. From then on, the king lived happily ever after with the maiden he had carved. Listen, throughout the entire song, the melody is delicate, steady, yet gentle. Played with quiet intensity, it builds to a winding climax. Every emotion is perfectly achieved, instantly immersing the listener. It must be said, Chen Fei is truly talented. This song became Richard Clayderman's signature piece because it earned him the world's only Golden Piano Award. 78 Chen Fei's little scheme? Getting ready to take the stage? Seeking gold tickets. Finally, as Liang Qiu Feng recounted the story, Jiang Yumeng, Tang Xan, and Zhang Huanhuan nodded earnestly. Everyone had come to understand the song's significance and its overall style. But just then, a voice rang out from behind Liang Qiu Feng. Oh ho, brother. Now that's what I call an expert. Hearing the voice, Liang Qiu Feng turned his head. Sure enough, it was the two who had been sitting behind him discussing Chen Fei's abilities just moments ago. They were now staring at him with astonished expressions. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled, no, just a humble opinion. I'd say it's more a case of being in the right place at the right time, having happened to explore the subject. Not everyone else might be able to grasp it so thoroughly. Hearing this, the two chuckled. Then, the man who had been called the middle-aged division champion of the piano competition extended his hand toward Liang Qiu Feng. He said slowly, brother, hello. My name is Ji Yun. This is my friend, Zhou. It's a pleasure to meet you. To be honest, neither of us expected that just having a casual meal here would lead us to meet a true connoisseur. Brother, your account just now was truly spot on, and you told the story behind this piano piece perfectly. If I may ask, what's your name? Hearing Ji Yun's words, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly before hastily extending his hand to introduce himself, Liang Qiu Feng. It's a pleasure to meet you both. Thus, the three of them had formally introduced themselves to one another. Then Ji Yun asked curiously, brother, since you know so much about piano, I bet your playing skills aren't half bad either, right? Liang Qiu Feng immediately responded with modesty, oh, it's nothing special, just a bit of dabbling. Nothing worth mentioning. That's not right. You can pinpoint the essence of this piano piece, recount its story with such precision, and critique Chen Fei's skill level. How could that be merely dabbling? Brother, you're being far too modest. Liang Qiu Feng smiled faintly, saying nothing. Zhou chuckled beside him, hey buddy, no offense meant to tease or challenge you, but since you're so accomplished with the piano, how about taking the stage later and playing something for everyone? Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng didn't know what to say. He desperately wanted to refuse, but the system had assigned him a task. So Liang Qiu Feng could only chuckle awkwardly. If I get the chance later and can manage a simple performance on stage, please don't look down on my skills, you two. The two men heard this and said nothing more. As they chatted, Chen Fei had already finished playing his piano piece. Among the diners present that day, some were quite knowledgeable about piano music. Everyone was utterly captivated by Chen Fei's performance. Though there were a few minor flaws, Chen Fei's age spoke for itself. He was only around 20 or 21. To achieve such a performance and display such mature skill at that age was truly remarkable. Why should they ask for more? Just then, Jiang Yumeng asked nervously from the side, Feng, are you sure you want to go on stage? Everyone around seems to be praising Chen Fei's performance. I'm afraid he must be incredibly skilled. Liang Qiu Feng nodded noncommittally. Of course. After all, someone who won the campus piano competition championship, that level of skill can't be faked. But what if you can't match up to him? Liang Qiu Feng smiled faintly. How could you doubt your husband like that? Jiang Yumeng's cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted playfully, how shameless can you be? Who said I'd be your wife? Before Liang Qiu Feng could respond, Tang Xan and Zhang Huanhuan across the table chuckled teasingly. Oh my, Liang Qiu Feng. You two aren't even married yet, just started dating and you're already calling each other husband and wife? We can't let you snatch our Yumeng away. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled to himself, thinking, forget stealing her away. Even if she truly wanted to leave, how could he possibly bear to let her go? Liang Qiu Feng was merely teasing Jiang Yumeng bit by bit through this manner. Then, looking at Jiang Yumeng again, he said earnestly, don't worry. I know what I'm talking about. That Chen Fei's piano skills? They're nothing in my eyes. As he spoke, he leaned close to whisper the words into Jiang Yumeng's ear. At such close proximity, his breath instantly brushed against the skin near her ear.
Instantly, the sensation made her breathing grow slightly ragged. Finally, she instinctively pulled back, shooting Liang Qiu Feng a disapproving glare.
You! When did you become so shameless? Don't go getting your face slapped later, that'd be embarrassing.
Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly, saying nothing more. It wasn't that he was deliberately being modest. He only whispered such things to Jiang Yumeng when they were chatting privately. He certainly didn't want Ji Yun and Zhou behind him to overhear if they did. Who knew how they'd brag about it later? He wouldn't be able to keep a low profile even if he wanted to. However, just then, a voice rang out nearby. Thank you all for your applause. Having just concluded the National University Piano Competition a few days ago, achieving such a ranking is truly a testament to everyone's favor and support.
I sincerely thank you all for your appreciation. Actually, for the next 15 minutes, I'd like to bring you something a little different. The voice belonged to Chen Fei, standing center stage.
Upon hearing his words, all the diners around them were taken aback.
Liang Qiu Feng, however, was completely baffled.
Behind him, Ji Yun patted Liang Qiu Feng's shoulder and patiently explained, Bro, you look new here.
First time visiting, right? Liang Qiu Feng nodded silently.
Ji Yun continued, every night starting at 8 p.m., the Tianqing Business Hotel invites 3 guests. Many of them are top performers in their respective fields. They come here to put on a show for everyone and also earn a hefty appearance fee.
The entire show lasts 1 hour, meaning each guest gets about 20 minutes to do whatever they want.
Usually, each guest fills their full 20 minutes with their performance.
But sometimes, some choose to pull off tricks like what's happening now. As for what Chen Fei plans to do, well, we just don't know. Hearing Ji Yun's explanation, Liang Qiu Feng felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding.
Sure enough, under everyone's curious gaze, Chen Fei chuckled, alright then, I've heard that those who come to dine here are generally talented individuals.
I'm sure you all believe that it never hurts to have more than one skill, right? Since that's the case, how about I randomly call someone up here and teach them how to play the piano?
If by chance the person I pick has some piano experience, we could exchange tips and techniques.
It'd be a fun little activity for everyone.
At Chen Fei's words, the surrounding crowd immediately burst into applause, clearly delighted by his suggestion. Liang Qiu Feng narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, guess it's about time for my turn? 79 Zhao Xiuxue, the ever-present, is arrogant.
Seeking gold tickets.
Sure enough, as Chen Fei finished speaking and the applause died down, he pretended to look around before suddenly spotting Liang Qiu Feng. He chuckled, pointed at Liang Qiu Feng, and said, oh, this young man looks quite young.
Probably still in college, right? Would you be interested in coming up to chat with us?
As Chen Fei finished speaking, all eyes turned toward them. Beside Liang Qiu Feng, Jiang Yumeng instantly realized what was happening. Feeling a slight surge of nervousness, she instinctively grabbed Liang Qiu Feng's hand and whispered, he really did come for you.
Looks like this was planned all along. He wants you to go up there and show off. Can you really handle this?
Liang Qiu Feng patted Jiang Yumeng's hand and gave a confident smile.
Don't worry, I've got this. Alright, I'll head up now.
With that, Liang Qiu Feng stood up and, under everyone's gaze, slowly walked towards the center of the hall.
With a system quest already assigned, Liang Qiu Feng wouldn't back down now. This was an opportunity to demonstrate his abilities and earn money. Refusing could even lead to punishment, a scenario Liang Qiu Feng was determined to avoid at all costs.
Behind him, Ji Yun and Zhou watched Liang Qiu Feng stride away. They exchanged glances, their expressions filled with surprise.
Ji Yun chuckled, no way. How coincidental can it get? We just discussed having brother Liang Qiu Feng demonstrate his abilities on stage, and now he's been called up.
Zhou shook his head helplessly beside him, maybe the world really is that coincidental. Just as the two were about to continue their conversation, a mocking voice suddenly cut through the air, Jiang Yumeng. Who would have thought your beloved Liang Qiu Feng would have the guts to step up and accept my boyfriend's challenge?
He really doesn't know when to quit. What?
Hearing this, Ji Yun and Zhou froze in shock.
Exchanging glances, they both realized things weren't as straightforward as they'd imagined. Was this all coincidence, or had someone deliberately orchestrated it? Just then, a woman approached Jiang Yumeng and sat down beside her without hesitation. Yes, it was Zhao Xiuxue. Hearing the voice, Jiang Yumeng's brows furrowed tightly as she turned her head. Seeing Zhao Xiuxue appear before her, Jiang Yumeng felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. She had never imagined any conflict between them, yet Zhao Xiuxue's resentment toward the wealthy treated her like an enemy. This irritated Jiang Yumeng and caused her some trouble. As Zhao Xiuxue approached, her eyes brimming with scorn, Jiang Yumeng gave a hollow laugh. Well, are you satisfied with my arrangement?
I specifically had my boyfriend perform after the show. He planned to perform for 20 straight minutes tonight, all for his reputation, to gain fame, to attract the attention of the wealthy and build connections. But now, for me, he deliberately chose to organize this impromptu event and let Liang Qiu Feng take the stage.
So? My classmate and roommate, don't you think I'm being nice to your boyfriend? Zhao Xiuxue's tone was dripping with sarcasm, and Tang Xin and the others nearby couldn't quite stomach it anymore. Tang Xian spoke up with a hint of displeasure. Zhao Xiuxue, what deep-seated grudge do you have against Jiang Yumeng? She just found herself a boyfriend. Is this really necessary? Are you just jealous because you can't find a rich guy yourself? At this point, Tang Xian had no intention of sparing Zhao Xiuxue any courtesy.
Back in the dorm, she'd guessed why Zhao Xiuxue disliked her, but out of politeness and since they'd just reunited she hadn't wanted to make things awkward.
But now Zhao Xiuxue was completely disregarding her feelings, relentlessly mocking her and even scheming to humiliate Liang Qiu Feng on stage. How could Tang Xian stand for that? She wanted to stand up for Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng. Zhao Xiuxue, however, chuckled upon hearing this. Oh my, what nonsense are you two talking about? How can you be so ungrateful? I genuinely offered Liang Qiu Feng a chance to showcase his talents on stage. How did that become me deliberately framing Jiang Yumeng and Liang Qiu Feng? You need to take responsibility for your words. Zhang Huanhuan frowned, about to speak, but Jiang Yumeng raised her hand to stop her. She chuckled, enough. Some people just can't stand seeing others succeed. Let her stew in her sour grapes for a bit. After all, what else can an incompetent, rage-filled super bear do besides spout empty words? Hearing this, Zhao Xiuxue's expression instantly darkened. She slammed her hand on the table, glaring at Jiang Yumeng with fury in her eyes. The loud noise drew the attention of several people nearby, who turned to look with displeased expressions. Zhao Xiuxue offered an apologetic smile before fixing her gaze back on Jiang Yumeng and coldly stating, Jiang Yumeng, let me tell you this, don't waste your breath here. That Liang Qiu Feng? I refuse to believe he could possibly play the piano too. He's just got a few stinking bucks. In fact, I bet he's only renting that Koenigsegg. Do you really think he's rich and powerful? Watch out, he might be deceiving you. And you too. Zhao Xiuxue shot another glance at Tang Xian and Zhang Huanhuan, her voice icy. Accusing me of hating the rich? More like you're jealous I have such an outstanding boyfriend like Chen Fei, right? What? Jealous? Too bad. If you're so capable, go find one yourselves a talented boyfriend. Then you can make me jealous. How about it? Tang Xian and Zhang Huanhuan exchanged a glance. Though seething with endless fury, they remained silent. They had no desire to engage with Zhao Xiuxue any further. This brainless woman knew only how to mock others, and her behavior filled them with profound resentment. So there Zhao Xiuxue sat, arms crossed, her voice cold as ice. Oh my, how amusing. Truly amusing. Today I actually get to see certain people make such a grand spectacle of embarrassment. No worries, my boyfriend will spare Liang Qiu Feng some dignity. As for me, I'll just stay here with you all. After all, we were classmates. Just in case Liang Qiu Feng embarrasses himself terribly later and you, Jiang Yumeng, lose your composure and burst into tears, I can be here to comfort you. Jiang Yumeng curled her lips. A weasel paying New Year's respects to a chicken, you're up to no good. Zhao Xiuxue didn't seem upset by the remark. Instead, she chuckled softly, leaned against the table, and sat down at the empty seat beside them, waiting silently. Ma Yisheng appeared, looking thoroughly displeased. Seeking gold tickets. As for Ji Yun and Zhou, they had overheard the entire conversation. In an instant, their eyes met.
The look exchanged between them spoke volumes. They too had just witnessed the entire sequence unfold, gaining some understanding of what had transpired.
Ji Yun leaned in, picked up a piece of food, and after eating it, whispered, see?
I bet they're all college students. That Zhao Xiuxue seems to have some beef with Liang Qiu Feng and his girlfriend. Since Zhao Xiuxue and Chen Fei are dating, she probably wanted to drag Liang Qiu Feng up on stage to embarrass him.
Zhou nodded slightly. And there's another crucial detail, did you catch that? Liang Qiu Feng was driving a Koenigsegg Gemera.
There are only 2 of those registered in China.
Looks like there might be one more soon.
Hearing Zhou's teasing remark, Ji Yun narrowed his eyes and chuckled.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Come to think of it, I haven't seen the owner of the other Koenigsegg in quite some time.
Wonder how he's been.
But what I never expected was that a third one would appear in the country.
Seems getting acquainted with brother Liang Qiu Feng today might not be such a bad thing after all.
Zhou chuckled beside him. People who can afford a Koenigsegg clearly have extraordinary status and influence.
Remember what happened to your family before. So, should we step up now and stop brother Liang Qiu Feng from going through with his performance?
If he embarrasses himself up there and word gets out later that you're friends with him or worse, that you're hoping to cultivate a deeper relationship, well, that'd be a serious blow to your reputation as young Master Ji.
Hearing Zhou's teasing once more, Ji Yun rolled his eyes in exasperation.
His eyes narrowed slightly as he replied, forget it.
I have this inexplicable confidence in brother Liang Qiu Feng's abilities. Let's not fret over it here. Didn't you see the confident stride Liang Qiu Feng took when he stepped onto the stage just now? I think he must be acting with reckless abandon.
Or rather, for some reason, I can't shake the feeling that he's actually looking forward to this moment unfolding.
Zhou narrowed his eyes as he watched. At that moment, Liang Qiu Feng arrived at the center performance area of the hall.
He remained silent at first, lost in thought. Their conversation was deliberately hushed, naturally escaping the ears of Jiang Yumeng and the others. Otherwise, who knows what kind of storm might have erupted. Finally, Liang Qiu Feng reached the very center of the stage. He looked at Chen Fei, who wore a smiling expression, yet Liang Qiu Feng discerned a hint of hidden malice in the other man's eyes. Liang Qiu Feng sneered inwardly, giving little away. Chen Fei chuckled, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes as he feigned kindness. Well, it seems this brother here is quite brave, daring to come right into our performance area like this. Everyone, how about we give him a round of applause? As Chen Fei finished speaking, the surrounding crowd began to clap. Liang Qiu Feng offered a polite smile. While he knew nothing of these various rules and customs, he understood the importance of courteous responses. Then, Chen Fei turned to Liang Qiu Feng and asked, "Brother, might I ask your name?" Liang Qiu Feng heard the question and met Chen Fei's smiling gaze. Suddenly, he blurted out, "Cut the crap. You're scheming to get at me for your girlfriend. You know exactly what my name is, yet you ask me like this with all this fake niceness. What's the point?" With a thunderous clap, Liang Qiu Feng's words sent shockwaves through the crowd. None of the arriving guests had anticipated such deep animosity between Liang Qiu Feng and Chen Fei. People always love a good spectacle. Hearing their exchange, curious glances shot their way. What's going on? That guy up there seems to have some beef with Chen Fei, the performer. Yeah, the tension between them is palpable. Could it be over some woman? Wow, this is interesting. It's been ages since I've seen such an entertaining conflict at the Tianqing Business Hotel. All these years, the Tianqing Business Hotel has built such a reputation in the capital. When has it ever witnessed a conflict like this? Exactly. How on earth will this conversation between them end? Amidst the ongoing buzz, inside the largest private room at Tianqing Business Hotel. After exchanging farewells with his parents and elders, Ma Yisheng hurriedly led Su Xiaoming and Su Yuqing out of the private room. Walking along the road, Ma Yisheng continued to solemnly explain to Su Xiaoming beside him, "Let me tell you, Su Xiaoming, Liang Qiu Feng is absolutely formidable. Last time we had that falling out, in that parking lot my car was parked at the exit and Liang Qiu Feng drove his Koenigsegg right up behind me, did a perfect drift and brushed past my rear bumper. You know how close it was? Just a fist's width away." Ma Yisheng waved his fist dramatically as he spoke, demonstrating the distance, just a fist's width. He literally scraped past my car. You can imagine his skill. His racing prowess is truly extraordinary. Hearing this, Su Xiaoming narrowed his eyes. Many who knew him were aware that Su Xiaoming was a notorious racing maniac. Nurtured by his family since childhood, he had grown to love racing. Even at his young age, he had already obtained a racing license and achieved notable placements in various domestic competitions, making him a well-known figure in Beijing's racing circles. Hearing Ma Yisheng speak like this, Su Xiaoming's eyes lit up with interest. He had few other hobbies in life besides racing against others. After a moment's thought, he asked curiously, "How about we invite brother Liang Qiu Feng to the racetrack for a race sometime?" Ma Yisheng nodded. "Sounds good, but we should probably ask Liang Qiu Feng if he's up for it first." Su Xiaoming silently nodded in agreement. With that, they all headed toward Liang Qiu Feng's spot in the lobby. But as soon as they stepped out, they overheard Liang Qiu Feng's recent taunts directed at Chen Fei. Ma Yisheng froze for a moment, and even Su Xiaoming beside him couldn't help but frown slightly. What's going on? Did Liang Qiu Feng get into a dispute with someone? Ma Yisheng looked utterly perplexed. Though 1,000 questions swirled in his mind, he could only shake his head for now. Walking through the winding, long corridor, they finally saw Liang Qiu Feng standing at the very front of the hall. Then, Ma Yisheng waved his hand. A waiter standing by the wall approached. Curious, Ma Yisheng asked, "What's going on? Why is brother Liang Qiu Feng over here?" 81 modest Liang Qiu Feng, just a little bit seeking gold tickets. The waiter respectfully replied, "Young Master Ma, young Master Su, the man up front is Chen Fei. He's the performer who came to our venue today. After playing a piano piece, he insisted on calling someone else up to teach them how to play and even have a little friendly competition." Little did anyone expect that after calling Mr. Liang Qiu Feng up, this whole scene unfolded. Ma Yisheng's brows furrowed deeply. He glanced at Su Xiaoming and Su Yuqing beside him, both looking utterly bewildered. Su Xiaoming spoke up, "Why are you looking at me? I don't know what conflict they have between them. Why don't we ask Jiang Yumeng? It's a good chance for you to get closer to her, right?" Hearing this, Ma Yisheng quickly raised his hand and said, "Hey, you two, don't tease me like that. Jiang Yumeng is Liang Qiu Feng's girlfriend now. It's best to keep the teasing to a minimum. Even though I finally found a girl I like, I wouldn't go snatching my best buddy's girlfriend. That would mess up their relationship, wouldn't it?" Su Xiaoming and Su Yuqing exchanged a glance, chuckled, and didn't press the matter further. With that, the group walked over to where Jiang Yumeng stood. Ma Yisheng looked at Jiang Yumeng, who was staring intently at Liang Qiu Feng in the center of the hall, her eyes filled with anxiety. Only when she sensed Tang Xian repeatedly calling her name did she snap out of it. Turning her head, she happened to see Ma Yisheng approaching. Jiang Yumeng asked curiously, "What's going on? Why are you here?" Ma Yisheng asked, "What's going on? Why is Liang Qiu Feng over there preparing to perform?"
and it looks like there's some serious tension between them. Jiang Yumeng sighed, casting a cold glance at Zhao Xiaoxue, who sat nearby gloating. She then recounted everything that had just transpired in detail. After listening for a while, Ma Yisheng finally grasped the situation. His face flushed with anger as he stood up, determined to defend Liang Qiu Feng. Su Xiaoming hurriedly grabbed his arm. Ma Yisheng frowned. "Why are you stopping me?" Su Xiaoming asked. "What are you planning to do?" Ma Yisheng answered without hesitation, "Of course I'm going to stand up for my brother. How could I just stand by and watch Liang Qiu Feng get mocked on stage by Chen Fei, or even say?" Ma Yisheng paused here, glancing sideways at Zhao Xiaoxue sitting nearby. She hadn't paid attention to their earlier conversation at all. Now, she was watching the stage with keen interest, likely waiting for Liang Qiu Feng to pay the price for this. Seeing Zhao Xiaoxue's schadenfreude-filled expression, Ma Yisheng felt an indescribable rage well up inside him. He then slowly said, "Some people need to be taught a lesson. Otherwise, who knows what kind of trouble they'll stir up next." Upon hearing Ma Yisheng's words, how could Su Xiaoming not understand what he was thinking? Having grown up together through the years, their bond was deep. They knew each other inside out. Su Xiaoming shook his head and replied calmly, "I understand exactly why you feel this way. Liang Qiu Feng had been set up by others and nearly lost face. Under such circumstances, it's only natural you'd feel dissatisfied and want to step in to restore his dignity. But have you considered what Jiang Yumeng just said?" Liang Qiu Feng went up voluntarily, even repeatedly expressing his confidence to her. "Think carefully. Based on your knowledge of Liang Qiu Feng, would he normally act so arrogantly and impulsively?" After a moment of silence, Ma Yisheng shook his head at Su Xiaoming's words. Jiang Yumeng shook her head as well. Although they had only known Liang Qiu Feng for a short time, just a couple of days, they had formed an initial impression of him. Logically speaking, Liang Qiu Feng didn't seem like the type to be so clumsy and reckless when faced with situations. Then, Su Xiaoming chuckled and said, "Based on what I know of Liang Qiu Feng now, the confidence in his eyes on stage is truly extraordinary. Given that, why not observe first? If things escalate to an irreconcilable point, wouldn't it be better for us to intervene then?" After a moment's thought, Ma Yisheng sighed and shifted his gaze toward the center of the performance stage. At that moment, after Liang Qiu Feng finished speaking, Chen Fei's expression visibly changed. He hadn't expected Liang Qiu Feng to so bluntly expose his bluff. But he wasn't one to back down easily. After a moment, he gave a cold laugh and said, "I never expected you to be so blunt, Liang Qiu Feng. Since that's the case, I'll be equally forthright with you. What do you say? Do you know how to play this piano? If not, why not let me teach you how right here in front of everyone today?" The surrounding diners watched the spectacle unfold, at a loss for words. Liang Qiu Feng, however, smiled faintly under their curious gazes and nodded confidently. "I'm not bad at it. I'd say I know a thing or two. While my piano skills aren't particularly polished, I can still play better than you." Watching Liang Qiu Feng narrow his eyes, his expression dripping with mockery, Chen Fei clenched his fists. He might have kept quiet if anyone else had mocked him, but this was Liang Qiu Feng a nobody. In his mind, Liang Qiu Feng was merely following his girlfriend's orders, coming here to scheme against him. Little did he expect such arrogance. Chen Fei suddenly sneered coldly. "Well, I never expected this. It seems you really are quite confident, Liang Qiu Feng. Well then, since that's the case, you must have heard the piano piece I just played, Adele at the riverbank. Why don't you play a piece for us? Let everyone see just how good you really are. What do you say?" Seeing the mockery in Chen Fei's eyes, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled and said, "I'll make a fool of myself then." Liang Qiu Feng couldn't be bothered with further banter, for he had already spotted Ma Yisheng and the others approaching Jiang Yumeng. If not for the system quest, Liang Qiu Feng would have walked away long ago. To avoid punishment and secure the money and abilities, he had no choice but to agree. Meanwhile, the surrounding diners, unaware of the tension between the two. But now, seeing a show unfolding, even a live competition, those familiar with piano or other instruments were particularly thrilled. Applause erupted as the crowd, always eager for a spectacle, urged Liang Qiu Feng to hurry up and perform. 82 not a move? Liang Qiu Feng can't play? Seeking gold tickets. Meanwhile, in the dining area, Jiang Yumeng sat with her two roommates, Tang Xayan and Zhang Huanuan. The three of them watched Liang Qiu Feng, who stood right in the center of the performance area. A hint of nervousness crept into everyone's hearts. Especially Jiang Yumeng, her heart was filled with deep concern. She worried whether Liang Qiu Feng could successfully complete his current performance. She also wondered whether the confidence he had just displayed toward her was genuine or not. Jiang Yumeng thought to herself that if Liang Qiu Feng really embarrassed himself on stage, it wouldn't really matter to her personally. Her real worry was that Liang Qiu Feng would lose face because of it. From childhood onward, she had endured countless criticisms and whispers about her. Many treated her as a child from a poor family, their words dripping with scorn. They called her a country bumpkin, a penniless beggar. If not for her academic excellence earning her some respect, who knows how deeply insecure Jiang Yumeng might have become over the years. But in the end, she had long since grown accustomed to it.
But Jiang Yumeng didn't want to see Liang Qiu Feng suffer the same scorn from so many people.
Every word Zhao Xiuxue had spoken earlier cut deep into Jiang Yumeng. She simply couldn't bear Zhao Xiuxue mocking Liang Qiu Feng like that, slandering him and dragging down his status. Yet now, she felt utterly helpless.
Seeing this, Tang Xian and Zhang Huan across from her side and then spoke slowly, Yumeng, right now, all we can do is wait patiently. We both saw that confident look on Liang Qiu Feng's face earlier.
He must have something prepared. Trust him.
When the time comes, Liang Qiu Feng will surely give Zhao Xiuxue a taste of her own medicine.
Zhao Xiuxue will eventually flee this place like a stray dog.
Listening to her two best friends take turns offering comforting words, Jiang Yumeng sighed. Feeling helpless, she could only accept their words. Behind Jiang Yumeng, Ji Yun and Zhou narrowed their eyes slightly. Having grasped the gist of the situation, they exchanged a knowing glance and chuckled inwardly. They both thought to themselves, Liang Qiu Feng really had an eye for beauty, finding such a lovely girl. At the same time, they could see in the corners of their eyes the worry Jiang Yumeng felt for Liang Qiu Feng. Ji Yun murmured softly, looks like brother Liang Qiu Feng's girlfriend is genuinely worried about him. Yeah, Zhou chuckled beside him, you can tell they genuinely care about each other. One couldn't bear seeing her boyfriend subjected to others' criticism and accusations, even rumors and insults, while the other couldn't stand watching her boyfriend humiliated on stage and mocked by the crowd. These two are quite something, but... Zhou glanced at Liang Qiu Feng, then chuckled. Judging by the confidence in Liang Qiu Feng's eyes right now, I guess he probably has the real skills to back up his boldness in stepping onto the stage to prove everyone wrong. Ji Yun narrowed her eyes, neither nodding nor shaking her head, offering no response. A faint smile played at the corners of her mouth, and she said nothing more. Not far from these two, Zhao Xiuxue sat with her legs crossed, watching Liang Qiu Feng and Chen Fei in the distance with keen interest. She glanced at Jiang Yumeng beside her, her lips curling into a quiet smirk. Zhao Xiuxue's thoughts churned relentlessly. Jiang Yumeng, Liang Qiu Feng. You've always prided yourselves on your dazzling glory, basking in the spotlight as everyone's center of attention. Today, I'll make you pay dearly for it. Liang Qiu Feng, I truly have no idea where you get your confidence from, daring to go up on stage at a time like this. You're going to make a complete fool of yourself next. But that's fine. Once you make a fool of yourself, I'll have the perfect opportunity to mock Jiang Yumeng. She'll pay the price and suffer for it. Zhao Xiuxue felt an inexplicable surge of resentment toward Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng. Exactly as Tang Xian and Zhang Huan had once remarked, Zhao Xiuxue harbored resentment toward the wealthy. She couldn't stand seeing others live such a good life, couldn't stand seeing Liang Qiu Feng gain popularity online time and time again because of it. That was why she was so eager to find ways to mock him. Now that she'd finally stumbled upon an area where her boyfriend excelled, she seized the opportunity. But she never imagined Liang Qiu Feng would dare step onto the stage with such audacity, right in the midst of her astonishment. At that moment, Zhao Xiuxue thought to herself, isn't Liang Qiu Feng being a bit too arrogant? In fact, she had already begun sketching out in her mind the exact words she would use to mock Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng. Right then, under the gaze of everyone around them, all the diners who had gathered to watch Liang Qiu Feng looked at Chen Fei before him and gave a cold laugh. Chen Fei, I don't care if you're dating Zhao Xiuxue. I couldn't care less. But you absolutely should not have stepped in for Zhao Xiuxue. If you end up making a fool of yourself, don't blame me. Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's words, Chen Fei instinctively froze for a moment. Then, he couldn't help but curl his lips in a cold sneer. Liang Qiu Feng, where exactly does your confidence come from? How dare you be so arrogant? I'm the champion of the National Campus Piano Competition. Tell me, who's going to make a fool of themselves, you or me? Liang Qiu Feng smiled faintly, saying nothing more. He simply strode slowly to the piano, settling onto the bench. Liang Qiu Feng narrowed his eyes, his mind replaying every moment of Chen Fei's earlier performance. Some diners nearby couldn't help but look on in confusion. Hey, did you notice? What's Liang Qiu Feng doing? Why isn't he moving at all? Could he not actually play piano and be just putting on a show? Come on, that can't be it. If he can't play, then what was the point of all those sarcastic remarks he just exchanged with Chen Fei? I say, he's going to make a fool of himself today. But let's not mock him. At the very least, it takes guts to get up on that stage. That alone is no small feat. Exactly. No matter what happens today, let's all be forgiving toward him. In an instant, countless diners began discussing the matter. Meanwhile, Zhou, watching Ji Yun, couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. 83 Rachmaninoff's Piano Concerto No. 3 seeking gold tickets. After a moment, Zhou spoke slowly, what's going on with brother Liang Qiu Feng? Why isn't he doing anything up there? He's just sitting there. When Chen Fei went up earlier, he even deliberately played a few keys to check the piano's tuning. Why is he not doing anything at all now? Hearing Zhou words, Ji Yun chuckled softly beside him and said, actually, this is precisely where his shrewdness lies. By acting this way, he first lowered everyone's expectations and also made Chen Fei completely disregard him. For a professional pianist like Chen Fei, when encountering a completely unfamiliar piano he'd never played before, it was indeed necessary to press a couple of utterly familiar notes to confirm the instrument's tuning quality.
But for Liang Qiu Feng, Chen Fei had just played it through once.
Zhou Jun frowned upon hearing this, but quickly snapped to attention. He sucked in a sharp breath and blurted out, "You mean?"
Liang Qiu Feng was recalling the tuning level of this piano from Chen Fei's earlier performance to adapt it for his own use?
Yes.
Ji Yun nodded, then offered a bitter smile.
That's likely the only explanation for his unwavering confidence throughout.
This. Zhou Jun's brow furrowed deeply. This guy is way too strong. That kind of ability might actually rival Chen Fei's.
Indeed. Ji Yun chuckled softly. If my conjecture holds true, Liang Qiu Feng's skill undoubtedly surpasses Chen Fei's.
But,
at this point, Ji Yun couldn't help but frown slightly again before continuing slowly. Why have I never heard of brother Liang Qiu Feng before? If it's as I say, then he should be a household name in China's piano and music circles. Even if he weren't that famous, people would have discussed him or mentioned his name at least a few times.
Yet I've never seen any mention of him. Ji Yun was genuinely pondering this very point.
In his memory, he had never heard the name Liang Qiu Feng before. So now, facing Liang Qiu Feng stepping onto the performance area to play his own song, Ji Yun hesitated slightly. But just then, Chen Fei, standing beside Liang Qiu Feng, finally spoke up. "Hey, Liang Qiu Feng, can you actually do this? What's the point of wasting everyone's time? Let me tell you, I only have 20 minutes today. I didn't come here to mock you out of boredom. Watch out if you waste time here, you'll see how unhappy everyone gets with you." Hearing Chen Fei's words, Liang Qiu Feng smiled faintly, offering no reply. Finally, he extended both hands, hovering them over the piano keys. Then, Liang Qiu Feng finally let his fingers fall. His fingers were long and slender, with clearly defined knuckles, looking incredibly elegant. As the first note fell, the melodious piano sound instantly filled the entire dining hall. Beside Jiang Yumeng, Ma Yisheng and the others seated there finally spoke up. They exchanged glances, and Ma Yisheng spoke slowly. "Looks like we don't need to worry about anything." It was well known that Ma Yisheng had considerable experience with the piano. Just a couple days ago, he had stood on the school playground, using piano to confess his feelings to Jiang Yumeng. Though recalling that moment still made Ma Yisheng feel a bit embarrassed, it didn't diminish his proficiency with the piano or his attention to every detail throughout the performance.
Hearing Ma Yisheng's words, Su Xiaoming and Su Yuqing beside him finally exhaled in relief.
Even though Su Xiaoming had been trying to dissuade Ma Yisheng moments ago, he now understood from Ma's words that Liang Qiu Feng was quite accomplished in racing. Therefore, Su Xiaoming naturally elevated Liang Qiu Feng's status and standing in his mind. Now that he intended to befriend Liang Qiu Feng, how could he bear to see him make a mistake on stage? However, an interesting turn of events unfolded. Su Xiaoming and his companions never once turned around to see Ji Yun and Zhou Jun seated at the adjacent table behind them. Had they seen the three men appear, they would surely have been shocked. Instead, it was Ji Yun and Zhou Jun who spotted Su Xiaoming and his companions. After exchanging a glance, they chose silence, understanding each other without words. The reason behind this? Only they could know for sure. Finally, as everyone engaged in their own conversations, Liang Qiu Feng's fingers danced swiftly across the piano keys. The melodious, fast-paced notes wove together a beautiful composition, instantly filling everyone's ears. Immediately, even those unfamiliar with piano music could discern its fluid rhythm. This piano piece, rich and powerful, yet filled with reluctance and tension, instantly evoked a surge of intense emotion in everyone who heard it. Yet at that very moment, those around who possessed a deep understanding of piano music rose to their feet in astonishment. Some even hurried over to Liang Qiu Feng's vicinity, watching intently from the side. Every expression radiated profound respect and admiration. Over at Jiang Yumeng's side, Ma Yisheng slowly furrowed his brow and instinctively murmured, "La San. This Liang Qiu Feng, he actually played La San? And flawlessly at that? How did he manage it?" Hearing Ma Yisheng's exclamation, Jiang Yumeng, standing nearby, quickly asked, "What is Rachmaninoff's third?" Ma Yisheng gave a bitter smile and explained, "Rachmaninoff's third, the full name is Rachmaninoff's Third Piano Concerto. Actually, it's a shortened name for a piano performance artist and one of his works. The pianist's name is Rachmaninoff, and the piece he's performing is called the Third Piano Concerto. What Liang Qiu Feng is playing now is the cadenza section of Rachmaninoff No. 3. The cadenza is historically known as an improvisational display of virtuosity performed by solo musicians. Piano compositions typically feature various sections, and the cadenza often appears at the end of the first movement. Over time, it evolved into a dazzling, virtuosic passage composed by countless musicians and composers, designed to be performed only by soloists. What Liang Qiu Feng is playing now is the La San Coda." At this point, Ma Yisheng couldn't help but smile bitterly as he slowly said, no wonder Liang Qiu Feng could walk onto the stage with such confidence just now. The level of skill required for the Violin Concerto No. 3 is already enough to captivate and astonish anyone. Now, to have him directly play the concerto's cadenza, it was truly beyond expectation. At this level, even Chen Fei couldn't have matched him back then.
Tang Xin across from him looked utterly stunned. Is Liang Qiu Feng really that skilled? 84 stunning everyone? A flawless performance. Seeking gold tickets. Ma Yisheng nodded silently. Yes. The whether his true skill is high or low is now irrelevant. Let me put it this way, La San is considered the most challenging piece to perform in the world, a fact acknowledged by countless musicians and performers. In reality, countless pianists have tackled it, yet they all share one consensus: performing it once demands physical exertion equivalent to shoveling 10 tons of coal. Rachmaninoff himself dubbed it the elephant piece, meaning that the sheer physical toll over its 30 to 40 minutes is truly staggering, reflecting its immense scale and weight. Hearing Ma Yisheng's explanation, Jiang Yumeng and the others finally grasped, albeit incompletely, what he had just described. They now grasped just how challenging the piano piece Liang Qiu Feng had performed on stage truly was. Behind them, Ji Yun and Zhou Shen exchanged a glance. Both smiled faintly, satisfied with Ma Yisheng's thorough explanation. It must be said, Ma Yisheng possessed considerable expertise in piano. While he was undoubtedly no match for professional pianists, he certainly held his own among amateur performers and enthusiasts. Back at the scene, 2 minutes had passed in the blink of an eye. Liang Qiu Feng finally finished playing the virtuoso section of La San. Beside him, Chen Fei stood with his mouth agape, his eyes wide with astonishment. For Chen Fei, who had only been playing piano for a few years, his skill level, while sufficient to win the campus piano competition, was nowhere near as formidable as that of professional musicians. As for the virtuoso section of this piano concerto No. 3, it felt like an insurmountable mountain to Chen Fei, something he could never hope to reach. Yet now, right before his eyes, Liang Qiu Feng had effortlessly and magnificently completed the entire piece, leaving him utterly stunned. Some diners nearby who had just watched Liang Qiu Feng play began murmuring among themselves. Holy cow, this kid is seriously talented. I thought he couldn't play, but wow, he's incredible. Yeah, the ossia cadenza renowned for its thick chords and intense emotional contrasts. The high notes rang out with tragic force, while the low notes pulsed with tension, stirring the imagination. It imbues the entire cadenza with profound tragic depth. Liang Qiu Feng, that's his name, right? To think he could perform this piece so flawlessly. Goodness, I'm apologizing now for doubting him earlier, even thinking he was only half-baked. I thought he had zero piano experience, but then, he just walks up and plays this La Third Concerto's cadenza? Absolutely astonishing. Compared to the lightness of the toccata version, this ossia cadenza uses chords in wide intervals to create a more oppressive yet grand atmosphere that resonates within you. Just listening to him play felt like witnessing a perfect painting slowly unfolding before my eyes. Exactly. Though, I do find the emotional expression in the ossia version slightly overdone. The toccata version better captures Rachmaninoff's signature poeticism and the fluidity of his playing. But that doesn't diminish my astonishment at the sheer difficulty and expressive power this young man has brought to this version. No way. This cadenza is considered the ultimate test of a pianist's comprehensive skill, right? Look at him now, not a trace of strain on his face. Clearly, that performance held no pressure for him. I reckon the verdict is in now. Hey, Chen Fei, aren't you the so-called champion of the campus piano competition? Why aren't you saying anything now? Exactly. Weren't you eager to compete with him? Go on. I'm dying to see how you plan to measure up. Hey, look. What's Liang Qiu Feng doing? As the crowd chattered on, some debated Liang Qiu Feng's true piano prowess, others discussed the backstory behind the ossia cadenza version, while still others mocked Chen Fei. After all, everyone had just heard Chen Fei mock Liang Qiu Feng so harshly. What impact had that truly had on him? It had even led some to misjudge Liang Qiu Feng's actions, egging him on to hurry up and play. Now, as Liang Qiu Feng demonstrated his absolute mastery before everyone, all doubts vanished. His formidable prowess had earned them profound admiration and respect. Yet what Liang Qiu Feng did next stunned everyone. They watched as Liang Qiu Feng raised both hands once more, adjusted his attire, and then abruptly pressed a single note. Instantly, gasps of astonishment erupted from the surrounding crowd. Eyes widened in disbelief. Whispers continued to circulate. Is Liang Qiu Feng planning to play a second piano piece? Good heavens! Wasn't Rachmaninoff's third piano concerto just now enough to astonish us all? Wasn't it enough to make Chen Fei understand the gap between them? How can he keep going without pause? Goodness, I can't imagine what kind of piece Liang Qiu Feng could possibly play next. Sigh, have any of you heard his name before? I've never come across it in the piano or music circles, and his face looks unfamiliar too. Yeah, his name was truly unknown until now. Today he's made a stunning debut. Judging by his age, he must be in college. To possess such mastery of the piano at this age, he truly surpasses all his peers. As the murmurs of discussion spread among the diners, Liang Qiu Feng gave a faint smile. He lifted his head and shot Chen Fei a cold, mocking glance. The meaning in that gaze was unmistakable. Today, you're going to make a complete fool of yourself. Chen Fei, however, frowned deeply, panic rising within him. He had thought he was merely helping his girlfriend. He had believed that all he needed to do was assist Zhao Xiuxue in mocking and outmaneuvering Liang Qiu Feng, making him lose face on stage.
But he never imagined that Liang Qiu Feng would turn the tables on him, even causing all the surrounding diners to fill him with disparaging remarks. He felt the weight of countless mocking glances, looks of contempt, and even whispered insults directed at him. Chen Fei felt his dignity utterly shattered. After all, he had once been the champion of the national campus piano competition. That glory, combined with today's publicity stunt at the Tianjin Business Hotel, should have paved the way for an unimaginably bright future. Helping Zhao Xiaoxue mock Liang Qiu Feng had been a minor side note, something he'd considered trivial. But now, everything had changed. Everyone was mocking him, and no one acknowledged him anymore. His reputation had likely vanished completely. Yet, 85 list? Ghost fire? Seeking gold tickets. What Chen Fei found even more baffling and incomprehensible was that Liang Qiu Feng showed no sign of stopping. He actually intended to play a second piano piece? Chen Fei's heart couldn't help but hesitate. He hesitated over what Liang Qiu Feng might play next, and at the same time, he felt a twinge of regret. He regretted helping Zhao Xiaoxue scheme against him like this, even beginning to curse her silently in his mind. Yet as these complex emotions churned within him, at the table where Ma Yisheng and Jiang Yumeng sat, Ma Yisheng furrowed his brow and murmured, "What does Liang Qiu Feng intend to do next? Does he plan to play another piano piece?" But that Lausanne was already a dazzling display of skill. What other piece could possibly surpass it and redefine everyone's perception of him? Hearing Ma Yisheng's words, Ji Yun, seated behind them, narrowed her eyes. He shot a glance at Zhou Jin, narrowing his eyes as if silently conveying, "There's more." Sure enough, as Liang Qiu Feng's fingers touched the keys and the notes instantly filled the air, the instantly recognizable and symbolic melody drifted out. Everyone gasped in unison. Ma Yisheng's expression turned utterly stunned. "This is Liszt's Ghostfire what? No way, Goman. Is this how you play?" Ma Yisheng was momentarily speechless, then gave a bitter smile and shook his head. He spoke slowly, "No wonder. No wonder Liang Qiu Feng planned to play another piano piece. No wonder it came after La Sagra. This piano piece truly showcases his prowess, redefining everyone's perception of him." Beside him, Jiang Yumeng, Tang Xian, and Zhang Huanhuan all cast curious glances at Ma Yisheng, puzzled by the basis for his remarks. Ma Yisheng gave a bitter smile and explained, "Liszt's Ghostfire is the fifth piece in his Etudes d'Execution Transcendente, composed in 1851. He dedicated this piece to his teacher, Karl Czerny. The entire piece is written in B-flat major, marked allegretto, and derives its name from the flickering, ghostly-like clusters and spans of notes that resemble will-o'-the-wisps." At this point, Ma Yisheng paused and sat back down. His expression now mirrored that of the other diners around him. Each having journeyed from initial shock and confusion over why Liang Qiu Feng felt the need to show off his skills in such a manner, to astonishment at his decision to perform this particular piece, and now to utter helplessness. Helplessness stemmed from Liang Qiu Feng's mastery, his effortless and flawless execution of the piano piece, which had truly shattered everyone's expectations. It also left them speechless over their earlier doubts about Liang Qiu Feng. Beside him, Jiang Yumeng finally felt a weight lift from her heart. Even though Liang Qiu Feng hadn't finished playing yet, she no longer felt any need for worry. But soon, she glanced at Ma Yisheng again and asked curiously, "Ma Yisheng, is this piano piece really that difficult?" "Yes," Ma Yisheng replied with a bitter smile. Ghostfire employs rapid 30-second note runs and leaping chords to evoke the flickering, elusive quality of ghostly flames for the audience. Simultaneously, it weaves in a lyrical emotional atmosphere, instantly enriching and deepening the piece's overall character. The reason I was so shocked just now is that Ghostfire is widely regarded by everyone in the music world as the most difficult piece among the virtuosic etudes. Remember what Liang Qiu Feng just played Rachmaninoff's Piano Concerto No. 3? The three women nodded, and Ma Yisheng continued, "Rachmaninoff's third is known as the most difficult cadenza, the most difficult piano concerto, but this piece, Ghostfire, was called by Rachmaninoff himself, the most difficult etude in the world. It demands extraordinary technical prowess, a level far beyond what Chen Fei, a mere campus piano champion, could possess. Double stopping technique, finger balance, independence, reach, precise fingering, every single skill must be at the pinnacle of mastery. Countless pianists train for years yet still struggle to perform Ghostfire flawlessly. For instance." At this point, Ma Yisheng couldn't help but smile bitterly, his eyes filled with resignation. "I've actually tried this piece before, but honestly, it's just too difficult. I've even considered giving up. And yet, this piano piece has always been one of the pieces I most wanted to play perfectly and completely." Hearing this, Jiang Yumeng finally understood the immense value behind the two piano pieces Liang Qiu Feng had performed on stage earlier that day. She then turned her gaze toward Zhao Xiaoxue beside her. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoxue also turned her head, as if sensing Jiang Yumeng's expression. Their eyes met instantly. Jiang Yumeng chuckled softly, "Zhao Xiaoxue, it seems you won't be able to mock me anymore today. I never intended to provoke conflict or engage in emotional battles with you, but alas. You simply won't give me the chance. Time and again, you mock me, insult me, even question my relationship with Liang Qiu Feng. You even tried to use that boyfriend you just found to elevate your status. Perhaps with someone else, you might have succeeded. But now, you've lost.
As Jiang Yumeng's words fell, Zhao Xiaoxue's heart jolted. She felt as though she'd swallowed a fly, her face turning a liver like crimson. Zhao Xiaoxue wasn't stupid. How could she not overhear the diner's discussions about Liang Qiu Feng's piano performance? Though she knew nothing about piano and had never ventured into that realm, the astonished expressions and murmurs made it clear to Zhao Xiaoxue that Liang Qiu Feng's skill far surpassed Chen Fei's. Her heart was now filled with bitter resentment. As the saying goes, jealousy distorts one's features, and Zhao Xiaoxue was a perfect example of this. She had hoped to see Liang Qiu Feng humiliated on stage, to vent her resentment through his embarrassment. Yet, now she had shot herself in the foot. Zhao Xiaoxue was left with a bitter taste she couldn't express. As Liang Qiu Feng played, note by note, the surrounding diners fell silent. Not a whisper escaped their lips. Each person was utterly immersed in the piano melody he was creating. The emotions Liang Qiu Feng conveyed drew them all in completely. Who would dare disturb such a captivating atmosphere at this moment? Thus, Liang Qiu Feng swiftly and flawlessly completed the entire list piece, Ghostfire, lasting approximately 4 minutes. The moment the last note faded, Liang Qiu Feng finally withdrew his hands from the keys and lifted his head. A profound silence fell over the room. No one spoke, as if everyone remained trapped within the emotional vortex of Liang Qiu Feng's performance. Awe, admiration, astonishment, surprise, a whirlwind of emotions echoed wildly within each listener. After an unknown period of time, Liang Qiu Feng finally stood up and bowed slowly to the surrounding audience. One person in the room reacted. In that instant, every diner in the room erupted into applause. The thunderous applause, like a tsunami, roared through the entire dining hall. 86, a perfect performance that astonished countless moments seeking gold tickets. Every pair of eyes fixed on Liang Qiu Feng, whether they understood piano or not, was filled with admiration. After all, through the accounts shared earlier, they had come to understand Liang Qiu Feng's skill level 1 that could even be considered worthy of a musician performing in the grandest of halls. Who wouldn't feel profound respect for such a flawless performance? After the applause gradually died down, the diners finally spoke again. My goodness, that was absolutely perfect. It felt like pure enjoyment, like being in a concert hall listening to a renowned pianist perform for us. Yeah. And he just finished playing Brahms' Third, then immediately tackled such a demanding piece. He's incredible. Goodness gracious. Watching Liang Qiu Feng play right now, it feels like I'm witnessing Liszt himself at the keys, like the tentacles of an octopus wildly dancing across the piano. Goodness, it's been ages since I touched a piano. Even as a child, I heard Liszt's Ghost was the most terrifyingly difficult piece in piano history. Rachmaninoff himself called it the world's hardest piano etude. It's the ultimate test for countless performers and musicians, often reserved as the grand finale for concerts. Never imagined that dining at the Tianqing Business Hotel today would treat me to such heavenly music. Yes, back when I was young, I was quite confident, thinking I could play any piano piece in the world. But when I saw the densely packed notes on the page, I was nearly scared to tears. Its intricate rhythmic shifts and alternating double notes vividly capture a spirit of rebelliousness, sarcasm, and liberation within its fluid freedom. That Liang Qiu Feng could perform this piano piece so flawlessly is truly astonishing. Indeed, Liszt's piano music has long been described as sentimental, beautiful, yet hollow. His etudes perfectly showcase these three emotions. Just like the Hungarian Rhapsodies, the transcendental etudes are among his most iconic works and also the most technically dazzling. Now I'm curious to see how Chen Fei can still mock Liang Qiu Feng. Exactly. Chen Fei was always trying to mock him, thinking he was weak and useless. Why isn't he saying anything now? Hey, Chen Fei, what are you doing? Snap out of it. The guy you mocked is still up there on stage, playing two of the world's most iconic piano pieces for you. Don't you have to respond? Exactly. He even said earlier that if the other guy didn't know how to play, he'd teach him, and if he did, they'd have a showdown on stage. Fine, we'll skip the next two performances. I'm dying to see what piano piece you'll pull out to counter Liang Qiu Feng. This is laughable. If you don't have the skills, don't take on the job. Just because you won the National College Piano Competition, you think you can act like a jerk and look down on everyone? You're way too full of yourself. Hearing the surrounding crowd erupt in mocking laughter, every voice mocking Chen Fei, Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but sneer coldly inside. Truth be told, if not for the task assigned by the system, if not for Chen Fei's constant taunts, Liang Qiu Feng wouldn't have wanted to get involved in this mess at all. All he ever wanted was to live quietly, savoring the happiness his future wife and daughter would bring him. Even before the system appeared, before Jiang Yumeng brought their daughter to his doorstep, he had only wished for a peaceful university life. But now, Liang Qiu Feng realized none of that would happen as he wished. Ultimately, everything that had transpired began disrupting his life, gradually drawing him into a whirlwind of busyness. Liang Qiu Feng had always considered himself exceptionally low-key. He hoped that through his own diligence and hard work, he could repeatedly build a better life for himself. In truth, Liang Qiu Feng envisioned a future where he could live freely and unburdened. To be respected by many, to be the focus of attention. This life would ultimately be one of contentment and satisfaction. Yet recently, the events that unfolded had been deeply distressing.
His mindset had undergone a profound shift.
Liang Qiu Feng understood all too well that this was undoubtedly due to the system. If not for the system, how could he have ended up like this? Without the system, Liang Qiu Feng would likely have settled into an ordinary life long ago. But regardless, everything that has happened has happened. Thanks to the system, Liang Qiu Feng had successfully stepped into the spotlight before countless people.
Possessing various abilities, he garnered everyone's attention. Gradually, Liang Qiu Feng even came to accept the fact that he had a wife and daughter. And what's more, to defy all his previous actions in such a public setting.
To appear before everyone in this manner.
In that instant, Liang Qiu Feng smiled faintly, already beginning to embrace this unfolding situation with contentment. He lifted his gaze and even spotted Jiang Yumeng in the distance. At that moment, Jiang Yumeng and the others stood up, their gazes all turning toward Liang Qiu Feng. Then, Liang Qiu Feng also spotted Ma Yisheng and the others over there. Naturally, Liang Qiu Feng caught the look in Ma Yisheng's eyes filled with utter astonishment. To be clear, this wasn't something Liang Qiu Feng had intended. Earlier, when Ma Yisheng had performed that piano piece at school, Liang Qiu Feng had already recognized that Ma Yisheng's talent was truly extraordinary. But later, after Liang Qiu Feng gained the god-tier music enhancement, he revisited Ma Yisheng's past performances and suddenly realized those earlier pieces were riddled with flaws. Of course, Liang Qiu Feng felt no need to mock Ma Yisheng or look down on him. After all, Ma Yisheng still possessed his own unique strengths. Had he not encountered a prodigy like Liang Qiu Feng, had the system not endowed Liang Qiu Feng with such formidable abilities, Ma Yisheng would never have been so thoroughly outshone by Liang Qiu Feng. But none of that mattered now. Liang Qiu Feng knew Ma Yisheng was likely waiting for him to return. Surveying the crowd around him, Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but smile. Finally, the crowd snapped out of their daze. They turned their gaze toward Liang Qiu Feng, lavishing him with unstinting praise. Among the diners here, many possessed piano skills and various other talents. Who among those dining here didn't possess a special talent? Therefore, after witnessing Liang Qiu Feng's performance, no one looked down on him anymore. Facing the chorus of praise, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly before replying with a calm tone, "Thank you all for your recognition today. Truth be told, I merely happened to possess a few talents that came in handy at the right moment. Truthfully, I had no plans for today and never imagined standing on this stage to perform for everyone. It was truly an act of necessity." At this point, Liang Qiu Feng suddenly chuckled. 87 people fear fame like pigs fear being fat seeking gold tickets. As Liang Qiu Feng's words fell, everyone around him shared a knowing smile. How could they not understand the meaning behind his words? He was clearly mocking others, belittling them. All eyes turned to the side, where Chen Fei stood staring at Liang Qiu Feng with a look of utter bewilderment. After all, Chen Fei was the instigator behind everything that had unfolded today. If not for Chen Fei orchestrating everything from start to finish, how could Liang Qiu Feng have ended up in such a state today? In truth, earlier they had even considered joining the commotion, eager to witness how Liang Qiu Feng would maintain his composure after being called up on stage by Chen Fei. For many diners, they were the type who loved to join the commotion. But today's events, allowing them to witness something interesting unfold, was quite a treat. Originally, they all harbored cold, mocking thoughts, adopting a spectator's mindset. Yet none could have imagined that today, on stage, Liang Qiu Feng would suffer such a humiliating defeat. Instantly, they were all left speechless. Each of them was shocked and astonished in their hearts, never having imagined Liang Qiu Feng would deliver such a performance in the end. Regardless, the two piano pieces Liang Qiu Feng performed today, Rhapsody No. 3 and Ghostfire, were each masterpieces worthy of admiration. And he played both flawlessly, to perfection. It was almost too much to bear. After a long moment, the surrounding crowd once again mocked Chen Fei. Finally, Chen Fei snapped out of his daze. His face twisted in shock as he stared at Liang Qiu Feng, his words caught in his throat. At that moment, Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but laugh aloud, slowly saying, "What's the matter, Chen Fei? Didn't you say your girlfriend Zhao Xiuxue has always wanted to come and make me lose face? Didn't you actively want to put on a show for everyone? Didn't you call me up on stage precisely to see what kind of change, what kind of story would unfold between us? Wasn't it you who kept wanting to see just how skilled I am at the piano, or whether there could be some kind of competition between us? So, now you suddenly fall silent? That seems a bit out of place, don't you think? Say whatever you want to say. Go ahead boldly. Everyone around us is waiting to see what unfolds between you and me next." With only 5 minutes left, Chen Fei, as the national champion of the campus piano competition, why not show everyone your true level today? What do you think? Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's words, Chen Fei hesitated, clenched his teeth for a moment, then stared at Liang Qiu Feng in stunned silence, utterly speechless. At that moment, Chen Fei seethed inwardly. He was furious with himself for agreeing to Zhao Xiaoxue's scheme and plotting against Liang Qiu Feng. This act of shooting himself in the foot not only completely humiliated him but also left him branded by everyone as a petty, scheming individual who would resort to any means for a woman, even losing his rationality. Such a turn of events left Chen Fei utterly at a loss. His purpose in coming here today had been to showcase his talents, to make himself memorable, to leave a mark in everyone's minds. That way, whatever he pursued next would be far easier.
He might even reach greater heights, winning the applause and admiration of more people, potentially reshaping his entire future.
Yet, to his utter dismay, Chen Fei now felt endless bitterness in his heart. Simultaneously, his rage toward Zhao Xiuxue had reached its peak. Turning his head, he glared at Zhao Xiuxue in the distance, his eyes blazing with fury as if flames were about to erupt from them. After hesitating repeatedly, Chen Fei stormed off in fury. Seeing Chen Fei suddenly depart like this, Liang Qiu Feng froze for a moment before letting out a cold laugh. The surrounding diners turned to Liang Qiu Feng, cheering and shouting, "Bro, that piano piece you just played was absolutely amazing." Yeah. All these years, I've never seen a kid who looks 18 or 19 playlists Ghostfire with such mastery.
Never seen it before.
What did you do before? Your name has never been heard in the piano or music world before, and we've never even heard of your compositions either. Hearing the surrounding crowd shower him with praise, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly. He then hastily raised his hand, his expression modest as he said, "Everyone, please don't flatter me like this. Truth be told, I've only dabbled in it before, nothing to boast about. Today just happened to be the right moment, and I was in good form."
"Ah, young man, you're being far too modest." "Young man, I'm the owner of an entertainment company. Would you be interested? Why not come to my company? With your handsome looks and talent, I just need to polish you up a bit and you'll be a huge hit. You'll be making waves in the entertainment industry."
"Ah, young man, I happen to be about to invest in a music variety show.
Would you like to join it?
With a little guidance from me, you'll be debuting as a singer in less than a week."
"Hey, kid, don't listen to them. I've got something."
As more and more people began vying for his attention, Liang Qiu Feng felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Having lived in the capital for years, Liang Qiu Feng was well aware that this circle was teeming with wealthy businessmen and company bosses. After talking with them, he realized everyone was only thinking about their own interests, trying to pull more people into their corner. Now, Liang Qiu Feng truly understood all this, realizing that what he'd heard and read before wasn't fabricated. After a moment, Liang Qiu Feng could only offer a wry, resigned smile. Then, he gave a faint smile and waved his hand. "Gentlemen, you are all wealthy and powerful figures in the capital.
As for me, I'm just an ordinary student. I'm not fit for such distinguished company. Well then, I have matters to attend to. You all should continue preparing for the upcoming performance. I wouldn't want to steal the spotlight here."
With that, Liang Qiu Feng turned and strode toward Jiang Yumeng and the others. Behind him, the group of diners followed, their eyes darting about as they considered what else to say to Liang Qiu Feng. Suddenly, however, they all froze.
88 now, is it time to apologize? Seeking gold tickets.
Soon, they saw Liang Qiu Feng slowly stride back toward Jiang Yumeng. Immediately following, Jiang Yumeng rushed forward without hesitation, her face brimming with excitement as she looked at him. After all, when Liang Qiu Feng had just agreed to Zhao Xiuxue's taunts, Jiang Yumeng had felt genuine anxiety and worry for him deep down. She had been watching his every move over at the performance area. Despite the reassurances and explanations from Ma Yisheng and the others beside her, her heart still tightened with worry. Fortunately, Liang Qiu Feng successfully completed his performance, even earning recognition from countless diners for his brilliant act. Jiang Yumeng finally let out a sigh of relief. She stepped forward, grabbed Liang Qiu Feng's hand, and then looked at him with a scolding tone. You really scared me.
Do you have any idea how worried I was?
I was genuinely afraid something bad would happen to you.
What if you'd embarrassed yourself on stage? What then?
He felt the warmth radiating from Jiang Yumeng's palm, and at the same time, he sensed her hand tremble slightly. A wave of warmth washed over Liang Qiu Feng's heart. He understood that Jiang Yumeng was genuinely worried about him from the bottom of her heart. Liang Qiu Feng smiled faintly, then reached up to ruffle Jiang Yumeng's hair. He chuckled softly.
All right. Stop worrying. See? I'm perfectly fine. Look at everyone praising me. It just proves your husband here has real talent, doesn't it?
Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's boastful words, Jiang Yumeng rolled her eyes at him in exasperation.
What nonsense! We're not even married yet.
Liang Qiu Feng chuckled.
Then why are you so worried about me?
At his words, Jiang Yumeng's cheeks flushed slightly. She lowered her head, refusing to engage further. Right behind her, her roommates and best friends, Tang Xan and Zhang Huanuan, also approached.
Looking at Liang Qiu Feng, they couldn't help but raise their thumbs in admiration. Who would have thought, Liang Qiu Feng?
Not only are you rich and handsome, but you're also so talented.
You're amazing.
You wouldn't believe it just now, Ma Yisheng, young Master Ma, was over there showering you with praise.
It was downright enviable.
Zhang Huanhuan chuckled beside her. Yeah, we were worried sick about what would happen if you messed up on stage.
We were even thinking about leaving early. Good thing you proved certain people wrong.
The words certain people rolled off Zhang Huanuan's tongue with a noticeable gritting of teeth. Then, she instinctively turned her head and saw Zhao Xiuxue sitting nearby. Catching Liang Qiu Feng's gaze, Zhao Xiuxue stood up abruptly, her eyes filled with disbelief.
Before Liang Qiu Feng could say anything, Ma Yisheng, Su Xiaoming, and Su Yuqing approached from the side.
The two looked at Liang Qiu Feng and chuckled. Liang Qiu Feng, we never imagined you'd be this formidable. Still, congratulations. Your skill has successfully proven everyone wrong and earned the applause of countless diners. You're bound to attract a lot of attention from now on. Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng scratched his head awkwardly. He had intended to stay low-key, never expecting such attention and recognition from others. But Liang Qiu Feng understood that as he continued to improve, he would inevitably have to face all of this. Su Xiaoming seemed about to speak, but Su Yuqing stepped forward instead, smiling faintly. Congratulations. I never imagined that a friend of Ma Yisheng, the young master, would possess such skill. Truly surprising. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled. It's nothing, just a coincidence. I'm truly sorry for the trouble I've caused. I know young master Ma mentioned this business hotel belongs to your family, and I never imagined causing such a disturbance here today. I'm sure it must have upset some of the diners. Su Xiaoming waved dismissively. Not at all. These diners thrive on excitement, it's human nature. They're thrilled to witness this drama unfold, eager to see the clash between you and Chen Fei. And those two piano pieces you performed today? They were quite the spectacle. I'd wager they're delighted beyond measure, hardly in the mood for complaints. Seeing the hotel owner's son speak so, Liang Qiu Feng finally offered a faint smile. He turned his head, finally able to focus his attention on Zhao Xiuxue beside him. Liang Qiu Feng approached her, his gaze cold as he slowly said, Zhao Xiuxue, now apologize to my girlfriend. Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's words, Zhao Xiuxue hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back. How desperately she wanted to argue back at this moment, or at least salvage some dignity. Yet gradually, Zhao Xiuxue realized she had neither the right nor the courage to do so. Liang Qiu Feng's actions had utterly shattered her confidence. Earlier, Zhao Xiuxue had been scheming about how to make Liang Qiu Feng pay for this, how to humiliate him. She had even taken pleasure in relentlessly mocking Jiang Yumeng and the others. Yet, in the realm of piano, her boyfriend had been utterly defeated by Liang Qiu Feng. Zhao Xiuxue felt utterly helpless. She wondered, what kind of person was Liang Qiu Feng? She had never heard anything about him on the school's bulletin board or other forums before, and she couldn't fathom what made him so exceptional. Zhao Xiuxue couldn't fathom Liang Qiu Feng possessing such prowess, yet here he was, steadily shattering her preconceptions about him. Seeing Zhao Xiuxue's hesitation, Tang Xian and Zhang Huanhuan chimed in one after the other. Zhao Xiuxue, you were the one mocking Yumeng relentlessly back in the dorm. You looked down on her all along. Now that you're being asked to apologize, you can't even do that? What exactly gives you the right to be so arrogant? I just can't wrap my head around it, Zhao Xiuxue. Your mocking and looking down on others is truly disgusting. We were all roommates in the same dorm, couldn't we have gotten along peacefully? Instead, you're consumed by envy and resentment toward others, completely poisoning your own heart. Watching her two former roommates take turns speaking, Zhao Xiuxue frowned deeply, unsure what to say. Just then, Ma Yisheng waved his hand. Liang Qiu Feng followed his gaze and saw hotel staff escorting Chen Fei over. Chen Fei's face was as dark as liver, looking utterly miserable. 89 Chen Fei shoots himself in the foot seeking gold tickets. Then, Ma Yisheng turned to look at Su Xiaoming beside him. The latter gave a cold laugh and said, Chen Fei, I do know a thing or two about you. I heard you won first place in this year's National Campus Piano Competition. I thought inviting you here would give you some exposure, let you showcase your talent, and that this place would become a stepping stone for you. Our hotel even paid you a 200,000 yuan appearance fee. Yet today, you've caused this entire fiasco. How do you intend to explain yourself? Liang Qiu Feng had to admit, today had indeed given him a different perspective on these children of wealthy families. He suddenly realized that after living such privileged lives for so long, these wealthy individuals had cultivated an intense aura of authority and dignity that seemed almost innate. Just listening to Su Xiaoming's words, Liang Qiu Feng could sense the unquestionable authority in them, and he also felt the fear reflected in Chen Fei's eyes. Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but wonder, some people could instill fear with just a single sentence. Could he ever cultivate such an aura himself? After a moment's hesitation, Chen Fei finally stepped forward, bowed deeply to Su Xiaoming, and apologized earnestly. I'm sorry, young Master Su. I was wrong. Today, I was blinded by greed. Please, give me another chance. I swear I won't make the same mistake again. Oh, and that 200,000 appearance fee? I don't want a single cent of it. All I ask is your forgiveness and another chance to perform here. I promise I won't cause you any trouble and will give my absolute best. Please? Hearing Chen Fei's words, Su Xiaoming snorted coldly. You think you're worthy? Chen Fei, do you know where this is? This is the capital. In this city, there's no shortage of people like you, only more obedient. Do you really think I care about this? Do you think the Tianqing Business Hotel cares about you? Chen Fei's face drained of color at Su Xiaoming's words. He understood all too well. Those eager to perform nightly at the Tianqing Business Hotel had already formed a queue stretching all the way overseas. Who wouldn't want to showcase their talents here, gain recognition, and secure a life of comfort? Yet today, he had utterly shot himself in the foot. Su Xiaoming watched Chen Fei's terrified and regretful expression, snorted coldly, and then said indifferently, "Let me tell you, I'll deal with you later for what happened today.
I have some standing in the capital. From now on, don't even think about making a career here. I hear you're a student at a school in Beijing. Finish your studies properly, then get the hell out of the capital. Also, don't even think about getting tonight's performance fee. From now on, Tianqing Business Hotel doesn't welcome you. None of the high-end clubs in the capital, none of the venues requiring resident performers, will welcome you either." Hearing Su Xiaoming's words, Chen Fei instantly panicked. He collapsed onto the floor with a thud, crawling forward to Su Xiaoming's feet. In this capital city, the Tianqing Business Hotel stood as the premier high-end establishment. One could only imagine the immense power wielded by its owner and his children. Chen Fei had no doubt that Su Xiaoming's words carried weight. If he gave the order, Chen Fei would likely find no refuge left in the entire capital. He had studied piano since childhood, practicing relentlessly all these years, precisely to achieve success and live a good life someday. But now, he realized all that was impossible. Clutching Su Xiaoming's leg, Chen Fei wept bitterly, wailing, "Mr. Su, I beg you, give me a chance. Just let me off like a fart, please? Forgive me." Seeing Chen Fei so utterly broken, a flash of disgust crossed Su Xiaoming's eyes. He lifted his foot and kicked Chen Fei hard, sending him flying. Several diners nearby had already gathered around, even abandoning the performance area to watch. The appearance of the son and daughter of the business hotel's owner today naturally aroused great curiosity, drawing everyone over to see what was happening. What followed was the scene they witnessed. Finally, the diners understood. No wonder the hotel owner's children showed up today. Looks like young Master Su and Liang Qiu Feng, who just performed, have more than a casual connection. Of course they are. Haven't you seen how those young people are all gathered together now? They must be friends. Then today's situation is pretty straightforward. Young Master Su will definitely stand up for Liang Qiu Feng and be displeased with Chen Fei. Chen Fei? He can forget about making it in Beijing from now on. Even if young Master Su doesn't take any direct action against him, just based on Su's current relationship with Liang Qiu Feng, I doubt any of the other Beijing bosses would dare to hire Chen Fei, let alone speak up for him before Su even says a word. In this world, performers are never in short supply. Countless people are scrambling to prove themselves, let alone someone like Chen Fei, just an ordinary little champion. What does he amount to? Oh dear, what a waste. I was actually considering inviting young Liang Qiu Feng to my company. But given his standing now, wouldn't that just be causing trouble for him? Alright. Haven't you noticed? They probably don't even hold any grudge against you. Let's just stay here and enjoy the show. Listening to the constant murmurs around him, Liang Qiu Feng narrowed his eyes. He once again revised his understanding of Su Xiaoming's standing, while also gaining some insight into the circles of the capital. He finally realized that the circles in the capital were far more extraordinary than he had ever imagined. It seemed that wealth and power truly brought a certain kind of enjoyment. But Liang Qiu Feng had no idea when he might ever possess such things. Just then, as Chen Fei tried to push his way forward to return to Su Xiaoming's presence, two staff members suddenly stepped in, physically restraining him. Su Xiaoming then turned to Chen Fei with a cold stare and said in a frosty tone, "Chen Fei, I have no desire to speak with you any longer. Get out of here. Don't make me angry." In that instant, Chen Fei deflated like a punctured balloon. At that very moment, he knew his future was utterly ruined. Hadn't he lived in the capital all his life, striving for the day he could rise above the rest and earn others' respect? Yet at this very moment, all of that had vanished into thin air, leaving him unworthy of ever experiencing it again. Regret filled Chen Fei's heart. 90 Zhao Xiuxue intends to harm someone? Liang Qiu Feng's approach seeking gold tickets. But immediately afterward, he turned his gaze toward Zhao Xiuxue, who stood beside him, utterly bewildered and at a loss. Yes, Chen Fei finally understood. Wasn't everything he was experiencing now precisely because of Zhao Xiuxue? If he hadn't believed Zhao Xiuxue's rumors, if there hadn't been so many complications between them, how could he possibly face this outcome? Chen Fei slowly walked over to stand before Zhao Xiuxue. Zhao Xiuxue looked at Chen Fei, about to speak, when suddenly a sharp smack echoed through the air. The slap landed squarely on Zhao Xiuxue's face. The sharp, crisp sound startled many onlookers nearby. Everyone witnessed Chen Fei, seemingly summoning every ounce of strength, deliver a decisive slap to Zhao Xiuxue's face without hesitation. A distinct handprint instantly appeared on Zhao Xiuxue's cheek. Stunned, she covered her face with her hands. When she lowered her hand, everyone saw the unmistakable imprint on her previously fair cheek. For a moment, Zhao Xiuxue stared at Chen Fei in front of her, her expression frozen in shock and disbelief. You dare hit me," she blurted out instinctively. Chen Fei sneered coldly, "Hitting you? I wish I could kill you right now. Zhao Xiuxue, if it weren't for you, how could I have ended up like this? If it weren't for you, I might have been noticed by others long ago, risen above the rest, and been living a good life. All of this is because of you." Zhao Xiuxue listened in stunned silence before screaming, "Chen Fei, are you even human? It was you who wanted me time and time again. It was you who sought fleeting pleasure from me.
It was you who schemed to help me and manipulate Liang Qiu Feng just to prove your importance to me.
And now you want to pin all the blame on me? Enough. Before Zhao Xiuxue could finish her tirade, Chen Fei couldn't hold back any longer. He let out a cold snort, then looked at Zhao Xiuxue, his eyes filled with utter indifference. Gritting his teeth, Chen Fei declared, "Zhao Xiuxue, starting today, you and I have nothing to do with each other. I'm giving you half a day. By noon tomorrow, I need to see you take all your belongings and leave my house. Get out of my sight. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to throw everything you own into the trash. From now on, I never want to see you again." With that, Chen Fei turned coldly and strode away. "Don't go. Are you even a man?" Zhao Xiuxue watched helplessly as Chen Fei walked away, her expression instantly turning frantic. She shouted repeatedly at his retreating back. But Chen Fei paid her no mind. His heart was filled with profound sorrow. He had utterly lost any chance of moving forward. What reason did he have to stay here? Deep down, Chen Fei wished he could tear Zhao Xiuxue to pieces. Yet he clung to the last shred of his sanity, watching helplessly as Chen Fei walked away. Zhao Xiuxue immediately sank to the ground, the clear handprint on her face now blaringly obvious. After a long moment, Zhao Xiuxue suddenly snapped out of her daze. She stormed over to Liang Qiu Feng like a madwoman, shouting at him, "Liang Qiu Feng, this is all your fault. All because of you. If you hadn't schemed against me and mocked me at every turn, how could I have ended up like this? You have to take responsibility for me. You have to compensate me for everything I'm going through now." Hearing Zhao Xiuxue's furious outburst, Liang Qiu Feng froze momentarily. After a moment, he scratched his ear and looked at her coldly. "Zhao Xiuxue, are you brainless or do you take me for a fool? How could you possibly believe any of this has anything to do with me? If you hadn't spent every moment mocking all of us, even looking down on Jiang Yumeng, do you really think you'd be facing this outcome?" Jiang Yumeng also frowned slightly at that moment before coldly adding, "Zhao Xiuxue, I've always considered myself completely unconnected to you. When we arrived at school, we merely exchanged a single glance, nothing more. It was you who, from the very first moment you saw me, was filled with resentment and hatred, mocking and envying me time and again. If it weren't for your own actions, do you think any of this would have happened?" Zhao Xiuxue fell silent once more, her heart filled with resentment. How could she possibly want to see herself reduced to this? She had always resented the wealthy. Having endured so much since childhood, she yearned to live a life of luxury, to be someone else's kept woman. That's when she discovered Chen Fei. Earlier, when she saw Liang Qiu Feng making such a high-profile appearance on the school forum, a thought had flashed through her mind, how wonderful it would be to be with him. From then on, she could do nothing yet still eat, drink, and enjoy life. But then she discovered that Liang Qiu Feng had actually ended up with Jiang Yumeng. Even worse, she found out that Jiang Yumeng was her roommate. These discoveries instantly ignited jealousy within Zhao Xiuxue. She began scheming relentlessly to win Liang Qiu Feng over. In her twisted mind, she believed Liang Qiu Feng was destined to be hers. This distorted mindset gradually caused Zhao Xiuxue to lose herself. It was this very mindset that set off the chain of events that followed. Later, Zhao Xiuxue sought out Chen Fei. Incidentally, she had met Chen Fei by chance at the mall. Chen Fei, too, was captivated by Zhao Xiuxue's beauty, and through their interactions, they became friends. However, Zhao Xiuxue kept stringing Chen Fei along, secretly treating him as a backup option. In her eyes, Chen Fei's wealth wasn't particularly impressive in the capital. But with the recent incident involving Liang Qiu Feng, Zhao Xiuxue had no choice but to consider getting involved with Chen Fei. She wanted to indulge in the life she'd always desired. Despite having only known each other for a day, they had already become intimate, and Chen Fei promptly spent a great deal of money on Zhao Xiuxue. Chen Fei acted like a fool, doing whatever Zhao Xiuxue asked without a hint of resistance or discontent. Now, Chen Fei had paid the price for it, and Zhao Xiuxue had paid her own due price. At this moment, Zhao Xiuxue finally snapped out of it. She realized that all of this was likely because of Jiang Yumeng. A bitter thought welled up in her heart. If not for Jiang Yumeng, how could she have endured such a devastating blow? Zhao Xiuxue charged forward like a madwoman, reaching out to grab Jiang Yumeng and demand answers. But Liang Qiu Feng had anticipated this all along. Reacting instantly, Liang Qiu Feng charged forward, blocking Zhao Xiuxue with a direct kick. Then, raising his hand, he delivered another slap across her face. 91 million earned. Mission complete. Feels good. Seeking gold tickets. Coincidentally, this slap landed on the other side of Zhao Xiuxue's face. Now, both sides of Zhao Xiuxue's face were swollen, bearing the distinct imprints of two different palms. After striking her, Liang Qiu Feng stared at Zhao Xiuxue before him, his eyes burning with fury. He said coldly, "Zhao Xiuxue, I never intended to start trouble with you, nor did I mean to provoke you, make you unhappy, angry, or anything else. But you should never, ever have hurt my girlfriend, Jiang Yumeng. From start to finish, I never harbored any resentment toward you. It was you who mocked and cursed her time and again. Your hatred has become pathological. If this slap wakes you up, then so be it. If it doesn't, don't let me see you again. Otherwise, every time I see you, I'll hit you." In that instant, Zhao Xiuxue was stunned into silence once more. Before she could react, Ma Yisheng stepped forward, patted Liang Qiu Feng on the shoulder, and said slowly, "Brother Liang Qiu Feng, you've thoroughly humiliated Zhao Xiuxue today and made her pay the price. Why not just call it a day?" Liang Qiu Feng nodded. He knew full well there was no need to torment Zhao Xiuxue any further over this. The price she had paid already matched Liang Qiu Feng's initial expectations. Then, Liang Qiu Feng turned his gaze toward Jiang Yumeng. Jiang Yumeng, upon seeing this, silently nodded in response. Truth be told, Jiang Yumeng had never imagined she would one day be cared for and protected by Liang Qiu Feng to this extent, even to the point where he would resort to violence against others to save her face. Yet this intensity of Liang Qiu Feng's actions still stirred a hint of worry in Jiang Yumeng's heart. She couldn't shake the feeling that he was pushing things too far. Still, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Watching the situation resolve itself before her eyes, Jiang Yumeng hastily agreed. Then, Ma Yisheng turned his head to look at Su Xiaoming beside him. The latter nodded at this moment, waved his hand, summoned an employee, and then looked coldly at Zhao Xiuxue before him, saying, "Take her away. From now on, I don't want to see Zhao Xiuxue and Chen Fei here anymore." Hearing this, the nearby employee hurriedly nodded and stepped forward to escort Zhao Xiuxue away. Barely 2 steps away, Zhao Xiuxue finally snapped out of it. She screamed loudly, but it was all in vain. Watching Zhao Xiuxue leave, witnessing this farce come to an end, the surrounding diners finally began murmuring among themselves. "Wow, who would have thought? That Liang Qiu Feng sure is ruthless. He didn't give them an inch of face." "Oomph, what face?" After Zhao Xiuxue and Chen Fei mocked them like that, not kicking them both was already generous. Clearly, Liang Qiu Feng still retained a shred of reason. "But tonight's dinner was a real steal for us. Not only did we get to hear 2 iconic piano pieces, but we also witnessed this whole drama unfold." Seeing that young man, Liang Qiu Feng, display such raw emotion and anger was truly unexpected. "Ah, whatever. We really shouldn't say anything more. Let's just split up and head back for dinner. We don't want to upset young Master Su and end up shooting ourselves in the foot." After listening to this discussion for a while, the group finally waved their hands and prepared to leave. Watching the surrounding diners disperse one by one, Liang Qiu Feng finally exhaled deeply. Then, Ma Yisheng stepped up beside him, draped an arm around his shoulder, and said, "Alright, whatever happened, it's finally settled. Let's go eat. I didn't get enough over there. Eating with all those uncles and aunts was too stiff, I couldn't even enjoy my meal." Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng gave a helpless smile. "Young Master Ma, I really don't know what to say to you. But I truly appreciate your help today. If it weren't for you, I doubt I could have resolved this matter so perfectly." After that, Liang Qiu Feng turned to Su Xiaoming beside him and said gratefully, "I also want to thank you, young Master Su, for stepping in to help today." Both men waved dismissively at his words. Su Xiaoming then spoke slowly, "Why don't we just sit here, have a little more to eat, and chat? Unfortunately, all the private rooms are booked tonight, and I can't very well ask them to leave." Liang Qiu Feng nodded eagerly. He knew he didn't have the clout to kick those people out, so staying put seemed the better option. Soon, they sat together, sharing a few bites and passing the time with casual conversation. For Liang Qiu Feng, he was quite happy to chat with this group. In his view, forming friendships with them meant more friends, more paths. Especially within the circles of the capital, having connections with them would surely prove useful in the future. The Liang Qiu Feng of the past would never have imagined what his future might hold, but now things were different. With the top-tier divine Tycoon System at his disposal, he naturally needed to continuously expand his network. On his way to the dining table, Liang Qiu Feng suddenly noticed that Ji Yun and Zhou Zhen had left the area behind him at some point. Ma Yisheng, standing beside him, asked curiously, "What's wrong? What are you looking at?" Liang Qiu Feng shook his head. There was no need to elaborate on such matters to others. He chuckled and said, "Nothing. Let's hurry over." Just as they sat down, the system's voice promptly sounded in Liang Qiu Feng's mind. "Congratulations, host, on completing the mission and successfully humiliating Zhao Xiuxue and Chen Fei. Congratulations on receiving your mission reward, God-tier singing talent and 10 million yuan." At that moment, as Liang Qiu Feng heard the system's voice in his mind, his phone vibrated. He instinctively picked it up. His bank card showed a deposit of 10 million yuan, bringing his current balance to 19,575,515. A faint smile touched Liang Qiu Feng's lips as he let out a long sigh of relief. The mission was finally complete. Not only had he successfully humiliated his opponents, but he had also gained God-tier musical talent. In an instant, Liang Qiu Feng felt a profound transformation throughout his body. It was as if he possessed decades of singing experience and a vast repertoire of vocal techniques. If the divine-level musician ability granted him formidable power to master any instrument in the world, he could now confidently declare that he could flawlessly sing any song in existence, regardless of its difficulty. Moreover, the ability granted by the system enabled Liang Qiu Feng to compose an entire song within a short span of time. The rich musical theory and advanced musical understanding contained within became a form of experience, appearing in Liang Qiu Feng's mind. He smiled faintly.
As the saying goes, the more skills you have, the better off you are. He was genuinely pleased to see himself transformed in this way and looked forward to making his mark in this field in the future. But soon, Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but chuckle helplessly to himself. Because 92, the mother of the jealous child? Seeking gold tickets. The Liang Qiu Feng of the past was tone deaf. During his school days, he had never once showcased any musical talent. Now that he possessed this new ability, he hoped to make a different kind of impression in the future. Yet, just as these thoughts crossed Liang Qiu Feng's mind, Tang Xian, Jiang Yumeng's close friend across from him, suddenly turned to Su Yuqing beside her and exclaimed in astonishment, "You're not that famous star Su Yuqing, are you?" The moment Tang Xian uttered those astonished words, Liang Qiu Feng snapped out of his reverie, lifting his head to meet Tang Xian's gaze. He saw the profound astonishment in her eyes. After a moment, Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but freeze. He instinctively turned his head to look at Su Yuqing beside him. Only then did it suddenly dawn on him the Su Yuling before him looked familiar. When he had first gotten acquainted with Su Xiaoming and Su Yuqing, he hadn't paid her much attention. Considering his current relationship with Jiang Yumeng, he didn't want to draw too much attention to himself with other women. But now, seeing Su Yuqing's features, he felt a sense of familiarity. It immediately clicked for Liang Qiu Feng, and he blurted out, "You wouldn't happen to be that Su Yuqing, right? The national rising starlet who debuted on a talent show recently, shot straight to the top of her profession, and now has countless fans?" Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's words, Su Yuqing felt a bit awkward. She waved her hand and chuckled, "Oh, you guys, stop flattering me like that. I'm just an ordinary person who got lucky enough to gain everyone's support and affection, and ended up with a decent ranking. As for being called a leading actress, I've never cared about such titles. As long as I can earn my fans' affection and deliver quality music to them, that's the best outcome for me." Hearing Su Yuqing speak thus, everyone understood she was implicitly acknowledging this identity. Zhang Huanhuan slapped her thigh beside her and exclaimed excitedly, "Oh my gosh, it really is you. When I heard they needed Su Yuqing, I didn't even think in that direction. I didn't even pay much attention to what you look like. Now I realize, oh my gosh, how embarrassing. I just figured it out. To be honest, I'm actually a fan of yours." Hearing Zhang Huanhuan's words, Su Yuqing felt a flicker of warmth and gave a soft chuckle. Liang Qiu Feng's eyes glazed over as memories flooded back. Su Yuqing, around 25 or 26 years old, had participated in a nationally renowned talent show half a year ago. She had made a stunning debut, captivating audiences with her sweet looks, exceptional singing skills, and songwriting talent, overcoming every obstacle along the way. Finally, over a month ago, she emerged victorious as the top contestant in the competition and subsequently released her own solo single. Her undeniable talent, combined with her looks and sweet personality, earned her the affection of countless netizens. Liang Qiu Feng himself was tone deaf and, juggling part-time jobs to make ends meet, paid little attention to the entertainment world beyond casual interest. But today, he unexpectedly saw Su Yuqing appear. Liang Qiu Feng awkwardly scratched his head, surprised he hadn't recognized Su Yuqing's true identity all this time. Jiang Yumeng, standing nearby, spoke with a hint of starstruck admiration in her eyes, "If it really is you, I'm actually a fan of yours. I even follow you on Weibo." As she spoke, Jiang Yumeng pulled out her phone and opened Weibo to show Su Yuling. Su Yuling chuckled softly at the sight. "I never imagined that today, because of young Master Ma, I'd meet all of you and even encounter fans like yourselves. But thank you all so much for your support." Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Tang Xian looked at her expectantly, tentatively asking, "Could we maybe?" Tang Xian didn't finish her sentence, but how could Su Yuqing not understand what she meant? She chuckled immediately, "You want my autographed photos, right?" Seeing Tang Xian and the others nod, Su Yuling agreed without hesitation. She then called over a staff member and whispered a few words to them. Before long, several signed photos appeared in the hands of the three girls. Ma Yisheng chuckled from the sidelines. "Hey, why didn't you say you were fans of Sister Su Yuqing? Why settle for autographed photos? Sister Su just held her solo concert in Beijing a couple days ago. I had several tickets I couldn't give away. If you'd mentioned it then, I could have gotten you tickets. Wouldn't that have been better?" Hearing Ma Yisheng's belated remarks, Liang Qiu Feng shot him a disdainful look. Truth be told, despite their earlier major conflict, Ma Yisheng had ultimately recognized his mistakes. Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng had become friends through adversity. Gradually, Liang Qiu Feng's intense anger toward Ma Yisheng had faded, and he even began to regard him as a friend worth cultivating a deep bond with. With a dismissive glance, Liang Qiu Feng retorted, "You're just sitting here with your hindsight." The latter chuckled, scratched his head, and said nothing more. Yet as they sat together, chatting and laughing, drinking and enjoying themselves, the atmosphere was cheerful and lively. Not long after they began eating, several voices suddenly called out from nearby, "Excuse me, is Mr. Liang Qiu Feng available?" At the sound of this, Liang Qiu Feng froze. He turned his head to look at several women nearby, all dressed reasonably well. Each of them was quite attractive, as one would expect in such a setting. Seeing them appear, Liang Qiu Feng froze for a moment before asking curiously, "What can I do for you?" The woman on the far left chuckled softly, then gently nudged the girl beside her forward.
The girl had an adorable, slightly baby-faced appearance. She looked at Liang Qiu Feng and began, "Well, my friend here is named Shin Miao. She really likes you. But she's a bit shy and embarrassed, so she was wondering if she could ask for your contact information?" For a moment, Liang Qiu Feng froze. He hadn't expected to encounter this kind of situation. But quickly, he shook his head and said earnestly, "I'm truly sorry, ladies, but I have a girlfriend." As he spoke, he gestured toward Jiang Yumeng beside him. He noticed a hint of jealousy flicker in Jiang Yumeng's eyes. Liang Qiu Feng felt helpless inside. He understood perfectly well that Jiang Yumeng would inevitably feel jealous over such matters, over others showing affection and attention toward him. He had long been aware of the interactions between Xiao Hong and himself. But what could Liang Qiu Feng do? He could only keep turning everyone down time and again. Beside him, Ma Yisheng chuckled. "Who would have thought, Liang Qiu Feng? You really are charming. When will someone confess to me? That would be so nice." Liang Qiu Feng shot him a disapproving look. Seeing Liang Qiu Feng actively introducing his girlfriend, the others present all showed a hint of disappointment in their eyes. After exchanging a few polite words, they turned and walked away. Meanwhile, Jiang Yumeng, taking advantage of everyone's distraction, instinctively reached out and pinched the soft flesh on Liang Qiu Feng's waist. The sudden pinch nearly made Liang Qiu Feng jump out of his chair. This reaction startled everyone else, who now looked at Liang Qiu Feng with expressions of helplessness and curiosity. Su Xiaoming asked curiously, "What's up? Did something happen?" Liang Qiu Feng chuckled and waved it off. "Nothing. Just a cramp in my leg." Turning to Jiang Yumeng, he muttered helplessly, "I already turned her down. Why did you pinch me? Refusing doesn't matter. I'm going to pinch you anyway. Got a problem with that?" Jiang Yumeng declared imperiously. Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng hastily shook his head. "How could I dare? You're the princess. Do whatever you want." "Heh, did you enjoy pinching me just now? Not satisfying enough? Want me to do it again?" 93 got splashed with paint? Angry. Seeking gold tickets. Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's words, Jiang Yumeng shot him a disdainful glare. Gradually, she began to understand that Liang Qiu Feng always liked to tease her with all sorts of clever remarks. However, Jiang Yumeng was actually starting to get used to it. At this point, no matter what, the matter was finally resolved, and she breathed a sigh of relief. As for those people who had just arrived, to be honest, Jiang Yumeng did feel a hint of nervousness and jealousy. After all, there wasn't much emotional depth between her and Liang Qiu Feng. Their connection stemmed solely from their daughter, who had traveled back in time from the future. It was precisely because of their daughter's presence, precisely because of this confirmation of their relationship, that she realized the bond she shared with Liang Qiu Feng. It was only after having a child that they began to slowly cultivate their love for each other. Thinking of this, Jiang Yumeng couldn't help but smile softly. She was gradually discovering that Liang Qiu Feng had so many sides to him that she didn't understand. She had assumed he was merely a student with decent grades who had gotten into Capital University, but she never imagined he harbored so many secrets. His basketball skills were incredible, and his piano playing amazed countless people, not to mention the attention and affection he received from girls. Along with that came the considerable amount of money Liang Qiu Feng had been spending lately. From his luxury car to his lavish spending habits, Jiang Yumeng had witnessed firsthand that Liang Qiu Feng was indeed wealthy. As for Zhao Xiaoxue and the others wondering if she might be deceived by Liang Qiu Feng, Jiang Yumeng found the idea utterly absurd. After all, Liang Qiu Feng had never made the first move before. Everything had happened because Jiang Yumeng had approached him first. How could this possibly be about him deceiving her? After pondering it, a thought struck Jiang Yumeng. Perhaps her daughter's journey back from the future wasn't such a bad thing after all. It might spare them many detours on the path of love, allowing them to stay together forever. Perhaps her daughter's existence would make their bond exceptionally resilient. From now on, Liang Qiu Feng could provide her with a better life, sparing them the anguish of educational struggles that had torn them apart in the past. After pondering this, Jiang Yumeng chuckled softly. Liang Qiu Feng, curious, asked beside her, "What is it? Why are you laughing?" Jiang Yumeng shook her head without answering. So Liang Qiu Feng didn't press further, instead continuing to chat with Ma Yisheng and the others. They clinked glasses and toasted, enjoying themselves immensely. By 9:30 p.m., Liang Qiu Feng glanced at his watch and said with a smile, "Everyone, we should head back to rest. It's getting late. We have military training tomorrow." Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's words, Su Xiaoming hesitated, wanting to say something. He had been planning to invite them over for dinner, sing karaoke together, and even discuss Liang Qiu Feng's racing experience. He wanted to confirm whether Liang Qiu Feng had any involvement in the racing industry. If it was true, Su Xiaoming thought, he might be able to exchange ideas with Liang Qiu Feng. In fact, he had a small idea in mind, though he hadn't planned to act on it just yet. But then he remembered that Liang Qiu Feng, Jiang Yumeng, the two roommates across from them, and Ma Yisheng were all classmates. Tomorrow, Beijing University would begin its 10-day military training for freshmen. He couldn't afford to waste time here. With that, Su Xiaoming nodded, signaling for everyone to depart. And so, Su Xiaoming and the others accompanied Liang Qiu Feng and his group as they walked out of the hotel. At the hotel entrance, Liang Qiu Feng pulled out his phone and called for a designated driver. While waiting, he and Su Xiaoming chatted casually while smoking. Suddenly, Liang Qiu Feng instinctively sensed something was wrong. Turning his head, he saw a man dressed entirely in black, wearing a mask and sunglasses, approaching with a bucket of paint in his hand. In an instant, the paint splashed over Liang Qiu Feng. The sudden turn of events left Liang Qiu Feng momentarily stunned. Ma Yisheng was the first to react, urgently signaling the hotel security guard nearby to rush forward. But everyone's reaction was too slow. They watched helplessly as the man in black fled the alley entrance. Minutes later, the security guard returned, his face etched with guilt. Sorry, that guy was too fast. He was already some distance away, so we lost him. Damn it. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. Before Ma Yisheng could speak, Su Xiaoming beside him cursed furiously, his eyes filled with contempt for the security guard. The security guard dared not breathe a word, bowing his head silently to endure Su Xiaoming's wrath. After a moment, Liang Qiu Feng waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. If we can't catch him, we can't catch him. With that, Liang Qiu Feng gave a bitter smile and added, this paint got on my jacket. It wasn't worth much anyway, so I'll just toss it. Liang Qiu Feng actually wanted to express his anger, but he knew that if he truly lost his temper, it would likely embarrass Su Xiaoming and the others, which would be unnecessary. So he took off the jacket and tossed it straight into a nearby trash bin. Soon, the designated driver arrived, and Liang Qiu Feng got into the car. Su Xiaoming stood beside the car, looking at Liang Qiu Feng with a guilty expression. Liang Qiu Feng, rest assured. I'll arrange for an investigation as soon as I get back. I'll catch that person. I don't believe he can escape Beijing. As he spoke, Liang Qiu Feng nodded. He said little, but his brow furrowed slightly as he pondered, who exactly had he offended lately? That man had come out swinging, dousing him with a bucket of paint. This clearly wasn't random, it was targeted. Bitterness filled Liang Qiu Feng's heart. He couldn't fathom who he might have offended lately. After pondering for a while, he still couldn't make sense of it. After all, since obtaining the system, he had only experienced a handful of incidents. Could it have been before he obtained the system? He paused, forcing himself to recall. Before the university semester began, when he hadn't yet obtained the system, he had been an honest student, buried in his studies every day. How could he have caused any conflicts with others? After a long moment, the car slowly pulled away. Jiang Yumeng sat beside Liang Qiu Feng, her face tense as she asked, Feng, what's going on? What was that guy's deal just now? 94 new insights into Beijing's social circles seeking gold tickets. Liang Qiu Feng shook his head and replied slowly, I'm afraid I've offended someone recently, and they're plotting against me. But I really can't think of anyone else besides Ma Yisheng, Jia Xiaoxue, and her mother. Little did he know, at the Tianqing Business Hotel, in a private room near the lobby, a woman pulled back the curtains. She watched Liang Qiu Feng drive away, then glanced at the discarded garment in the trash bin. She curled her lips and snorted, you got lucky this time. Next time, that paint will be splattered right on your face. On the way back, Jiang Yumeng felt restless and deeply troubled. She simply couldn't fathom who Liang Qiu Feng had offended to deserve such a vicious attack. Nor could she fathom the depth of hatred that would drive someone to publicly douse him with paint. After much internal struggle, Jiang Yumeng offered reassurance, Feng, trust Ma Yisheng and the others. I'm sure they'll uncover the truth. Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng shook his head instead. On the contrary, he said, they definitely won't be able to find out. Ha? Jiang Yumeng froze at his words. She hurriedly asked, why? Whether it's Ma Yisheng or Su Xiaoming, they hold such high status and influence in the capital. How could they possibly fail to uncover the truth? Liang Qiu Feng chuckled and said, think about it. They dared to ambush me at the entrance of Tianqing Business Hotel. They dared to pour paint on me right in front of Ma Yisheng, Su Xiaoming, and the others. Do you think they didn't consider the consequences? They must have recognized my connection to Ma Yisheng and his group. They certainly understood that such actions would inevitably provoke Ma Yisheng's wrath. So they must have a way to evade their investigation. At this point, Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. In that moment, he finally grasped just how intricate the relationships were among the privileged young men of Beijing's elite circles. A group of people indulging their whims for momentary gratification, utterly heedless of the consequences awaiting them. Thinking of this, Liang Qiu Feng shook his head and chuckled before continuing, so the other party must have been prepared. Barring any surprises, I expect Ma Yisheng will inform me today or tomorrow that the other party is untraceable. By then, there'll be no point in pursuing this further. Then what do we do next? Jiang Yumeng asked curiously. For some reason, Liang Qiu Feng felt unusually calm at that moment. Even he found himself reflecting that in the past, faced with such a situation, he would have been filled with resentment or insisted on pursuing the matter to the end. After all, he was just an ordinary citizen. But now, with the system and wealth in hand, Liang Qiu Feng suddenly realized his mindset had undergone a profound shift.
He found himself constantly analyzing the causes and consequences of many situations. With that realization, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly and said, "Don't worry. As long as that person harbors hatred toward me, they'll slip up sooner or later. This incident today might very well be Chen Fei and his crew plotting revenge later, you never know. When the real culprit emerges, everything will become clear." Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's words, Jiang Yumeng wanted to say more, but after a moment's hesitation, she held back. Finally, she could only shake her head helplessly. She understood that Liang Qiu Feng was absolutely not the type to provoke trouble. In fact, his piano performance at the hotel today had been nothing more than a response to Zhao Xiushui and Chen Fei's provocation. Liang Qiu Feng was, in essence, an innocent party. Now, she wondered if perhaps Liang Qiu Feng really hadn't provoked anyone. So who exactly was plotting against him today? Jiang Yumeng couldn't figure it out either. Perhaps, as Liang Qiu Feng had said, they'd only know once the situation unfolded further. With no other choice, Jiang Yumeng said no more. Soon, the car returned to the rose garden. After parking at the gate, Liang Qiu Feng paid the designated driver and then took Jiang Yumeng's hand, hurrying toward the villa. Feeling the warmth radiating from his palm, Jiang Yumeng couldn't help but flush slightly, her nerves calming a bit. As they walked, Liang Qiu Feng continued speaking slowly. "Next up is the military training phase, but I think we should start working on our physical fitness now. All these years, I've buried myself in studying day after day, with no time or energy left for exercise. My body has grown weaker and weaker. If we can exercise and strengthen our bodies, it should be a good thing." Jiang Yumeng smiled faintly. She too was eager to train alongside Liang Qiu Feng. Strengthening their bodies could only be beneficial. Fortunately, the villa's basement housed a variety of professional fitness equipment, making it quite convenient. However, as soon as the two pushed open the villa door, they saw Xinhuan and Chen Yuluo sitting on the sofa. The little girl in front of them was engrossed in watching cartoons on TV. Hearing the door open, they hurriedly stood up, their expressions respectful as they said, "Young master, young lady, you're back." Liang Qiu Feng gave a helpless, wry smile. Anchen, please don't address us like that. After all, we're just ordinary people, nothing so noble. If you don't mind, why not just call us Xiao Feng and Yumeng?" Jiang Yumeng nodded in agreement beside him. The two women exchanged glances, then chuckled. Very well. We'll call you Xiao Feng and Yumeng then?" Liang Qiu Feng nodded, then added, "Anchen, please get some rest. We're truly sorry we could have come back earlier, but we ran into some friends and ended up chatting longer than expected. We're getting ready for bed too. You should hurry back. Also, you don't need to come over tomorrow morning to make breakfast. I'll just grab something from the street. Just come over around 8 or 9 to keep Yeye company." Liang Qiu Feng had thought this through. After all, tomorrow was the day he and Jiang Yumeng would be attending military training, so naturally, he wouldn't be able to stay home with Yeye as usual. That meant Xinhuan and Chen Yuluo would still need to come over to keep her company. Besides, they had paid for this service, it was only fair. Hearing this, the two hurriedly nodded in agreement. After exchanging a few more words of instruction with Liang Qiuyu and chatting for a while, they finally stepped out of the room. After they left, Liang Qiuyu turned off the TV and skipped over to Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng. Pouting and looking upset, she said, "Daddy, Mommy, why did you take so long to come back? You know what? I was so anxious waiting at home, but you just wouldn't come back. I got so sleepy." Hearing his daughter's words, Liang Qiu Feng felt a pang of guilt well up inside him. 95 beautiful wife, I'm ignoring you. Please vote. Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but sigh. Too much had happened tonight, even disrupting his daughter's daily life. Jiang Yumeng hurriedly ruffled her hair beside them, her face full of reassurance as she said, "But didn't Mom and Dad come back right away? Shall we go inside and sleep?" Hearing this, Liang Qiuyu finally nodded happily. For a little girl, children don't care about the reasons behind things, nor do they care what their parents might do. All she wanted in that moment was to see her beloved parents return to her side and be with her. That was the one thing she desired most. Seeing his daughter finally quiet, Liang Qiu Feng exhaled a long breath of relief. Then, holding Liang Qiuyu's hand, he led her back to the bedroom. Jiang Yumeng first took Liang Qiuyu to the bathroom to bathe. But as luck would have it, while she was bathing, Liang Qiu Feng's ears were too sharp, he actually heard the little girl's words from the bathroom. Mommy, why did you get smaller? Before, Mommy was so big." "Ha? Wait a minute. Something's not right." In that instant, Liang Qiu Feng froze, his body reacting involuntarily as warmth flushed his nose. He quickly wiped his nose, then couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Good heavens! As they say, children speak without reservation. What exactly did that little girl mean by too small? Could it be? Could it actually grow bigger? After what felt like an eternity, Jiang Yumeng finally emerged, her cheeks flushed crimson, holding Liang Qiuyu's hand. The little girl, Liang Qiuyu, wearing adorable cartoon pajamas, skipped back to the bed and flopped down. Jiang Yumeng gave a helpless smile. Today, she was still wearing Liang Qiu Feng's long-sleeved shirt. After fidgeting on the bed for a while, she finally crawled under the covers.
Then, she shot Liang Qiu Feng a playful glare and said, "What are you staring at? Hurry up and take a shower and go to bed. Our daughter will be asleep soon."
Liang Qiu Feng chuckled and hurriedly washed his hair before heading back to the bathroom for a shower. By the time he returned to the bed, the little girl, Liang Qiu, was already fast asleep, her mouth slightly open. Seeing the tenderness in Jiang Yumeng's eyes, that overflowing maternal expression, Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but chuckle softly before lying down beside her.
Startled by his movement, Jiang Yumeng turned to glance at him before instinctively asking, "Are you ready?" Liang Qiu Feng nodded. Jiang Yumeng then checked to make sure their daughter was truly asleep. Only after sensing her deep slumber did she relax, lying flat on the bed and staring at the ceiling. Jiang Yumeng prepared to drift off, but gradually, she found her thoughts becoming chaotic, making sleep elusive. After a moment, she finally spoke up, "Feng, I'm sorry." Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng, who had been on the verge of falling asleep, froze momentarily. He turned his head slightly to look at Jiang Yumeng, asking curiously, "Why are you apologizing to me?" Jiang Yumeng spoke slowly, "I feel like I really don't know you at all. There are so many secrets about you that I don't know, so many stories about you that I don't understand. I feel like it will take us a very long time before I can truly understand you." Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly upon hearing Jiang Yumeng's words, then replied slowly, "And what about me? Didn't I agree to be with you back then, even though I didn't understand you either? It's perfectly normal that you don't know me. We didn't know each other at all before. It was only after having our daughter that we gradually decided to be together, developed feelings for each other, and fell in love. So you shouldn't feel too guilty about it. As we've gotten to know each other, I believe our values and worldviews are very much aligned. Otherwise, we wouldn't have stayed married all these years and ended up with such an adorable daughter." Jiang Yumeng nodded immediately upon hearing this. Coincidentally, just then, Liang Qiu Feng's phone vibrated. He glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already 11 o'clock. Who could be calling him this late at night? With a sigh, Liang Qiu Feng picked up his phone to check. It was a message from Ma Yisheng. "Bro, I'm really sorry. We couldn't track that guy down in the end. We only found the clothes he was wearing in a roadside trash bin. After that, he entered a surveillance blind spot. We have no idea where he went. He might have even changed into different clothes along the way. I'm truly sorry. But if you need me to keep investigating, I'll find a way to dig this guy up." Reading Massachusetts Yisheng's message, Liang Qiu Feng's gaze sharpened, and he felt a flicker of genuine appreciation. He understood that Ma Yisheng must be busy with his own affairs. Over an hour had passed since he and Jiang Yumeng left the hotel, yet Ma Yisheng still hadn't concluded his investigation into that man. This thought stirred a pang of guilt in Liang Qiu Feng, prompting him to reply urgently, "Forget it. I don't care anymore. If he's capable of such actions, he must have backup plans. Continuing the investigation might not yield anything. Even if we did, we might not uncover the mastermind behind it. We'd be better off heading back to rest. Besides, I firmly believe that person will surface naturally before long." Shortly after sending the message, Liang Qiu Feng saw Ma Yisheng flash an OK gesture before putting his phone away. Jiang Yumeng asked curiously from the side, "Who was that?" Liang Qiu Feng replied, "It was Ma Yisheng. He just finished handling that person's matter and informed me. He hasn't returned yet." Hearing this, Jiang Yumeng couldn't help but show surprise. She then instinctively remarked, "Seems Ma Yisheng really values you." Liang Qiu Feng chuckled, "I never imagined we'd have so many connections between us either. You know, Ma Yisheng only started harboring resentment toward me because of you. We became acquainted through conflict." Feeling his sincerity, it's rare for a wealthy young master like him to be so genuine toward others. Still, I can sense that deep down, in his words and actions, Ma Yisheng genuinely wants to befriend me. As the saying goes, more friends mean more paths. Becoming friends with young Master Ma isn't such a bad thing after all. Jiang Yumeng nodded, offering a bitter smile. "True. But I never imagined Dr. Ma would confess his feelings to me, let alone that so much would unfold afterward." Liang Qiu Feng chuckled. "Well, what do you expect? Who can resist my wife's charm? She's a real charmer, after all." Jiang Yumeng shot him a disapproving look, pursed her lips, and teased, "Just don't let our daughter pick up your smooth-talking ways." Liang Qiu Feng chuckled, "What? My dear wife, you don't like it?" Jiang Yumeng's cheeks flushed slightly as she turned away abruptly, muttering under her breath, "I'm ignoring you. Sleep. Sleep. I don't want to talk to you." 96 Even goalkeepers score goals. Seeking gold tickets. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly, saying nothing more. He closed his eyes, preparing once again to drift off to sleep. Meanwhile, at Ma Yisheng's residence, he pushed open the villa door and stepped inside. Beside him, the butler and housekeeper bowed respectfully in greeting. Ma Yisheng chuckled softly, then whistled as he strolled inside. Suddenly, however, he froze in his tracks. Looking up, he saw his father, Ma Jiani, seated on the sofa. Upon hearing Ma Yisheng's footsteps, Ma Jiani lifted his head, a hint of displeasure flickering in his eyes. Instantly, Ma Yisheng felt awkward at the look on his father's face. He tiptoed closer, then chuckled awkwardly. "Dad, you're actually back? Still up this late?" Isn't the company busy tomorrow? Hearing Ma Yisheng's words, Ma Jiani couldn't help but snort coldly. He then retorted, "You little brat, you have the nerve to say that to me? I finally managed to get home early today, only to find you weren't even here. The family told me you went out drinking with others. What, did that Su Jiancheng guy give you another spending voucher?" Hearing this, Ma Yisheng chuckled instead, scratched his head, and nodded without hesitation, effectively admitting his father was right. After a moment, Ma Jiani snorted coldly again. "How many times have I told you? Stop hanging out with those good-for-nothing friends of yours. Stop eating and drinking with them every day. Tell me, what's the point of showing off in front of them every day? Won't they still suck the life out of you like vampires, taking what doesn't belong to them time and time again? Isn't it all so they can live the good life? And you? You don't even realize it. One day, they might cheat you out of everything, and you won't even know it. You'll probably be counting their money for them." This wasn't the first time Ma Yisheng had heard Ma Jiani's words. Ever since he fell in with that crowd of good-for-nothings, Ma Yisheng had been subjected to his father's scolding almost every other day. Sometimes his mother would join in too. Truthfully, Ma Yisheng had long grown accustomed to it. In fact, in his youthful ignorance, he even harbored a hint of anger. He simply couldn't accept that the friends he had worked so hard to accept were being disparaged by his father like this. Yet as Ma Yisheng grew older and witnessed the harsh realities of human relationships, he gradually began to understand. He suddenly realized that many people associated with him only to exploit his money and resources, whether to get things done or to show off. Regardless of the motive, such behavior deeply displeased Ma Yisheng, who detested it intensely. Looking back now, his father's words back then seemed somewhat reasonable. But the current Ma Yisheng didn't have the energy to confront his father about it all. He could only silently accept it. But soon, Ma Yisheng chuckled softly, walked over, and sat down beside his father. With a sly grin, he said, "Dad, you didn't learn this from some novel, did you?" Ma Jiani replied, "There's this book with a plot about the Dragon King's return. The storyline is so satisfying, and the protagonist doesn't give the antagonists any face at all. He just goes straight for the kill." Ma Yisheng scratched his head awkwardly. After a moment, he sighed helplessly, "Dad, you should cut back on reading that trash." Ma Jiani shot him a disapproving look. Ma Yisheng quickly changed the subject, "Where's Mom?" Hearing this, his father pointed upstairs toward the bedroom. "She went to bed early. You know your mom, she's obsessed with taking care of her skin. She's always going on about how early to bed, early to rise makes a woman beautiful. She's been asleep for ages." Only then did Ma Jiani catch on. He snapped, "You little rascal, don't try to change the subject. Let me tell you, this isn't something you can dodge. Every day you hang out with those good-for-nothing friends of yours, and every time I have to tell you off. Don't think I don't care about you. When you reach my age, you'll understand everything." Ma Yisheng nodded hastily. "Of course I understand. You're my dad. You've got all these years of experience. You've walked more paths than I've eaten meals. So whatever you say is for my own good. It's just that." Seeing Ma Jiani's hand rise in anger, Ma Yisheng quickly added, "This time, I'm not going out with those deadbeat buddies to eat and drink like crazy." "Oh?" Hearing this, Ma Jiani lowered his hand. He furrowed his brow slightly, asking curiously, "What do you mean? If you're not going out with them, then who are you going with?" Ma Yisheng quickly replied, "It's Liang Qiu Feng." At this, Ma Jiani's interest was piqued. He set the newspaper he was holding down on the coffee table in front of him. Then, he lit a cigar and asked, "You mean that Liang Qiu Feng who drives a Koenigsegg on campus?" "Yes." Ma Yisheng nodded awkwardly but patiently explained, "I was having dinner with him tonight. At the same time, Uncle Su and the others were hosting a banquet for some guests at the Tianqing Business Hotel. After spending some time there with Su Xiaoming and Su Yuqing, I went to have dinner with Liang Qiu Feng. Honestly, Dad, I was genuinely surprised and wanted to share this with you. That Liang Qiu Feng is truly formidable." Instantly, a hint of curiosity flashed in Ma Jiani's eyes. He quickly pressed, "What happened? Tell me everything. What kind of story unfolded between you and this Liang Qiu Feng?" Seeing his father finally stop dwelling on those issues and stop accusing him of being idle every day, Ma Yisheng breathed a sigh of relief. Besides, he had already intended to share with his father the recent events involving Liang Qiu Feng. So Ma Yisheng recounted everything that had transpired between him, Jiang Yumeng, and Liang Qiu Feng in meticulous detail. After a long while, Ma Yisheng finally concluded, "So that's the story between me and Liang Qiu Feng and the surprise he brought me today." Ma Jiani heard this and couldn't help but furrow his brow as he processed what his son had just said. After a pause, Ma Jiani looked up, his expression serious. "You mean, you've fallen for that pretty girl? What does she look like? Is she really that beautiful? What's her personality like? Where does she live? What do her parents do?" "Hold on." Ma Yisheng finally couldn't contain himself. He instinctively shouted out loud, urgently cutting off Ma Jiani's attempt to continue. Ma Yisheng sighed helplessly with a wry smile. "Dad, could you please focus? We're discussing Liang Qiu Feng's abilities here. How did we end up talking about Jiang Yumeng? Besides, didn't I just tell you?
I only felt a fleeting attraction when I first saw her, but I never bothered her again. And now she and Liang Qiu Feng are deeply in love.
Why are you bringing this up? Ma Jieni immediately retorted, displeased. So what? Goalkeepers still get scored on.
Look at how many goals our national team goalkeepers have scored.
Why can't you get a chance too? 97 Ma Yisheng, oh no. My family is ruined. Please vote.
Ma Yisheng's mouth twitched as he slowly complained, Dad, seriously, cut back on the novels and those short videos.
Stop scrolling so much. Look at what you've become. If you keep this up, our Ma family is going to be ruined. Ma Jieni gave a helpless, bitter smile.
Truthfully, he'd only been joking with his son Ma Yisheng earlier and hadn't taken it too seriously. As for mentioning Jiang Yumeng, it was merely an attempt to find common ground with Ma Yisheng, helping him better connect with the younger generation.
Then Ma Jieni continued, it seems Liang Qiu Feng truly is, as I said before, his background is definitely no ordinary affair.
Hearing this, Ma Yisheng finally understood his father had no intention of discussing it further. His expression turned serious as he replied, Yes, Dad.
I used to share your doubts. Liang Qiu Feng's status is likely truly extraordinary.
Spending time with him today felt like he finally accepted me. Though I know that if we hadn't crossed paths this way, Liang Qiu Feng wouldn't have much influence over me in the future. But as you said, Dad, there is no harm in cultivating a relationship with him.
So that's what I'll do.
In this matter, things are unfolding just as we hoped.
Ma Jieni heard this and couldn't help but curl his lips. Finally, he boasted, well, what do you expect? What level is your old man at? Don't you know? All these years, I've been through thick and thin. The paths I've walked are more than the salt you've eaten. Do you think I can't tell someone's status is extraordinary? Besides, Ma Jieni's words trailed off abruptly.
He turned to Ma Yisheng and countered, let's say if it's true, like others claim, like your classmate Zhao Xiuxue said that Liang Qiu Feng really rented this car.
Do you think that's possible? Ma Yisheng fell deep in thought. After a moment, he shook his head. I don't know.
I can't say for sure if that could happen, but it probably wouldn't.
Ma Jieni answered without hesitation, then pressed further, let's put it this way, if this Koenigsegg were your car, would you be willing to rent it out? Even if they offered you a fortune?
Before Ma Jieni could finish, Ma Yisheng's expression lit up with excitement.
He grabbed his father's hand and asked excitedly, Dad. My dear father. You're not planning to buy me a Koenigsegg, are you? The same model as Liang Qiu Feng's? The one with only 300 units produced worldwide? Dad, thank you. You're too good to me. Ma Jieni finally couldn't hold back. He kicked Ma Yisheng's leg and snapped, get lost. You really think I've spent all my face buying you cars? Let me tell you, don't even think about it. At your age, I'm already doing you a favor by getting you a Porsche. You should know, back in my day.
Just as he was about to launch into tales of his own youthful exploits, he realized Ma Yisheng wasn't paying him any attention at all. Feeling foolish, Ma Jieni shrugged and continued, let me put it this way. If that car were yours, do you think you'd be willing to rent it out? Even if they offered you a fortune? Ma Yisheng hesitated slightly before shaking his head. No, I don't think I would rent it out. After all, this car isn't just a symbol of value to me, it's a symbol of status and prestige. Nationwide, even globally, only 300 people can own this Koenigsegg. If I really rented it out, wouldn't that mean sharing this respect and glory with someone else? If it got even a single scratch, I'd be heartbroken beyond measure. So, as far as we know in China, only 2 people own a Koenigsegg. One is Ji Yun, the son of the wealthiest family in Shanghai, the Ji family. The other is the daughter of a powerful domestic tycoon. Beyond them, there's no one else. Ma Jieni continued, so, it's highly probable this kid is the young master backed by some hidden conglomerate in the country. His coming here is likely either to experience life or to study normally, preparing to inherit the family business. Previously, everything you knew about him, including what others said, clearly indicated he was unknown before. But, following my advice, you'd be wise to cultivate a close relationship with him from now on. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, he's likely to extend his support. The stronger your bond becomes, the more advantageous it will be for both you and our family. Upon hearing this, Ma Yisheng nodded. In truth, he shared his father's perspective. He had searched online before and even asked trusted friends for information, yet he had never heard of any Liangqiu conglomerate in the country. He hadn't heard a single thing about Liang Qiu Feng either. Therefore, for Ma Yisheng, he genuinely began to take Liang Qiu Feng seriously from the bottom of his heart. It wasn't that he felt defeated by Liang Qiu Feng, but rather that he genuinely believed Liang Qiu Feng could be of assistance to him in the future. For him, this was undoubtedly a win-win situation. Ma Jieni continued, and usually in situations like this, following the plot of a novel, Liang Qiu Feng would probably run into some trouble at school. Or rather, his friends would run into trouble. Otherwise, how else could they showcase his prowess? Ma Yisheng's mouth twitched. He sighed and couldn't help but say, Dad, I'll say it again, cut back on those novels. I'm tired and need to rest. Military training starts tomorrow.
Ma Jieni retorted, "Hey, why won't you believe your old man? Let me tell you, art imitates life. If this story exists, there's a reason behind it."
Watching Ma Yisheng stroll leisurely up the stairs, Ma Jieni finally held his tongue, pursed his lips in resignation, and exhaled. Staring at the burning cigar before him, watching the smoke curl and swirl, Ma Jieni murmured to himself, "Liang Qiu Feng.
Could it be that one of the 4 hidden families within Huaxia has emerged? Though I've never heard of any such family, it's quite possible this is connected to him."
If that's the case, having Ma Yisheng spend more time with them might not be such a bad thing.
Time ticked by second. Before he knew it, the next morning arrived. Before the alarm even rang, Liang Qiu Feng opened his eyes. After a quick wash, he headed to a nearby breakfast shop, bought a hearty meal, and returned home to eat with Jiang Yumeng and his daughter. During breakfast, Liang Qiu Feng received a message from their group counselor, Hua Jisheng, "Attention all students, assemble in room 501 of building 3 at 9 a.m. sharp. Please note, attendance will be taken, textbooks distributed, and important announcements made. Absence is not permitted." As one after another in the group replied received, Liang Qiu Feng glanced at Jiang Yumeng, who had clearly received the message as well. After finishing breakfast, Xinhuan and Chen Yulua happened to approach them. They gave the two some instructions and also tried to cheer up the slightly sulky little girl, Liang Qiuyue. Fortunately, the little girl understood they both had important matters to attend to and didn't insist further. Only then did Liang Qiu Feng drive straight to Capital University. On the way, Jiang Yumeng hesitated several times, as if she wanted to say something but held back. Finally, during a traffic light stop, she looked at Liang Qiu Feng and asked, "What's going on? All this time, I've seen you wanting to say something over and over, but you keep holding back. If there's something, feel free to speak up." 98 popular, first gathering seeking gold tickets. Truth be told, as they neared the university campus, he couldn't help but notice how pained Jiang Yumeng looked the entire way. She seemed to have something she wanted to tell him, yet couldn't find the words. Finally, Liang Qiu Feng couldn't hold back any longer. He knew Jiang Yumeng definitely had something to say. After a moment's thought, Liang Qiu Feng asked her what was wrong and what exactly was on her mind. Jiang Yumeng let out a soft sigh, offering a helpless, bitter smile before speaking slowly. "Honestly, I still feel like driving this car is a bit too flashy. I can't help but worry that maintaining such a high profile might not be good for either of us in the long run." Liang Qiu Feng pondered for a moment before nodding. "Actually, I've considered switching cars before. But after having dinner with Ma Yisheng and the others last night, I suddenly realized that sometimes, people need to keep making a statement. Only by staying in the spotlight can we keep appearing before everyone time and again. Only then will those little punks lose the courage or rather, not even dare to think about causing us trouble." Jiang Yumeng hesitated for a moment beside him. Liang Qiu Feng smiled and said, "Think about it whether it's Ma Yisheng or Su Xiaoming and Su Yuqing. In this capital city, nearly everyone knows their status and standing." Jiang Yumeng nodded. Ma Yisheng was the heir apparent of the Ma Group, the capital's foremost conglomerate. Who didn't know how formidable he was? As for Su Xiaoming and Su Yuqing, though their wealth in the capital might not be the greatest, the connections held by Tianqing Business Hotel would undoubtedly become their most powerful asset in the future. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled again. Precisely because so many people know their identities and status, few dare to cause them trouble lacking both the inclination and the means. So why shouldn't we strive for that same goal? Think about it, if we keep a low profile every day, won't people always come looking for trouble whenever we face problems, looking down on us? But once our identity, status, and reputation are fully established, more and more people will recognize our strength. At that point, anyone truly intent on scheming against us will have to think twice. They'll worry whether their actions might backfire and burn them. This approach will indirectly spare us a lot of trouble. Upon hearing Liang Qiu Feng's words, Jiang Yumeng frowned deeply beside him. After a long silence, she finally nodded, indicating her agreement with Liang Qiu Feng's reasoning. In truth, Liang Qiu Feng had previously shared Jiang Yumeng's concerns, wondering if his approach might be too conspicuous. But the events of last night had given him a different perspective. Look at Ma Yisheng, Su Xiaoming, and Su Yuqing. Would anyone dare cause trouble for them? Absolutely not. Why? Because everyone knew how formidable they were, how deep their connections ran within the capital's elite circles, and what kind of status and influence they commanded. Anyone who dared to mess with them was essentially courting disaster, inviting trouble that would inevitably come back to bite them. Therefore, Liang Qiu Feng began to think, if he could become like Ma Yisheng and the others, wouldn't that spare him a lot of trouble in the future? After all, upon careful reflection these past 2 days, hadn't Zhao Xiaoxue and Chen Mei repeatedly targeted him precisely because of his lowly status? They simply didn't perceive him as possessing any real power or influence. Under these circumstances, Liang Qiu Feng had effectively abandoned his plans to buy a car. He resolved to resume his high-profile approach starting today. He would flaunt his wealth and showcase his connections. As more people learned of his identity and status, and understood who exactly was by his side, those troubles would naturally diminish. Liang Qiu Feng even found himself thinking, unlike those protagonists in novels who play dumb to catch the tiger, repeatedly revealing their strength bit by bit, it would be better to show everything at once.
Then, fewer people would dare to cause him trouble in the future.
This was the real world, not a novel.
Liang Qiu Feng just wanted to live happily and enjoy life, not waste his energy on countless trivial matters every day. Finally, the green light flashed.
Liang Qiu Feng started his car and soon arrived at Capital University.
No sooner had he parked in the lot than he spotted Ma Yisheng pulling up on the other side.
Their eyes met. Ma Yisheng smiled, waved, and walked over. Well, what a surprise. What a coincidence we both ended up at school today.
But I'm afraid I have to apologize, I couldn't get to the bottom of last night's incident.
Looks like you'll just have to swallow that bitter pill.
Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly, shaking his head.
It's fine. For me, the mastermind behind this will eventually surface.
There's no need for me to worry about it now. I believe the day will come when I see who that person truly is.
Ma Yisheng chuckled, unable to hide his admiration. I truly admire you.
With such a sharp mind and such precise calculations, I can't imagine how many people are in awe of you.
Liang Qiu Feng waved his hand dismissively. Cut the flattery. I'm not buying it. The group chatted and laughed as they made their way toward Building 3.
Beijing University was vast, so vast that walking its entire perimeter would leave anyone utterly exhausted.
After a good 20 minutes of walking, they finally reached Building 3.
They climbed to the 5th floor and soon found themselves inside classroom 501.
Looking up, they saw several people already inside room 501.
Some had youthful faces, others wore headphones pretending to be deep in thought, while still others whispered to each other. The arrival of Liang Qiu Feng and his group inevitably sparked whispers among those nearby.
Look, there's Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng.
They've already made a name for themselves around campus during these first few days of orientation.
Of course. Young Master Ma is the son of the capital's foremost conglomerate.
Now he's our classmate, renowned nationwide. As for Liang Qiu Feng, he just arrived and immediately clashed with Ma Yisheng.
Judging by their current state, it seems they're becoming friends through conflict.
You bet. The night before last on the school basketball court, you wouldn't believe it, but I was there watching them play.
Liang Qiu Feng was incredible, dunking and sinking three-pointers with pinpoint accuracy, every shot a hit.
I was genuinely impressed. I even wondered if he was on some pro team, but I'd never heard his name before.
And that's not all. The Koenigsegg he drives?
Only 300 of those exist worldwide.
Including his, there are just 3 in the country.
Even with that kind of status, no one's heard of him. You can imagine how low-key he really is.
99U. What's your dog's name? Seeking gold tickets.
Listening to the constant buzz of discussion from all the students in the classroom, Liang Qiu Feng shook his head and smiled bitterly. The dozen or so people who had just entered the classroom were likely to be his future classmates. They would all study together in the same classroom, spending 3 or 4 years of university life side by side.
But soon, Ma Yisheng nudged Liang Qiu Feng and chuckled. Liang Qiu Feng, see?
You're already making a name for yourself on campus. You've always talked about keeping a low profile, but I bet you're about to become a sensation. With skills like yours on display, word will spread around campus in no time. Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng gave a wry smile, but then said something that surprised even Ma Yisheng. Starting today, I don't plan on keeping a low profile anymore.
What do you mean? Ma Yisheng asked curiously.
Liang Qiu Feng chuckled. When the devil demands your soul, the little demons are troublesome. If you keep flying under the radar, those little pests will keep coming after you, one after another, just to make trouble. Better to learn from you, Ma Yisheng, be a bit arrogant, flaunt your status and position. That way, you'll definitely avoid a lot of headaches.
Hearing this, everyone walked inside. Ma Yisheng raised his thumb in admiration. You're absolutely right. But this actually aligns perfectly with my father's philosophy.
From a very young age, my father made a point of appearing incredibly high profile in front of me every single day. Whether it was going to school or going out to play, he always made a grand show of it. Back then, I thought he was being too flashy and even brought it up with him time and again. Later, my father told me, if you don't make a statement, people will look down on you. It's simply a matter of displaying your status. Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng smiled faintly. Just then, a voice called out from ahead, Yumeng, over here. Everyone looked up to see Tang Xian and Zhang Huanuan had already arrived. Spotting Jiang Yumeng, they waved eagerly. Jiang Yumeng chuckled softly, quickening her pace to join the 2 women and take a seat beside them. Liang Qiu Feng and the others sat down nearby. But no sooner had he sat down than someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind. Startled, Liang Qiu Feng turned around in confusion. His expression froze when he recognized the figure behind him. What's your name?
Ha? Chen Dongming, seated behind him, instantly felt awkward.
The smile that had been on his face froze for a moment. He sighed helplessly.
Dude, my name is Chen Dongming. I have a name.
I don't go by Dog Bark, okay?
How can you talk like that?
Where's your manners? Liang Qiu Feng chuckled. Sorry. It's just that the whole Dog Bark thing was such a memorable moment for us back then. It just slipped out.
I never expected you'd be a student at Capital University too? Chen Dongming replied, that's right.
Chen Dongming was the same person Liang Qiu Feng had encountered on his way to lunch when he returned to the neighborhood to move back in. In fact, it was because of Chen Dongming that Liang Qiu Feng learned his daughter adored kittens and puppies. Later, with Chen Dongming's help, he even adopted 2 newborn kittens. Speaking of those kittens, little Liang Qiu Yu absolutely adored them. She did get up bright and early every morning to clean their litter boxes, change their food, and refill their water. She was incredibly diligent about it. Then, Chen Dongming chuckled and said, "By the way, how are those 2 kittens doing now?" "They're doing great. The little girl adores them and plays with them every day," Liang Qiu Feng replied. Hearing this, Chen Dongming finally relaxed. Ma Yisheng watched their conversation curiously from the side, gradually piecing together their relationship. It turned out they had known each other for quite some time. Without hesitation, Ma Yisheng extended his hand and introduced himself. "Hello, Chen Dongming. My name is Ma Yisheng. Pleased to meet you. I'm also a good friend of Liang Qiu Feng." "Ma Yisheng? Could you be that Ma young master? The wealthy young heir from the capital?" Chen Dongming asked in surprise. Ma Yisheng chuckled softly and nodded. After a moment of familiar chatter, Chen Dongming remarked awkwardly, "I never imagined young Master Ma would be so down to earth. It's quite unexpected." Not long after, Counselor Gui Jisheng walked in from outside. The counselor was rather lean, wearing glasses, his chiseled face scanning the entire room. He walked to the front of the podium, tossed the roster onto the desk, and said with a professional smile, "Welcome to Capital University, everyone. Starting today, you will officially become university students, embarking on the final stage of learning before entering society. We all know each of you is a prodigy. Getting into Capital University proves your academic abilities are beyond question. Still, I hope you'll work harder in the days ahead and not waste your college years. You can strive for well-rounded development in morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor, but remember not to overdo it. Alright, now we'll begin roll call." The counselor proceeded to call out each name one by one. After finishing the roll call, it was discovered that one person was still missing: Zhao Xiaoxue. "Zhao Xiaoxue. Is Zhao Xiaoxue here?" The counselor called out twice, his brow furrowed. Just then, a voice answered from outside. "Here. Here." Turning around, they saw Zhao Xiaoxue appear. She was wearing a long dress today, but she looked a bit disheveled all over. Even her hair was incredibly messy, and her face was dotted with tiny beads of sweat. Although Zhao Xiaoxue was still quite pretty, everyone couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Tang Xian beside her curled her lips and remarked, I bet Zhao Xiaoxue moved out overnight." Zhang Huan chimed in, "Definitely. After what happened between her and Chen Fei yesterday, he must have lost all hope in her. Zhao Xiaoxue probably moved out overnight, which explains why she's only just arrived now. But..." Zhang Huan glanced at Jiang Yumeng again and added, "Zhao Xiaoxue hasn't returned to the dorm either. Could it be she doesn't plan to go back and intends to stay out again?" Tang Xian analyzed for a moment, then said with some surprise, "Could Zhao Xiaoxue have found a new boyfriend and ended up staying at his place? If that's the case, she really is promiscuous." The conversation drifted on in fragments. Liang Qiu Feng listened to their conversation nearby, lost in his own thoughts. Soon after, the counselor spotted Zhao Xiaoxue and frowned. "Zhao Xiaoxue, where have you been? We agreed to meet here at 9 a.m. Look at the time, it's already 9:05. As a student of Capital University, how can you have such poor time management? 100 something happened?" Zhao Xiaoxue's path to self-destruction seeking gold tickets. Zhao Xiaoxue scanned the area and quickly spotted Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng. Instantly, anger flashed in her eyes, but she still looked at the counselor, her expression tinged with guilt and apology. "Teacher, I'm sorry. I was packing up my things until very late last night, so I ended up being late today." Seeing Zhao Xiaoxue's pitiful expression, the counselor, who had been feeling somewhat displeased, could only sigh at that moment and say, "Alright, go sit down." Hearing this, Zhao Xiaoxue felt as if she'd been granted a reprieve. Spotting several empty seats, she hurriedly sat down. Finally, roll call concluded. The counselor continued, "Everyone, you will now spend the next 3 or 4 years as a class collective within Beijing University. I will also distribute our first semester course schedule to the group chat shortly. While our course load isn't overly demanding, I hope everyone will consistently preview and review material after class to solidify your knowledge. This will ensure your future development isn't overly constrained. Additionally, we will now elect a class representative. Has anyone previously served as a class representative?" As soon as the counselor finished speaking, 2 students, one male and one female, stood up. Liang Qiu Feng was startled to see Ma Yisheng rising beside him. At that moment, Liang Qiu Feng finally grasped just how much Ma Yisheng relished drawing attention to himself. Having cultivated such an extroverted nature since childhood, he had become familiar to more and more people, which in turn meant he encountered fewer troubles when facing situations. In contrast, Liang Qiu Feng, for reasons unknown, simply couldn't manage such things, leaving him feeling somewhat helpless. Seeing all 3 students now standing, the counselor decided to have them introduce themselves. The other two students gave standard introductions, but when it came to Ma Yisheng, he stepped forward, chuckled, and said, "Hello everyone, my name is Ma Yisheng." After saying this, Ma Yisheng fell silent. The counselor, standing nearby, couldn't help but look puzzled. He turned to Ma Yisheng and asked, "Student, why not continue your introduction? Tell us more about your personal strengths, your hobbies, and such. That way, everyone can get to know you better and vote for you." "Ha? Ha?" Suddenly, Ma Yisheng chuckled. "Teacher, I imagine many classmates here frequent Tieba. Given what's been happening on campus these past few days, including the revelations about me from other students, I don't think I need to say much more." At this point, Ma Yisheng felt an unusual confidence surge within him. Of course, there was another reason for this confidence. The whispers among his classmates when he entered the room had only reinforced his belief that this approach was the right one. His introduction was concise and powerful, while also showcasing his confidence. Sure enough, as Ma Yisheng spoke, the students began murmuring among themselves. "Yeah, what else needs explaining about young Master Ma? His status as the heir to the capital's top conglomerate is flashy enough for us." Exactly. And these past few days, Ma Yisheng's been cruising around campus in his 2 million yuan luxury sports car. Plus, his basketball skills are off the charts. Who doesn't know about his hobbies? Teacher, let's get this vote started. Personally, I'd recommend voting for young Master Ma. After all, if our class ever needs funding in the future, he probably wouldn't even bother making us raise it, he'd just cover it himself, ha 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 ha. As the discussion continued, Ma Yisheng stood at the front of the stage, smiling confidently. The counselor finally grasped Ma Yisheng's identity, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Under these circumstances, the voting finally commenced. As it turned out, Ma Yisheng's audacious approach was both justified and effective. After the votes were counted, Ma Yisheng secured the position of class monitor with an overwhelming majority, finishing dead last. The counselor then addressed the class. "Now that Ma Yisheng is our class monitor, I hope everyone will support his work moving forward. Next, Monitor Ma will lead several male students to the rear teaching building to help distribute textbooks. Each student has a set of required books for the first semester that need to be handed out. Additionally, they will collect the 2 sets of uniforms for military training." Hearing this, Ma Yisheng swept his arm dramatically. "All male students, follow me." It must be said that Ma Yisheng possessed remarkable personal charisma. With that single wave of his hand, every male student rose to their feet without hesitation. Liang Qiu Feng glanced at Jiang Yumeng beside him and chuckled. "Alright, you two wait here for a bit. We should be back soon." Jiang Yumeng nodded slightly. And so, Liang Qiu Feng followed Ma Yisheng and the others out. Before long, everyone had collected their textbooks and the uniformly issued military training uniforms, then returned to the classroom. However, just as they reached the classroom door, Liang Qiu Feng suddenly froze. He heard the commotion coming from inside. "Zhao Xiaoxue, what are you doing? Let me tell you, this is clearly your own fault. Stop causing trouble here and shaming yourself, okay?" In that instant, he recognized the voice as belonging to Jiang Yumeng's roommate, Zhang Huanhuan. His brow furrowed instantly. Like a man possessed, he flung the books from his hands onto the ground. Ma Yisheng, who had been standing nearby, saw this and promptly tossed his military training uniform to the ground as well. He followed closely behind Liang Qiu Feng, and the two of them rushed inside at lightning speed. You see, in Ma Yisheng's heart, he had come to value Liang Qiu Feng more and more. Moreover, Liang Qiu Feng was one of the few people who genuinely treated him without any ulterior motives, someone Ma Yisheng could even consider a friend. Now that his brother's girlfriend was in trouble, how could Ma Yisheng just stand by and watch? The two burst in just as Zhang Huanhuan and Koenigsegg stood beside Jiang Yumeng, while Zhao Xiaoxue stood before them. Taking 3 steps in 2, Liang Qiu Feng rushed forward, shoving Zhao Xiaoxue aside and returning to Jiang Yumeng's side. He looked at Jiang Yumeng, his voice laced with concern. "What happened? What's going on?" Jiang Yumeng shot Zhao Xiaoxue a disdainful look and retorted, "It's all because of Zhao Xiaoxue. While you and Ma Yisheng were both gone, she came over looking for trouble. She kept demanding I apologize to her and even wanted me to kneel. What a joke." After saying this, Jiang Yumeng glanced at Zhao Xiaoxue and declared, "Zhao Xiaoxue, you brought this entirely upon yourself. What does it have to do with me? Yet here you are, demanding I apologize. I didn't ask you to apologize. My tolerance has already reached its limit." 101 Campus Beauty Wife's Frustration. Seeking gold tickets. But before long, Zhao Xiaoxue's voice rose sharply. "Jiang Yumeng, have you no shame? If not for you, how could I have been abandoned by Chen Fei? If not for you, how could I have been humiliated and mocked by everyone? All I want is an apology from you. Is that so difficult?" Before Liang Qiu Feng could respond, Ma Yisheng hurried over from behind, his lips curling into a cold sneer. He looked at Zhao Xiaoxue before him and spoke slowly. "Zhao Xiaoxue, do you have any dignity left? Any sense at all? It was you who relentlessly mocked and looked down on others. It was you who harbored such resentment toward wealth and couldn't stand seeing others prosper. Yet now that you're paying the price for it, you start picking on others? What? Just because Jiang Yumeng owes you, she has to apologize? Who does she think she is? What gives you the right to demand that of her?
Hearing Ma Yisheng's merciless scorn, Zhao Xiuxue fell silent for a moment. Her eyes blazed as she fixed her gaze on the crowd before her. After a long pause, Zhao Xiuxue finally spoke. Ma Yisheng, this has nothing to do with you. There's no need for you to get involved and bring trouble upon yourself. Ma Yisheng shrugged indifferently with a smile. Liang Qiu Feng is my brother. Jiang Yumeng is my brother's wife. Why shouldn't I stand up for them? Besides, Zhao Xiuxue, this whole situation is your fault to begin with. If you keep acting like this, do you think I won't go straight to the education office at Capital University? Then they can have a nice little chat with you. Let me tell you this with absolute certainty, our family holds shares in Beijing University, and my father is a member of its board of directors. I'd like to ask you, what do you have to fight me with? As Ma Yisheng's words fell, Liang Qiu Feng standing nearby couldn't help but look surprised. He hadn't anticipated that Ma Yisheng's family held such status and influence. This was something Liang Qiu Feng had never imagined. Clearly, upon hearing Ma Yisheng's words, Zhao Xiuxue fell instantly silent. Her eyes brimmed with resentment and fury. After a moment of hesitation, she finally snorted coldly, "Humph, Jiang Yumeng, you're lucky today. Next time I catch you alone, you'd better be prepared. I'll make you pay dearly." Instantly, the surrounding students watched Zhao Xiuxue storm off, murmuring among themselves, "Hey, did you see that? What's going on? How come they're already clashing so soon after the semester started? I've never heard of such conflicts among freshmen before." Sigh, that freshman was Zhao Xiuxue, right? And Jiang Yumeng, she's famously recognized as the campus beauty among this year's freshmen. Could it be they're clashing over looks or social status? Honestly, let's not speculate wildly. Who can really know what's going on between them? But I overheard two of Jiang Yumeng's classmates saying something about Zhao Xiuxue having a grudge against the wealthy. Could it be that Zhao Xiuxue is jealous because Jiang Yumeng and Liang Qiu Feng are together? They're perfectly happy together, dating each other. Isn't that perfectly normal? What on earth is Zhao Xiuxue thinking? As countless people around them buzzed with endless speculation, Ma Yisheng couldn't help but curl his lips. He glanced at Jiang Yumeng and chuckled, "Sis-in-law, I'm really sorry. If I'd known, I wouldn't have taken Liang Qiu Feng away just now." Jiang Yumeng shrugged indifferently. Not letting Liang Qiu Feng go? That would only make everyone resent him. Besides, Zhao Xiuxue will inevitably get angry over and over again because of my relationship with Liang Qiu Feng. That's something I can't control. Let her be. But I am worried about the future. If she keeps causing trouble for me like this, it will indeed be a bit troublesome. Liang Qiu Feng, overhearing this, hesitated for a moment. After wrestling with his thoughts for a while, he sighed, wanting to say something but finding no words. Soon, Counselor Gui Jishang stepped inside and scanned the room. Having been the last to enter, he naturally hadn't witnessed what had transpired. Meanwhile, the books that Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng had dropped by the door were quickly picked up by other students. Many had approached Ma Yisheng earlier, expressing various emotions and hoping he would pay them more attention. But Ma Yisheng paid no heed to any of it. How could he not know what these people were really thinking? It was obvious they wanted to get involved with him, hoping to gain something from him later. Ma Yisheng had long grown accustomed to this, so naturally, he paid little heed to their words. Subsequently, the counselor distributed military training uniforms and textbooks to each person. The counselor then announced that military training would commence at 2 p.m. on the plaza behind the teaching building, urging everyone to be punctual. Glancing at the time, it was only 11 o'clock. Ma Yisheng insisted on inviting Liang Qiu Feng, even Jiang Yumeng and her roommates, everyone out for a meal, including Chen Dongming. This made Liang Qiu Feng and the others feel slightly awkward, but after some hesitation, they ultimately said nothing more. Since Ma Yisheng was so insistent on treating them, and he clearly had the means, why feel awkward about it? And so, carrying his books and military training uniform, he returned to the parking lot. Liang Qiu Feng briefly tried on the uniform in the car. After putting it on, Jiang Yumeng shook her head urgently beside him. "Feng, you should hurry and find the counselor to exchange this uniform for one that fits better. Get one 2 sizes bigger, okay?" What's wrong? Liang Qiu Feng looked puzzled at her words. Jiang Yumeng said awkwardly, "Just look at yourself right now." In that instant, Liang Qiu Feng looked down at himself. The uniform, a size too small, stretched tightly over his body, his muscles bulging prominently, his physique on full display. In that instant, everything clicked for Liang Qiu Feng. Then, noticing the slight hint of jealousy in Jiang Yumeng's expression, he chuckled, "What's up, my dear wife? Are you worried your husband's too fit, that he'll charm other girls and make them fall for him?" Hearing this, Jiang Yumeng shot him a disapproving glare before pouting and retorting, "Who cares about you? If you get swept off your feet, what's it got to do with me? Worst case, I'll just take our daughter and marry someone else." "Oh no, don't." Liang Qiu Feng immediately protested, his mood souring. "I'll go talk to the counselor to switch it back, okay? 102 military training begins. An unexpected guest? Seeking gold tickets." After saying this, Liang Qiu Feng called the counselor. The counselor responded readily. In truth, university counselors weren't nearly as strict with students as high school teachers.
At the end of the day, university counselors are young people themselves, roughly the same age as their students, and they mingle freely with them. The counselor then informed Liang Qiu Feng that the new military training uniforms would be delivered to the back of the building in the afternoon, instructing him to pick them up around 1 p.m. Only then did Liang Qiu Feng relax. Before long, Ma Yisheng walked over inside helplessly. "Hey, guys, what are you still standing around here for? Let's go eat. I'm starving." Tang Xin, Zhang Huanhuan, and the others also arrived at that moment. Liang Qiu Feng shrugged, then he and Ma Yisheng each drove their cars out. They arrived at a restaurant near Beijing University. This location surprised Liang Qiu Feng somewhat. He had assumed Ma Yisheng would at least choose one of the high-end business hotels, but here they were. Noticing Liang Qiu Feng's puzzled look, Ma Yisheng chuckled. "What are you thinking? Did you really believe I feast on delicacies every day? We're ordinary people too. What family could afford to eat that well? Our daily meals are pretty standard." Hearing this, everyone smiled slightly and said no more. Meanwhile, Jiang Yumeng stepped out of Ma Yisheng's car. His expression was unusually excited. "Holy crap, this is a luxury car. Damn, sitting in this feels amazing. The seats are so comfortable, and that powerful acceleration sensation is absolutely incredible. Holy cow, is this what the world of the wealthy is like? No wonder my parents always told me to become wealthy someday. Now I finally understand the life and joy of the rich." Hearing Chen Dongming's words, everyone couldn't help but chuckle. No one expected Chen Dongming to be such a goofball. Ma Yisheng shook his head helplessly beside him, then said slowly, "Hey, don't be so surprised. If you got to ride in brother Liang Qiu Feng's Koenigsegg, you'd see an entirely new world." Ma Yisheng glanced at Liang Qiu Feng and smiled helplessly. "I've never driven a Koenigsegg either. Brother Liang Qiu Feng, when can I take it for a spin?" Liang Qiu Feng chuckled. "Forget just riding in it, I wouldn't mind letting you drive it myself." "Really?" Ma Yisheng's expression lit up with excitement at the offer. Seeing Liang Qiu Feng nod casually, he beamed with delight and said gratefully, "Man, everyone online says cars are like wives, you don't lend them out lightly. Never imagined you'd be so generous, bro." "Ha ha." Liang Qiu Feng roared with laughter. "Because even if you wreck this thing, you could afford to pay for it. So what's there to worry about?" Ma Yisheng froze for a moment, utterly taken aback by Liang Qiu Feng's reasoning. Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's words, the other women beside him giggled softly. But it had to be said, Liang Qiu Feng did have a point. Wasn't that the reason most people hesitated to lend their cars? Fear that it might get wrecked? But Ma Yisheng? Not only did he own a Porsche and possess extensive driving experience, but even if the car were damaged beyond repair, his family fortune would easily cover the costs. "Still, thank you for trusting me so much. I'll definitely take it for a spin then," Ma Yisheng said with a smile. Liang Qiu Feng gave a slight smile, nodded, and said no more. Finally, the group stepped inside the restaurant. Ma Yisheng spared no expense, ordering every signature dish on the menu. It wasn't overly expensive, the entire meal came to only 400 or 500 yuan, still within reasonable spending limits. After all, in a place like the capital, spending 70 or 80 yuan per person was already considered quite cheap. After eating their fill, they soon departed and quickly returned to campus. It was already 1 p.m. Liang Qiu Feng first went to the counselor's office to pick up 2 new sets of military training uniforms, then headed to the back playground to wait patiently. Before long, 2 p.m. arrived. A group of students appeared on the field, ready and waiting, but they stood in a relatively disorderly manner, completely lacking any sense of order. Soon after, Counselor Guo Jixiang arrived, accompanied by a soldier in uniform. The soldier approached and stood silently at the front of the student formation. Following this, the counselor addressed the group, "All right, everyone, please remain quiet. Let me introduce your drill instructor for the next 10 days of military training. His name is Sun Feng, and you may address him as Instructor Sun. Going forward, I hope you will all follow his commands and arrangements. Do not throw any tantrums or act out. Any behavior you exhibit during military training will be recorded by Instructor Sun, and you will undergo a final assessment afterward. If you fail to meet the standards or pass your assessment this year, you will have to undergo military training again next year alongside the incoming freshmen. See over there?" Following the counselor's pointing hand, everyone saw a distinct formation in the distance. They wore faded, worn-out military training uniforms. The counselor continued, "Those are the students who failed to meet the standards during last year's training. Some were ill, while others had various other reasons. If any of you fail to meet this year's training requirements, whether due to illness or other reasons, you will find yourselves here next year." Hearing this, gloom settled over the students' faces. Even Liang Qiu Feng could see some had already been scheming about excuses to dodge training or coast through. Clearly, Beijing University had no intention of giving them that chance. The counselor continued, "Additionally, after today's training concludes at 5 o'clock, everyone is to remain in place. I will return shortly to inform you of several matters. Every single one of you must wait here. No excuses." The students hurriedly responded in unison before the counselor finally stepped away. Instructor Sun Feng approached the group, his expression stern as he finally commenced the first day of training. The first day's training consisted of nothing but standing at attention, feet together, toes turned out at a 45-degree angle. The various principles of military posture echoed incessantly in every student's ears. Though Instructor Sun Feng appeared stern on the surface, he actually had a decent personality during private breaks. However, during military training, Liang Qiu Feng discovered something that gave him a headache. It wasn't about Jiang Yumeng or Zhao Xiaoxue. But, while standing at attention, Liang Qiu Feng suddenly noticed that in the distance, a figure was pacing back and forth in front of their formation, occasionally glancing his way. This person. Mission 103 released. Perform on stage with your wife seeking gold tickets. This person. None other than Zhang Guanjue. Yes, it was Zhang Guanjue, the PE teacher who had chased after Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng during their basketball game earlier, and who had persistently tried to recruit them to the school basketball team as they were leaving with Jiang Yumeng. The moment he saw Zhang Guanjue appear, Liang Qiu Feng recalled the words Zhang had spoken to them back then, along with his enthusiastic personality, which gave Liang Qiu Feng a headache. As luck would have it, during the break, Liang Qiu Feng pursed his lips. Ma Yisheng, curious, asked beside him, "What's wrong?" Liang Qiu Feng replied, "That guy who kept appearing in front of our group earlier is our school's basketball teacher, Zhang Guanjue. He's been trying to recruit me for the school basketball team, but I'm just not interested. But he's been exceptionally enthusiastic all along, showing no signs of giving up. I suspect he showed up here just now with the same intention to recruit me for the school basketball team." Ha? Ma Yisheng hesitated upon hearing this. He quickly added, "So this Zhang Guanjue wasn't just inviting me?" Liang Qiu Feng, slightly taken aback, chimed in, "So it seems Teacher Zhang invited both of us? From the way you're talking, it sounds like you turned him down?" "I knew it. That's why Teacher Zhang's gaze toward you held a hint of something else earlier. I thought you two knew each other already." Ma Yisheng gave a wry, helpless smile. "It's because we're too flashy, and we're too talented. Otherwise, how could Teacher Zhang possibly value us so highly? Damn this charm of mine that just won't stay put." Not knowing how to respond to Ma Yisheng's self-praise, Jiang Yumeng beside him rolled her eyes. "Cut it out, you two. Stop showing off. But I'm genuinely curious, if Coach Zhang kept inviting you too, would you still join the school basketball team?" Hearing Jiang Yumeng's question, Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng shook their heads in unison. Then Liang Qiu Feng gave a bitter smile. "Who has time for that? We'll probably be swamped with our own stuff every day. Besides, my ambitions lie elsewhere. I have no desire to sweat it out on the basketball court. Why put ourselves through that hassle? Having to follow someone else's rules wouldn't be much fun either." Ma Yisheng shrugged. "Yeah, and with all the stuff going on at my house every day, all I want to do after school is collapse at home. Then I have to sit through all the financial and company management lessons my parents force on me daily. Who has the energy for this?" Hearing this, Jiang Yumeng chuckled softly. Everyone understood that someone of Ma Yisheng's background, despite appearing glamorous on the surface, actually faced a mountain of responsibilities and challenges at home every day. He wasn't like them, children from ordinary families who only had to worry about their own futures. The weight of responsibility on Ma Yisheng's shoulders was undeniably frustrating and headache-inducing. Soon, the students resumed their 3-hour afternoon training session. Before they knew it, 5 p.m. arrived, and training finally ended. At the instructor's command, all the students immediately sat down on the ground. Rubbing their aching legs and sore arms, they groaned in unison. Before long, the drill instructor departed, and Counselor Gui Jixiang approached. He looked at the students sitting on the ground and chuckled. All right, no need to complain so much. When I was in college, things were much tougher than they are for you guys. We used to train at camps for 2 weeks straight, enduring wind and sun, rain or shine. Look at yourselves now, unable to endure this little bit of hardship. You should be ashamed to tell anyone about it. Alright, let's get down to specifics. Starting tomorrow, after 10 days of military training, we'll hold a half-day military training exhibition. We'll showcase our discipline and spirit in front of the entire faculty. After that, we'll have 2 days off. Then, on Monday, classes officially begin. Additionally, on Monday evening, we'll hold the Freshman Welcome Gala. Every class from every department within our college will sign up to participate, with no limit on the number of performances. This will be your chance to showcase your talents. I'm here today to ask if any of you would like to showcase your talents? If you have a performance, please sign up." Upon hearing the counselor's words, Liang Qiu Feng and the others glanced around. They could see that many students nearby were now wearing expressions of anticipation. But soon, that look of anticipation faded into boredom. Liang Qiu Feng smiled inwardly. He thought to himself that many students must be eager to perform on stage. But then he thought, maybe he didn't have the talent for it. Even if he got on stage, he'd probably just make a fool of himself. It seemed that after entering university, students weren't as eager to show off as before. Instead, they appeared somewhat resigned to mediocrity. Just then, Liang Qiu Feng suddenly noticed a flicker of anticipation in Jiang Yumeng's eyes. After a moment of hesitation, he asked curiously, "Honey, do you have any talents?" Hearing this, Jiang Yumeng hesitated slightly before looking down awkwardly.
The only thing I've ever loved since childhood is singing. Everything else is completely unremarkable. Oh? Liang Qiu Feng's expression brightened at her words. Before he could say anything else, the system's voice conveniently chimed in his mind. To dazzle the audience alongside your wife at the freshman gala, host must prepare thoroughly. Mission: perform with your wife Jiang Yumeng at the freshman gala to win the audience's applause. Reward for success: 5 million yuan. 10 bottles of gene potion. Failure reward: can't even manage this? We'll break your legs. For a moment, Liang Qiu Feng froze in surprise. He hadn't expected the system to suddenly assign him a task before he'd even had a chance to do anything. Had it immediately assigned a task? Wasn't this essentially forcing him to figure out a way to perform with Jiang Yumeng? Moreover, Liang Qiu Feng had no choice but to comply. Because the mission reward included gene potions. Well versed in the tropes of novels, how could he not know what that gene potion was? After pondering it, Liang Qiu Feng smiled faintly. He felt this was all too coincidental perfect timing. Jiang Yumeng could sing, while he himself had been tone deaf his entire life. Yet by completing the system's mission, he'd gained god-tier musical talent. Now, Liang Qiu Feng could flawlessly sing any song. Given that, he thought, he could perform a song with Jiang Yumeng. With a chuckle, Liang Qiu Feng looked at her and said, "Honey, how about we put on a little show together?" Ha! 104 A lifetime of bitterness. Seeking gold tickets. Ha! Jiang Yumeng's expression turned slightly awkward and conflicted upon hearing this. After hesitating for a long time, she pointed at herself and asked, "Is it really okay for the two of us to perform together?" Liang Qiu Feng nodded confidently. "Why not? You look like you're dying to get up on stage and let your light shine brightly, don't you?" Hearing this, Jiang Yumeng's expression shifted slightly. She did love singing and performing. It was a way to express her personality. But years of self-doubt had made her hesitant to step forward. Before she could say anything else, Liang Qiu Feng noticed the conflict in her eyes and chuckled. All right. If you want to sing, why not just do it? How about we sign up for a performance together?" Before Jiang Yumeng could respond, Liang Qiu Feng stood up and raised his hand. Up front, Counselor Koenigsegg noticed Liang Qiu Feng's action and looked slightly surprised. Then he chuckled and asked, "What's up, student? If I recall correctly, your name is Liang Qiu Feng, right?" The latter chuckled, stood up, and said, "Teacher, Jiang Yumeng and I plan to perform a song. We'll sing a song. As for which song, we can report that to you later, okay?" The moment Liang Qiu Feng mentioned performing, a delighted expression instantly spread across Koenigseg's face. He had been somewhat worried. Every year, when departments submitted performances, each class was actually required to register 1 or 2 acts. Otherwise, a class with no performances would seem too monotonous, and the school administration wouldn't approve it. So the counselor had been considering forcing everyone to register 2 acts, even if it meant a mass choir. After all, wasn't that the most versatile program choice, whether in high school or any other time? Fortunately, Liang Qiu Feng raised his hand to volunteer a performance, finally allowing Koenigsegg to breathe a sigh of relief. He chuckled, "All right, noted. You and Jiang Yumeng will perform together then." Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng gave a slight smile and said nothing more. Beside him, Jiang Yumeng's eyes still held a trace of conflict. Seeing Liang Qiu Feng forcefully sign her up for the performance, she knew any protests would be futile. Truthfully, Jiang Yumeng also yearned to sing on stage. Whether her voice was beautiful or not, at least it would be her own performance. This was her chance to shine. Who wouldn't want to radiate brilliance on stage? Who wouldn't crave the spotlight? After a moment, Jiang Yumeng looked at Liang Qiu Feng and said with emotion, "Feng, thank you." Liang Qiu Feng smiled. "It's nothing. Getting to perform on stage is an opportunity to showcase yourself. No need for thanks." Before Liang Qiu Feng could say anything else, Jiang Yumeng slowly spoke up from the side, "But, can you sing?" "Ha?" Liang Qiu Feng froze for a moment before giving a helpless shrug. "Sing? Drop the if part. Your husband here? When it comes to singing, I'd say I'm second to none in this world. Nobody dares claim first place." Put. Hearing this, Jiang Yumeng rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Blow it out your ear. You? If your singing was really that good, what would you do?" Watching Jiang Yumeng stumble over her words, Liang Qiu Feng felt a surge of amusement. A curious smile spread across his lips as he spoke. "If my singing really is that good, what would you do?" Jiang Yumeng hesitated slightly. After a moment, she pouted and said irritably, "If you really sing that well, I'll call you husband 3 times. Deal? Deal." Liang Qiu Feng burst into laughter at her words. "You said it, not because I forced you. Then, my dear husband, I'll let you experience my singing skills firsthand." Seeing Liang Qiu Feng so confident, Jiang Yumeng felt a pang of unease. She wondered, could he actually be that good? If he really is talented, then I'll have to call him husband, won't I? The thought of calling Liang Qiu Feng husband made Jiang Yumeng's face flush instantly. But before she could react, Ma Yisheng stood up beside her, raised his hand, and spoke up.
Teacher, since everyone seems hesitant to sign up as class monitor, I should lead by example.
I happened to learn piano when I was young, so how about I play a piano piece for everyone?
At the mention of such a sophisticated and elegant performance, Wei Jixiang's face lit up with delight.
Soon, some classmates nearby couldn't help but start murmuring. Goodness gracious, young Master Ma, he's actually going to play the piano? Wow, I'm getting more and more excited. Yeah. Remember when young Master Ma splurged on a grand piano on the school playground to play for everyone? He even confessed to Jiang Yumeng right there.
I saw it all clearly.
You gotta admit, Ma Xiao's piano skills are legit.
Exactly. I'm getting more and more excited to see what kind of performance young Master Ma will bring us.
As everyone chatted on and on,
Ma Yisheng suddenly seemed to remember something. His face twisted in conflict as he turned to Liang Qiu Feng and spoke up.
Wait a minute. Liang Qiu Feng, you and Jiang Yumeng are performing a song. You're not planning to accompany yourselves on piano, are you?
Liang Qiu Feng heard this and couldn't help but laugh helplessly. What?
Young Master Ma, if Jiang Yumeng and I were to accompany ourselves on piano, would you find that unsatisfactory?
Damn it. Perhaps it was because he was too familiar with Liang Qiu Feng, or maybe it was just the relaxed atmosphere among everyone. Upon hearing this, Ma Yisheng shot him a disapproving glare before retorting, if you take the stage to play piano, what the hell am I supposed to perform? Everyone knows how good you are at piano. If I play with you, and we perform one after the other, wouldn't that just be setting myself up for embarrassment?
Ha.
Liang Qiu Feng gave a helpless chuckle.
Relax, I don't play piano.
I'm just accompanying Yumeng for a song, that's all. Hearing this, Ma Yisheng finally let out a long sigh of relief. After all, he had witnessed Liang Qiu Feng's piano skills firsthand. Such formidable talent had left him utterly in awe. How could he possibly agree to share the stage with Liang Qiu Feng for a piano performance?
That would be asking to be humiliated. 105 Liang Qiu Feng. You're picking on me.
Please vote. Jiang Yumeng, standing nearby, chuckled softly.
Now, young Master Ma, there's no need to be so anxious.
Besides, even if Feng plays the piano, it won't affect you in the slightest. You'll still be able to showcase your own charm, won't you? Ma Yisheng shot her a disgruntled glance and retorted, you have no idea how formidable Liang Qiu Feng's piano skills are in the eyes of us pianists. His level is among the world's top-tier artists. If I ever run into a few piano connoisseurs at school, people who've studied it since childhood, I'd lose all face.
Jiang Yumeng looked slightly puzzled. Is Feng really that good?
Ma Yisheng replied with a sigh, he's incredibly skilled. Well, at least our performance pieces don't overlap, so we don't have to worry about that anymore. Liang Qiu Feng watched the scene unfold beside them and chuckled. He hadn't expected signing up for a program could scare Ma Yisheng this much. But he also knew full well that his piano skills were truly among the best in the world. It was understandable that Ma Yisheng would be so intimidated. Finally, Counselor Gui Jixian let out a sigh of relief. This year, it seemed he wouldn't have to worry about securing performances for the welcome gala. Every freshman orientation left him feeling particularly frustrated, as many students simply refused to perform and showcase their talents. Fortunately, this year he had exceeded the school's requirement of 1 or 2 performances. After another round of inquiries confirmed no one else intended to perform, he nodded.
In that case, that's settled. Everyone can go about their business.
However, Liang Qiu Feng, Jiang Yumeng, and Ma Yisheng, you 3 stay behind. The other students nodded in agreement and began to leave. Some headed back to their dorms, others to the cafeteria, while a few simply savored their rare moments of free time. This was a feeling unique to university life, something they'd never experienced in high school. Gui Jixiang then approached Liang Qiu Feng and the other 2, smiling as he said, well done, students.
I'm very pleased. You've shown yourselves so freely and fully.
I hope you'll all shine brightly at the upcoming welcome gala.
Don't disappoint your teacher.
Also, on the first floor of Building 3 is our college's music area.
There are many small private rooms there for your use.
Feel free to go there for rehearsals, everything you need is available. However, there are only 2 rooms with pianos, so Ma Yisheng, you might have to find one yourself. Upon hearing this, Ma Yisheng, Liang Qiu Feng, and the others nodded in agreement. With that, Wei Jixiang departed, informing them he would collect the performance roster on the final day of military training. With that, Liang Qiu Feng stood up and stretched.
Ma Yisheng, curious, asked from the side, hey, what are you guys planning to do next?
Liang Qiu Feng chuckled, glancing at Jiang Yumeng before teasing, my wife said she wants to see how good my singing is.
If it's really nice, she'll agree to call me husband. Oh my.
Chen Dongming chimed in teasingly from the side, you 2 are so shy about calling each other husband and wife.
How about I do it? I'll call you husband, what do you think?
Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng nearly choked on his drink. He shot Ma Yisheng a withering glare and even kicked him hard enough to send him flying. Jiang Yumeng watched the scene unfold, clutching her stomach and giggling uncontrollably. Liang Qiu Feng then turned to ask, what about you? What are your plans? Want to practice too?
Ma Yisheng shook his head. No way.
My piano skills, while nowhere near as monstrously good as yours, are pretty solid.
No need for grueling practice. Might as well go shoot some hoops instead.
My dad's out today anyway, so I can hit up the courts near campus and enjoy myself.
Hearing Ma Yisheng's response, Liang Qiu Feng didn't press him further.
After briefly chatting with Chen Dongming, Tang Xan, and Zhang Huanuan, Liang Qiu Feng grabbed Jiang Yumeng's hand and headed straight for the first floor of Building 3. Jiang Yumeng shot him a disapproving look along the way.
Why the rush? Liang Qiu Feng chuckled. How could I not be impatient? I've been waiting every day for my wife to call me husband. Now that I finally have this chance and she'll say it 3 times, how could I possibly miss it? Jiang Yumeng sighed in resignation but followed him as they walked toward the distance. Before long, they arrived at the first floor of Building 3. After circling around, they finally found a practice room. It was well equipped with various musical instruments and even small karaoke systems, making it quite comprehensive. It must be said, Beijing University's recreational facilities for students were truly extraordinary. At the same time, Liang Qiu Feng felt fortunate to have acquired god-tier musical talent, which gave him a natural proficiency with all these instruments. So while Jiang Yumeng stood by confused, Liang Qiu Feng handled everything with ease and familiarity. He then casually selected a popular song of the moment and began singing after a brief pause. Watching Liang Qiu Feng perform with such earnestness, Jiang Yumeng couldn't help but feel her heart race. She wondered, could Liang Qiu Feng actually sing? If so, wouldn't she really have to call him husband then? After all, when had she ever called Liang Qiu Feng husband in front of him during all this time? Her heart fluttered with embarrassment. The thought of Liang Qiu Feng actually singing well, and the prospect of having to call him husband soon, made Jiang Yumeng's cheeks flush slightly. Finally, Liang Qiu Feng began to sing. But when Jiang Yumeng heard his singing, she couldn't help but freeze in surprise. His singing was truly exquisite even to Jiang Yumeng. It felt like a heavenly melody she rarely encountered. His vocal delivery and the way he conveyed every emotion were so perfect, it felt like he was the original singer, or at least, he was every bit as good. And so, with Jiang Yumeng staring in utter astonishment, Liang Qiu Feng finally finished the song. He turned to look at Jiang Yumeng, who was still gaping in astonishment. Then, Liang Qiu Feng waved a hand in front of her face and said with a teasing expression, "Well, my dear wife, shouldn't you properly call me husband now?" "Oh, no. 3 times. Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's words, Jiang Yumeng finally snapped out of her daze. Her eyes betrayed a deep sense of conflict, and her helplessness was palpable. She shot Liang Qiu Feng a disapproving glare. "You just love picking on me." 106 Daughter's reaction after time traveling, tear-jerking, please vote. Liang Qiu Feng immediately took offense at her words. "Hey, honey, what's that supposed to mean? How am I bullying you? You agreed to it yourself just now that if I sang well, you'd call me husband, right? I didn't force you at all. Why are you suddenly blaming me?" Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's words, Jiang Yumeng finally realized she'd been tricked by him. She glared at him and retorted, "Oh, so you've always known how to sing and sing beautifully at that. Have you been deceiving me this whole time? This is bullying me." Liang Qiu Feng chuckled. "Hey, now that's a bit much. I'm not that great at singing either. It just happened to be the perfect moment, didn't it? Like, it was meant for you." Suddenly, Jiang Yumeng shot him a disdainful glare. Then, she sank into deep turmoil. Liang Qiu Feng, however, waited nearby with keen interest. After a long moment, Jiang Yumeng's face flushed crimson. She murmured softly, "Husband." Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng shouted, "What did you say? I didn't catch that." Jiang Yumeng rolled her eyes but still whispered, "Husband." Finally, Liang Qiu Feng smiled, feeling exceptionally pleased. Truth be told, he wasn't simply trying to tease Jiang Yumeng. He just felt that this kind of flirtation between them was actually quite pleasant. After that, Jiang Yumeng called out honey 3 more times before Liang Qiu Feng finally let it go. Now, seeing Jiang Yumeng's face flushed like a red apple, Liang Qiu Feng knew that pushing her further might ruin the playful mood. With a sigh of relief, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly. "Alright, my dear wife, what song do you plan to sing?" Hearing this, Jiang Yumeng hesitated slightly before finally focusing her thoughts on the performance for the welcome party. After a moment's thought, she suggested, "How about Summer Blown by the Wind?" Hearing her suggestion, Liang Qiu Feng recalled the song in his mind. With the system's abilities, a vast and formidable music library had long been imprinted in his mind. Whether domestic or international, he could effortlessly perform any song. And this Summer Blown by the Wind was a classic duet love song, quite suitable for a couple like them to sing together. Liang Qiu Feng nodded in agreement. Once they settled on the song, they decided to practice it 2 or 3 times. Liang Qiu Feng figured that since military training had just begun these past couple of days, they weren't too exhausted yet, giving them time to practice together. Once the daily training intensity increased, they might not have the energy to come here for practice. Better to get it done now. They found the instrumental track for Summer Blown by the Wind and began practicing their harmonies. After singing it 2 or 3 times in a row, everything finally fell into place. They both let out a long sigh of relief. Jiang Yumeng looked at Liang Qiu Feng and chuckled, "Feng, it's so wonderful. No matter what I do, you always support me. You even stay by my side. I feel truly blessed. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly. What's the big deal? After all, you're my wife. If I don't stand by you, who else would I stand by? Alright, it's getting late. We should head back. Our daughter is probably starving at home waiting for us. Jiang Yumeng nodded. Alright, let's hurry back. But it'd be best if they ate first without waiting for us. I'd feel terrible if our daughter got hungry. Liang Qiu Feng agreed, then pulled out his phone to call their nanny, Shenwan. The call connected quickly. Shenwan chuckled and said, Oh, Xiao Feng, what's up? Is something wrong? Liang Qiu Feng chuckled, Auntie Shen, have you guys eaten yet? Shenwan replied, we were just about to eat. Do you want us to wait for you? No, Liang Qiu Feng waved his hands hurriedly. Auntie Shen, you go ahead and eat. No need to wait for us. The little one needs to maintain regular meals every day. If she skips meals, it won't be good for her health. Shenwan finally agreed. After exchanging a few more brief words, Liang Qiu Feng hung up. Jiang Yumeng exhaled deeply and said, Alright, then. We'll just grab a quick bite nearby. During this military training period, it seems impossible for us to be home on time every day to eat with our daughter. But once training ends and she starts school, we'll make sure to rush back after class every day to be with her. As she spoke, a hint of sadness flickered in Jiang Yumeng's eyes. You probably don't know this, but when our daughter first came to me, she was crying the entire time. I was completely flustered, utterly baffled as to why she'd become like this. After asking questions and piecing together the whole story, I finally learned that our daughter had been listening to us argue over trivial household matters every single day. She felt so hurt that she wanted to speak up and stop us, but she simply didn't have the courage. That's how she spent her childhood. Hearing all this back then, it really broke my heart. Hearing Jiang Yumeng's words, Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but feel saddened, his heart aching for his daughter beyond words. Just as his system had warned, being in his 30s with nothing to show for it, constantly scrambling to handle every kind of problem anyone would struggle under such pressure, and Liang Qiu Feng was no exception. Fortunately, the system appeared at this moment. Of course, Liang Qiu Feng felt a bit helpless about the system's arrival. He was only 18 years old, yet the system had abruptly assigned him tasks so far ahead of schedule. But upon reflection, Liang Qiu Feng actually found it rather fortunate. At least now he possessed the means to resolve everything, so there was no need to dwell on the sadness. Liang Qiu Feng raised his hand to ruffle Jiang Yumeng's hair, smiling gently as he said, There. No need to be sad. The fact that our daughter could travel back in time from the future to find us is at least a good thing. Even though we don't have much time or energy to spend with her now, we do have money. Our daughter won't have to face us every day with that headache anymore, whether it's about the school district housing or other issues. 107 emergency help? Ma Yisheng's in trouble? Seeking gold tickets. Jiang Yumeng nodded. Yes, but I really can't figure it out. Liang Qiu Feng, how did you come by so much money? Is it really just from your successful business ventures, as you claim? Liang Qiu Feng chuckled. Do you really think I'd deceive you about something like this? Jiang Yumeng shook her head. She was genuinely curious about how Liang Qiu Feng had amassed such wealth. But since Liang Qiu Feng kept insisting it came from business ventures, lottery wins, and other such reasons, even if she wanted to press further, she knew it would be futile. With no other choice, Jiang Yumeng had to accept his explanation. So they agreed to grab a quick bite nearby before heading home. Just then, Liang Qiu Feng's phone rang. Picking it up, she saw it was Ma Yisheng calling. Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but feel curious. He turned to look at Jiang Yumeng, informed her it was Ma Yisheng calling, and then answered the call. Hello? Young Master Ma, what's up? Why are you calling me at this hour? However, Ma Yisheng's tone sounded off on the other end. Ma Yisheng spoke up. I've run into some trouble here. Could you come over and help me out? What kind of trouble? Liang Qiu Feng asked. Ma Yisheng, with your status and standing at school, someone actually has the nerve to cause you trouble? Who is this person? They're pretty bold. Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's words, there was a noticeable pause on the other end, as if he felt awkward. After a moment, Ma Yisheng finally spoke up. Actually, it's about basketball. Liang Qiu Feng grew even more curious and asked what was going on. Ma Yisheng sighed helplessly. After saying goodbye to you two, I headed over to the basketball court to shoot some hoops. Well, I got into a bit of a conflict with some sophomore basketball players here. Now they're refusing to let it go, demanding I apologize to them. Besides, this whole thing has nothing to do with me. It wasn't my fault. Why should I apologize to them? They just wouldn't let it go. So we ended up making a bet, a 3-on-3 basketball game, to settle it. If I win, they have to apologize properly and treat me with respect from now on. If I lose, I'll just avoid them whenever I see them. Hearing Ma Yisheng recount this, Liang Qiu Feng clutched his stomach and burst into laughter. Hearing his laughter, Ma Yisheng snapped back irritably. Enough already. Stop laughing at me right now, okay? I'm nearly furious with them. Fine, Liang Qiu Feng sighed, rolling his eyes. Since young Master Ma's been humiliated, I'll help you save face and get revenge. Where are you guys? We're. Ma Yisheng answered without hesitation, at the basketball court southeast of our department. Hurry over. They're getting impatient.
With that, Ma Yisheng hurriedly hung up the phone. Liang Qiu Feng tucked his phone away, letting out a wry, resigned laugh.
Alright, looks like we won't be heading back anytime soon.
Liang Qiu Feng had kept the call on speakerphone the entire time, so Jiang Yumeng had naturally heard everything. Jiang Yumeng chuckled softly beside him.
Who would have thought there's someone who can actually get the better of Ma Yisheng?
Liang Qiu Feng sighed and said, I guess Ma Yisheng doesn't want to stir up trouble, so he's trying to resolve it this way. Jiang Yumeng nodded, but cautioned, you can go, but be extremely careful.
Don't get into a fight with them. Watch your back and don't let them hurt you.
Liang Qiu Feng felt a warmth in his heart and responded earnestly. So the two stepped out of the classroom building and hurried toward the basketball court Ma Yisheng had mentioned.
A few minutes later, they finally arrived at the basketball court. As soon as they arrived, Liang Qiu Feng heard and saw Ma Yisheng waving frantically at him from a distance. As luck would have it, just then, the system voice in Liang Qiu Feng's mind sounded again. Even the top-tier god-tier rich guy needs to go the extra mile for friends. Task issued, help Ma Yisheng win the 3v3 basketball match. Reward for completion, divine tier dance master. 8 million yuan. Failure reward, Ma Yisheng's hatred reaches 100%. Become lifelong enemies. Endure his relentless targeting for the rest of your life. Ha!
Hearing the system's voice activate, Liang Qiu Feng instantly furrowed his brow, his lips twitching involuntarily. He never imagined the system would act up today. Not only had it assigned him 2 consecutive tasks, but the failure penalties were utterly infuriating. Either having his legs broken or becoming Ma Yisheng's lifelong sworn enemy, neither prospect was something Liang Qiu Feng wished to see. After all, he still wanted to live a healthy life free from illness and misfortune. Having his legs broken would be unbearably painful. And now, if he didn't help Ma Yisheng win this basketball game, he would be branded as Ma Yisheng's lifelong enemy. The thought alone sent a chill down Liang Qiu Feng's spine. After all, Ma Yisheng was famously known as the wealthiest young heir in the capital. With such status and connections, becoming his enemy would surely bring endless trouble in the future. Given Ma Yisheng's arrogant nature since childhood, he wouldn't let it go until Liang Qiu Feng was brought to his knees to beg for forgiveness. But Liang Qiu Feng gave a bitter smile. Fortunately, solving the predicament Ma Yisheng now faced wasn't particularly difficult for him. Possessing god-tier athletic talent, Liang Qiu Feng was already among the world's elite. Few could match his strength, let alone this group of mere college students. With a faint smile in his heart, Liang Qiu Feng responded to Ma Yisheng. Stepping closer, Ma Yisheng said, Bro, you finally showed up. You have no idea how these guys keep pushing their luck. It's really getting to me. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled helplessly beside him. Hey, Ma, with your status and connections in the capital, why put up with this? Why not just reveal who you are? Hearing this, Ma Yisheng scratched his head awkwardly. Well, to be honest, there's a tiny bit of fault on my part too. Just a tiny bit. As he spoke, Ma Yisheng pinched 2 fingers together, mimicking the gesture of losing a certain country's market. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled and asked curiously, what's that supposed to mean? A tiny bit? What exactly happened? Only then did Ma Yisheng begin to explain. 108 The whole story, just warming up? Seeking gold tickets. It turned out that when Ma Yisheng had come over to play basketball earlier, he and a group of classmates had been playing 3-on-3 streetball on the adjacent half-court. Coincidentally, the group now holding a grudge against Ma Yisheng had accidentally thrown their ball over to his court. They shouted at Ma Yisheng to return the ball. Ma Yisheng seemed to have kicked it instinctively, sending the ball flying straight across the court. It landed squarely on the shoulder of one of their players. This incident sparked the conflict between the two sides. Ma Yisheng kept insisting it wasn't intentional, but the other side wouldn't let it go, and a loud argument erupted. After hearing the whole story, Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes in exasperation. Wow, so that's how it went down. What's there to argue about? Ma Yisheng chuckled awkwardly. What can you do? I really did kick it out instinctively without thinking. Never imagined it would lead to an argument. But hey, they said they want to settle it with a 3-on-3 game. The winner decides who's right. Liang Qiu Feng nodded, understanding their plan. He looked up at the 3 sophomores across from him and said, Seniors, my buddy didn't mean it. No need to be so aggressive, right? The sophomore showed no intention of giving Liang Qiu Feng any leeway, coldly retorting, Humph, that's irrelevant. Your pass was clearly off. Why shouldn't I speak up? Ma Yisheng stood awkwardly by, explaining, what could I do? I was holding our basketball at the time. I could only kick it back to you guys. I never expected it to hit someone. The sophomore scoffed. Enough with the excuses. Hey, kid, you're not chickening out, are you? Afraid to face us in a match? If you're scared, just apologize properly. We'll forget the whole thing and pretend it never happened. How about it? Ma Yisheng frowned but shook his head. No way. Apologize? I don't see what I did wrong. You guys were the ones coming at me aggressively, spewing nothing but filth the whole time.
The sophomore retorted, "Hey, you're being ungrateful, aren't you? You refused the olive branch, so you deserve the punishment, right?" One sophomore couldn't hold back, charging forward and glaring at Ma Yisheng with fury, clearly ready to throw punches. Ma Yisheng stood his ground, glaring back with righteous indignation. As the situation threatened to erupt into a fight, Liang Qiu Feng stepped in as peacemaker, speaking slowly, all right, everyone. Since none of you are willing to back down, why don't we settle this with a contest? A contest? That suits me just fine." Liang Qiu Feng smiled slightly at the burly sophomore who looked like he played center. Ma Yisheng sighed beside him, looking apologetically at Liang Qiu Feng. "Bro, I'm really sorry. I never expected things to turn out like this today." Liang Qiu Feng shook his head. "It's fine. We're just stretching our legs anyway. If it comes down to it, we'll play basketball." With that, Liang Qiu Feng looked at the college student before him and said slowly, "All right then? Since neither of us is backing down, let's settle this by the rules of the basketball court. My buddy just told me it's a 3-on-3, right? Well, we'll need to find one more person on our side." The sophomore didn't say much more. Liang Qiu Feng glanced around. As luck would have it, he spotted Chen Dongming standing nearby. Curiosity piqued, Liang Qiu Feng waved at Chen Dongming and called out loudly, "Chen Dongming, do you know how to play basketball?" Chen Dongming had only come over to join the commotion. After everything he'd experienced with Ma Yisheng today, he was genuinely curious about the man. Of course, he wasn't the type to exploit Ma Yisheng for personal gain. He was simply curious about what life was like for the wealthy. That was his true motivation. Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's question, Chen Dongming pointed at himself and nodded. "I can play, but I'm not exactly great at it." Liang Qiu Feng shook his head. "No problem. Just know how to pass the ball. As long as you can pass, everything else is manageable." And so, Chen Dongming stepped forward. Liang Qiu Feng glanced at his own side, then looked at the three players in front of him. Indeed, there was a significant gap between them and this group of sophomore basketball team members. After all, they were professional athletes. The center was nearly 2 meters tall, and the other two were around 1.8 meters. Looking at his own side, Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng were both around 1.8 meters tall, while Chen Dongming was only about 1.75 meters. With such a height disparity, the odds of winning seemed slim indeed. Chen Dongming felt a twinge of awkwardness and nervously asked, "Liang Qiu Feng, are you really serious about me joining your basketball game? Look at how tall and burly they are. Competing against them, aren't we just asking to get crushed? If we lose, and Ma Yisheng blames me, I'll feel so guilty." Ma Yisheng casually waved it off, saying, "No worries. I was actually fretting about who'd win this match, but now that brother Liang Qiu Feng has joined us, I'm not worried at all." Chen Dongming was left utterly bewildered by Ma Yisheng's words, unable to fathom their meaning. Liang Qiu Feng, however, gave a bitter smile. However, at that very moment, the minor altercation, coupled with Ma Yisheng's status, naturally drew the attention of many onlookers. "Hey, look! Isn't that Ma Yisheng and Liang Qiu Feng? What are they doing playing basketball again?" "Yeah, remember that incident between Ma Yisheng and Liang Qiu Feng a couple days ago? They were playing on this very court, and Liang Qiu Feng crushed him 21-2. Holy cow, it still blows my mind that guy is just too strong." "Yeah, but looks like this time it's Ma Yisheng having a run-in with the sophomore varsity basketball team. What's going on? Tell me all about it, I've got plenty of data." As the surrounding students recounted the events, everyone suddenly understood what had just happened. Immediately, a buzz of discussion erupted among the students, with some even starting to speculate on who would win today's match. 109 versus the school team? Who'll win? Seeking gold tickets. If you ask me, Ma Yisheng's team is probably going to win today. When Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng played before, his basketball skills were insane, way beyond what most of you realize. Yeah. Back then, Liang Qiu Feng's three-pointers were nothing short of magical, and he even showed off his dunking skills. Just thinking about it gets me pumped. I'm sure Liang Qiu Feng will win today. I honestly can't think of any reason why he'd lose. I'm not so sure. Remember, the opposing team is the sophomore varsity squad. Even if they're not great, they shouldn't be completely outmatched by Liang Qiu Feng's group. They've competed in the school league, after all. Sure, Ma Yisheng played basketball before and was captain of his high school team, but he was only in high school. The gap between those levels is huge. Exactly. I agree with you. No matter how skilled Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng are, they might not be able to beat those tall varsity players. And did you see the tallest one? That guy's Guorue. Don't let his sophomore status fool you, he completely dominated every player on the varsity team back in his freshman year. With that height, he's a solid center. The sheer power he displayed against those players back then was astonishing. A group of students around them began murmuring in agreement. Ma Yisheng felt a twinge of awkwardness, his expression shifting to one of genuine concern. He looked at Liang Qiu Feng with curiosity and asked, "Bro, do you think this is a good idea? You heard what they were saying, right? They're all saying I've messed with someone from the Capital University basketball team. From the looks of it, they're pretty formidable. Do you think we stand a chance?" Liang Qiu Feng shrugged. Even if we can't win, what else can we do? We'll just have to grit our teeth and go for it.
He turned to Ma Yisheng with a helpless look. Man, you really know how to get yourself into trouble.
Why did you have to go and stir up such a big mess? Ma Yisheng chuckled.
From Liang Qiu Feng's words, he sensed a confidence he hadn't expected. A weight lifted from his chest. As long as you're confident, bro, I'm not worried.
Let's go crush them then. Ha? Beat us? Did I hear that right?
What kind of hellish joke is this? As soon as Ma Yisheng finished speaking, Guo Rui and the others across from him burst into derisive laughter. Their eyes brimmed with scorn. Guo Rui then fixed Ma Yisheng with a cold stare, letting out a hollow laugh before speaking.
Hey, Ma Yisheng, aren't you being a bit too cocky and overconfident? I hear you're supposedly the richest young heir in the capital, right? So what if you are?
On this basketball court, skill is king.
I'd love to see what you've got to challenge me with your status. Your arrogant wealth? If that's the case, I'll concede defeat right now. Guo Rui's taunt drew loud laughter from his teammates surrounding him. Hearing this, a hint of displeasure flashed across Ma Yisheng's face.
Liang Qiu Feng shook his head as he listened. Seems like people always forget their place around young Master Ma. How blind they are.
Ma Yisheng shrugged. What can I do? I'm innocent here, okay?
Liang Qiu Feng, you've got to take my side on this. Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng sighed helplessly. I can stand up for you, but why are you acting like a little winner?
What's the deal? It's like someone's been bullying you.
Ma Yisheng shot him a withering glare at that. Jiang Yumeng, however, covered her mouth and giggled quietly on the sidelines. And so, Ma Yisheng, Liang Qiu Feng, and Chen Dongming finally made their way onto the basketball court. Still clad in their military training uniforms, they stood starkly contrasted against the three basketball team members across from them. A growing crowd of students gathered around, watching the unfolding scene with keen curiosity. As the saying goes, spectators never shy away from a spectacle. Everyone was shouting loudly. Freshmen cheered for Liang Qiu Feng and his peers, while upperclassmen, some who'd come to watch the spectacle, others who'd arrived earlier to play basketball, roared for the senior basketball team. After all, who came here without loving basketball? The Capital University basketball team consistently achieved strong results in various intercollegiate leagues each year, naturally earning the admiration of many, including numerous female students from the university. Now, seeing Guo Rui and his team stride forward, they raised their voices in cheers, rallying their support.
Go Guo Rui! I'm rooting for you guys to win. Exactly. Who do these cocky freshmen think they are, questioning our school team's skills?
They should look at Guo Rui. He joined the varsity team as a freshman and earned the respect of so many players.
Anyone thinking they could beat him in a game is laughable. Go on, teach them a lesson, they're way too arrogant.
As the crowd cheered relentlessly, Liang Qiu Feng shrugged and glanced at Ma Yisheng.
Seems your popularity isn't exactly sky high either. Clearly, they're not betting on you. Ma Yisheng's mouth twitched.
He seemed to be growing accustomed to Liang Qiu Feng's teasing.
Soon, the cheers erupted again. Liang Qiu Feng, Ma Yisheng, Chen Dongming, go! Liang Qiu Feng can't lose. Ma Yisheng, step it up. Hearing the voices, the trio turned to see Jiang Yumeng had appeared at the edge of the court.
Beside her stood her roommates, Tang Xian and Zhang Huanhuan.
Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but feel puzzled. Didn't Zhang Huanhuan and Tang Xian already go back? Why are they here now?
It turned out they had indeed gone back, but Tang Xian had happened to overhear an argument between Ma Yisheng and the sophomore basketball team members in the freshman group chat. Having become somewhat acquainted with Ma Yisheng after yesterday's meal, they decided to hurry over to see what was happening. As luck would have it, upon arriving, they witnessed Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng's appearance and joined the group once more. As the two of them cheered loudly, the other freshmen quickly caught on, shouting encouragement for their respective sides. Hearing the growing chorus of encouragement, Liang Qiu Feng's confidence soared. 1-10 the match begins. Start with a three-pointer. Seeking gold tickets. With a chuckle, he turned to face the sophomore team, fixing his gaze on Guo Rui at the front. Shrugging, Liang Qiu Feng said, Senior, since we have a bet on the line, let's go over the rules. Hope everyone sticks to them. Guo Rui nodded and explained, the rules are simple, 3-on-3 pickup basketball, half-court game. First to 21 points wins. Scoring is standard 3 points for a three-pointer, 2 points for a field goal, and 1 point for a free throw. Upon hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng gave his approval. This was identical to the rules he'd used when playing basketball with Ma Yisheng before, so he didn't need to think about it much. In fact, this straightforward basketball matchup made Liang Qiu Feng feel he could finally let loose and play to his heart's content. Ma Yisheng walked alongside, rubbing his wrist before asking, so who's shooting first? Guo Rui responded with a confident, cool smile, you guys go first. As the new freshman juniors, isn't it only right to give you the courtesy? Fine, Ma Yisheng laughed heartily. Senior, you said it, we get the first serve. If you lose later, don't try to use that as an excuse and deny it. Ha ha ha. As Ma Yisheng's words fell, Guo Rui and the others froze for a moment. Then they exchanged glances and burst into laughter, their eyes brimming with mockery. Ma Yisheng, I ask you.
Did you grow up as some spoiled rich kid and think you're invincible? Or are you just this arrogant? I know you were captain of your high school basketball team, but you can't be so delusional as to think you can take us on without a second thought. Do you even realize how huge the gap is between high school and college? Do you seriously think this is still some high school game? That your measly skills could take us on? Let me tell you, apologizing today is inevitable. Alright. Ma Yisheng scratched his ear lazily. Stop trying to outtalk me here. If you think you can win, then show us what you've got. I hope you don't disappoint me. As he spoke, Ma Yisheng reached out and took the basketball from Guo Rui, who handed it over with a look of displeasure. Immediately after, Guo Rui on the opposite side let out a cold, mocking laugh. At that moment, Ma Yisheng felt his earlier worries melt away. If Liang Qiu Feng hadn't shown up, Ma Yisheng might have genuinely worried about losing this game. He didn't care about being mocked, but he refused to apologize to them. This was a matter of his pride. Having endured so much throughout his life, when had Ma Yisheng ever been mocked so relentlessly by others? That was precisely why Ma Yisheng had sought out Liang Qiu Feng for assistance to thoroughly dampen the arrogance of Guo Rui and his crew. With that, Ma Yisheng took the basketball and dribbled it twice in place. Guo Rui had already closed in front of him, spreading his massive 2-meter wingspan arms to lock down Ma Yisheng. His voice dripped with relentless sarcasm. You know what? This so-called crown prince of Beijing's richest heir isn't all that. Still stuck on this court, getting mocked by me, huh? I honestly can't fathom where you get your confidence. Let me tell you, this isn't your home turf. Since you've come here, you'd better focus on your studies. Basketball? That's not something you get to touch. Don't think that because you made a few shots and played a few games in high school, you can act like you're above everyone else. You'll never measure up to me. And I heard from our PE teacher, I think that they're planning to invite you to join our school's basketball team, Ma Yisheng? I honestly can't fathom what qualifications you possibly have to be invited. Today, I'll see just how good you really are. Listening to Guo Rui's frenzied taunts, Ma Yisheng finally understood. He had been puzzled earlier, wondering why Guo Rui would mock him so viciously. It all came down to that PE teacher, Zhang Guanjue. During military training that day, when he and Liang Qiu Feng saw that PE teacher, Zhang Guanjue, he kept coming over to them, all for the purpose of inviting them to join the school basketball team. However, both Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng, for their own reasons, showed little interest and naturally declined the offer. Unexpectedly, when Zhang Guanjue publicized this invitation around campus, Guo Rui, the sophomore basketball team captain, likely felt slighted by the perceived lack of respect. That was probably why he harbored some resentment toward the two of them. Ma Yisheng turned to Liang Qiu Feng, curiosity in his voice. Brother Feng, did you hear what he said? The captain mentioned something about Coach Zhang. But I recall Coach Zhang invited you too, and it seemed earlier than when he invited me. Liang Qiu Feng, who was about to reach for the ball nearby, twitched his lips at that moment. Damn it, he could see right through it now. Ma Yisheng was dragging him into this mess too. Finally, he rolled his eyes in exasperation and snapped, Can you just chill out, kid? It's one thing for you to be mocked or looked down on, but why drag me into this mess? Ma Yisheng burst into laughter. What can I do? We're brothers, aren't we? Brothers are supposed to share both the good times and the bad, right? Perhaps because they'd grown closer over the past few days, their conversation had become more relaxed. What kind of person was he back in high school? How did he treat his friends then? And what kind of person was he now? Liang Qiu Feng flipped him off and teased, You're way too cocky, kid. You're gonna lose a good friend like me. Ah, no, Ma Yisheng chuckled. I was just joking. With that, Ma Yisheng tossed the basketball straight at him. Guo Rui across from them wore a look of exasperation. Hey, you two, have you had enough of this? Are you seriously trying to stall for time with this nonsense? If that's the case, you're making yourselves look pretty pathetic. True, Ma Yisheng chuckled. Stalling is a good tactic, but not for us. We just didn't expect you to be so confident and arrogant. Then, Ma Yisheng declared confidently, Once my brother catches that ball, there won't be any left for you guys. What? Guo Rui froze for a moment, instinctively looking up to see Liang Qiu Feng already catching the ball. A sudden, inexplicable sense of foreboding gripped Guo Rui's heart. Then, as shock washed over him, Liang Qiu Feng finally lifted the ball and raised his hand for a jump shot. From beyond the three-point line, Liang Qiu Feng released a floater. Instantly, the ball arced beautifully toward the basket ahead. Oh no! In that split second, Guo Rui's heart was seized by a sense of impending doom. But by the time the feeling hit him, it was already too late. The ball Liang Qiu Feng had floated toward the rim swished through the net. Swoosh! It went in. 111 path to death. Guo Rui's gaze. Please vote. Ma Yisheng chuckled beside him. Hey, focus, buddy. We've got a bet going here, this is a game, after all. If you lose because of this, don't come crying to me that you weren't taking it seriously. I won't accept that excuse. Guo Rui's expression froze upon hearing this. His brows furrowed as he pondered for a moment before letting out a cold laugh. Poof. I reckon you're just riding a streak of luck. Don't think scoring one goal means you've won the game. Watch your tongue, the wind might blow it away.
Hearing this, Ma Yisheng burst into laughter, his mood now beyond description. Quickly, Guo Rui waved to his two teammates. One tossed the basketball over and it landed directly in his hands. This was the rule of 3-on-3 basketball. Unlike a full court game, the ball didn't need to traverse the entire court. As long as the ball handler stepped beyond the three-point line with the ball, it counted as a successful possession change. Guo Rui dribbled the ball in place, his eyes fixed intently on Ma Yisheng.
An inexplicable sense of foreboding had crept into Guo Rui's mind. He wondered, was letting Liang Qiu Feng escape that shot just luck, or did he actually have the skills? Simultaneously, his mind flashed back to the earlier conversation between Ma Yisheng and Liang Qiu Feng. It seemed Ma Yisheng had mentioned that their PE teacher had even invited Liang Qiu Feng, but both had declined the teacher's invitation. This revelation was truly hard for Guo Rui to believe. After all, Guo Rui had genuinely harbored strong resentment toward Ma Yisheng. This stemmed from the fact that since entering university, he had joined the school basketball team. With such experience and formidable skills, Guo Rui had always maintained a strong sense of pride. It was precisely this fierce pride that made him unwilling and unable to accept anyone challenging his status on the basketball team. When Zhang Guanjue announced he would invite someone to join their team, every player present was utterly astonished. No one could have imagined Zhang Guanjue would proactively invite a freshman to join the basketball squad. This alone proved the newcomer's extraordinary talent. It was precisely after hearing these words that Guo Rui felt intense anger toward Ma Yisheng. Of course, a sliver of rationality remained in his mind. This clarity stemmed from his belief that since his teacher had invited Ma Yisheng, the latter must possess extraordinary abilities far beyond what Guo Rui had imagined. But now he learned that Zhang Guanjue had also invited Liang Qiu Feng? Did that mean Liang Qiu Feng's strength was also not to be underestimated? It was precisely this formidable strength that stirred a hint of caution within Guo Rui's heart. He thought to himself, Liang Qiu Feng's display of skill earlier probably wasn't just simple luck. He must possess formidable strength to have sunk that basketball into the net with such pinpoint accuracy. The thought filled Guo Rui with a sudden wave of caution. But just then, Ma Yisheng chuckled and said, "Hey buddy, you gotta stay focused when you're playing basketball. My buddy just sank an uncontested three-pointer right through the hoop. Now you're about to lose the ball in your hands too." "What?" Guo Rui exclaimed in shock upon hearing Ma Yisheng's words. But just then, he suddenly heard rapid footsteps approaching from the side. Turning his head, he saw Liang Qiu Feng, who had sprinted over like the wind at some unknown moment, instantly appearing before him. Guo Rui looked down and saw Liang Qiu Feng's hand shoot forward. Like a fish in water, it touched the basketball in his hands in an instant. The ball was snatched cleanly into Liang Qiu Feng's grasp. In that instant, Guo Rui's eyes widened in disbelief at Liang Qiu Feng's movement, and the basketball vanished from his grasp. He then watched as Liang Qiu Feng, having secured the ball, stepped beyond the three-point line, completing the exchange of possession. Guo Rui's heart tightened instantly. At this moment, his suspicions about Liang Qiu Feng were confirmed beyond doubt. He could now clearly see that Liang Qiu Feng possessed genuine skill, not the trivial ability he had previously underestimated, dismissing him as someone who couldn't even play basketball. At the same time, Guo Rui finally understood why Ma Yisheng, under his taunts and pressure, had chosen to call Liang Qiu Feng for help. Just then, Guo Rui bellowed, "Stop him!" Defense! Hearing Guo Rui's shout, the two players guarding the paint under the basket rushed out. They had even forgotten to rotate for help defense. But by then, it was already too late. A faint smile touched Liang Qiu Feng's lips. He dribbled once in place, then leaped into the air, releasing the ball with both hands. The ball traced a beautiful arc through the air, swishing through the net in an instant. Another hollow three-pointer. Boom! A single stone sent ripples across 1,000 waves. As the ball swished through the net and bounced repeatedly on the court, the entire crowd erupted into a frenzy. A group of students stared in astonishment. No one could have imagined that today's conflict between Ma Yisheng and Guo Rui, the sophomore basketball team captain, would culminate in such a dramatic conclusion. To be honest, most people already had their own judgment about who was right or wrong in this matter. The bulk of the blame fell on Guo Rui. It was Guo Rui who, while playing against his opponents, had become irritable after they scored a basket. In a fit of frustration, he had thrown the ball away, only for it to land near Ma Yisheng. In turn, Ma Yisheng instinctively kicked the ball back, only to strike one of his own teammates. Thus, the root cause of the incident ultimately lay with Guo Rui. His failure to control his own emotions had precipitated the final outcome. Therefore, in their view, many still hope to see Ma Yisheng win the game, unwilling to witness Guo Rui mocking everyone so arrogantly. But just then, Liang Qiu Feng finally sank the shot through the net, bringing the score to 6 o'clock. The crowd erupted in cheers. Spectators along the sidelines jumped up and down with excitement, shouting, "Go Liang Qiu Feng! Liang Qiu Feng, you're amazing!" Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng's lips instantly curved upward, and he chuckled softly. At that moment, Guo Rui also heard the shouts and turned his head.
When he saw Jiang Yumeng's stunningly beautiful face, so breathtakingly gorgeous that she seemed to radiate vitality from head to toe, his gaze couldn't help but freeze in a daze. Immediately, Guo Rui's eyes filled with a hint of desire.
Witnessing this scene, Liang Qiu Feng's heart darkened with gloom.
Liang Qiu Feng glared coldly at Guo Rui and snapped, "Buddy, my girlfriend isn't for your eyes to feast on. You better watch where you look." 112 The Divine Block returns. Brutal. Please vote. Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's words, Guo Rui frowned but still sneered sarcastically, "Your girlfriend? Bro, you don't think scoring 2 baskets makes you so cocky, do you? What? Is your girlfriend made of gold or silver? Can't anyone even glance at her?" A flash of anger surged through Liang Qiu Feng's heart. He was already deeply annoyed with Guo Rui. But just then, the opposing team regained possession and launched their third offensive. To be fair, Qin Dongming did have some basketball skills, but they weren't exceptional. Facing an opponent's drive, he instantly lost track of his position. Just then, Guo Rui stretched his arm out, standing under the basket waiting for a pass from his teammate. His teammates, having played alongside Guo Rui for some time, had developed a certain level of chemistry. Or perhaps it was simply because Guo Rui was the team captain. He thought to himself that he should try to curry favor with Guo Rui. Sure enough, he passed the ball again. Guo Rui immediately spun his back to the basket, preparing to slam it home. He couldn't help but sneer inwardly, "Ma Yisheng, Liang Qiu Feng, no matter how skilled you two are, within this paint, I am the king. I am the strongest." But just as he thought this, suddenly, his eyes widened. Unbeknownst to him, Liang Qiu Feng had slipped behind him, positioning himself between Guo Rui and the rim. As Guo Rui raised his hand, Liang Qiu Feng leapt up in fury. The leap was immense. Liang Qiu Feng's hand shot up, reaching parallel to the backboard, even level with the white rim above the basket. With a sweeping motion of his massive hand, he swatted the basketball right out of Guo Rui's grasp. Such a move unfolded. Instantly sent the entire arena into a frenzy. Every student gathered around the court understood basketball. Witnessing such a spectacular block, they couldn't help but gasp in awe. After all, Guo Rui stood nearly 2 meters tall, while Liang Qiu Feng was barely over 1.8 meters. To possess such astonishing leaping ability and even challenge Guo Rui's formidable wingspan was a feat that stunned everyone. As the ball flew off the rim, both players landed on the court. Liang Qiu Feng looked up at Guo Rui, who stood before him with a stunned expression, and said coldly, "Buddy, you're not qualified to challenge me and my brother. Did you feel guilty after your PE teacher invited and hyped us up to join your basketball team, thinking you looked down on us? Are you jealous? People are prone to envy, but I'm genuinely curious about your skills. What qualifies you to be the basketball team captain?" From the buzz among other students nearby, Liang Qiu Feng knew Guo Rui was practically the captain of the school basketball team. So at this moment, Liang Qiu Feng certainly didn't have a favorable impression of Guo Rui. Not to mention how Guo Rui had just stared at his girlfriend, Jiang Yumeng, his wife, the mother of his child. With such an incident unfolding, how could Liang Qiu Feng possibly let him continue? He immediately went for a block, determined to crush Guo Rui's momentum. Sure enough, Guo Rui's brow furrowed at that moment. He had just witnessed Liang Qiu Feng's talent and skill reach new heights. For someone to display such formidable prowess, even leaping high enough to bridge a height gap of over 10 centimeters and forcefully block his shot, this level of strength was absolutely the most impressive he'd ever witnessed among peers his age. "Yes. Nice work," Ma Yisheng shouted from the sidelines. It must be said that Ma Yisheng was feeling particularly frustrated today, having faced so many issues, including Guo Rui's provocation. Originally, Ma Yisheng hadn't wanted to resolve this matter by leveraging his status. He felt it would be too ostentatious, merely adding unnecessary trouble. Having just arrived at this university, Ma Yisheng didn't want to make enemies too quickly. Though his father had always instilled in him the philosophy that one should be bold in life, especially given his current status and position. But Ma Yisheng still didn't want to come across as overly arrogant. He felt that would definitely not be a good outcome for him. Yet Guo Rui persisted relentlessly. Time and again, he taunted him, even hurling a few choice swear words his way. In an instant, Ma Yisheng's temper flared. But considering that if he really stirred up trouble within the school, his next 3 or 4 years of university life would certainly not be easy or enjoyable. So Ma Yisheng resolved to use Guo Rui's strongest domain, basketball, to utterly defeat him on that court, hoping it would make him tone down his arrogance. But, for Ma Yisheng, despite having been the captain of his high school basketball team, his skill level was no match for university players. The gap between them was simply too vast. Facing Guo Rui, Ma Yisheng couldn't fathom how he could possibly have a chance at victory. Then, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him, leading him to invite Liang Qiu Feng over. In truth, for Ma Yisheng, he felt his decision had been absolutely spot on. He was also deeply relieved that he and Liang Qiu Feng hadn't completely fallen out earlier. In fact, far from being enemies, they'd actually become good friends because of this incident. Wasn't this exactly what it meant? As Liang Qiu Feng blocked the shot, Qin Dongming happened to be nearby and caught the ball. Upon hearing Ma Yisheng's shout, Qin Dongming immediately passed the ball to him. Ma Yisheng then took a jump shot from just beyond the free throw line, sinking the ball cleanly through the net.
Both of Guo Rui's teammates nearby watched helplessly.
They watched helplessly as the ball swished through the net. Both couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise. They hadn't expected Liang Qiu Feng and his teammates to possess such formidable strength, executing this offensive-defensive transition with such remarkable precision. In that instant, they suddenly realized that these three freshmen who had just arrived at the school seemed to possess abilities far exceeding their expectations. They now had no choice but to take them seriously. The scoreboard now read 8 o'clock. An inexplicable rage flared up in Guo Rui's heart in that instant. After all, he was genuinely furious. After all, why had Guo Rui brought this group here today? Wasn't it to flaunt their status, to reap the cheers of countless classmates around them, to hear the girls' thrilling and excited voices? For Guo Rui, this was the ultimate adrenaline rush. Yet, this incident had occurred. And now he's even clashed with the freshman. 113 mind blown? The basketball captain's losing it. Please vote. Originally, when Guo Rui heard Ma Yisheng's bet, he didn't take it seriously at all. In Guo Rui's eyes, beating Ma Yisheng should be a piece of cake. Even though Ma Yisheng had been captain of his high school basketball team and Guo Rui had watched some of his game footage, he genuinely didn't consider Ma Yisheng someone worth taking seriously. He was confident in his height advantage and explosive leaping ability. Standing under the basket, he was an absolute force to be reckoned with. Facing these three freshmen who were a full head shorter than him, Guo Rui couldn't fathom any reason or justification for losing. Yet reality kept slapping Guo Rui in the face time and again. His brow furrowed tightly as he finally grasped that this moment demanded his full attention. But clearly, it was all too late. As the next possession unfolded, Liang Qiu Feng and his teammates gained possession of the ball. Guo Rui immediately signaled for two teammates to sprint toward Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng. The two players found themselves constantly facing double teams. Guo Rui gave a cold laugh under the basket. What's so great about hitting an open three-pointer? Basketball is all about team defense. I refuse to believe that with two of our players constantly closing in on you, Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng, you two still have any chance of sinking another shot. However, just as Guo Rui was feeling this arrogant, his eyes suddenly widened. He saw Liang Qiu Feng suddenly pass the ball out from the side. The pass wasn't intended for Ma Yisheng, but for Chen Dongming, who stood wide open near the basket. Chen Dongming caught the ball. He paused for a moment. Come to think of it, Chen Dongming had thought he might actually contribute something to this team today. But after just 3 offensive plays, Liang Qiu Feng had scored 6 points, Ma Yisheng had scored 2 points, and Chen Dongming had only made 1 pass. He hadn't been involved in anything else. Chen Dongming wasn't particularly confident in his basketball skills to begin with. He didn't want to be the ball handler either. If he made a mistake, he feared he might become the scapegoat for Ma Yisheng's apology to Guo Rui and the others. Chen Dongming was well aware of Ma Yisheng's status and standing. In the capital, Ma Yisheng was known as the first rich kid. The thought of having to apologize to others in front of all his classmates because of his own mistake was something Chen Dongming absolutely did not want to see happen. He also feared that if his own mistake were to cause Ma Yisheng's future dissatisfaction, he would truly be at a disadvantage. Yet Chen Dongming felt a sense of helplessness. He realized he was standing on the court, completely sidelined with no chance to contribute at all. Even Ma Yisheng and the other player kept dribbling basketballs, showing no intention of acknowledging him. At that moment, he had become the invisible presence on the court. Even Guo Rui and his 2 teammates showed him no attention whatsoever, leaving Chen Dongming feeling rather helpless. But immediately after, Chen Dongming finally got his hands on the basketball. He instinctively froze for a moment before scanning the court. He saw Ma Yisheng and Liang Qiu Feng both double-teamed. Then he glanced at Guo Rui, who was only a few steps away. Faced with this situation, Chen Dongming instantly furrowed his brow. Then, summoning every ounce of strength in his body, he launched a jump shot. The ball bounced twice on the rim before swishing through the net. The crowd erupted once more. The score gap had widened to a full 10 points. 10 o'clock. Countless students around them couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Holy crap, what's going on here? How is the sophomore basketball team getting crushed 10-0 by the freshmen? Yeah, even though it's just 3-on-3, Guo Rui is leading the team today. Guo Rui has 2 official basketball players by his side. They compete in the National College League. And today they got crushed by freshmen like this. What level are Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng playing at? What kind of background do they have? How can they be this strong? You guys didn't hear? A couple days ago, Ma Yisheng and the basketball squad made a bet on the court. It caused quite a stir, even trending on Tieba. In the end, the matter fizzled out. Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng ended up becoming friends after their fight. Both of them are absolutely incredibly skilled. Of course. Ma Yisheng was the captain of his high school basketball team. Liang Qiu Feng is even more formidable than him. He can dunk in front of everyone. Dunk? Can Liang Qiu Feng dunk at his height? He doesn't look that muscular. Hey, that's the clothes make the man effect. You guys don't know what you're talking about.
Wow, I never would have guessed Liang Qiu Feng would become such a big deal at our school.
Not only does he drive a Koenigsegg to school every day, but he also has the campus beauty Jiang Yumeng as his freshman girlfriend. He's even got all these connections with Ma Yisheng, the richest kid in Beijing.
Liang Qiu Feng is really on fire lately. Holy crap, are Guo Rui and his crew actually going to lose today? Ha, if they lose, word of this getting out would probably make them lose face big time. Hearing the frenzied whispers of countless students around him, Guo Rui felt his face flush instantly. He felt utterly mortified, his face turning a deep, liver-like red. A wave of profound sorrow washed over Guo Rui. Could it be that he was truly about to stumble here today? Could it be that he'd actually falter here, lose the match, and have to apologize to Ma Yisheng? Guo Rui was beyond miserable. How could he possibly accept such an outcome?
Ever since joining the school basketball team, he had led Capital University to countless victories, earning the cheers and admiration of countless female students. Every day, fans swarmed him for autographs. Rumors swirled that Guo Rui had gone through several girlfriends in just 1 year, his life rumored to be incredibly carefree. All of this had elevated his status to unprecedented heights. But now, he was watching helplessly as they were about to lose this game.
Liang Qiu Feng's team was only 11 points away from victory.
Just then, as his teammate caught the ball, Chen Dongming swooped in and stole it right beside him. The ball then flew straight into Liang Qiu Feng's hands. In an instant, Guo Rui charged forward like a madman, his eyes bloodshot as he barreled straight toward Liang Qiu Feng. The towering figure before him charged like a bulldozer, sending nearby students gasping in alarm.
Liang Qiu Feng, watch out. Don't get hit by him. 114 midfield king? Stunning three-pointer. Seeking gold tickets. Liang Qiu Feng. Amidst the chorus of shouts, Jiang Yumeng and her two roommates beside her clenched their fists tightly, palms sweating. Seeing Guo Rui's momentum, if he truly collided with Liang Qiu Feng, he'd likely be knocked to the ground, possibly even injured. But Liang Qiu Feng had been keeping his eyes and ears open the entire time, already noticing Guo Rui's approach. As Guo Rui charged toward him with fury, Liang Qiu Feng's lips curled upward in a cold smile. How could he not know the depth of Guo Rui's fury? How could he not understand the exact thoughts Guo Rui now harbored toward him? Seeing this charge, if it truly collided with him, the outcome was obvious. Though Liang Qiu Feng possessed extraordinary physical prowess granted by the system, could he truly match up against Guo Rui, a towering center standing nearly 2 meters tall and weighing over 200 pounds? And so, he watched helplessly as Guo Rui closed in to within a meter. Then, leaping high, he prepared to swat the shot away. Even though Liang Qiu Feng hadn't even initiated his shot yet, if that block actually connected, Liang Qiu Feng knew he'd likely be knocked off his feet. At that moment, Chen Dongming and Ma Yisheng beside him both gasped in surprise. Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly. Then, with a single left step back, he glided past Guo Rui like a fish through water, completely evading him. The fluidity of his movement drew gasps from countless classmates nearby. The move was nothing short of a work of art. Without a single hesitation, he flashed past his defender and drove straight to the basket. As he gazed at the perfect hoop before him, Liang Qiu Feng's lips curved upward in a faint smile. Then, summoning every ounce of strength, he swung his right arm in a sweeping arc through the air. Thwack! The ball slammed through the net. What? The entire crowd of students fell silent. They stared in utter astonishment at Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. What had they witnessed? Liang Qiu Feng had just performed a windmill dunk mid-air. With that single dunk, Liang Qiu Feng instantly displayed his ultimate power. The basketball bounced repeatedly on the court, each thought echoing like a pulse through everyone's chest. Then the ball fell from the rim to the floor. Liang Qiu Feng turned his head to glance behind him at Guo Rui, who had already lost his balance, nearly falling to the ground and charging out of bounds. A cold laugh escaped Liang Qiu Feng's lips. Well, isn't this Guo Rui, the sophomore basketball team captain? What's this? Can't beat us at basketball, so now you're resorting to dirty tricks, planning to hurt us? Guo Rui fell silent instantly. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with red veins, as he stared intently at Liang Qiu Feng. Only now did Guo Rui fully comprehend what he had done. Liang Qiu Feng's team kept scoring point after point, causing him to lose his composure. He never imagined he could act so recklessly. But what he never imagined was that Liang Qiu Feng possessed such blistering speed on the break. Even more astonishing was that at just over 1.8 meters tall, he could execute a perfect windmill dunk. Such skill was beyond even Guo Rui's capabilities, and among his teammates, it was practically impossible for anyone to achieve. Now, Guo Rui felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. His brow furrowed tightly, as if he could already foresee his own fate. At the same time, he was intensely curious about how Liang Qiu Feng and his team had attained such formidable skills. Ma Yisheng chuckled beside him, his eyes gleaming with smugness as he addressed Guo Rui. Captain Guo Rui, what do you say? If you surrender now, how about giving up half your points? Just come apologize properly to me. From now on, when you see me, show proper respect. No more nonsense. Rein in your temper, and today's incident ends here. How does that sound? Hearing this, Guo Rui froze for a moment. But he still glared at Ma Yisheng through gritted teeth before taking a step back and slowly saying, "Right now, you're only at 12 o'clock. There are still 9 points left before the match ends. Do you really think you can coast to victory from here?" As he spoke, Guo Rui walked onto the basketball court. He held the basketball in his hand and tossed it directly to Ma Yisheng in front of him. Seeing the lazy look in Ma Yisheng's eyes, Guo Rui couldn't help but sneer coldly. "Ma Yisheng," he said, "I absolutely cannot lose this game today. I won't let you succeed." "Oh, really?" Ma Yisheng chuckled upon hearing this, narrowing his eyes as he replied, "Seems like Captain Guo has a lot of confidence in his skills. Well then, I'll make sure you lose thoroughly." As he spoke, Ma Yisheng took 2 steps back, positioning himself far from the top of the key. Guo Rui watched Ma Yisheng, his eyes darting around the court. He lowered his head, scanning left and right. He understood perfectly well that Ma Yisheng was now searching for the positions of Liang Qiu Feng and Chen Dongming, intending to pass to them and create an opportunity. But Guo Rui saw that both Liang Qiu Feng and Chen Dongming were tightly guarded by his teammates, leaving them no chance to receive the ball. At this realization, a cold smile spread across Guo Rui's lips. He concluded he had nothing to worry about now. With his 2 teammates fully alert, their systematic defensive training would surely thwart any attempts by Liang Qiu Feng and Chen Dongming. Before Guo Rui could finish this thought, he froze in an instant. Before him, Ma Yisheng mustered every ounce of strength, launching himself into an elegant leap before releasing the basketball from both hands. The ball traced a beautiful arc through the air. Though it bounced off the rim, it then bounced twice more before swishing through the net. Guo Rui stood straight, staring in disbelief as the 3-pointer swished through the net. He turned his head abruptly and shot a look at Ma Yisheng. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Ma Yisheng, however, chuckled at that moment. "What's the matter, Captain Guo? There's no rule against shooting a 3-pointer from midcourt. Why are you so surprised?" In that instant, Guo Rui finally understood. He suddenly recalled what Ma Yisheng had been called during his high school basketball days. Back then, Ma Yisheng was known as the king of the midcourt. It wasn't that Ma Yisheng possessed overwhelming skill from midcourt, but rather that he would occasionally unleash a seemingly neurotic shot and his accuracy from that distance was astonishingly high. Precisely because no opponent ever expected Ma Yisheng to shoot from such a distance, they rarely defended him tightly. This effectively gave Ma Yisheng wide-open looks, requiring only minor adjustments to his shooting angle. With his terrifying 40-50% shooting accuracy, this shot sailed through the net without a hitch. Sank. 115A complete and utter failure. 21:8 seeking gold tickets. 115A complete and utter failure. 21:8 seeking gold tickets. Ma Yisheng stepped forward, looked at Liang Qiu Feng and Chen Dongming, clapped his hands, and chuckled, "You're in a lucky streak today. Normally, hitting 3-pointers, making 3 or 4 out of 10 shots is already pretty good. Today, you actually nailed it on your first try." Liang Qiu Feng gave a helpless chuckle beside him and said, "I never expected young Master Ma to be so entertaining. I must say, today I've finally witnessed Ma Yisheng's true shooting prowess." In truth, Ma Yisheng did possess some skill unlike during his previous one-on-one showdown with Liang Qiu Feng, where he'd been completely shut down. After all, back then, Liang Qiu Feng had dominated Ma Yisheng time and again, ultimately securing a crushing 21-2 victory that left Ma Yisheng with little chance to showcase his skills. Back then, an angry Ma Yisheng even received support from many classmates around him, and Liang Qiu Feng never truly got a chance to gauge Ma Yisheng's actual level. But today, Liang Qiu Feng finally saw it. Ma Yisheng's shooting form was textbook perfect, and his dribbling flowed with effortless fluidity. His tactical movement and execution were equally flawless. Liang Qiu Feng thought to himself, no wonder Ma Yisheng was the captain of the high school basketball team and wasn't just empty praise. He truly has the skills. Just then, it was Guo Rui's team's turn to attack again. At last, Guo Rush had fully awakened. He began taking the situation before him seriously. The score now stood at 15-0. Guo Rui knew that if he didn't step up his game, he might end up getting shut out by the opposing team today. How could Guo Rui possibly accept such an outcome? By then, his reputation would be utterly ruined. Even now, amid the murmurs of his classmates, Guo Rui could hear the sharp doubts directed at him. Many students were murmuring and discussing among themselves. Your Beijing University basketball team captain led the squad to impressive achievements during his freshman year. With such formidable strength, why did he perform so poorly today? Has Guo Rui really gotten worse, or did he completely neglect his training over the summer break after his freshman year? This scene made Guo Rui feel his pride utterly shattered. But Guo Rui refused to accept this outcome. How could he possibly be willing to face such a defeat? After letting out a bitter curse at his teammates, the trio finally got their act together. This time, they finally identified the weak link in Liang Qiu Feng's team, Chen Dongming. Chen Dongming lacked the necessary game experience and possessed none of the advanced basketball skills required. Facing Guo Rui and his two professional teammates, his play now resembled that of a kindergartner. With just one offensive drive, they scored a whopping 8 points off Chen Dongming alone. The score now stood at 19-8. Indeed, Ma Yisheng's team was now just one 2-point shot away from victory.
Ma Yisheng, ball in hand, frowned slightly as he studied Guo Rui before him. His eyes locked onto Guo Rui's movements, worried that Guo might steal the ball during his dribble. At the same time, Ma Yisheng couldn't help but speak up. Captain Guo, we're only 2 points behind, while you're still trailing by 13. Even if you're the king of basketball, even if Jordan himself showed up, I doubt you could beat me with that gap between us.
Hearing Ma Yisheng's words, Guo Rui scoffed. Cut the arrogance. Today, I'll see exactly what you've got to beat me. Today, I won't let you break through my defense. Is that so? Ma Yisheng chuckled. But I never intended to break through your defense in the first place.
As he spoke, Ma Yisheng executed a behind-the-back pass. Under everyone's gaze, the basketball moved strangely toward the left baseline. He turned his head to see Liang Qiu Feng already catching the ball. After dribbling it once on the floor, he looked up at the basket in front of him.
Moments later, Wei Rui's expression changed dramatically.
Now, Ma Yisheng's team was just 2 points away from victory. If they could sink this baseline three-pointer now, it would likely seal their victory outright. Although Liang Qiu Feng didn't take another shot in the following possessions. But his perfect shooting accuracy up to that point, coupled with the fact that Liang Qiu Feng could even dunk, had already given Guo Rui a preliminary assessment of Liang Qiu Feng's shooting ability.
He understood that Liang Qiu Feng must possess exceptional talent to earn coach Zheng Guanjua's invitation.
Now he had witnessed it firsthand.
Guo Rui then shouted loudly, "Quick, now! You two, double-team him!"
Inside the paint, near the key, both players heard Guo Rui's command and charged forward frantically. They arrived directly in front of Liang Qiu Feng. Both leapt high, leaning their bodies forward to block Liang Qiu Feng's shooting path. But at that very moment, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly. Then, bending his knees as if to jump, he suddenly flicked the ball away from his hands in an unexpected motion. The ball soared toward the rim.
At that instant, Guo Rui's expression changed drastically.
He realized that, unbeknownst to him, Ma Yisheng had already slipped past him and positioned himself directly beneath the basket. Chen Dongming caught the ball nearby and made another pass, sending it directly into Ma Yisheng's hands. Standing at the free throw line, Ma Yisheng gazed at the hoop before him, a smirk curling his lips. He took a step forward, leaped high into the air, clutched the ball with both hands, and arched backward over his head. With tremendous force, the ball slammed through the net as Ma Yisheng completed the dunk. In that instant, a thunderous BAM echoed as the dunk was completed, netting 2 points.
The crowd erupted once more. Shouts erupted. Holy crap! This! Ma Yisheng can dunk? Am I seeing this right? What's going on today? This is nothing short of miraculous.
Back in high school, I watched Ma Yisheng play basketball a few times, but I never saw him dunk. How did he pull it off today? Goodness gracious. In the school basketball team, only guys like Guo Rui who are nearly 2 meters tall can pull off dunks like that. How come Ma Yisheng and Liang Qiu Feng, who are only around 1.8 meters tall, managed 2 dunks today? Holy crap! Those 2 dunks, 1 windmill, 1 two-handed slam were pure visual feast. The perfect blend of raw power and aesthetic beauty. Holy cow, finally let them win. Guo Rui and his crew couldn't pull it off even trying their hardest. LOL, is that it? Guo Rui still wants to bet against Ma Yisheng and his crew? Getting crushed 21-8? That's just embarrassing. This is the level of our school's basketball team. Honestly, they should just disband. No wonder they didn't make it to the national top 3 last year. With this level of play and such an arrogant captain, what good performance could this team possibly deliver? 116 Jingda basketball team? Nothing but a mess. Please vote. With Ma Yisheng's thunderous two-handed dunk, he crashed back down to the court. Finally, Ma Yisheng clapped his hands, glanced at Chen Dongming beside him, and raised his hand for a high five. He then turned to Liang Qiu Feng, who had already broken free from their double team, and exchanged a fist bump with him too. Ma Yisheng chuckled. Not bad, not bad. Good. All that intense training I put myself through this summer wasn't for nothing. You have to understand, I practically lived in the gym every day this summer, pushing my physical limits to the max. Looks like I've finally nailed that dunk. Back in high school, I never managed a single one. Now, my biggest dream has come true. This is what every guy who loves basketball dreams of doing, right? Liang Qiu Feng chuckled beside him. Well done, Ma Yisheng. Looks like you played perfectly today. And with that 21-8 score, you've settled your bet and won the game. I'd almost forgotten about that, Ma Yisheng chuckled, glancing over at Guo Rui, who stood beside him looking utterly stunned, along with his 2 teammates who were now visibly uncomfortable. Ma Yisheng stepped forward and said, "Hey, Captain Guo Rui, what do you say? Don't you think it's time we had a serious talk? Remember how you challenged me to a bet, with the stakes being a proper apology and treating me with utmost respect from now on? Now it's time to fulfill your end of the bargain." At that moment, Guo Rui's brows furrowed tightly. He absolutely refused to accept such a humiliating defeat. His pride was too strong. At Capital University, a nationally renowned institution, serving as captain of the basketball team fueled Guo Rui's fierce pride. For years, he had considered himself an undefeated general. Whether he appeared in the paint or on the court, he stood like an impenetrable wall or towering mountain before opponents, making it nearly impossible for them to overcome him. His presence on the court consistently delivered an 80% win rate. For Gui Rui, this was undoubtedly a record to be proud of, one worthy of being remembered by all. Yet now, he found himself utterly defeated by a greenhorn freshman who had only just entered the school. Among the three opponents, Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng scored around 7, 8, or 9 points each, while Chen Dongming also managed 4 points through 2 successful shots. Such a resounding victory left Gui Rui utterly bitter. He glared intently at Ma Yisheng, but it was Ma Yisheng who approached him, speaking slowly. "What's wrong?"
"Captain Gui Rui, you're a grown man. You can't possibly be going back on your word now, can you? You're not suddenly having second thoughts and deciding not to apologize, are you?" As Ma Yisheng's words fell, countless students around them began murmuring, "Gui Rui, you're not trying to renege on your promise here, are you? This is laughable. Gui Rui has really embarrassed our Beijing University basketball team today. What a waste.
I thought Gui Rui and his team came here to play basketball to improve their skills and learn more about different styles of play. I was actually looking forward to seeing how they'd perform in this year's National College Basketball Tournament."
Who would have thought something like this would happen?
Ma Yisheng gave him so much face he didn't use his status to suppress him. Instead, he chose to compete with him in an area where Gui Rui was so confident.
That alone was a huge concession. Exactly. Gui Rui must know Ma Yisheng's status and standing, right? He's known as the wealthiest young heir in the capital. Only someone as shameless as Gui Rui would have the nerve to challenge Ma Yisheng. For a moment, hearing the buzz of countless classmates around him, Gui Rui couldn't help but feel a pang of discomfort. How could he not know Ma Yisheng's standing in the capital?
In truth, he felt a twinge of envy, not unlike Zhao Xiaoshue's earlier feelings. Zhao Xiaoshue had been jealous that Jiang Yumeng could snag a wealthy man like Liang Qiu Feng, but jealousy had never been her own problem. That was why she had done one thing after another to Liang Qiu Feng afterward.
But Ma Yisheng? After learning of Ma Yisheng's background and status, Gui Rui had also envied him. Why did he have such a privileged family? Why did he command so much attention? Not only was he handsome, but his skills in basketball, piano, and various other talents drew admiration from so many. At that moment, Gui Rui's resentment toward Ma Yisheng knew no bounds.
That is why, upon seeing Ma Yisheng arrive at the basketball court today, he provoked conflict at every turn. Under normal circumstances, Gui Rui might have said nothing and simply immersed himself in the game. But today, memories of Ma Yisheng's past suddenly flooded his mind. Recalling all the things about Ma Yisheng, the flames of jealousy burning within him finally erupted at this moment. Consequently, he began acting out toward Ma Yisheng in various ways, leading to the escalation of their conflict. But now, he had lost the game in such a humiliating way. Worse still, he would have to apologize to Ma Yisheng and treat him with utmost respect whenever they met from now on. At this moment, Gui Rui's heart was filled with unbearable anguish. Finally, Liang Qiu Feng approached him. Looking at Gui Rui, he said, "Captain Gui Rui, you agreed to this basketball game and set the rules yourself. Now that you've lost, you want to renege on the deal? If you act like this, what right do you have to participate in this basketball game? What right do you have to be the captain of the school basketball team? Do you even deserve everyone's support and recognition? You're really embarrassing yourself." Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's words, Gui Rui felt his face burn with humiliation. He stared fixedly at the basketball for a long moment, unable to utter a word. But right then, Gui Rui's brow furrowed tightly. After a long silence, he finally looked at Ma Yisheng and said, "I'm sorry, Ma Yisheng. I treated you badly before. I apologize. From now on, whenever I see you, I'll treat you with the utmost respect. But I hope we never cross paths again for the rest of our lives." "Well, that's perfect," Ma Yisheng chuckled upon hearing this. "I naturally intended for us to never see each other again. I might have even agreed to Zhang Guanjua's suggestion that P teacher, who's also your basketball coach, to join our school's basketball team. I figured joining the team and meeting some basketball-loving friends would be a decent thing. But now, just thinking about a captain like you, Gui Rui, makes me realize this basketball team isn't worth joining after all. From now on, let's not meet again. What good can a captain like you possibly bring to the basketball team of Capital University? I fear the spirit of future basketball games will become as arrogant and overbearing as yours, forcing others, mocking others. A place filled with such toxic energy isn't worth being a part of." "What did you say?" Before Gui Rui could respond, the two teammates beside him couldn't stand it anymore after hearing Ma Yisheng's scornful words. 117 massive funds deposited. Free meal? Seeking gold tickets. The two glared at Ma Yisheng with fury. Ma Yisheng's eyes brimmed with contempt. He chuckled coldly. "What? Am I not speaking the truth? What has your basketball team become? Don't you know it yourselves? Ever since Gui Rui joined your team, Beijing University's basketball squad has racked up technical fouls in nearly every single game across national collegiate tournaments. Each of you players is so arrogant. While Beijing University's previous game results weren't great, at least they weren't this outrageous. You completely disregard the rules of the game and ignore what you should be doing as students of Beijing University in this new era.
What exactly are you proud of, bullying freshmen on the court day after day? Hearing Ma Yisheng's words, the three players fell silent.
Ever since Guo Rui joined the basketball team, the entire atmosphere seemed to have shifted.
This kind of situation had never happened at Capital University before.
It was precisely because Guo Rui had become captain that his hot temper had rubbed off on the other teammates, making them hot-tempered too. All of this weighed heavily on Guo Rui's heart. He dared not voice his frustration, knowing it was all his fault. Watching Guo Rui lower his head, Ma Yisheng chuckled.
Since Captain Guo Rui has apologized, I naturally won't press the matter further. We're leaving.
Captain Guo Rui, remember to watch your attitude around me from now on. Otherwise, be warned, I'll make sure tonight's events get around.
Don't expect me to spare your dignity then.
With that, Ma Yisheng led Liang Qiu Feng and Chen Dongming to the side, quickly approaching Jiang Yumeng and the others. As soon as Liang Qiu Feng called out, "A phone," Jiang Yumeng threw her arms around him. Feeling her embrace and the warmth radiating from her chest, Liang Qiu Feng froze momentarily, his arms suspended in midair. But he quickly chuckled and said, all right, honey, don't hug me.
I'm covered in sweat. I'd hate to get you dirty."
Jiang Yumeng lifted her head, pouting as she retorted, "So what if I get dirty?
I'll just wash it off when we get home. You know what?
You nearly scared the life out of me on the basketball court just now. First that block, then getting double-teamed by two guys. I was so worried you'd get knocked down and hurt yourself." Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly, reaching up to ruffle Jiang Yumeng's hair before replying gently, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Bumps and scrapes are inevitable on the court. I try my best to avoid them, so you don't need to worry."
All right, nothing happened, did it? And we even helped Ma Yisheng win the game. Everyone's happy.
Beside them, Ma Yisheng chuckled upon hearing this, feeling quite satisfied. Then he stepped forward again, looking at Liang Qiu Feng with a deeply moved expression. "Brother Liang Qiu Feng, thank you so much. Today, I never imagined you would appear before me like this, acting so chivalrously to help me finish this game. You saved my face. I'm truly grateful." Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly, saying nothing. In truth, he felt a bit uneasy inside. His decision to help Ma Yisheng stemmed primarily from considering him a friend. Though they'd had conflicts before, it was merely a case of no fight, no friendship. Now that they were friends, lending a hand to a friend especially within his area of expertise felt natural. To him, this was nothing out of the ordinary. Secondly, there was the task assigned by the system. The system demanded that Liang Qiu Feng assist Ma Yisheng in winning this 3-on-3 basketball match. If they failed to win, Ma Yisheng's hatred toward him would skyrocket. At that point, who knew what kind of rage Ma Yisheng might unleash on him or what schemes he might devise? If that happened, Liang Qiu Feng would be in a world of trouble. Fortunately, he had finally helped Ma Yisheng successfully complete this task. A voice echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully gone to great lengths for a friend, completing the task of helping Ma Yisheng win the 3v3 basketball match. Congratulations, host, on receiving your mission reward, Divine Level Dance Master, 8 million yuan." Hearing the voice in his mind, Liang Qiu Feng quickly chuckled. Then, a torrent of memories flooded into Liang Qiu Feng's body. He felt his muscles become more evenly proportioned and defined in that instant. His entire being was now filled with an indescribably wondrous sensation. Decades of dance performance experience flooded his mind from the practice sessions to the grand finale on that immense stage. Every detail played out vividly in his thoughts. A surge of confidence welled up within him. If he were to perform a dance on any stage, he was certain he would win the applause of the entire audience. He could even imagine countless dance masters and renowned artists gasping in awe and excitement at his performance. Then, Liang Qiu Feng's phone buzzed. Without even checking, he knew the balance in his account had surpassed 27 million. Liang Qiu Feng had truly become a multi-millionaire. He possessed nearly 30 million yuan in funds, a Koenigsegg worth 30 million yuan with an even higher actual value, and a villa in the Rose Garden. Combined, his assets must have surpassed 100 million yuan, right? Liang Qiu Feng had never imagined he would one day become this person, nor had he ever envisioned living such a wealthy life in the future. He had always desired wealth, especially after enduring such hardship, and now he was eager to embrace this newfound affluence. Yet it was precisely the emergence of the system that granted him diverse abilities, gradually enriching Liang Qiu Feng's inner world. But this level of wealth was something he never imagined? Yet Liang Qiu Feng also believed the system would surely make him even richer. With that, Liang Qiu Feng glanced at Jiang Yumeng, gently rubbed her nose, and chuckled, all right, no need to worry. It's all over now. Let's go home." "Wait, don't go." Ma Yisheng urgently interjected at that moment. "Everyone, thank you for coming today. Not only did you help me, but you also cheered me on. How about I treat you all to dinner at a nearby restaurant tonight? Let's feast to celebrate tonight's victory and to unwind a bit after this afternoon's military training." "Ha?" Hearing Ma Yisheng's words, everyone exchanged puzzled glances. Then, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled, young Master Ma, you really don't think money is money?
But with your background, young Master Ma, if you insist on treating us, what can we say? Right, everyone? It's a free meal, why pass it up? Hearing this, everyone couldn't be happier. 118 exercise? Is this even proper exercise? Seeking gold tickets.
Instantly, everyone burst into laughter at Liang Qiu Feng's words. Truth be told, over the past few days, everyone had gradually become quite familiar with Ma Yisheng. Their feelings toward Ma Yisheng had undergone significant changes. It could be said that each person now regarded Ma Yisheng as a close friend. Gradually, they had opened their hearts completely to Ma Yisheng. Moreover, they were well aware of Ma Yisheng's formidable background. With such formidable connections, how could they not feel delighted and pleased? So when Ma Yisheng offered to treat everyone, naturally no one objected. With hearty laughter, the group readily agreed to his offer. As for Ma Yisheng himself, he let out a chuckle, a hint of satisfaction flickering in the corners of his eyes. After that, everyone headed back outside together. Walking along the road, Ma Yisheng couldn't help but chuckle to himself as he glanced at Liang Qiu Feng. After a moment's hesitation, Liang Qiu Feng finally wore a resigned, bitter expression. How could he not know exactly what Ma Yisheng was thinking? Moments later, Liang Qiu Feng pulled a key from his pocket and handed it over. Ma Yisheng beamed with delight at the sight. Before Ma could say anything, Liang Qiu Feng already understood exactly what he wanted. Then, Ma Yisheng handed over his own key. At that moment, Liang Qiu Feng spoke up, alright, then you take Tang Xian and Zhang Huanuan, plus Qin Dongming, the four of you go. Remember to send me the restaurant's address. Without hesitation, Ma Yisheng led everyone to the parking lot. It was only around 7 in the evening, not too late. But as they walked, Liang Qiu Feng said to Jiang Yumeng, let's eat quickly. After we finish, we need to hurry back to our daughter. Hearing this, Jiang Yumeng nodded without hesitation. How could she not know she needed to return to be with their daughter? She was the most important and cherished person in both their hearts. Especially since the little girl, Liang Qiuyu, had arrived, their devotion to her had reached unprecedented heights. Deep down, they longed to see Liang Qiuyu live a good life and to spend as much time with her as possible. Before long, they arrived by car at the business hotel Ma Yisheng had reserved. The per-person cost of around 1,000 yuan here did surprise Qin Dongming at that moment. Tang Xian and Zhang Huan, however, exchanged wry smiles as they stepped out of the car. They didn't seem particularly shocked by the price. Soon, Ma Yisheng approached, took the keys Liang Qiu Feng handed back, and exclaimed excitedly, man, this Koenigsegg is insane. It's easily the smoothest ride I've ever driven in my life. Holy crap, no wonder it costs 30 million. Money really does make a difference. Liang Qiu Feng shook his head and smiled. He could understand Ma Yisheng's reaction. For Ma Yisheng, getting behind the wheel of one of only 300 units produced globally, a car priced at over 30 million yuan domestically, was undoubtedly a profound pleasure. Meanwhile, Liang Qiu Feng found Ma Yisheng's Porsche surprisingly easy to handle, experiencing no significant discomfort. Time passed slowly as the group ordered dishes at the hotel, finally finishing their meal by 8:30 p.m. Everyone was thoroughly enjoying themselves. Qin Dongming chimed in from the side, wow, I never imagined today would be such a highlight in my life. After entering this school, I never expected to meet all of you. It's truly surprising. You're all so wealthy. Hearing this, Tang Xian and Zhang Huanuan beside him rolled their eyes. Don't go saying things like that. We're just ordinary people. It's really Ma Xiao and Liang Qiu Feng who are incredibly wealthy. Qin Dongming nodded in agreement, accepting their explanation. Liang Qiu Feng gave a helpless, wry smile. Glancing at his watch, he saw it was nearly time. Alright, everyone, dinner's over. If there's nothing else, we'll be heading out. Yumeng and I plan to go home and work out. Oh? Ma Yisheng's eyes widened suddenly, then he grinned slyly. What's that, Liang Qiu Feng? What kind of exercise are you heading back for? In that instant, Liang Qiu Feng's mouth twitched. He knew exactly what Ma Yisheng meant by that remark. He shot Ma Yisheng a disdainful look and snapped, enough, enough. Stop teasing me. I genuinely want to exercise. If everyone else has no further business, we'll be heading out now. Hey, wait up. Just as Liang Qiu Feng was about to leave, Ma Yisheng stepped forward. He leaned close to Liang Qiu Feng and chuckled, so, did that kid Su Xiaoming come looking for you today? Ha? Su Xiaoming? Liang Qiu Feng scratched his head and shook it. Nope, not at all. Why? Does Su Xiaoming have something else he needs to talk to me about? Ma Yisheng chuckled. Actually, this has something to do with me. Remember when we had that falling out? You know, when you drove that Koenigsegg out of the parking lot and scraped the side of my Porsche as you pulled away? Seeing Liang Qiu Feng nod, Ma Yisheng continued, I mentioned that incident to Su Xiaoming. What you might not know is that Su Xiaoming is a racing maniac himself. His obsession with racing is almost unbelievable. So after that, I told Su Xiaoming about your car, and he became really curious about you. I reckon he'll find time to chat with you in the next couple of days, to exchange some racing insights with you. Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng looked helplessly at him.
Man, what good does it do you to go around bragging about me when you've got nothing better to do? Ma Yisheng chuckled. What can I say? You're just that impressive. With your skills and performance, if I didn't brag about you, how would you ever make a name for yourself in this circle? But honestly, I've always been curious. Ma Yisheng leaned closer, his brow slightly furrowed. Why is it that despite your talent, status, and standing, no one in the entire Beijing racing scene knows who you are? Which family do you come from? Could it be one of China's 4 hidden clans? Hearing Ma Yisheng's words, Liang Qiu Feng paused in surprise. He hadn't expected Ma Yisheng to start questioning his identity. But upon reflection, Liang Qiu Feng realized it all made perfect sense. 119 Little Maiden's growth, practicing calligraphy. Seeking gold tickets. After all, in the capital's social circles, people constantly crossed paths. Especially wealthy young masters like Ma Yisheng who wouldn't want to mingle daily with others in their circle? Who wouldn't seek to know more wealthy individuals? Therefore, someone like Liang Qiu Feng, who appeared as if out of nowhere, naturally drew Ma Yisheng's attention. Liang Qiu Feng understood all this perfectly well. But he hadn't expected Ma Yisheng to ask about his identity so bluntly. Truthfully, Liang Qiu Feng knew nothing about the 4 hidden financial groups of Huaxia. Such matters were completely beyond his knowledge. Liang Qiu Feng pondered for a moment. He himself would never reveal his true identity to Ma Yisheng under any circumstances. How could he possibly tell Ma Yisheng about the system he possessed? Not even Jiang Yumeng or his own parents knew about it, let alone anyone else. So he chuckled and said, "What's the matter, young Master Ma? So curious about my identity?" Ma Yisheng nodded. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled and said, "Sometimes, not knowing certain things can actually be beneficial for you." This. For a moment, Ma Yisheng froze. He hadn't expected Liang Qiu Feng to say something like that. Upon reflection, he realized Liang Qiu Feng's words seemed quite reasonable. After pondering it over, Ma Yisheng chuckled and said, all right, brother. Since that's the case, I won't pry further. Well, it's getting late. You two should head back and get some rest. Oh, right, you still need to keep exercising. Ma Yisheng emphasized the word exercise with particular emphasis. Jiang Yumeng, standing nearby, couldn't help but flush crimson. Finally, Jiang Yumeng retorted, "Do you have to be so infuriating?" Ma Yisheng chuckled, waved his hand, and finally saw Liang Qiu Feng and the others off. Liang Qiu Feng picked up Tang Xian and Zhang Huanuan on the way, intending to drop them off at the side gate of the school. Since it was on the way back anyway, Chen Dongming let him go with Ma Yisheng. After dropping off Tang Xian and Zhang Huanuan, Liang Qiu Feng finally drove toward his residence. On the way, Jiang Yumeng couldn't help but sigh. Liang Qiu Feng, sitting beside her, grew slightly curious and asked, "What's wrong, honey? Why are you sighing like that?" Jiang Yumeng gave a bitter smile. "Nothing. I just suddenly feel like the things happening to you keep surprising me more and more. Everything you've been through is beyond what I ever dared imagine. It's almost unbelievable. I never thought we two would end up together." Yeah, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled, "I never imagined us ending up together either. But doesn't that just prove we're meant for each other? While we still don't know why our daughter came into our lives, her identity means our future is practically set in stone. I think things are fine as they are now. At least we don't have to entertain other possibilities or take all those detours." "What? Are you regretting it now?" Liang Qiu Feng shook his head. "When did I ever say I regretted it?" Jiang Yumeng rolled her eyes at him in exasperation. "Who knows what you're thinking? Did you come together with me because of our daughter? Do you regret it? Do you think you'd be happier with someone else?" At her words, Liang Qiu Feng immediately fell silent and drove them back home. Pushing open the villa door, it was nearly 9 o'clock. He saw the 2 nannies, Shenwan and Chen Yulua, appearing in the living room. Both were watching Liang Qiuyu, who sat at a small desk, their eyes brimming with affection. Seeing this scene instantly warmed Liang Qiu Feng's heart. He had to admit, even though he now consciously or unconsciously avoided contact with Xiao Hong, her competence was undeniable. Xiao Hong had arranged for these 2 exceptionally dedicated nannies, which truly made Liang Qiu Feng feel very satisfied. But upon reflection, he understood. After all, he was receiving such a substantial sum. If she took all that money and didn't do her job properly, that wouldn't be right either. After changing their shoes, the 2 made their way to the living room. There, they happened to see Liang Qiuyu bent over her small desk, pen in hand, carefully tracing the strokes of her name. So far, Liang Qiuyu had only written about a dozen Liang characters. As for the characters Qiu and Yu, she hadn't even started on them yet. Seeing this, Liang Qiu Feng was a bit surprised and asked, "What are you doing?" Shenwan chuckled softly. "After we chatted with our little Yaya, she mentioned she'll be starting kindergarten soon. We thought it might be nice to help her practice writing before she starts. So, we're starting with her name." Liang Qiu Feng felt touched, and Jiang Yumeng also came over to join them. Watching Liang Qiuyu carefully form each stroke to write her name fairly neatly, Liang Qiu Feng nodded with satisfaction and slowly asked, "Yeah, how's it going? How's your name practice?" Liang Qiuyu giggled, Mommy, I'm getting really good at it now. Look, this is my name now. Only. I can only write one character. But Grandma Chen and Grandma Shen told me that tomorrow, they'll take me to practice the rest of my name. By tomorrow night, I'll be able to write my whole name by myself. Hearing Liang Qiu use words, Jiang Yumeng's eyes brimmed with delight. She turned to Shen Wan and Chen Yulua, her voice filled with emotion. Aunt Shen, thank you so much. The two women waved their hands hurriedly. It's nothing. After all, you're the main family. Besides, you've given us so much money. If we didn't do something for you, we'd feel guilty just sitting around every day. And we do as much work as we're paid for. You've given us such a generous salary, so it's only right that we do these things for you. Liang Qiu Feng quickly interjected, both of you, please go back and rest. You've worked hard today. The two shook their heads, saying nothing more. Watching Liang Qiu yawn, Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng hurriedly coaxed her back to bed once the nannies had left. Soon after, Liang Qiu, freshly washed and dressed, finally drifted off to sleep amidst the lullaby. Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng exchanged glances. Liang Qiu Feng spoke up, honey, we need to start exercising today. Hearing this, Jiang Yumeng, who had already prepared her workout clothes, followed Liang Qiu Feng down to the basement. Little did Liang Qiu Feng realize what the next hour would mean for him. 120 what are you touching? Please vote. Before long, Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng finally appeared in the basement. Liang Qiu Feng had always been very satisfied with the decor style of the rose garden. It perfectly aligned with modern aesthetics. It was also very much to Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng's liking. Within this basement, a dedicated fitness area had been specially constructed. Its size was comparable to that of a small gym. Surveying the comprehensive array of fitness equipment, Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but smile inwardly. He also felt a sense of relief. After acquiring god-tier athletic talent, Liang Qiu Feng's mind had filled with knowledge about fitness. These were all supplementary gifts that came to him alongside his new abilities. At this moment, Liang Qiu Feng could confidently declare that he was undoubtedly a renowned expert in sports science in this world. He would undoubtedly make a qualified fitness trainer. Faced with all this fitness equipment, Liang Qiu Feng could tell how to use almost everything at a glance. He understood the ins and outs of each piece. With a chuckle, Liang Qiu Feng stepped forward in his workout gear. He examined each piece of equipment, testing it out firsthand. He also studied the effects of each piece of equipment. It must be said that Rose Garden Property Management truly provided the best for its residents. The quality of the exercise equipment alone was exceptional. Liang Qiu Feng even looked them up online. They were all top-tier brands available today. In this way, they had privately considered the homeowner's needs. Online chatter confirms Rose Garden's living costs are undeniably high. They say it's a gathering place for the wealthy, where only the powerful and influential can reside. But correspondingly, Rose Garden's service was absolutely satisfying to everyone. Soon, Jiang Yumeng approached Liang Qiu Feng. She watched as Liang Qiu Feng studied the various devices with great seriousness. Jiang Yumeng scratched her head slightly, feeling a bit awkward. After all, she had never experienced this kind of training growing up. She simply hadn't had the opportunity or experience to develop such skills. Liang Qiu Feng noticed the awkwardness in Jiang Yumeng's eyes. He chuckled softly, set down the equipment, and took Jiang Yumeng's hand, leading her to the side. He kept saying as he walked, honey, tonight I'll help you get familiar with this equipment. We'll just do a light workout today. After all, it's your first time. If we push too hard, we might end up with sore muscles and exhaustion. We wouldn't be able to handle military training tomorrow. Let's take it step by step today. Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's words, Jiang Yumeng finally relaxed. As long as Liang Qiu Feng was there to exercise with her, Jiang Yumeng was quite happy. So the two of them wandered past each piece of equipment. Treadmills, stair climbers, ellipticals, rowing machines. Liang Qiu Feng patiently demonstrated each piece of equipment to Jiang Yumeng. But soon, Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but feel awkward. After all, the outfit Jiang Yumeng was wearing was just something she'd picked up casually while shopping a couple days prior. They had known all along that the gym downstairs required workout clothes. But Jiang Yumeng hadn't given it much thought, and the clothes she bought were exceptionally tight-fitting. This meant that every curve of Jiang Yumeng's figure was now on full display before Liang Qiu Feng. Watching her approach a squat rack, Liang Qiu Feng grabbed a barbell. He handed it to her without adding any weights. Jiang Yumeng placed the barbell across her shoulders. Then, under Liang Qiu Feng's guidance, she slowly began to squat down. In that instant, her tight workout gear perfectly outlined the curves of her buttocks. That curve caught Liang Qiu Feng's full attention. For a moment, Liang Qiu Feng found himself slightly mesmerized. He felt the firmness of Jiang Yumeng's buttocks, and in that instant, Liang Qiu Feng felt a warmth on his nose. He instinctively raised his hand to touch his nose, finally confirming there was no blood. Only then did Liang Qiu Feng exhale a long breath. Meanwhile, Jiang Yumeng, having risen from her squat, stood waiting for his next instruction. But she couldn't help but feel a little bewildered. She wondered, what's wrong with Liang Qiu Feng? Why is he ignoring me now? She lifted her head and instantly sensed the shift in Liang Qiu Feng's mood. She also saw where his gaze was fixed. Ha!
In that instant, Jiang Yumeng understood. She instinctively set the barbell aside.
Then she walked up to Liang Qiu Feng, pouting as she said, "Hey, you big pervert, you big rascal. What are you looking at?"
Liang Qiu Feng finally snapped out of it, chuckling as he replied, "Of course I'm looking at my wife."
"What? We're getting married soon, and we'll even have kids. Can't I look at her? Besides, I'm not looking at other women out there. I'm just looking at my own wife at home. What's wrong with that?" Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's righteous words, Jiang Yumeng was at a loss for words, torn between laughter and tears.
She wanted to say something, but the words died on her lips. She understood how confident Liang Qiu Feng was in his words.
Outside the home, Liang Qiu Feng had never once acted inappropriately toward other women. What harm was there in simply looking at her at home?
Even so, Jiang Yumeng still felt embarrassed. After all, with her exquisite figure, she had never been stared at so intently before, not since childhood.
An indescribable ache and blush welled up inside her.
But then she reminded herself, this was her future husband, her current boyfriend.
So what if he did?
After pondering it, Jiang Yumeng began building a mental defense within herself. She knew she'd have to gradually adjust to life with Liang Qiu Feng. She also had to navigate his various little gestures toward her, or whatever else the two of them would experience together. After much internal struggle, Jiang Yumeng had actually considered skipping tonight's workout and rushing back to bed. But then she thought, you can dodge the first bullet, but you can't dodge the second. If she didn't continue training with Liang Qiu Feng tonight, she'd inevitably face these challenges sooner or later. So, Jiang Yumeng picked up the barbell again and, with Liang Qiu Feng's assistance, began her training.
It must be said that Liang Qiu Feng's technique was truly professional.
He quickly helped Jiang Yumeng grasp the sensation of generating power. He also showed her the most standard way to use each machine and perform each exercise.
The only problem was that Liang Qiu Feng's hands were a bit too wandering.
Jiang Yumeng gave a playful pout, turning her head away in mock annoyance and shooting Liang Qiu Feng a disapproving glare.
She complained, why are you touching my butt? 121 Why don't you take care of it yourself? Seeking gold tickets.
Liang Qiu Feng stood awkwardly beside her, explaining, I was just helping you feel the power transfer, so you'd know which muscles are engaging.
What did I do wrong? Besides, I'm acting as your personal trainer for free. Is this how you treat your husband? Jiang Yumeng's face flushed crimson in an instant, turning as red as a ripe apple. Where on her body had another man ever touched her like this before?
Even though she and Liang Qiu Feng had shared a bed several times, Jiang Yumeng still felt a bit shy. She still couldn't fully accept everything that was happening between her and Liang Qiu Feng right now. After wrestling with her thoughts, Jiang Yumeng bit her lip and simply watched as Liang Qiu Feng continued to guide her. As he touched her here and there, by the end of the training session, Liang Qiu Feng had touched nearly every part of her body.
Except for those places he absolutely couldn't touch. Of course, those certain areas, well, truthfully, they were quite challenging for Liang Qiu Feng too. Although it was clear that his daughter had traveled back in time. And though he could now confirm the nature of his relationship with Jiang Yumeng, Liang Qiu Feng still couldn't bring himself to cross that line. After all, he had never had the chance to date other girls before. How could he possibly have any experience in this area? He had never even held hands with a girl before. Thanks to Jiang Yumeng's arrival, they held hands. This opened up a whole new world for Liang Qiu Feng. Of course, the system's arrival played a part too. Fortunately, it gradually prepared Liang Qiu Feng's heart to accept things. He began to develop the mindset to accept it. However, after today's interactions with Jiang Yumeng, still stirred a flicker of excitement within him. For someone training, muscle engorgement was perfectly normal. But today, Liang Qiu Feng's muscles felt a bit off. He hadn't even started training yet, and they were already engorged. This also left Jiang Yumeng feeling somewhat puzzled. The more she watched Liang Qiu Feng bend over repeatedly under her guidance, his hunched posture made him look remarkably like an old man. Curiosity piqued, Jiang Yumeng asked, "What are you doing?" "Liang Qiu Feng, what's with that expression and posture? Why are you hunched over like that?" Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng felt incredibly awkward. Scratching his head, he dared not utter a word. However, it was soon revealed that when Liang Qiu Feng came downstairs today, he was also wearing a tracksuit. The defining feature of athletic wear is its snug fit, which accentuates every slight movement. Particularly since so many people wear athletic wear to flaunt their muscles, that's the main reason. It was precisely because of its snug elasticity. Instinctively, Jiang Yumeng lowered her gaze to take a look. In that instant, she sensed something was off. She noticed something unusual about Liang Qiu Feng. Instantly, Jiang Yumeng's face flushed crimson, leaving her speechless. Liang Qiu Feng. Jiang Yumeng stammered awkwardly, "Should we maybe skip it today?" Liang Qiu Feng looked slightly exasperated beside her, but he still spoke slowly, "Let's practice first. Finish going over all the equipment quickly, then we'll go back and rest. After all, we have military training early tomorrow." Hearing his words, Jiang Yumeng nodded, her cheeks still flushed. In truth, how could she not understand Liang Qiu Feng's little scheme? What, tomorrow's military training? It was obvious Liang Qiu Feng was losing control.
And so, Jiang Yumeng reluctantly accompanied Liang Qiu Feng as they finished practicing all the equipment. As the clock neared 10 p.m., the two finally dashed upstairs without hesitation. After washing up, Liang Qiu Feng even forced himself to take a cold shower. Only then did he feel somewhat refreshed. Immediately, Liang Qiu Feng changed into pajamas and lay down on the bed. Lying there in the still air and quiet surroundings, Liang Qiu Feng could even clearly hear Jiang Yumeng's rapid breathing beside him. After much internal struggle, Liang Qiu Feng wanted to say something but hesitated. He didn't know how to face the current relationship between himself and Jiang Yumeng. Although both had confirmed they were Liang Qiu's parents. And though they could be certain an indescribable bond would form between them in the future. But at this moment, they lacked the emotional foundation to build upon. They hadn't experienced enough together, and the bond between them felt almost too pure. Therefore, many words remained unsaid for Liang Qiu Feng. Yet Jiang Yumeng's voice drifted softly from beside him. Are you feeling really bad? Liang Qiu Feng fell silent, his lips twitching slightly as he struggled to find the right words. Could he really tell her how miserable he felt right now? Saying something like that would probably make him incredibly embarrassed. In the end. Then, Jiang Yumeng spoke slowly. How about? I heard that when you guys feel uncomfortable, you usually choose to handle it yourselves. Why don't you take care of it yourself? Don't worry, I won't laugh at you, and I definitely won't tell anyone about this. Huh? No way, dude. Is this script right? Liang Qiu Feng looked utterly bewildered. Without hesitation, he rolled off the bed. Then he looked at Jiang Yumeng standing before him. Jiang Yumeng stared at him with wide eyes. Her gaze was filled with a shy meaning, as if she understood everything. Then, her face flushed even redder, like a piece of paint. After a long moment, Liang Qiu Feng finally pursed his lips. Where did you learn all this stuff? It was just stuff my roommates talked about back when I lived in the dorms during high school. I didn't go out of my way to learn it, I just overheard them. They even said. What else did they say? Liang Qiu Feng asked curiously from the side. Jiang Yumeng let out a soft gasp, unable to continue the sentence. How could Liang Qiu Feng not understand what Jiang Yumeng was trying to say? Her roommates had likely shared these details during their chats, and perhaps this situation could be resolved with some assistance. After much hesitation, Liang Qiu Feng sighed helplessly. How could he possibly accept Jiang Yumeng doing such things to him? Though Liang Qiu Feng was a young man in the prime of his youth, a college student at that. And youthful urges naturally stirred desires and longings for such things. But he wasn't that kind of person. He didn't want to hurt Jiang Yumeng, nor did he want her to develop other feelings toward him in this emotional state. He didn't want to make Jiang Yumeng harbor any other thoughts about him. With a bitter smile, Liang Qiu Feng said, alright. Let's go to sleep. It's getting late. We have to go to military training at school tomorrow morning after breakfast. With that, Liang Qiu Feng closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. 122 True Heart for True Heart, beloved daughter's best fate seeking gold tickets. But, before drifting off, Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but feel a bit helpless that he seemed to be losing his manly edge. He recalled how many people joked online, man, are you going to be a beast tonight, or worse than a beast? What did he even count as? Perhaps. He could be called a pure love warrior? He cared too much about Jiang Yumeng's feelings, too much about what she had been through. He truly couldn't bear to see her hurt because of him, or worse, feel even a hint of resentment after everything that had happened. Even though their bond wasn't yet deeply rooted. Gradually, Liang Qiu Feng realized Jiang Yumeng occupied an ever-growing place in his heart. Liang Qiu Feng truly regarded Jiang Yumeng as someone incredibly important. He wanted to see her happy, to see her find true joy. That was the most genuine thought in his heart. And so, after an unknown length of time, Liang Qiu Feng finally drifted off to sleep. The next morning, he woke up to find Jiang Yumeng beside him, still tugging at the hem of her shirt. It was already up near her waist, so... Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly, reaching out to pat Jiang Yumeng's buttocks as he gently called out to her. Jiang Yumeng let out a soft gasp. How could she not know what Liang Qiu Feng had just done? Her face flushed crimson in an instant. She looked at Liang Qiu Feng helplessly and said, where did you pat? Liang Qiu Feng chuckled, what? My wife getting shy? You weren't like this last night at the gym. Alright. Get up quickly. We need to get ready for breakfast. I'll go wash up first, then head out to buy breakfast. Later, you'll need to help our daughter with her morning routine. Don't let her young age fool you, she's starting to become independent now and needs to learn basic hygiene like brushing her teeth and washing her face. Hearing this, Jiang Yumeng shot him a disapproving look. Feeling a bit helpless, she nevertheless accepted Liang Qiu Feng's gesture. With that, Liang Qiu Feng went to wash up. Just as he was about to leave the villa, he spotted Chen Wan and Chen Yuluo approaching outside. Upon reaching the entrance, they produced keys and unlocked the villa door. These keys had been given to the two maids by Liang Qiu Feng earlier. For those who would be frequent visitors to the villa in the future, giving them keys was a measure that allowed Liang Qiu Feng to feel somewhat more at ease. Soon enough, Liang Qiu Feng spotted the two women. Seeing the breakfast they carried, Liang Qiu Feng froze for a moment. He hurriedly spoke up, Aunt Chen, what are you? Shenwan and Chen Yulua chuckled beside him.
Oh, nothing much. We're getting older and don't sleep as much as we used to, so naturally we can't sleep in late in the morning. So we figured we'd get up early and grab some breakfast ourselves. That way, you won't have to go out and buy it, saving you a lot of trouble. Shenwan continued, alright. Breakfast is already taken care of today, and there's just enough for all of us. Oh, have Yumeng and Yaya woken up yet? If they're up, go ahead and call them down for breakfast.
In that instant, hearing Shenwan's words, Liang Qiu Feng felt deeply moved. He truly hadn't expected that this was merely a nanny he had hired with money, yet she was so devoted and responsible toward his family. Not only had she patiently cared for Liang Qiu from start to finish. Over the past 2 days, Liang Qiu Feng had noticed every corner of the villa meticulously cleaned by the two of them. Such wholehearted dedication and conscientiousness filled Liang Qiu Feng with an indescribable warmth. Early that morning, they had even prepared a special breakfast just for him.
Liang Qiu Feng truly didn't know what to say.
After hesitating for a long time, he thought to himself that these two women were truly comparable to his own parents, filled with care for his entire family. Of course, there was undoubtedly another reason. Liang Qiu Feng had provided them with generous wages and commissions. After all, by normal standards, without such generous compensation, it was unlikely anyone would go to such lengths to serve him so diligently. But even so, Liang Qiu Feng felt deeply moved. He hurried forward, took the breakfast, and then chuckled, saying, Anshin, you really don't need to go to such trouble. We'd feel bad if you kept doing this. Chen Yulua chuckled beside him.
Oh, it's nothing. Our children were once just like little Yaya, going through this age and this era just like yours. We want our children to have a good life too. So even though both of our kids have grown up and started their own families, we still want to treat you well when we see you. Besides, that little Yaya is so adorable, we'd love to take care of her every day. Getting to look after a little girl and getting paid for it, where else would you find such a great deal?
Xinhuan nodded in agreement beside her. That's right, Xiao Feng, don't be so shy.
With all the money you earn, we should be doing something to help.
Even though we know you don't want us to be so busy, we still feel we should do our part.
Listening to their words, Liang Qiu Feng felt a pang of awkwardness.
He wanted to say something, but couldn't find the words to counter them.
In frustration, Liang Qiu Feng sighed, effectively conceding their point.
Yet deep down, his gratitude toward them never wavered for a moment. Not long after, Jiang Yumeng and their daughter Liang Qiu emerged, freshly washed and dressed. Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng, both dressed in their military training uniforms, sat down to breakfast in the dining room. The little girl ate with relish, even looking at Shenwan and Chen Yulua and demanding they teach her how to write her name today. The little girl even planned to memorize 2 Tang poems, which came as a pleasant surprise to Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng. They were also touched that their daughter was so obedient and sensible.
At this age, other children probably only think about playing and eating, right? But their little girl only thought about learning and improving herself every day. Liang Qiu Feng understood well.
Before Liang Qiu traveled back in time, she had already experienced everything they had gone through. She had witnessed her parents' arguments and even their eventual separation. Though many misunderstandings were involved, Liang Qiu still felt deeply saddened. Having endured such a childhood, she could never bear to relive those dark moments again. Thus, driven by this intense conviction whose origins she herself couldn't fathom, she had traveled back from the future. Simply to witness Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng, this couple, reconcile. Liang Qiu Feng felt an indescribable wave of emotion wash over him. Yet also felt a pang of guilt.
123 Campus Queen wife cried? He panicked. Seeking gold tickets.
After eating and drinking their fill, Liang Qiu Feng played with Liang Qiu for a while longer.
Everyone went to check on the 2 kittens. It must be said, these 2 kittens were changing day by day. By now, they could walk freely on the floor and even climb onto slightly elevated platforms. Though both had stubby little legs and moved with a clumsy awkwardness, they managed just fine. Jiang Yumeng watched them, her heart melting. Finally, after playing with the little girl for a while, they saw it was past 8 o'clock. The 2 stood up, said goodbye to the little girl, and stepped away. They got into the car, and Liang Qiu Feng drove toward Beijing University. Along the way, Jiang Yumeng chuckled softly and remarked, "You can really feel how genuinely kind Aunt Shin and Aunt Chen are to us and to the children." Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly and replied, "Yes, they truly treat us like their own children. I can see it in their eyes, that tenderness, that love. I suspect it's because they've been away from home for so long, with their own children grown and starting families of their own. It makes them yearn for this all the more." Jiang Yumeng suddenly fell silent. From Liang Qiu Feng's words, she sensed the deep longing Shenwan and Chen Yulua felt for their own children. Putting herself in their shoes, she instantly thought of her own parents. She wondered if her parents, back in their rural hometown, felt this same ache of longing after finishing their farm work each day and returning to an empty house without her by their side. After pondering, Jiang Yumeng swiftly recalled everything she had experienced growing up under her parents' care. She recalled her days filled with joy and happiness, and the look of contentment in her parents' eyes whenever they looked at her, eyes brimming with tenderness and love.
These memories pierced Jiang Yumeng's heart like 1,000 needles, causing her to feel a pain as sharp as 1,000 stabs. Lost in thought, Jiang Yumeng suddenly opened her eyes, tears unconsciously streaming down her cheeks. Liang Qiu Feng, who had been looking to the right to check the traffic in the rearview mirror, suddenly noticed Jiang Yumeng's unusual state. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes, falling one by one onto her military training uniform. In that instant, Liang Qiu Feng froze, his heart surging with intense panic. He valued Jiang Yumeng more and more, caring deeply about every emotion she felt. He refused to hurt her, couldn't bear to see her suffer even the slightest injustice, and dreaded witnessing any trace of negativity in her. He only wished for her to be happy and carefree. Yet, seeing tears suddenly fall from the corners of her eyes threw Liang Qiu Feng into a panic. He quickly pulled the car over to the side of the road, then looked at Jiang Yumeng and said gently, "What's wrong, honey? Why are you crying? Did something upset you? Or did I do something wrong? Tell me if it's my fault, I'll fix it right away. Just don't let yourself feel wronged. Why aren't you saying anything?" Watching her remain unresponsive after several attempts to speak, Liang Qiu Feng tried again. "Honey, please don't be like this. Don't scare me like this. I really don't know what to do. I feel so lost and helpless." Jiang Yumeng admitted she was just that kind of person, always prone to being emotional. Of course, upon reflection, she understood precisely why these emotions surfaced. It all stemmed from her childhood experiences. From a young age, more and more people looked down on her, or rather, constantly mocked her. This had led to an endless sense of inferiority within her heart. Gradually, bit by bit, it all accumulated, resulting in Jiang Yumeng's deeply emotional nature. Or perhaps it stemmed from her profound awareness that her parents had sacrificed everything for her since childhood, gradually transforming her into this person. After wrestling with her thoughts, Jiang Yumeng heard Liang Qiu Feng's gentle words beside her. In that instant, his words felt like a soothing balm, rushing into her heart and instantly filling her with boundless peace and happiness. Moments later, she raised her hand to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes before turning her gaze to the side. She saw the worry in Liang Qiu Feng's eyes, and in that instant, Jiang Yumeng felt profoundly moved. But at that moment, as tears like tiny pearls fell once more, Jiang Yumeng's face still held a faint smile. Liang Qiu Feng suddenly panicked and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong, honey? If I've done something wrong, just tell me, I'll fix it. But please, don't do this. It's making me feel uneasy. I know I haven't done anything wrong, but your sudden emotions and tears out of nowhere. I really don't know what to say. You always said we should have a relationship where we're completely honest with each other. If something's bothering you, just say it. Why hide it?" Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's words, Jiang Yumeng smiled softly and nodded. They had always hoped for a straightforward relationship, and she had told him this before. Thinking about it now, Jiang Yumeng felt a pang of awkwardness. She grew shy, unsure whether she should have revealed such emotions to Liang Qiu Feng. Yet she was conflicted. After all, this was her first time in a relationship. How could she possibly know what words were appropriate to share and which were not? After much hesitation, she decided that she and Liang Qiu Feng should be completely honest with each other. They should voice their most genuine thoughts. She felt she had nothing to hide from him. So, Jiang Yumeng spoke up, "Actually, it suddenly hit me just now. Aunt Shen and Aunt Shen have been so kind to us, and combined with what you just said, it suddenly dawned on me. I truly felt the pain and suffering they had endured to give me such meticulous care from childhood to adulthood. They sacrificed so much for me to grow up and achieve something in life. They'd given me so much, and I felt so much from them. That's why I started thinking how wonderful it would be if I could do something for them. After all, I realized how incredibly difficult their lives have been." As these thoughts swirled, tears welled up in my eyes. As she spoke, Jiang Yumeng raised her hand to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. Then, her tears turned to a smile as she said, "Ah Feng, I'm so sorry to make you laugh at me." Unexpectedly, Liang Qiu Feng replied firmly, "No, how could this be embarrassing? On the contrary, it showed me your most genuine self." 124 Liang Qiu Feng. "You're picking on me again. Please vote." With that, he reached out and took hold of Jiang Yumeng's hand, filling her with an endless sense of strength. Then, he slowly said, "I know you've always been worried about your parents. All these years, everything they've done for you, and you've deeply understood how difficult it's been for them all this time. Truthfully, I understand. Before, I was just like you, we both came from poor families. The struggles our parents endured, the hardships we faced growing up, they're all etched in my memory. How could I not understand? So I empathize with your feelings. Plus, your parents are getting older now. Whether they're working away from home every day or toiling in the fields at home, all of this subjects them to suffering and hardship we can scarcely imagine. Naturally, I can feel the pain in your heart." Hearing Liang Qiu Feng speak to this point, Jiang Yumeng nodded. He was absolutely right. His words struck a chord deep within her heart. Jiang Yumeng now shared the same thoughts as Liang Qiu Feng. Liang Qiu Feng continued, "And it's precisely because of these feelings that I've come to understand more clearly that as children, we really should do something for our parents. Now look, our family circumstances have improved, and we have money. Naturally, we have the means to support our parents. But At this point, Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but give a bitter smile. Now, because of our daughter's arrival, this situation has put us both in an awkward position. After all, our daughter came from the future. I truly haven't figured out how to explain this to my parents or yours. Seeing Jiang Yumeng nod in agreement, Liang Qiu Feng continued, but please trust me, once military training ends in a few days, I'll find a way to tell our parents about this. I'll help our parents gradually accept this reality.
Then we'll bring them over here to join Aunt Shin and Aunt Chen in caring for our daughter daily. When they have free time, they can chat, play chess, or cards. Wouldn't that be nice?
Once we see them living happily, we'll finally be able to rest easy. Finally hearing Liang Qiu Feng say this, Jiang Yumeng felt deeply moved and overjoyed. Yes, for Jiang Yumeng, what Liang Qiu Feng was saying now was exactly what she most wanted to see happen. The only problem was, she genuinely didn't know how to broach the subject with Liang Qiu Feng, or rather, how to explain it to her parents. Now that Liang Qiu Feng stood before her, offering this answer, Jiang Yumeng believed in the future. She believed that before long, her parents would inevitably learn of this development. With that, Jiang Yumeng smiled softly and said, "Alright, Feng, I believe in you. The two of us will definitely see that day come."
Liang Qiu Feng nodded firmly.
Of course. Rest assured, I too long to bring our parents here sooner rather than later. I want them to live a good life, free from the daily grind of harsh weather and backbreaking work.
That's what I truly wish for them.
But suddenly, Liang Qiu Feng noticed Jiang Yumeng's face flush slightly. Curious, he asked, "What's wrong, honey? What's with the sudden change? Why are you blushing?"
Jiang Yumeng shot him a playful glare from the side and said, "What do you mean our parents? We're not even married yet. Why did you change the way you address them?"
Liang Qiu Feng scratched his head awkwardly, then asked, "What?
You don't like me saying our parents? Fine then, I'll bring my parents over myself. You can talk to your parents about it yourself." Jiang Yumeng panicked instantly. No.
Hearing Liang Qiu Feng give up and refuse to even try explaining to her parents, Jiang Yumeng panicked. I'm sorry.
Is that not good enough? You always pick on me. Liang Qiu Feng, why are you picking on me again? Liang Qiu Feng chuckled and said, "How is that bullying you? I'm just stating the facts. My dear wife, if you don't want to, what can I do?" Jiang Yumeng finally realized Liang Qiu Feng was teasing her.
She shot him a disgruntled glare before pouting, "Hurry up, we'll be late.
It's the second day of military training. If we're late again today, who knows what the instructor will say about us."
Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng snapped to attention. Glancing at the time, he realized it was nearly 9 o'clock, just over 20 minutes until training began. He breathed a sigh of relief before starting the car and speeding toward campus. Truth be told, Liang Qiu Feng was genuinely moved. He was touched by how closely Jiang Yumeng's values aligned with his own. Both were genuinely kind-hearted, exceptionally gentle with their daughter, and deeply devoted to their parents. Admittedly, there was a touch of self-praise in this, but that was simply who Liang Qiu Feng was, a man whose heart was forever tied to his parents, unwilling to see them suffer even the slightest harm. If it weren't for the recent arrival of his daughter, Liang Qiu, forcing him to start contemplating how to explain this situation. Otherwise, he would have already rushed to bring his parents here to enjoy a better life. But as he had just said, Liang Qiu Feng believed that day wouldn't be too far off. He even found himself thinking that once military training ended, he and Jiang Yumeng would likely brainstorm together on how to broach this matter with both sets of parents. Fortunately, Jiang Yumeng's emotions had finally calmed down, and Liang Qiu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He continued driving the car toward Capital University. Before long, at 8:50, the car arrived at Capital University. After parking, the two held hands and hurried toward the plaza behind Building 3. With 3 minutes left before 9 o'clock, they finally arrived, panting slightly. They saw all their classmates gathered in small groups, whispering to each other. Soon, Tang Xian, Zheng Huanhuan, Ma Yisheng, and Shen Dongming were sitting under a tree nearby. Spotting Liang Qiu Feng and his companion, the four waved eagerly. Jiang Yumeng and Liang Qiu Feng exchanged a glance, chuckled, and dashed over. Ma Yisheng teased from the sidelines, "Crazy guy, what's up? Did you push your workout too late last night and your body hasn't recovered yet? Is that why you overslept this morning?" Hearing Ma Yisheng's teasing, Liang Qiu Feng understood perfectly well what kind of training Ma Yisheng was referring to. With a helpless look, Liang Qiu Feng rolled his eyes at him, walked over, and patted his shoulder. "Cut it out, you little rascal. Stop teasing me like this. We finished breakfast and rushed straight over here. So what if we're a little late?" "We're not actually late. 125 Zhao Xiuxue has a new boyfriend? Please vote." The surrounding crowd chuckled, while Tang Xian and Zheng Huanhuan quickly gathered around Jiang Yumeng. Zheng Huanhuan gossiped, "Hey? Yumeng, you didn't know? Let me tell you, Zhao Xiuxue seems to have found another rich guy as her boyfriend, but I heard he's in his 30s. "Huh?" Jiang Yumeng looked taken aback. At that moment, she turned her head and soon spotted Zhao Xiuxue approaching. Truth be told, the conflict between everyone and Zhao Xiuxue had reached an irreconcilable point. Add to that Zhao Xiuxue's repeated mockery and scheming against Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng over the past period.
Naturally, this had drawn their resentment and attention. However, Jiang Yumeng didn't dwell much on all this. She understood exactly why it was happening. Zhao Xiaoxue harbored resentment toward the wealthy. She deeply resented Jiang Yumeng's happiness and refused to accept her relationship with Liang Qiu Feng. Deep down, Zhao Xiaoxue constantly wondered, why didn't good fortune happen to her? Little did she know that to Jiang Yumeng, all of this was nothing but groundless accusations. From start to finish, Jiang Yumeng had never once hoped to find a wealthy man. She yearned for a better life and aspired to rise above her circumstances, but she had never considered using a rich man to achieve it. Her relationship with Liang Qiu Feng was truly a coincidence. It was only because her daughter, Liang Qiu, had traveled back in time from the future that Jiang Yumeng had no choice but to seek out Liang Qiu Feng. As for Liang Qiu Feng's family background and financial status, they held no significance to her. Yet things turned out quite the opposite. Liang Qiu Feng's wealth and financial standing repeatedly challenged Jiang Yumeng's beliefs and perceptions, until she gradually came to accept these realities. But this didn't mean Jiang Yumeng was with Liang Qiu Feng for his money. On the contrary, under these circumstances, Zhao Xiaoxue's hatred toward Jiang Yumeng also left Liang Qiu Feng feeling somewhat helpless. Left with no other choice, he acknowledged Zhao Xiaoxue's resentment toward her, while also hoping she wouldn't cause them any more trouble going forward. Unexpectedly, the day they schemed against Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng at the business hotel came back to haunt them. To her surprise, Zhao Xiaoxue had found a new boyfriend. Jiang Yumeng then turned to Zhang Huanhuan with curiosity and asked, "When did this happen? How did you find out?" Tang Xin chuckled beside her. "Ah, maybe you're not on Zhao Xiaoxue's WeChat friends list?" Seeing Jiang Yumeng nod, Tang Xinyan continued, "We too also saw it by accident last night while scrolling through moments." Zhao Xiaoxue posted it herself. In her post, she didn't hide anything at all. She directly announced her relationship with that person, even saying they'd officially made it public. We were both curious and surprised, so we looked him up. Guess what? Turns out he's quite famous, apparently a well-known racecar driver here in Beijing with some national recognition too. His name is Zhang Jianghan. As Tang Xian got to this part, Zhang Huanhuan beside her nodded eagerly. Yes. It's Zhang Jianghan. I looked him up online before. Zhang Jianghan is a well-known race car driver in China who's achieved great results in various domestic and international racing events. He's loved by countless people. Ma Yisheng chimed in from the side, but there's one thing about Zhang Jianghan that's kind of frustrating. I heard he has this thing for college girls. He keeps switching girlfriends one after another, and every single one is a college student, pretty and popular. What's surprising is that Zhang Jianghan is apparently already in his 30s this year, yet he's still here going for younger women. But hearing Ma Yisheng's words, the group couldn't help but feel slightly taken aback. Others nearby also looked slightly puzzled, instinctively glancing at Zhao Xiaoxue in the distance, their expressions filled with an indescribable complexity. Liang Qiu Feng scratched his head and slowly remarked, "Who would have thought Zhao Xiaoxue would sacrifice so much just for a better life and money?" Everyone chuckled and said no more. Then, Jiang Yumeng curled her lips and said, "Forget it. Let's not concern ourselves with her. What kind of life Zhao Xiaoxue ends up living, what she goes through, what does any of that matter to us?" Everyone nodded in agreement. Someone like Zhao Xiaoxue, who only knew how to resent the wealthy and mock others time and again, had proven that her future would hold no connection whatsoever with the others, with Jiang Yumeng and the rest. Since everyone had different values, it was impossible for any other story to unfold between them and Zhao Xiaoxue. What she becomes in the future is none of their concern. After all, people have different aspirations and ways of living. Even if Zhao Xiaoxue managed to climb higher on someone else's coattails again, or provoked others, what business was it of theirs? If she wasn't their friend, why dwell on her fate? Zhang Huanhuan glanced over and said, "You're right. Whether Zhao Xiaoxue thrives or struggles in the future, what does it matter to us? Forget it, let's not think about her. Oh my gosh, you guys wouldn't believe it, after training all afternoon yesterday, I felt fine when I got home. But when I woke up this morning, my whole body was aching all over." Jiang Yumeng chuckled beside her and said, "That's what happens when we didn't keep up with physical exercise during high school. Luckily, Feng and I exercised a bit after getting home last night. We stretched it all out, and now I feel fine." Liang Qiu Feng chuckled beside her. Truth be told, this was one of the abilities and talents Liang Qiu Feng gained when he acquired his god-tier athletic talent. Last night, even though Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng had only briefly familiarized themselves with various training movements, it had mobilized every muscle in their bodies. While it did cause some muscle fatigue, Liang Qiu Feng had carefully controlled the intensity. This actually made their bodies feel exceptionally agile, even promoting blood circulation and loosening their joints. As a result, they didn't feel overly tired or exhausted. However, time was quickly running out. With only 1 minute left until 9 o'clock. Ma Yisheng stood up beside them, clapped his hands, and called out to the surrounding students, "Everyone, get ready. Hurry up and line up. The instructor will be here any minute. Getting lined up early will make a good impression on him. I believe this will make training less painful for everyone." As the class monitor, Ma Yisheng enjoyed the support and recognition of his peers.
Combined with the fact that Ma Yisheng genuinely commanded respect, his words prompted everyone to rise to their feet. In truth, they agreed with Ma Yisheng's words, finding them quite reasonable. Within a mere 30 seconds, under Ma Yisheng's decisive command, everyone successfully formed a squad.
Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but admire Ma Yisheng's execution skills from the sidelines. 126 The angry PE teacher, the captain dares not speak vote request. Before long, the instructor arrived at their location. Just as Ma Yisheng had anticipated, the instructor was highly satisfied upon seeing the formation and exchanged a few brief words with the group. Meanwhile, surrounding classes were still shouting, "Hurry up and line up." Standing in formation, they could clearly hear the instructor's growing frustration echoing around them. At this point, all the students breathed a sigh of relief, grateful they had followed Ma Yisheng's command and resolved the instructor's dissatisfaction ahead of time. Sure enough, throughout the day, the drill instructor's training for them was remarkably relaxed. In stark contrast, the classes on either side endured nearly hour-long training sessions before getting a break, while Liang Qiu Feng's class enjoyed breaks every 20 minutes or so. Needless to say, they were overjoyed, and the envy of the other students was palpable. At that moment, on a basketball court within the Beijing University Gymnasium, Zhang Guanjue stood at the center of the court, gazing at Guo Rui and the other two basketball team members before him. Deep dissatisfaction clouded Zhang Guanjue's face as his brows knitted tightly. He remained silent for a long moment. Finally, he spoke, "Guo Rui, do you have any idea how much effort I put in to make you captain? Do you have any idea how many teachers and coaches have expressed dissatisfaction with your attitude?" Hearing Zhang Guanjue's words, Guo Rui held his breath, not daring to breathe. Though Zhang Guanjue usually appeared kind and wore a smile for everyone, only those who had trained under him as fellow basketball team members truly understood the intensity of his temper. When Zhang Guanjue lost his temper, even someone with Guo Rui's temperament would likely come up short. Guo Rui understood exactly why Zhang Guanjue had summoned him here. It was undoubtedly about last night's basketball game. Guo Rui spoke up, "Coach Shang, I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. I just couldn't control myself last night." Couldn't control yourself? Zhang Guanjue snorted coldly, stepping forward to slap Guo Rui on the shoulder. Though Zhang Guanjue wasn't as tall as Guo Rui, the force of that slap sent Guo Rui's body trembling. Guo Rui recalled the agony of the last time he'd angered Zhang Guanjue. Even though Zhang Guanjue hadn't laid a hand on them, the sheer intensity he'd radiated back then still felt like a trip through hell whenever Guo Rui and the others thought about it now. Zhang Guanjue continued, "Do you know what? I originally went to find Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng, wanting them to join the basketball team? Don't think just because you're on the college team you're the captain, Guo Rui, and all three of you are starters you can act like you're above everyone else, got it?" Back in high school, Ma Yisheng led his team to win championship after championship in the Beijing High School League. How much worse do you think he is than you? I also heard you bragging yesterday about how awesome Ma Yisheng was in high school, but this is college now. Seeing Guo Rui dare not speak, Zhang Guanjue spat out a mouthful of spit and slowly said, "You're stupid. I really want to curse you out right now. Guo Rui, do you even know what kind of physical prowess Ma Yisheng had back in high school? Did you ever stop to think if you were anywhere near as strong as him during your own high school days? Don't think that just because you've been a starter for a few days, or because you've been in college for a year and played a few games, you can act like you're above everyone else. Do you have any idea how much potential Ma Yisheng has? And Liang Qiu Feng, in every live footage I've seen so far, he's been flawless. Every shot he takes is a guaranteed make. Later on, Liang Qiu Feng never even warmed up before playing basketball. Have you ever seen him break a sweat? He sinks all those shots, endures intense physical contact, yet his heart doesn't race, he doesn't breathe heavily, and he doesn't even break a sweat. Think about yourselves, every single person on this basketball team. Who among you could do that?" A deathly silence fell over the entire basketball court. Though other team members lingered nearby, not a single voice stirred. They all knew Zhang Guan had bragged about Ma Yisheng and Liang Qiu Feng before facing them. Whether on forums or in various group chats, every single one of them had seen the footage of the two playing basketball over the past couple of days. Even standing at just over 1.8 meters tall, without any prior warm-up, they had successfully dunked and both were high-difficulty moves. These feats were proof enough of Ma Yisheng and Liang Qiu Feng's abilities. Initially, the teammates had felt somewhat dismissive of the pair after hearing Zhang Guanjue's words. But after seeing these videos, they gradually realized that Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng's abilities far exceeded their expectations. Adding to this, last night Guo Rui brought two main players to play a basketball game against Liang Qiu Feng and his two teammates, only to be soundly defeated 21-8. Such a staggering disparity in skill forced them to take their opponents seriously. Yet now, not a single voice dared to speak. After all, they all knew the consequences Guo Rui faced when he led his crew to challenge Ma Yisheng and his group. Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng had publicly declared before all their classmates that they would no longer join the basketball team. Upon arriving today and learning this news, Zhang Guanjue had erupted in fury, leading to the scene unfolding before them. After a moment, Guo Rui lifted his head to look at Zhang Guanjue before him. After hesitating repeatedly, he finally spoke, "Teacher Zhang, I truly know I was wrong. Please don't be angry anymore. Your anger really frightens me. Poof. Now you're scared? Zhang Guanjue sneered coldly. How many times have I told you? There's always someone better out there. I told you to go out there with your head on straight and rein in your temper. What happened? Did you listen?
Mark my words, I'll be seeking out Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng later.
Can you even imagine?
With their shooting accuracy and physical abilities, if they joined our basketball team, Beijing University could easily crack the top 3 this year, maybe even win the championship. They're like a cavalry charge, a sharp sword. But now, because of the conflict between you and them last night, they've developed nothing but resentment toward our basketball team.
How do you plan to fix this mess? Guo Rui fell silent. Only now did it dawn on him.
Last night, whether it was with Liang Qiu Feng or Ma Yisheng, his actions had created friction among the group. It also allowed Guo Rui to truly grasp the formidable strength of Liang Qiu Feng and his crew. He understood that under their current abilities, they truly had the potential to become formidable wildcards in the future. But he never imagined that the friction between them would ultimately cause Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng to harbor ill will toward their basketball team. In that moment, Guo Rui finally grasped the magnitude of the trouble he had stirred up. How could he not know his own foul temper? How could he not know how much resentment he had accumulated over the past year? But he had no idea how to fix it. So Guo Rui hurriedly looked up at Zhang Guanjue and said, "Coach, I truly know I was wrong.
Please don't scold me anymore." Oomph. Not scold you? I'd love to punch you a couple of times right now.
Looking at Guo Rui before him, Zhang Guanjue's expression remained filled with anger. 127 Guo Rui, effective immediately, you are expelled. Vote request. At that moment, Zhang Guanjue's heart burned with extraordinary fury. He wanted to tear Guo Rui and the 2 teammates beside him to shreds. Or rather, kick all 3 of them out of the basketball team completely. However, Zhang Guanjue also felt a sense of helplessness. He understood all too well that Guo Rui and his group held a status within the team that no other players could replace. Not to mention that despite Guo Rui's fiery temper, he possessed genuine skill. As the team's starting center, he had become an indispensable presence. Yet it was precisely that temper that constantly left Zhang Guanjue feeling helpless. In the past, Zhang Guanjue had repeatedly reminded Guo Rui to control his temper. He had also warned Guo Rui that he would eventually pay the price for it. At first, Guo Rui would nod and agree wholeheartedly. But gradually, it seemed as if he no longer cared at all, completely indifferent to the consequences. He appeared utterly unconcerned. And now, at last, he had paid the price for it. At this moment, Zhang Guanjue's heart was filled with inexpressible bitterness. Yet, observing the shift in Guo Rui's gaze before him, he understood all too well. Guo Rui had likely come to recognize his own mistake. But what difference did it make now? Even if he fully understood his mistake, none of this could be undone. Still, Zhang Guanjue simply couldn't bring himself to give up, could he? At that moment, Guo Rui looked at Zhang Guanjue. After hesitating for a long while, he finally asked, "What should we do next?" "I'm truly sorry. I've come to understand my mistake, and I know you must be furious. But I hope you, Teacher Zhang, can understand that I truly recognize now that I did something wrong. How about I go apologize to Liang Qiu Feng right now? And Ma Yisheng too. I'll sincerely apologize to them both. I'll even kneel before them if I have to." As Guo Rui spoke these words, his eyes held an indescribable sense of helplessness. He was a proud man with a fierce sense of self-respect. How could he not understand why he had ended up in this predicament? Countless times, Guo Rui had received Zhang Guan's stern admonishments, fully aware that Zhang Guan had grown increasingly furious and dissatisfied with his temper. But he simply couldn't control himself. He was that arrogant. Especially after successfully leading his basketball teammates to national tournaments time and again, achieving various accomplishments, he had gradually forgotten his roots. He forgot how he should change. He forgot what he should truly be doing for this basketball team. Now, he finally understood. The past year of competition had left him with a profound sense of helplessness. Although Guo Rui held absolute dominance in the paint and displayed formidable skills within the team, but Beijing University's current basketball team was severely lacking in players who could handle the ball, drive to the basket, or fill other key positions. This was the biggest problem plaguing their team to date. Everyone knew Zhang Guanjue had repeatedly emphasized that if someone could fill this void and address the team's deficiencies, they would ultimately achieve great success in the future. Zhang Guanjue had always hoped to see someone step up and fill this void. Yet, after experiencing one setback after another, Zhang Guanjue gradually began to feel disheartened. Therefore, when Guo Rui recently heard Zhang Guanjue mention someone capable of filling this crucial role, his pride was deeply shaken. This was precisely why he had acted the way he did when facing Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng. Guo Rui now fully understood his mistake. Though filled with regret, he found himself at a loss for words. His sole desire now was to placate Zhang Guanjue's fury. He feared that if Zhang Guanjue, in his fury, took some drastic action against him, it might force him to leave the basketball team altogether. Guo Rui didn't want to leave the basketball team. Being the captain here, enjoying the perks and indulgences daily, basking in the flattery of countless teammates, this life was simply perfect. If he were forced to leave because of this, Guo Rui couldn't even imagine what he would become. But just then, Zhang Guanjue stared at him coldly. After a long silence, he finally snorted. "Oof. I reckon you're just afraid of losing your status, losing the position you hold now. And now you try to brush me off with such excuses? Do you really think I'd believe that? With your intense pride, you actually think you could go kneel before Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yi to apologize? Do you really believe anyone would buy that?" Silent, Guo Rui felt an indescribable bitterness welling up inside him as Zhang Guanjue laid bare his true intentions. Facing Zhang Guanjue, recalling his temper and past actions, Guo Rui found himself unable to speak, his words stuck in his throat. Guo Rui stared at Zhang Guanjue. After a long silence, the latter finally curled his lips and spoke. "Forget it. I don't want to talk to you anymore. I'll handle this matter myself. I hope you'll behave yourself. Your temper will be your downfall sooner or later." And Zhang Guanjue glanced at the others beside him and said coldly, "I hereby announce that effective immediately, Guo Rui is relieved of his duties as captain of the Capital University basketball team. As for a replacement captain, I will select one myself." What? The entire basketball team erupted in stunned gasps. No one could have imagined that Guo Rui's mistake would have such far-reaching consequences so severe that Zhang Guanjue had immediately stripped him of his position. Guo Rui froze in shock. What had he just been groveling to Zhang Guanjue for? Wasn't it all to keep his position as captain? Having enjoyed a year of dominance with the team, how could Guo Rui possibly give up such a position? Now, watching Zhang Guanjue strip him of his position right before his eyes, an indescribable bitterness filled Guo Rui's heart. He immediately stepped forward, staring at Zhang Guanjue and shouted. "Why? On what grounds are you removing me? You know full well I command respect within the team. Every player trusts me. If you strip me of my position now, who will command respect in the future? I'm putting this out there, if you make someone else captain, I'll be the first to refuse to accept it." "Refuse?" Zhang Guanjue snorted coldly. "Fine. Since you refuse to accept it, Guo Rui, effective immediately, you are expelled." "WH? What? 128 Guo Rui still won't give up? Who is Han Li? Seeking gold tickets." Guo Rui froze in place. He never imagined this outcome. Moments ago, he planned to pressure Zhang Guanjue, leveraging his authority within the basketball team, where so many players respected him, to assert his dominance. He hoped Zhang would weigh the consequences and back down. True, he had already accepted Zhang Guanjue's decision to invite Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng back. He could even tolerate the fact that bringing those two back wasn't a big deal. But he truly never imagined that under such pressure, he would not only lose his position as team captain but also forfeit his very eligibility to remain a member of the basketball team. Hearing Zhang Guanjue's words, Guo Rui tried to speak up. Two teammates beside him shouted loudly. "Coach Zhang, you're really going too far here. Even if Captain Guo made a mistake, you don't have to strip him of his captaincy and even his team membership rights like this. Don't you realize how crucial Captain Guo is to our team? He's the undisputed dominant force in the paint during games. How could you not understand that?" "Shut up." Before the player could continue, Zhang Guanjue cut him off with a sharp command. It wasn't for nothing that Zhang Guanjue commanded immense respect within the basketball team. Despite his usual jovial demeanor, he was a man of unwavering authority. He was the type who never backed down from his word. No one was permitted to question or challenge any decision he made. Hearing these two teammates so blatantly take Guo Rui's side, even speaking up for him, Zhang Guanjue spoke without hesitation. "You two are also expelled. Get out of here, all three of you. From this day forward, the Beijing University basketball team will not welcome you, nor will there be any place for you here." What? Shock. Guo Rui and the other two were utterly stunned. They never imagined Zhang Guanjue would do something so ruthless for Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng. They were utterly baffled, wondering if Zhang Guanjue had lost his mind. Then, Guo Rui narrowed his eyes and coldly retorted, "Zhang Guanjue, have you lost your mind? Kick all three of us out? We're all key players. Have you considered what will happen to Beijing University's basketball team if we leave? Does the basketball team no longer care about winning championships? Besides, even if you manage to recruit Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng, do you really think they can replace me without any inside presence? I understand your anger or whatever else you're feeling right now, but you've got to use your head, at the very least." With a sharp slap, before Guo Rui could finish his sentence, Zhang Guanjue suddenly raised his hand and struck him squarely across the face. Guo Rui clutched his face, stunned. He couldn't believe Zhang Guanjue had dared to strike him. After a moment of stunned silence, Guo Rui snorted coldly, "Zhang Guanjue, you bastard, you hit me." Zhang Guanjue retorted coldly, "What? You have a problem with that? Go ahead, find someone else to complain to. Or file a complaint against me with the school's teaching committee. I'd love to see whether the school leaders would tolerate a basketball team captain who disgusts others and mocks freshmen like you, or if they'd expel me instead."
Guo Rui fell silent instantly. He understood all too well.
If the school committee truly investigated everything, if they uncovered the extent of his misconduct, the countless fouls he'd committed on the basketball court, and the sheer disgust he'd inspired in opponents, teammates, and countless fans alike, then Guo Rui would likely find himself in serious trouble. Fury surged through him, but after a moment, it felt like punching air. He wanted to say something, yet no words came. A moment later, Guo Rui let out a cold snort, turned to nod at the two teammates beside him, and the three of them walked away. Watching Guo Rui walk out of the basketball gym, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Moments later, the call finally connected. Guo Rui hurriedly spoke up. Brother Han, it's Guo Rui. I'm truly sorry. I hope I'm not disturbing your rest at this hour? A cold, indifferent young voice came from the other end of the line. No. What's up? It's been ages since you last called me. Why remember me now? Guo Rui chuckled awkwardly and said, Hey, Brother Han, haven't I been busy lately? I know you're swamped with work every day, I wouldn't dare bother you constantly. But this time, the situation has truly caught me off guard. I'm at a loss on how to handle it, which is why I thought to call Brother Han. I was hoping you could lend a hand. The man called Brother Han on the other end sounded slightly curious. I never imagined there'd be something you couldn't handle. Tell me, what is it? Also, what do you plan to offer me in return? Guo Rui finally spoke up. Brother Han, here's the situation. I'm at school and got into a conflict with two freshmen. Those two have some connections at home. Of course, with your background, Brother Han, you probably wouldn't care about that. That's why I thought I'd ask you to step in and help sort things out. Then, because of this incident, I was even kicked off the school basketball team. Brother Han, I really hope you can help me out with this. As for the favor for you, Han-gu, well, I recently met a new freshman girl on campus, and we've been getting along pretty well. She's quite pretty, and I hear it's her first time. If you're not opposed, Brother Han, I could bring her to dinner with you. It'd be a chance for her to meet you, and for us to get to know each other better. What do you think? On the other end of the line, Guo Rui's words elicited an immediate chuckle. After a moment, he said, Alright, Guo Rui. I never would have guessed you actually had some sense and knew how to handle things. Alright, since you put it that way, it'd be downright rude of me to refuse. Alright, I got it. I'll handle this for you. I'll send you the location later. Come over first. Once you're here, I'll get the details from you and figure out a solution. Hearing these words at last, Guo Rui exhaled deeply and said with a delighted expression, Great, Brother Han, thank you so much. I didn't want to bother you, but I had no choice. This is something I simply can't handle on my own. I know you've got connections and influence, Brother Han, which is exactly why I came to you for help. I'll be waiting for your word. On the other end of the line, the man called Brother Han chuckled with satisfaction. 129 Meticulous Ma Yisheng, deeply touched, seeking gold tickets. Moments later, Guo Rui slowly nodded before hanging up. Not long after, as he looked at the message sent by the person named Han Li on WeChat, Guo Rui paused for a moment before letting out a cold snort. He turned to glance at his two teammates beside him, Jiang Shang and Xin Feiyu. Seeing how they had just stood up for him with such loyalty, Guo Rui felt deeply satisfied. After a moment, he said, You two are still my good brothers. In this situation, you still stood up for me and even spoke up on my behalf. I'll remember your kindness. Brother Han has already sent me his location. Let's go find him together. I'll treat you both to a meal. I'm confident Brother Han will handle this matter properly. As for that Zhang Guanjue, he'll pay the price for this too. I promise you both, he'll be at our doorstep within the next couple of days, begging the three of us to let him back on the basketball team. There won't be any more surprises then. Hearing Guo Rui's words, the two finally exhaled in relief. Their eyes sparkled with indescribable joy as they nodded eagerly and followed Guo Rui out of Capital University. Morning military training under the scorching sun was indeed grueling for the freshmen. For Liang Qiu Feng and his group, however, Ma Yisheng's early formation had earned them Coach Sun Feng's particular satisfaction. Consequently, their class had been training under the shade of trees the entire time. As the shade shifted throughout the day, the students were spared much discomfort. Watching the clock tick past 11:30 a.m., they finally breathed a collective sigh of relief when training ended. At Sun Feng's command, everyone scattered and left the grounds. Afternoon military training commenced at 1:30 p.m. This left them roughly 2 hours to enjoy their lunch break. Ma Yisheng stretched lazily, rubbing his joints as he remarked, Man, standing at attention for so long really takes it out of you. I heard from the seniors that standing at attention doesn't take up much of college life. They said we'd move on to other things soon. Why are we still doing this? Liang Qiu Feng chuckled and muttered beside him, Everything needs a solid foundation. If you can't master the basic military stance, how can you expect to excel at anything else? Alright, enough complaining. Come on, it's time for lunch. After a moment's thought, the group suggested, How about we head to the school cafeteria? Tang Xian nodded in agreement. We might as well grab a bite at the cafeteria. After eating, we can head back to the dorms to rest. Oh, right, Liang Qiu Feng, do you, Ma Yisheng, and Shen Dongming have a dorm room yet?
Before Liang Qiu Feng could answer, Ma Yisheng interjected, "Of course we do. Don't worry. My family has investments in Beijing University. We're shareholders here, so naturally we have dorm rooms." I specifically told the counselor to arrange a dorm room for Liang Qiu Feng and Chen Dongming. Liang Qiu Feng and Chen Dongming were genuinely surprised. Liang Qiu Feng said, "Ma Yisheng, this." Ma Yisheng cut him off. "Don't say another word. I'm doing this for your own good. Living together is more convenient. After all, you can't have nowhere to rest during lunch breaks when you have classes both morning and afternoon, right?" Liang Qiu Feng didn't live in the dorms on campus. When he enrolled, he had registered as a commuter student. As for Chen Dongming, since his family home was within that residential complex, he commuted by bus every day to and from school. While it was a bit of a hassle, it saved him a lot of money. After all, staying in the dorms cost extra money. How could that possibly be more economical than commuting by bus? However, neither Liang Qiu Feng nor Chen Dongming had anticipated that Ma Yisheng had already arranged dormitory accommodations for them in advance. Later, Chen Dongming expressed his gratitude. "Ma Yisheng, you've been too kind to us. This makes us feel so awkward." Ma Yisheng chuckled, waving it off casually. "Hey, come on. We're friends, after all. What's arranging a dorm room for you two? Besides, it's no trouble at all, just a simple request. Alright, let's head to the school cafeteria for lunch." Growing up, I rarely ate at the school cafeteria. Back home, my parents worried about my physical development, so they prepared all kinds of meals for me every day and sent them to school for me to eat. So getting to try the cafeteria food now is actually kind of surprising. Hearing Ma Yisheng's words, everyone felt a bit helpless. They realized then that as a wealthy young man from the capital, Ma Yisheng's life was vastly different from theirs. But they merely chuckled and said little more. And so, the group headed toward the school cafeteria. It could be said that every year, countless freshmen arrived at Capital University for military training, and the end date was uniformly scheduled. Suddenly, the crowd surged into the university cafeteria, creating an incredibly crowded scene. Standing in line at the cafeteria windows, the sheer smell of sweat permeating the air was overwhelming. This alone showed just how grueling the training had been for everyone. Fortunately, the line moved quickly, and they finally got their meals. Liang Qiu Feng and his group made their way to a large round table. They placed their meals there and began to eat. As a nationally renowned institution, Beijing University's cafeteria certainly delivered on its reputation. The food was delicious and perfectly suited to everyone's tastes. After everyone had eaten their fill, it was barely noon. They then headed toward the student dormitories. The men's dormitory and women's dormitory were separated by a considerable distance. At the fork in the road, they parted ways. Ma Yisheng then led Liang Qiu Feng and Chen Dongming to their dormitory. As they walked, Ma Yisheng remarked, "I specifically arranged for us to stay on the first floor so we won't have to climb stairs every day. With classes in the morning and sometimes in the afternoon, it'd be a hassle running back and forth. From now on, it's better to come over here. Since we're all in the same class, it'll be more convenient to hang out together." Liang Qiu Feng and Chen Dongming nodded in satisfaction. They genuinely felt Ma Yisheng's care and regard for them, and this sentiment truly touched them deeply. Making friends with the wealthy offspring of Beijing's elite clearly wasn't a bad thing after all. More friends, more paths. For Liang Qiu Feng, in particular, his thoughts revolved precisely around the need to cultivate more friendships time and again. Liang Qiu Feng hoped to meet more people who could become part of his network in the future. This was certainly no bad thing. 1:30, searching his conscience, he asked directly, seeking gold tickets. Chen Dongming, on the other hand, was overjoyed at the prospect of befriending both Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng, two sons of wealthy families. Soon, they arrived at the dormitory. The place was exceptionally tidy, with beds already neatly made up with bedding and various daily necessities laid out. Liang Qiu Feng looked slightly surprised, but Ma Yisheng chuckled and said, "Don't be surprised. I arranged all this for you guys in advance." Liang Qiu Feng scratched his head, touched by the gesture. "I never imagined Ma Yisheng would be so thoughtful." Ma Yisheng chuckled, "What's the big deal? The fact that we're all here together, getting to know each other, is a tremendous blessing in itself. And as for me, Ma Yisheng, I can say without exaggeration." As he spoke, Ma Yisheng approached the bunk bed below the desk. He leaped upward, pushed off with both hands, and landed on the mattress. "Don't laugh at me, but ever since I was a kid, everyone around me, once they learned about my experiences and who I really am, every single one of them wanted to be my friend. At first, I was genuinely happy, thinking I'd finally gained friends. Friendship is truly something to aspire to. But later, I realized I was wrong. Countless people weren't interested in genuine friendship at all. What they truly coveted was the resources and wealth I possessed. All they wanted was to gain access to these things, not for any sense of brotherly bond. Once, I even encountered someone who blurted out the real reason during a conversation. Back then, those kids, no older than 7 or 8, told me their parents had specifically instructed them to befriend me and cultivate a relationship with me. Their goal was to secure more and more valuable resources in the future. Hearing Ma Yisheng say this, Liang Qiu Feng and Chen Dongming couldn't help but freeze for a moment. After a moment, Shen Dongming said, huh?
I never imagined that you rich kids actually face this kind of thing growing up. I thought friends were just friends, there shouldn't be so much scheming involved.
Ma Yisheng chuckled softly. Yeah, I used to think the same way as you guys. Back then, I was even naive enough to believe it was true.
In the end, it turned out completely beyond my expectations. But to be honest, even up until I went to college, there were still people around me trying to exploit the resources I had access to.
But I didn't mind. Because around me, I genuinely wanted people to talk to.
I felt so lonely. As Ma Yisheng spoke, a deep sorrow welled up in his eyes. You probably don't know this, but from childhood onward, my parents arranged for me to learn all sorts of things: piano, physical training, basketball, and so on. All these skills were imposed on me by my parents.
The only thing I ever enjoyed was playing basketball. As for the rest, I never truly liked any of it. Despite my discontent and desire to resist, my parents' commands were impossible to defy. So, driven by unwillingness and dislike, I kept learning and improving myself time and time again. But it did lead me to where I am today, though that pain has always stayed with me. My friends, at the very least, were willing to listen to my stories and understand my emotions. Otherwise, I would have felt truly miserable and lonely. Yet, I never imagined.
Ma Yisheng suddenly lowered his gaze to Liang Qiu Feng and Shen Dongming below him, chuckling softly. You too, he said, I can truly sense that you genuinely, from the bottom of your hearts, want to be my friends. Liang Qiu Feng and Shen Dongming exchanged glances, both slightly puzzled at that moment, but they still chuckled and nodded. Liang Qiu Feng spoke up, I never harbored any ulterior motives toward you. That we became friends was likely due to a misunderstanding, no fight, no friendship. That's how friendships are forged.
Exactly. Ma Yisheng nodded.
Madman, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me.
You know I'm apologizing to you.
While it comes from my heart, my parents also advised me. They said there's no need to make enemies with someone like you, it won't lead to anything good in the future. At the same time, I know you're incredibly powerful, which is why I've been trying to befriend you bit by bit. I could even sense that you're fundamentally kind-hearted and genuinely loyal to your friends.
That's the most direct reason I wanted to be your friend. Shen Dongming chuckled beside him and added, as for me?
I had no idea Ma Yisheng and I were classmates. It was all because of Liang Qiu Feng.
I met Liang Qiu Feng in that residential complex, and that's how we got acquainted. It was only through him that I eventually met Ma Yisheng. Looking back, it really was a coincidence.
As they opened up to each other like this, they all burst into hearty laughter.
Then, Ma Yisheng casually folded his arms behind his head and said lazily, alright, why get so sentimental?
At least for me, I'm still very happy because I have you guys who genuinely treat me as a good friend.
That's much better than the other people around me.
That's precisely why I go out of my way to be so good to you.
Enough said, let's get some rest. Oh, right, do you guys have any other hobbies? Like playing mobile games or something?
Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng and Shen Dongming shook their heads. They genuinely weren't the type to play mobile games either.
Truthfully, their family backgrounds were quite similar.
Both families faced significant hardships, and they'd worked tirelessly at their studies since childhood.
Where would they find the energy for mobile games? What right did they have to squander their youth so recklessly? Ma Yisheng sighed and said, alright, since gaming isn't your thing, never mind. But luckily, all three of us love playing basketball.
How about when we have free time, we all head to the court and shoot some hoops? Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng and Shen Dongming finally nodded in agreement. At least playing basketball was good exercise, and it wouldn't be a bad thing for them. But soon, Liang Qiu Feng suddenly looked at Ma Yisheng with curiosity and asked, I'm really curious, Ma Yisheng.
What are your thoughts now about giving up joining the Beijing University varsity basketball team? Do you regret it? As he spoke, Liang Qiu Feng's eyes were genuinely filled with curiosity.
Truth be told, it had suddenly occurred to him that Ma Yisheng, as the captain of his high school basketball team, had led his teammates through countless competitions and earned numerous honors. Combined with what Ma Yisheng had just mentioned, Liang Qiu Feng understood that Ma Yisheng had developed a deep passion for basketball. In fact, Ma Yisheng had even voluntarily stated that basketball had been his greatest love since childhood.
Given this, Liang Qiu Feng wondered, was Ma Yisheng's decision to reject Zhang Guanjua's invitation to join the basketball team truly his genuine intention?
131 Zhang Guanjue returns.
The two men's doubts? Seeking gold tickets.
Just then, as Liang Qiu Feng had anticipated, Ma Yisheng responded with a faint, bitter smile. To be honest, I do feel a bit of regret.
I really wanted to join the school basketball team.
As for what I told you before about having too many things to do every day, that wasn't entirely true, it was half truth, half lie.
My academic workload isn't that overwhelming. So why I didn't want to join? It's because this Capital University basketball team has a pretty bad reputation online. Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng felt a twinge of confusion before asking curiously, you mean that incident with Guo Rui, right? Exactly. Ma Yisheng nodded without hesitation.
Precisely because of Guo Rui. You might not know this, but I actually knew about Guo Rui back when he was already the captain of the Capital University basketball team, representing the school in competitions.
Wei Rui's reputation was truly terrible.
He had a fiery temper, committed all sorts of fouls in every game, and even yelled at his teammates constantly. I'll admit his dominance in the paint was undeniable, but his behavior left me deeply dissatisfied. While I don't know if Guo Rui will change because of this, the thought of joining the school basketball team and facing his foul temper every day still makes me feel uneasy. That's precisely why I rejected the idea of joining the basketball team.
You saw what actually happened. The conflict we had with Gui Rui back in school was a clear representation of his own temperament. Liang Qiu Feng nodded in agreement with his reasoning.
Ma Yisheng continued, it was precisely because of that emotional state that I chose to refuse.
Ah, right. After finishing, Ma Yisheng looked at Liang Qiu Feng with curiosity and asked, but madman, why did you refuse?
Based on my guess, you shouldn't have refused at the very least.
Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly.
My refusal was purely a matter of personal time constraints, not unlike what you mentioned earlier. At this point, Liang Qiu Feng gave a bitter smile.
I have too many things to handle at home. Plus, I get to enjoy time alone with Jiang Yumeng every day. Where would I find the time to go to school for training after classes every single day?
He held back part of the truth, omitting the fact that his daughter was at home. He didn't want to become so consumed by the school basketball team that he neglected his daughter's love. His daughter had never been part of the future due to the conflicts between him and his wife. That was precisely why she had traveled through time. How could Liang Qiu Feng bear to see her plunged into loneliness every day because of his training?
That would be unbearably painful for him. Even so,
Liang Qiu Feng truly yearned to find something meaningful to occupy himself.
But one must always sacrifice something, right? Moreover,
upon hearing this, Ma Yisheng nodded, refraining from further questions and accepting his explanation. Chen Dongming, curious, chimed in from the side, speaking of which, if Guo Rui leaves the basketball team because of the conflicts that happened between you guys these past few days, would you still join?
What?
Ma Yisheng pursed his lips at the question, pulling a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He glanced at Liang Qiu Feng, who nodded, so he tossed one over. Chen Dongming didn't smoke himself, but he didn't mind them lighting up in front of him. Ma Yisheng then sneered, Donzi, let me tell you this, Guo Rui holds a crucial position and status within the school basketball team. He's the undisputed king of the paint for the Capital University basketball team, holding an unparalleled status and standing.
As the team's coach, Zhang Guanjue wouldn't dare kick Wei Rui off the squad.
If Zhang Guanjue really did kick him out like you claim, I'll do a handstand while washing my hair.
Mark my words. Chen Dongming nodded awkwardly.
He admittedly didn't understand the inner workings of the basketball team and naturally had no clue about Gui Rui's status within it. Some sat on beds, others leaned against chairs. They chatted for a while before settling down to rest. The afternoon passed quickly, and before they knew it, it was 1:10 p.m. Just as Liang Qiu Feng was pretending to doze off, his phone buzzed.
He picked it up to find a message from Tang Xian. A phone, are you awake? Afternoon military training is about to start.
Get yourself ready, round up the others, and we need to hurry over. Reading Tang Xian's message, Liang Qiu Feng glanced at the time and silently nodded.
He knew it was indeed almost time for the afternoon training session.
Liang Qiu Feng stretched lazily. After his brief nap, he felt his energy levels had indeed recovered quite well.
He once again felt grateful for Ma Yisheng's thoughtful arrangements for them.
He then glanced at Chen Dongming and Ma Yisheng and called out, all right, get up.
It's almost time. Afternoon military training is about to start.
Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's words, Ma Yisheng and Chen Dongming finally opened their eyes. With only 20 minutes left before the afternoon session, they nodded in agreement, tidied themselves up, splashed water on their faces, and left the area.
On the way to the training grounds, they soon encountered Jiang Yumeng, Tang Xian, and Zhang Huanuan at the fork in the road.
After exchanging greetings, the group strolled leisurely toward the plaza behind Building 3 of the military training complex. Along the way, they chatted and laughed, enjoying each other's company. The six gradually grew familiar with one another, becoming close friends. Finally, the afternoon military training commenced. Around 3 p.m., Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng were momentarily startled. They spotted Zhang Guanjue appearing here once again. It was worth noting that Zhang Guanjue had previously appeared at the front of their training formation. At the time, Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng had discussed this situation, feeling a bit helpless. Now, as Zhang Guanjue approached their side, he exchanged words with instructor Sun Feng. Moments later, Sun Feng turned his head, nodded, and then called out, Liang Qiu Feng, Ma Yisheng, who is it? Hearing this, the two paused in surprise.
They promptly reported their names and stepped out of formation.
Sun Feng nodded and said, all right, you two follow teacher Zhang.
He has something to discuss with you. Remember to go and return quickly.
Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a hint of hesitation and surprise. Then, snapping out of it, they hurriedly agreed and headed toward Zhang Guanjue. On the way, Ma Yisheng asked curiously, crazy, why did Zhang Guanjue suddenly call just the two of us? What's up? Liang Qiu Feng shook his head.
Who knows? But, could it be another invitation to join the basketball team?
Hearing this, Ma Yisheng curled his lips.
132. Remember what we talked about at lunch? Looking for gold tickets. Even Liang Qiu Feng found his own speculation rather laughable after voicing it. After all, just this afternoon while resting in the dorm, he had discussed this very matter with Ma Yisheng. At the time, Jiang Yumeng had even asked Ma Yisheng if he'd join the team after Guo left. Ma Yisheng replied that he might. Who wouldn't want to sweat it out on the basketball court? Who wouldn't crave the support and cheers of the crowd, reveling in their own domain and drawing admiration from countless people? Ma Yisheng had his own reasons. He had emphasized earnestly that if Guo didn't leave the school basketball team, he would never agree under any circumstances. Now, Zhang Guanjue had unexpectedly returned to this place. Torn between conflicting thoughts, the two men followed Zhang Guanjue as he led them away. Soon they arrived at a shaded spot where no one was training nearby. Zhang Guanjue turned around, chuckled, and rubbed his hands together. Ma Yisheng stretched lazily, flexing every joint in his body before speaking slowly. Coach Zhang, didn't I already clearly refuse to join our school's basketball team? Why are you seeking us out again now? Surely you're not here to persuade us once more? Liang Qiu Feng nodded in agreement beside him, adding, That's right, Coach Zhang. We both have our own lives to live. We have absolutely no interest in joining the school basketball team. If you're still so persistent, you might as well give up. This won't lead to any results for you, nor does it hold any meaning. Hearing this, Zhang Guanjue chuckled and said, I understand, both of you. I know you have your own matters to attend to. Ma Yisheng, as a wealthy young man from the capital, you must also have many responsibilities. Liang Qiu Feng, though I haven't seen your identity on the school forum, I know that driving one of only 3 Koenigseggs in the entire country proves your status is no ordinary one. I'm well aware that both of you hold exceptional status within the capital. Zhang Guanjue first flattered their status with this highly emotionally intelligent remark, which indeed sounded very pleasant to Ma Yisheng and Liang Qiu Feng. It's no wonder emotional intelligence is considered one of the most essential qualities a person can possess. Some individuals truly lack it. After a moment, Ma Yisheng spoke up, Teacher Zhang, flattering us like this won't do you any good. I've heard this kind of praise countless times since I was a child. Don't expect to win me over with such rhetoric, understand? Zhang Guanjue smiled faintly upon hearing this and replied, I understand perfectly well. Students Ma and Liang Qiu Feng, you two have surely received countless such compliments throughout your lives. But today, as you said, Ma, I am here to invite both of you to join the basketball team and also to apologize. Liang Qiu Feng asked curiously, Coach Zhang, what exactly do we have that warrants an apology from you? Zhang Guanjue spoke awkwardly, it's because of the conflict that arose last night between you, Guo and those other 2 players. Truth be told, I bear responsibility for this. As the school basketball coach and their teacher, I clearly failed in my duty to discipline and restrain them. This led to their arrogance and even their actions toward you. I sincerely apologize to both of you. Ma Yisheng suddenly scoffed, Coach Zhang, there's no need. This is entirely their fault. You don't represent them, and you certainly have no right to apologize on their behalf, right? Zhang Guanjue chuckled awkwardly, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his face, but he said nothing more. After a moment, he continued bitterly, You're right. I have no right to apologize on their behalf, but that doesn't change the guilt I feel toward you. Also, I came here for another reason. I want to invite you both to join our school's basketball team once more. Ma Yisheng glanced at Liang Qiu Feng, a look of understanding flickering in his eyes. At that moment, Ma Yisheng thought, could this be such a coincidence? Just that morning, they had discussed how Zhang Guan would never abandon his invitation to Ma Yisheng and Liang Qiu Feng over this. Yet here he was, arriving that very afternoon. After a moment, Ma Yisheng replied, Coach Zhang, didn't we already clearly decline? I just reiterated my lack of interest in joining the school basketball team. Why are you being so persistent and unyielding? Zhang Guanjue replied, I understand you both have your own commitments and aren't interested in joining the basketball team. But honestly, I really have no other choice. Zhang Guanjue paused, his expression awkward, before continuing, because of your situation today, I've already dismissed Guo and the 2 players who were with him earlier, meaning the 3 who clashed with you last night. All 3 have been expelled from the basketball team. From now on, they have no right to enter the basketball team and will never be recognized by us. What? Liang Qiu Feng was stunned upon hearing this, and Ma Yisheng was equally shocked. He stared blankly at Zhang Guanjue before turning to look at Liang Qiu Feng, unsure what to say. After a long pause, Ma Yisheng spoke up, Coach Zhang, have you lost your mind? Kick Guo and those 2 players? They're all starters. Guo is even known as the dominant force in the paint for Beijing University's basketball team. His presence in various basketball leagues is crucial, even capable of bringing significant plus-minus points to Beijing University. And now you're expelling him? Zhang Guanjue nodded without hesitation. Because the 3 of them are indeed hot-tempered. They've caused numerous issues since joining the basketball team, naturally drawing the dissatisfaction of countless teammates, opponents, and myself. I'd long considered that if they could behave themselves, that would be fine. But if they caused me trouble again, I wouldn't hesitate to kick them out of the team completely at any moment. Even if it meant sacrificing the team's future development, I couldn't stand to see the basketball team become a cesspool of chaos. Of course. Zhang Guanjue chuckled. I'm not trying to morally blackmail you with this. I just want you both to know that Guo Rui's actions truly upset me, and I made them pay the price for it. All of this is in hopes of earning your forgiveness. But this isn't because I'm trying to coerce you into joining the basketball team by making you do something like this. Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng exchanged glances. Their eyes flickered with a complex mix of emotions. After a long moment, Ma Yisheng finally shook his head and smiled. I never expected it, Teacher Zhang. You really have guts. Guo Rui was the team captain, and those two were key players. You just kicked them out like that. But then again. As he spoke, Ma Yisheng glanced at Liang Qiu Feng and continued slowly, remember what we discussed at lunch? Liang Qiu Feng gave a bitter smile. Of course I remember. 133 The lonely patient Liang Qiu Feng. Seeking gold tickets. Ma Yisheng sighed awkwardly before lifting his head to look at Zhang Guanjue. Since you've come with sincerity today, Mr. Zhang, it would be rude to refuse you again. I'll accompany you to check out the basketball team. If I like the atmosphere there, joining might not be out of the question. Hearing this, Zhang Guanjue's expression brightened, his eyes sparkling with delight. He nodded eagerly and said, Great. Ma, since you're willing to say that, I'm naturally delighted. But what about you, Liang Qiu Feng? As he spoke, Ma Yisheng turned to look at Liang Qiu Feng. The latter, however, seemed slightly awkward at that moment. After all, Liang Qiu Feng had his own considerations. Unlike Ma Yisheng, he didn't particularly enjoy basketball. His basketball skills were merely an added bonus from his god-tier athletic talent. Liang Qiu Feng thought for a moment before speaking. It's not because Guo Rui isn't joining. It's really because my family situation is quite special. There are many things I need to handle and do every day, so I can't join the basketball team. But accompanying Teacher Zhang to check out the basketball team and dodge afternoon military training isn't such a bad idea. As for whether I'll join, we'll talk about that later. Zhang Guanjue chuckled softly, nodding in understanding. Inwardly, he thought he could extend the invitation once they arrived at the basketball team. He was confident he could persuade Liang Qiu Feng to join the basketball team. Truth be told, on his way over to find Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng, Zhang Guanjue had indeed been mulling over some thoughts. He pondered why Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng had declined to join. He recalled their emotional responses during their meeting. Then, an idea formed in Zhang Guanjue's mind. Ma Yisheng and Liang Qiu Feng could still join the basketball team, but there was likely some misunderstanding involved. As for what exactly those misunderstandings might be, after pondering for a moment, Zhang Guanjue suspected it probably had something to do with Guo Rui. That was why he decided to take a chance. He started by apologizing to them, then proceeded to explain the expulsion of Guo Rui and the two players not in a way that felt like moral coercion, but in a way that essentially was. That had led to the current situation. Hearing that Ma Yisheng could finally join the basketball team, Zhang Guanjue felt immense joy inside. As for Liang Qiu Feng? Though Zhang Guanjue didn't know what Liang Qiu Feng was truly thinking, he believed that if he could persuade Liang Qiu Feng to join the basketball team too, it would be the best outcome possible. With that, the three headed toward their class's formation. Shortly after returning, Zhang Guanjue went to discuss matters with instructor Sun Feng. Meanwhile, Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng returned to Jiang Yumeng's side. Chen Dongming lay lazily on the grass nearby, her curious gaze fixed on Ma Yisheng as she asked, Hey Ma Yisheng, what did that teacher want with you guys just now? Ma Yisheng instantly grew awkward, while Liang Qiu Feng beside him clutched his stomach, struggling to stifle his laughter. He slowly explained, Teacher Zhang wanted to invite Ma Yisheng to join the basketball team. And Donzi, you're not some kind of prophet, are you? I'd really like to stab you right now. What do you mean? Chen Dongming sat up abruptly, scratching his head awkwardly, his face brimming with curiosity. Liang Qiu Feng burst out laughing and explained, because Teacher Zhang told Ma Yisheng that Guo Rui and those two players got kicked out for messing with him yesterday. Chen Dongming froze for a moment. Then he instinctively gasped in shock before suddenly snapping back to reality. He glanced at Ma Yisheng and said, Hey, young Master Ma, you said it yourself at lunch. If Guo Rui got kicked off the basketball team, you'd do a headstand to wash your hair, right? Ma Yisheng rolled his eyes in exasperation. Cut it out, stop picking on me. Who the hell could have guessed Guo Rui would actually get kicked out? This story sounds so unrealistic, who would believe it? This is just too embarrassing. Liang Qiu Feng and Chen Dongming exchanged glances upon hearing this and burst into laughter. Not long after, Zhang Guanjue arrived. Liang Qiu Feng greeted him and informed Jiang Yumeng that the two of them were heading over to the basketball team's area. Jiang Yumeng hesitated slightly before slowly asking, Feng, are you really sure you want to join the basketball team? Liang Qiu Feng shook his head and couldn't help but give a bitter smile. I haven't really thought it through yet. I'm not really that interested in basketball, but you know, people need to find something to do. As he spoke, Liang Qiu Feng gave a wry smile. You probably don't know this, but when I was chatting with Ma Yisheng at lunch, he asked me what my hobbies were. I thought about it for a long time, but I just couldn't figure out what I actually liked.
So I've been thinking if a person spends their life pursuing a passion and putting effort into it, maybe life wouldn't feel so dull. Hearing this, Jiang Yumeng hesitated slightly, her expression momentarily startled. At that moment, Jiang Yumeng was utterly convinced by Liang Qiu Feng's words. She couldn't help but recall that Liang Qiu Feng seemed. Since they'd met, though it had only been a short time, she hadn't seen Liang Qiu Feng pursue any hobbies of his own. She'd only seen him play basketball twice, and both times he'd been forced into it. Under these circumstances, Liang Qiu Feng hadn't really shown many other interests either. How could Jiang Yumeng not understand what Liang Qiu Feng meant? She thought to herself, it was true if a person truly had no hobbies in life, wouldn't that be terribly dull? Even Jiang Yumeng herself had some hobbies. She loved music and singing. Wasn't that a hobby? Liang Qiu Feng, on the other hand, spent his days either accompanying her, spending time with their daughter, or handling numerous responsibilities for the household. In that moment, Jiang Yumeng finally sensed the loneliness in Liang Qiu Feng's heart. After a moment, she nodded and said, "Feng, I think you should join the basketball team." Liang Qiu Feng asked curiously, "Why do you say that?" Jiang Yumeng gave a bitter smile. "I think joining the basketball team would at least give you something to do. You wouldn't be so idle every day, and you wouldn't feel so emotionally isolated. Even though we're dating, I suspect you feel like spending every day with me is your duty. But I still hope to see you carve out more time for yourself, find more things that belong to you, whether it's playing games, shooting hoops, or anything else. Either way is fine." Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly, his mind beginning to form some thoughts. Understanding Jiang Yumeng's stance toward him, he finally nodded. Then he spoke up, "In that case, I suppose, honey, you might want to consider getting your driver's license. That way, you won't have to wait for me when you come home. You know what I mean? 134 hostility from countless teammates? Out of nowhere. Seeking gold tickets." Hearing this, Jiang Yumeng nodded. She understood the implication perfectly well. After school, when there was nothing urgent, she wouldn't have to wait for Liang Qiu Feng anymore. She could drive home first to be with their daughter, allowing Liang Qiu Feng to train with the basketball team without worry. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yumeng nodded. With that, Liang Qiu Feng said no more. He turned his head and glanced at Ma Yisheng. The two of them followed Zhang Guanjue toward the school basketball court. Upon reaching the gymnasium, they could immediately see countless sophomores and juniors scattered about, each engaged in their own drills, constantly training with one another. Many of them were athletes. Zhang Guanjue introduced the surroundings. Our gymnasium is an indoor multi-purpose sports complex. It's quite large. It accommodates all kinds of sports offered by the school: sprinting, long-distance running, track and field, and so on. These are the athletes representing our university. They've earned numerous honors for the school through their own abilities, but Zhang Guanjue gave a bitter smile. The basketball team at Capital University has been rather lackluster over the years. I only took over the team a few years ago. Before that, you probably didn't know that our basketball team truly had no standout achievements. We were consistently overshadowed by other universities' teams, with disappointing results in various competitions. I was determined to build a stronger program, but I just couldn't find players who met my standards. Finally, a dominant center like Gui Rui emerged, a player with absolute control in the paint. And then, unexpectedly, he goes and does something like this. It leaves me feeling utterly helpless." Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng and the others nodded in understanding. They naturally grasped the frustration weighing on Zhang Guanjue's heart. As they spoke, the group finally arrived at the basketball gym. Glancing inside, they saw over 20 players engaged in individual drills. Zhang Guanjue clapped his hands, and everyone looked up. At that moment, Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng exchanged a knowing glance. They knew these players were likely the current roster of the basketball team, preparing to represent Capital University in upcoming competitions. Truth be told, there was one thing today that had genuinely caught both Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng off guard: Zhang Guanjue. Even now, Liang Qiu Feng was still pondering whether Zhang Guanjue had done it because of them, or if his genuine fury had driven him to expel not only Guo Rui and his two teammates, but even the two players standing beside Guo Rui. This turn of events had completely disrupted their predictions and understanding of what was to come. After all, neither of them had ever imagined Guo Rui and his teammates would be expelled from the basketball team. Nor had they imagined Zhang Guanjue would even come here to invite them. After all, just that afternoon, Ma Yisheng had discussed this very matter with Liang Qiu Feng and Chen Dongming in their dorm room. He truly couldn't bear to part with basketball. It was the only thing he truly loved since childhood. It was the one sport that truly consumed his entire being. But Gui Rui's personality was completely incompatible with his own. Plus, Ma Yisheng would never accept being under Guo Rui's command, following all sorts of arrangements. That's why Ma Yisheng had refused him earlier. As for Liang Qiu Feng, his decision stemmed entirely from having children at home. Consequently, it wasn't until Guo Rui and his teammates were expelled from the school basketball team that Ma Yisheng began wrestling with his own dilemma. He was torn about whether he should join. Meanwhile, Liang Qiu Feng was also deep in thought. As he had told Jiang Yumeng, Liang Qiu Feng genuinely felt he had no real hobbies these days.
He felt utterly dull.
In daily life, he felt like an exceptionally dull person. Devoid of any hobbies, he buried himself daily in studies and routine. Though, over the years, through constant study and life experiences, Liang Qiu Feng had gradually grown accustomed to this existence. He had come to accept that this was likely the path his life would take. Yet suddenly now, Liang Qiu Feng felt he probably shouldn't continue this monotonous existence. It made him feel an endless loneliness and helplessness. Living without any hobbies truly made Liang Qiu Feng feel utterly bored. Therefore, he was genuinely torn about whether to join. In fact, after Jiang Yumeng understood his thoughts, she had discussed this very matter with him. He could sense the approval in her tone. Jiang Yumeng genuinely hoped he would join. But what would the final outcome be? No one knew. Just then, Zhang Guanjue clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. Then, Zhang Guanjue spoke up, "All right, everyone, gather around.
I have something to announce."
At his words, the basketball players immediately obeyed without hesitation. Everyone approached with serious and curious expressions. When the two figures appeared, murmurs immediately rippled through the crowd. "Hey, look! Aren't those Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng? Yeah. They're all over the school's online forums. Those two are famous for all the right reasons." Ma Yisheng, as the capital's top heir to a fortune, naturally draws attention with his status and background. Especially after this year's college entrance exams, when he received his acceptance letter to Beijing University, his family threw a lavish celebration banquet open to the entire community. Anyone who wanted to attend was welcome. Held in that high-end business hotel, the celebration banquet essentially turned into an open buffet. I even heard rumors that the Ma Group and Duan Jewelry spent tens of millions on it.
Millions for just one meal? Good grief, no wonder Ma Yisheng acts so ostentatiously.
With his family being so flashy, it's impossible not to recognize them. Sigh, but look at Liang Qiu Feng. He doesn't exactly look like someone who plays basketball.
Could those videos posted on forums or in groups earlier have been staged by him? No way. Don't forget, last night Liang Qiu Feng seriously injured Guo Rui and the others.
If it was staged, with that level of skill, under a live broadcast with 100% accuracy, who among you could pull that off? Listening to the constant chatter, Liang Qiu Feng stood beside Zhang Guanjue at the front, feeling a bit helpless. He never imagined he'd suddenly attract so much attention. He was now famous, through and through. Truth be told, Liang Qiu Feng had always strived to maintain a low profile throughout his life. He never imagined he'd become such a focal point of attention. But he knew exactly why all this had happened.
It was all because of Ma Yisheng's appearance.
Due to the system, Liang Qiu Feng's various displays of ability during his actions gradually drew the attention of countless people. And it was precisely this intense scrutiny that had built up immense expectations around him. This was the true source of everyone's concern for him. As for whether the people before him truly recognized him, Liang Qiu Feng couldn't say. For at this very moment, for reasons unknown to him, Liang Qiu Feng sensed something amiss in the gazes directed his way. Suddenly, Liang Qiu Feng sensed a hint of hostility emerging. 135. What the hell, might as well go all out.
Rage mode activated.
Please vote. At this thought, Liang Qiu Feng narrowed his eyes. This was something he hadn't anticipated. He hadn't anticipated these people harboring hostility toward him.
He wondered if this hostility might stem from Guo Rui.
After all, Guo Rui had once been the de facto captain of the basketball team.
With so many people supporting and recognizing him,
it was bound to make many people look up to him. In fact, some might even choose to interact with Guo Rui in various ways just to make their time on the team more enjoyable.
Such outcomes were perfectly normal.
Today, Guo Rui was expelled from the basketball team by Zhang Guanjue.
Those who once trusted Guo Rui will likely harbor resentment toward Liang Qiu Feng because of this. It's easy to see why. After all, Liang Qiu Feng was the instigator. The root cause of all this stemmed from him and Ma Yisheng. At that moment, Ma Yisheng also noticed that some of the people present had a certain unease in their eyes. He nudged Liang Qiu Feng gently with his elbow and whispered, "See that? Seems like a lot of people aren't too happy about us two showing up. I bet they're redirecting their resentment or anger toward us since Guo Rui left."
Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng shook his head and smiled bitterly. He and Ma Yisheng now shared the same thought. But soon, Liang Qiu Feng pursed his lips and said, "I think this whole thing is a bit unfounded. Think about it, just like you said at lunch, Guo Rui never had a good reputation on the school basketball team. It's obvious that with his behavior, even if we hadn't shown up, he would have paid the price sooner or later. But now these guys are directing their anger at us. Honestly, it's almost laughable when you think about it." Ma Yisheng shook his head with a wry smile. "Yeah, but what can we do? We're the ones taking the fall now. Are we going to take the blame or not?" Liang Qiu Feng pursed his lips. "Of course not. Let's wait and see. We'll assess the situation later." Finally, as their whispered conversation ended, Zhang Guanjue cleared his throat. The basketball players before him fell silent. Then, his brow furrowing slightly, Zhang Guanjue spoke slowly, "All right, everyone, quiet down. Today, I've gathered you here to introduce these two individuals beside me.
Many of you are likely already familiar with them.
Lately, they've been gaining a lot of attention on campus, whether it's in social groups or forums.
This is Ma Yisheng, and this is Liang Qiu Feng. I believe all of you have already witnessed their basketball skills?
Hearing Zhang Guanjue's words, the basketball players before him nodded in unison.
Yeah, they'd seen it firsthand.
Then, one player raised his hand. Seeing Zhang Guanjue nod, he finally spoke up. Coach, you're not seriously considering inviting Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng to join our basketball team, are you? We did see them before, and in videos filmed by other players, their basketball skills are indeed impressive.
But basketball isn't just about individual skill, it's about teamwork. We're about to compete in the National College League. You suddenly kicked Guo Rui and the others out, didn't promote our reserves to starters, and now you're inviting them?
Last year, when Guo Rui and the others joined the team, it took months of adjustment.
Now you're bringing these guys in, are you planning to put them through the same process?
Hearing this, the other players chimed in. That's right, coach. If you really make them go through an adjustment period, we'll be without an inside presence and a shooter on the perimeter for months. We won't be able to get off to a good start in the college league. Beijing University hasn't achieved much in all these years.
If you really do this, wouldn't that be irresponsible?
Hearing these words, Zhang Guanjue felt his face grow hot with embarrassment, a hint of anger flickering across his features. Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng exchanged a knowing glance. Neither spoke, but both had other thoughts forming in their minds. They wondered. Zhang Guanjue seemed to command quite a bit of authority within the basketball team just moments ago, yet now he was being questioned like this by his fellow students?
It seemed. Everyone seemed somewhat dissatisfied.
But then, Liang Qiu Feng suddenly realized something. Perhaps all of this was because of Guo Rui. He had noticed many harboring resentment toward him and Ma Yisheng earlier, and this situation was understandable. Sure enough, Zhang Guanjue snorted coldly at that moment. Humph.
What? You're upset that I kicked Guo Rui, Zhang Shang, and Shen Feiyu off the basketball team? If you're unhappy, just tell me now.
I'll sign contracts with you immediately, and from this day forward, you'll also leave the Capital University basketball team.
I, Zhang Guanjue, promise you this, I will never try to keep you here again. The moment Zhang Guanjue's words fell, silence descended upon the entire room.
Even the players who had just been dissatisfied with Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng over Guo Rui's situation now stood frozen in place.
Their mouths hung open, unable to utter a single word for a long moment.
After all, their grievances stemmed from Guo Rui's departure. They'd intended to speak up for Guo Rui, perhaps even apply a little pressure to Zhang Guanjue, hoping he'd understand. After all, whether they were starters or bench players, they were all indispensable members of this basketball team.
Yet now, to their utter astonishment, Zhang Guanjue showed no intention whatsoever of giving them any face. This scene left them all silent for a long moment.
Seeing the displeasure in Zhang Guanjue's eyes, they had already concluded that if they provoked him again, many of them might truly face expulsion. Facing expulsion under such circumstances, they had no idea how they would cope. The shame of it would likely be unbearable. Finally, Zhang Guanjue let out a cold snort and spoke slowly. Since you lack the courage and resolve to stand against me, I advise each and every one of you to behave yourselves.
Don't provoke my displeasure, lest I come down on you one day. Guo Rui, Zhang Shang, Shen Feiyu, don't you know what they've done within the basketball team? I can say without exaggeration that they faced resentment from some of you back then.
Their blatant fouls in every game even drew criticism from relevant authorities.
I refuse to believe you're unaware of this. And now you're thinking of sticking up for Guo Rui out of loyalty? If you truly value loyalty, then why not quit alongside him? I won't hold you back. Guo Rui's departure means nothing to me personally, nor does it harm our basketball team in the slightest. Our Beijing University team's performance has been lackluster for years anyway. If we're going down, we might as well go down hard. Do you really think I care about that? 136 A bunch of blind teammates? Seeking gold tickets. In an instant, the group fell silent. They fully grasped just how ruthless Zhang Guanjue could be. Surely, once Guo Rui was kicked out, there'd be no turning back? Then, Ma Yisheng, whether he was genuinely thick-skinned or just naturally outgoing, noticed the tension in everyone's eyes and chuckled. Hey, everyone, no need for all this hostility, right? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ma Yisheng. As he spoke, Ma Yisheng continued chuckling. I'm sure some of you know me well, while others don't. So let me introduce myself. In the capital, I'm the scion of the Ma Group and Duan Jewelry, often dubbed the city's wealthiest young heir. Though I'm usually low-key and dislike that label, let's be honest, my influence and wealth are undeniable. You all know that, right? Hearing Ma Yisheng's words, everyone couldn't help but twitch their lips inwardly, thinking, wow, what a line. What do you mean, some influence? It's not just a little, it's absolutely massive. Instantly, their mouths twitched, and for a moment, they were at a loss for words. Seeing this, Ma Yisheng continued, I've always had this idea about joining our school's basketball team. It's just that the conflict with Guo Rui wasn't my intention. If you know the full story, you should understand that Guo Rui provoked me first. I'm innocent, I'm the victim here. I can tell you're upset with me, but is that really necessary? Having one more friend is better than having one more enemy. Think about it yourselves. If you really end up antagonizing me over this, do you think you'll have an easy time in the future?
Hearing Ma Yisheng's words, everyone froze in place.
Indeed, they had been successfully intimidated by Ma Yisheng.
Truth be told, they'd only acted out of loyalty, impulsively deciding to speak up for Guo Rui to secure him some standing in Zhang Guanjue's eyes. But now, after Ma Yisheng's words, they all began to understand. If they truly angered Ma Yisheng over this, how could they possibly continue living their lives afterward? Yet, before long, their attention abruptly shifted back to Liang Qiu Feng.
The group kept thinking, Guo Rui might be untouchable, but is Liang Qiu Feng really untouchable too?
Many had learned from various forums that Liang Qiu Feng was merely a bit wealthy, but they'd never heard of him possessing any real capital or power. So, the group stared coldly at Liang Qiu Feng and spoke up, "Hey, Liang Qiu Feng, what gives you the right to be here? After all, it seems like all this happened because of you." Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng felt a hint of helplessness. He understood these people, unable to confront Ma Yisheng, had ultimately turned their hostility toward him. Just as he pursed his lips to respond, Zhang Guanjue's sharp enough cut through the air. At Zhang Guanjue's sharp command, everyone fell silent, awkwardness flickering in their eyes. After a moment, Zhang Guanjue spoke again, "Let me make this clear. I brought these two here today so they could witness the spirit and morale of our basketball team. Whether they'll actually join is still up in the air. What are you lot doing here? Huh? Is this the attitude you show toward new teammates, men who may one day fight alongside you on the court, striving for victory and points? This behavior of yours has truly disappointed me." No one spoke, but the anger in their eyes never faded. Then, Zhang Guanjue spoke up, "Deputy Captain." As Zhang Guanjue finished speaking, a male player stepped forward. Zhang Guanjue instructed, "Take them back to training. Follow today's training plan strictly and execute it without deviation." The deputy captain nodded without hesitation and immediately began directing the team. Though discontent simmered among the team members, the weight of Zhang Guanjue's authority and the consequences of his wrath silenced their protests. Reluctantly, they followed the deputy captain's lead and resumed training. Finally, seeing everything back on track, Zhang Guanjue turned and gave a bitter smile. "My apologies to you both for letting you witness a minor conflict. They're about the same age as you, with fiery tempers and a strong sense of loyalty. But I believe that over time, as they gradually forget about Guo Rui, these feelings will fade too." Hearing this, Ma Yisheng chuckled and said, "It's nothing. I used to be the same way myself. I'd walk around looking dissatisfied, always looking for a fight with everyone. But you know, after a while, it just doesn't matter anymore." Zhang Guanjue chuckled softly before leading the two men further inside. Along the way, he kept explaining, "Next, I'll show you around our basketball gym's various training facilities and equipment, as well as our nutritionists, training instructors, and other specialized staff." As he spoke, guided by Zhang Guanjue, they circled around the basketball court. Soon they arrived at the rear, where row upon row of offices stretched out before them. Inside, they saw various training equipment, offices, and instructors moving about. Upon seeing Zhang Guanjue, they all greeted him warmly. It was clear that Zhang Guanjue held considerable prestige within the school's basketball team resources and among everyone present. Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng noticed the respect in everyone's eyes when they looked at Zhang Guanjue. After observing for a while, they watched as Ma Yisheng played with his phone for a moment before setting it down. Only then did Zhang Guanjue chuckle softly and say, "Classmates Ma Yisheng and Liang Qiu Feng, I wonder if you two like it here?" They chatted as they made their way toward the basketball court. On the way, Ma Yisheng addressed Zhang Guanjue, "Coach Zhang, I'll be straightforward with you. I'm not afraid of stirring things up, nor do I fear others disliking me. Let me be clear, I refuse to join the basketball team because of Guo Rui. Back in high school, I followed the Beijing University basketball team closely and even kept tabs on other schools. Among them, Guo Rui was the one who caught my attention the most. On the court, he constantly committed technical fouls, had a hot temper, and always liked to boss others around. That's why I didn't want to join the basketball team. I didn't want to work under Guo Rui. You might think someone like me is arrogant, but think about it, would I really want to grovel and take orders from someone else?" Hearing this, Zhang Guanjue was momentarily taken aback, but then he couldn't help but feel a surge of relief. He felt relieved that he seemed to have made the right decision. Earlier, Zhang Guanjue had been pondering why Ma Yisheng refused to join the basketball team. Ultimately, he channeled that suspicion and conflict toward Guo Rui. Though he couldn't be sure if it was true or not, he still wanted to test the waters. 137 looked down upon? The system can't take it anymore. Seeking gold tickets. Now, finally hearing Ma Yisheng speak these words, Zhang Guanjue rubbed his hands together and chuckled. He then said, "Don't worry, classmate Ma Yisheng. That Guo Rui and his two loyal classmates, all three of them, I'd been deeply dissatisfied with them. For a year now, I'd been thinking about dealing with them. Originally, when I recruited Guo Rui into the school basketball team, I thought that with his defensive skills as an interior player, he might bring some positive changes to the team. But the outcome? I never imagined it would end up like this. I feel helpless, but I don't know what else to do. Now that Guo Rui has made a mistake, I have a legitimate reason to expel him.
As for the future, I can't predict what will happen.
But I truly don't care whether Guo Rui stays or goes. I just want to improve the team's morale.
Once the core is corrupted, repairing it becomes exceedingly difficult. Ma Yisheng chuckled upon hearing this. Just then, the three of them finally reached the edge of the basketball court.
Just then, they overheard several players training ahead murmuring discontentedly, "Coach Zhang must be out of his mind," insisting on kicking Guo Rui out. "This completely destroys our team's interior strength."
Exactly. And why is he so stubborn about inviting Ma Yisheng and Liang Qiu Feng?
Just these two guys, relying solely on a couple lucky shots in those games, and Coach Zhang is so excited.
Does he seriously think they're better than Guo Rui?
I just can't wrap my head around Coach Zhang's thinking.
Exactly. So what if they have a few stinking bucks? What? Does he think Ma Yisheng can suddenly bring in sponsorships for the school team, improve our funding, and raise our living standards?
That's laughable. If you ask me, those two probably paid Coach Zhang off to get on the team.
Coach Zhang must have taken money. After all, you can't bite the hand that feeds you.
He probably felt a bit awkward, which is why he ended up accepting their ideas and actions.
Who'd have thought two guys with such tie luck could join the team? From now on, the Capital University basketball team is completely screwed.
Hearing the teammates' conversation, Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yi's expressions darkened. At the same time, Liang Qiu Feng hadn't anticipated that the basketball team members would be so hot-tempered and completely unwilling to accept newcomers. It seemed that if they did join the team, things wouldn't be easy. Liang Qiu Feng even wondered how Ma Yisheng, who had already decided to join the team, would manage to navigate relationships with these individuals. However, just then, before Zhang Guanjue could darken his face and speak up, Ma Yisheng suddenly interjected, "Guys, it seems you're pretty unhappy with me and Liang Qiu Feng."
Hearing Ma Yisheng's words, the players who had been murmuring among themselves froze in their tracks.
They immediately turned to look at Ma Yisheng, utterly stunned that he and Liang Qiu Feng had overheard their conversation. The awkwardness on their faces was palpable. One man stepped forward, his face darkening with displeasure.
"Ma Yisheng, don't think we're afraid of you just because your family has a few stinking bucks and some status in this capital city. Let me tell you, we're fed up with you. Sure, you won some titles and honors in the high school league, but that was just high school. Let me tell you, this is college now. The physical intensity and the range of skills required here are worlds apart from what you experienced in high school. What, you don't seriously think your high school performance entitles you to run wild here, do you? Don't get too cocky." Perhaps someone breaking the ice gave the others courage. Immediately, another teammate beside him continued, "Ma Yisheng, don't expect to maintain that level of skill and performance in college. Guo Rui is an indispensable mainstay on our basketball team. He holds absolute dominance over the interior defense.
We're dissatisfied with you because you caused Guo Rui to leave, and that's something you have to bear."
And Liang Qiu Feng?
He's just a point guard who made a few nice passes at the end. Before this, we'd never even heard your name.
You got lucky with a few baskets and now you expect us to be impressed? Do you really think we'll buy that?
In an instant, all the players noticed the commotion and crowded over. After learning what had transpired, each of them curled their lips in disdain. The looks they shot at Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng were dripping with mockery.
But just then, before Liang Qiu Feng could say a word, a voice echoed in his mind. "As a top-tier god-tier spender, you have the right to enjoy life. Task issued, join the basketball team, humiliate every player, and earn their respect. Reward for completion, divine-level linguistic talent. 10 million yuan. Failure reward, get smashed by a basketball." Upon hearing this system notification, Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but twitch his lips.
He realized this system kept assigning him all sorts of tasks, seemingly just to mock him.
For Liang Qiu Feng, not a single one of those mission failure penalties was something he'd ever want to see.
But there was nothing he could do. Now that the system had issued the task, Liang Qiu Feng could only accept its terms and find a way to complete it. Meanwhile, Ma Yisheng stood nearby, arms crossed, eyes darting around. He let out a cold laugh and said, "Everyone, since you all have so much dissatisfaction with me and Liang Qiu Feng, believing we're nothing but empty names without real skill just relying on luck or buying our way onto the basketball team with money. Since you all share this view, why don't we make a bet?" "What kind of bet?" a teammate asked curiously. Ma Yisheng smiled faintly, turning to look at Liang Qiu Feng as if they were old friends. Observing the emotions on both sides, he instantly understood exactly what the other was thinking. Liang Qiu Feng was practically begging for Ma Yisheng to make his next move. After all, the system had assigned him a mission, and Liang Qiu Feng hoped to accomplish it. Ma Yisheng smiled faintly, nodded at the curious basketball players before him, and spoke, "All of you here are professional basketball players who have contributed greatly to Beijing's team in the National Collegiate Basketball Tournament. I understand perfectly well that if I were joining the team as an ordinary person, you probably wouldn't have anything to say. But the conflict between Guo Rui and me complicates things." The team nodded in understanding. Ma Yisheng continued, "Ultimately, it boils down to your doubts about Liang Qiu Feng and my abilities. You feel we aren't worthy. Well, if that's the case, why don't we settle it with a match?" "Oh?
A contest? The moment Ma Yisheng spoke, the basketball players erupted into murmurs. This is ridiculous. Has this guy lost his mind? He actually wants to compete against us? I'm genuinely curious, what exactly does he plan to compete with us in? Exactly. If you're not good enough, you're not good enough. How could a high school player possibly compare to us college guys? If word gets out that some high school star player comes to college, does nothing, and joins our team just because of 2 basketball games, people will laugh at him. Exactly. But, since he wants to compete, why not let him have it? Let him see firsthand the gap between a high schooler fresh out of high school and us professional college players. 138 bet it is, but why drag me into this? Seeking gold tickets. As the discussion continued, the group grew increasingly curious about the challenge Ma Yisheng had proposed. Then someone spoke up. Alright, Ma Yisheng, how do you want to do this? Ma Yisheng chuckled. Simple. Liang Qiu Feng and I will take on your team. You guys can pick a few players from your basketball team, and then Liang Qiu Feng and I will face off against you. You decide what we compete in, and the winner takes all. What's the wager? Someone asked curiously at this point. Ma Yisheng glanced at Liang Qiu Feng, chuckled again, and said, the stakes are simple. If we win, you guys will behave yourselves from now on, stop all this nonsense, and treat us with respect when you see us. If we lose, we'll immediately refuse to join the basketball team. Moreover, I, Ma Yisheng, will immediately seek out Guo Rui to admit my mistakes, acknowledge my arrogance, and apologize to him. How does that sound? Hearing this, everyone was utterly taken aback. They were all taken aback, never expecting Ma Yisheng to propose such a wager. They exchanged glances, and a collective chuckle rippled through the group. One teammate even shouted out loud at that moment, Young Master Ma, we know you have your own status and standing in the capital. Countless people recognize you, and many even want to curry favor with you, right? But the basketball court isn't your living room. I admit you can be arrogant, but today, you won't be getting our approval. Do you really think you and Liang Qiu Feng can beat us with your skills? Ma Yisheng chuckled and said, what? The game hasn't even started yet, and you're already declaring the winner? Since when did the basketball players of Capital University become so arrogant? At Ma Yisheng's taunt, everyone froze, their eyes flashing with displeasure. Finally, the man previously called the vice-captain stepped forward. He looked at Ma Yisheng, his brow furrowed, and said, fine, Ma Yisheng. Since you want to bet, we'll accept. But don't cry or try to back out if you lose. Ma Yisheng chuckled. Of course not. But are you planning a 1v1 match? Or are you planning a 2v2 match? After exchanging glances for a moment, the deputy captain continued, then it'll be 2v2. We'll play a 2-on-2 game of bullfighting. Or we could play 3v3 bullfighting, but no one from our side will help you. Ma Yisheng chuckled, alright then. Since that's the case, let's stick with 2-on-2. It'll be less hassle. All the basketball players exchanged glances, tacitly agreeing to this format. Then, Zhang Guanjue, who had been watching from the sidelines, was about to say something. Ma Yisheng chuckled and said, Coach Zhang, no need for that. Just let me play with everyone. Let them see my true strength and earn their respect. Otherwise, if we don't thoroughly defeat them today, how will Liang Qiu Feng and I establish ourselves on this team? Zhang Guanjue hesitated, words on the tip of his tongue. He couldn't tell whether Ma Yisheng's words were right or wrong. But the people before him might be reserves, but they still represented the basketball team of Capital University. They had been carefully selected from countless players. Their actual skill level wasn't as arrogant as he'd claimed earlier. Compared to those high school league players, they were definitely in a different league. Therefore, Zhang Guanjue was genuinely worried. If Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng truly lost this game, quit the basketball team, and even went to apologize to Guo Rui, the consequence he would face would be Guo Rui, the petty man, triumphing and arrogantly returning to the basketball team, perhaps even harboring resentment toward him. The thought alone weighed heavily on Zhang Guanjue's heart. He wondered, if such a thing truly happened, what could he possibly do? With events already unfolding, even if Zhang Guanjue wanted to intervene, it was like an arrow already on the string, unavoidable. Finally, Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng made their move. Liang Qiu Feng sighed helplessly beside him. Young Master Ma, why did you drag me into your bet with them? I never planned on joining this basketball team. Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's playful remark, Ma Yisheng chuckled and said, come on, don't think I didn't notice what you and Jiang Yumeng were talking about earlier. You want some fun too. You want a hobby. Honestly, the skills you've shown on the court? Even I'm impressed. I don't think you'll refuse to join the basketball team. Hearing Ma Yisheng's words, Liang Qiu Feng gave a helpless chuckle. Yeah, he'd only been joking earlier. Joining the basketball team was inevitable after all. The system had assigned him a mission, one that even called for humiliating everyone. As he pondered this new mission and opportunity, Liang Qiu Feng flexed his limbs and couldn't help but smirk. Alright then, he said. Let's show them what we're really made of. Soon, the two stood on the basketball court, surveying the team members before them. The captain was saying something, gesturing for two players to step forward. One appeared to be about Liang Qiu Feng's height, while the other matched Guo Rui's stature, one a center, the other a point guard. The two stepped onto the court and began warming up. Then, looking at Liang Qiu Feng and his partner, he sneered and said, "Hey, let me tell you, if you lose today, you'd better admit your mistakes properly. We're all adults here, no childish games. This isn't the place for tricks." Hearing this, Ma Yisheng chuckled and said, "Fine, whatever you say. So, what's the plan for the game?" "We'll play to 21 points. Same rules as yesterday's game between you guys and Guo Rui. How about it?" Ma Yisheng nodded. The center grabbed the ball at center court and passed it to Ma Yisheng. Ma Yisheng dribbled continuously beyond the three-point line, then glanced at Liang Qiu Feng beside him. Both men's eyes flashed with intense focus as they nodded in unison. Just moments ago, Ma Yisheng had told Liang Qiu Feng that today's game was meant to establish their authority within the basketball team. They wanted everyone to see the gap between Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng and those professional players, to witness their true capabilities. Liang Qiu Feng agreed, so he intended to hold nothing back from here on out. Liang Qiu Feng then led the point guard to a distant spot, where they began guarding each other. Suddenly, Liang Qiu Feng stood up. Amidst everyone's astonished and puzzled gazes, they watched as Ma Yisheng dribbled from beyond the three-point line, instantly driving forward. He bypassed the center in front of him and broke through to the paint. Following closely, 2 steps from the rim, Ma Yisheng unleashed his full power, soaring for a dunk that slammed the ball through the net. The entire arena fell silent. They had seen videos of Ma Yisheng dunking before, but those were merely on their phones. Witnessing Ma Yisheng perform such a feat in person was truly breathtaking. Standing at just over 1.8 meters tall, he possessed such dunking prowess as a freshman. Even if they were professional college basketball players, they would likely be astonished by such a feat. Afterwards, the two players on the court watched Ma Yisheng score, silently frowning. Yet they maintained their composure and proceeded to exchange possession. However, as the ball reached the point guard's hands, Liang Qiu Feng took a step back. The point guard froze momentarily. After all, his three-point shooting percentage was quite high. Wasn't Liang Qiu Feng stepping back to create an open shot for him? Wasn't he deliberately setting him up to take the shot? Just as he was inwardly celebrating the prospect of a game-winning three-pointer, Ma Yisheng suddenly charged forward. Seizing the moment as the point guard dribbled, Ma Yisheng lowered his center of gravity and swiped the ball cleanly from his hands. 139-19? A day of shame. Please vote. Thus far, Ma Yisheng had demonstrated both formidable physical prowess and precise steal technique. In an instant, the ball was in Ma Yisheng's hands. He then moved to the three-point line to exchange possession, launching an uncontested shot from the spot. Three-pointer swished. The score now stood at 5 o'clock. This moment finally moved the surrounding basketball players. They had seen the duo's skills and performances in videos before, but witnessing it live still left them stunned. Immediately after, the ball changed hands again. As the ball reached Liang Qiu Feng's hands, the two defenders in front closed in, both shifting their focus to help guard Ma Yisheng. They had abandoned defending Liang Qiu Feng, focusing solely on stopping Ma Yisheng's next moves. However, Ma Yisheng took a few steps back, positioning himself at the center court logo. Seeing the two defenders still planted at the three-point line, Ma Yisheng chuckled. "Gentlemen," he said, "didn't you witness my long-range three-pointer against Guo Rui earlier?" With that, Ma Yisheng flicked the ball straight out. The ball arced beautifully through the air, bounced twice on the rim, and swished through the net. The score now read 8 o'clock. Ma Yisheng let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, thank goodness. My over 40% midcourt three-point shooting percentage hasn't faltered at all today or yesterday. Guys, it's 8-0 now." At that moment, everyone around them frowned. Meanwhile, Zhang Guanjue stood confidently by the sideline, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Just moments ago, Ma Yisheng had demonstrated exceptional ball handling skills, successfully beating his defender, then showcased his ability to steal the ball, displayed formidable physical strength, and now revealed his uncanny shooting prowess. These were all essential skills for a point guard or shooting guard, and Ma Yisheng possessed them all. Zhang Guanjue couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. He knew Ma Yisheng had taken some bold risks today, but it had to be said he had succeeded. His display of skill had stunned everyone present. He thought to himself that perhaps only a touch of arrogance from Ma Yisheng now could truly win over everyone. Turning his gaze back to the shooting guard on the court, the latter's brow was furrowed, yet he still let out a cold snort. As the center passed him the ball, he stepped to the three-point line, facing Ma Yisheng. He sneered, "Humph, you're just lucky with a bit of skill. Next, I'll show you what a real shooting guard looks like. Dribbling? I can do that too." As he spoke, the shooting guard began dribbling rapidly in place, preparing to execute an ankle-breaker move to try and get past Ma Yisheng. After all, defending against this kind of dribble move wasn't something Ma Yisheng could stop 100% of the time. Even in the NBA, not everyone could pull it off. So when the player feinted, Ma Yisheng was caught off balance. The player then quickly shifted sideways in the opposite direction, stepped beyond the three-point line, and launched a shot. For a split second, Ma Yisheng froze, realizing his defense had failed. But just then, a figure shot forward like a bolt of lightning, appearing before him. Instantly, a smile spread across Ma Yisheng's lips. Indeed, Liang Qiu Feng had arrived.
After several previous exchanges where Liang Qiu Feng had made no move, he finally appeared at this crucial moment.
Then, Liang Qiu Feng leapt high into the air.
As the basketball was just released from the throw, he swung his large hand forward, swatting the ball away. Without hesitation, Ma Yisheng snatched the ball away, catching it and chuckling, "Oh, strange.
How did this ball end up in my hands?"
The point guard's heart skipped a beat. Just moments ago, Liang Qiu Feng had been deep in the paint. When had he suddenly burst out to his side and blocked the shot? He even thought about how high his ball had been in the air just now. How could Liang Qiu Feng have swatted it away so effortlessly? What kind of vertical leap was that? Immediately after, Ma Yisheng drove past the center again, then floated a layup to make it 10-0. At that moment, everyone witnessed Ma Yisheng's diverse skills capabilities rivaling those of a professional basketball player, even a starter. As the center missed 2 consecutive shots in the ensuing play, Ma Yisheng showcased his formidable leaping ability and precise movement, grabbing a rebound and delivering an assist that Liang Qiu Feng converted into a layup. The score now stood at 12-0. Then, possession shifted back to Ma Yisheng's team. After receiving the ball, he saw 2 defenders poised to double-team him, waiting to strip the ball from his hands. Ma Yisheng shook his head helplessly as the ball vanished from his hands. Under everyone's gaze, Ma Yisheng executed a behind-the-back pass, sending the ball directly to Liang Qiu Feng, who had also appeared at the center court logo. Shock rippled through the crowd. What?
Is Liang Qiu Feng planning a mid-court three-pointer too?
True to form, Liang Qiu Feng caught the ball and, without even dribbling, leaped straight up from his spot. Blessed with god-tier athletic talent, his connection with the ball was almost divine, as precise as anything from a martial arts novel.
If Liang Qiu Feng intended it, the shot simply couldn't miss.
True to form, the ball swished through the net for a three-pointer, bringing the score to 15-0.
Seeing such a score appear, some basketball players couldn't help but murmur among themselves, "Holy crap, am I seeing this right? Unbelievable." Earlier, when Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng were one-on-one, didn't Liang Qiu Feng almost shave Ma Yisheng's head clean? Could it be that today, these two are teaming up to wipe the floor with our regular players, aiming for a 21-0 rout? Goodness, how can these two be this strong?
I never imagined Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng weren't just empty names, they've got real skills. Zhang Guanjue, standing nearby, overheard their discussion and gasps. He couldn't help but snort coldly, "Humph.
See what I mean? Now you understand why I was so determined to recruit them to the basketball team?
Let me tell you, we lost Guo Rue in our interior defense, but our team isn't short on centers.
We have replacements. But what we've always lacked is a scoring threat. Haven't you noticed that throughout this year's league?"
The players froze slightly at his words. In their eyes, having Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng, two players with such scoring prowess, was undoubtedly a blessing. Yet, the two players on the court now seethed with resentment, their eyes bloodshot. The 15-0 lead had gradually clouded their judgment. It was precisely this loss of composure that caused their movements to become distorted. Liang Qiu Feng then showcased his steal skills, followed by his dribble penetration, sinking 2 consecutive shots to extend the lead to 19-0. The ball was once again handed to the opposing point guard. Holding the ball, the point guard dribbled in place, his brow deeply furrowed. Such a lopsided score, for him, was nothing short of humiliating. 140 rewards received. 10 million. Vote request. He never imagined that as a starting player, he would be outscored 19-0 today by 2 freshmen. But just as he was lost in thought, Liang Qiu Feng's voice rang out beside him, "Hey buddy, stay focused. This is a game that's all about the pride between us freshmen and your starters." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the player snapped back to reality, only to find the basketball already gone from his hands. That's right, Liang Qiu Feng had just pulled off another steal. Under the basket, the 2-meter-tall center stood like a towering iron pillar, arms raised to intercept Liang Qiu Feng as he dribbled toward the hoop. Right before their eyes, just as Liang Qiu Feng stepped inside the three-point line, still 2 steps away from the free throw line, he let out a low growl from his throat. Taking one more step forward, just 1 step from the free throw line, his body suddenly launched itself into the air. His legs switched sides mid-air. Then, Liang Qiu Feng's right hand clenched the basketball tightly. His gaze fixed on the basket before him, unwavering. The center under the basket froze in shock, unable to believe what he was seeing, a jump shot from the free throw line. In that instant, Liang Qiu Feng was already upon him, driving the ball straight through the gap between his hands and slamming it home. The sheer force of their collision sent the center crashing to the floor, while Liang Qiu Feng remained hanging on the rim. But the sheer force and momentum were too much. The basketball hoop began to sway violently. Watching helplessly as the hoop threatened to topple, Ma Yisheng shouted from behind, "Liang Qiu Feng, watch out." How could Liang Qiu Feng not understand what was happening? He swiftly landed on the ground. Then, seeing the center player standing before him, utterly bewildered and helpless, he charged forward without hesitation and grabbed him in a bear hug. He slid about 2 meters before the hoop finally crashed to the ground with a couple of loud cracks. The glass encasing the basket shattered instantly. Shock, panic, and utter bewilderment flashed through the center's eyes. He glanced at the spot where he had been standing moments before, then at the basketball hoop. He knew that if Liang Qiu Feng hadn't acted so decisively, if he hadn't pushed him out of the way without hesitation, the collapsing hoop would have crushed him. While it wouldn't kill him, he'd likely be bedridden for 3 to 5 months recovering from serious injuries. In that instant, he met Liang Qiu Feng's gaze and saw the genuine concern in his eyes. Liang Qiu Feng even asked, "Are you okay?" A whirlwind of emotions swirled within the center's mind. Guilt. He felt guilty for harboring resentment toward Liang Qiu Feng before the game, even moments before Liang Qiu Feng's dunk, still thinking about doing something for Guo Rui out of loyalty. Yet now, unexpectedly, Liang Qiu Feng had suddenly saved him, sparing him from all manner of pain. He couldn't help but reflect on the past year playing basketball under Guo Rui's guidance. He had suffered several injuries during that time, some of which were directly related to Guo Rui. And what was the result? Guo Rui paid him no mind whatsoever. As a benchwarmer, the gap in their roles left him feeling utterly indifferent. This gap in status and emotion instantly stirred uncontrollable feelings within the center player. After a moment, he finally snapped out of it. As the other players approached, he shook his head urgently. With the help of Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng, he managed to get back on his feet. Scratching his head awkwardly, he said, "My apologies for worrying everyone." Seeing this, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, they all turned their gaze toward Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng. The look in their eyes finally shed the earlier doubt and discontent. Indeed, up to this point, Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng had utterly silenced all doubters and won over everyone with their sheer talent. Their dribbling skills, ball control, shooting ability, and even their formidable physical strength and dunking prowess, every single display of their abilities left everyone utterly speechless, unable to utter a single word of criticism. What Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng demonstrated today included formidable interior defense outpacing the center with superior speed, explosive leaping ability, and raw power. This display of dominance fundamentally altered everyone's perception of them. At last, the crowd shed their earlier resentment toward Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng. Then, Zhang Guanjue chuckled from the sidelines and said, "Alright, the match is over, and so is the bet. Shouldn't you fulfill the wager and do something for Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng?" At this, several teammates exchanged glances. How could they not remember the wager made just moments ago? The vice-captain stepped forward first, bowed deeply to Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng, and said, "We apologize, Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng. We were too loud earlier, and we expressed dissatisfaction with you too. Today, your performance has completely won us over. We accept you into the basketball team." The other players echoed his words, bowing deeply in unison. Ma Yisheng chuckled and said, "It's fine, it's fine." At that moment, the system voice in Liang Qiu Feng's mind chimed in. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the mission, joining the basketball team, proving all members wrong, and earning their respect. Congratulations, host, on receiving your mission reward, God-tier linguistic talent and 10 million yuan in funds." In an instant, as the voice echoed, Liang Qiu Feng felt his mind expand with new knowledge. He discovered he seemed to have mastered every language in the world, speaking them effortlessly. In fact, Liang Qiu Feng could now utter phrases in any language without the slightest hesitation. This discovery filled Liang Qiu Feng with awe, deepening his admiration for the abilities granted by the system. In the span of a single breath, he had mastered every language on Earth, a feat likely unmatched by anyone in the world. A faint smile touched Liang Qiu Feng's lips as he murmured, "Regardless, I've finally made it onto this basketball team today." For Liang Qiu Feng, this meant more than just completing a task and earning money. His savings now exceeded 37 million. It also earned him the trust and satisfaction of his teammates, and even allowed him to master a new skill. Liang Qiu Feng thought to himself, why not? Finally, he had something to occupy himself with, ensuring his life wouldn't be too dull from now on. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled. Just then, Zhang Guanjue approached from the side and addressed everyone again. "Alright, it seems there are no objections to Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng joining our basketball team. Next, I need to discuss a second matter with you all." Zhang Guanjue continued, "The second matter is that our basketball team currently lacks a captain. I know the vice-captain has been in the role for quite some time. I spoke with him earlier, and he mentioned he doesn't have much interest in the captain position and doesn't want the daily grind. 141 first meeting, let's start with a feast. Seeking gold tickets." The vice-captain nodded, scratched his head, and said, "Yeah, I really don't want to be captain. After all, I need to spend time with my girlfriend every day. Training alone is already tough enough." Everyone burst into laughter upon hearing this. Then, Zhang Guanjue turned to look at Ma Yisheng beside him. Seeing this, Ma Yisheng couldn't help but scratch his head and said, "Coach Zhang, you're not seriously considering me for captain, are you? That would be hard to justify to the team." Zhang Guanjue shook his head. "Everyone just witnessed your skills. We prefer having capable players lead the team. I don't think anyone would object if you became captain, or if Liang Qiu Feng took the role." "Oh, right, and Liang Qiu Feng. Since you plan to join our basketball team, what are your thoughts on the captaincy?" Zhang Guanjue directed the question toward Liang Qiu Feng. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled and said, "Joining the basketball team is definitely not a problem. But Coach Zhang, let me be clear up front, I won't be able to train too late at night. I'll likely be spending time at home with my girlfriend and family. Of course, I'll try my best to stay here and train with everyone.
So, being captain is out of the question. Jiang Yumeng chuckled, turning to Ma Yisheng. Looks like the captaincy is yours, Ma Yisheng. Ma Yisheng hesitated for a moment before reluctantly nodding. Alright, haha. My irresistible charm has nowhere to go, huh? Looks like more and more people are noticing it. Guess I have no choice but to be captain.
At this, everyone rolled their eyes and let out a chorus of boos. Then, Ma Yisheng's phone buzzed. After glancing at the message, Ma Yisheng chuckled and said, "Oh, right, everyone. I just contacted my friend at the Tianqing Business Hotel. Tonight, I plan to treat all the members and coaches of our basketball team, anyone connected to the team, to a gathering at the Tianqing Business Hotel. I've reserved their largest private room, which can accommodate 50 to 60 people.
Whatever we eat and drink tonight, it's all on me."
In an instant, all the players were taken aback by Ma Yisheng's announcement. Liang Qiu Feng stood nearby, shaking his head and smiling bitterly. He truly understood now what Ma Yisheng had experienced growing up, and how his father's constant warnings about arrogance were meant to be manifested.
Though Ma Yisheng was now flaunting his wealth with reckless abandon, he wasn't acting without purpose.
Liang Qiu Feng believed that with Ma Yisheng hosting like this, countless teammates and even the coaches would feel grateful toward him. In the future, if Ma Yisheng wanted to take on responsibilities within the basketball team or gain others' trust, it would be a breeze.
Zhang Guanjue stood nearby, feeling slightly awkward. He asked, "This Tianqing Business Hotel? I know it's quite expensive. Isn't it a bit sudden to go there?"
Ma Yisheng chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I have a black gold card there.
I get discounts there anyway.
Besides, a meal for our group won't cost much. No need to worry about saving money for me."
Ma Yisheng continued, "Money is the last thing I lack." Hearing Ma Yisheng's arrogant words, not a single person mocked him at that moment.
Everyone sensed the confidence radiating from his words. They all understood that what Ma Yisheng truly had in abundance was money.
Finally, the matter was settled.
They agreed that at 5:30 p.m. that evening, Ma Yisheng would arrange for a fleet of cars to come pick them up. The group cheered, their admiration for Ma Yisheng reaching its peak. Meanwhile, due to Liang Qiu Feng's performance combined with his daily presence on campus and the high-profile Koenigsegg in his display on the basketball court today, the principle of strength reigning supreme meant no one harbored any objections toward him.
Glancing at the time, Ma Yisheng realized it was already 4 p.m.
He spoke up, "Coach Zhang, if there's nothing else, Liang Qiu Feng and I should head out now. After all, we still had military training to attend. Neither of us wanted to risk losing our eligibility for this year's training because of basketball team matters, only to have to repeat it all next year.
If we end up training with the freshmen next year as sophomores, just imagining it is embarrassing, utterly humiliating." Everyone around them burst into laughter at this.
Zhang Guanjue quickly waved his hand, signaling Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng to leave. He also instructed them to focus on military training for now and report to the basketball team after the freshman welcome party concluded. The two finally breathed a sigh of relief and hurried away without delay. Watching them depart, some teammates nearby couldn't help but murmur among themselves, "Who would have thought young Master Ma would be so kind to us? After all the mockery we hurled at him, he still treated us with courtesy and even treated us to a meal.
Who would have thought?" Yeah, you've got to hand it to them. Ma Yisheng and Liang Qiu Feng are seriously skilled.
They're just as good as us regular players. I fully support Ma Yisheng as captain and Liang Qiu Feng as a team member. Wow, with such strong perimeter shooting ability, plus their formidable athleticism, I'm sure they'll hold their own inside too. I'm really looking forward to seeing if our Capital University basketball team can achieve something great in this year's National College League."
Exactly.
Just thinking about stepping onto the podium today gets me pumped. Listening to everyone's conversation, Zhang Guanjue felt deeply satisfied.
He admitted that everything he did today did involve an element of risk.
But he never imagined things would unfold quite like this. This was killing two birds with one stone, hitting two targets with one arrow, a double blessing. Not only had he successfully recruited Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng to the basketball team, but he had also earned the complete and utter trust of every single team member. Then, Zhang Guanjue finally spoke up, "Everyone, I believe Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng's performance today has thoroughly impressed you all, right?" Seeing everyone nod, Zhang Guanjue continued, "What I want to tell you here is that Guo Rui's departure, his expulsion, was actually something I had anticipated long ago. He truly wasn't suited for the basketball team, or rather, he didn't align with my philosophy. Think back carefully, before Guo Rui joined the team, what were each of your personalities like? What were your attitudes? I appreciate your fiery spirit on the court and your willingness to showcase your abilities. But arrogance and hot-headedness? Those aren't your defining traits, they're your flaws." At Zhang Guanjue's words, the entire room fell silent.
142 Hans Club? Beijing's den of vice. Seeking gold tickets.
Every basketball player was plunged into deep guilt by Zhang Guanjue's words. They began to reflect deeply. Yes, perhaps Zhang Guanjue was right. They couldn't help but recall. When they first joined the school basketball team, everyone got along harmoniously. Though they joked around daily, they always took the games seriously on the court. Zhang Guanjue had always urged them to maintain their fighting spirit and competitive edge, and they had followed his lead. Yet, precisely because of Gui Rui's arrival, their emotions grew increasingly volatile. Even those who had once been relatively mild-mannered would spout arrogant remarks on the court, drawing the displeasure of countless fans, spectators, and opponents alike. Reflecting on this, each player felt a pang of guilt and began to ponder the root cause. Ultimately, they traced the root cause back to Gui Rui. It was Gui Rui's daily words and actions, along with everything he did, that had completely transformed their personalities. That was why they had become this way. A slight flush spread across their faces, an awkward silence settling in as they each recognized their own mistakes. Seeing the emotional expressions on everyone's faces, Zhang Guanjue smiled with satisfaction and said, "Alright, it seems you all understand what you've done wrong. I trust you also know what you ought to do now. Since that's settled, I won't say more. Get to training today. Captain Ma is treating everyone to dinner tonight. Though as a teacher and coach, I shouldn't be freeloading on this meal. I've never been to the Tianqing Business Hotel before. Tonight, I'm going to enjoy a proper feast." Hearing this, everyone was taken aback by Zhang Guanjue's sudden return to his usual affable self. They realized he seemed to have returned to his former self, always gentle and calm, even capable of joking with them. Memories flooded everyone's minds, making them feel especially nostalgic for the experiences they'd shared back then. Moments later, they chuckled and promptly plunged back into their training. Meanwhile, Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng stepped out of the gymnasium. Ma Yisheng stretched lazily, flexing his muscles, and remarked, "Man, I gotta say, sparring with these official team members is exhausting. I thought I could win this match with just a little effort, but they're actually pretty skilled. If I hadn't gone all out, forget about dribbling past them, they probably would have stolen the ball right out of my hands." Glancing at Liang Qiu Feng beside him, Ma Yisheng patted his shoulder with an admiring look. "Hey, crazy, your skills are seriously insane. I never imagined your skills were so much stronger than what you'd shown before. I thought you could easily dribble past defenders, had decent basketball skills, and could shoot reasonably well. But I never imagined you could actually yank that entire basketball hoop right out of the ground." Liang Qiu Feng scratched his head awkwardly. "Honestly, I didn't realize I had that much strength either. I guess the momentum from my big swing just pulled the whole thing over." He gave a wry smile. "Guess I just got lucky. Thankfully Coach Zhang didn't make me pay for it. Otherwise, I'd be out of pocket." "Ha ha ha." Ma Yisheng roared with laughter. "Don't worry. Even if they did make you pay, I'd cover it. After all, you were dragged into this. You came along with your buddy, didn't you? There's no way I'd let you spend money so irresponsibly." Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly, saying nothing, but soon let out a long sigh. Ma Yisheng couldn't help but feel curious. "What's up? Why the sudden sighing?" Liang Qiu Feng chuckled, "Nothing much. Just suddenly joining the basketball team and having something to do again makes me feel like life has a bit more purpose." Suddenly feeling a bit sentimental. "Never mind, let's just hurry over there." Ma Yisheng nodded in understanding, and the two headed toward Building 3. What they didn't know was that Beijing was a place where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. Within its walls naturally thrived countless individuals of power, wealth, and influence. Simultaneously, this had given rise to another industry, high-end business clubs. These clubs were essentially no different from high-end business hotels. Those who could enter these places were invariably either wealthy, influential, or possessed considerable clout. If you were to ask any of the city's elite where the premier high-end business club was located, they would likely all give the same answer: the Han Club. Located near the city center, the Han Club boasts exceptionally luxurious decor. Upon stepping inside, one is immediately struck by the opulent surroundings, permeated with an aura of wealth. At the same time, the Han's Club is almost always packed to capacity every day. Those wishing to indulge in its offerings must book appointments 2 or 3 days in advance. It is precisely the unparalleled service and indulgence offered here that have earned it the growing recognition of an ever-expanding clientele. Han's Club now holds assets worth billions, approaching 10 billion yuan within the capital. This alone speaks volumes about the staggering consumption levels and immense profitability of this establishment. Up on the top floor of the club, inside a private room, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and dressed casually sat with his legs crossed, leaning back on a luxurious sofa. Beside him, a scantily clad girl filled a stemmed glass with red wine before offering it to him. The man lifted his eyelids slightly, gave her a satisfied look, then pulled out a stack of $100 bills from the side and tossed them over. "Your tip." Her face lit up instantly at the words, and she quickly tucked the money into her collar. She then moved closer, sitting directly beside him and began caressing him repeatedly. Finally, lost in pleasure, the man turned his head to glance at the people beside him. There were 3 people beside him, who appeared to be college students. Had Liang Qiu Feng and the others been present, they would have recognized them immediately: Gui Rui, Zhang Sheng, and Xin Feiyu. At that moment, Gui Rui, seated in the middle, chuckled nervously, stood up, offered the man a cigarette, and lit it for him. The man nodded in satisfaction. After taking a drag, he spoke up: "So, Gui Rui, who exactly did you cross at school?"
Guo Rui lowered his gaze, then his eyes darted around before he chuckled. Brother Han, I crossed two guys at school who I heard are pretty wealthy in the capital. I don't know their names, just what they look like. We got into a little conflict while playing basketball, and it blew up into a big deal. Even the school forum picked it up. Then the coach kicked me out. I'm totally stuck now, with no way out, so I thought I'd come to you for help, Brother Han. 143 Guo Rui's little scheme? Plotting against a billionaire heir? Vote request. The man was named Han Li, the son of the owner of the Hans Club and the owner's only son. Hearing Guo Rui's words, he narrowed his eyes, curled his lips, and sneered, no matter how rich they are, could they possibly be richer than our Han group? Within this capital city, there are only a handful of people wealthier than our Han group. It's unlikely you'd be so unlucky as to run into one of them, right? Guo Rui immediately responded with a fawning nod, yes, yes, yes. Those wealthier than Brother Han wouldn't stoop to confronting me. So, Brother Han, I was wondering if you could step in and help resolve this matter? Han Li hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. Alright, don't worry. I'll handle this. I have some connections with a university official at that Beijing university. He often asks me for favors. Since that's the case, I'll have him step in and handle it for you. I believe you'll be back on the basketball team within a couple of days. As for that person you mentioned. As he spoke, Han Li reached out and caressed the soft waist of the girl beside him, eliciting a playful pout from her. Han Li continued, here's the plan. I have a subordinate who works in the student union at Capital University. He's a junior, I believe, and holds some authority within the union. Later, I'll send you that guy's phone number. Contact him directly, mention my name, and have him use his position to deal with those two. After all, as you mentioned, they seem to have some money and live here in the capital. While I'm not one to seek conflict, I won't let this go without restoring my dignity. Have that guy take you to teach them a lesson. Make them come apologize to you in person, and that'll settle this matter. Hearing this, Guo Rui nodded eagerly. Yes, 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 Brother Han. You're right. I don't want to make things too awkward with them either. After all, we're all students from the same school. Just teach them a lesson. We'll still be running into each other around campus. Seeing Han Li nod in satisfaction, he then turned his gaze back to Guo Rui. Just then, the door to the private room swung open and a girl stepped inside. She appeared to have a stunning figure, incredibly graceful, with long hair cascading down her back. After entering, she looked over with a puzzled expression. Guo Rui stepped forward. The moment she saw him, her expression lit up with delight. Captain Guo, it really is you. I just got your message inviting me here and thought you were pulling my leg, but it really is you. Guo Rui chuckled and said, yes, actually, it's my good friend who wanted to meet you. Come, let me introduce you. This is Han Li, call him Brother Han. Hearing Guo Rui's words, the girl hesitated slightly, her eyes filled with uncertainty. Still, she nodded and said, Brother Han, hello. My name is Shin Miao Miao. Hearing this, Han Li looked the girl over from head to toe, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. He then glanced at Guo Rui beside him and nodded approvingly. Guo Rui chuckled and said, so, Miao Miao, Brother Han happened to hear me mention you. He knows you're quite talented and would like to be friends. I've got some things to take care of. You stay here and chat with Brother Han. He'll treat you to dinner tonight. This club is actually his. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading out now. As Guo Rui walked away, Shin Miao Miao opened her mouth to say something, but then thought better of it. Realizing Han Li was the owner of Han's Club, she hurriedly nodded at Guo Rui and escorted him out. Not long after, Shin Miao Miao turned back, a hint of allure in her eyes. She walked directly over to Han Li and joined the other girl beside him, accompanying him as they enjoyed their afternoon tea. Stepping outside the Han Club, Jiang Sheng beside Guo Rui finally asked once they were alone, Brother Rui, why didn't you tell Brother Han that Ma Yisheng is the one with issues against us? Yeah, exactly, Shin Feiyu chimed in from beside him. Brother Rui, Ma Yisheng is the top-tier rich kid in the capital. He's got this kind of formidable status and standing here. Yet you didn't breathe a word about it to Brother Han just now. If Ma Yisheng really retaliates and gets our Brother Han involved, and Brother Han can't handle it either, won't we all be finished? Listening to their exchange, Guo Rui curled his lips and let out a cold laugh. What are you thinking? How could I possibly say something like that? Do you think I don't know what kind of status and influence Ma Yisheng has in the capital? But use your own brains and think it through. If we actually spill the beans, Han Li isn't stupid, why would he help me? He'd probably distance himself from me faster than light, and that'd be the end of us. But if you keep this up, what if the truth comes out? Won't the consequences be even worse then? Jiang Sheng voiced his concern from the side. This doubt had been gnawing at Jiang Sheng and Shin Feiyu ever since they were alone in that private room. However, they didn't know what Guo Rui was thinking, and they feared Han Li might become enraged. Now, Han Li was the only lifeline they could grasp. Who would want to lose that? So they waited until they were leaving the place before finally asking. Hearing their words, Guo Rui shot them a dismissive glance before saying, that's why I say you two are slow on the uptake. When you grow to my level and know as many people as I do, you'll understand. Let me tell you, the circles in the capital are incredibly messy. Those wealthy young masters might not get along with each other. If we reveal Han Limai's true identity, he'll inevitably grow concerned. He might even cut ties with us at lightning speed and refuse to help. But have you considered this? If we don't tell him, and this situation actually unfolds, if Ma Yisheng learns the truth behind it all, discovers who's pulling the strings, would he really go looking for Hanli? And if they meet, wouldn't they likely come to blows? Jiang Shang and Xin Feiyu both looked puzzled. Guo Rui shook his head. Of course not. Think about it, in this circle, everyone crosses paths constantly. If they really fell out, wouldn't their parents feel awkward meeting each other? After all, they're all part of this circle. Who wouldn't want to greet each other with smiles every time they meet? Besides, Hanli's Hans Club has far more connections and acquaintances than the Ma Group. Once Ma Yisheng finds out about all this, he'll naturally factor that in. He'll wonder if provoking Hanli could lead to retaliation. He's not stupid. How could he possibly risk a real falling out with Hanli? By then, not only will the three of us successfully return to the basketball team, but Ma Yisheng will also come to understand the Hanli we know. He'll inevitably consider our relationship with Hanli and stop causing trouble for us from that point on. A situation that kills two birds with one stone. Would you call that a good thing or a bad thing? In an instant, hearing Guo Rui's words, the two teammates beside him finally understood, completely persuaded by Guo Rui's reasoning. Moments later, Jiang Shang gave Guo Rui an admiring thumbs up and quickly handed him a cigarette. Xin Feiyu, standing nearby, praised him even more enthusiastically. Brother Rui, it's no wonder you know all these big shots. You're just so smart. With brains like mine and Jiang Shang's, do you think we could ever have figured this out in a million years? Yeah, Jiang Shang chimed in. The smartest move we ever made was meeting Brother Rui and tagging along with you. With arrangements like yours, Brother Rui, I'm sure we'll all come out unscathed in the end. Hearing their effusive praise, Guo Rui felt an indescribable satisfaction. He relished this kind of flattery, craving such praise from everyone. 144 beautiful wife stouts, suddenly thanks? Seeking gold tickets. A moment later, Guo Rui chuckled and said, don't worry. I know you're concerned, but since you've chosen to trust me and follow me, how could I, Guo Rui, ever treat you unfairly? This time, I've called in Xin Miaomia to accompany Hanli. I'm sure Hanli will fulfill his duties diligently to help us accomplish our goal. After that, we'll just wait quietly. As he spoke, Guo Rui's phone buzzed. Seeing Hanli's number on the screen, he chuckled again and said, Brother Han has already sent me the student council guy's info and number. Let's head back to school to meet him. I'm splurging on a meal for them today to make sure he takes our business seriously. Hearing Guo Rui's words, the two nodded eagerly. Then Jiang Shang asked curiously from the side, Brother Rui, didn't Xin Miaomia always like you before? She even pursued you over and over again. Now you suddenly handed her over to Brother Han. Doesn't that bother you? Guo Rui curled his lips and said, why would I feel bad? Xin Miaomia kept pursuing me. You think I didn't know what she was after? She knows I've earned a lot of prize money playing basketball over the years. She's after my money and my fame, plain and simple. Now I've just pushed her on to someone better. She should be thanking us. As for women? As long as I return to the basketball team, as long as I compete in games, as long as I regain my fame, what kind of woman couldn't I find in the future? Hearing this, the two men raised their thumbs in admiration once more. Walking toward the roadside, they kept praising him, making Guo Rui feel thoroughly satisfied. Finally hailing a cab, they headed toward Capital University. Finally, Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng returned to the plaza behind Building 3. As luck would have it, the class was in the middle of a break. Afterward, Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng returned to Jiang Yumeng's side. Seeing Liang Qiu Feng return, Jiang Yumeng hurriedly stood up, grabbed his hand, and asked, Feng, how did it go? Did anything happen? Also, did those basketball players give you any trouble? Jiang Yumeng had been worried. Guo Rui held significant influence within the basketball team, and his expulsion might have caused the players to harbor resentment toward Liang Qiu Feng. This could easily turn into a trap. Although Zhang Guanju strongly supported and approved of the two of them, it didn't necessarily mean the other players would do the same. Such speculation instantly filled Jiang Yumeng's heart with worry, making her fear something might happen to Liang Qiu Feng. Sensing the concern in her voice, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly. He ruffled her hair gently and said slowly, don't worry, nothing will happen. Ma Xiao and I had a great chat with everyone over there. They recognized our skills, and now we're officially members of the basketball team. After the freshman welcome party wraps up, we'll officially join the team. As he spoke, Liang Qiu Feng added, I've also discussed it with the coach. I can train during the day when I have classes, and I'll try my best not to miss evening practices. I don't want this to interfere with our daily lives. Truthfully, I only joined the basketball team to help Zhang Guanju and strengthen the squad. Hearing this, Jiang Yumeng finally let out a long sigh of relief. Ma Yisheng, who had been listening nearby, understood that Liang Qiu Feng was trying to ease Jiang Yumeng's worries. He nodded in agreement without adding anything further. Jiang Yumeng nodded happily. Seeing Liang Qiu Feng join the basketball team, having his own interests and things to do, made her exceptionally pleased. Jiang Yumeng nodded happily and said, That's great, Feng. As long as you're happy at school and have things to keep you busy, that's all that matters. To be honest, I feel a bit guilty. Think about it, I love music and singing, and I can listen to songs whenever I have free time. But when you're bored, you're either here keeping me company or tidying up at home. It makes me feel a bit guilty. Liang Qiu Feng smiled and shook his head. Alright, don't feel so guilty. This home needs both of us to take care of it, doesn't it? Before Liang Qiu Feng could say anything else, Instructor Sun Feng approached from afar. With a loud shout, he quickly formed the ranks, and everyone began the final training session of the afternoon. But by now, they'd finally moved on from military posture drills and started practicing marching. This finally made Ma Yisheng feel less bored. Before they knew it, about an hour had passed. As the clock neared 5 p.m., today's training finally concluded. With the instructor's command, everyone dispersed. Liang Qiu Feng looked at Jiang Yumeng and asked, Yumeng, Captain Ma is inviting all the basketball team members and coaches to dinner at the Tianqing Business Hotel tonight. As someone who just joined the team today, I naturally have to go. Do you want to come? If you do, we can drive together. Hearing this, Jiang Yumeng hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. No, thanks. I'd rather not get involved in your guys' business. Seeing Jiang Yumeng refuse him, Liang Qiu Feng froze in surprise. Watching Ma Yisheng walk ahead, Liang Qiu Feng stopped in his tracks and looked at Jiang Yumeng. Did I do something wrong? Did I upset you or disappoint you? Why aren't you coming? Jiang Yumeng smiled. Alright, don't overthink it. I just feel like you work too hard every day. I only wanted to give you some personal time. All those TV dramas online say that giving your man some personal time will make him feel relaxed and happy. Besides, I don't want to put too much pressure on you. And honestly, when you guys are together, who knows what kind of dirty jokes might come up? Would I even want to hear that? I'd rather go home and spend time with our daughter. Liang Qiu Feng finally exhaled deeply. He sensed Jiang Yumeng's affection for him, and he felt her genuine concern. Having a girlfriend like this, Liang Qiu Feng felt incredibly fortunate. It was as if he had saved the galaxy in a past life to deserve someone who understood, supported, and accepted him so completely. He chuckled softly and said, Alright, since that's the case, I'll drive you home first. After that, you stay home and play with our daughter. I'll try to finish up quickly and come back as soon as possible. Jiang Yumeng nodded eagerly. Soon, they arrived at the parking lot. Liang Qiu Feng also mentioned this arrangement to Ma Yisheng. Naturally, Ma Yisheng didn't object and let Liang Qiu Feng head home first, adding that he'd visit Liang Qiu Feng's place sometime when he had the chance. Qiu Feng readily agreed without hesitation. After that, Ma Yisheng waited there for the basketball team members to arrive, then took them all to the Tianqing Business Hotel. Liang Qiu Feng, meanwhile, drove Jiang Yumeng toward the Rose Garden. Before long, they arrived at the Rose Garden. Just as he parked and Jiang Yumeng was about to step out, Liang Qiu Feng suddenly reached out and grabbed her hand. Jiang Yumeng hesitated slightly, her curiosity prompting her to ask, What's wrong? Why are you doing this? Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly, his eyes brimming with tenderness as he spoke slowly, Honey, thank you. Jiang Yumeng hesitated, scratching her head awkwardly. What for? I don't think I did anything special. Why are you thanking me out of the blue? 145 attending the banquet, returning to clear skies. Seeking gold tickets. Liang Qiu Feng smiled. Of course, it's to thank you for supporting me like this, for believing in me. I never imagined you'd support me joining the basketball team, nurturing my hobbies, and even backing me going out alone for social engagements. I feel your approval, I feel your trust. It makes me so happy. Having a wife like you is truly the happiest thing in my life. Suddenly caught off guard by Liang Qiu Feng's direct confession, Jiang Yumeng could only smile helplessly. Alright, she said. Stop with the sentimental stuff. You know we're going to be husband and wife someday. Even though I keep saying who says I'm your wife, and haven't officially agreed yet, I've always recognized you in my heart and cared about all your feelings. I know you need to cultivate your own hobbies, which is why I agreed to let you join the basketball team. At the same time, I know you'll likely have many professional commitments in the future. While I don't know what they'll be, I'm sure you'll have your share of social obligations. How could I possibly stand in the way of your social engagements or your relationships? Besides, didn't you say it yourself before? You handle the money and material things outside, while I handle the emotional support and labor. So go ahead and enjoy your life with peace of mind. Everything with our daughter at home is taken care of by me. Finally, as Jiang Yumeng spoke these words slowly, Liang Qiu Feng felt deeply moved. He truly felt the depth of her affection for him, along with her unwavering support and acceptance. After a moment, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly, nodded firmly, and said, Alright, honey. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. I'll be going now. Seeing Jiang Yumeng nod, Liang Qiu Feng felt his worries lift. He watched her step out of the car with rapt attention before starting the engine and heading toward the Tianqing Business Hotel. Throughout the journey, Liang Qiu Feng kept replaying Jiang Yumeng's words in his mind. As he pondered them, a warm smile spread across his face.
He truly felt incredibly fortunate in this life to have Jiang Yumeng's support and approval, to have such a wife, and to have such a lovely, understanding, and well-behaved daughter. It was truly one of life's greatest blessings. By a little past 6 in the evening, Liang Qiu Feng finally arrived at the Tianqing Business Hotel. The valet had barely parked his car when he spotted the convoy arranged by Ma Yisheng and his team arriving. A group of basketball players, along with all the coaches and staff of the basketball team, appeared at the scene. As they gazed at the Tianqing Business Hotel before them, their eyes brimmed with intense curiosity and wonder.
Wow, this is the Tianqing Business Hotel? Holy cow!
I've heard of the Tianqing Business Hotel before, but I heard that dining here costs over 10,000 yuan per person.
Yeah. I never thought I'd get to eat here in my lifetime. Even if I had the money, I doubt I'd be willing to spend it here. Thanks to young Master Ma, we finally get to experience it.
What do you mean young Master Ma?
He's Captain Ma now. From now on, he's our great captain.
Amidst the chatter, everyone looked at Ma Yisheng gratefully and said, "Thanks for treating us today, Captain Ma."
We're all incredibly grateful, brother. Zhang Guanjue chuckled beside them and said, "Young Master Ma, are you sure it's okay? Are you certain it won't cost too much? If it ends up being too expensive, we'd feel a bit guilty." Ma Yisheng waved his hand dismissively. All right. Don't worry, Teacher Zhang. Even if it costs money, how much could this meal possibly cost? Trust me, don't you know my financial strength? Hearing this, everyone around chuckled. Didn't everyone know the extent of Ma Yisheng's wealth? With the wealth Ma Yisheng possessed, inviting them to dine for an entire year wouldn't even dent his finances.
In fact, with his membership card here, he could get discounts on his spending and even enjoy a certain amount of freebies.
Naturally, no one said anything.
For Ma Yisheng, dining here cost him nothing. But today, he was treating everyone to a meal partly to break down barriers between them, partly to treat his team to something nice after becoming captain. That's why he'd chosen this place. Of course, he would cover the bill.
With millions in monthly spending money, why would he worry about this expense? Soon, they arrived before Liang Qiu Feng.
Zhang Guanjue asked curiously from the side, "Hey, Liang Qiu Feng, I heard you have a girlfriend. She's supposedly the acknowledged campus beauty among the freshmen.
Why didn't you bring her along?"
"Huh?
Yeah. The other teammates chimed in. We've all heard your girlfriend is stunningly beautiful. Why didn't you bring her to dinner today to introduce her to us? Are you afraid we'll steal her away?"
"Ah, well, someone as charming as me does tend to attract a lot of female attention."
"Yeah, right. Like girls would actually like someone like you? Give me a break."
"Ha ha." The banter continued, and the laughter and chatter instantly livened up the atmosphere. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled and said, "She had something to do, so I didn't bring her along. Next time, when I'm training at the basketball court, we're in the same class, so if I don't have class, she probably won't either. I'll arrange for her to come meet you all."
Hearing this, the teammates finally chuckled.
They were just joking around, they wouldn't actually pressure Liang Qiu Feng to bring Jiang Yumeng along. Besides, with Liang Qiu Feng having made his position clear, what else could they say? At that moment, the players' hearts were filled with nothing but respect for Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng. All traces of their previous feelings had vanished. First, it was because of the formidable strength Ma Yisheng and Liang Qiu Feng had demonstrated today.
Second, it was the immense wealth they had displayed.
Ma Yisheng had generously treated the entire group to a meal at the Tianqing Business Hotel, while Liang Qiu Feng had revealed the Koenigsegg parked nearby for all to see. All of this demonstrated their formidable power.
Who would dare harbor any lingering resentment toward them now? Soon after, the lobby manager, Wu Xijin, approached.
Fixing his gaze on Ma Yisheng, he spoke with utmost respect. "Young Master Ma, the private room you requested has been arranged.
Shall we proceed upstairs now, or would you prefer to explore the vicinity first?" Ma Yisheng nodded slowly. "Let's go now. There's no need to linger too late. Who knows what personal matters might come up tonight? Let's not waste any time."
Hearing this, Wu Xijin nodded without hesitation and invited Ma Yisheng and his group inside. Soon, they entered the Tianqing Business Hotel.
The opulent grandeur of the place filled everyone with admiration.
They couldn't help but marvel at the powerful and influential individuals who dined here, while also enjoying a level of service they had never experienced before. Soon, they entered a private dining room. A group of waitstaff promptly served the pre-ordered dishes. The respectful demeanor of everyone present further elevated Ma Yisheng's prestige.
Chapter 146, Zhang Guanjue's Perplexity. Any thoughts? Seeking gold tickets.
Thus, the group sat together, chatting about everything under the sun, enjoying the meal, and feeling wonderfully at ease. Their conversation flowed with exceptional ease. Though Ma Yisheng and Liang Qiu Feng had only met everyone today, they shared a common passion, basketball. Men's friendships, as they say, are truly something beyond words. After just a few exchanges, a handful of jokes, and a little wine, they were completely at ease with each other.
Even
the center player who had played basketball with Ma Yisheng and Liang Qiu Feng earlier that day approached them, holding a wine glass. He looked deeply moved as he said to Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng, "Brother Liang, Captain Ma, I'm truly sorry for the misunderstanding between us today.
It even led to us playing a basketball game. I never imagined your skills were this formidable. But I gotta say, this fight turned out to be a blessing in disguise. If you ever need anything from me in the future, just give me a shout. And Liang Qiu Feng, thank you for saving me today. If not for you, I might have been crushed by that basketball hoop.
Liang Qiu Feng chuckled and waved his hand.
No need to be so formal. It was just a small favor. Besides, I'm planning to join the basketball team anyway. We'll be seeing each other around all the time. How could I stand by and let my brothers get hurt? Ma Yisheng stepped forward, slung his arm around the guy, and said casually, alright. You don't need to feel guilty. Just pass us the ball more often on the court and we'll be good. Hearing this, the teammate nodded without hesitation. Amidst such laughter and cheer, everyone drank heartily, their joy boundless. Yet things rarely go as smoothly as one hopes.
Right in the middle of eating and drinking, Jiang Yumeng's phone suddenly buzzed. He picked it up to see it was a call from one of the school administrators. Jiang Yumeng quickly raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Seeing this, everyone obediently fell silent, all eyes fixed on Jiang Yumeng.
Finally answering the call, he said, Director, it's me, Jiang. Hey, what's up? What? Oh. Well, it's like this. Boss, huh? How about this? Tomorrow morning, when I'm free, I'll come over to your place to report on this matter? There's definitely been some misunderstanding here, and the repercussions are pretty serious. So, I think we should discuss this carefully. Not knowing what the boss said on the other end of the line, Jiang Yumeng hurriedly replied, I understand what you're saying and I get your perspective. But on this matter, I absolutely won't budge an inch. Even if you threaten me or use other matters to pressure me, I'm afraid I still won't agree to your demands. After a long pause, Jiang Yumeng continued, Alright, I understand, boss. I'll come over tomorrow to discuss this in detail. Finally, Jiang Yumeng hung up the phone.
Around him, everyone couldn't help but exchange glances filled with uncertainty. Everyone stared at Jiang Yumeng with puzzled expressions, unsure what had transpired.
After a long pause, Ma Yisheng, sitting nearby, asked curiously, What's going on? Coach Xiang, did something happen? Jiang Yumeng sat there with a furrowed brow. He took a sip of his drink before offering a bitter smile. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. Just now, a school official called me, demanding to know why Guo was expelled. What? No way?
Hearing Jiang Yumeng's words, everyone burst out in unison. None had expected Jiang Yumeng's call to concern Guo.
Then one teammate spoke up, Damn it, could it be that news of Guo's expulsion has already reached the school administration? Jiang Yumeng nodded. Looks like it. I never imagined things would blow up this big. But I'm wondering, who exactly does Guo know? How did he manage to reach our school's leadership?
And they even said that the leader demanded I apologize to Guo immediately.
Like I'd ever do something like that. But I have to admit, it did catch me off guard. It really shows off Guo's connections.
Standing nearby, Ma Yisheng overheard the conversation and noticed the emotions flickering in everyone's eyes. He could probably tell that the team members weren't exactly thrilled about Guo's return. Some even showed signs of disgust just at the mention of his name. He understood why. The events of the past 2 days, combined with Jiang Yumeng's words, had made everyone realize their own mistakes. And once they understood their mistakes, once they knew who was truly responsible for starting it all, their previous feelings naturally faded. At this thought, Ma Yisheng let out a derisive snort. Under the curious gazes of the others, he spoke up, Coach Xiang, don't bother with him. Go ahead and discuss this matter with the university leadership tomorrow as planned. But if they persistently deny everything, refuse to budge, or simply refuse to believe your account, come find me. Our family is a shareholder in Capital University. With the substantial investment we make every year, the university will naturally give us some face. I refuse to believe that Guo's actions could still garner such blind support from anyone. When the time comes, I'll have a chat with them. Hearing Ma Yisheng's confident and arrogant words, Jiang Yumeng paused briefly, as if suddenly backed by a powerful ally. He then chuckled and said, Since Captain Ma has spoken so decisively, I'll follow your lead. This toast is to you, Captain Ma, in gratitude for helping me resolve my troubles.
Oh, no.
Ma Yisheng hurriedly raised his glass to clink with Jiang Yumeng's before humbly replying, Coach Jiang, you're too kind. You're the teacher, you're the coach. I'm just the captain of a small basketball team.
Let's not dwell on these status differences between us. All I want is to play basketball well and help each other improve.
At these words, everyone burst into laughter.
Jiang Yumeng raised his glass, signaling everyone to join in a toast.
Time slipped by, and before they knew it, dinner stretched into the evening, nearing 8 o'clock.
Everyone was thoroughly enjoying themselves.
Liang Qiu Feng, however, was astonished to find that despite drinking so much, he felt surprisingly less intoxicated at this moment. He wondered if it was because the system had granted him god-tier athletic talent, enhancing his physical constitution and accelerating his body's alcohol metabolism. Regardless, it was a welcome development. Not having to deal with daily drunkenness and discomfort made Liang Qiu Feng genuinely pleased. Finally, with everyone well fed and satisfied, and seeing that it was nearly time, they decided to part ways.
Ma Yisheng arranged for the hotel's drivers to take everyone home. Afterward, Liang Qiu Feng also called for a designated driver. The driver initially resisted, reluctant to handle such a fine vehicle, but after Liang Qiu Feng's repeated reassurances, he finally got behind the wheel and drove Liang Qiu Feng toward the rose garden. On the way back, Liang Qiu Feng gazed out the window at the surrounding steel jungle, the towering skyscrapers rushing by, and the various beautiful sights. His mind drifted to other thoughts. He reflected on how much he had experienced in recent times, encountering countless people and events. The existence of the system, coupled with his daughter's journey through time from the future, had granted him a completely different experience, opening his eyes to a broader, more expansive world. Liang Qiu Feng reflected inwardly, the future. His life was bound to be rich and colorful. Before this, he had wrestled with doubts, repeatedly contemplating whether he should keep a low profile. But gradually, with one incident after another unfolding, especially Guo Rui's recent actions, even going so far as to enlist others to scheme against him. At this thought, Liang Qiu Feng felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Simultaneously, he became even more resolute in his decision. From now on, he would have to be more high profile in his actions. Otherwise, there would always be one little devil after another coming to cause him trouble. 147 Keep a low profile? No. Absolutely not. Please vote.
At any rate, Liang Qiu Feng reasoned, he certainly had plenty on his plate right now. The system assigned him various tasks daily, and as a student, his studies still took priority.
He'd handle the immediate matters first.
As for the rest, Liang Qiu Feng could only wait for whatever situations arose next to deal with them.
After much hesitation, the car soon arrived at the rose garden.
Then, Liang Qiu Feng thought to himself, now that he had such a beautiful wife at home and such an adorable daughter, he could finally begin to enjoy his own life. Though he'd never imagined such events unfolding in his life before, nor that these two women who would transform his destiny would appear. He certainly hadn't anticipated that his system would grant him a 35-year-old life at the age of 18. This defied all logic, leaving Liang Qiu Feng astonished time and again. Of course, no matter what, since it had already happened, he could only choose to accept it and look forward to seeing broader horizons in his future, gradually improving his abilities. Who is born with such power?
Who is born with complete mastery? Take Ma Yisheng, born into the Roman aristocracy.
Though born into immense wealth and privileged circumstances, surrounded by boundless resources and unparalleled opportunities, hadn't Ma Yisheng also honed his abilities through repeated trials and growth to reach his current stature? Liang Qiu Feng believed he would follow the same path.
As the car swiftly pulled up to the villa, the designated driver parked it neatly.
Liang Qiu Feng paid the fare, then chuckled, "Thanks for your hard work, driver. Oh, and here, take this pack of cigarettes." From childhood onward, under his parents' guidance, Liang Qiu Feng had been immersed in the nuances of social etiquette and human relations.
Watching Liang Qiu Feng retrieve the pack of cigarettes from the trunk, the driver chuckled and said gratefully, "Thanks, boss. I never imagined someone so young would live here. Your family must be quite wealthy, right?" Hearing the driver's words, Liang Qiu Feng smiled without responding. "It's not that my family is wealthy, it's just that the system is rich."
This wasn't the first time Liang Qiu Feng had encountered people expressing astonishment at his family background, nor was it the first time he'd pondered these questions himself.
He'd read novels and online anecdotes where people sighed about wishing they were rich second-generation kids. Some even asked their parents, "When will you become the first-generation rich?"
Though Liang Qiu Feng dismissed such talk as jokes, he too had once fantasized about it. After all, people die for wealth, birds die for food.
Who wouldn't want to see themselves earn vast fortunes in the future? Who wouldn't want to rise above the rest? But for Liang Qiu Feng, none of that would ever be his.
He couldn't become a second-generation rich kid, but the first-generation wealth was now his.
Liang Qiu Feng offered no reply.
Seeing how much wealth the system had granted him, he couldn't have been happier. He firmly believed his riches would only grow from here on out. The designated driver chuckled softly, chose not to press the matter further, and then departed. Liang Qiu Feng glanced at the time. It was already 9 o'clock. He exhaled deeply and stepped into the villa. Soon after entering, Liang Qiu Feng glanced toward the living room and saw Jiang Yumeng sitting there holding Liang Qiu Yu in her arms, watching television. Shen Wan and Shen Yulua were nowhere to be seen. Liang Qiu Feng assumed they must have gone back to rest.
Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's voice, Jiang Yumeng turned to see him appear.
Liang Qiu Yu, beside her, looked delighted. She jumped down from Jiang Yumeng's arms and skipped over to Liang Qiu Feng, repeatedly calling out, "Daddy, Daddy." Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly at the sight, reaching out to lift Liang Qiu Yu up, holding her high in the air. Now, the 5-year-old girl had indeed gained some weight. If not for Liang Qiu Feng having acquired god-tier athletic talent, improving his physique with considerable muscle and strength, he might have struggled to lift her. Liang Qiu Feng turned to look at Jiang Yumeng beside him, his eyes softening with affection as he asked gently, "Have Aunt Shin and Aunt Shen gone back yet?"
Jiang Yumeng nodded. "They left after dinner. With me here, there's no need for them to stay and keep me company. I wouldn't want them to tire themselves out." Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly, satisfied with Jiang Yumeng's arrangement. Shenwan and Chen Yulua had already done so much for their family. Liang Qiu Feng couldn't ask for more.
Carrying Liang Qiu back to the sofa, Jiang Yumeng spoke up.
Feng, I think what you said earlier was absolutely right.
What did I say? Liang Qiu Feng asked curiously. About me getting my driver's license, Jiang Yumeng replied with a soft chuckle. After all, this afternoon you found something you truly enjoy. I'm genuinely happy to see you develop a passion of your own.
Ultimately, you need a hobby, whether it's basketball, gaming, or something else.
At the very least, basketball builds your strength and keeps you fit.
Seeing you find something you love like this, why wouldn't I be happy?
But I'm thinking, now that you've joined the basketball team, if you really end up with heavy training schedules every day, or even have to stay late for practice, I might actually need to come back early to spend time with our daughter. In fact, I just had a long chat with her earlier. She told me she's really looking forward to starting school.
I checked online too. In about 2 weeks, several kindergartens nearby will indeed be holding their new student orientation ceremonies. Then you could enroll her in kindergarten. But once she starts school, who will take her to and from school if you're busy? You can't take her by taxi or bus every day. That's why I'm thinking about getting my driver's license and buying a car. It'd make picking her up much easier. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled upon hearing this.
Alright, honey, since you've got this idea, it's definitely the best plan. Anyway, military training will be over in 8 or 9 days. Once you're free, go sign up for driving school. You can attend classes during the day when you don't have lectures. I reckon you'll get your license in about a month. If that doesn't work out, I'll have Ma Xiao pull some strings to get your license early. Then we'll go car shopping.
Any preferences for the car? Jiang Yumeng paused for a moment before instinctively replying, a car?
I don't really have any specific requirements, but I just feel it shouldn't be too expensive or flashy, right?
Liang Qiu Feng quickly shook his head. No.
Liang Qiu Feng understood exactly why Jiang Yumeng felt that way. After all, having endured a life of hardship since childhood, when had she ever experienced such comfortable living? Her reservations were perfectly understandable. But Liang Qiu Feng didn't agree with her just settling for any passable car.
148 Mom, let's go take a bath.
Please vote. Liang Qiu Feng spoke up. Honey, you need to understand that our family is well off now, and our living conditions have improved. I understand perfectly well that you've never experienced such a luxurious life growing up. You've always been low-key, diligent, and frugal, and honestly, so have I. But as I've told you before, sometimes our fame grows as others discuss us, drawing countless eyes upon us. Even though you don't want to be in the spotlight, even though you just want to live quietly and avoid arrogance, there will always be those clowns who mock you, look down on you, and keep showing up in front of us to flaunt their status and arrogance. Take Guo Rui from the other day, for instance. Even tonight at dinner, I heard rumors that because of the Guo Rui incident, someone has already stepped forward. They approached our basketball team's coach to pressure him, hoping to get Guo Rui reinstated onto the team. Hearing this, Jiang Yumeng froze for a moment before scoffing, no way.
What did Guo Rui do? Doesn't he know himself?
What he did offended so many people that they're furious with him.
And yet Guo Rui doesn't seem to care at all? He's even trying to pull strings to get himself back on the team? If he actually does come back, how embarrassing would that be for Coach Zhang?
Liang Qiu Feng finally spoke up. I understand your perspective. Honestly, Guo Rui will definitely try every trick in the book to get someone to put him back on the team. But if he does that, it could genuinely cause a major shift in how Zhang Guanjue and the others feel about him once he's back on the team. Yet Guo Rui seems completely oblivious, utterly unconcerned about any of this. Of course, no matter how much we speculate or try to analyze who's right or wrong in this situation, it ultimately doesn't matter. Liang Qiu Feng continued, and rest assured, Ma Yisheng would never let Guo Rui come back. Ma Yisheng joined the basketball team primarily because Guo Rui wasn't there. He hated working under Guo Rui's command. His personality, shaped since childhood, made it impossible for him to obey Guo Rui. But what I want to say is this, you must understand that incidents like this actually prove something. When no one knows our true identities and feels no fear toward us, little devils will inevitably come looking for us. There are many ways for us to reveal our identity and demonstrate our strength. One of them is to showcase our aura through our clothing, food, housing, and transportation. Take this car, for instance. Think about it, when I first appeared at our university, didn't far fewer people dare to cause trouble for me? Instead, it was those with connections like Guo Rui and Ma Yisheng who had something to fear. The ordinary students naturally had no reason to pick a fight with me. It was precisely because I displayed my strength and aura that I commanded their fear, making them dare not act recklessly.
Jiang Yumeng gave a bitter smile. Ah, I understand. How could I not understand your thinking?
It's just that I can't quite get past this hurdle in my heart.
It all feels too ostentatious, too extravagant.
Liang Qiu Feng chuckled. Alright, honey.
Our family's wealth is more than enough to sustain us for countless years. Don't worry.
Buying you a car is only $1 million or $2 that's manageable for us.
$1 million or $2 is nothing to me. Jiang Yumeng rolled her eyes at Liang Qiu Feng helplessly, pouting as she said, Liang Qiu Feng, I've noticed you've become a bit extravagant when it comes to spending money lately. How come $1 million or $2 doesn't seem like anything to you anymore? Liang Qiu Feng chuckled, meeting Jiang Yumeng's resigned smile with a sigh. Alright, don't overthink it. If you knew how much money I have right now, you probably wouldn't be saying that. Liang Qiu Feng thought to himself that he had over 30 million in his possession. While it was true that if he really spent it recklessly, it would disappear quickly, he mustn't forget that he also had the system. The various tasks the system assigned him would yield countless sums of money once completed. Almost every few days, a new task would drop millions, sometimes tens of millions, into his account. Liang Qiu Feng mused, even if he spent like crazy, he probably couldn't blow it all. He even imagined that if the system assigned him a task in the future where completing it would grant him a company and a steady income, he might never have to worry about money for the rest of his life. Seeing Liang Qiu Feng like this, Jiang Yumeng hesitated for a long time before finally deciding not to say anything more. She then said, it's about time. Why don't we hurry up and get our workout done? We should aim to be back by 10 so we can put our daughter to bed together. Liang Qiu Feng nodded. They then coaxed Liang Qiu into playing with the two kittens. Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng changed into workout clothes before heading down to the basement gym. Soon after, Liang Qiu Feng found himself sinking back into gloom. Jiang Yumeng's outfit was far too tight, constantly teasing his senses from every angle. Just looking at her made his head feel hot and his nose warm. How frustrated Liang Qiu Feng felt inside. But how could Jiang Yumeng not know? She had even bought a brand new tracksuit online specifically for this purpose, though it wouldn't arrive for another 2 days. Thus, with Liang Qiu Feng enduring discomfort and Jiang Yumeng exercising restraint, the two finally concluded their hour-long workout. Drenched in sweat, Liang Qiu Feng took Jiang Yumeng's hand and hurried upstairs. Soon they reached the bedroom, where little Liang Qiu was already sitting by the bed, engrossed in an animated storybook. Jiang Yumeng smiled gently, yeah, come on, mommy will take you to bathe. Liang Qiu hopped off the bed happily at the sound of this, still muttering to herself, Mommy, Yaya just saw in the book that little kids have to bathe themselves. Mommy, I've seen you bathe me so many times before. From now on, let me do it myself. Jiang Yumeng paused, glancing at Liang Qiu Feng with a hint of surprise in her eyes, yet also deeply pleased. Neither of them had expected the little girl Liang Qiu to be so sensible and well-behaved, even offering to bathe herself. This development truly delighted them. Jiang Yumeng chuckled softly. Alright. From now on, Yaya can bathe herself. But for the first few times, Mommy will stay in the bathroom to watch you and teach you how to use these bathing supplies. If you don't know how to use them and something goes wrong, Mommy will be worried, you know. Hearing Jiang Yumeng's words, the little girl couldn't have been happier. It felt like being acknowledged, filling her heart with endless satisfaction. She giggled and nodded, okay, Mom, let's go take a bath now. And so, Liang Qiu grabbed Jiang Yumeng's hand and dashed into the bathroom. 149. Oh no. Jiang Yumeng slipped and fell while bathing. Please vote. Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but chuckle at the sight, pleased with how sensible Liang Qiu was and delighted that she could manage on her own. He then sat down at the computer desk by the window, idly scrolling through his phone. Before long, he heard Jiang Yumeng in the bathroom continuously instructing Liang Qiu on how to bathe, how to use various shower fixtures, and how to handle toiletries. About 20 minutes later, Liang Qiu emerged wearing an adorable cartoon pajama set. Jiang Yumeng was still in her tracksuit, though. Perhaps from helping Liang Qiu bathe earlier, her clothes now bore faint watermarks, giving them a slightly damp appearance. Seeing the droplets clinging to Jiang Yumeng's hair and the faint blush on her cheeks, Liang Qiu Feng felt a surge of excitement. Jiang Yumeng was truly beautiful and stunning. Every expression, every action of hers completely stirred Liang Qiu Feng's heart, stirring an indescribable urge within him. Then, Jiang Yumeng looked at Liang Qiu Feng and chuckled softly, our daughter is so clever. She learned how to bathe all by herself in no time. Now she can bathe on her own. It's truly delightful. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly, sensing Jiang Yumeng's delight at the little girl's progress. He said nothing more, simply watching as Liang Qiu approached. He ruffled her hair and praised, our Yaya is so wonderful. Learning to bathe all by herself so quickly. Will Yaya be able to eat by herself and go to school on her own soon too? Liang Qiu pouted thoughtfully for a moment before nodding. Of course I can, Daddy. Yaya is starting school soon. I saw in my book that all the kids go to school by themselves and take care of themselves. I won't let you and Mommy down either. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled and said, then Yaya should also learn to sleep by herself, okay? Okay. Liang Qiu nodded happily. Only then did Liang Qiu Feng smile with satisfaction, motioning for Liang Qiu to lie down on the bed first. But the little girl would probably still need Jiang Yumeng to tell her a bedtime story. Storytelling was definitely not Liang Qiu Feng's forte. He could only chuckle and say, honey, go take a shower first. After you're done, go tell our daughter a story. I doubt she'll fall asleep without one. Seeing the little girl Liang Qiu leaning against the headboard, her big eyes fixed on her, Jiang Yumeng couldn't help but giggle. But every time she saw Liang Qiu looking so adorable, Jiang Yumeng's maternal instincts would surge completely. She was also quite pleased to see Liang Qiu acting this way, so she nodded and walked towards the bathroom. Liang Qiu Feng remained seated, waiting silently. He couldn't lie down on the bed either after all, he was drenched in sweat. If he soiled the sheets, he might just earn a scolding from Jiang Yumeng. Liang Qiu Feng certainly didn't want that to happen. Finally, as Liang Qiu Feng idly scrolled through his phone, killing time by watching some racing videos, a sudden cry erupted from the bathroom, ah! The sound made every hair on Liang Qiu Feng's body stand on end. He froze, a sense of foreboding washing over him. In that instant, he realized it must be Jiang Yumeng. Without hesitation, Liang Qiu Feng jumped up, rushed to the bathroom door, and pressed the handle twice. But the handle didn't budge at all, and the bathroom door wouldn't open. His heart sank. He called out urgently, "Honey, are you there? Are you there?" But after shouting for a long time, there was still no response from Jiang Yumeng. His heart sank. Something was wrong. He could tell from the sound of her cry of awe that she had fallen onto the bathroom floor. Though deeply worried, Liang Qiu Feng knew panic was useless. Without hesitation, he swung his leg forward and kicked the bathroom door open. In an instant, the door swung open, releasing a cloud of steamy hot air. In his panic, Liang Qiu Feng paid no heed to the steam. He strode forward without hesitation, forcing himself to steady his balance to avoid stumbling. Perhaps due to the influx of cold air from outside, the mist gradually dissipated, revealing the scene before him with increasing clarity. When time, Liang Qiu Feng was stunned. To be honest, at that moment, had completely lost his ability to think. For at that very moment, he saw Jiang Yumeng lying there completely naked. Lying on the bathroom floor, completely unadorned, as pure and pristine as a newborn child entering the world. At that moment, Liang Qiu Feng felt his mind had ceased to function. After all, he was only 18 years old, still a college student. An 18-year-old male college student. This combination was the very picture of an innocent young man. When had Liang Qiu Feng ever encountered anything like this in his life? Even when searching for so-called study materials online, he had never experienced anything remotely similar. He was essentially a blank slate. Yet now, a new mark had appeared on that blank canvas within his heart. Jiang Yumeng. As he watched Jiang Yumeng lying on the ground, Liang Qiu Feng's mouth twitched, his heartbeat quickened, and a trickle of blood began to flow from his nose. After a long moment, he stammered, I. Jiang Yumeng's face instantly flushed crimson, as red as a ripe apple. Whether it was the accelerated blood flow from the rising steam or the sudden intrusion of Liang Qiu Feng catching a glimpse of something she shouldn't have seen, she was overcome with unbearable shyness. Now, staring at Liang Qiu Feng's flushed face, she hesitated for a moment before struggling to speak. You. Only then did Liang Qiu Feng snap out of it. He hurriedly turned to face the bathroom entrance but still asked, Honey, what happened? I didn't expect this. I just suddenly heard you cry out, then the sound of someone falling. I was worried something had happened to you. After calling out at the door for so long with no response, At this point, he couldn't continue. He didn't know how to explain this to Jiang Yumeng, nor could he fathom what she was feeling right now. After a moment, Jiang Yumeng finally regained her composure. Truth be told, she felt helpless too. She hadn't anticipated this happening either. Just moments ago, Jiang Yumeng had been blissfully enjoying her bath. The thought of her daughter suddenly seeming so much more grown up today, and the realization that she would soon be sending her to kindergarten, filled her with extraordinary joy. After all, in the future, it was precisely because of the kindergarten issue that she and Liang Qiu Feng had argued, leading to their daughter traveling back in time from the future. Jiang Yumeng felt profoundly tender toward her daughter, always hoping for her to have a good life. Yet, in the midst of these warm thoughts, Jiang Yumeng slipped on the wet floor while bathing and fell hard onto the ground. Instantly, an excruciating pain shot through her ankle. She had twisted her foot. Glancing down, she saw a slight redness and swelling above her left ankle beneath layers of clothing. Thankfully, the swelling wasn't too pronounced. She felt it carefully and could tell it hadn't broken any bones. However, the pain left her completely drained of strength, unable to stand up. 150 wife. This isn't exactly ideal, is it? Please vote. Jiang Yumeng felt beyond embarrassed, so mortified she wanted to die. Helplessly, Liang Qiu Feng called out curiously from ahead, Honey, are you listening? What happened? Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's words, Jiang Yumeng finally snapped back to reality. She sighed deeply before slowly replying, It's my fault. I slipped and fell just now. Liang Qiu Feng, still facing away from her, asked anxiously, How are you feeling now? Jiang Yumeng pouted helplessly. My foot's swollen, but not too badly. No bones are broken, but it still hurts a bit. Liang Qiu Feng felt an immense pang of heartache. Hearing that Jiang Yumeng was hurt, his eyes instantly reddened. Clenching his fists tightly, he said with a look of regret, I'm so sorry, honey. I didn't take good care of you and let you get hurt. Jiang Yumeng hurriedly responded, What does this have to do with you? It was clearly my own carelessness. Don't feel so bad. Liang Qiu Feng hesitated, then spoke after a moment, Well, I'm sorry, I didn't expect it to. Before Liang Qiu Feng could finish, Jiang Yumeng cut him off. The thought of what he had just witnessed, of what she had exposed, made her cheeks flush crimson once more, her breath catching in her throat. Exasperated, she pouted and said, "Could you help me up first?" "Ha?" Liang Qiu Feng froze again at her sudden request. After all, how many steps would it take to help Jiang Yumeng up? And what exactly would he have to go through? After a moment's thought, Liang Qiu Feng awkwardly replied, "Honey, this isn't really appropriate, considering the situation between us." Hearing Liang Qiu Feng trail off mid-sentence, Jiang Yumeng felt unbearably awkward, her face flushing crimson. How could she not understand what Liang Qiu Feng was trying to say? Yes, though they had confirmed their relationship, they had never crossed that final threshold. They hadn't taken the next step. Up until now, they'd only shared the slightest physical contact. Liang Qiu Feng would occasionally tease her, but he did so out of respect for Jiang Yumeng, respect for her personality, respect for her life. That was why Jiang Yumeng and Liang Qiu Feng had repeatedly refrained from crossing their own boundaries. Watching this situation unfold before her eyes, Jiang Yumeng felt a pang of helplessness. She wondered, if she didn't stop Liang Qiu Feng now, what else could she do? Should she have her daughter come from the bedroom to help her up? But how could that be possible? Little Liang Qiu was only 5 years old, how could she possibly lift her? After agonizing over it repeatedly, Jiang Yumeng felt utterly miserable. With no other choice, she finally spoke up, "How about you close your eyes and help me up? Let me put on some clothes first. Luckily, I'm almost done washing them. Is that okay?" Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng hesitated for a moment before finally replying, "All right then. Honey, I'll help you up in a moment. Try putting your clothes on first." Jiang Yumeng softly murmured, Finally, Liang Qiu Feng exhaled deeply. He felt his heart racing, his face flushed crimson. How frustrating it was, but there was nothing he could do. All he could do now was try this approach. After much internal struggle, Liang Qiu Feng closed his eyes and began backing away. When he judged the distance was right, he bent down and started feeling around on the bathroom floor. Watching Liang Qiu Feng's exaggerated movements, before Jiang Yumeng could even utter a word, his hand suddenly touched a place it shouldn't have. In that instant, Jiang Yumeng froze, her mind going blank. In that instant, a tingling sensation spread throughout Jiang Yumeng's entire body, overwhelming her mind. In that instant, Jiang Yumeng let out a soft moan, her delicate voice lingering in Liang Qiu Feng's ears. Like a mouse encountering a cat, Liang Qiu Feng swiftly withdrew his hand. He awkwardly scratched his head, the sensation from his fingertips still lingering in his mind. Liang Qiu Feng wasn't stupid. He was a normal person, how could he not know exactly what part of her he had just touched? Suddenly, overwhelmed by awkwardness, Liang Qiu Feng didn't know what to say. After struggling for a moment, he finally managed to say, "Honey, I didn't mean to." Watching Liang Qiu Feng's reaction, Jiang Yumeng suddenly burst out laughing. For some reason, she found him utterly adorable right now. To think that such a boy, suddenly thrust into this situation by a daughter who had traveled back from the future, had ended up in this kind of relationship with her. Through their repeated lives, Jiang Yumeng had gradually come to feel Liang Qiu Feng's care for her, his consideration for her. She truly felt that Liang Qiu Feng was an exceptionally outstanding man, time and again considering her feelings, time and again unwilling to let her get hurt. Deep down, Jiang Yumeng felt immense joy and was delighted to witness all this. She gradually began to see Liang Qiu Feng as a man worthy of her trust for the future. After all, through her constant conversations with her daughter, she had learned time and again that her daughter had described their future relationship as exceptionally loving and devoted. Jiang Yumeng had never once felt wronged in their life together, and they had never even had a single argument. Whatever Liang Qiu Feng did, he would always yield to her, time and again displaying his boundless tenderness. The thought filled Jiang Yumeng with immense joy and contentment, delighted to possess such a man, one who constantly surprised her with little delights. She could even envision how blissful their future life together would be. At this thought, Jiang Yumeng giggled softly. This scene caused Liang Qiu Feng to pause in surprise. But he still didn't open his eyes, asking curiously, "Honey, what's up? What are you laughing about?" Suddenly, Jiang Yumeng spoke up, "Feng, open your eyes." "Ha?" Liang Qiu Feng scratched his head in embarrassment. "No, honey, that's not a good idea. After all, we're currently..." Before Liang Qiu Feng could finish, Jiang Yumeng insisted stubbornly, "Open your eyes." "Well, if you insist, I guess I'll open them?" At this point, Liang Qiu Feng added, "Honey, you asked for this. Don't blame me." As he spoke, Liang Qiu Feng truly opened his eyes at that moment. And finally, at that very instant, he saw Jiang Yumeng appear before him once more, completely unreserved. In an instant, Liang Qiu Feng's face flushed crimson once more. Despite his usual carefree, goofy demeanor, he had never experienced anything like this before. Even though he understood Jiang Yumeng was his future wife, the reality of it all still felt like a dream. And now, why had Jiang Yumeng suddenly made him open his eyes to witness all this? After a long moment, Jiang Yumeng looked at Liang Qiu Feng, her expression tender and filled with emotion. Feng, I'm sorry. 151 A huge shift. Accepting each other. Please vote. Such an apology left Liang Qiu Feng puzzled. Curious and confused, he asked, "Why are you apologizing to me?" Jiang Yumeng replied earnestly, "I'm sorry. Before, it was me who repeatedly prevented you from hurting me, or rather, who never allowed you to pursue a deeper relationship with me. That's why we've been steadily nurturing our feelings all this time. I suddenly realized you're a good man, truly a good husband and father. Through your actions these past 2 days, I've seen how much effort you've put into this family, how much effort you've put into me. And then there were the things our daughter said. They finally made me see that in the future, you'll be incredibly good to both her and me. I've long since accepted you in my heart and embraced your presence. So now, what exactly is there for me to feel embarrassed about?" As she spoke, Jiang Yumeng extended her hands. "Feng, help me up." Hearing Jiang Yumeng's words, Liang Qiu Feng hesitated for a moment. Truth be told, he had to admit he felt deeply moved right now. A warm current flowed through his heart, leaving him at a loss for words. Moments later, he chuckled softly. Ironically, his mindset grew serene in that moment. He truly felt as if all this were some kind of dream. But soon, he spoke again. "Why say all this? It makes me feel awkward. Honestly, I just feel that my daughter's arrival has confirmed the relationship between us. So why wouldn't I treat you well? After all, we're destined to become husband and wife in the future. From childhood onward, that's exactly how my parents behaved in front of me. They always looked out for each other, helped each other, and never once argued. It was within this family environment that I grew up successfully. Through constant exposure, I absorbed their philosophy on nurturing love and applied it to myself. That's precisely why I'm bringing this same sentiment to you." Listening to Liang Qiu Feng's words, Jiang Yumeng felt deeply moved. She truly sensed how earnestly he approached love. A soft chuckle escaped her lips as an indescribable joy welled up within her. Finally, after wrestling with his feelings repeatedly, Liang Qiu Feng reached out and pulled Jiang Yumeng into his embrace. Instantly, feeling the warmth of Jiang Yumeng's body, Liang Qiu Feng's breath grew hot. Though he had long acknowledged Jiang Yumeng's place in his heart and their relationship, this physical closeness stirred indescribable emotions within him. The intense pressure she exerted against him nearly robbed him of his ability to think. Yet he quickly forced himself to suppress the fluttering in his heart and lifted Jiang Yumeng into his arms. Jiang Yumeng, too, felt the warmth radiating from Liang Qiu Feng's chest. An indescribable emotion welled up within her, and she felt with certainty that Liang Qiu Feng was absolutely someone worthy of entrusting her entire life to. Later, through her daughter, Jiang Yumeng learned that she and Liang Qiu Feng were just ordinary workers, struggling to make ends meet. In a place like the capital city, where every inch of land was precious, just surviving was no easy feat. Yet after her daughter returned from the future, everything had transformed into this state, leaving Jiang Yumeng filled with confusion and bewilderment. But regardless, Jiang Yumeng still felt profoundly happy. With a man who cared for her and cherished her, and with their daughter to bind them together in the future, what reason did she have not to build a good life with Liang Qiu Feng? Watching Liang Qiu Feng lift her up, Jiang Yumeng gestured to the side and said, "Could you grab my clothes for me? It's a bit awkward for me to reach them myself." In that instant, seeing the clothes Jiang Yumeng had placed on the rack, Liang Qiu Feng felt an awkwardness he couldn't describe. He desperately wanted to fetch them, but from childhood onward, Liang Qiu Feng had never once touched a woman's clothes, let alone those belonging to his girlfriend. The thought that these belonged to his girlfriend, his future wife, finally gave him the courage to take them in his hands. Jiang Yumeng's face flushed with endless shyness as she saw these intimate garments appear. Then, she continued to murmur softly, could you help me put them on? I just fell and my hands are a bit numb. I can't get a grip." Liang Qiu Feng hesitated in surprise for a moment before finally nodding. "All right." As he spoke, Liang Qiu Feng supported Jiang Yumeng with one arm while holding her undergarments in the other. Just as he was about to begin, he awkwardly scratched his head. After a moment, he asked, "How do you put this on? I've never dealt with this sort of thing before." Jiang Yumeng froze in surprise at his words, but soon burst out laughing. She patiently guided Liang Qiu Feng through each step of dressing her. Finally, after considerable effort, Liang Qiu Feng managed to get all of Jiang Yumeng's undergarments properly on her. Underneath those layers of intimate garments, Liang Qiu Feng endured unimaginable torment, far more torturous than any physical training he'd ever faced. After all, during training, at least there was the barrier of clothing. Even though Liang Qiu Feng's movements were exaggerated and he loved to tease Jiang Yumeng, there was still that layer of fabric separating them. Now, however, their bodies touched directly. The unprecedented sensation of Liang Qiu Feng's hands against Jiang Yumeng's skin left him utterly at a loss. Finally, as they finished dressing and he saw Jiang Yumeng still wearing his shirt, Liang Qiu Feng awkwardly asked, "Why are you still wearing my shirt? Didn't you say you were going to buy pajamas?" Jiang Yumeng's face flushed slightly before she replied with a hint of annoyance, "It's because your shirt is so comfortable. How is that my fault? Are you going to stop me from wearing it?" Liang Qiu Feng shook his head. "Of course not. Why would I stop you? How does it feel now?" Only then did Liang Qiu Feng realize something was off. He looked down at Jiang Yumeng's ankle. Her left foot, delicate as jade, showed a slight swelling at the ankle. Jiang Yumeng flexed her ankle slightly, immediately gasping in pain. "It still hurts a bit. I think I twisted it." Liang Qiu Feng nodded. No need to say it. I can see it too. It's definitely twisted, it's swollen. Here's what we'll do. Let's head outside first, we have a first aid kit at home. I'll grab some ice from the freezer for you to apply, spray on some medication, and that way, it shouldn't affect your mobility by tomorrow morning. But what about military training? Should we take a sick day? Jiang Yumeng shook her head urgently. I can't take leave. You know how it is, if we miss military training, it could mess things up. The drill instructor might not give us credit, and we'd have to repeat it next year. She sighed gloomily. I absolutely refuse to be in my sophomore year yet have to come back 15 days early for school, doing military training alongside those freshmen. Just thinking about it makes me cringe. Liang Qiu Feng gave a helpless smile. 152 stunned. My first kiss gone like that? Please vote. Liang Qiu Feng followed Jiang Yumeng's lead, helping her to her feet before lifting her into his arms. The sudden, sweeping motion made Jiang Yumeng gasp involuntarily. In that brief moment, feeling Liang Qiu Feng carry her princess style, sensing the warmth radiating from his body, and his hot breath now lingering on her cheeks, all of it made Jiang Yumeng's heart race. Her gaze grew hazy as she looked up at him. Such a powerful man, such a man who constantly offered her tenderness and a sense of security, who wouldn't be drawn to him? And so, like a starstruck fan, Jiang Yumeng followed Liang Qiu Feng as he carried her into the bedroom. Liang Qiu Feng laid Jiang Yumeng on the bed. Little Liang Qiu Yu watched wide-eyed, blinking rapidly at the scene. Then, pouting her lips, she asked curiously, Daddy, what's wrong with you? Why are you picking up Mommy? I remember you never used to hold her like this before. Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng scratched his head awkwardly. He thought to himself, could it be that his future self wasn't as physically fit and couldn't carry Jiang Yumeng anymore? But soon, a hint of amusement crept into Liang Qiu Feng's heart. He glanced at Jiang Yumeng, then at Liang Qiu Yu, and asked curiously, Sweetie, tell Daddy, is it because Mommy's gotten too heavy that Daddy can't lift her anymore? Beside them, Jiang Yumeng froze for a second. Her lips twitched briefly before she shot Liang Qiu Feng a glare and retorted, Daddy, that's a bit mean. How can you say something like that? Where's your manners? Liang Qiu Feng chuckled. Not at all. I was just curious about our daughter. Jiang Yumeng rolled her eyes in exasperation, thinking this was clearly bullying her. But then, little Liang Qiu Yu, standing nearby, seemed oblivious to the teasing Liang Qiu Feng had directed at his girlfriend. After a moment's thought, she pouted and said, That's not it. Mom has always been this size, not fat at all. It's Dad who used to be so skinny, with no strength whatsoever, that he couldn't even lift Mom. Ha! Hearing Liang Qiu Yu's words, Liang Qiu Feng had initially found it amusing and was about to tease Jiang Yumeng about it. But Yu's single sentence instantly left him speechless. Jiang Yumeng, standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Her expression made Liang Qiu Feng feel incredibly frustrated. Liang Qiu Feng grumbled irritably, Forget it. Pretend I never asked. Only then did Jiang Yumeng speak up, Oh my, wasn't someone just trying to tease me and get me mad? Looks like you've been proven wrong now, huh? Liang Qiu Feng shot her a disgruntled glare before finally patting her long leg. Alright, he teased, just sit tight here. I'll go get some ice. Feeling his touch, Jiang Yumeng's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart fluttering with shy embarrassment. There he was, still not having showered, his clothes clinging wetly to his body. Jiang Yumeng knew exactly how uncomfortable that must be. Watching him bustle about so busily while she continued to tend to her own affairs, she felt deeply moved. This was the man who loved her, the man who held her in his heart. From start to finish, he never cared about himself, only her mattered. He only wished to see her live a little better, to see her free from all manner of suffering. Having a husband like this truly made Jiang Yumeng feel incredibly fortunate. Before long, Liang Qiu Feng returned from outside, carrying a bag of ice and a medical kit. Looking at Jiang Yumeng before him, Liang Qiu Feng gently guided her foot toward him, her ankle now directly in front of him. He then raised his hand and gently touched her ankle. In that instant, Jiang Yumeng's face flushed and an indescribable emotion welled up within her. Since childhood, no one had ever touched her feet. Under Liang Qiu Feng's touch, she suddenly felt an unfamiliar emotion. Her heartbeat accelerated wildly, making her feel as if she had forgotten to breathe, forgotten to think. But soon, Liang Qiu Feng gently touched the swelling on her left ankle. A sharp twinge of pain shot through her, and Jiang Yumeng sucked in a sharp breath. Liang Qiu Feng's heart skipped a beat. He stopped immediately, looking at her with concern. What's wrong? Does it hurt badly? Jiang Yumeng hesitated slightly, but then forced a smile through her tears, shaking her head. It's fine. I can handle it. Feng, please continue. Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng finally exhaled a long breath. He could feel the pain in Jiang Yumeng's ankle. How could he not understand how much she was suffering? So, Liang Qiu Feng slowed his movements, carefully pressing the ice pack against Jiang Yumeng's ankle. The sensation of her delicate feet was vividly present, yet at that moment, Liang Qiu Feng had no desire to tease her further. His entire focus was now on aiding her recovery. After about 10 minutes of icing, he gently touched her ankle again and asked if the pain had subsided.
Finally, sensing that the pain had subsided significantly, Liang Qiu Feng felt relieved.
He then opened the first aid kit beside him, spraying medication repeatedly onto Jiang Yumeng's ankle and gently blowing on it.
Watching Liang Qiu Feng's meticulous care and attention, Jiang Yumeng felt an indescribable warmth in her heart. She could genuinely feel his concern for her well-being.
Liang Qiu Feng gently said, "Move it around a bit." Jiang Yumeng gave her ankle a few simple movements.
Feeling significantly better, she wiped away her tears and smiled, saying, "That's great.
I feel much better now."
Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly, his heart filled with satisfaction. He then began gently massaging the swollen area around her ankle, explaining as he worked, "When I was little and twisted my ankle, my mom used to massage it just like this. She told me this kind of massage helps stimulate the surrounding meridians.
Once the blood flow speeds up, it also aids the body's recovery. I think it's quite useful, so let me give you a massage."
Watching Liang Qiu Feng's tender demeanor and seeing him soaking wet even bearing droplets from her own body, Jiang Yumeng felt an indescribable wave of emotion wash over her. Watching Liang Qiu Feng massage her relentlessly, Jiang Yumeng felt an indescribable mix of happiness and gratitude welling up inside her. But soon, after massaging for a while, when Liang Qiu Feng lifted his head, he noticed Jiang Yumeng's expression seemed a bit dazed. It was as if she was shy, or perhaps mesmerized by his movements. After wrestling with his thoughts, Liang Qiu Feng suddenly felt a surge of unexpected desire. He leaned in, took a deep breath as if gathering immense courage, and pressed his lips gently against hers. A muffled mum escaped her lips as Jiang Yumeng froze in shock.
She finally grasped what Liang Qiu Feng was doing. In that moment, her ability to think vanished completely. After all, this was Jiang Yumeng's first kiss. When had she ever experienced such a kiss before? Panicking slightly, she patted Liang Qiu Feng's shoulder, still emitting muffled whimpers. Not long after, their lips finally parted. 153 Wrap yourself in the blanket. You're not going to bully me, are you? Vote for me. Seeing Liang Qiu Feng grinning mischievously, Jiang Yumeng pouted indignantly, "Liang Qiu Feng, you big jerk. That was my first kiss." Liang Qiu Feng chuckled and replied, "Honey, this isn't just my first kiss either." Hearing this, Jiang Yumeng's anger instantly melted away by more than half. She couldn't bring herself to scold Liang Qiu Feng any further. Her face flushed with a delicate blush, as if it could drip with moisture, as she glared at Liang Qiu Feng, looking utterly dejected. Meanwhile, the little girl Liang Qiu Yu clapped her hands excitedly, shouting, "Mommy and Daddy. Shame on you. Daddy actually kissed Mommy. How embarrassing." In that instant, Liang Qiu Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him at his daughter's words. He had completely forgotten his daughter was present just moments ago. Jiang Yumeng finally snapped out of it too, her face flushing even redder than before. She then teased him, "Look at you, you're corrupting our daughter." Liang Qiu Feng chuckled and said, "I doubt this is the first time she's seen something like this." But Liang Qiu Yu quickly chimed in from the side, "But Mom, whenever Daddy bullied you before, you always scolded him. Why aren't you saying anything today? And every time you scolded Daddy before, he'd behave himself and wouldn't dare do anything else." "Oh?" Hearing this, Jiang Yumeng grew curious. She looked at Liang Qiu Yu and asked, "What did I say before?" Liang Qiu Yu perked up at once, jumping onto the bed and mimicking Jiang Yumeng's expression with great seriousness, left hand on her hip, right finger pointed at Liang Qiu Feng. Then, mimicking Jiang Yumeng's tone, she declared, "Liang Qiu Feng, you big jerk. Get over here right now. I'm not messing around. Liang Qiu Feng. Jiang Yumeng?" After saying this, Liang Qiu Yu continued, "Every time Mom says that, Dad immediately brings a big pile of snacks to Mom and even apologizes. Why aren't you saying it today, Mom? Ha?" The moment the little girl finished speaking, both Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng froze in place. Good grief, they truly hadn't expected this, especially since they'd actually experienced such a thing in the future, and Jiang Yumeng had even used this catchphrase to bully Liang Qiu Feng. Liang Qiu Feng was the first to snap out of it. He shot Jiang Yumeng a sidelong glance and said with a pout, "Honey, never would have guessed, you're so fierce. Oh dear, looks like my status at home is going to keep slipping." Hearing this, Jiang Yumeng snapped out of it and shot him a disapproving glare. "Get lost. That must be nonsense our daughter made up. It's pure slander and fabrication. I'm telling you, it's a rumor. I'm gentle, can't you tell?" Listening to Jiang Yumeng's explanation, Liang Qiu Feng shook his head. "I haven't noticed. I recall our daughter mentioning before that you have a catchphrase about wanting to knock my head off? I never imagined my wife could be so violent prone. If this isn't working out, why don't you just take our daughter and find another man to marry?" Hearing this, Jiang Yumeng instantly boiled over with rage. She reached out and grabbed Liang Qiu Feng's ear, demanding, "What did you say? Are you already tired of me now?" "Whoa, whoa." Liang Qiu Feng pointed at Jiang Yumeng's hand and shouted, "See? See? Just a moment ago you claimed you weren't violent? Now you're showing your true colors." Hearing this, Jiang Yumeng finally snapped out of it. "Oh, I see. So you were setting me up." Seeing Liang Qiu Feng smirk, Jiang Yumeng raised her foot, ready to kick him. She had no intention of actually hitting him, it was just playful banter between them. Suddenly, however, a sharp pain shot through her and she sucked in a sharp breath. Sensing her movement, Liang Qiu Feng quickly reached out to steady her foot, his face filled with concern. What's wrong? Does it hurt again? Did I hurt you? Jiang Yumeng felt a bit embarrassed but still frowned and replied, yeah, it's not fully healed yet. Liang Qiu Feng sighed helplessly. Alright. You really shouldn't be so reckless. Go spend time with your daughter now. Your foot probably needs a full night's rest. We'll see how it feels tomorrow morning. If it's really not possible, you might have to skip the morning session or even the whole day of military training. But don't worry, I'll talk to Ma Yisheng about it. Ma Yisheng mentioned he has connections with someone in the school administration. I'll have him put in a good word for you. Even if you miss a day of training, I recall the counselor saying it's fine as long as you're present, watching and participating alongside everyone else. Just don't fall behind in the schedule. Jiang Yumeng sighed helplessly. It seemed there was no other choice. Truth be told, Jiang Yumeng had never been the type to seek special treatment. She'd never wanted to be singled out in any way. From her earliest school days until now, she'd done countless things and participated in all sorts of school activities, yet she'd never once exercised any privilege. She simply disliked being singled out and becoming the subject of her classmates' gossip. Now, facing the prospect of missing military training due to her leave, Jiang Yumeng began to worry. She feared others might gossip about this situation. She knew it would make her feel terrible, and she didn't want that to happen. But now that it had happened, what good would it do for Jiang Yumeng to say anything? Thus, she could only resign herself to accepting it. Once more, Liang Qiu Feng swept Jiang Yumeng up in his arms, setting her gently in the center of the bed. Gritting her teeth against the discomfort in her feet, Jiang Yumeng moved closer to Liang Qiu. She gently patted Liang Qiu's back and continued telling her stories. Seeing the mother and daughter so close, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly before turning away and heading into the bathroom to take a shower. After washing up, Liang Qiu Feng changed into a set of loungewear and returned to the bedroom. Lying on the bed, he watched his daughter, who was already fast asleep beside him. Only then did Liang Qiu Feng relax. He glanced at Jiang Yumeng's face, which was flushed with a faint blush. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly, walked over, and embraced Jiang Yumeng. Jiang Yumeng's cheeks flushed slightly as she murmured softly, "What are you doing? Our daughter is lying right here beside us." Liang Qiu Feng chuckled, "So what? Am I not allowed to hug my own wife?" Moments later, Liang Qiu Feng spoke again, "Shouldn't we start preparing a room just for our daughter? After all, she can't stay in here forever. It's not very convenient. And..." Liang Qiu Feng chuckled, "Don't forget, we need to nurture our relationship going forward. If I don't show you what a husband should do, wouldn't that be a bit?" Jiang Yumeng instinctively pulled her small blanket tighter around herself before cautiously asking, "You're not going to bully me, are you? 154 You're definitely going to be a creepy old man when you grow up. Please vote." Liang Qiu Feng chuckled, his eyes brimming with a peculiar glint. Jiang Yumeng rolled her eyes at him in exasperation. "I knew it. You're such a rascal. But, we really should prepare a room for our daughter." After some serious thought, Jiang Yumeng replied, "After all, our daughter can't keep sleeping with us forever. She'll eventually need her own room to gain some independence." Jiang Yumeng suddenly recalled her own childhood. When she was little, she could still sleep with her parents, but once she started kindergarten, she began sleeping alone. After a moment, she spoke up, "Why don't you handle the arrangements? There are plenty of empty rooms here. Having her sleep alone isn't difficult. It's just... I'm not sure how to explain this to our daughter." Liang Qiu Feng chuckled. "How to explain it? That's easy. Just tell her that all little kids get their own rooms after starting kindergarten. Besides, you'll still read her stories, so she probably won't complain. We'll just have to placate her for a while." Jiang Yumeng nodded, letting out a sigh. "Well, you're right. We really don't have much experience with this sort of thing." Liang Qiu Feng nodded in agreement. "Who does? Our daughter never came from the future. At least we spent 5 years caring for her back then, so we knew how to look after a child. But now, we're both completely clueless." They chatted idly for a while longer, and Jiang Yumeng also shared her thoughts on Liang Qiu Feng's future aspirations. Hearing Jiang Yumeng's question, Liang Qiu Feng didn't have much to say. He simply told her he had no grand ambitions for the future, he just wanted to live a good life, nothing more. At the same time, he hoped to have a perfect family, to see his beloved wife and daughter happy. That would be enough. Hearing these words, Jiang Yumeng truly felt the boundless care and love he held for her in every syllable. All of this made Jiang Yumeng feel incredibly happy. That night, Jiang Yumeng actually took the initiative to embrace Liang Qiu Feng, and the two fell asleep in each other's arms. For Liang Qiu Feng, this night's events were nothing short of the highlight of his life. He never imagined he'd see Jiang Yumeng take such initiative one day. Regardless, their relationship had taken a significant step forward, and Liang Qiu Feng was naturally delighted to see it. They slept soundly until the next morning. It was barely 6 o'clock when Liang Qiu Feng opened his eyes, unable to fall back asleep. Perhaps it was his youth, or maybe simply the habit of going to bed early and rising early.
Just then, Liang Qiu Feng suddenly realized that Jiang Yumeng had opened her eyes long ago, her large eyes fixed on him. Slightly puzzled, Liang Qiu Feng asked, "What's up? Why are you staring at me? Got something on my face?" Jiang Yumeng shook her head and chuckled, "Nothing. I just think you're so gentle and so handsome." Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled, "Of course. Don't you know who I am? I'm your husband. It's only natural that someone as outstanding as me would win your affection." Jiang Yumeng pouted and retorted, "You're jumping the gun. Pretend I didn't say anything. How shameless can you be?" Then, Liang Qiu Feng looked at Jiang Yumeng's left foot, which had already gone down. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he gave it a quick squeeze and asked, "How's it feeling? Any issues now?" Jiang Yumeng flexed her foot and shook her head. "Nothing. I don't feel a thing anymore." Liang Qiu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness we treated it promptly. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known what to do." Jiang Yumeng said gratefully, "A phone, thank you." Liang Qiu Feng chuckled. "What's there to thank me for? We're practically an old married couple now. No need for formalities." Jiang Yumeng rolled her eyes at him. "Who says we're old married couple? You shameless guy." Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly, glancing over at their daughter Liang Qiu still snoring soundly. He patted Jiang Yumeng and gave her a knowing look. The two tiptoed off the bed and made their way to the bathroom to wash up. Then, Liang Qiu Feng noticed that last night, when he kicked open the bathroom door, he'd completely knocked the door handle off. He felt slightly embarrassed, but luckily the door wasn't badly damaged. A quick twist should fix it. After hesitating for a while, Liang Qiu Feng went downstairs and headed toward the storage room. He happened to see Shenwan and Chen Yulua already in the kitchen. Liang Qiu Feng felt a bit awkward. "Aunt Chen, you're here awfully early." The two chuckled, clearly unfazed by such occurrences. Liang Qiu Feng then grabbed a screwdriver and returned to the bedroom. Jiang Yumeng, seeing this, naturally understood what he intended to do. Since both had finished their morning routines and had nothing else to do, and it was still early, Jiang Yumeng quietly watched from the side. First, Liang Qiu Feng swiftly disassembled all the components, reassembled them, then carefully tapped and adjusted everything above the doorframe. Then, Liang Qiu Feng raised his hand and said, "Give me your hand." Hearing this, Jiang Yumeng froze for a moment. Her thoughts raced, "What's going on? They're just fixing a door, why would he need me to hold his hand?" In her memory, when her father repaired things at home when she was little, he never asked her mother to hold his hand either. Was this some specialized step for door repairs? After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Yumeng awkwardly scratched her head and reached out, taking Liang Qiu Feng's hand directly. Oh. For a split second, Liang Qiu Feng froze. He looked up with utter bewilderment, his expression as innocent and confused as a child's. Then, Liang Qiu Feng looked at Jiang Yumeng and asked, "What are you doing?" Jiang Yumeng paused instinctively before replying slowly, "Didn't you just tell me to give you my hand?" Liang Qiu Feng pursed his lips and clarified, "I meant the door handle, not your hand." Liang Qiu Feng couldn't resist adding, "But why do your hands feel softer today?" As he spoke, Liang Qiu Feng's fingers rubbed the back of Jiang Yumeng's hand, his expression utterly lecherous. If not for his youthful appearance, Jiang Yumeng might have suspected he was some creepy old man she'd encountered waiting at a bus stop. So, Jiang Yumeng shot him a disapproving glare, patted his hand away, and teased, You're hopeless. I'm worried that when you get older, you'll turn into a creepy old man who harasses young girls every day." Liang Qiu Feng chuckled, "With a wife like you, I'll never run out of teasing to do in this lifetime. Who'd have time to bother anyone else?" Jiang Yumeng rolled her eyes again and snorted, "Smooth talker. Who knew you'd become so smooth all of a sudden?" Liang Qiu Feng chuckled before taking the door handle Jiang Yumeng offered him. 155 as a top-tier god-tier spender, he's handsome. Please vote. Before long, Liang Qiu Feng finally fixed the bathroom door handle. As luck would have it, the little brat Liang Qiu finally woke up. After that, Jiang Yumeng helped Liang Qiu with her morning routine while Liang Qiu Feng stepped outside the villa. He wandered around aimlessly, lighting a cigarette as he strolled. He strolled leisurely for a while, waiting until it was almost 7 o'clock before returning to the villa. He coaxed the little girl into finishing her breakfast. Liang Qiu Feng noticed that Shenwan and Chen Yulua had truly bonded with Liang Qiu. Their relationship couldn't have been better. It seemed the little girl adored them both. Seeing this, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly, deeply satisfied. Their efforts in this household were evident. Witnessing the little girl grow steadily under the care of these two nannies, learning to write and mastering various skills filled Liang Qiu Feng with satisfaction. At 7:30, breakfast finished, Liang Qiu Feng glanced at the clock. With an hour and a half left before morning military training, the two decided to head over early and take a stroll around the school grounds. If time permitted, they could even rehearse the song they planned to perform at the freshman welcome party. After all, Liang Qiu Feng had already informed their counselor about the song they wanted to perform, and the counselor was naturally delighted. They would be able to fully showcase their talents, and since it was part of the school's organized program, the counselor didn't mind that the song, Summer Blown by the Wind, was originally a duet for couples. For young people like them, wanting to date after entering university was nothing new to the counselor.
This wasn't high school, where teachers might crack down on so-called early romance to keep students focused on studying and getting into good universities. Now that they were all adults in college, who cared about such things anymore? So, Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng comforted their daughter and took another look at the two kittens. The kittens were now running freely on the floor. Liang Qiu Feng even considered visiting the pet store again to pick up more cat toys, like climbing trees and scratching posts. So Liang Qiu Feng pulled out his phone and sent a message directly to the manager of the pet hospital, including his address and asking them to drop off the toys when they had time. He then informed Shen Wan and Chen Yuluo about the arrangement, asking them to keep an eye out when the delivery arrived, though they wouldn't need to assist with the setup. After making these arrangements, he finally drove away with Jiang Yumeng. While driving, Jiang Yumeng suddenly called out to Liang Qiu Feng to stop. Liang Qiu Feng pulled over to a roadside parking spot and glanced to the side, noticing a stationery store. Liang Qiu Feng asked curiously, "What's up, honey? Planning to buy something? Like notebooks for school? But it's way too early for that, military training isn't even over yet." Jiang Yumeng shook her head and chuckled softly. "It's for our daughter. She's staying with Aunt Shin and Aunt Shin now, learning to write every day and studying math too. Look how hard she works daily. I thought I'd get her some supplies so she has what she needs and it's more convenient for her." Seeing how thoughtful Jiang Yumeng was, Liang Qiu Feng felt touched and agreed to her idea. He pulled the car over to the side of the road. The two got out and went shopping, buying several notebooks and various reading and writing tools suitable for kindergarten children. Only then did they leave the area. By the time they drove back to campus, it was already 8:20 p.m. There wasn't enough time left for singing practice, so they headed straight for the plaza behind Building 3. Shortly after arriving, they spotted Chen Dongming and Ma Yisheng approaching from a distance. At that moment, Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but feel a bit curious. Seeing them approach, he asked, "Oh, Dongzi, what's up? How come you two are together?" Chen Dongming scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly. "Well, what can I say? It really is a small world. Ma Xiao lives in a villa complex very close to mine. So, he just told me that whenever he's free before or after school, he'd..." As he spoke, Chen Dongming chuckled awkwardly, adding, "I never expected young Master Ma to be so kind to me. I don't even know what to say." Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Ma Yisheng's residence to be right along Chen Dongming's daily route. That was quite interesting. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate. Soon, something else occurred to him. He looked at Ma Yisheng and asked, "By the way, I've got something on my plate that might need your help." Hearing this, Ma Yisheng grew slightly curious. "What is it? Crazy guy, when did you ever need my help? This is a bit surprising. Spill it, what's going on?" Liang Qiu Feng chuckled. "Nothing major, really. It's just about Yumeng. I'm planning to get her to learn how to drive. I was wondering if you happen to know any driving instructors or could help her sign up for lessons." Hearing this, Ma Yisheng paused for a moment before saying, "What? Liang Qiu Feng, you're such a skilled driver yourself. Why would you need someone else?" Liang Qiu Feng sighed helplessly. "I just don't know the ins and outs of the registration process. Teaching her to drive is no problem, I can take her out to practice whenever I'm free. But I'm clueless about the school's driving school enrollment, exams, and all that red tape." Hearing this, Ma Yisheng finally understood. In truth, Liang Qiu Feng didn't need a driving instructor, he just needed someone to help navigate the enrollment process. Chen Dongming chuckled. "Alright, that's easy to handle. I'll give you a phone number later. You can call him right now to ask." Liang Qiu Feng took out his phone, jotted down the number Chen Dongming sent him, and dialed it immediately. The moment the call connected and the person on the other end recognized Liang Qiu Feng, they immediately showed him extraordinary respect. Without hesitation, they assured him they wouldn't charge a single penny as long as they paid the registration fee, they would handle everything else on their end. Liang Qiu Feng once again felt the importance of connections and realized just how convenient Chen Dongming was for him. He chuckled softly, satisfied that he had finally arranged everything for Jiang Yumeng. He even inquired about the schedule for the written exam. After discussing it with Jiang Yumeng, she suggested, "How about the day military training ends? I can use these days to prepare in advance and practice some questions." With everything finally settled, Liang Qiu Feng breathed a sigh of relief. In truth, he remained optimistic about Jiang Yumeng's desire to learn to drive. After all, they couldn't be glued together every single day. No matter how much Jiang Yumeng liked Liang Qiu Feng, no matter how many adventures they shared daily, they were ultimately two separate individuals with their own lives to live. Given that, it made sense to teach Jiang Yumeng to drive and eventually buy her a car. Ma Yisheng had even gone so far as to give Liang Qiu Feng a salesperson's contact number. Liang Qiu Feng was quite happy with this arrangement. Having Ma Yisheng handle everything saved him a lot of trouble. But just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "As a top-tier playboy, handsome, wealthy, bold in love and hate. Hold on. Can I actually get that 156 back? Please vote." In an instant, Liang Qiu Feng mentally intercepted the system's message. He couldn't help but wonder if the system was saying this now, based on how it started. Didn't that mean it was about to give him some kind of reward? The thought alone, getting a reward without even completing a single task, felt like getting something for free. At that moment, Liang Qiu Feng couldn't have been happier. He was eagerly anticipating getting something for nothing. However, Liang Qiu Feng suddenly snapped back to reality and blurted out urgently, "System, what did you just say? Did you say I'm handsome? Say it again so I can hear it." The moment he heard Liang Qiu Feng's words, the system's voice sounded again. "As a top-tier god-tier spender, you must also shine in daily life. Host, your performance with your wife today was excellent." "Hold on." But Liang Qiu Feng cut it off again. What was going on? After a long while, Liang Qiu Feng felt exceptionally frustrated. Just moments ago, the system was praising his good looks. Why had it stopped now? Was it looking down on his good looks? Was it looking down on his handsomeness? This reaction left Liang Qiu Feng deeply dissatisfied. So he continued calling out to the system in his mind, "System, what did you just say? You clearly called me handsome the first time. Why aren't you saying it now? Could you say it again? Say it again?" Silence. In that instant, Liang Qiu Feng broke down. He never imagined the system would fall silent at this critical moment. It can actually take that back? Damn it! Liang Qiu Feng inwardly despised the system. "System, if we're talking about being a dog, you're the biggest dog of them all. What's the big deal? All I asked was for you to compliment me a couple times. What, would it make you lose a piece of flesh or cause the system to crash? Ha? Now you won't even give me compliments and you're taking back my rewards? Damn it, you're such a ripoff." Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's scathing remarks, the system felt no inclination to respond. For a moment, Liang Qiu Feng felt utterly frustrated. But after a moment's thought, he shrugged it off. After all, he got tasks and rewards from all sorts of daily experiences anyway. This reward was gone, so be it. Soon enough, 9 o'clock rolled around, marking the third day of military training for everyone. As instructor Sun Feng approached the group, he observed Ma Yisheng once again having the entire formation ready ahead of schedule. Sun Feng's eyes brimmed with boundless satisfaction. After commending Ma Yisheng, the training commenced. The morning passed with this training being remarkably relaxed, yet the pace never lagged behind schedule. Yet at noon, Liang Qiu Feng found himself dragged along by Ma Yisheng. Accepting his invitation, he reluctantly joined Chen Dongming in accompanying Ma to the school basketball court for a game. Standing nearby, Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but complain, "Hey, Ma Yisheng, you're crazy. Playing basketball in the middle of the day instead of resting? Where do you get all this energy?" Ma Yisheng just chuckled on the other end, leaving Liang Qiu Feng looking utterly helpless. But then he thought about it, they were all young people with nothing better to do at noon. Playing basketball wasn't such a big deal. Then, around 2 or 3 in the afternoon during training, while everyone was resting, a group of college students in suits suddenly appeared in the distance. They were wandering around, holding booklets in their hands. Before approaching each camp, they would look around, apparently saying something to either the students or the instructors, which drew discontent from many. In an instant, the students from Liang Qiu Feng's class who were resting felt a wave of confusion wash over them. They couldn't figure out what was happening. After a moment, Chen Dongming beside him curled his lips and said, "You know what they're doing?" Seeing Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng shake their heads, Chen Dongming explained, "They're from the school student council." Liang Qiu Feng felt a twinge of curiosity. Chen Dongming nodded. "Actually, I saw it on the forum yesterday during lunch. The student union wasn't in our area this morning, they were at the training square next door. Students who heard about it said the student union was inspecting the freshmen in training, looking for those who weren't training properly or had other issues. If they found someone not training diligently, they'd dock their credits. This morning alone, they caught 2 students pretending to be sick to avoid training. They were immediately reported, had their current training cancelled, and were told they'd have to retake the entire program next year with the freshmen." Haha, the group chuckled at this news. Tang Xayan, standing nearby, exclaimed in astonishment, "No way! The student union is that strict?" Chen Dongming pursed his lips. "Yeah, it's very strict. I hear the student union does this every year. It's a deliberate arrangement by the university administration. They want to prevent any under-the-table deals between students and counselors, or rather, between students and drill instructors that might skew their training credit evaluations. They also want to discourage students from cutting corners. That's why they set things up this way." Ma Yisheng chuckled upon hearing this. It's clear Beijing University manages its students with great rigor. But that's actually a good thing, it ensures students don't cut corners and helps them present a commendable spirit. Everyone nodded silently, simultaneously feeling relieved that they hadn't run into any problems so far. Each of them had been participating in the training with great effort. Before long, as they chatted, instructor Sun Feng approached again, clapped his hands, and announced, "All right, everyone, fall in. We're starting the next round of training. Today's tasks are quite demanding, we'll be practicing the goose step shortly. But I have some good news, tomorrow we'll focus on barracks training. In the morning, I'll teach you how to fold your bedding, which should be relatively easier.
At the sound of instructor Sun Feng's words, everyone cheered happily.
Immediately afterward, everyone hurriedly fell into formation. Truthfully, a good drill instructor could genuinely inspire motivation, pushing everyone to give 100% effort.
With high spirits, the recruits trained diligently under instructor Sun Feng's guidance. Their progress even outpaced other classes, earning instructor Sun Feng special satisfaction as he repeatedly praised the entire group.
Yet, as expected, an unexpected incident occurred.
Just as everyone was training with great enthusiasm and passion, 3 student union members, 3 male college students, approached from a distance, their expressions solemn as they held notebooks in their hands.
All the students in Liang Qiu Feng's class glanced sideways, noticing their arrival.
Immediately, Ma Yisheng, standing beside Liang Qiu Feng, muttered under his breath, "Thank goodness no one in our class has caused trouble. Otherwise, if they caught us, someone would be in real trouble. Just the thought of having to lead the freshmen through military training next year is unbearable." Liang Qiu Feng smiled inwardly, though his expression remained unchanged. He was afraid that showing too much emotion might catch the instructor's eye, and he'd end up getting punished with push-ups. The mere thought of push-ups gave Liang Qiu Feng a headache. It wasn't that he couldn't do them, but rather the sheer embarrassment of it all. However, just then, the 3 student council members approached. First, they presented their credentials to instructor Sun Feng. 157 Li Zhe, you damn well stop right there. Please vote. The instructor nodded and chuckled, replying, "My students have been performing exceptionally well. Not a single one has taken leave so far, and everyone's training has been outstanding. You 3 needn't worry too much." But then, one of them shook his head coldly and spoke up, "Instructor, are you covering for your class?" Hearing this, Sun Feng froze for a moment, instinctively asking, What do you mean? When have I ever covered for my students? That's a pretty irresponsible thing to say. He continued, "This student, our class has maintained full attendance every single day. How could it possibly be as you suggest? What favoritism are you talking about?" Hearing this, the student council member gave a cold laugh. Glancing at the roster in his hand, he turned to face the students in formation and called out, "Are Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng present?" At that instant, Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng froze. They remained motionless. The leader's expression darkened as he shouted, "Liang Qiu Feng, Ma Yisheng. Are you here or not?" Hearing this, the instructor Sun Feng beside them froze for a moment before finally snapping out of it. After all, they were merely following the school's orders and the camp leadership's directives to conduct military training here. The leadership had explicitly instructed them that the student council members from the school were in charge of oversight. For instructors like them, having such oversight actually made their jobs considerably easier. After all, with so many students, if they truly couldn't manage them, any accidents or problems that arose would undoubtedly become a headache for them. But now, with the student union overseeing things, the students listened to them well, saving them a lot of trouble during training. Still, Sun Feng found himself slightly curious. He couldn't fathom why the student council member had called out Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng's names at this moment. In fact, Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng themselves were equally puzzled, unable to fathom the reason behind it. Just then, the student council leader's expression darkened again. He turned to instructor Sun Feng and declared loudly, "Instructor Sun, correct? Which ones are Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng? Have them step forward immediately. I need to question them about something." Instructor Sun Feng hesitated slightly. But remembering the orders from his superiors to cooperate fully with the student union members, he knew better than to argue. After all, he was just an instructor here to lead the students through military training. What business did he have getting involved in other matters? After a moment's hesitation, instructor Sun Feng finally spoke up, "Have Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng step forward." Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng stepped forward despite their confusion. After they stepped forward, the man looked at them with a hint of confusion in his eyes. After hesitating several times, he finally said, "Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng, right? Did you 2 not participate in military training yesterday afternoon?" The 2 exchanged glances. Ma Yisheng spoke urgently, "Senior, we did have matters yesterday afternoon, but they were all arranged by our school teachers." Before Ma Yisheng could finish, the man before them cut him off coldly, "Don't give me excuses. As students of Capital University, participating in military training is your obligation and your duty. What good are these excuses now? I don't want to hear them. I'll ask you again, did you 2 skip military training yesterday afternoon?" Hearing the man's relentless questioning, Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng instinctively froze for a moment, but both nodded in response. At the same time, deep confusion surged in Liang Qiu Feng's mind. He wondered if he had any prior conflicts with these people, yet why were they suddenly provoking them like this? After receiving their response, the man in front of them let out a cold snort, muttering under his breath, "Humph. This year's freshmen are truly pathetic." This remark left both Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng feeling puzzled and resentful. Before either could respond, instructor Sun Feng instinctively opened his mouth, wanting to explain. After all, Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng had genuinely assisted him greatly since the military training began. The pair seemed to hold considerable influence within the class, especially Ma Yisheng. In fact, over the past couple of days, Ma Yisheng had repeatedly helped him organize the formation, saving him a great deal of effort. The students listened to him well, which had led Sun Feng to form an exceptionally favorable impression of Ma Yisheng. At this moment, he was inclined to defend him, especially after hearing the student council member call the two inadequate, something he absolutely refused to believe. Just then, the student council leader tore off 2 slips of paper and handed them directly to the two in front of him, stating, "I'm Li Zhe from the student council. If you have any questions, you can come find me at the student union or check with them. I am now formally notifying both of you, due to your unjustified absence from military training yesterday and your deliberate escape from the training site, this incident is considered severe and has caused extremely negative repercussions. I am also formally informing you both that your eligibility for this military training session is revoked. Starting today, you are no longer required to participate. Next year, you will undergo unified military training alongside the incoming freshmen. The student union and the school committee office will arrange the necessary procedures for you. Now, take these 2 slips of paper, one for each of you, and leave." With that, Li Zhe released his grip. The 2 slips of paper fluttered in the breeze and landed on the ground. What? In that instant, Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng froze in shock. They never imagined Li Zhe would disregard their explanations and outright revoke their military training eligibility, forcing them to join next year's freshman cohort. Ma Yisheng had even planned to explain to Li Zhe that Zhang Guanjue had summoned them both, which was why they missed yesterday's training. Yet Li Zhe had completely ignored them, bluntly handing them 2 penalty-like slips of paper and declaring they'd forfeited their training eligibility. For a split second, Liang Qiu Feng froze, then blurted out instinctively, "Senior, Ma Yisheng was trying to explain to you just now. Why won't you listen? Yesterday, the 2 of us were clearly because." "Shut up! Did I ask you to speak?" Before Li Zhe could finish, Li Zhe instantly snapped, his voice rising in displeasure. He glared coldly at Liang Qiu Feng and shouted, "You're Liang Qiu Feng, right? Didn't I just tell you to shut up? I don't want to hear your explanations. I won't believe your excuses. I only accept what I see with my own eyes. Stop wasting my time with this nonsense. You skipped military training, that's the bottom line. What, you think you can talk your way out of it now?" The 2 fell silent, wanting to explain, but it was clear Li Zhe had no intention of giving them a chance. Beside him, the other 2 student council members snorted coldly. In an instant, Li Zhe turned and strode away. Finally, Ma Yisheng couldn't hold back. He cursed out loud, shouting, "Li Zhe, you damn well stop right there. 158 capture the flag? 100 million? 100 million. Please vote for gold tickets." The moment Li Zhe heard Ma Yisheng call out to him, even with the profanity laced in his words, a look of displeasure and anger instantly flashed across Li Zhe's face. He halted, turning to face Ma Yisheng with icy eyes. "Are you talking to me?" Ma Yisheng nodded, showing no sign of backing down. Glancing at the 2 scraps of paper lying on the ground, he lifted his foot and crushed them into dust. Then, Ma Yisheng strode forward, standing directly before Li Zhe. The 2 men were roughly the same height, standing level with each other. Liang Qiu Feng also approached, standing beside Ma Yisheng as they both watched Li Zhe. Behind them, within their class's faction, everyone Jiang Yumeng, Tang Xan, Zheng Huanuan, and even the other classmates froze in shock at the scene unfolding before them. After all, though Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng had only known them for a couple of days, the 2 were already notorious throughout the school's forums and various student groups. Despite their fame, which made them seem high profile, it must be said that Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng were genuinely kind to their classmates. Both had gentle personalities and had blended in seamlessly with the group. They'd quickly become friends through casual chats. Now, seeing Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng suddenly stripped of their military training eligibility over this incident, everyone was stunned. A hint of discontent began to stir in their hearts. After all, the students knew exactly what had transpired between them the previous day. Zhang Guanjue had come to fetch them away. In truth, they'd only been gone for about an hour, less than an hour, in fact. They returned shortly after and resumed training without any sign of slackness. They even earned praise from the drill instructor, something the students had witnessed firsthand. So they never imagined that Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng could be disqualified from continuing military training in such a manner, especially with the help of a teacher. No matter how one thought about it, this seemed utterly absurd, didn't it? Jiang Yumeng, meanwhile, was utterly astonished. Worry began to creep into her heart. How could she not grasp what was unfolding? The thought of Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng losing their military training eligibility filled her with deep worry, leaving her at a loss for what to do. Looking ahead, Ma Yisheng fixed his gaze on Li Zhe and demanded, "What position do you hold in the student council?" Hearing Ma Yisheng's words, Li Zhe chuckled and replied, "Ma Yisheng, I've heard you're quite wealthy and hold some status in the capital, right? I'm not from the capital, and I have no interest in your background. You think you can threaten me? Well, whatever. I'm the deputy head of the student union's oversight department. If you have any issues, feel free to come find me there. But
At this point, Li Zhe glanced at Ma Yisheng, his eyes brimming with mockery, and slowly continued, Ma Yisheng, no matter what kind of status you hold in the capital, let me tell you this is Beijing University, not your living room. If you break the rules, you face consequences. Got it? We're all adults here. You clearly didn't take military training seriously, so we're penalizing you according to university regulations. Everything is by the book. Are you dissatisfied? Ma Yisheng narrowed his eyes, catching the mockery in Li Zhe's gaze. He replied slowly, I'll say this one last time, I had business to attend to yesterday. Zhang Guanjue is the coach of the university basketball team under the sports department and also a physical education teacher at our school. He came to see me and even discussed it with our counselor, Wei Jisheng. The drill instructor was aware of this too. We followed the teacher's instructions from start to finish. According to the student military training handbook, this was entirely legitimate and compliant. With the teacher's involvement and instructions, we were permitted to leave temporarily. Moreover, I returned immediately afterward. On what grounds do you dare revoke my and madman's military training eligibility? Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Li Zhe burst into laughter. Zhang Guanjue? Oh dear, you probably don't know Zhang Guanjue is in deep trouble himself right now. What? Ma Yisheng froze in shock. He never imagined the situation would escalate to the point where Zhang Guanjue was in trouble himself. Liang Qiu Feng frowned beside him, wondering, could it be that last night during dinner, Zhang Guanjue received a call from some school official? That person forced Zhang Guanjue to bring Guorue back, demanded he apologize to Guorue, and even insisted Guorue must rejoin the school basketball team to prevent further complications? For a moment, Liang Qiu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as a thought crossed his mind, could all this be connected to Guorue? If not, how had he managed to provoke the student union into confronting them like this? Just then, a voice echoed in Liang Qiu Feng's mind. As a top-tier god-tier spender, being mocked and bullied at school? If it were me, I absolutely couldn't stand it. Task issued, investigate the student council's hidden plot. Uncover the mastermind behind it and resolve the issue successfully. Reward for completion, 10 million yuan. Control of a company valued at no less than 1 billion yuan. Failure penalty, your rose garden home collapses. Go sleep under a bridge. Just as expected. At that moment, Liang Qiu Feng heard the system task announcement in his mind and instantly understood. Indeed, this matter wasn't baseless, someone was truly manipulating everything behind the scenes. Wait. Liang Qiu Feng's heart raced with shock. 10 billion? 10 billion? 10 billion. At the same time, Liang Qiu Feng shifted his thoughts to Guorue. After all, this matter had undeniably involved Guorue, and last night, it had even brought all sorts of trouble upon Zhang Guanjue. Liang Qiu Feng mused inwardly, it was likely that Guorue had some kind of backing, which was what had led to this situation unfolding. Just then, Li Zhe glanced at the two men beside him, then sneered at Ma Yisheng before turning to leave. Ma Yisheng was about to say something more when Liang Qiu Feng abruptly raised his hand to stop him. Glancing at Liang Qiu Feng, Ma Yisheng snapped, you lunatic, why are you stopping me? That bastard Li Zhe is making false accusations. How the hell am I supposed to put up with that? Hearing Ma Yisheng's words, Liang Qiu Feng frowned deeply before letting out a bitter laugh. Can't you see? Li Zhe is clearly acting like a bully with someone backing him up. Otherwise, do you think he'd dare mock you like that after knowing your identity just now? Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's words, Ma Yisheng's brow also furrowed slightly. He had been consumed by rage just moments ago, but now that he'd calmed down and analyzed the situation, Li Zhe's actions made perfect sense. He truly realized there must be some trouble brewing here. After a moment, Ma Yisheng sighed here and spoke coldly, who would have thought someone would dare stir up trouble with me, Ma Yisheng? Damn it, what a pain in the ass. After speaking, Ma Yisheng looked at Liang Qiu Feng earnestly and said, madman, you don't need to get involved in this matter. I can probably guess it has something to do with Guorue. Since this mess started because of me, I'll handle it. I just didn't expect to drag you into it. 159 million yuan reward? That's a bit stingy. Seeking gold tickets. Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled and shook his head. It's nothing. These things don't matter much. Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine with it. Besides, I'm sure with Ma Yisheng's status and connections in the capital, handling this sort of thing should be a piece of cake. Ma Yisheng smiled confidently upon hearing this. That goes without saying. I'd love to see who the hell has the guts to mess with me. Behind them, instructor Sun Feng approached. He too had suddenly witnessed the scene unfold, feeling both hesitant and concerned. After all, he had a favorable impression of Ma Yisheng and Liang Qiu Feng. Now, watching them get disqualified from military training right before his eyes, he felt helpless standing by. Stepping forward, Sun Feng said with a hint of resignation, gentlemen, I'm truly sorry. The student union members, well, to be honest, we're not really connected to them. We operate independently. I can only carry out the training and instruction as directed by our superiors. Beyond that, there's nothing more I can do. Ma Yisheng waved dismissively. No need to blame yourself, instructor. This whole thing was someone deliberately trying to frame me in madman. I didn't expect it to cause you trouble. But you needn't concern yourself. Madman and I will handle it ourselves when the time comes. Hearing Ma Yisheng's words, Instructor Sun Feng nodded, a bitter smile of resignation spreading across his face. Finally, as this situation unfolded, several voices called out report from within the formation. Sun Feng turned to see Tang Xian and her three companions, the group who usually got along well with Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng. Sun Feng immediately understood what had transpired. Nodding, he announced, "Everyone, take a break for now." Tang Xian, Jiang Yumeng, Zhang Huanuan, and Chen Dongming swiftly stepped out of formation. They approached Liang Qiu Feng and the others. Jiang Yumeng immediately grabbed Liang Qiu Feng's hand, her face filled with concern as she asked, "Feng, what happened? Why did they disqualify you from military training?" Just last night, Jiang Yumeng had been complaining to Liang Qiu Feng about this very thing. She didn't want to see herself disqualified from military training because of her foot injury, nor did she want to see Liang Qiu Feng undergoing training alongside the freshmen. This wasn't just about saving face, there were other complicated factors involved, like credits and various other consequences. But what she never could have imagined was that right in the middle of training, 3 people from the student union showed up and took away Liang Qiu Feng's military training eligibility in this manner. Jiang Yumeng continued, "Didn't you meet with teacher Zhang Guanjue yesterday? Did you two agree on this? Didn't you say?" Before Jiang Yumeng could finish, Liang Qiu Feng shook his head. "It's fine, honey. Don't worry about it. We've already figured out what's going on. Some scheming person is behind this. Ma Xiao will handle it immediately. You two should hurry back and focus on training. Barring any unexpected complications, this should be resolved by this afternoon, and tomorrow's military training won't be affected either." "Really? You're not lying to me?" Hearing this, hesitation flickered in Jiang Yumeng's eyes. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly, giving her a steadfast look before raising his hand to ruffle her hair. "Relax," he said. "When have I ever lied to you about something like this? Besides, think about Ma Yisheng standing in the capital. Is there anything he can't handle?" Ma Yisheng, who had been busy but managed to steal a moment, quickly teased, "Hey, there are plenty of people in the capital who are richer, more powerful, and more influential than me. Don't go badmouthing me here. If any trouble actually comes from this later, watch out, I'll come looking for you." Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng rolled her eyes in exasperation and said slowly, "Looks like Ma Yisheng really has nothing to fear now, he even has time to joke around." Ma Yisheng chuckled. "Of course. Now that I know who's plotting against me, what else is there to worry about? All right." Ma Yisheng glanced at Chen Dongming and the others, then said slowly, "You guys should get back to training. Don't disrupt the instructor's schedule. If we delay the instructor's work and get him disciplined, we'll all be in hot water." Hearing Ma Yisheng's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Instructor Sun Feng, standing nearby, felt a deep wave of emotion wash over him. Truth be told, even though he was the instructor here, ultimately, he was here on a mission. Superiors had repeatedly instructed him to avoid direct conflict with the trainees, yet subtly project a sense of dissatisfaction. Only then could he command genuine authority. Ultimately, however, it was up to him to strike the right balance. If his failure to project the necessary authority in front of these students, or if certain events unfolded here in ways far beyond his expectations, it was highly likely that once the leadership discovered the situation here, it would have repercussions for him. At that point, the leadership would inevitably find ways to come down on him and make Sun Feng pay the price. This was his first year as a drill instructor for military training, and naturally, he hoped to perform well in this role. Therefore, he naturally didn't want to see so many incidents unfold. Under these circumstances, Sun Feng was beyond nervous and anxious. He certainly didn't want to see a group of students standing around here in a crowd, even forgetting about military training, causing the leadership to become extremely dissatisfied with him. Fortunately, Ma Yisheng's sudden intervention helped Sun Feng successfully manage the students' behavior within the class. This deeply touched him. He thought to himself, Ma Yisheng truly held immense influence within the class. With his assistance, Sun Feng felt he could proceed with his tasks without further worry. Sure enough, upon hearing Ma Yisheng's words, Chen Dongming and the others nodded in agreement, letting out sighs of relief. Jiang Yumeng glanced at Liang Qiu Feng, her face tense as she urged, Feng, be careful. Don't get into trouble. We'll be waiting here for you." Liang Qiu Feng chuckled. Truthfully, he had harbored lingering doubts and anger earlier, followed by deep anxiety. He genuinely feared such incidents might affect his upcoming military training performance at school, or alter how many people perceived him. Things like that. Liang Qiu Feng was also unwilling to see himself suffer such significant repercussions because of student council issues or other scheming. He didn't want to imagine having to undergo military training again next year alongside the freshmen. The very thought of it felt utterly hopeless. Last night, Jiang Yumeng desperately wished the swelling on her foot would heal immediately to avoid being deferred to next year's training, and Liang Qiu Feng felt the same way. Fortunately, Ma Yisheng's emergence meant this situation would eventually change. Especially since Liang Qiu Feng had grown increasingly familiar with Ma Yisheng over recent days, gradually uncovering the extent of his connections.
He harbored a strong sense of confidence in Ma Yisheng.
He thought to himself. With Ma Yisheng standing in influence in the capital, what problem could he not solve?
After pondering this, Liang Qiu Feng felt an unusual sense of calm wash over him. He believed that with Ma Yisheng's assistance, this matter would surely be resolved effortlessly.
In fact, he might even successfully complete his mission.
At that thought, Liang Qiu Feng began anticipating the reward for completing the mission.
10 million yuan. That was 10 million.
Of course. It seemed a bit meager. After all, compared to the control of that company worth at least 1 billion yuan later on, Liang Qiu Feng absolutely felt that this 10 million yuan was nothing. 160 curiosity from the capital's richest young heir seeking gold tickets. He felt an intense anticipation. If he could truly acquire this company, he would never have to worry about money again in the future. In fact, as Liang Qiu Feng had acquired various sums of money before, he had also wondered whether these funds of unknown origin might cause him some trouble in his life. Could it cause others to harbor suspicions and speculations about him, or even launch investigations? After all, Jiang Yumeng was the closest person to him. She had repeatedly expressed such doubts to him, and naturally, Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but worry about it too. Fortunately, he had previously consulted the system, which assured him there was no need for concern. With the system's assistance, the origins of this money would be made entirely legitimate. Yet despite this assurance, Liang Qiu Feng still couldn't shake his unease. So now, with the system about to grant him a company, Liang Qiu Feng finally felt he had even less to worry about. After a moment's thought, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly, clasping Jiang Yumeng's hand as he said, "There, dear, no need to worry. With young Master Ma's assistance, this matter will surely be resolved. We'll see it through to a successful conclusion." Jiang Yumeng nodded silently, fully aware of Ma Yisheng's influence. Then, Ma Yisheng glanced at Liang Qiu Feng and said slowly, "Madman, relax. Leave this matter to me." As everyone returned to their respective class lines, Ma Yisheng also stepped back into the formation of his classmates. Having just witnessed the entire scene, how could the students not know what had transpired? Soon, whispers began to spread among the crowd. Holy crap, what the hell just happened? It feels like Ma Yisheng and Liang Qiu Feng really pissed someone off. Yeah. Yesterday when they left our formation to go to the gym, didn't they get approval from that champion teacher and our counselor? We all knew about it back then. Not only that, but they only returned about an hour later. It didn't cause much disruption at all. In fact, they kept up with the entire military training schedule from start to finish. The drill instructor was very satisfied with them. He never said a single negative word about either of them. Now, the student union shows up and directly causes them all this trouble. It's just so frustrating. Sigh, I just don't know how to resolve this situation. What else can we do? Don't we trust Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng? They absolutely have the capability to handle this. You're right. As the capital's wealthiest young heir, Ma Yisheng and Liang Qiu Feng driving one of only 3 Koenigseggs nationwide, their status alone means they have nothing to fear. But I've been wondering, we know Ma Yisheng's background, but what exactly is Liang Qiu Feng's identity? As countless voices chattered on, Ma Yisheng finally spoke up, "Classmates, since you've elected me as class monitor, I hope you'll heed my advice. Liang Qiu Feng and I need to attend to some matters. While we're gone, everyone here must follow the instructor's commands. Don't cause trouble for the instructor and don't make them angry. Our class isn't like the others. While we might not be the fastest in training progress, we're certainly not the worst. I hope everyone will give their all during these days of military training." After speaking, Ma Yisheng turned to look at Instructor Sun Feng beside him and said, "Instructor, thank you for your hard work. We hope you can continue leading the military training for everyone. Liang Qiu Feng and I have some matters to attend to. Rest assured, once we resolve this matter, we'll return immediately to resume training. We won't hold the class back." Hearing Ma Yisheng's words, Instructor Sun Feng felt deeply moved. He finally nodded at that moment. He sensed Ma Yisheng's recognition of him and his support for his work. He also sensed the immense stature Ma Yisheng commanded before the entire class. Everyone held him in high regard and followed his instructions without question. Instructor Sun Feng also thought to himself that perhaps he truly wouldn't need to worry about the military training for the students going forward. In truth, he was confident that even without Ma Yisheng's endorsement, he could still ensure every student's complete obedience to the upcoming training regimen. With a chuckle, he said with genuine emotion, "Squad leader Ma, thank you so much." Ma Yisheng waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. After all, what happened today was completely unfounded. When someone suddenly provoked us, I felt helpless. But I'm confident this matter will be resolved satisfactorily soon." With that, Ma Yisheng exhaled deeply. He turned to glance at Liang Qiu Feng beside him, shrugged, and said, "Madman, let's go." Liang Qiu Feng nodded silently, saying nothing more, and followed Ma Yisheng away from the scene, heading toward the faculty building. Walking along the path, Ma Yisheng sighed. Then he couldn't help but curl his lips in a wry complaint. "Man, I never expected the little brat to be such a handful. Having lived through so much since childhood, with all the attention I've drawn, you'd think those people or other kids at least would have some sense. They shouldn't keep provoking me over and over, pushing my buttons.
But who knew? There's still someone this stupid. Time and again, they come looking for trouble with me and even with you.
As he spoke, Ma Yisheng glanced at Liang Qiu Feng, chuckled, and said, "Madman, I'm getting more and more curious about who you really are.
Where exactly do you come from? My father once told me you might be from some hidden conglomerate in China. Perhaps you're the son of one of the 4 major conglomerates in China.
That would explain your status and behavior all along. After all, only a handful of people nationwide can afford a Koenigsegg. Someone with your level of skill is rare, and someone as low-key as you is unheard of."
Listening to Ma Yisheng's words, Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but fall into deep thought.
He realized that his current abilities had nothing to do with his identity or the conglomerate he belonged to. After all these abilities were granted to Liang Qiu Feng by the system. He had never been a rich kid from the start. But how could Liang Qiu Feng possibly explain the system to Ma Yisheng? In fact, upon further reflection, Liang Qiu Feng realized his very identity had become the source of everyone's suspicions and misgivings.
Everyone was wondering if Liang Qiu Feng truly possessed some extraordinary status or background.
Given that, he might as well stop explaining altogether.
Let them misunderstand. Perhaps this confusion would spare him much trouble down the road. With that thought, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled and said, "Young Master Ma, no need to be so curious. All you need to know is that we two are ultimately friends, not enemies. We won't have too many conflicts in the future, and that's enough." 161 Suspension Investigation? This is getting serious, seeking gold tickets.
Ma Yisheng smiled faintly and said, "You sound just like my father."
My father once told me that becoming your friend would benefit my future far more than becoming your enemy.
He also warned me not to overanalyze your background or status. He always feared that such curiosity might breed resentment toward you, jeopardizing the growth of our relationship. That's precisely why I've repeatedly refrained from getting involved. But after what happened today, I sense an unusual calm in your demeanor. As if you hold all the cards, which is why I asked out of curiosity.
But never mind. Ma Yisheng shook his head and smiled.
I can tell you're not eager to discuss this matter further right now. In that case, I won't pry further. Better not to risk your displeasure or make things awkward.
Come on, let's go.
As he spoke, Ma Yisheng began walking forward. On the way, Ma Yisheng took out his phone and dialed a number directly.
Liang Qiu Feng watched silently beside him.
When he saw Ma activate speakerphone, he caught the name of the recipient, none other than Jiang Yumeng, their coach from the basketball game at the gymnasium. They had all shared a meal together just last night. At the time, Liang Qiu Feng had overheard Jiang Yumeng receive a call. Right in front of everyone, it became clear that Jiang Yumeng was being pressured by some school official to immediately bring Guo Rui back onto the basketball team.
The official even wanted Jiang Yumeng to apologize to him.
Hearing this, everyone felt a sense of helplessness.
They couldn't help but vent their frustration. Everyone knew the full story and understood the truth. How could anyone possibly want to see Jiang Yumeng apologize to Guo Rui over this?
At the same time, everyone could guess that Guo Rui had likely pulled some strings behind the scenes.
He must have found someone with connections.
He might have even gotten that person to contact a school administrator, forcing Jiang Yumeng into this situation. Now, he couldn't help but wonder if the student union members had also acted against him because Guo Rui had pulled strings. After a moment's thought, the phone finally connected. Jiang Yumeng's voice came through. Ma Yisheng, I think things have gotten pretty serious."
Ma Yisheng chuckled. "Of course it is. Teacher Zhang, where are you now?" "We're heading to the faculty building right now. Would it be convenient for you to come over?" "Faculty building? Why are you heading there? Aren't you in military training?"
Jiang Yumeng's voice was filled with confusion. Ma Yisheng gave a bitter smile, glanced at Liang Qiu Feng, and after seeing him shrug, continued, 10 minutes ago, the student union came over here. They punished me and Liang Qiu Feng because we participated in the school basketball team tryouts yesterday. After Teacher Zhang took us away, they used that as grounds to accuse us of unjustified absence from military training and punished us accordingly. Now both me and Crazy have lost our eligibility to continue military training."
"What? Holy!"
Jiang Yumeng froze for a moment, his voice thick with astonishment.
This. Oh my, I never expected this. It never rains but it pours." Ma Yisheng chuckled upon hearing this. "What? Teacher Zhang, seems like you've got some trouble on your end too?" "Yes." Jiang Yumeng sighed. "But it's a long story. Since you're heading to the faculty building anyway, why don't we meet at the entrance? It should only take me about 5 minutes to get there."
Ma Yisheng nodded in agreement and replied slowly, "It'll take me about 5 minutes to get there as well."
"Let's discuss it when we meet."
"All right," Jiang Yumeng replied before hanging up.
For a moment, after the call ended, Liang Qiu Feng, standing nearby, raised his hands behind his head and stretched lazily. He said lazily, "Who would have thought? It seems like Teacher Jiang Yumeng has run into some trouble too.
I suspect teacher Zhang's current standing within the basketball team has been affected by the connections behind Guo Rui. Ma Yisheng sighed, shrugged his shoulders, and said, that's probably how it is. But I never imagined the repercussions would be this severe, so many people repeatedly provoking us, even affecting those close to us. Ah, it's just one of those helpless situations. Liang Qiu Feng pursed his lips and said, let's go find teacher Zhang first. We need to see what's really going on with him. My guess is he's probably been suspended pending investigation by now. Chen Dongming teased from the side, you, always eager for a spectacle. But you might be right. As they spoke, the two continued walking forward. But soon after, Liang Qiu Feng's phone rang again. He picked it up to see it was his advisor, Wei Jishan, calling. Liang Qiu Feng glanced at Ma Yisheng, noticing the confusion in his eyes. Only then did he answer the call, switching it to speakerphone. Teacher Guo, why are you calling me at this hour? Counselor Guo Jishan replied with a sigh, are you two no longer with your class's formation? Liang Qiu Feng replied without hesitation, yes. It seems you already know what happened. Ma Yisheng and I have lost our eligibility for military training. Of course I know. Counselor Guo Jishan said helplessly, I just received notification from the student union. They said it was because the two of you failed to attend military training without reason yesterday that led to this situation. They went ahead and revoked both your training qualifications on the spot. I was stunned when I heard that. I even told them I had personally approved your departure from the training formation yesterday to go to the basketball court. The school has regulations allowing students to temporarily leave the drill formation to handle personal matters. After all, the school promotes well-rounded development, and no one wants to see students suffer any negative consequences. But to my utter surprise, they refused to give me any leeway. That instructor bluntly informed me there was absolutely no room for negotiation on this matter, and that there would be no resolution for your punishment. That's why I hurriedly called you both. As he spoke, a deep sense of helplessness welled up in Counselor Gui Jishang's heart. He sighed and continued slowly, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. I truly don't have that much power. I'm just an ordinary counselor. Above me are so many people with all kinds of abilities, and time and again, they can use that to suppress me. That's why I'm reaching out to you now, hoping to see if you have any ideas. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly before speaking slowly, Teacher, Ma Yisheng and I are currently exploring every avenue to resolve this matter. I understand you must be feeling frustrated and surprised right now, but we can only tackle this step by step and see how things unfold. Gui Jishan hesitated, then asked, what? Does Ma Yisheng have a solution? Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly, there is a way, of course. But first, we need to carefully analyze who the real mastermind behind this is. Ma Yisheng and I are heading to the faculty building shortly. If you have no urgent matters, you're welcome to join us. I imagine you must be particularly curious about this, right? 162 Dean of Academic Affairs Chen Debao? Seeking gold tickets. True to form, Counselor Gui Jishan replied without hesitation, alright, I happen to be at the faculty building right now. I'll wait for you at the entrance. After hanging up again, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled, looks like this situation is getting bigger and bigger. More and more people are starting to care about what we two are going through and what will happen next. This situation has undoubtedly caused quite a stir for us, for the counselor, and for teacher Zhang as well. Ma Yisheng shrugged. That's only natural. With something this serious happening, no one could possibly accept it all at once. Ugh, I'm getting more and more curious. Just what kind of person did Guo Rui find? Someone who keeps scheming behind my back like some clown, time and time again. Liang Qiu Feng felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, then chuckled softly without adding more. Before long, the two arrived at the faculty building. From a distance, they spotted Zhang Guanjue and Counselor Gui Jishang standing together at the entrance. The moment they spotted Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng approaching, both men raised their hands without hesitation and waved. Their eyes betrayed a deep sense of helplessness, a feeling that could only be described as bitter and speechless. As they approached, Zhang Guanjue stepped forward first. Ma Yisheng asked, Teacher Zhang, what exactly is going on? From what you said on the phone, it sounded like you'd run into some trouble too. Yes. Zhang Guanjue sighed. And it's more than just a little trouble. Ma Yisheng pressed urgently, what exactly happened? Zhang Guanjue gave a bitter smile before slowly explaining, yesterday, I received a call from the director of the school's academic affairs office. His name is Chen Debao, and he's quite a respected figure on campus. He then relayed those remarks about Guo Rui to me. I'm sure all of you are aware of them by now. I understood then that he'd likely been swayed by certain people, but I didn't take it seriously. That's why I plan to explain things to him face to face today. I figured that no matter what, he should at least have the ability to distinguish right from wrong. But then, as he spoke, Zhang Guanjue let out a bitter laugh, his eyes brimming with frustration and anger. The helplessness he felt at that moment was beyond description. He continued patiently, so today, I found him and explained everything. He immediately glared at me angrily, flatly denying everything I said, refusing to even let me continue explaining. He coldly asked if I intended to handle it. How could I possibly handle something like this? After all, Guo Rui made the mistake himself. To scheme against us indiscriminately like this, even affecting the development of all the basketball team members, I absolutely won't back down on this. After all, for me, even though the basketball team hadn't made significant progress over the years, it had at least been steadily improving. How could I possibly stand by and let this happen? So afterward, I explained the situation to him in no uncertain terms. I hoped he would understand the reasoning behind it, but Chen Debao refused to listen. He rejected me without hesitation and even placed a termination letter directly in front of me. Liang Qiu Feng asked curiously from the side, "Coach Zhang, did you sign it?" Hearing this, Zhang Guanjue shook his head. No. How furious I was at that moment. How could I possibly sign it? Wasn't this clearly using authority to bully someone? But even though I haven't signed the termination letter yet, I don't expect any further opportunities within the basketball team. The situation keeps escalating and getting more public. In the end, this outcome is probably just a done deal. Oh, right. Just now, Teacher Guo mentioned that both of you had your military training qualifications revoked because of yesterday's incident. You also mentioned it on the phone, Ma Yisheng. What exactly is going on here? Ma Yisheng gave a bitter smile. What else could it be? It must be Guo Rui. I never imagined he had so many connections behind the scenes, let alone that he could cause such a huge impact on me. Zhang Guanjue and Gui Jishang hesitated for a moment. Their brows furrowed deeply. After a long pause, Gui Jishang asked, Ma Yisheng, can you handle this? Ma Yisheng shrugged confidently. Of course I can. My family is an honorary director of this university. We're also major shareholders on the university's board of trustees. How could we possibly lack the authority or capability to handle this? As he spoke, Ma Yisheng pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Soon, the call was answered. Ma Yisheng chuckled, Uncle Zhang, it's been a while since I last called you. Ah, yes, it's me, little Ma. Uncle Zhang, I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Would now be a convenient time? Ha? You're on the top floor of the faculty building, in your office? Great, I'll be right over. Moments later, he heard the reply from the other end of the line. Ma Yisheng smiled confidently at that moment. He then turned to glance at the people beside him and said, alright, Uncle Zhang already knows I'm coming to see him. As luck would have it, he's in his office right now. Since we're already here and intend to resolve this matter, let's go see him first. Hearing Ma Yisheng's words, everyone frowned and hesitated. Zhang Guanjue instantly grasped the crucial detail, the top floor office? The person you just called, it wasn't the principal, was it? At that moment, Wei Jixian finally caught on. His expression was filled with astonishment. Indeed, Zhang Guanjue was correct. On the top floor, with the surname Zhang, and having his own office, it could only be the principal. He blurted out, Ma Yisheng, you wouldn't have contacted the principal directly, intending to have him resolve this matter for you, would you? Hearing this, he saw the confusion in both their eyes. Ma Yisheng shrugged and replied slowly, what else could I do? I only know a handful of people at this capital university. This Uncle Zhang is none other than the so-called principal you mentioned, Jiang Yumeng. He and I are naturally quite close. He often comes over for dinner at our house. He also shares a deep bond with my father and has always held me in high regard. I've always had one principle: when solving any problem, I always want to expose the other party's true colors. I have no desire to cast out bait again, only to have those clowns come bothering me time and time again. Therefore, it would be better to approach Uncle Zhang directly. With his assistance, this matter will surely be resolved swiftly. Hearing this, Zhang Guanjue and Gui Jishang, standing beside the two men, curled their lips in a slight sneer. Their eyes betrayed a mix of helplessness and astonishment. They hadn't expected Ma Yisheng to immediately call upon such formidable figures to handle his problems. But they understood that once Principal Jiang Yumeng truly intervened, the matter would likely be resolved as easily as Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng had predicted. Then, Zhang Guanjue chuckled beside them. Who would have thought our basketball team would have such a formidable figure? With Ma Yisheng's reputation, I'm sure this matter won't cause any further complications. Ma Yisheng chuckled, Coach Zhang, please spare me the praise. I'm just doing my best to handle this matter. After all, these clowns kept pushing my buttons time and again. I didn't want to see them survive any longer. It's better to settle everything today. Deep down, Ma Yisheng was thinking that everything Guo Rui had done to him today would force Guo Rui to pay a price he would regret for the rest of his life. 163 Jingda President, hee. Not hee. Seeking gold tickets. Soon, the group arrived at the faculty office building. They made their way upward. At that moment, Liang Qiu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. At this very moment, he finally understood, or rather, witnessed the formidable status and background of Ma Yisheng. In that instant, Liang Qiu Feng gained a whole new perspective on those wielding power and influence. He thought to himself that it was precisely because of Ma Yisheng that he had the opportunity to connect with such formidable networks. This was precisely why he would face future challenges with far greater ease. Liang Qiu Feng also pondered that he himself would likely become like this in the future. As he repeatedly expanded his network and encountered more and more influential figures, Liang Qiu Feng grew confident, even convinced, that one day he too would be able to resolve problems like Ma Yisheng did by leveraging these connections to avoid unnecessary complications.
Stepping into the elevator, they ascended floor by floor.
Soon they reached the top floor. Walking through the halls, he could see countless people constantly pacing back and forth. At the same time, Zhang Guanjue and Gui Jixiang encountered one leader after another, individuals they would normally have almost no chance of meeting. They all greeted them respectfully at this moment. How could those leaders possibly remember who each of them truly was? Yet they still responded with smiles on their faces. Finally, the crowd stepped into the innermost area. They saw the sign hanging above the office door beside them, Principal's office.
Ma Yisheng knocked on the door. A deep voice from inside soon answered, "Come in."
He pushed open the door and stepped inside. Soon, Liang Qiu Feng and the others saw a middle-aged man inside, wearing glasses. He appeared exceptionally distinguished. Beside him stood a female teacher holding documents. Upon seeing Ma Yisheng enter, the man chuckled and said, "Yisheng, come in.
Take a seat." "Oh, and who else is here?"
"Please take a seat.
I just need to handle this document first. Once I'm done, we can chat."
Hearing this, Ma Yisheng smiled faintly and led Liang Qiu Feng and the others to the sofa nearby.
Everyone took their seats. The others present couldn't help but feel a surge of astonishment, especially Zhang Guanjue and Gui Jixiang.
They rarely had the opportunity to meet the person before them. This person, needless to say, was undoubtedly Principal Jiang Weiman. In truth, opportunities to meet Jiang Weiman were exceedingly rare for them. Their status within the school was that of ordinary teachers. They had neither the standing nor the means to arrange a private meeting with him. If they had ever seen Jiang Weiman before, it was likely only during school-wide assemblies. Yet here they were, unexpectedly summoned to this place. Their hearts pounded with excitement, their palms sweating despite themselves. Sitting there nervously, Ma Yisheng and Liang Qiu Feng, on the other hand, appeared remarkably composed.
For Ma Yisheng, opportunities to see Jiang Weiman were plentiful. Jiang Weiman had visited his home time and again.
Whether it was for meals or other matters, such encounters had long ceased to faze him.
So why would he feel nervous? Watching Jiang Weiman finally finish handling the documents beside him,
he turned to Ma Yisheng, chuckled, and said, "Little Ma, I never imagined you'd still remember your old uncle.
I thought you'd forgotten me. When you got into Beijing University, I even attended your celebration banquet. At your father's invitation, I even had a meal at your home.
After that, we didn't talk much, but I've always hoped you'd come by for a chat once you started school.
But lately, I've been thinking about it.
I understand you've got your own things going on, like military training, and I didn't want to interrupt that, so I didn't reach out.
I never expected you to come to me like this. But from what I heard just now, it sounds like you have something to tell me, right? Spill it, what's going on?"
After exchanging pleasantries, Ma Yisheng chuckled, looked up at Jiang Weiman, and said, "Uncle Zhang, there is indeed a problem."
"Oh, I forgot to introduce you. I've joined the school basketball team. This is Coach Zhang Guanjue, Coach Zhang."
In that instant, Zhang Guanjue felt an overwhelming sense of attention and care. Without hesitation, he stood up, bowed respectfully, and said earnestly, "Hello, Principal.
I'm Zhang Guanjue." Hearing Zhang Guanjue's introduction, Jiang Weiman chuckled, "Very well, very well. Young Zhang, is it? Pleased to meet you. Come to think of it, we're actually distant relatives, both surnamed Zhang. I believe I've heard of you before."
"While I may not know every teacher at the school, I do know about the basketball team. I hear that since you took over as captain, the team's results haven't been stellar, but they're certainly not hopeless either. It's fair to say you've transformed the team's image and gained significant support and recognition." Zhang Guanjue was flattered and humbled, quickly responding with modesty, "Principal, you flatter me.
I'm just doing what I believe needs to be done. I just hope our school's basketball team can improve and become stronger."
Seeing this, Jiang Weiman chuckled and said, "Having that kind of mindset is already no small feat." After the two had become more familiar with each other, Ma Yisheng continued his introduction, "Uncle Zhang, let me also introduce you to someone else. This is Liang Qiu Feng, my classmate. We're both members of the school basketball team.
And this gentleman here is Gui Jixiang, our advisor." Jiang Weiman nodded slowly. Very well, very well. Liang Qiu Feng, that compound surname Liang Qiu is indeed quite rare. And as for Gui, we're actually acquainted.
When Gui joined the university as an advisor, I personally signed his appointment letter." Liang Qiu Feng and Gui Jixiang stood up and responded politely.
Then, Jiang Weiman formally spoke again, "Xiao Ma, what brings you here today? Surely you didn't come just to introduce me to these friends of yours? That doesn't seem like you at all.
Based on what I've known about you since childhood, and what I've heard from your father, you've always been straightforward and decisive in everything you do. Why are you suddenly so hesitant today?" Ma Yi gave a bitter smile and replied slowly, "Uncle Zhang, I just wanted to explain the relationships between us first. Truthfully, I came here today because I feel rather helpless. I really had no other choice but to come talk to you about it.
As you just mentioned, I'm currently undergoing military training, but unfortunately, a problem has arisen. What? Zhang Guanjue hesitated slightly before urgently asking, what kind of problem? Did you get injured? Or are the drill instructors being unfriendly? No. Ma Yisheng shook his head hastily. Neither of those.
It's that my friend Liang Qiu Feng and I have lost our eligibility for military training.
In that instant, Jiang Yumeng froze.
Upon hearing this news, the smile that had been on his face
vanished instantly. 164 Ha. Not so cocky now, are you? Seeking gold tickets. Ma Yisheng's words delivered an unprecedented shock to Jiang Yumeng. It also gradually stirred a sense of doubt within Jiang Yumeng.
After much internal struggle, Jiang Yumeng hurriedly asked what exactly was going on. Seeing that he had successfully stirred Jiang Yumeng's emotions,
Ma Yisheng finally chuckled softly and slowly said, Uncle Zhang, it's like this.
He proceeded to recount the entire sequence of events to Jiang Yumeng in meticulous detail. He recounted in meticulous detail everything he and Guo Rui had experienced, laying bare the conflicts between them.
He didn't embellish a single detail. In Ma Yisheng's view, there was no need for embellishment.
He believed this would allow Jiang Yumeng to clearly see who was right and who was wrong in this matter.
Sure enough, a few minutes later,
Jiang Yumeng slammed his fist on the table in fury, his face contorted with intense anger. I never imagined the school would secretly harbor such connections behind my back. To think that someone in the administration would abuse their authority in a fit of rage, bullying colleagues and students like this, it's utterly infuriating.
Seeing Jiang Yumeng's furious outburst,
Ma Yisheng turned his head to glance at Liang Qiu Feng. Earlier, both of them had merely chuckled at this moment. In truth, they both understood. Now that Jiang Yumeng was this enraged,
they no longer needed to worry.
Jiang Yumeng would undoubtedly find a way to step forward and resolve this matter. After a moment, Jiang Yumeng glanced at Zhang Guanjue and said coldly, Young Zhang, just now, young Ma mentioned that you two were influenced and manipulated by others.
Might I ask who that person is?
Hearing this, Zhang Guanjue rose without hesitation and replied, Principal, that person's name is Chen Debao.
Chen Debao? You mean Chen Debao, the director of the Academic Affairs Office? Seeing Zhang Guanjue nod, Jiang Yumeng curled his lips in displeasure.
Oof. I never imagined Chen Debao could be swayed by a student to do something so outrageous. As he spoke, Jiang Yumeng picked up the phone on his desk, dialed a number, pressed the speaker button, and waited silently.
Soon, the call connected, and a man's voice came through, Principal, hello. May I ask why you called me?
Hearing this, Jiang Yumeng's expression darkened as he snapped, Chen Debao, get yourself to my office immediately.
I don't want to hear any excuses.
At that instant, Chen Debao froze in shock.
Endless questions surged through his mind.
He wondered what had happened, why the principal had suddenly summoned him in such a furious manner. But after much internal struggle, he knew he dared not disobey the principal's order.
Thus, Chen Debao hurriedly nodded and replied, Yes, Principal. Please wait a moment. I'll finish up here and be right over. Finish your work? Didn't you hear me clearly? I want you to come here immediately. Jiang Yumeng's tone carried an undeniable sense of urgency.
In that instant, Chen Debao couldn't help but hesitate, his mind filled with deep confusion and even a hint of tension. He sensed something unexpected was unfolding, yet couldn't fathom what had happened. But now that the principal had spoken so decisively, how could Chen Debao dare to show any resistance? He hurriedly replied, Yes, Principal.
I'll be right over. Please wait just 1 minute. With that, Chen Debao hastily hung up the phone.
Hearing this, Jiang Yumeng snorted coldly and said, This Chen Debao is becoming more and more unruly. He dared to ignore what I told him and even tried to bargain with me. I'll make him pay for this later. Hearing Jiang Yumeng's words, Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng exchanged a glance, both feeling a momentary sense of relief. They understood that with Jiang Yumeng this furious, given his methods, there likely wouldn't be any further complications. Soon after, Jiang Yumeng picked up his phone and dialed another number.
After a moment, the call connected. Jiang Yumeng spoke slowly, Han Feng?
This is Jiang Yumeng.
You have 3 minutes to get to my office. What do you mean 10 minutes? Are you trying to bargain with me? You have 3 minutes. If you're not here in 3 minutes, pack your bags and get out tomorrow. With that, Jiang Yumeng hung up the phone and slammed it onto the desk.
Beside him, Wei Jixiang, having heard the name Han Feng, seemed to notice the confusion on the faces of Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng.
He quietly explained, Han Feng is the head of the student union.
He's a director-level leader at our school, overseeing all student union operations. Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng nodded slightly.
It finally dawned on them that Jiang Yumeng must be planning to resolve each of their problems one by one.
That was why call after call had been made to gather everyone here, sit down, and discuss thoroughly to determine who was right and who was wrong in this matter.
Knock knock knock. Just as they pondered, the office door was knocked upon. Jiang Yumeng responded coldly, Come in.
The door swung open, revealing a portly man with a protruding belly and an oily sheen on his face.
Gui Jixiang whispered again from the side, "This is Chen Debao, the director of our school's academic affairs office."
Liang Qiu Feng narrowed his eyes, fixing them on Chen Debao before him. The man hurried forward, scratched his head, and said, "Principal, good morning.
I wonder what brought me here today." Jiang Yumeng frowned, his expression displeased as he replied, "Chen Debao, you still ask me what the matter is? Don't you know exactly what you've been up to lately?" I.
Chen Debao froze for a moment, wrestling with his thoughts for a while, yet still unable to pinpoint exactly what he had done. Suddenly, however, Chen Debao noticed Zhang Guanju sitting on the sofa beside him. He was quite familiar with Zhang Guanjue. After all, his actions over the past 2 days had been closely tied to Zhang Guanjue. How could he not recognize him? At that moment, Chen Debao's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but wonder, could all of this really be because of Zhang Guanjue? After all, he had done these things precisely because of Zhang Guanjue. He reasoned that since Zhang Guanjue had appeared here, this matter must be connected to him. Then, recalling the phone call from the person behind him, Chen Debao felt a wave of unease wash over him. Could it be that Zhang Guanjue and Principal Jiang Yumeng knew each other? Both bearing the surname Zhang, could there be some connection between them? If that were the case, things would get rather tricky. Jiang Yumeng snorted coldly. "Chen Debao, have you remembered something? Now you're too scared to speak?" After wrestling with himself for a moment, Chen Debao hurriedly spoke up, "Principal, I'm sure there must be some kind of misunderstanding." Jiang Yumeng chuckled. "What kind of misunderstanding do you think it could be?" Chen Debao's brow furrowed with tension. After a moment's hesitation, he slowly said, "Principal, are you asking why I expelled Zhang Guanjue?" Jiang Yumeng sneered coldly, "Seems you've got some brains after all, you know what you've done." 165 What's wrong with the clever Han Feng? Seeking gold tickets. Finally hearing Jiang Yumeng's affirmative response, Chen Debao urgently said, "Principal, there must be a misunderstanding here. Please hear me out. Zhang Guanjue was running amok in school, arbitrarily expelling basketball team members. This caused a terrible impact. That's why I took such drastic measures to make him realize his mistakes. How could I expel him without cause? He's an outstanding teacher and asset to our school. Expelling him would have devastating long-term consequences. I had no choice." Upon hearing Chen Debao's explanation, Jiang Yumeng instantly sneered coldly, Chen Debao, what can I even say to you? I never imagined you'd still be trying to pull the wool over our eyes at this point." With a loud slam, Jiang Yumeng slammed his hand down on the table. Instantly, an aura of unquestionable authority radiated from him. Faced with such intensity, Chen Debao shuddered violently, his legs weakening under the pressure. Then, Chen Debao urgently spoke up, "Principal, please believe me. This matter really isn't what you think it is. There must be some misunderstanding." "Not what I think." "Then let me ask you this, what about the termination letter I just saw on teacher Zhang Guanjue's phone, the one you threw down in front of him and demanded he sign? What about the part where you were pressuring him, telling him over and over that he had to bring that Guorue guy back to the basketball team, threatening to fire him if he didn't agree to your demands? Is there anything wrong with what I'm saying?" Chen Debao finally fell silent. He understood that no matter how much he said now, it probably wouldn't matter. Yes, these were all things Chen Debao had done himself. How could he not know? He had clung to a sliver of hope, thinking his clever evasions might somehow minimize the fallout. But now that Principal Jiang Yumeng had laid out his actions so bluntly, it was clear Zhang Guanjue had recounted the entire sequence of events to him. At this point, even if he tried to explain himself, it probably wouldn't matter. After much internal struggle, Chen Debao's eyes darted around nervously before he hurriedly spoke up, "Principal, I admit I was wrong about this matter. I must have lost my head in the moment, which led me to act in a way that hurt teacher Zhang Guanjue. But there must be some misunderstanding involved. I sincerely hope you, Principal, will show mercy." Jiang Yumeng raised his hand to cut Chen Debao off. He stared at the latter for a moment, saying nothing. "Right now," Jiang Yumeng asked coldly, "I only want to know, who exactly is pulling your strings?" "Ha?" Taken aback by Principal Jiang Yumeng's abrupt, direct questioning, Chen Debao hesitated. How could he not understand the implication behind Jiang Yumeng's words? How could he not know who had instigated him? But at this moment, Chen Debao had neither the right nor the courage to reveal the person pulling the strings behind him. He knew that if he revealed the truth, the consequences awaiting him would be utterly devastating. Across from him, Jiang Yumeng saw the hesitation in Chen Debao's eyes and let out a cold laugh. "So, Chen Debao, it seems you're not going to say anything, huh?" After agonizing over it, Chen Debao clenched his teeth and said earnestly, "Principal, this was entirely my doing. After hearing about the situation with the school basketball team, I contacted teacher Zhang Guanjue. I then made him feel he had done something wrong and tried every means to get him to properly resolve the matter. It has nothing to do with anyone else." "Is that so?" Jiang Yumeng chuckled coldly. "I never expected you to be so loyal, Chen Debao. Or do you think the person backing you could order me to drop my accusations against you? Or do you think that person's power or status is greater than Ma Yisheng standing beside me, or the Ma group behind him? At the mention of Ma Group, Chen Debao abruptly turned to look at Ma Yisheng beside him. He never imagined that Ma Yisheng was actually the son of the Ma Group. Truthfully, who was he to even think about interacting with someone of Ma Yisheng's stature? When Ma Yisheng first appeared, Chen Debao had been wondering who these people were and why they were here. Of the four, he recognized none except Zhang Guanjue. Yet he hadn't felt much curiosity or concern, clinging to a sliver of hope that he was either qualified or capable enough to handle such a situation. Little did he know that upon learning Ma Yisheng's true identity, the shock within him was beyond description. The moment he considered the status and influence of the person in the capital who had orchestrated this scheme behind his back, and then looked at Ma Yisheng standing right beside him now, how could Chen Debao fail to grasp who held the upper hand between them? But just as he was wrestling with these thoughts, the office door swung open once more. Everyone turned to see a figure sprinting in from outside. The man was lean and trim, still dressed in a suit, though he was panting heavily from what must have been a long sprint, looking utterly disheveled. He hurried forward, looking at Jiang Yumeng with respectful deference. "Principal, I'm here." Gui Zhishang introduced him once more. "This is Han Feng, the head of the student union." Liang Qiu Feng and the others silently nodded, now understanding his position. Immediately after, Jiang Yumeng nodded. He shot a cold glance at Chen Debao before speaking. "Chen Debao, since you don't want to talk, I'll give you time now to think carefully. Are you going to reveal who's behind this? If you still refuse, you'll sign your resignation papers and get the hell out of here." As he finished speaking, Han Feng, who had just arrived beside him, couldn't help but cover his eyes. He thought, what's going on? What exactly happened? What could possibly have enraged the principal so much? He felt utterly innocent. How could he possibly know what had transpired at the scene? His gaze toward Chen Debao was filled with hesitation. But Chen Debao was in no position to help others, he was barely saving himself. How could he possibly have the time to respond to Han Feng? This only deepened Han Feng's endless confusion. He quickly composed himself, fixed an earnest gaze on Jiang Yumeng, and spoke slowly. "Principal, what exactly happened? Whatever you assign me, if it involves the student council, I'll handle it immediately. I won't delay you in the slightest." Jiang Yumeng was quite satisfied with Han Feng's attitude. Nodding slightly, he replied, "Don't be nervous. This matter isn't directly related to you. It's the people under your student union who made a mistake. I'm now aware of the situation. Among your student union members, there's someone named..." Mid-sentence, Jiang Yumeng turned to look at Ma Yisheng. Then Ma Yisheng spoke up. "There's one named Li Zhe. The other two." 166 completely deflated. "I admit my mistake. Please vote." Ma Yisheng recalled the disciplinary notice Li Zhe had tossed on the ground, which also bore the names of the other two. He continued, "The other two are named Lu Shanfeng and Pang Guangliang." Upon hearing these three names, Han Feng nodded. With so many members in the student union, it was impossible for him to remember every single one by name. Han Feng inquired, "What exactly did these three do?" Ma Yisheng replied slowly, "They abused their authority. My friend and I were invited by the instructor to step out for an hour during military training to handle a matter. Both the physical education instructor and the counselor were fully aware of the situation from start to finish and approved it. Yet today, these three individuals came before us, handed me and my friend penalty notices, and informed us both that our military training eligibility had been revoked." Han Feng smiled faintly and said, "Our student union does indeed possess the authority to make life or death decisions regarding student military training. But to be clear, everything must be done legally and in compliance with regulations. A country has its laws, and a family has its rules. Within the domain of Capital University, the student union is not an omnipotent entity. It too must operate according to its own established rules." Gui Zhishang gave a bitter smile and said, "Yes." And later, when I received a call from a teacher in the student union, I was genuinely surprised. Typically, such disciplinary actions require prior consultation with our counselors. But that student Li Zhe didn't communicate with me at all, which left me feeling a bit helpless. I never imagined it would end up like this. Han Feng nodded, flashing an awkward smile before speaking. "I'm truly sorry. I've been made aware of the situation. It seems my oversight was at fault. I acknowledge my mistake. It was indeed my responsibility. I hope everyone can give me a chance to figure things out." Everyone nodded and said nothing more. Then, Han Feng turned to look at Jiang Yumeng and said, "Principal, I have a general understanding of the situation now. Please grant me the chance to gather these individuals first. Would that be acceptable?" After Jiang Yumeng nodded in agreement, Han Feng finally exhaled deeply. Liang Qiu Feng smiled to himself nearby. He had to admit that Han Feng's efficiency and attitude were quite satisfactory. From start to finish, he never shifted blame onto others and consistently acknowledged his own mistakes. It could be said he handled the matter with remarkable efficiency. This earned Liang Qiu Feng's deep admiration and reinforced his understanding of the importance of connections. If it weren't for Ma Yisheng's presence, if it weren't for his familiarity with the principal, how could so many people have been struck with fear at the principal's appearance? How could they have pledged at this very moment to ensure everything was handled flawlessly? All of this was the outcome of connections. Immediately afterward, Han Feng picked up his phone and made a call. It didn't take long for the call to be answered. After exchanging a few cold words, Han Feng hung up. Listening to Han Feng's words, Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but feel like laughing. Lise? Where are Lu Shanfeng and Pang Wangliang now? Alright, you're at military training right now, correct? I'm giving you 3 minutes to get to the principal's office immediately. What? Can't make it in 3 minutes? If you can't make it, then tomorrow, all of you pack your bags and get out. The student union won't have any of you. Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng burst out laughing. Why did this sound so familiar? It sounded exactly like the furious words the principal had just used when calling Han Feng. Who would have thought that Han Feng would now return it to Lise and the others word for word? Meanwhile, everyone waited silently. Finally, Chen Debao made a move. He lifted his head to look at Jiang Yumeng before him and slowly said, Principal Jiang, I admit my mistake. I admit that someone did indeed manipulate me, leading me to take such actions. I understand this is entirely my fault. I humbly ask for a chance to redeem myself. I promise to be a better person and turn over a new leaf. After speaking, Chen Debao turned to look at Zhang Guanjue beside him, his expression earnest. And Teacher Zhang, I know I did wrong before, causing you great dissatisfaction and even significantly impacting you. I humbly ask for your forgiveness and hope you might speak to the principal on my behalf. Hearing this, Zhang Guanjue looked utterly helpless. Director Chen, please don't say such things to me. I'm only here today because I accompanied Ma Yisheng. This has nothing to do with me personally. Your words are truly flattering me beyond measure. Besides, all these teachers are present here. Their status and standing far surpass mine. What right do I have to decide your fate? Recalling his ordeal in Chen Debao's office earlier, that man's relentless pressure and abysmal attitude, Zhang Guanjue felt utterly helpless. At this moment, he had no intention whatsoever of giving Chen Debao any more face. Besides, what he said was true. This had nothing to do with him at all, it was all orchestrated by Liang Qiu Feng and his crew. Chen Debao hurriedly turned to Ma Yisheng. Ma Yisheng kept his head down, playing with his phone, seemingly unwilling to acknowledge Chen Debao at all. Panic gripped Chen Debao, but he knew exactly who was responsible for this mess. Without hesitation, he turned his gaze to Jiang Yumeng beside him and spoke nervously, Principal, I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. Seeing Ma Yisheng seemingly pass the buck to him, Jiang Yumeng couldn't help but chuckle helplessly. He then forced a stern expression and coldly demanded, You know you're wrong? Do you remember the issues I just pointed out to you? Chen Debao nodded urgently. Only then did Jiang Yumeng speak slowly, Then tell me. Who exactly is behind you, instructing you to do these things? Although Chen Debao had resolved to confess completely after all, he had already analyzed the relative strengths between his backer and Ma Yisheng. He naturally lacked the courage to confront Ma Yisheng any longer. Moreover, Jiang Yumeng was famously unafraid of authority. If this truly cost him his job, he could forget about ever getting by in the future. Thus, fearing for his job, Chen Debao resolved to speak up. After much internal struggle, he still felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing the irreversible consequences of speaking up. But now the arrow was on the string, he had no choice but to shoot. With a sigh of resignation, Chen Debao finally spoke, It was Han Li. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yumeng's brow furrowed slightly. Beside him, Ma Yisheng paused his movements, slowly lowering his phone. He lifted his head to look at Chen Debao before him and coldly inquired, The Han Li you're referring to, is it Han Li from Han's club? Despite his mounting frustration, Chen Debao had no choice but to comply. He sighed and finally nodded slowly, saying, Yes, it's Han Li. I'm sure you're familiar with him, young Master Ma. 167 The Wheel of Fortune turns, depressed Chen Debao seeking gold tickets. Ma Yisheng snorted coldly. Familiar? I know him all too well. Chen Debao pressed on, Director Chen, are you implying that everything you're going through now was orchestrated by Han Li? Seeing Chen Debao nod, Ma Yisheng sneered, Interesting. Truly interesting. Does this Han Li even have a brain? To think he'd come looking for trouble with me. Liang Qiu Feng inquired curiously from the side, Young Master Ma, who exactly is this Han Li? Ma Yisheng curled his lips before slowly explaining that Han Li is the son of the owner of the Han's Club. He holds some status and influence within the capital. The Han family ranks among the city's prominent clans. Over the years, the Han Group and Han Club have expanded steadily within the capital, amassing considerable resources. The club is most renowned for its extensive network and connections. Many wealthy and influential figures frequent it, allowing the Han family to operate with impunity throughout the capital. However, compared to our Ma Group, they still fall short. Of course, one must admit that the Han Club is a remarkable success. What I never expected was that this current situation would arise because Han Li is backing it. As he spoke, Ma Yisheng couldn't help but curl his lips. Could it be that Han Li and Guo Rui know each other? I absolutely refuse to believe Han Li and Guo Rui know each other. How surprising. Listening to Ma Yisheng's words, Liang Qiu Feng nodded silently. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a bit helpless inside. According to Ma Yisheng's account, although the Han Club held a lofty status within the capital, to countless ordinary citizens or common folk, its standing was utterly unattainable, a formidable presence that inspired awe. Yet in front of Ma Yisheng, it seemed somewhat unimpressive. Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but think that this must be how the circles in the capital functioned. Ma Yisheng chuckled again. But madman, you needn't worry about anything. Now that we've confirmed who's behind this, I've nothing to fear. Especially not Han Li, he has no capital to challenge me. Back then, I even bullied him and made him pay a price. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly. The lingering doubts and worries that had once clouded his mind were now completely dispelled. He placed extraordinary confidence in Ma Yisheng's strength and methods. Finally, at this moment, Jiang Yumeng gave a cold chuckle, looking at Ma Yisheng and saying, "Little Ma, it seems the person behind this matter has been identified." Ma Yisheng chuckled and hastily replied, "Yes, Uncle Jiang. Since the matter has been uncovered, I trust there's no need to trouble you further." Ma Yisheng's meaning was quite clear. Since he knew who was behind it and could handle the matter independently according to his own plans, there was no need to involve Jiang Yumeng further. Ma Yisheng didn't want to cause Jiang Yumeng so much trouble, nor did he want to see him so enraged. In fact, coming here today to handle this matter would only leave Ma Yisheng indebted to Jiang Yumeng. Though regarding what his father had done to Capital University, Ma Yisheng didn't even need to worry about repaying Jiang Yumeng's favor. It was simply not something that needed to be repaid. Jiang Yumeng owed the Ma family far more than this. Still, Ma Yisheng didn't want to entangle himself in such complex ties of obligation with Jiang Yumeng. Who knew if it might become leverage for Jiang Yumeng to seek favors from his father in the future, or perhaps a means to an end? At that moment, however, Jiang Yumeng paid no heed to Ma Yisheng's words. He smiled and said, "Ah, little Ma, I understand your perspective on this matter, but for me, it still needs to be resolved. As a renowned institution across the entire nation, a focal point for so many eyes, an incident like this occurring today at Capital University would have a profoundly negative impact. How could I possibly want to see this kind of thing continue to happen without resolution? If it becomes a ticking time bomb, once it's exposed, the negative impact on me could be even greater. Truth be told, I should thank you today for bringing this matter to my attention." Ma Yisheng chuckled softly, saying nothing, though a sense of helplessness stirred within him. He knew he would likely need to discuss this matter with his father soon. Otherwise, when the day came that Jiang Yumeng needed something from his father, he might be kept completely in the dark. With that, Jiang Yumeng lifted his head to look at Chen Debao before him and spoke slowly. "Chen Debao, do you understand the gravity of your mistake this time?" Chen Debao nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at grain, almost as if he'd lost his mind. Yes, principal. You're absolutely right. I recognize my mistake and am willing to pay the price for it. Whatever punishment you decide, I'll accept it. This is the price I should pay." Jiang Yumeng nodded slowly. "Since you know you're wrong, I'm revoking your eligibility for the upcoming year-end awards. Don't count on receiving your year-end bonus. Additionally, I need you to write a written self-criticism immediately upon returning. I expect to see it at next week's faculty meeting. Furthermore, you are demoted. Starting tomorrow, you will serve as the Deputy Director of the Academic Affairs Office. Your current position will be filled by the current Deputy Director, Chen Debao. Do you have any objections?" Hearing Jiang Yumeng's words, Chen Debao felt his heart skip a beat. He nearly collapsed to the ground in shock. His body swayed for a moment before he finally steadied himself. He nodded, a bitter smile playing on his lips as he replied, "I appreciate the principal's kindness in allowing me to continue working at this school. In that case, I will act according to your instructions, principal." Jiang Yumeng shook his head. "This isn't about mercy. The fact is, this incident hasn't caused too much trouble for Xiama. Thankfully, everything remains under control. Chen Debao, over the years, even if you haven't achieved great things, you've certainly put in the effort. What you've done within the school has been quite satisfactory to me. Naturally, I don't wish to see you pay too high a price, but this in no way means I've forgiven you. Understand?" Chen Debao nodded urgently, then turned to Ma Yisheng beside him, his face filled with emotion. "Classmate Ma Yisheng, thank you. Thank you." Ma Yisheng shook his head. "Why thank me? Director Chen, you brought this upon yourself." Seeing the two about to exchange more words, Jiang Yumeng waved his hand. "Alright, you two needn't say another word. Chen Debao, go back now and do as I asked." Chen Debao exhaled deeply, nodded urgently, and said, "Principal, I'll take my leave then." With that, Chen Debao turned and walked away. Watching Chen Debao's departure, Han Feng stood by, witnessing everything unfold, his heart filled with astonishment. Through their earlier conversation, he had gained some understanding of Ma Yisheng's capabilities and status. While astonished by this revelation, he also felt a mix of curiosity and relief that this matter had little to do with him. Even if Ma Yisheng harbored resentment, even if the principal took it out on him, it likely wouldn't significantly impact his future career. Otherwise, he feared he might end up like Chen Debao, losing his job altogether. After all, a position in the student union was a coveted opportunity, and Han Feng had no intention of losing it. Now, witnessing this situation unfold, he could only frantically compose himself, thinking he absolutely couldn't afford to make a mistake. Thus, as Chen Debao departed, Han Feng waited anxiously nearby, feigning anger. He wanted everyone to believe he was displeased with Li Zhe and his group's arrival, and that he too was anxiously waiting. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait long before Li Zhe and the others finally arrived. 168 You. How did you know? Please vote. After knocking on the door outside, Han Feng's voice quickly answered from within. The office door swung open, revealing Li Zhe, Lu Shanfeng, and Peng Wangliang. Their faces still bore a trace of respect after all, Han Feng was their direct superior. Suddenly summoned by Han Feng, Li Zhe genuinely felt hesitant, unsure of what had happened and somewhat anxious. The moment he stepped inside and saw Ma Yisheng and the others standing nearby, Li Zhe's heart skipped a beat. He wondered, could this all be connected to Ma Yisheng and his group? If that were the case, things were about to get complicated for him. After all, Li Zhe was acutely aware of what he had done today. It was precisely his actions that had caused Ma Yisheng and Liang Qiu Feng to lose their eligibility for military training. The realization of his actions, coupled with the thought of who had caused all this, sent a wave of panic through Li Zhe's heart. He had known who the person behind it all was, and the realization filled him with deep anxiety and tension. He feared the repercussions this might bring. Li Zhe had always assumed that since both parties held such prominent positions within the capital, even if they harbored deep grievances, things wouldn't escalate to an irreparable standoff. Yet now, the matter had been brought out into the open, and endless panic began to surge within Li Zhe. But soon, Han Feng spoke coldly, Li Zhe, come over here immediately. Hearing this, Li Zhe and his two companions nodded without hesitation and strode forward swiftly. Han Feng finally spoke, his voice icy, I hear that earlier today, you revoked Ma Yisheng and Liang Qiu Feng's military training qualifications? Yes, Li Zhe replied without hesitation, then raised his head to explain, but sir, we had valid reasons. The student union regulations explicitly state that freshmen cannot leave military training arbitrarily. Subsequently, we revoked their training eligibility according to those regulations. This was also to set an example for all other freshmen, so they understand how military training should be approached. Hearing this, Han Feng snorted coldly, according to regulations? Does that regulation state that once you suspect any irregularities, you must consult their assigned counselors and relevant witnesses? At the very least, we should have determined who was at fault and who was not. Have you ever heard of such a thing? Li Zhe froze instantly upon hearing this. Of course he knew about that procedure. But, seeing Li Zhe's reaction, Han Feng sneered coldly, Humph, Li Zhe, so it seems you know the procedure and who's right and who's wrong, huh? Li Zhe was instantly speechless. At that moment, he fully grasped the situation. It had reached a point beyond reconciliation. Without hesitation, he spoke up, Teacher, I know I was wrong. There were indeed procedural errors involved. I never imagined it would. I was probably just hot-headed at the time. Seeing how this year's freshmen genuinely lacked respect for military training, I got angry and acted out. Teacher Han, believe me, I absolutely did not mean to deliberately make things difficult for them. I can apologize to them. As he spoke, Li Zhe hurriedly turned to look at Ma Yisheng and Liang Qiu Feng, saying, Classmates Ma Yisheng and Liang Qiu Feng, I'm truly sorry. My personal actions earlier caused you some trouble, and I sincerely hope you can forgive me. I've truly recognized my mistake and will never repeat it. I hope you can forgive me. Hearing this, Ma Yisheng finally smiled. From start to finish, all that had transpired had truly shown him the diverse nature of humanity. Whether people were good or bad, no matter what they had done, he now saw that when they hit a brick wall and inevitably faced consequences, everyone began to regret their actions. The thought amused Ma Yisheng. He curled his lips and remarked, Li Zhe, is it? Now you regret it? Now you think you didn't follow the proper procedures? When you issued that notice to us back then, didn't I try time and again to explain this to you? Didn't I tell you there were hidden circumstances behind it? It seems like back then. Li Zhe, you never intended to listen to my explanation. This all happened just half an hour ago. How arrogant you were back then, even telling me, oh, Ma Yisheng, you've messed with the wrong people. Guess you're just out of luck. Ma Yisheng responded to Li Zhe with such sarcastic and bitter words. The moment these words left his mouth, Li Zhe's face flushed a deep crimson. He was beyond embarrassed and filled with regret. How could he not remember what he had said back then? Li Zhe had assumed that now he had someone backing him up, that big brother who had found him, that was what allowed him to exercise certain privileges. The thought alone filled him with immense joy. He believed he had finally found a powerful ally, ensuring smooth sailing for his future endeavors. Little did he expect to hit a brick wall now, leaving him filled with regret. Li Zhe desperately wanted to say something more, but for a moment, he couldn't find the words. Meanwhile, Lu Shanfeng and Peng Wangliang beside him frowned and began to morally pressure Ma Yisheng. Ma Yisheng, we just made a minor procedural error, right? Besides, we've apologized and withdrawn that notice. Is it going to hurt you? Why are you being so relentless and pushing us so hard now? Exactly. Ma Yisheng, Liang Qiu Feng, we can apologize right here. Why make such a big deal out of this? It's completely unnecessary. Hearing their words, Ma Yisheng laughed heartily. Gentlemen, it seems you haven't grasped the full context of this situation. Back then, you insisted that Liang Qiu Feng and I had done something wrong, refusing to listen to our explanations at all.
Where were you back then? Why didn't you think about today's consequences then? Now that trouble's hit, you're suddenly regretting it and thinking about apologizing? Too late. Truly unnecessary. To me, your actions make you look like nothing but clowns. Realizing your mistake, feeling regret, and apologizing now it's all meaningless. Lu Shanfeng and Pang Guangliang fell silent.
At this moment, neither could utter a word, utterly at a loss.
Immediately after, Han Feng coldly demanded from the side, Li Zhe, I'm asking you now who exactly ordered you to do this? In an instant, Li Zhe fell silent.
He didn't know how to explain himself, nor what to do.
How could he possibly have the courage to reveal the identity of the person behind him?
The mere thought of that person's status and influence within the capital sent panic surging through Li Zhe's heart. He thought to himself, if he really revealed the truth, he'd likely never be able to hold his head high at the capital's university again. Worse still, he might even face retaliation from that person. The consequences would haunt him for the rest of his life. After much internal struggle, Li Zhe resolved to stand by his friend in this moment. He reasoned that if he covered for the person, their satisfaction might lead them to help him out of trouble later.
But just then, Ma Yisheng gave a cold chuckle beside him. Is it Han Li? How did you know?
169, Coercion and Inducement. Li Zhe's choice seeking gold tickets.
For a split second, Li Zhe froze.
Then, he instinctively asked Ma Yisheng. But the moment the words left his mouth, Li Zhe froze again. He never imagined that he had just blurted out those words unconsciously, indirectly revealing the mastermind behind the scheme. Instantly, Li Zhe was overcome with regret, his eyes brimming with frustration and anger.
Looking at Li Zhe, Ma Yisheng burst into laughter. Li Zhe, I thought you had at least a modicum of intelligence. But now you've just indirectly admitted it? Tell me, how did someone with your brain manage to get this far? It's laughable just thinking about it.
Li Zhe fell silent, his eyes fixed intently on Ma Yisheng, at a loss for words.
Then, Ma Yisheng continued, tell me, what exactly is the whole story behind this?
If you had any sense at all, you'd realize how unfavorable today's situation is for you. Don't even think about playing the loyal friend card and covering for Han Li.
It won't do you any good.
I'll be settling accounts with Han Li myself very soon. Let me make this crystal clear and consider it my advice to you. Han Li is nothing in front of me. Don't count on him saving your ass in the end. So, if you have any sense at all, tell me the whole story honestly. Otherwise, when I eventually pin this entire incident on you, it'll be too late. For a moment, Li Zhe frowned, pondering whether Ma Yisheng's words were truth or deception. At the same time, he recalled Ma Yisheng's status and influence within the capital. It seemed unlikely that the man would make such accusations without cause or spread rumors recklessly. This thought only deepened Li Zhe's sorrow. After much internal struggle, Li Zhe finally sighed and said slowly, alright, I'll tell you. It all started when Guo Rui approached me, asking for my help to stand up for him. He then told me it was Han Li who instructed him. I even confirmed it with Han Li himself. He only wanted to teach you a lesson, planning to find a way to show off in front of you afterward.
Who would have thought it would end up like this? Ma Yisheng chuckled. So it was Guo Rui and Han Li after all. I suppose the two of them must have colluded beforehand, right? Li Zhe gave a bitter smile.
Whether they colluded or not, I can't say for certain.
But it's obvious they have some connection. Otherwise, why would Han Li be the one to step forward?
Li Zhe continued, Ma Yisheng, I was merely doing a favor for someone else.
I hope you understand. Han Li's status and influence are far beyond what I could ever hope to oppose.
I have no standing to defy his demands, which is why I agreed to his request.
I never imagined you possessed such formidable strength. Ma Yisheng snorted coldly. What? When you were scheming against me, did you ever consider this outcome? What good does regret do now?
Li Zhe pleaded urgently, I've already admitted my mistake, Ma Yisheng.
Why must you press me so relentlessly? I understand what I did wrong and will change my ways. I won't cross you again. Why won't you let it go? Ma Yisheng laughed coldly, what good is knowing you're wrong?
There's no such thing as a regret pill in this world.
If only you'd known then what you know now. It's too late for regrets now, Li Zhe. We're all adults here, why play these childish games?
If you've made a mistake, you have to pay the price for it.
With that, Ma Yisheng folded his arms and fell silent.
Han Feng, who had witnessed the entire exchange, finally spoke up. He understood that the moment had come for him to step in.
Han Feng looked at Li Zhe and said, Li Zhe, starting today, you, Lu Shanfeng, and Pang Guangliang, all three of you are expelled. You are forbidden from entering the student union from now on, and I expect to see none of you there again. At Han Feng's words, the faces of Li Zhe and the other two turned ashen. They finally grasped that today marked their complete and utter downfall. Even if they try to explain themselves now, it would likely be pointless. Then, Han Feng added, however, there is still one chance for you to redeem yourselves. At these words, Li Zhe's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly spoke up, teacher, tell me.
As long as you let me redeem myself, as long as you keep me in the student council, I'll do anything you ask.
Han Feng shook his head. Keeping you in the student council is absolutely out of the question. However, I can still give you something to do. I can reduce your punishment.
Originally, I intended to publicly reprimand all three of you, but considering your sincere attitude in admitting your mistakes, I'm giving you a chance. If you bring Guo Rui here immediately, I will rescind the public reprimand against you. However, this will not affect the decision to expel all three of you from the student union.
Li Zhe fell silent once more. He was torn.
The thought of a complete falling out, coupled with the possibility of Han Li's future accusations and schemes against him, filled Li Zhe with bitter anguish. It could even leave him caught between two sides, with everyone viewing him as a traitor.
To be manipulated like this, only to expose the mastermind behind it all.
Immediately afterward, Ma Yisheng, ever the sharp observer, instantly discerned the hesitation in Li Zhe's eyes.
He gave a cold laugh and said, Li Zhe, are you still thinking about acting on impulse at this point?
If it were me, I probably would have spilled the beans long ago. Otherwise, facing disciplinary action from the school, don't even think about continuing your studies here.
Every classmate around you would mock you for it. But if you really spill the beans now, even if Han Li tries to scheme against you later, you'll have the moral high ground. As long as you don't do anything reckless, it won't affect you too much in the end. You should be smart enough to understand this, right?
Listening to Ma Yisheng's words, Li Zhe's eyes darted around.
After much internal struggle, he finally nodded. Alright, I'll do it.
With that, Li Zhe picked up his phone and dialed a number.
Soon, the call connected, and Guo Rui's voice came through the speakerphone. Hey, brotherly, haha, why did you suddenly remember to call me now? Did you finally sort out that Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng situation? 170 Li Zhe betrays, lures Guo Rui. Please vote.
After much internal struggle, Li Zhe forced a smile and said, yes, both of them are taken care of. I won't be able to participate in this year's military training, but next year I'll be joining the freshmen.
I was just thinking about inviting you over to celebrate. Oh, right, I'm at the principal's office. Brother Han is here too.
You should hurry over. Upon hearing Li Zhe's words, Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng exchanged a glance.
In that instant, they nearly burst out laughing. They never imagined Li Zhe could lie so smoothly without batting an eye, deceiving Guo Rui by claiming Han Li was here too. But they understood why things had turned out this way. Wasn't it all because Guo Rui had contacted Han Li, only to be repeatedly outmaneuvered by him until he ended up like this? Given the circumstances, using Han Li as a pretext seemed perfectly reasonable. Sure enough, Guo Rui paused for a moment on the other end of the line, but quickly responded with excitement. Brother Han is there too? That's fantastic. Hold on a moment, I'll be right over. Never imagined I'd actually get to visit the principal's office at school one day. How impressive. But I know it's all because of Brother Han. Alright, I'm on my way. I'll come meet Brother Han and the principal too. With that, Guo Rui hung up. Li Zhe exhaled deeply, then turned to Han Feng beside him and said, Teacher, I've already called Guo Rui over. Could you let me leave first? I just can't bring myself to face him. We were laughing and joking together, and I was even planning to do something for him, to help him out in the future. But now this has happened. If he finds out what I did, I won't be able to show my face around here anymore. Could you just let me go? Hearing Li Zhe's words, Han Feng hesitated slightly before turning to look at Ma Yisheng. Clearly, he intended to leave this decision to Ma Yisheng. The latter merely shrugged and said, Alright, go ahead. This matter has little to do with you now. Once Guo Rui arrives, I'll make him pay the price. Hearing this, Li Zhe felt as if he'd been granted a pardon. He nodded urgently, his face filled with gratitude, before quickly striding away. Watching Li Zhe depart, Jiang Yumeng chuckled beside him. Seems you still know how to avoid making things too tense, little Ma. Ma Yisheng gave a bitter smile. Uncle Jiang, please don't flatter me like that. It's not that I know how to avoid escalating things, I just see no point in it. Whether it's Li Zhe or Director Chen DeBeo, they've both paid the price they deserve for this incident. If I keep pressing the issue relentlessly, it won't bring me any good either. Those who sow evil will reap its consequences. They'll pay for it in time. There's no point in me clinging to this like a leech. With that, Ma Yisheng chuckled softly, rose to his feet, pulled out a pack of expensive cigarettes from his pocket, and walked over to Jiang Yumeng, offering them to him. Jiang Yumeng chuckled. You youngster, learning such social graces from your father, you're getting better and better at it. Ma Yisheng hurriedly replied, Oh, Uncle Jiang, you're too kind. You're my senior, and given the relationship between you and my father, isn't it only natural for me to offer you a cigarette? Jiang Yumeng chuckled, shook his head with a wry smile, and said no more. After that, Ma Yisheng offered one cigarette each to Liang Qiu Feng and the other smokers present. Liang Qiu Feng really didn't want to smoke, he felt awkward about it, but Ma Yisheng insisted so strongly, even telling him it was fine, to just go ahead and smoke. Even Jiang Yumeng chuckled in approval, so everyone in the office began puffing away. Han Feng, however, took a drag, glanced at Ma Yisheng and Liang Qiu Feng, and said, Guys, I'm truly sorry. It's unacceptable that the student union has let this happen. I'll address this immediately tonight when I get back. This kind of thing won't happen again.
I need to thoroughly reorganize the student union internally. More and more people are exploiting their connections and so-called brotherly loyalty to harm freshmen. Today it was your situation that came to light, but who knows how many more scandals will be exposed in the future.
By then, it will be too late. Qiu Feng and his group remained silent. Instead, Jiang Yumeng chuckled beside them, while said, "Xiaohan,
your attitude shows you haven't gone completely bad, you still have some sense. Alright, if there's nothing else, finish the cigarette and get back to work.
I don't want to meddle too much in the student union, but I hope you understand its purpose. It exists to serve the students, to serve the school, and to act as a bridge between the school committee leadership and the student body. I don't want to see incidents like this happen again in the future."
Han Feng nodded without hesitation.
He took 2 quick puffs, stubbed out the cigarette, and left without delay. How could he not know that he was no longer needed here? Lingering any longer would serve little purpose.
Better to hurry and demonstrate his earnest attitude toward this matter. After a quick farewell, he extinguished his cigarette and hurriedly withdrew with respectful deference.
Afterward, Han Feng exhaled deeply, thinking to himself, "Thankfully, this has nothing to do with me." But thankfully, he reacted quickly.
Otherwise, he might have paid the price for this alongside Chen Debao today.
But just as he took his first step away, Han Feng spotted Chen Debao approaching.
Seeing Chen Debao carrying various office supplies, his face bitter as he prepared to leave, Han Feng hesitated for a moment before stepping forward and saying, "Director Chen." Hearing his name, Chen Debao turned and saw Han Feng approaching. His eyes filled with guilt and embarrassment.
He gave a bitter smile. "Don't call me Director Chen.
I'm Deputy Director Chen, now hardly a director at all."
Han Feng chuckled. "I know Director Chen has indeed encountered some issues today and suffered some repercussions.
But I hope you understand, Director Chen, that there might still be room for maneuver."
Chen Debao asked, his voice tinged with urgency. "Teacher Han, what exactly do you mean by that?"
Han Feng chuckled, slung his arm around Chen Debao's shoulder, and headed toward his new office nearby.
Once inside, Han Feng lit another cigarette and said, "Think about it, what really caused today's incident?" Chen Debao gave a bitter smile.
"It's all because I listened to Han Li's advice, only to end up provoking someone I shouldn't have."
Han Feng chuckled. "And who exactly did you provoke? Ma Yisheng, right?" Chen Debao nodded.
Han Feng continued, "It's precisely because you provoked Ma Yisheng that you're now going through all this and facing these consequences."
"Doesn't that mean Ma Yisheng is more powerful than Han Li?"
Chen Debao replied without hesitation, "Of course it is."
"But soon," he asked, "Director Han, what do you mean by that? Ma Yisheng's formidable power, we've all witnessed it today in this Beijing circle. You wouldn't be thinking of kicking me while I'm down, would you?"
Han Feng hastily shook his head.
"Of course not.
I just wanted Director Chen to understand that Han Li clearly doesn't hold a candle to Ma Yisheng.
Given that, why wouldn't you try to build some rapport with Ma Yisheng and young Master Ma afterward?" "Oh? What do you mean?" 171 Han Feng's suggestion, scheming against the director? Seeking gold tickets.
Originally, Chen Debao felt exceptionally bitter inside.
He never imagined he'd actually hit a brick wall today. He'd even lost his position as director because of it.
In the future, he would never be able to hold his head high again in front of the countless teachers and students at the university. In all the years since Jingchun University's founding, it was extremely rare for someone in a high-ranking position to be demoted. Now, this very thing had happened to Chen Debao. Needless to say, the bitterness in his heart was profound. Upon hearing Han Feng's words now, Chen Debao felt as though he had grasped a sliver of hope.
He urgently asked, "Director Han, what exactly do you mean by that? Don't keep me in suspense, tell me right away."
"If this matter can truly be resolved, I'll treat you to a meal myself." Han Feng chuckled and said, "There's no need for a meal. It's just that, Director Chen, you've truly worked diligently at this school all these years. So even though you made a mistake today, it's hardly a capital offense. Think about it if you find a way to get close to young Master Ma and whisper in his ear. Given the relationship between Ma Yisheng and our principal, don't you think a few words from him could work in your favor? What if, because of a single word from young Master Ma, the principal revokes this punishment? Wouldn't you still be able to sit in the director's chair?" Hearing this, Chen Debao's heart skipped a beat. He understood perfectly well that Han Feng's words made sense. But soon, a slight hesitation crept into Chen Debao's mind as he asked curiously, "Director Han, I understand everything you're saying is correct. But why are you going out of your way to help me? This clearly doesn't benefit you at all." Han Feng chuckled softly. "The person who replaced you as Deputy Director of Academic Affairs, oh, wait, now Director, and took your position. He had some conflicts with me before. He abused his authority and caused me some trouble, which led to me being heavily ostracized in the student union at the time. Though years have passed, I've never forgotten it. If Director Chen were to return to his position, I'd hope he could help me resolve this matter." Hearing this, Chen Debao narrowed his eyes. It's no wonder that in the capital, even among the faculty of Capital University, there's so much scheming and backstabbing. Chen Debao hadn't anticipated that Han Feng had such deep-seated conflicts with the newly appointed director of the Academic Affairs Office. After a moment's thought, Chen Debao nodded eagerly, his face full of agreement.
Alright, since you have this conflict, Director Han, and you're now seeking my help to resolve it, how could I stand idly by?
Director Han, rest assured I will resolve this matter for you in due course.
For now, I need to find a way to connect with Ma Yisheng and create some overlap.
Han Feng chuckled softly.
Simple. Let me put it this way.
As he spoke, Han Feng leaned closer, narrowing his eyes and chuckling. The principal is about to summon Guo Rui, the instigator, at the heart of this storm.
Guo Rui will be here shortly.
If you draft a warning disciplinary notice right now, issue warnings to Guo Rui and his group, and announce it to the entire school. Make sure Guo Rui and his crew suffer thoroughly, the harsher, the better. That way, young Master Ma will be even more pleased. Once Guo Rui and his crew pay the price, young Master Ma will be thoroughly impressed with you, seeing you as someone with some brains and clear thinking.
Once young Master Ma is satisfied, won't he praise you? And when Principal Jiang overhears this exchange, what do you think his reaction will be?
Chen Debao's eyes lit up at these words.
He raised his thumb in admiration and exclaimed, "Brilliant, Director Han. That's absolutely brilliant.
If we do this, young Master Ma won't be so angry with me anymore, and I'll be able to get my position back. As for the deputy director who replaced me, I actually have evidence of several instances where he abused his authority.
Then I'll be able to take action against him. But I'm afraid it'll only be a suspension pending investigation. Only after the school's investigation concludes will he finally lose his current position. Ah, it's a pity we've worked together for so many years.
Though he has a terrible temper, at least his work ethic is decent." Chen Debao looked at Han Feng and chuckled. "Actually, Director Han, you've helped me so much today, I naturally have to treat you to a meal." Hearing this, Han Feng smiled contentedly.
Heh, it seems Director Chen has come to understand. In that case, I won't disturb Director Chen any further.
I'll be heading off to handle some matters myself. After all, with the matter involving young Master Ma today, I have some things to handle myself. The matter Han Feng mentioned handling was actually quite straightforward. It concerned Li Zhe and the others. Under these circumstances, Chen Debao hurriedly rose to see Han Feng off. Returning to his desk, he swiftly began drafting the relevant disciplinary documents. While editing the document, Chen Debao chuckled to himself, who would have thought? Oh my, there's actually so much going on between Director Han and the deputy director? But that's fine too. If it means I can regain my position as director, what does it matter if I offend someone? Meanwhile, at the entrance of the faculty office building, Guo Rui appeared, chatting and laughing with Jiang Shang and Shen Feiyu by his side. Their faces radiated pure joy. Guo Rui had just explained everything that had happened to them, including how Han Li was currently waiting for him in the principal's office. Guo Rui laughed heartily. "See? I told you. As long as I, Guo Rui, am here. With my connections and standing, how could anyone scheme against me? Even if Ma Yisheng has endless grievances, the school can only punish him according to regulations. He'll just have to swallow his anger. And now, Brother Han is already in the principal's office, proof of his recognition of me. Think about it, with Brother Han standing in the capital, who else would have the standing to personally come to the school to handle matters?" Hearing Guo Rui's words, Jiang Shang and Shen Feiyu beside him chuckled. They quickly gave him a thumbs up and said admiringly, "Yeah, Brother Rui, you're absolutely right. All this is because of you. Once this matter is resolved, we brothers will treat Brother Rui to a meal. We'll have a good drink together then." 172 Guo Rui, touched? Troubles brewing. Seeking gold tickets. Guo Rui waved his hand dismissively. No problem, no problem. Everything's fine. We'll have plenty of time together in the future. With two brothers as loyal as you, how could I ever let anything bad happen to you? Come on, let's head to the principal's office on the top floor. Today, we're going to make some noise about this. As he spoke, Guo Rui let out a cocky laugh before heading to the elevator. After pressing the button, the three of them stepped inside to ascend. They happened to run into Han Feng coming out. Recognizing Han Feng, the trio hurriedly greeted him with respectful courtesy. Han Feng smiled faintly, the corners of his mouth lifting, a trace of mockery flickering in his eyes. He watched as Guo Rui and his two companions stepped into the elevator and ascended. He couldn't help but curl his lips slightly, murmuring coldly, "Guo Rui, huh? Oh dear, just thinking about what you're about to face makes me laugh. Hope you won't have anywhere to cry when the time comes." Inside the elevator, Guo Rui and his companions were exceptionally cheerful, smiles plastered across their faces. Earlier, they had worried whether Ma Yisheng's situation might cause them some trouble. But now it seemed their worries were completely unfounded. Li Zhe even informed them that Han Li and the others had already arrived at the school and had even resolved the matter for him. Honestly, Guo Rui had spent the entire day at school. After going through all this, what he wanted most was for the matter to be resolved. Thankfully, it was finally resolved. Guo Rui couldn't express how happy he felt. Standing in the elevator, Jiang Shang and Shen Feiyu beside him kept praising him non-stop. "Brother Rui, the people you know are truly amazing.
That brother Han once things settle down, why don't we treat him to a meal ourselves? Yeah, Shin Feiyu chimed in.
We might not have much cash, but if we chip in, we can definitely treat Brother Han to a decent meal.
Ha!
Hearing this, Guo Rui smiled contentedly, nodding with satisfaction.
Not bad, not bad. At least now you two understand how to curry favor with others.
But let me be perfectly clear with you both, Brother Han Li's status and standing in the capital make him someone we absolutely must cultivate a deep relationship with. If we truly serve him well, we won't have to worry about anything in the future.
Think about it, with his standing in the capital and his connections, if we ever ran into trouble, how could he not resolve it? With Brother Han's protection, I'm sure we'll thrive at Capital University. Just then, a ding sounded as the elevator reached the top floor. Guo Rui stepped out first, his eyes brimming with unmistakable arrogance. Following closely behind, Guo Rui glanced around before heading straight for the president's office.
Soon, he arrived at the door of the president's office.
He knocked, and from inside came President Jiang Yumen's reply, "Come in."
At that moment, Guo Rui chuckled softly, his eyes brimming with satisfaction and anticipation. He was already thinking about what he would say when he encountered Han Li next, and how he could express his gratitude. Truthfully, the two had never crossed paths before. It was only after Guo Rui joined the basketball team at Capital University that he met Han Li by chance. Han Li had developed a modest interest in basketball, and after Guo Rui helped him with some basketball-related matters, Han Li grew somewhat appreciative of Guo Rui. This led him to consider assisting Guo Rui with certain issues. Through these interactions, the two gradually became acquainted. This was Guo Rui's first time asking Han Li for help. He'd been nervous beforehand, worried Han Li might refuse, but things had turned out surprisingly smoothly. Not only did Han Li agree immediately, but he also brought Guo Rui so many benefits. The thought of rejoining the basketball team, of becoming a key player again, of appearing daily before Zhang Guanjue and Ma Yisheng to taunt them, even Liang Qiu Feng, filled Guo Rui with immense satisfaction. He pushed open the door, a smile spreading across his face. The moment the door swung open, he called out excitedly from outside, "Principal, hello. It's Guo Rui." But in that instant, before Guo Rui could finish his greeting, he froze in place. For in that office, there was no sign of Han Li. Instead, he saw Principal Zhang Weiman, Liang Qiu Feng, Ma Yisheng, and others. Even Zhang Guanjue was there, along with a teacher he didn't recognize. Guo Rui and his two companions froze in place. Behind them, Jiang Sheng and Shin Feiyu also wore expressions of astonishment. The two stepped around to Guo Rui's side, their brows furrowing deeply as they took in the scene before them. A chill ran through each of them. What was going on? Hadn't Li Zhe just called him saying Han Li was here? Why was Han Li nowhere to be found now? Could it be? Suddenly, Guo Rui remembered something. He chuckled softly, realizing what had happened. He thought to himself, could it be that Han Li has something else to attend to? After all, as the young master of the Han clan, someone of Han Li's stature and status surely had countless matters to attend to every day. How could he possibly be handling his affairs non-stop, waiting here for him all this time? By now, Han Li had probably already explained all the consequences of the matter and then left here with peace of mind. This thought filled Guo Rui with deep gratitude for Han Li's unwavering dedication and meticulous planning. Then another thought struck him, could it be that Han Li had already lectured Ma Yisheng and the others? Perhaps he had made them so fearful that they dared not harbor any other thoughts toward him at this very moment, leading to this outcome? 173. Are you genuinely foolish, or just brainless? Seeking gold tickets. After pondering this, Guo Rui stepped forward. He looked at Ma Yisheng, gave a cold, mocking smile, and said, Ma Yisheng, I never expected you to show up so quickly. Did Brother Han lecture you and make you realize your mistakes? Are you waiting here to apologize to me? Who would have thought someone like you, with your status and connections, would end up humiliated today? Where's all that swagger you used to flaunt? Where's that arrogant attitude you had when facing me? Why can't you muster any of it now? Who'd have thought? Did you finally realize you'd hit a brick wall and now see your mistake? But it's fine. There's still Coach Shang, the unrivaled one. As long as you, Ma Yisheng, and this Liang Qiu Feng all apologize to me together, I'm magnanimous enough to let this matter slide. As Guo Rui spoke, he suddenly noticed that Ma Yisheng and the others standing nearby showed not a single flicker of emotion. For some reason, he sensed something was terribly off, yet he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Yet Guo Rui remained utterly unaware of this observation, his mind not even remotely considering what might be unfolding. He then turned to glance at the principal standing nearby and said, You must be Principal Zhen? I imagine Brother Han has already informed you. I never imagined that him helping me with this minor matter would actually involve you, Principal. But since Brother Han is here, I'm sure you're aware of the situation and know how to handle it. Before Guo Rui could say another word, Principal Zhang Weiman slammed his fist down on the table. His gaze fixed on Guo Rui, his eyes blazing with fury, his displeasure palpable. The commotion caused Guo Rui to freeze instinctively, his entire body trembling. He was stunned, utterly bewildered as to why the principal would react with such fury. His brow furrowed instantly as he blurted out, Principal, what are you doing?
Didn't Brother Han make it clear to you about our relationship? I'm Guo Rui. I'm the one Han specifically sent here to handle matters. How dare you yell at me like this? Don't you fear that Han? Shut up.
Jiang Yumeng finally roared again, then coldly declared, Guo Rui, as a student of Capital University and captain of its basketball team, you've bullied classmates and lorded over the team.
Such conduct has severely damaged the reputation of Capital University's basketball program. I am formally notifying you. Before the principal could finish, a knock sounded at the office door. Jiang Yumeng frowned but instinctively said, come in.
Everyone turned to see Chen Debao holding a document, scurrying eagerly inside.
Seeing Chen Debao appear, Jiang Yumeng frowned and instinctively asked, what are you doing here? Chen Debao chuckled and hurried forward. Principal, it's like this. After packing up my things, I immediately drafted a disciplinary notice for Gui Rui, Jiang Shang, and Shin Feiyu. Would you like to review it? Hearing this, the principal narrowed his eyes, a hint of satisfaction and relief flickering in his gaze. He even murmured a soft before taking the document Chen Debao offered. The document read, in light of Guo Rui and others' various misconduct, the school will place them on probation.
Additionally, Guo Rui will receive a special gift in the form of a severe warning.
Seeing the punishment outlined, Jiang Yumeng was quite satisfied. He slowly said, very good, Chen Debao. It seems some matters truly require your handling. All these years, you've proven yourself worthy of being the director of academic affairs. I'm very satisfied with your work, and you're perfectly suited for the role. However, Jiang Yumeng gave a bitter smile. But now that the deputy director has taken over as director, if I were to simply remove him and reinstate you, it would seem a bit too arbitrary. After all, as the president of Capital University, I can't be so arbitrary about everything, can I? Hearing Jiang Yumeng's words, Chen Debao nodded repeatedly beside him. Yes. You're absolutely right, President. Your word carries great weight, and you handle matters with such methodical precision. How could I ever dare to disregard your directives? It's just that newly appointed deputy director, who is about to become the full director, does indeed have some issues with his work style. At this remark, Jiang Yumeng narrowed his eyes. He then took a document Chen Debao handed him and began scanning it intently. After finishing, Jiang Yumeng looked up at Chen Debao, his gaze now tinged with a hint of surprise. He never imagined Chen Debao could be so astute, having calculated such matters. After a moment's thought, he chuckled softly. Well, it seems Director Chen has already arranged everything. Alright, since that's the case, I'll leave this matter in your hands. Given the serious misconduct of the deputy director, he should be disciplined according to the school's regulations. Understood, Principal. Rest assured, I'll handle this properly. With that, Chen Debao bowed and hurriedly withdrew from the room. Stepping outside the office, Chen Debao narrowed his eyes, feeling an indescribable sense of satisfaction. At that moment, he felt profound gratitude toward Han Feng. He never imagined that the suggestion Han Feng had just offered would so thoroughly resolve his immediate predicament. Not only had it secured disciplinary action against Guo Rui and the others, sparing the principal from having to deliberate on the matter, but it also ensured that the deputy director who had been poised to replace him would now face severe reprimands according to school regulations, potentially even resulting in his demotion. Chen Debao was relieved to have evidence of the other party's actions, which had even turned his situation around at this critical moment. Otherwise, today would have been his complete downfall. Where once they had been two conspirators in disarray, now Chen Debao had utterly undermined his opponent. Back in the principal's office, Guo Rui was utterly dumbfounded. Watching the events unfold before him, he stared in disbelief as Chen Debao walked out. Finally snapping out of it, he turned to Jiang Yumeng and blurted out, Principal, what do you mean? You're going to punish me? But Han Li brother Han clearly. Before Guo Rui could finish, Jiang Yumeng gave a cold snort. Meanwhile, Ma Yisheng and the others seated on the sofa behind them could no longer contain their amusement, bursting into hearty laughter. Zhang Guanjue and Gui Jixiang, however, maintained their composure, merely suppressing their amusement with quiet chuckles. As Guo Rui turned his gaze toward him, Ma Yisheng said coldly, Guo Rui, I honestly don't know whether to call you foolish or brainless. Can't you see, today's events have absolutely nothing to do with Han Li? 174, doing a favor, the Beijing University president's delight-seeking gold tickets. What? Impossible. Guo Rui shouted. But Li Zhe clearly called me saying Brother Han was right here. How could he not be? Was he lying to me? At this point, Guo Rui snapped out of it. He shot a surprised glance at Ma Yisheng and the others, blurting out, You're tricking me? For a moment, Ma Yisheng burst into laughter. Ha, Guo Rui, it seems you're not as dumb as I thought. You actually figured out we were tricking you, treating you like a fool. That's right. Before today's events unfolded, I had no idea you and Han Li were connected. It was only after they kept naming Han Li and then naming you one after another in front of me that I finally pieced together the whole story. Ma Yisheng lit a cigarette and began puffing away right there in the principal's office. Guo Rui thought to himself, where on earth is this? This is the principal's office. Who would dare smoke carelessly here?
Seeing Ma Yisheng so calm and the principal standing by saying nothing, clearly tacitly approving it all, made Guo Rui realize that Ma Yisheng's influence was likely far greater than he had imagined.
At the same time, Guo Rui's brow furrowed as a hint of unease crept into his heart.
He sensed things were unfolding in a way he hadn't anticipated. Just then, Ma Yisheng chuckled and said, "Guo Rui, I don't want to explain things to you in detail.
All I can tell you is that you're being incredibly foolish. To actually think of seeking Han Li's help to solve your problems, do you have any idea that Han Li is nothing to me? Even if I say a single word, Han Li wouldn't dare utter a peep." Guo Rui fell instantly silent.
He realized he had misjudged the situation. Earlier, just as Guo Rui had imagined, he had genuinely hoped that through his own petty schemes and by concealing Ma Yisheng's true identity, Han Li would remain utterly unaware of who was right and who was wrong in this situation.
That way, Han Li would be manipulated into taking action against Ma Yisheng. He had even confidently assumed that since these wealthy young men crossed paths frequently, things wouldn't escalate. But then,
now, listening to Ma Yisheng speak these words, Guo Rui felt an overwhelming mix of emotions.
Was he truly about to concede defeat? Could it be that the powerful faction he knew was truly nothing in front of Ma Yisheng?
Just then, the principal spoke slowly from the side. "Since the disciplinary notice from the Academic Affairs Office has been issued, we shall proceed according to its directives. Starting today, you, Jiang Sheng, and Xin Feiyu will each serve a one-year probationary period.
Under this severe warning, you will be barred from participating in any academic coursework for this year. After 1 year, based on your conduct, if your performance is satisfactory, you may restart from the current stage. In other words, you have been held back a grade." Hearing this, Guo Rui felt utterly crushed, panic flashing in his eyes. He finally understood that this moment marked the full weight of the punishment and consequences he deserved. Jiang Sheng and Xin Feiyu beside him immediately panicked, shouting urgently, "Brother Rui, what are we supposed to do now? Didn't you say that after finding Brother Han, everything would be resolved? So what's going on now?" "Yeah, Brother Rui. You promised you could protect us both and get all three of us back on the basketball team. We trusted you so completely, yet now, when trouble hits, you have absolutely no solution." Guo Rui was taken aback. He hadn't expected that the moment trouble struck, these two would instantly turn their anger toward him. He had thought they were so loyal. He'd even imagined them standing by his side, sharing the consequences and confronting those who doubted or schemed against them, a thought that had once filled him with satisfaction. Yet, the so-called loyalty they spoke of, the brotherhood he believed in, had completely crumbled and dissolved the moment trouble struck. Worse still, they were now frantically accusing him in their panic. Thinking of this, Guo Rui turned to Ma Yisheng and demanded, "Young Master Ma, must you really push things this far?" Ma Yisheng laughed immediately. "Am I the one making things final, or are you, Guo Rui? Who do you think is in the wrong here? It was you who kept provoking me all along, jealous of the attention teacher Zhang gave me, jealous of my talent and ability. That's why you did all those things to me time and again. As for teacher Zhang, he merely followed the rules by kicking you off the school basketball team. I thought that would finally make you behave yourself, and then I wouldn't have to do anything to you. But you're just never satisfied. You always have to have everything you want, so you went and found Han Li. You thought Han Li was some big shot in the capital, that he could handle me?" As he spoke, Ma Yisheng suddenly chuckled. Then, as if struck by a thought, he paused. At that moment, Liang Qiu Feng interjected, "It seems you didn't reveal young Master Ma's identity to Han Li, did you? If Han Li had known Ma Yisheng's true status, I doubt he'd have had the guts to step in and solve your problems. Now look at you, your reputation is ruined, and Han Li is about to pay the price for this too." Hearing this, Guo Rui fell silent. Then, instinctively, he pulled out his phone to call Han Li. However, after 2 attempts, he found the call wouldn't connect. He assumed Han Li must be busy with something, but Guo Rui mistakenly believed Han Li had learned the full story and was now trying to find ways to evade responsibility. Suddenly, Guo Rui, a burly man standing 2 meters tall, collapsed onto the ground. His heart felt like ashes, his face drained of color. He finally understood what he was about to face. Moments later, Principal Jiang Yumeng pulled out his phone and made a call. Before long, Han Feng from the student council arrived at the scene once more. The principal handed Han Feng the disciplinary notice and briefed him on the situation. Han Feng then signaled to several people to escort Guo Rui and his 2 companions away. Watching the office return to calm, Ma Yisheng chuckled softly. He nodded slightly to Zhang Guanjue and the others before rising to face Principal Jiang Yumeng. "Uncle Zhang," he said slowly, "I truly thank you for today. Without your help, this matter might never have been resolved. When you have time in the next couple of days, Uncle Zhang, please come to my home. I'll have our chef prepare a few of his signature dishes for you. You can join my father, and we'll have a good drink together." Though Ma Yisheng's words were polite, they were actually a clear statement of his intentions. Ma Yisheng was telling Jiang Yumeng that he would inform his father about this matter. Naturally, Jiang Yumeng needn't worry about owing Ma Yisheng any favors for what he'd done today. The Ma group, his father, would remember everything Jiang Yumeng had done and remember it fondly. Should Jiang Yumeng ever need assistance in the future, he could confidently approach his father.
This arrangement effectively removed Ma Yisheng from the equation. It meant Ma Yisheng had leveraged his father's favor without risking any further repercussions from Jiang Yumeng. In fact, Ma Yisheng had indeed intended to inform his father of this matter.
Liang Qiu Feng's arrival, driving one of only 3 Koenigseggs in the country, piqued the curiosity of both Ma Yisheng and his father, Ma Jianyi.
They both sought to connect with him. Thus, involving Liang Qiu Feng in this matter would spare Ma Yisheng a great deal of trouble. 175 When the wall falls, everyone pushes.
Internal strife? Seeking gold tickets.
This incident stemmed partly from Ma Yisheng's actions and partly from resolving a similar predicament Liang Qiu Feng faced. His father, upon learning of this, would surely say little, perhaps not even reprimand him.
Upon hearing this, Principal Jiang Yumeng chuckled and nodded eagerly. All right. Just give me a call whenever you're free these next couple of days, little Ma. We'll head straight from school to your place. Ma Yisheng gave a slight nod before continuing. All right, Uncle Jiang. Since this matter is settled, we have our own affairs to attend to. I still need to handle things with Han Li. I'll prepare to head back now.
Jiang Yumeng silently nodded, then hurriedly rose to see Ma Yisheng and his companions off. Beside him, Zhang Guanjue and Gui Jishan witnessed this scene and once again marveled at the extensive connections Ma Yisheng possessed.
Goodness! Who was that man beside him? That's Jiang Yumeng, the president of Capital University.
And here he was, standing at the office doorway, personally seeing Ma Yisheng and his group off. The sheer audacity of it was staggering.
When in their lives had they ever received such treatment? Under the president's invitation, everyone entered the elevator.
Inside the elevator, Ma Yisheng chuckled softly, turning to look at Liang Qiu Feng beside him. His heart was bursting with joy as he asked, "Well?
Liang Qiu Feng, how about that? Pretty impressive, huh?"
Liang Qiu Feng gave him a thumbs up.
"Absolutely brilliant. You're truly the young master Ma." Ma Yisheng chuckled. "Already praising me?
I reckon with your family's connections, one phone call from you today would have these people scrambling to solve this for you." Hearing this, Zhang Guanjue and Gui Jishan beside him froze.
They stared at Liang Qiu Feng in astonishment, thinking, could it be that Liang Qiu Feng's influence is even greater than Ma Yisheng's? How is that possible? Liang Qiu Feng, of course, sensed their astonishment.
At that moment, he merely smiled faintly, making no attempt to elaborate further.
Keeping such matters unexplained was far easier than offering explanations.
It even served to keep those who knew or suspected his true identity on guard, potentially sparing him much trouble in the future. But soon, Zhang Guanjue's brow furrowed as he remarked, "I never imagined someone like Chen Debao, who abused his authority so blatantly, could actually return to his former position.
I wonder what the principal is thinking. Who knows what Chen Debao might pull next?
Sigh, if he really schemes against me because of this, I'll have a hard time moving forward." Beside him, Liang Qiu Feng shook his head and chuckled, "Don't worry, Teacher Zhang. Chen Debao won't dare to do anything in the future. In fact, what he did today is like a pledge of loyalty he's sent our way." Zhang Guanjue, standing nearby, looked slightly curious.
"What do you mean by that?" Ma Yisheng chuckled and nodded. "You're right, madman.
Chen Debao clearly knows what lies ahead for him. That's precisely why he so generously handed over Gui Rui's disposition earlier to let the principal follow his solution and spare himself the trouble. His goal was to demonstrate to the principal what he truly desires now, to make it clear that he remains exceptionally eager for this position. At the same time, it was indeed a pledge of loyalty sent to me. Chen Debao clearly wanted me to see his attitude, to see how devoted he was to my cause.
We truly needn't worry about Chen Debao anymore.
He knows full well that Madman and I are both on the basketball team.
If he were to cause trouble for you again,
that would be like rubbing salt in my wounds. He would consider my standing on the basketball team. And certainly, under such vigilant and anxious circumstances, he wouldn't dare do anything to us again.
In fact, Teacher Zhang, you might even rise with the tide. I believe it won't be long before you get promoted, perhaps even to counselor." Ma Yisheng turned to look at Counselor Gui Jishan. Liang Qiu Feng chimed in from the side. "Today, the president has made quite an impression on all 4 of us.
Add to that his favor toward the Ma group and his recognition of Ma Yisheng. The president will surely consider doing something favorable in the future to greatly satisfy young Master Ma. When young Master Ma returns, he might casually mention this to his father. After all, the Ma Group is a shareholder of Capital University and sits on its board of directors. With the Ma Group's backing, Capital University stands to gain immensely in the future. In any case, these matters are nothing but win-wins for the president, nothing but benefits. So, counselor, you're very likely to be promoted. This is also a way to indirectly please young Master Ma." At this revelation, everyone present froze in stunned silence. They truly hadn't imagined the situation could escalate to such an extent. Zhang Guanjue scratched his head and sighed. This is the world of the wealthy and powerful, isn't it? It's complicated just thinking about it. Who would have guessed there were so many twists and turns involved? Ma Yisheng burst out laughing. "It's not really complicated at all. They're just all trying to show off. Since that's the case, we might as well enjoy watching them put on such a show."
What's in it for us? It's all good. Business people chase profits, and everyone uses each other. I've seen this kind of thing my whole life. Even when I was a child, my father would openly express dissatisfaction with certain people, cursing them behind their backs time and again. Yet when it came to business deals with them, he'd put on a smile and welcome them with open arms every single time. Just thinking about it makes me feel helpless. Hearing Ma Yisheng speak thus, the others exchanged glances and burst into quiet laughter, saying nothing more. Beside them, Wei Jixiang spoke with evident emotion, but regardless, if this leads to future promotions, Ma Yisheng and Liang Qiu Feng, you two would be my benefactors. Whatever you need in the future, just give me a shout. If it's within my power to help, I'll find a way to assist you. Ma Yisheng chuckled. Alright, teacher. You are our teacher, and we are merely students. Our primary duty is to focus on our studies and fulfill our responsibilities at school. We wouldn't dare expect such special consideration from our teachers. Finally, everyone quickly reached the first floor and stepped outside. However, as soon as they reached the entrance of the faculty building, they spotted Guo Rui and his two companions standing nearby. The three were arguing heatedly. Jiang Sheng and Xin Feiyu confronted Guo Rui, shouting loudly, "Guo Rui, are you going to handle this matter or not? Xin Feiyu and I trusted you so much, and now that trouble has come, this is how you treat us?" Exactly. Xin Feiyu chimed in from the side. Guo Rui, we've shown you such loyalty, coming here to support you and do things for you. Now you won't even give us the time of day? Hearing this, Guo Rui felt utterly helpless. He shouted back, "Enough! What are you two talking about? Don't you see I'm facing the exact same consequences as you? Do you think I'm happy about us all repeating a year? That Han Li bastard still won't even answer my calls. What can I do? I can't get in touch with him at all. Once I do reach him, I'll demand an explanation and make him fix this." But clearly, that moment hasn't come yet. 176 You're the one under your wife's thumb. Your whole family is under her thumb. Please vote for gold tickets. Then how long do you expect us to wait? Xin Feiyu shouted from the side. Do you want us to wait until the school's official notice arrives? Until we pay the price for this? Until everyone starts mocking us? Is that when you'll finally be satisfied? Instantly, Guo Rui's face turned ashen. Zhang Shen cried out in anguish, finally unable to hold back. He lunged forward, staring at Guo Rui and shouting, "Guo Rui, I don't care. I want to see the student union revoke our punishment right now. We're both from ordinary families, ordinary students. We worked so hard to get into Capital University, hoping to shine on the basketball team and find good jobs after graduation. Now you've ruined both our futures. You're responsible. Take responsibility?" Guo Rui snorted coldly, retorting at Xin Feiyu, "Do you two have any brains? You expect me to take responsibility now? You sought me out yourselves. Back then, you two came out on your own, driven by your own sense of loyalty, wanting to support me. Now that trouble's hit, you come looking for me, demanding I take responsibility? Let me tell you this, even if this situation gets resolved, I, Guo Rui, have no intention of looking after you anymore. You two are on your own." With that, Guo Rui turned to leave. But behind him, Zhang Sheng and Xin Feiyu, seeing Guo Rui about to leave, charged forward like madmen. They tackled him to the ground, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks, beating Guo Rui mercilessly. Witnessing this scene, Ma Yisheng and the others nearby were both amused and exasperated, clutching their sides as they doubled over with laughter. Ma Yisheng shrugged his shoulders, folded his arms, and sneered, "Who would have thought? When the wall falls, everyone pushes." Now Guo Rui has paid the price, and those two brothers beside him, the ones who claimed to be the most loyal and vowed to stand up for him, have suddenly turned on him with fists flying. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled beside him, covering his mouth as he remarked, "What was so worth sacrificing for when you put your fate in someone else's hands? In the end, they still have to pay the price for it." Just then, Han Feng emerged from the faculty building, accompanied by several student council members. Seeing Guo Rui and his group locked in a brawl, they hurried forward to pull them apart. Finally, Guo Rui noticed Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng's group. His brows furrowed instantly as he blurted out, "Ma Yisheng, are you satisfied now? We'll pay the price for this. Are you feeling really pleased with yourself now? Do you feel a sense of accomplishment and pride?" Unexpectedly, Ma Yisheng chuckled and shook his head. "How could you possibly think that of me? Truthfully, throughout my life, I've seen countless people like you, blind and brainless, who try to challenge my authority and status. Do you really think I care about you in the slightest? In the end, you'll be just like the countless others I've seen before, a mere clown who could never possibly affect me. Everything that happened today is simply the price you must pay." With that, Ma Yisheng smiled. "I'm pleased to inform you that you're repeating this year. We'll meet again next year in sophomore year, maybe we'll even be classmates then. Oh, and one more thing, my advisor will never let you join our class, and I certainly won't welcome you either." Hearing Ma Yisheng's scornful words, Guo Rui, held back by other student council members, gritted his teeth, his rage boiling over. Watching them get led away, Ma Yisheng stretched lazily, glancing at his watch. It was already 3 in the afternoon. He pursed his lips, then turned to Zhang Guanjue and Wei Jixiang. You two teachers must have your own matters to attend to, right? Mr. Zhang, rest assured your position as basketball coach is secure. In fact, you and Mr. Guo might even have some other opportunities in the future. Here's wishing you both a bright future ahead. As for Teacher Guo, you needn't worry either. I believe our punishment has been revoked by now, so there's nothing to fret about going forward. As for Madman. At this point, Ma Yisheng chuckled. Now then, shall we go meet Hanli? Liang Qiu Feng chuckled and nodded. After all, for him, he still had a mission to complete. His mission was far from over. The system task had instructed him to investigate the mastermind behind the scenes and successfully resolve the issue. The system hadn't yet indicated the task was complete. Therefore, he would likely need to locate Hanli. Only after something happened between Hanli and him could the matter be resolved. With that, Liang Qiu Feng nodded. Seeing this, Ma Yisheng and Liang Qiu Feng saw off Zhang Guanju and Gui Jixiang. Only then did they head toward the parking lot. Walking along the way, Liang Qiu Feng suddenly remembered something. He pulled out his phone and sent a message directly to Jiang Yumeng. He informed her that matters at the school had been resolved and that he and Ma Yisheng would now attend to some personal business. He also assured her that this personal matter posed no danger and there was no need for concern. He would return before the 5 p.m. end of military training. Ma Yisheng, standing nearby and witnessing this exchange, smirked and remarked, "Man, you really are a wife-controlled husband. Why does it feel like you have to report every little thing to our school's top beauty, Jiang?" Liang Qiu Feng shot him a disapproving look. "What do you mean wife-controlled? It's because I value and care about her deeply. I don't want her worrying about this." Ma Yisheng shrugged. The two finally arrived at the parking lot. Each got into their own car and headed toward the Hans Club. At 3:30 p.m., they pulled up to the Hans Clubhouse. The lobby manager spotted Ma Yisheng and immediately broke into a smile. "Oh, young Master Ma. What brings you here? It's been years since we've seen you at the Han Club. What a pleasant surprise." Ma Yisheng curled his lips. "Cut the pleasantries. I'm here on business today. Where's Han Li? Get him to come out and see me immediately." Hearing this, the lobby manager beside him paused slightly before offering a forced smile. "Young Master Ma, young Master Han is currently resting. He likely won't be able to come over for a while." Ma Yisheng sneered. "Resting? More likely he's entertaining some innocent young lady in a private room, enjoying himself. Now you tell me he's resting? Enough with the nonsense. Get me a private room right now. I'm giving you 10 minutes to bring Hanli here. My patience is limited. If Hanli isn't in that private room to see me by then, you better watch out. I'll smash this damn club to pieces." Hearing Ma Yisheng's unyielding tone, the manager's face froze for a moment. After a brief pause, he nodded. He hurriedly escorted Ma Yisheng upstairs to a private room with a forced smile, then left to fetch the man. While waiting, Ma Yisheng crossed his legs and lit a cigarette for Liang Qiu Feng. 177 No mercy. You're just as stupid as an idiot. Please vote. As the two puffed away, Ma Yisheng sneered, "Let me tell you, this Hanli? He was nothing but a tagalong who used to follow me around. Back in the day, neither Hanli nor his old man had any real standing in the capital. Later, it was only with the help of our family that the Hans Club came into existence. Later, as Hanli gained status and influence, he grew arrogant. It wasn't until I beat him a few times that he finally learned his place." Liang Qiu Feng chuckled. He hadn't expected such a story about Hanli to exist in Ma Yisheng's eyes. But upon reflection, it made perfect sense. After all, the Ma family's status and standing were absolutely unrivaled within the capital's circles. It was only natural that many up-and-coming merchants in the capital, having received assistance from the Ma group, would harbor a certain respect and awe toward them. But soon, Ma Yisheng teased from the side, "Still, I'm sure if you, madman, were to step in, things would probably be resolved even more easily than they were with me." Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly, saying nothing more. He had no desire to engage in this conversation with Ma Yisheng. It held little meaning for him. His sole focus now was resolving this matter. Before long, rapid footsteps echoed outside the private room. The door swung open, revealing a man of fairly proportioned build. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and carried himself with an air of scholarly refinement. He appeared to be in his 20s or 30s, his face betraying a hint of confusion and nervousness. Spotting Ma Yisheng, the man immediately forced a nervous laugh, stepping forward with an obsequious expression. "Young Master Ma, what brings you here? It's been ages since you last visited our Hans Club. Truly unexpected." Ma Yisheng curled his lips, responding coldly, "Hanli, spare me the insincerity. I suspect if I hadn't beaten you a few times before, showing you what I'm capable of and reminding you of the Ma family's standing before your Han family, you wouldn't be acting so respectful. There's no need for this hypocrisy. It makes me sick." The man before him was none other than Hanli. Liang Qiu Feng, standing nearby, clearly saw the expression on Hanli's face. He looked as uncomfortable as if he'd swallowed a fly, utterly awkward. Ma Yisheng continued without further ado, "I won't beat around the bush. I've come here specifically to confront you about this matter.
Hanli froze in surprise for a moment before urgently signaling to the Ma Tre D beside him.
The latter nodded.
Before long, a bottle of premium red wine and 2 packs of high-end cigarettes were brought in from outside. Hanli stepped forward, offering cigarettes to Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng before pouring each a glass of wine.
Ma Yisheng shook his head.
No wine for us, we drove here.
We're pressed for time. After settling things here, I need to head back for military training.
Unlike you, Hanli, who gets to enjoy the pleasures of the flesh daily, I don't have that kind of leisure. Hanli hesitated, then asked curiously, Young Master Ma, I haven't had any conflicts with you recently.
The only thing I've done that might be connected to you. Could it be? The guy who has beef with Guo Rui, is he one of your guys?
If it is your guy, then this whole thing is a real case of mistaken identity. I'm here to apologize on his behalf.
Why don't we just let this go?
After all, it's just petty squabbling among students.
Why let it affect the harmony between us?
At that moment, Ma Yisheng snorted coldly, picked up the red wine glass before him, and flung it directly at Hanli.
In an instant, Hanli's face was drenched in red wine. Hanli froze in shock.
Liang Qiu Feng stood nearby, narrowing his eyes as he silently observed the entire scene. After a moment, Hanli forced an awkward smile, maintaining a facade of composure despite his simmering resentment. He dared not resist in any way.
He spoke slowly, Young Master Ma, what exactly is your intention here? I don't believe I've done anything to provoke you.
Besides, it was just your little lackey who caused a bit of trouble between us.
There's no need to create discord between us.
Ma Yisheng sneered coldly.
Humph, Hanli, are you genuinely thick-headed or just pretending? Do you really think if my underling had actually provoked me, I'd personally come looking for you? It was Guo Rui who provoked me.
What?
Hanli froze instantly.
He stared at Ma Yisheng in front of him, his eyes filled with deep fear. He couldn't believe he'd crossed someone like Ma Yisheng.
Moments later, Hanli was utterly dumbfounded.
His mind went blank, he didn't know how to think or what to say.
After a long moment of astonishment, Ma Yisheng curled his lips.
Well, now you realize how serious this is.
Regretting it?
Just as Ma Yisheng had said.
Hanli truly regretted it now.
He hurriedly spoke up, Young Master Ma, there must be some misunderstanding here. Think about it, given our relationship, if I truly knew it was you, do you really think I'd help Guo Rui's scheme against you? That's completely impossible. Seeing the look of regret on Hanli's face, Ma Yisheng snorted derisively.
He turned to glance at Liang Qiu Feng and said, well, madman? See that?
I told you Hanli used to be nothing but a lapdog in front of me.
He'd never dare show me any disrespect.
Hanli stood nearby, his brows furrowed. He hadn't expected Ma Yisheng to show him such utter disrespect, publicly humiliating him like this in front of others. But Ma Yisheng's next words instantly dissolved all trace of that emotion.
Oh, right, I forgot to introduce you, Ma Yisheng said. This is Liang Qiu Feng, my good brother. He drives one of only 3 Koenigseggs in the country right now. The others? I won't say more. Hanli, you should have enough sense to understand what I'm implying, right? Sure enough, Ma Yisheng's words sent shockwaves through Hanli's heart.
The phrase one of only 3 Koenigseggs in the country alone allowed him to gradually piece together Liang Qiu Feng's true status and standing. This was clearly someone he couldn't possibly go up against.
Moreover, the hint of reverence in Ma Yisheng's voice when mentioning Liang Qiu Feng's name gave Hanli a fresh perspective on the man's standing.
After a moment, Hanli suppressed the rage boiling within him and forced a chuckle. Young Master Ma, I'm truly sorry. I never imagined that the person Guo Rui wanted me to scheme against was you. I genuinely only intended to assist Guo Rui. Back then, we were somewhat acquainted, and he was practically my subordinate. Helping out a subordinate was only natural. Little did I know it would backfire so badly. Had I known he'd provoked you, not even 10 times the courage could have made me do such a thing.
Ma Yisheng heard this and gave a cold laugh. Ha, I know you wouldn't dare scheme against me.
I came here just to give you a private warning, use your brain when helping others in the future. You're the ING owner of this Hans Club now, for Christ's sake. How the hell did you end up acting like a ING moron? I don't want to see you, Hanli, looking for trouble with me out of boredom anymore. Got it?
Yes. Young Master Ma, you're absolutely right. I understand.
Rest assured, I won't cross you again from now on.
Hanli said. 178 return, the campus queen wife's urgency seeking gold tickets. Young Master Ma, how about this?
Hanli chuckled, rubbing his hands together and wiping the alcohol from his face before continuing, tonight, at the Hans Club, I'll treat you to dinner.
Consider it my apology. How does that sound? Ma Yisheng shot him a cold glance before snorting derisively. Forget it. I have zero interest in your Hans Club. Just thinking about the disgusting things you did today makes me sick. Since you already know the situation, I'll be on my way.
With that, Ma Yisheng stood up, patted Hanli on the head, and said, Hanli, use your brain when you do things in the future. A mere 18 or 19-year-old man, a freshman just starting college, bullying the current owner of Hans Club like this, just the mere mention of such a thing would astonish anyone. Yet it had happened exactly as described, and Han Li now found himself in a position where he dared not speak his anger. Moments later, Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng rose and walked toward the exit. At that very moment, a voice echoed in Liang Qiu Feng's mind. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the mission, uncovering the student union's conspiracy, identifying the mastermind, and resolving the issue. Congratulations on receiving your mission reward, 10 million yuan, and control over a company valued at no less than 1 billion yuan. The system is expediting arrangements for you. The transfer to your name is expected to be completed around 5 p.m. tonight. Hearing the voice in his mind, Liang Qiu Feng felt exceptionally satisfied. The system always arranged everything with such enthusiasm, sparing him the trouble of running around himself. He mused that perhaps this was the privilege reserved for the elite. The moment the two stepped outside, they accidentally bumped into someone. Looking up, he saw a girl who appeared to be only 18 or 19 years old. She looked exceptionally cute, her large eyes sparkling with a youthful, spirited charm. The moment he saw her, Ma Yisheng's eyes narrowed. But he quickly muttered an "excuse me" before leading Liang Qiu Feng away. Walking down the street, Ma Yisheng pursed his lips. This Han's club is getting more and more disreputable. That girl must be another mistress Han Li is keeping. Who would have thought Han Li would be changing girlfriends every other day? It's just so frustrating to think about. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled beside him. Maybe that's just how the rich live. But young Master Ma, you could keep one too. Ma Yisheng curled his lip. Forget it. I have absolutely no interest in that sort of thing. I still crave that sweet, genuine kind of love. How could I possibly settle for some girl who likes to hop from one guy to the next like a bus? With that, Ma Yisheng turned away and left. Inside Han Li's private room, he finally couldn't hold back any longer. He cried out in agony and violently pushed everything off the coffee table in front of him. Beside him, the manager witnessed the scene, his brow furrowed in concern. He dared not speak, fearing he might provoke Han Li or cross him, potentially paying a price for it. But just then, the door swung open. The girl who had been knocked aside moments ago stepped inside. Seeing the room in disarray, even noticing the wine splattered across Han Li's face, and sensing his utter disarray, the girl narrowed her eyes. Yet she still approached, sat beside him, wrapped her arm around his, and asked with concern, "Brother Han, what happened?" Han Li sighed deeply, picked up the cigarette in front of him, placed it between his lips, lit it, and said, "Nothing. Just got played by someone. Shen Miao Miao, why aren't you staying in that room? What are you doing over here?" Indeed, the person beside him was Shen Miao Miao, the new mistress Guo Rui had arranged for Han Li. "Ah. I was just worried something might happen to you, Brother Han. I came over to check on you, never expecting to see this," Shen Miao Miao said. "Brother Han, don't worry. I won't say a word about this." Hearing this, Han Li nodded in satisfaction. It must be said, Shen Miao Miao truly understood the ways of the world, knowing what to speak of and what to keep silent. Han Li was thoroughly pleased, his pride preserved. After a moment, Han Li finally spoke. "Just now, Ma Yisheng, the capital's richest young heir, came looking for trouble with me. Damn it, it was a misstep on my part to help Guo Rui back then. If it weren't for Guo Rui, I wouldn't have suffered this humiliation. But never mind. At least the matter is resolved. This bitter pill I'll have to swallow alone. I never imagined I'd cross Ma Yisheng. The capital's wealthiest young master truly lives up to his reputation. Rumors say Ma Yisheng acts decisively, takes responsibility for his actions, and cares nothing for others' feelings. Today, I witnessed that firsthand once more." Hearing Han Li's words, Shen Miao Miao's eyes narrowed instantly. Over the past couple of days, she had heard his name mentioned in the school's online forums and various student groups, but hadn't paid it much attention at the time. He had assumed it was merely the result of students hyping each other up to the point of exaggeration. But now she realized the claim that he was the capital's wealthiest young heir was actually true. Moreover, Shen Miao Miao now understood that Ma Yisheng far surpassed Han Li in every way. For a moment, Shen Miao Miao narrowed her eyes, her thoughts hidden behind a veil of uncertainty. As time ticked by, Shen Miao Miao glanced at Ma Yisheng beside her before hurrying over. She reached out, her hand moving soothingly over Han Li's shoulder. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was already 4:30 p.m. Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng finally returned to campus. After parking the car, they rushed straight to the rear of Building 3. Soon, they arrived at the rear of Building 3, just in time to witness their class in the final stages of military training. Upon seeing Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng return, the students gasped in surprise. Sun Feng, the drill instructor overseeing their training, heard the commotion and wore a look of displeasure. After all, everyone was in the midst of military training today, and such noise could be seen as a challenge to his authority. However, just as Sun Feng was about to speak, his gaze instinctively fell upon Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng standing nearby. His expression instantly softened into delight, and he finally understood the reason for the commotion. He paused for a moment, then hurriedly announced, "All right, everyone, take a 5-minute break. In the last 5 minutes, we'll run through today's training content. Tomorrow morning, we'll begin internal affairs training." As soon as Sun Feng finished speaking, all the students swarmed over, surrounding Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng with a flurry of chatter.
Ma Yisheng and Liang Qiu Feng are back. What's going on? Did they resolve their issues? Looks like it's definitely been resolved.
Just look at the smiles on their faces. Clearly, everything's under control.
Who would have thought Ma Yisheng holds such clout at this school? Does that mean the student union members don't even register on his radar? What else could it be? Ma Yisheng is the capital's wealthiest young heir. With the Ma group standing in Beijing, what could possibly be beyond his reach? Exactly. Besides, didn't we overhear Jiang Yumeng tell Tang Xin half an hour ago during our break? She said Liang Qiu Feng's situation was resolved and everything's fine now. Why are we still fretting?
Listening to the students' constant chatter, Jiang Yumeng stepped forward, grabbed Liang Qiu Feng's hand, and asked anxiously, "Feng, how is it?
Is it really okay? What exactly happened?"
Liang Qiu Feng smiled faintly, raised his hand to ruffle Jiang Yumeng's hair, and said gently, "Don't worry.
It's all taken care of now.
You could say there's absolutely nothing to worry about.
Besides, with Ma Yisheng by our side, given his capabilities, what problem could possibly be unsolvable?"
Hearing this, Jiang Yumeng hesitated slightly but nodded earnestly. She then turned to Ma Yisheng and said slowly, "Young Master Ma, thank you so much. I never imagined this matter would truly be resolved.
Now I don't have to worry about anything. 179 A company worth 1.3 billion. Funds received. Seeking gold tickets."
Ma Yisheng waved it off casually, his confidence evident.
"What's the big deal?
With me stepping in, minor issues like this get handled effortlessly.
Miss Jiang, you needn't worry about your Feng anymore.
With me protecting him, if even a single hair on his head is harmed, it will be my personal failure." Hearing Ma Yisheng's confident words, Jiang Yumeng couldn't help but chuckle softly. The worry that had weighed on her heart vanished completely in that moment.
Jiang Yumeng finally exhaled deeply and said slowly, "Feng, you have no idea how worried I was about you. Thank goodness you're okay. I can finally relax."
Liang Qiu Feng smiled and said, all right.
I'm fine, aren't I?
No need to worry anymore." After speaking, Liang Qiu Feng glanced at the other students beside him, noticing the concern in their eyes.
He informed them the matter was resolved and they could resume military training.
Not only did the students cheer with joy, but even instructor Sun Feng beside them let out a sigh of relief. After all, Ma Yisheng had done so much for the class. The instructor was deeply satisfied and truly dreaded seeing him come to harm. Now that this outcome had been achieved, the thought of what Ma Yisheng might still accomplish for the class in the future filled Sun Feng with indescribable joy and emotion. Thus, they proceeded with the final 5 minutes of training. Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng paid particular attention to today's exercises, quickly immersing themselves fully and ensuring the class's training pace remained on track.
As the clock struck 5, today's training finally concluded.
Liang Qiu Feng shook his shoulders and stretched his body.
Jiang Yumeng quickly came over to his side.
Just as Liang Qiu Feng was about to say something, the system's voice echoed in his mind.
"Congratulations, host. A company valued at over 1 billion has been selected.
The company is Jingqing Mingguang Sports Equipment Facilities Company, Limited, with a market value of 1.3 billion.
All transfer procedures have been completed.
Shortly, a company representative will contact you to handle the follow-up formalities.
Please ensure you check your messages promptly." Hearing the voice in his mind, Liang Qiu Feng's eyes narrowed.
He hadn't expected the system to work so efficiently. He had just completed the task at the Han Club, and now, in such a short time, the system had already successfully transferred the company into his name. After a moment's thought, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly. At that moment, Jiang Yumeng gently inquired beside him, "Feng, what should we do next, go home for dinner, or what?" Liang Qiu Feng chuckled. Going home for dinner hadn't been his original plan, but now it seemed unlikely. Sure enough, Liang Qiu Feng's phone rang at that very moment. He picked it up to see an unfamiliar local Beijing number and answered without hesitation.
A man's voice came through the line. "Hello, Mr. Liang Qiu. This is Su Wenlin, Vice President of Beijing Mingguan Sports Equipment Facilities Company, Ltd. The boss just informed me and sent all your transfer documents over. He informed me that you are now the new owner of Mingguan Company, holding 51% of our Mingguan Group shares, valued at nearly 10 billion yuan. I wonder if you might have time to come by and take over our company? It's almost quitting time, and if we delay any longer, it will likely be tomorrow." Hearing Su Wenlin's voice on the phone, Liang Qiu Feng smiled inwardly. This efficiency was remarkable. Su Wenlin, the vice president of Mingguan Company, was likely acting as his frontman. He would probably assist Liang Qiu Feng in preparing for, or rather, running the entire company in the future. After a moment's thought, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly. "Alright, in that case, I'll head over immediately." As he spoke, Liang Qiu Feng put down his phone and turned to Jiang Yumeng. "Yumeng, we won't be able to go back just yet. You'll have to come with me to the new company." Jiang Yumeng froze slightly. "What do you mean? Feng, explain yourself clearly." Liang Qiu Feng smiled. "Nothing much. I just had some spare cash recently and acquired a company. We need to go take a look." Jiang Yumeng's expression turned astonished.
Not long ago, she had been filled with suspicion over the financial resources Liang Qiu Feng displayed. She had wondered what experiences he had gone through, how many secrets he kept hidden, and even questioned whether his money came from legitimate sources. But now, hearing he'd acquired a company, she realized someone capable of such a feat wouldn't be concerned with the legitimacy of their wealth. In fact, Jiang Yumeng thought, with Liang Qiu Feng's capabilities, he would likely have even more money in the future.
After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yumeng finally nodded. Alright, let's go take a look. Hey, I'm coming too. I'm coming too. It was at this moment that Ma Yisheng, standing nearby, overheard their conversation. He hurried over, his eyes sparkling with boundless curiosity and enthusiasm, like a child discovering a new toy. Ma Yisheng thought to himself that since he'd crossed paths with Liang Qiu Feng time and again, this would be a chance to learn more about him. Building a rapport now could only be beneficial, becoming friends in the future would certainly bring no harm. Hearing about Liang Qiu Feng's new company, Ma Yisheng wanted to take a look himself. It would be the perfect opportunity to carefully assess Liang Qiu Feng's financial standing. Liang Qiu Feng shook his head helplessly, pursing his lips. Young Master Ma, you really are curious about everything, aren't you? You want to see everything? Ma Yisheng chuckled. How can you say I'm curious about everything? I just want to accompany brother Liang Qiu and take a look around with you. Besides, I'm genuinely curious about your company. If there's nothing pressing later, perhaps we could explore potential collaborations with our Ma group. That would be beneficial. Liang Qiu Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking to himself that this reasoning was quite plausible. But then he thought, Ma Yisheng's Ma group was in the real estate business, and it did seem like there could be a connection with sports equipment. If they could use these facilities to enhance their properties in the future, it might bring him some benefits and cooperation opportunities. After sending the address to Ma Yisheng, Liang Qiu Feng headed toward the parking lot with Jiang Yumeng. Once seated in the car, Jiang Yumeng hesitated slightly before asking, a phone? This isn't another company you bought with your own money, is it? Liang Qiu Feng smiled. Of course. Actually, I didn't have to bring you today, but I understand you've been curious lately about where my money comes from. I believe once you see that company, you won't have such curiosity anymore. From now on, you can relax. I want you to understand that our family will have more money than we can ever spend, and our lives will only get better and better. You, my dear, needn't worry so much or be so suspicious. 180 Angel Investor makes a splash, offers partnership seeking gold tickets. Hearing this, Jiang Yumeng flushed. She thought Liang Qiu Feng had actually voiced the curiosity she'd once harbored toward him, exposing her so completely. But the truth was, Jiang Yumeng had indeed been curious about Liang Qiu Feng's background and everything he possessed. She thought that if she could later witness Liang Qiu Feng wielding real authority over a company, her worries would surely dissipate. What she didn't know was that Ma Yisheng, who was following Liang Qiu Feng's car, was making a phone call at that very moment. Soon, the call connected. On the other end, Ma Yisheng's father, Ma Jiani, spoke. Huh? Son, what's up? You're calling me at this hour, don't tell me you've gotten yourself into trouble again? I've told you countless times you can be flashy at school, but don't go looking for trouble. Now that something's happened, you remember your old man, huh? Hearing his father's sudden complaint, Ma Yisheng's writing became slightly stiff. Still, he replied with a helpless expression, Dad, can't you just hope for the best for your son? What, every time I call you, it's either trouble or disaster. So apparently, I don't have a single good impression in your mind, huh? Ma Jiani shot back without mercy, exactly. Every single time before, it was because of trouble you caused. Now you explain it like this, and you think your old man here is going to believe you? Ma Yisheng scratched his head awkwardly but chuckled anyway. Well, okay, I did cause a bit of trouble, but it wasn't that big of a deal. Liang Qiu Feng and I had a minor altercation with someone at school. That person actually found Hanli, which ended up causing me some trouble. But I've already handled it. The thing is, Jiang Yumeng, the president of Capital University, got involved. I told him I owe him a favor, so I asked him to come over for a meal at our place sometime when he's free. That's why I mentioned it to you, Dad. When would you be available to host the president? Besides, even without this incident, now that I've joined Capital University, it's only proper to invite him over for a meal and properly cultivate our relationship. On the other end of the line, Ma Jiani had initially harbored some displeasure. Naturally, he disliked his son causing trouble again, ultimately bringing these complications upon himself. But upon hearing that Liang Qiu Feng was somehow involved in this matter, he forced himself to suppress that feeling. After a moment, Ma Jiani said, fine. Since Liang Qiu Feng is involved, doing this for him is understandable. In that case, I won't say another word. How about tonight? I could head back now, I've nothing else to do. Go pick up Principal Zhang and invite him over for dinner. Ma Yisheng shook his head. Dad, tonight really won't work. It'll probably have to be the day after tomorrow. Also, I called you for another reason. I'm with Madman right now, heading to his company. From the location, it looks like Mingwan Sports Equipment Facilities Company, Limited. Huh? After a moment, Ma Jiani's puzzled voice came through. You mean Mingwan Sports Facilities? But that company was acquired by Liang Qiu Feng, wasn't it? Yeah. Ma Yisheng chuckled.
I recall you mentioning before that Mingguang's owner put the company up for sale due to poor management. But for nearly half a year afterward, no one bought it. The company actually had promising prospects, but the asking price was too high, so it remained untouched.
Then Liang Qiu Feng went and bought it.
My guess is he must have some spare cash lying around, so he just snapped up the company, probably thinking he'd dabble in some real industry. After all, I haven't seen any other businesses he owns so far.
Hearing this, Ma Jiani curled his lips and snorted, spare cash? Mingguang was listed for nearly 10 billion. Who could just casually pull out that kind of spare cash? But it seems Liang Qiu Feng really does have some connections. Just like I speculated with you before, his status and influence might truly be beyond our imagination. You didn't call me just to suggest partnering with him, did you? Ma Yisheng chuckled. Dad, you're spot on. That's exactly what I had in mind.
After all, our family's in real estate.
Our communities need sports equipment and facilities. Why not discuss a partnership with him? After all, why let the benefits go to outsiders?
You've always wanted me to build closer ties with Liang Qiu Feng.
Since this opportunity has come up, why not go with the flow and do him this favor? A moment of silence hung on the line. Ma Yisheng didn't mind, patiently waiting for his father to think it through. He was driving anyway, so boredom wasn't an issue.
As the car came to a stop at a traffic light, Ma Jiani's voice finally came through.
You've got a point, kid. Lately, I've been wondering if Liang Qiu Feng might be connected to one of the 4 major hidden conglomerates in the country.
I haven't had much interaction with those 4 major conglomerates, and I have no idea if they have anyone named Liang Qiu Feng within their ranks.
But, regardless, the abilities Liang Qiu Feng has demonstrated so far are enough to warrant our attention. Besides, who cares who we partner with?
Mingguang's products are among the best in the country, and their prices aren't exorbitant. We could certainly explore a partnership with them.
Son, why don't you give my phone number to the person in charge at Mingguang?
Given that Liang Qiu Feng has to attend school daily, someone must be handling the company's affairs on the surface. Then we can have them communicate with me directly to discuss the partnership.
Hearing this, Ma Yisheng finally chuckled. Alright, Dad.
Since you say so, I'll mention it to Fengzi when the time comes. Honestly, I'm starting to see more and more of that angel investor in you these days.
Oh? What's this? Have you been spending more time with Liang Qiu Feng and gradually noticing how extraordinary he is?
Though reluctant to admit it, Ma Yisheng nodded. Yeah, Liang Qiu Feng's calm demeanor has genuinely surprised me. I keep wondering what kind of upbringing and education he must have had all these years. Somehow, I can't pinpoint where his demeanor comes from. He carries himself like an ordinary kid from a working-class family utterly free of arrogance or pretentiousness. All this leaves me both skeptical and somewhat impressed. 181 taking over the company, collaboration invitation seeking gold tickets.
Hearing this, Ma Jiani chuckled on the other end of the line.
That's the nature of the 4 great families. That's why I've always said their members operate with such discretion. Their enterprises span all of China, even the world, yet few truly understand them. Only someone with status like yours, or mine, could have heard rumors. We don't even know who they truly are.
It's precisely because every member of those 4 great families is as low-key as Liang Qiu Feng, seemingly unassuming on the surface, revealing no trace of their true stature, that their clans have achieved such secrecy in their identities today.
Alright, now that we've seen Liang Qiu Feng emerge, it's at least a connection to the 4 great families.
This will undoubtedly bring immense benefits to our family in the future.
You should hurry and make arrangements. Once we establish a connection with Liang Qiu Feng and build a good relationship with him, it will undoubtedly be a positive development for us. Also, arrange for Principal Zhang to dine at our place tomorrow evening.
And listen, you little brat, stop causing trouble at school, got it? Every damn day I have to clean up your messes.
The conversation had started off well, praise for Liang Qiu Feng, expressions of satisfaction with his own performance.
Ma Yisheng felt things were going smoothly. But then,
his father steered the conversation back to him, filling Ma Yisheng with helplessness. Leaving him no choice but to awkwardly respond, alright, Dad, I got it.
Got to go, I'm driving. Ma Yisheng hurriedly ended the call, dreading any further conversation with his father.
Driving on, he soon arrived at Mingguang Sports Equipment Facilities Company, Ltd. After getting out of the car, he found himself before a towering skyscraper. The characters Mingguang hung prominently atop the building, a testament to the company's impressive scale. Seeing the towering building before him, Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but feel a bit astonished. He hadn't expected Mingguang Company to possess such substantial resources.
This realization brought him a sense of reassurance.
He thought to himself that he might indeed be able to use this place as a foundation for continuous upward development in the future. At the same time, this company would inevitably become the cornerstone of Liang Qiu Feng's future development, bringing him increasing advantages. It would even serve as a key covert means for him to possess the system and acquire those mysterious funds. Jiang Yumeng stood beside him, clutching his hand, a hint of astonishment in her eyes.
Feng, is this your company?
Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly and nodded.
Alright, no need to be surprised. Let's go inside and take a look first. With that, Liang Qiu Feng and the others stepped inside. Upon reaching the top floor of the building, he called Su Wenlin. Shortly after, a man came rushing over from across the street. The man appeared quite distinguished. Upon seeing Liang Qiu Feng, he immediately bowed deeply before speaking with utmost respect. Mr. Liang Qiu, welcome to the company. Congratulations, as of today, you hold 51% of Manhwa's shares and are its undisputed leader. Our company has 7 shareholders including yourself. The others rarely interfere in company affairs, focusing primarily on their investments. As for the company's future development, they are not concerned. Mr. Liang Qiu, would you like to come with me to the office now? I'll show you your equity acquisition agreement. After speaking, Liang Qiu Feng nodded and stepped inside. He also introduced Jiang Yumeng and Ma Yisheng standing beside him. Upon hearing Ma Yisheng's name, Su Wenlin's expression turned astonished. He hurriedly asked, "You wouldn't happen to be Ma Yisheng, the young master of the Ma group, would you?" Seeing Ma Yisheng nod, Su Wenlin was utterly astonished. He never imagined their current boss would be so familiar with the heir of the Ma group. Simultaneously, he gained a new understanding of Liang Qiu Feng's status and standing. He had heard from their previous boss that the person acquiring Manhwa Company was someone with considerable financial backing and status. But he never imagined the person would appear so young. He looked only 18 or 19, yet possessed such immense wealth? But upon reflection, seeing his connection to Ma Yisheng now, it actually made sense. Before long, the group arrived at the office, where Liang Qiu Feng and the others saw the share transfer agreement. Liang Qiu Feng tucked it away, intending to take it home later for safekeeping. After all, such important documents couldn't be lost. With everything settled here, Ma Yisheng also gave Su Wenlin his father's phone number. "Deputy Director Su, this is my father, Ma Jianyi's number." He mentioned that Madman has just acquired Manhwa Company, and our family, being in the real estate business, happens to need these sports facilities. You can reach out to my father when the time comes. He'll place some orders with you. I'm confident that from now on, our Manhwa Company will surely reach new heights. Standing nearby, before Su Wenlin could respond, Liang Qiu Feng furrowed his brow slightly. Feeling both touched and helpless, he said, "Young Master Ma, what do you mean by this? Suddenly bringing me such a major partnership, it's truly embarrassing." Ma Yisheng chuckled. "Come on, saying that? We're friends, after all. My father was already seeking partners for sports equipment. Since it's family business, wouldn't it be more convenient to discuss this collaboration with you?" Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly. How could he not understand that Ma Yisheng was extending goodwill toward him? But this approach did simplify some of Liang Qiu Feng's challenges. If they could build a cooperative relationship and grow closer in the future, it would undoubtedly be a positive development for Liang Qiu Feng. What Liang Qiu Feng could never have imagined, however, was that Ma Yisheng and his father, Ma Jianyi, believed Liang Qiu Feng to be a man of considerable background. Liang Qiu Feng, on the other hand, had always been acutely aware that he had no background whatsoever. Regardless, cultivating a favorable relationship with Ma Yisheng and his circle would undoubtedly prove immensely beneficial in the future. Thus, under this mutual misperception, their emotions toward each other underwent such a stark, polar opposite shift. Su Wenlin finally caught on, his heart surging with excitement. He couldn't have been happier. Although Manhwa had thrived domestically, recent mismanagement had caused some citizens to grow skeptical of the company. This had led to a significant drop in mutual order volumes over the past 6 months. Now, Liang Qiu Feng's sudden appearance had altered Manhwa's fate, giving them a much-needed breath of fresh air. After a moment's hesitation, he hastily jotted down Ma Jianyi's phone number, intending to inquire further tomorrow. 182 decided to be honest and wait for the right moment. Seeking gold tickets. With company affairs settled, Liang Qiu Feng informed Su Wenlin that he would no longer interfere in the company's internal development, leaving Su Wenlin solely responsible for managing everything. Liang Qiu Feng only wished to receive a monthly payment from now on. Su Wenlin agreed without hesitation. At the same time, Liang Qiu Feng handed Jiang Yumeng's bank account details to Su Wenlin. At that moment, Jiang Yumeng looked flustered, her eyes filled with confusion. She seemed to want to say something, but after glancing at the others around them, she forced herself to swallow her words. After much hesitation, she could only tuck her doubts away for the moment. Finally, at 6 p.m., when the company closed for the day, all arrangements were complete. Liang Qiu Feng waved his hand decisively, inviting Su Wenlin and Ma Yisheng to dinner. After a hearty meal at a nearby business hotel, it was past 8 p.m. when Liang Qiu Feng finally bid farewell to the group. Everyone headed back to their respective accommodations. Driving back, Jiang Yumeng couldn't hold back any longer. "Feng, why did you give my bank account number to Vice President Su? You're not planning to make me handle the company's monthly income again, like with that pet hospital, are you? You know that pet hospital probably doesn't bring in much each month, but this company is so big it must be at least tens of millions every month, right?" Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly, clasping Jiang Yumeng's hand as he spoke gently. "Honey, this money is yours to keep. I still stand by what I said before. I want you to have more money. I want you to never worry about money when our daughter wants a better life or wants to buy something. I want you to give our daughter the very best, didn't I say that?
From now on, you'll have more time to spend with our daughter, while I'll be occupied with my own various matters.
How could I possibly have the time to manage all these things day in and day out?
But this is too much money, Jiang Yumeng said helplessly, her voice urgent.
Giving me all this money at once, aren't you afraid I'll run off? Just as they pulled up to a traffic light, Liang Qiu Feng burst out laughing. Worried you'll run off? Do you really think I'd believe that? If it were anyone else, I wouldn't believe it either.
But this is you. Besides, my daughter came here from the future and has already confirmed our relationship.
Why would I fear you running away?
And honestly, I can't bear to see you humiliated by others again because you can't afford to give our daughter a good life.
Honey, just agree to this for me.
Hearing this, Jiang Yumeng froze for a moment, utterly unprepared for Liang Qiu Feng to suddenly speak to her with such earnestness. In truth, Liang Qiu Feng genuinely felt this way. His original thought was simple, since he had already confirmed his relationship with Jiang Yumeng, and since the system itself had declared them husband and wife, affirming their bond so decisively, what else was there for Liang Qiu Feng to worry about? At the same time, he genuinely didn't want to see Jiang Yumeng feel burdened by the cost, be it a few hundred yuan or even more, whenever their daughter desired something. Besides, Liang Qiu Feng had only instructed the company to transfer his monthly earnings to Jiang Yumeng's card. The year-end dividend would still go to his own account, so there was nothing to worry about. Seeing Liang Qiu Feng so stubborn, Jiang Yumeng found herself at a loss for words. She sighed heavily and retorted with a hint of annoyance.
Honestly, you're something else. Helping me and spoiling me like this, I'm afraid I'll turn bad someday.
But since you trust me so much that you want to put the monthly profits into my card, I'll save it for now.
I won't touch it much going forward.
I'll only withdraw money for things for our daughter. The rest will stay saved.
That way, if you ever really need cash, it'll be there for emergencies.
Liang Qiu Feng felt deeply touched upon hearing this, his eyes brimming with delight. He chuckled softly.
All right, I'll listen to you, my dear. All right, we're home. Let's go spend time with our daughter.
As they spoke, they quickly returned home. After parking the car, they held hands and hurried toward their villa. Upon arriving, they saw Shen Wan and Shen Yulua helping the little girl with her arithmetic homework. The little girl was studying so diligently that Liang Qiu Feng and his wife couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. By now, the little girl had learned to write her own name. Though it was still a bit messy, she could at least get it down on paper. Next, she began learning arithmetic. This was something Liang Qiu Feng hadn't anticipated. Upon seeing Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng return, Shen Wan and the others stood up, greeting them with respectful expressions.
Liang Qiu Feng stepped forward, chuckling as he said, Aunt Shen, you've worked hard. If there's nothing else, please go back and rest.
I'm truly sorry something unexpected came up tonight, and I rushed back immediately after handling it. Shen Wan and Shen Yulua chuckled softly, saying nothing as they watched the two depart. Only then did Jiang Yumeng speak softly, sigh. Seeing Aunt Shen and Aunt Chen work so hard every day, staying here to accompany their daughters, I can't help but feel a little guilty.
Liang Qiu Feng chuckled, yeah, I feel the same way.
But once military training is over, I've been thinking, maybe we should be honest with both sets of parents about our situation.
Let them come stay here.
That way, they can not only help care for the girls during the day, but also share some of Aunt Shen and Aunt Chen's responsibilities at night.
As for Aunt Shen and Aunt Chen, I won't be letting them go afterward.
After all, having such dedicated individuals here to help maintain the entire villa is convenient and will lighten the load for our parents considerably.
Jiang Yumeng nodded silently.
At this moment, she seemed to have little resistance to Liang Qiu Feng referring to our parents. With a light chuckle, the two returned to the living room. After playing with the little girl, Liang Qiu, for a while, and then spending some time with the kitten, they finally took the little girl back to her room to rest. Shortly after, Jiang Yumeng freshened up, lay down on the bed, and began studying for her driver's license exam. Seeing Jiang Yumeng study so diligently, Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of relief.
183 The young master of the Su family's invitation? Unexpected. Seeking gold tickets. If not for the system granting him a driver's license and infusing his mind with vast driving knowledge and skills, Jiang Yumeng likely wouldn't have obtained her license yet or even been able to drive like this. Later, Liang Qiu Feng checked his phone.
His account now held over 47 million yuan, just 3 million short of 50 million.
Of course, factoring in his current holdings, he was a bona fide billionaire. But that's how companies operate. The profits wouldn't be handed over to Liang Qiu Feng immediately.
Instead, through continuous profitability, his savings would steadily increase month after month. He grew increasingly eager to leverage the system's assistance for his future advancement and continuous growth. Soon enough, Jiang Yumeng grew tired from studying, and the couple drifted off to sleep, still embracing each other. The next morning, Liang Qiu Feng first sent a message to Xiao Hong, informing her that he wanted to arrange a children's room in the space next to their bedroom and asking her to handle the arrangements. Xiao Hong readily agreed, and Liang Qiu Feng entrusted the entire matter to her. All he needed to do was pay the bill when the time came. Soon after, the couple drove to the school to begin that day's training. The morning was devoted to housekeeping drills. On the playground, everyone repeatedly folded their quilts and tidied their personal belongings. Some students, clutching their neatly folded square quilts, kept posting photos to their social media feeds. Others carried their blankets back to the dorms, preparing to store them inside. These were all part of the military training experience for freshmen. Before they knew it, lunchtime arrived, and Liang Qiu Feng's phone buzzed. He picked it up to find a WeChat message from Su Xiaoming. "Hey bro, busy? Guess it's lunchtime now? Hope I'm not interrupting." Seeing Su Xiaoming's message, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled. Su Xiaoming was the son of the owner of Tianqing Business Hotel. Tianqing Business Hotel held the same status and prestige as the Hans Club, attracting only the wealthy and influential. It had brought countless benefits to the Su family. Seeing Su Xiaoming reach out to him now, Liang Qiu Feng suspected it was because of what Ma Yisheng had mentioned earlier. Ma Yisheng had mentioned telling Su Xiaoming about his driving skills. Since Su Xiaoming was a racing fanatic, he'd likely been scheming these past few days to find an excuse to talk to him. Sure enough, Liang Qiu Feng replied, "Of course. I'm having lunch at the cafeteria with Ma Xiao and the others." Su Xiaoming immediately got straight to the point. "Hee, that's perfect. Seems like you're having a pretty good time at school, brother Liang. Last night, Ma Yisheng even told me about the things you two encountered. I never imagined that Hanli from the Han Club would be so blind as to cause you any trouble, right?" Liang Qiu Feng chuckled and replied, "Not at all. Don't worry about it." Su Xiaoming continued, "Alright then, I won't beat around the bush. I'd like to invite brother Liang Qiu to an event we're organizing tomorrow night. Would you be interested?" Upon hearing Su Xiaoming's invitation, Liang Qiu Feng narrowed his eyes, wondering what matter could possibly warrant such an invitation. After hesitating for a moment, Liang Qiu Feng finally asked, "Su Xiao, what could be so important that you'd personally invite me?" Su Xiaoming chuckled, sending a racing emoji before explaining, "It's a racing event. There's an international racetrack here in the capital. I've reserved the entire venue for tomorrow night. A few people will be there for a race. I heard from Ma Yisheng that you have your own insights on racing and are quite skilled at it. Curiosity got the better of me, so I thought I'd invite brother Liang Qiu over to meet everyone. What do you say, brother Liang Qiu? Any interest in dropping by to check it out?" Seeing Su Xiaoming's message, Liang Qiu Feng narrowed his eyes. He knew that Ma Yisheng had told Su Xiaoming about his racing skills and impressive technique, which had indeed piqued Su Xiaoming's curiosity. Over the past couple of days, Liang Qiu Feng hadn't expected Su Xiaoming to contact him so soon, but the message arrived unexpectedly today. After much hesitation, Liang Qiu Feng reasoned that since he had attained mastery of driving, he could handle any vehicle in the world with these racing cars would be a piece of cake. With a chuckle, he concluded that participating in Su Xiaoming's race event and giving him face would undoubtedly be beneficial for his future. Expanding his network, much like his current rapport with Ma Yisheng. If he could truly build a close relationship with Su Xiaoming, it would undoubtedly bring him many conveniences in the future. With that thought, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled again and replied, "Alright, since young Master Su has invited me, send me the location. But we might not finish military training until around 5 tomorrow. Not sure how long it'll take to get to your place." Su Xiaoming quickly replied, "No problem. Our event is scheduled for the evening anyway, starting around 8 or 9. Arriving early is just for dinner and getting to know each other. No need to worry, brother Liang Qiu. Well, I'll send you the location shortly. I'm really counting on brother Liang Qiu to make it over." And with that, their conversation concluded. Liang Qiu Feng gave a helpless chuckle. Chen Dongming, standing nearby, couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's up? What are you laughing about? Could it be some schoolgirl found our madman? Oh my, I never would have guessed you'd be so popular, madman." Hearing Ma Yisheng's teasing, Liang Qiu Feng shot him a disapproving glare. He raised his chopsticks and tapped Ma Yisheng's hand. He pursed his lips and said, "Ma Yisheng, stop interfering with my relationship with Yumeng. My heart belongs only to Yumeng. I truly love her." Ma Yisheng chuckled. Jiang Yumeng couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's wrong? Is something bothering you?" Of course, if you don't want to talk about it, that's fine too. Feeling Jiang Yumeng's concern for him, Liang Qiu Feng knew she didn't want to get too involved in his personal life. But he still confessed honestly, "Nothing much. Remember Su Xiaoming, the guy I mentioned earlier?" At the mention of Su Xiaoming's name, Jiang Yumeng nodded. Across from them, Ma Yisheng also lifted his head, pausing his movements. 184 arrived. Beijing International Circuit. Please vote. Liang Qiu Feng continued, "Su Xiao just messaged me, inviting me to attend a racing event tomorrow night. I figured it'd be good to broaden my horizons, so I'll go check it out." "Oh? A racing event? You're not actually going to race, are you?" Jiang Yumeng sounded slightly concerned. In her mind, racing was an extremely dangerous extreme sport. She genuinely worried that if Liang Qiu Feng participated, getting injured would be a real problem. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled, "Don't worry. It's an international racetrack. Even if it involves racing, the safety measures there are very thorough. Besides, Su Xiaoming only invited me over for a meal. He never mentioned anything about racing, so I doubt he'd go to such lengths for that. However, Ma Yisheng curled his lips.
You don't seriously think Su Xiaoming just invited you over for dinner, do you?
Liang Qiu Feng looked slightly curious.
What else could it be? Is there something else going on? Ma Yisheng burst out laughing. Of course.
Don't forget I told Su Xiaoming how skilled you are at racing. So there's only one reason Su Xiaoming invited you. He wants to see your racing skills for himself.
You actually think he just wants to have a meal with you? Do you really believe anyone would buy that story?
Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but feel surprised. He hadn't imagined that Su Xiaoming's true motive for inviting him was this. After a moment's thought, Liang Qiu Feng gave a wry, helpless smile.
Racing it is, then.
He was supremely confident in his driving skills. He looked at Jiang Yumeng and said reassuringly, "Honey, don't worry.
Don't you trust my driving skills? But, are you planning to come?"
Jiang Yumeng pondered for a moment before shaking her head.
Never mind, I won't come. I'll just head home. You guys have fun.
Liang Qiu Feng said nothing, understanding perfectly well that Jiang Yumeng wanted to give him some private time. Ma Yisheng chimed in from the side. Last night, when Su Xiaoming told me about this race event, I was wondering if he'd invite you.
I didn't bring it up either.
Turns out Su Xiaoming did send you a message after all. Once military training wraps up tomorrow afternoon, let's go together. Liang Qiu Feng agreed to the plan. After everyone had eaten their fill, they returned to the dormitory, rested a bit, and then began the afternoon military training session. Before they knew it, evening training concluded. Ma Yisheng hurried toward the parking lot. He also informed Liang Qiu Feng and the others that he would be hosting Principal Zhang for dinner that evening. Originally, Ma Yisheng had intended to invite Liang Qiu Feng to join them for dinner, hoping to introduce him to his father. But Liang Qiu Feng thought about how he hadn't been home to spend time with his daughter for several days, so he declined. At the same time, he had another consideration. Because of Ma Jiani, Manhwa Company had secured such a major partnership. In fact, Su Wenlin had already informed him today that they had signed a long-term contract with the Ma Group spanning 10 years. Each year, the Ma Group would bring hundreds of millions in revenue to Manhwa Company.
This news deeply moved Liang Qiu Feng.
Therefore, Liang Qiu Feng had been contemplating when to treat Ma Jiani to a meal. But clearly, tonight was Ma Jiani's occasion to treat Principal Zhang to dinner. It was entirely inappropriate for Liang Qiu Feng to piggyback on someone else's generosity or, to put it bluntly, to crash the dinner. So Liang Qiu Feng told Ma Yisheng that in a couple of days, when he had nothing else going on, he would personally invite their entire family to dinner. It would serve as an opportunity to get to know them and express his gratitude for the help Ma Yisheng and his father had given him over the past period.
Ma Yisheng chuckled softly. His eyes revealed little concern over Liang Qiu Feng's invitation. He considered such gestures insignificant.
But Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng were too persistent, adamantly insisting they must treat him to a meal.
Ma Yisheng finally had no choice but to agree. On the way back, Jiang Yumeng asked, Feng, why did you suddenly decide to treat them to dinner?
Liang Qiu Feng chuckled. Ma Yisheng and his father have done so much for us.
Isn't it only proper to return the favor? If we don't treat them to a meal, wouldn't that make them think we're ungrateful? Jiang Yumeng nodded silently upon hearing this.
In truth, she understood such social etiquette well and recognized Liang Qiufeng's reasoning, so she said no more. Before long, the two returned home. The little girl was surprised to see them home so early for the first time. For the first time, she got to share a rare dinner with both of them. She couldn't have been happier. Liang Qiu Feng and Jiang Yumeng could sense the joy radiating from the little girl's expression. A pang of unease stirred in their hearts at that moment. How could they not feel how clingy the little girl was being toward them? How could they not sense how desperately she wanted to share these happy family moments with them? After pondering for a moment, Liang Qiu Feng made a firm decision in his heart. From now on, if nothing urgent came up, he would make sure to return home promptly and spend more time with this little girl. In fact, he reflected on how many times over the years since childhood he had actually sat down for dinner with his own parents. Spending time together was truly difficult to achieve, and it only strengthened Liang Qiu Feng's resolve to work hard for this family. And so, he spent the entire evening at home playing with the little girl. The next day passed in the blink of an eye. After military training ended that afternoon, the students dispersed. Liang Qiu Feng first exchanged greetings with Ma Yisheng, then drove Jiang Yumeng back to the entrance of Rose Garden Community. After parking the car, Ma Yisheng glanced at Liang Qiu Feng, chuckled, and said with an envious look, "You're crazy, man. Your place is way too luxurious. Rose Garden? A place like this must cost 70 or 80 million to buy, right?" Liang Qiu Feng rolled his eyes. "Cut it out, stop flattering me like that. Everyone knows your Ma Group sits on hundreds of billions in assets. Buying the entire Rose Garden would be a piece of cake for you. And you're here envying me?" Ma Yisheng chuckled. "You're right, the homes of the powerful truly are befitting of their status. We'd love to live here, but my father never agreed. He told me he's always loved quiet, secluded places. He bought a huge plot of land and built himself a mansion. There's hardly anyone around, and I can't tell you how bored I am."
Listening to Ma Yisheng's complaints, Liang Qiu Feng gave him the finger in annoyance. Then the two started their car and headed toward the location sent by Su Xiaoming, Beijing International Circuit. Before long, they finally arrived at their destination. As soon as they drove through the main gate, they spotted a crowd gathering at the entrance of the banquet hall ahead, men and women, locals and foreigners alike. Each held a champagne flute, conversing animatedly with an air of sophistication. Immediately afterward, as the roar of Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng's car engines echoed through the air, everyone turned their heads to look. 185 a charity race? Seeking gold tickets. The moment everyone spotted Liang Qiu Feng and the two cars arriving, murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Yet more eyes were drawn to the Koenigsegg Liang Qiu Feng was driving. Holy cow, so this is the Koenigsegg young master Su was talking about. It looks absolutely stunning, with such sleek lines like a beast. If I could just drive this once, I'd be in heaven. Yeah. Mr. Su, is this the person you mentioned, someone with incredible skills and a background beyond anyone's imagination? The Koenigsegg Gem era, this car is just too gorgeous, isn't it? Only 300 units produced worldwide, with just 3 in China. Who would have thought we'd see one in China today? The other 2 aren't here, and we've never laid eyes on them. Witnessing this today is truly a once-in-a-lifetime experience. As the Chinese men conversed, the foreigners nearby began murmuring among themselves. Dear Su, is this the man you invited to compete alongside us? I never imagined that even a luxury car like Porsche would pale in comparison to the Koenigsegg. Indeed. My anticipation keeps growing. The person capable of driving this Koenigsegg must be no ordinary individual. I'm eager to see what kind of performance he'll deliver on the Beijing International Circuit today. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Su Xiaoming chuckled softly. His sister, Su Yuqing, also smiled softly at that moment. She hadn't planned to accompany Su Xiaoming today, but he'd insisted she come to experience the racing atmosphere and understand why he loved motorsports. Su Yuqing hadn't cared much about these things before and hadn't wanted to pay attention to them, but she simply couldn't refuse her younger brother. Besides, she hadn't had much on her plate these past couple of months. Aside from touring for concerts, she'd mostly been resting, so she decided to come along. Soon, Liang Qiu Feng and Chen Dongming drove the car into the parking lot reserved for the group. 2 spots had been specifically left empty, presumably for the 2 of them. After parking, they swiftly exited the vehicle. Ma Yisheng stood beside Liang Qiu Feng, smiling slowly. See? These are all prominent figures from our capital, sons and daughters of major business tycoons. The foreigners are representatives of overseas conglomerates. Pay special attention to the one standing right beside Su Xiaoming in the center. He looks utterly composed, wearing a consistently kind smile. Hearing Ma Yisheng's words, Liang Qiu Feng looked ahead and indeed saw a man standing beside Su Xiaoming. The man appeared to be about 1.9 meters tall, with a slightly stocky build. He had blonde hair and emerald green eyes, and at that moment, he wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, giving him an exceptionally refined appearance. He held a glass of red wine in his hand, swirling it slowly. Noticing the man's presence, Liang Qiu Feng narrowed his eyes. He sensed an unusual aura emanating from this individual. Ma Yisheng spoke up. This man is named Mick Conschild. He comes from the Conschild family of the United States. The Conschild family is known as the foremost conglomerate in the US, boasting assets worth trillions. In America, they are the kind of people whose word is law. Their formidable status and influence command the utmost respect from countless ordinary citizens. Upon hearing Ma Yisheng's explanation, Liang Qiu Feng's eyebrows twitched slightly. Liang Qiu Feng had indeed heard of the Conschild family in the United States. It was widely known that the Conschild family held a prominent status in the United States, and their multi-trillion-dollar fortune was renowned worldwide. Anyone familiar with economic or business history would speak of the Conschild family with admiration, leaving no doubt in anyone's mind about their true stature. Yet Liang Qiu Feng felt a pang of surprise at this revelation, prompting him to blurt out, Mick Conschild? Why would he come to China? Hearing this, Ma Yisheng chuckled. What you might not know is that Mick Conschild of the Conschild family is actually a huge racing enthusiast, renowned in the international motorsports scene. So, he's been executing his global racing plan lately. He wants to challenge racing masters in cities around the world and compete against them. Simultaneously, he has a wager agreement with each opponent. He typically puts tens of millions on the line for each bet, with corresponding penalties and rewards for the winner and loser. Should he lose, he hands over tens of millions in funds. Should he win, all he requires is a photo with the opponent, followed by their acknowledgement of Mick's prowess. Liang Qiu Feng narrowed his eyes. Does the Conschild family enjoy philanthropy so much? Isn't this just giving money away for nothing? Ma Yisheng shook his head and chuckled. You've got it all wrong. Mick's racing prowess is legendary worldwide. He's competed in countless international events, consistently delivering unprecedented performances on the global stage. To date, since launching this global racing initiative, he hasn't lost a single race. Although only 7 races have been held so far, in each of those 7 races, Mick has dominated his opponents with absolute superiority.
He has consistently lapped them by several minutes and even managed to lap them multiple times. Thus, despite repeatedly raising the stakes of the wager, he has never lost a single race. These past 2 days mark his arrival in China.
His first stop upon entering the country is our capital city.
This is because in Beijing, Mick's family, the Conschilds, maintains business ties with numerous enterprises. The Su Group, Tianqing Business Hotel, and even our own Ma Group and Duan Jewelry all have varying degrees of connection with them. Naturally, Xiaoming Su became the designated host for his reception.
We're all young people. My father had considered having me host him, but I have my own commitments and studies.
However, I will be participating in tonight's race, so I'm sure Mick won't read too much into it.
After hearing this explanation, Liang Qiu Feng finally understood. 186 Zhang Jianghan is here? What a coincidence. Seeking gold tickets.
It seemed Mick's status was truly distinguished, earning him the respect of countless people. After all, the Conschild family he belonged to could be considered a partner to many major enterprises in the capital. Naturally, they would come out to greet him. Conversely, Liang Qiu Feng could discern from Mick's gaze that despite his current aloof demeanor, his overall character seemed quite decent, not as arrogant as one might expect. However, as Liang Qiu Feng and his companion approached the crowd, Ma Yisheng suddenly halted in his tracks.
Liang Qiu Feng was slightly taken aback and turned to look. Following closely behind, Ma Yisheng frowned, his gaze fixed on a figure standing slightly behind and to the side of the crowd. There, a man stood. Upon seeing this man appear, Ma Yisheng instinctively exclaimed, "Zhang Jianghan? What's he doing here?"
Hearing Ma Yisheng's words, Liang Qiu Feng instantly recalled something. It was precisely the incident Tang Xian and Zhang Huanhuan had described to them earlier. After what had happened between Zhao Xiaoxue and Chen Fei had kicked her out of their social circle in such a manner. Subsequently, without Chen Fei's support, Zhao Xiaoxue had effectively lost all means to continue her lifestyle of riding on wealthy men's coattails.
Subsequently, Tang Xian and Zhang Huanhuan informed Liang Qiu Feng that Zhao Xiaoxue had somehow found a new boyfriend.
She even posted about it on her social media, revealing that this new boyfriend's name was Zhang Jianghan. At that time, Liang Qiu Feng had already learned from Ma Yisheng's account that Zhang Jianghan was also a race car driver. Back then, Liang Qiu Feng hadn't paid much attention to this race car driver. Little did he expect that today, at the racing event hosted by Su Xiaoming, he would encounter Zhang Jianghan. Turning to look at Zhang Jianghan ahead, he was somewhat short and slightly overweight, yet still quite handsome. He didn't look like a man in his 30s, but rather like a fresh-faced college graduate in his 20s. At that moment, Zhang Jianghan, with his neatly trimmed hair, gazed at the Koenigsegg he was driving, his eyes filled with nothing but deep admiration. After pondering for a moment, Liang Qiu Feng concluded that Zhang Jianghan probably hadn't been close enough to Zhao Xiaoxue to know about the conflict between her and the two of them. Otherwise, Zhang Jianghan might not have reacted this way. Sure enough, Ma Yisheng also thought of this point. He chuckled and said, "It's clear that Zhang Jianghan probably doesn't know about this matter yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't be looking at us with such indifference. But if he found out what happened between Zhao Xiaoxue and us, I wonder what he'd think. I even wonder if Zhao Xiaoxue might be here tonight too?" Liang Qiu Feng shook his head. Who knows? Just receiving an invitation to this event is already a tremendous honor for Zhang Jianghan. How could he possibly have the privilege to bring his relatives along? If he did bring someone, it might cause resentment. But who can say for sure? Anyway, let's hurry over. Even if we don't know whether Zhang Jianghan is aware of what happened between us and Zhao Xiaoxue, we still need to be cautious. If he's just putting on a show here now, and later he actually schemes against us, we'll have nowhere to cry about it. Ma Yisheng shook his head and smiled, saying nothing more. The two finally stepped forward to join the group. Su Xiaoming hurried forward, chuckling as he said, "Brother Liangqiu, young Master Ma, you finally arrived. We've been waiting here impatiently for you." Liang Qiu Feng gave an awkward smile. "Sorry, we had to attend military training first, so we naturally arrived a bit late. I hope we didn't keep everyone waiting too long?" Su Xiaoming waved his hand dismissively without hesitation. "How could you possibly delay us? We were just chatting idly here anyway. Besides, the upcoming activity is just everyone sitting together for some casual desserts. This is our downtime anyway, what's the point of worrying about who's early or late? Tonight at 8 o'clock is the main event, the race. But before that, we'll have about an hour of practice laps. Everyone will get to run a lap or two, then we'll settle the final rankings and start the official competition." After finishing, Su Xiaoming turned around, glanced at Mick behind him, chuckled, and introduced, "Mr. Mick, let me introduce you. This is the person I mentioned earlier, the young master of the Ma Group, Ma Yisheng. And this gentleman here is Liang Qiu Feng, a man with extraordinary racing talent. In our collective view, his driving skills are absolutely formidable." After the introductions, Ma Yisheng spoke in somewhat halting English to Mick. "Mr. Mick, hello. My father has long mentioned the close cooperation between our Ma Group and your Conschild family. I've always hoped for an opportunity to meet Mr. Mick and extend our hospitality. However, I'm currently undergoing military training at school and may not be able to spend much time with you. When the opportunity arises in the future, Mr. Mick, you must come to the capital city.
I'll make sure to host you properly. Hearing these words, Mick finally offered a faint smile. Having grown up within the esteemed Conschild family, Mick truly possessed a certain extraordinary bearing and capability. The gentlemanly composure he displayed now genuinely earned Liang Qiu Feng's respect. This was the aura of a wealthy young master, cultivated within a prominent family. Liang Qiu Feng thought to himself that becoming someone like him would be quite difficult, but he would have to try nonetheless. With that, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled and said, "Mr. Mick, hello. I've long heard of the Conschild family's extraordinary standing across the globe, and meeting you today confirms it. Mr. Mick, with your distinguished bearing and gentlemanly demeanor, must surely command the admiration and affection of countless people. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Liang Qiu Feng. It's a pleasure to meet you. I also hope we can have a perfect race today." As Liang Qiu Feng finished speaking, many locals in the capital couldn't help but stare in slight bewilderment. Ma Yisheng, standing nearby, stared in utter amazement. He then shot Liang Qiu Feng an admiring glance, patted his shoulder, and exclaimed, "You're insane, man. Your English is seriously impressive. That sounds like a genuine accent. It's incredibly smooth to listen to." Su Xiaoming nodded in agreement. "Yeah, your English sounds amazing. It's got such a rich flavor, way more pleasant than the English I hear in those TV dramas." 187 Stunning everyone, divine language talents seeking gold tickets. Hearing the two praise him like this, one after the other, Liang Qiu Feng felt a bit embarrassed. For him, it wasn't about his own English skills. It was the extraordinary linguistic talent bestowed upon him by the system, enabling Liang Qiu Feng to master any language in the world. Thus, whenever he wished, he could communicate with anyone in the world in their native tongue. This was the power granted by the god-tier linguistic talent Liang Qiu Feng now possessed. Meanwhile, Mick across from him was slightly taken aback. He chuckled softly, extended his hand, and said, "Mr. Liang Qiu Feng, I never imagined your English would be so fluent. It felt like conversing with a native speaker, truly unexpected. Mr. Liang Qiu Feng, you speak so fluently. By the way, if it's not too forward, I'd like to ask you, when did you start learning languages? Where did you learn them? To achieve such authenticity is truly astonishing." Liang Qiu Feng chuckled and replied, "Nothing special. I just watched a lot of movies and studied them carefully. That's how I picked up the language." Hearing this, everyone was slightly taken aback. His words were incredibly modest. If one could truly master a language just by casually watching movies and foreign TV shows, it would probably make those struggling to learn English or other languages spit blood in frustration. Liang Qiu Feng's words were truly the epitome of understated arrogance. Still, no one said much about it. They quietly accepted his display of modesty. Amidst the astonished atmosphere, Liang Qiu Feng gradually became more familiar with everyone. Su Xiaoming then invited Liang Qiu Feng and the others to step into the banquet hall. Countless dishes had been prepared in advance, with waitstaff bustling about the perimeter. Inside, family members and friends who had attended the event could also be seen. The moment they stepped inside, Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng both frowned briefly. Sure enough, there they were. In a corner sofa ahead, they spotted a woman. Ma Yisheng curled his lips and snorted, "Speak of the devil. We were just discussing and wondering why Zhao Xiaoxue wasn't here today, and now we see her again." Liang Qiu Feng also pursed his lips. At last, they had seen Zhao Xiaoxue appear. This left them both somewhat puzzled. Liang Qiu Feng sighed helplessly, "Looks like we're bound to have a conversation with Zhao Xiaoxue today. She'll definitely notice us both here. I'm just curious whether she'll tell Zhang Jianghan about this. If she does tell Zhang Jianghan and he's planning to enter the race later, I suspect he might try to scheme against us somehow." Hearing this, Ma Yisheng hesitated slightly before replying, "It shouldn't come to that. Zhang Jianghan shouldn't be that foolish. After all, today's event was arranged by Su Xiaoming. Everyone here is a prominent figure in Beijing, if not globally. Even if Zhang Jianghan desperately wants to help Zhao Xiaoxue, he wouldn't scheme against us today and cause us such trouble. If something like that happened later, it could cause a huge uproar, maybe even put lives at risk." Liang Qiu Feng gave a hesitant smile and said nothing more. As for why he had such thoughts, truthfully, it stemmed from Liang Qiu Feng having just caught Zhao Xiaoxue's glance. Indeed, Zhao Xiaoxue had also spotted Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng at that very moment. In that instant, Liang Qiu Feng saw the shock and fury in Zhao Xiaoxue's eyes. This emotion instantly made Liang Qiu Feng understand that Zhao Xiaoxue harbored boundless fury toward the two of them. After all, the events that had unfolded over this period had brought Zhao Xiaoxue unprecedented trouble. It could even be said that she had paid a heavy price. Liang Qiu Feng admitted he didn't care what kind of person Zhao Xiaoxue fell for. Nor did he care whether she wanted a better life or chose to be with someone else. But Liang Qiu Feng refused to let this trouble land on his own shoulders. Zhao Xiaoxue's repeated provocations and taunts had caused Liang Qiu Feng considerable inconvenience. Therefore, Liang Qiu Feng reasoned that witnessing Zhao Xiaoxue pay the price for her actions would be a rather satisfying outcome. He even believed Zhao Xiaoxue would stop causing him trouble after that. But to his surprise, Zhao Xiaoxue remained relentless, ultimately causing Liang Qiu Feng so much trouble that he felt utterly helpless. He could only hope Xiao Xiaoxue wouldn't cause him any trouble during today's race. Otherwise, Liang Qiu Feng would undoubtedly find ways to make Xiao Xiaoxue and that Jiang Yumeng pay a price. After pondering this, Liang Qiu Feng let out a long sigh and ultimately said nothing more. As everyone swiftly made their way into the banquet hall, smiles graced every face. Clearly, they were still feeling happy and content about everything they had experienced today. Soon, everyone was chatting together. Liang Qiu Feng also noticed that Mike seemed particularly curious about him. He first spoke at length with Ma Yisheng, likely because as the son of the Ma group. Given the Ma group's standing in the capital and their extensive collaborations with the Conschild family, as children of partner families, it was only natural for them to engage in extensive conversation. As for why Mick was so curious about Liang Qiu Feng could easily figure it out. It must have been the Koenigsegg he drove, along with the aura and talents he displayed. Though this explanation bordered on self-praise, it was undeniably the most plausible and logical answer Liang Qiu Feng could muster at the moment. Mick looked at Liang Qiu Feng and chuckled. "Mr. Liang Qiu Feng, it's a pleasure to meet you. I must admit I'm curious, why haven't I heard your name before? I've researched the people and events happening in the capital. When our family collaborated with enterprises in the capital, I came here to learn and discuss matters. Though it was for leisure, why is it that after every one of my visits here, I've never once heard the name Liang Qiu Feng? Could it be that you're not from the capital?" 188 First encounter with Zhang Jianhan, tensions run high. Seeking gold tickets. Upon hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled and said, "Is it really that important to Mr. Mick whether or not I'm from the capital? Besides, I'm just an unknown junior. Naturally, I wouldn't attract much attention." "Mr. Mick, please don't dwell on this, it means little to me. On the contrary, meeting you today, Mr. Mick, a member of the Conschild family, has truly overwhelmed me with honor. To become acquainted with you, Mr. Mick, is truly one of the greatest honors of my life." Liang Qiu Feng delivered this speech entirely in English, flawlessly conveying the nuances of every idiom to his listener. Upon hearing this, Mick chuckled and said gratefully, "Mr. Liang Qiu Feng, you are too kind. Personally, I never felt that my identity or the family behind me brought me much convenience. Instead, it leaves me feeling somewhat helpless. Countless people, because of my family, my status, and my position, choose to curry favor with me time and again. This has become a real source of distress for me. I truly wish to have some genuine friends who share more common interests. You see, everyone gathered here today because of racing, that's what makes me truly happy." Listening intently, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly. He suddenly realized that Mick Conschild seemed to share a perspective remarkably similar to Ma Yisheng's. Growing up in such formidable families, both men had attracted the attention of countless people around them. Even Ma Yisheng and Mick were no exception. More and more people tried to associate with them, seeking connections and currying favor. All for the sake of gaining the status and prestige that came with their names. Who wouldn't want to be friends with the wealthy? If you ever needed their help, they would surely find a way to assist you. After all, what these people sought was but a drop in the bucket for the wealthy, a trifling matter. It was precisely this sentiment that likely left Mick and Ma Yisheng feeling a bit helpless. Because these people aren't sincere. When they were young, they might have felt genuinely happy when faced with someone's sincerity. But gradually, as they witnessed the unpredictability of human nature, a sense of helplessness began to well up within them. Lost in thought, Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly, "Mr. Mick, you're overthinking it. We all share a passion for racing. As men, having a common interest like this always brings us together successfully. I've heard Mr. Mick's racing skills are renowned worldwide. Today, I'm eager to witness firsthand the true extent of your abilities." Listening intently, Mick chuckled softly. "Mr. Liang Qiu Feng, you flatter me. I don't consider my driving skills particularly exceptional. I simply approach every race with utmost seriousness, never slacking off, that's all. As for who wins or loses on the track, let's settle that on the racecourse." Liang Qiu Feng nodded as time slowly passed. Just then, a voice sounded beside him. "Good evening, Mr. Mick." Hearing the voice, Mick turned his head, instinctively looking to the side. Beside him stood a man holding a wineglass, his eyes brimming with excitement. The man chuckled, "Mr. Mick, I've long heard of your formidable racing skills. My name is Zhang Jianhan. I'm a race car driver from China and have participated in numerous competitions, both big and small. Meeting you today, Mr. Mick, is like meeting my idol. I hope we can share the joy of racing together tonight. Of course, I'll also show you what I'm capable of." Upon hearing Zhang Jianhan's words, Mick instantly broke into a smile. "Mr. Zhang, no need for such formalities. Since you are also a racing driver and possess considerable expertise in the field, we shall both give it our all today." After saying this, Zhang Jianhan chuckled, "That goes without saying. Rest assured, Mr. Mick. I'd even say I'm here today specifically for your wager prize." "Oh?" Mick chuckled. Very well, very well. It seems someone has taken an interest in my prize money. Before, so many people knew my reputation, knew my racing skills and strength, yet they weren't particularly interested in the wagers my races brought. Each of them seemed content just to accompany me for the race, one after another letting me win.
Though I did encounter one or two who showed interest or sought the prize money, not a single one could ever beat me on the track. Seeing how confident you are, Mr. Zhang, perhaps you might just deliver an unexpected performance for me." As he spoke, Mick turned his gaze to Liang Qiu Feng and continued, "Mr. Liang Qiu Feng, I've long heard from Mr. Su that your racing skills are absolutely beyond question. To be honest, I've become quite curious about you. Tonight's race you absolutely must show me your full potential." Liang Qiu Feng smiled faintly, saying nothing more. Instead, Ma Yisheng beside him pursed his lips and whispered in Liang Qiu Feng's ear that Zhang Jianghan, seeing that Mick finally has a chance to talk to him, is rushing to show off. While I admit he has some skill in the domestic racing scene, he's still far from being a match for Mr. Mick. Liang Qiu Feng smiled faintly, choosing not to agree with his words. He had never truly assessed Zhang Jianghan's racing abilities. What right did he have to pass judgment? Just then, Zhang Jianghan approached them, suddenly furrowing his brow as he spoke slowly. "Humph, Liang Qiu Feng, is it? From the sound of it, you seem pretty confident in your abilities." Hearing Zhang Jianghan's mocking tone, Liang Qiu Feng's eyebrows twitched slightly. He hadn't expected Zhang Jianghan to harbor such strong feelings toward him. He and Ma Yisheng turned to look. Sure enough, Zhang Jianghan's expression was distinctly off, his eyes brimming with disdain for the pair and endless scorn. 189 You dare mock Zhao Xiaoxue? Please vote for gold tickets. Then, without prompting, Zhang Jianghan blurted out, "I know you too. My girlfriend, Zhao Xiaoxue, told me. She said you constantly mocked her and looked down on her back in school, right? Zhao Xiaoxue just wanted to be an ordinary student, but you looked down on her because of your status. Her family faced some financial hardship, but that doesn't deserve such ridicule from you too. People like you, do you even deserve to be children of wealthy families? What a load of crap. Utterly lacking in class. Truly disgusting." Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng froze in place. They exchanged a glance, both suddenly understanding what had transpired. After a moment, Ma Yisheng gave a bitter smile, pursed his lips, and whispered, "Did you hear that, crazy? This Zhao Xiaoxue seems to have spread rumors about us too. That doesn't quite add up. Logically speaking, we should be the protagonists in a novel or TV drama. How come in Zhao Xiaoxue's version, we become the villains, the ones oppressing her?" Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng gave a helpless smile. Did she really think this was a novel? From Zhang Jianghan's words alone, he had already figured it out. Most likely, Zhao Xiaoxue had fabricated her identity and circumstances in front of Zhang Jianghan, simultaneously portraying Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng's actions as those of major villains in a TV drama. It was precisely because of her words that Zhang Jianghan had gradually developed boundless anger toward the two of them. Faced with this undeserved calamity, Liang Qiu Feng felt utterly helpless. He never imagined he would one day be the target of such fabricated rumors. After a moment's thought, Liang Qiu Feng curled his lips, glanced at Zhang Jianghan before him, and said, "Mr. Zhang, it seems you believe Zhao Xiaoxue's words are true? What else could it be?" Zhang Jianghan curled his lips and retorted, "Am I supposed to believe you lot instead of my own girlfriend? You're not still planning to twist the truth here, are you? If you do something, you should have the courage to take responsibility. Why are you still so cowardly?" Liang Qiu Feng sneered coldly, Fine, Mr. Zhang. Say whatever you want. But I want you to know this, Zhao Xiaoxue deceived you. She's not the impoverished person you claim she is. Her family lives in the capital. Her mother is a landlady. While she doesn't earn a fortune, she's far from ordinary. Furthermore, we never bullied Zhao Xiaoxue at school. On the contrary, she resented the wealthy and couldn't stand me and Ma Yisheng. She resented our success and relentlessly mocked me and our families. Even before dating you, Zhao Xiaoxue had a boyfriend who played the piano. I suspect she broke up with that guy within half a day of confirming her relationship with you. Or perhaps it's highly likely she was already talking to you while dating other men, ultimately keeping you as a backup option. Shut up. Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's words, Zhang Jianghan's face instantly lost all color. He glared at Liang Qiu Feng with fury, then coldly retorted, Liang Qiu Feng, stop slandering Zhao Xiaoxue. You have no right. Don't think that just because you have some status, know a few people, and have a pile of stinking cash, you can casually mock others. Even if you become richer than a billionaire, you'll never earn my approval, Zhang Jianghan. Hearing Zhang Jianghan's words, Liang Qiu Feng gave a helpless, bitter smile. Truly, those blinded by love could never see the truth. He genuinely felt Zhang Jianghan was missing a few screws, unable to distinguish truth from fiction, utterly exasperating. But Liang Qiu Feng didn't plan to say anything more. With someone like Zhang Jianghan, who was perpetually asleep at the wheel, any explanation would be futile. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled dryly, fine, whatever you say goes. If you think Zhao Xiaoxue cares about you, if you believe she holds that position, then so be it. Since I can't persuade you, what else can I do? Zhang Jianghan snorted coldly. So you think having a little capital and financial clout gives you the right to slander and spread rumors about others? Today, I'll overlook your petty insults and avoid further entanglement with you. But if I ever catch you mocking Zhao Xiaoxue like this again, you'd better watch out. With that, Zhang Jianghan strode away. Watching Zhang Jianghan's retreating figure, Ma Yisheng felt an endless wave of helplessness wash over him. Finally, he sighed, honestly, I don't even know what to say. Truth be told, Zhang Jianghan has some skill, but he seems to lack brains. Time and again, he's been manipulated by Zhao Xiuxue, falling for her schemes and even developing such deep hatred toward us? It's truly pitiful when you think about it. Liang Qiu Feng gave a bitter smile. Enough. Let's not gloat over his misfortune. You'd be better off hoping Zhang Jianghan doesn't cause too much trouble for us next. If he messes with our plans, it could be a real headache, especially on the racetrack. I'm counting on winning today's championship and bagging that huge prize money. Liang Qiu Feng smacked his lips, his eyes sparkling with excitement. If I get my hands on that fortune, I'll be rolling in it. Hearing Liang Qiu Feng's self-deprecating remark, Ma Yisheng rolled his eyes in exasperation beside him. You still care about that kind of money? Don't kid me. Do you really think I'd believe that? With your family background and status, what amount of money could you not get? Why bother with a mere few tens of millions? Liang Qiu Feng immediately bristled at this remark. What do you mean just a few tens of millions? This is a fortune. This money would cover my gas for years. Go on, stop talking nonsense. I'm feeling confident about this race today. Hearing this, Ma Yisheng shook his head helplessly. But to be honest, Ma Yisheng was genuinely curious and eager to see how Liang Qiu Feng would perform on the racetrack. After all, he had witnessed Liang Qiu Feng's astonishing drifting skills firsthand after their confrontation at the entrance of the Beijing University parking lot. While Ma Yisheng had witnessed countless such stunt drifts on various racetracks and in all kinds of performances, he had never seen anyone like Liang Qiu Feng who could pull it off without any prior rehearsal, relying solely on a single glance to execute it. 190 broad daylight. In plain sight. Please vote. Though not as fanatical about racing as Su Xiaoming, Ma Yisheng still possessed a keen understanding of the ins and outs of motorsports, its rules, and race dynamics. After a moment of casual chatter, the two drifted back into the crowd to mingle with others. Mick also continued mingling among the crowd, engaging in casual conversation with everyone. After all, while today's attendees included business elites and young scions from wealthy local families, it was figures like Mick, renowned both domestically and internationally, commanding widespread attention, who truly captured everyone's interest. He had become the focal point of their group. Meanwhile, after exchanging a few words with those around him, Zhang Jianghan headed toward Zhao Xiuxue. As he walked, his pace suddenly slowed. His mind was replaying the words Liang Qiu Feng had just shared with him. A flicker of hesitation crossed his mind. He pondered the identity of Zhao Xiuxue that Liang Qiu Feng had mentioned, and what exactly she had done at the school. As these thoughts surfaced, deep doubt began to cloud Zhang Jianghan's mind. He wondered, was this story true or false? Had Zhao Xiuxue truly deceived him? Had she lied about her identity? Had she truly mocked Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng at school? Zhang Jianghan admitted he wasn't a good person. He always sought out young female college students as girlfriends, repeatedly indulging in the pleasures of intimacy. But he certainly didn't like being deceived. At the same time, once he decided a woman would be his girlfriend, Zhang Jianghan would spare no effort to protect her and care for her. But at the end of the day, Zhang Jianghan wasn't stupid. He still possessed the ability to distinguish right from wrong. It was Zhao Xiuxue who had planted the seeds of suspicion, detailing their relationship and the despicable actions of Liang Qiu Feng and others, filling Zhang Jianghan with boundless rage. That was precisely why, upon seeing the two chatting with Mick just moments ago, Zhang Jianghan had stepped forward to mock them. Now, however, two completely different versions of the story lay before him, and Zhang Jianghan found himself unsure who was right and who was wrong in this matter. Before long, Zhang Jianghan finally returned to Zhao Xiuxue's side. She immediately stood up, grabbed his hand, and asked gently, "Brother Zhang, what's wrong? You look so troubled. Did something happen?" Zhao Xiuxue narrowed her eyes, her expression brimming with genuine concern and care for Zhang Jianghan. Truthfully, she was genuinely worried. Zhao Xiuxue hadn't expected that today's racing event would also invite Ma Yisheng and Liang Qiu Feng. But upon second thought, it made perfect sense. After all, Su Xiaoming was hosting the event. What was Su Xiaoming's status and standing? And what was his relationship with Ma Yisheng? Given Ma Yisheng and Liang Qiu Feng's connection, their presence here was actually quite understandable. Yet Zhao Xiuxue's heart was filled with boundless fury. She had been thoroughly humiliated by Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng, and her frustration knew no bounds. Therefore, upon seeing the two men appear, Zhao Xiuxue schemed in her mind, plotting ways to get back at them. She confided in Zhang Jianghan about the incident, even fabricating her family background and distorting her actions at school, a classic case of twisting the truth and turning the tables. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Zhang Jianghan wasted no time in plotting to confront Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng to settle the score. Zhao Xiuxue was delighted to see this turn of events, but she never imagined that later, when they came together, so many conversations would unfold. Zhao Xiuxue grew anxious, fearing her secret would be exposed. So, seeing Zhang Jianghan return here with a furrowed brow, Zhao Xiuxue rushed over immediately to try and ask him about it. At that moment, Zhang Jianghan was torn. After a long pause, he couldn't help but sigh deeply, deciding to trust Zhao Xiaoxue after all. After all, Zhao Xiaoxue had been by his side these past 2 days, bringing him a happiness he'd never known before. Moreover, Zhao Xiaoxue's abilities were undeniable. Zhang Jianghan couldn't express how much he relished having such a woman in his life. This gradually caused Zhang Jianghan to abandon his ability to think critically, choosing to trust her explanation in a way he never had before. Shaking his head, he chuckled softly. Nothing much. They just mentioned some racing track matters earlier, nothing to do with you. Hearing this, Zhao Xiaoxue exhaled deeply before chuckling softly. It really has nothing to do with me. It's just Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng mocking me over and over again. I haven't done anything. But, Brother Zhang, you'll probably be racing against them on the track later. Think you'll win? At that, Zhang Jianghan scoffed and replied with utter arrogance, what's there to say? Don't you know what kind of skills I possess? Ask around in China. I, Zhang Jianghan, am renowned as a top-tier race car driver. Granted, that Mick guy is formidable. Whether I can beat him? Hard to say. But taking down Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng? Absolutely no problem. Zhao Xiaoxue smiled instantly and said, honey, I love how confident you are. Then I'll congratulate Brother Zhang in advance on achieving a great result. Brother Zhang, if you take first place tonight, I'll show you my newest toy. Oh? Hearing this, Zhang Jianghan narrowed his eyes and a delighted smile spread across his face. What new thing did you get? Alright, since you put it that way, I absolutely must win this competition tonight. And besides, the thought of soon receiving tens of millions in prize money made Zhang Jianghan chuckle. I heard you've been eyeing a few handbags lately, right? Once we win tonight's match, I'll go buy them for you right away. Hearing this, Zhao Xiaoxue's expression instantly brightened. Wasn't what she craved most seeing Zhang Jianghan shower her with wonderful things time and again? Wasn't her greatest desire to enjoy life to the fullest, to revel in such extravagant luxury? Seeing Zhang Jianghan so happy now, she resolved to keep rewarding him time and again. Zhao Xiaoxue couldn't have been happier inside. Leaning against Zhang Jianghan's shoulder, her hands began to wander. Clearly, Zhang Jianghan was thoroughly enjoying it, his eyes half closed as he hummed softly to himself. All of this was observed by Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng. Watching the scene unfold, Ma Yisheng couldn't help but snort derisively. Zhao Xiaoxue really has no brain. Doesn't she realize where she is? Trying to seduce Zhang Jianghan so blatantly in public? Zhang Jianghan too, it felt like love had completely clouded his judgment, his mind filled with nothing but women. It's kind of pathetic when you think about it. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled, maybe this is just their way of expressing affection. Can you really stop them? Ma Yisheng curled his lips. Forget it. I really have no interest this time. But I can tell Zhang Jianghan seems to have chosen to believe Zhao Xiaoxue's explanation based on the look in his eyes. Based on my guess, Zhang Jianghan might actually do something to us too on the racetrack next. You'd better be careful then. Though I've never seen your true capabilities, I trust you won't disappoint me, right? 191, Mike and Su Xiaoming's bet-seeking gold tickets. Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng smiled confidently, alright, stop flattering me to death here. Forget about strength or anything else. Let's just give it our all today and not let certain people look down on us. Ma Yisheng chuckled softly and said no more. Soon after, footsteps approached from nearby, accompanied by a call, Brother Liang Qiu Feng. The two turned their heads at the sound. Su Xiaoming and Su Yuqing approached them. Seeing them appear, Ma Yisheng chuckled, lifting his juice cup as he said, Su Xiaoming, why aren't you keeping those people company? What brings you over to us? We can't handle this much attention. Su Xiaoming gave a helpless chuckle. You're always cracking jokes around here. You two are my closest friends. If I pay more attention to you, who else am I supposed to pay attention to? Besides, it's just everyone chatting casually. Why should I act so obsequious? What do you think? Turning to Liang Qiu Feng, he added, Brother Liang Qiu Feng, how confident are you about tonight's upcoming race? Liang Qiu Feng smiled and nodded confidently. Although Liang Qiu Feng had always believed he should keep a low profile and be humble and polite in recent days, at this moment, he appeared exceptionally bold and confident. He even said, of course. If I didn't have that confidence, what right would I have to stand here and participate in the event you're hosting? Perhaps delighted by Liang Qiu Feng's words, or perhaps satisfied with his newfound confidence, Su Xiaoming burst into laughter. Excellent. Brother Liang Qiu Feng truly hasn't disappointed me. I'd heard from Ma Yisheng long ago that your personal strength and racing skills are absolutely beyond question. Hearing you speak with such conviction today only strengthens my faith in you. I'm genuinely looking forward to your performance in the upcoming race. I hope you won't let me down. Liang Qiu Feng gave a non-committal smile and said nothing more. Su Xiaoming, however, suddenly looked a bit dazed. Noticing Su Xiaoming's reaction, Ma Yisheng couldn't help but ask curiously, what's wrong, Su Xiaoming? You look as uncomfortable as if you're constipated. Need to take care of business? Su Xiaoming, are you being polite? JPG. It could be said that Su Xiaoming and Ma Yisheng had grown up together since childhood.
Though there was an age gap between them, their bond was undeniable. Su Xiaoming retorted irritably, "Enough already.
You've been mocking me with your sarcastic remarks since we were kids.
How come you're still like this even after getting into college? Ma Yisheng, you're such a pain in the ass."
Put. I'll be sarcastic all I want.
We've been through so much together since childhood, when have I ever backed down? Enough already. What's on your mind? Spit it out. Ma Yisheng retorted bluntly.
Hearing this, Su Xiaoming gave an awkward chuckle.
Well, actually,
I really do have something I need to discuss with brother Liang Qiu Feng. Liang Qiu Feng was slightly surprised, not expecting this matter to involve him. He asked curiously, "What's up, Su?
Need my help with something? Just say the word. We've said we're friends, right? Doing something for a friend is only natural, isn't it?" Su Xiaoming chuckled before getting to the point.
Well, actually, Mick came to Beijing from abroad this time with a cooperation deal. About half a year ago, Mick's family, the Conschilds, and the Ma Group finalized a massive partnership. It's safe to say it boosted the Ma Group's market value by at least 10%.
The annual profits are nothing short of enviable.
At this point, Su Xiaoming glanced at Ma Yisheng beside him with a hint of envy.
Seeing the other man nod, he couldn't help but give a bitter smile. "And my father?"
Upon learning of this situation, unwilling to be outdone, he engaged in discussions with the Conchild family. Ultimately, they did indeed reach a preliminary agreement for a partnership. But, this time, the entire process was entirely led by Mick. Don't be fooled by Mick being a racing maniac, idly drifting between cities to kick off his racing events every day.
It must be said that as the eldest son of the Conchild family, Mick possesses considerable capability.
He approached his work with meticulous care, though he always liked to add a little wager to the mix. As he listened, Liang Qiu Feng began to form some thoughts in his mind, though he made no attempt to voice them. He suspected the collaboration between the Conchild family and the Su Group might be connected to today's racing event. Sure enough, Su Xiaoming continued slowly, and Mick's visit this time is indeed about a partnership with our Su Group. However, the terms outlined in the letter of intent for this partnership, including the future financial arrangements between us, are somewhat less than what we had anticipated. Although this was what we had previously discussed, we still hope to earn more and more.
Who wouldn't want their family to earn more money? Who wouldn't want to accumulate greater assets in the future? Liang Qiu Feng nodded.
Su Xiaoming continued, "This time, however, Mick presented me with a conditional wager. He said that if any racer I invited could successfully complete a lap on this track without being lapped by Mick, he would increase the proposed cooperation amount by 50%. At the same time, if someone actually beats him, Mick will double all the favorable terms in the original contract for us, including all financial transactions. So, brother Liang Qiu Feng, you surely understand, given your standing and connections, you've undoubtedly researched these matters and grasped the intricacies of business dealings. Should the Conchild family increase their intended investment in our collaboration by 50%, or even double it, the standing of our Su Group within the capital would undoubtedly rise accordingly. While we might not surpass the Ma Group or Duan Jewelry, achieving parity with them would become well within our reach. Therefore, upon learning of this matter, father placed great importance on it and hopes I will take it seriously. As the eldest son within the Su Group, I too am deeply invested in this matter. I sincerely hope we can successfully fulfill the wager with Mick." Hearing Su Xiaoming's words, Liang Qiu Feng nodded silently, his mind grasping the frustration weighing on Su Xiaoming's heart and his current thoughts. Meanwhile, Ma Yisheng, standing nearby, curled his lips and remarked,
192 new mission. 15 million. Seeking gold tickets.
You're crazy, don't listen to him. This Su Xiaoming, he's definitely planning to get you to help him accomplish something.
Right now, you're probably the only person he can use.
Even that Zhang Jianghan, he was probably brought in by Su Xiaoming too. But Zhang Jianghan's skills are nowhere near enough to impress Mr. Mick.
There's absolutely no way he could win that bet against him. Why go to all that trouble? If you really help Su Xiaoming win this bet and get nothing in return, what's the point? Forget it, forget it. I'm done with this.
As he spoke, Ma Yisheng started to drag Liang Qiu Feng away from the scene. But Liang Qiu Feng just shook his head and smiled bitterly.
How could he not understand?
This exchange between Ma Yisheng and Su Xiaoming was nothing but mutual banter. From childhood onward, the two had been at each other's throats, constantly scheming against one another behind the scenes. At the same time, he sensed that Ma Yisheng's current actions were clearly meant to secure some advantage for him. Why not go along with it? Sure enough, Su Xiaoming quickly chimed in from the side, "You really get on my nerves, kid.
I'd love to punch you right now. Why do you spend every day picking on me and being so sarcastic? Forget it, forget it. Things have come to this point.
If I don't show some sincerity, I doubt brother Liang Qiu Feng will help me with this matter."
As he spoke, Su Xiaoming glanced at Liang Qiu Feng before sighing helplessly. "Brother Liang Qiu Feng, let me put it this way.
If you help me pull this off, win this bet for me, and secure that big order for the Su family, I promise you'll get benefits beyond your wildest dreams."
Here's the thing, I heard from Ma Yisheng that you acquired that company in Ningguan last night? A sports equipment company, right? Liang Qiu Feng nodded.
Su Xiaoming continued, as luck would have it, among the members of our Tianqing business hotel, there happens to be the largest sports equipment distributor in the entire country. He's the largest sports equipment distributor in all of China, with partnerships spanning countless sports equipment companies and sales teams nationwide. Brother Liang Qiu Feng, if you help me accomplish this today, I can guarantee I'll connect you with him to establish a long-term partnership. I can guarantee that every year going forward, your Mingguang equipment company will secure orders worth billions. And let me clarify, the billions I mentioned represent your net profit. In reality, the actual sums involved will be even greater. He holds nationwide distributor authority, and the resources at his disposal are far more extensive than you could ever imagine. Previously, Mingguang's former owner approached this individual countless times, yet never once secured a deal. While Mingguang enjoys considerable prestige domestically, their products are priced too high, leaving that individual with insufficient profit margins. The original owner of Mingguang refused to budge once again. But if you, Brother Liang Qiu Feng, help me win this bet today, I will personally facilitate this partnership for you. In fact, I could even contribute funds to help smooth relations between the parties. What do you think of this arrangement, Brother Liang Qiu Feng? Hearing Su Xiaoming's words, Liang Qiu Feng was genuinely taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Su Xiaoming offering such a significant advantage. After all, merchants everywhere chase profits, no gain, no effort. For Su Xiaoming to make such a significant guarantee for the sake of the Su family was clearly no small matter. Moreover, with over 10 billion yuan in net income added to his coffers annually, why wouldn't Liang Qiu Feng seize this opportunity? After all, his sole focus now was making money, earning more and more until the system officially recognized him as a top-tier tycoon. He was confident that once he secured the connections arranged by Su Xiaoming and solidified this cooperative agreement, his Mingguang company would inevitably rise with the tide. By then, the profits he reaped would surely astonish even Liang Qiu Feng himself. For Liang Qiu Feng, facilitating this collaboration between Mike and Su Xiaoming would inevitably lead to closer cooperation with the Su group in the future. Simultaneously, he saw it as entirely beneficial for the future development of his own company. After pondering for a moment, Liang Qiu Feng was about to speak when Ma Yisheng approached him with a displeased expression. His voice dripping with sarcasm, he remarked, Hey. Am I seeing things? Su Xiaoming, you really went all out to make sure that Madman won this match, didn't you? Damn it! Are you that desperate to see the Su family surpass our Ma family? If that's the case, then I absolutely cannot agree to this. The Ma group's standing in the capital is not something to be shaken. Hearing this, Su Xiaoming couldn't help but let out another bitter laugh. He could tell perfectly well that this was all just teasing. It was all just banter between them, there was no real animosity. Given the close cooperation between the Su and Ma families, it was simply impossible for them to turn against each other. Su Xiaoming shook his head helplessly before replying slowly, Ma Yisheng, give it a rest. Stop being so sarcastic. Our Su and Ma families have always worked closely together. I've always known that it's impossible for the Su family to surpass yours, at least not in the foreseeable future. Of course, we don't want to see the Su family continue living in mediocrity either. Who wouldn't want to seize opportunities for their family's glory? But I think you understand, and you must also hope to see Brother Liang Qiu Feng thrive more and more in the capital. Besides, I've heard that your Ma family has also facilitated some cooperation with Mingguang, where Brother Liang Qiu Feng is based. Listening to their back-and-forth exchange, Liang Qiu Feng felt a pang of helplessness, yet he understood. The relationship between Su Xiaoming and Ma Yisheng was indeed exceptionally close. Moreover, Su Xiaoming truly wielded considerable influence in the capital. Many matters simply couldn't be concealed from him. Given this, Liang Qiu Feng reasoned that agreeing to Su Xiaoming's request wasn't something to be ashamed of. Yet suddenly, a voice echoed in Liang Qiu Feng's mind. Mission assigned, participate in the race and overtake Mick Han's child. Mission reward, God-tier martial arts master. 15 million yuan. Failure reward, total vehicle destruction and death. Killed by a truck on the way home. Instantly, Liang Qiu Feng's mouth twitched. He never imagined the system would issue another mission at this moment demanding he win the race. And to top it off, it rewarded him with the abilities of a god-tier martial arts master in 15 million yuan. But 193, give me a break. Stop feeling sorry for yourself. Please vote. Now, for some reason, perhaps because he owned a company worth over 100 million, or even a billion. At the same time, he had secured a partnership with the Ma Group, ensuring that the profits from this company would only grow in the future. Liang Qiu Feng suddenly felt that this 15 million was actually nothing special. Yet, he remained genuinely delighted by the various abilities he'd gained. After all, from the moment the system bound itself to him until now, Liang Qiu Feng had acquired one ability after another by completing its tasks. These included mastery of driving, god-tier athletic talent, god-tier musician skills, and more. Each ability allowed Liang Qiu Feng to fully showcase his charisma, securing everything he now possessed and drawing immense attention. Though Liang Qiu Feng had initially sought to keep a low profile, he gradually grew to relish the sensation of being the center of attention. Besides, Liang Qiu Feng had genuinely wanted to participate in today's race from the start. For him, a race that offered nothing but benefits presented absolutely no reason to refuse. If he successfully accepted Su Xiaoming's challenge and won the race, Liang Qiu Feng would gain access to boundless resources. This would elevate his company, Mingguan, to new heights, securing even greater resources for its future.
Why wouldn't he seize such an opportunity? Liang Qiu Feng wasn't foolish. He understood that even with the system and the attention and support he'd gained from Ma Yisheng and Su Xiaoming due to his abilities, if he didn't seize this opportunity to build his own power base, what would happen later? What if Ma Yisheng and Su Xiaoming discovered he wasn't part of one of the country's 4 major hidden financial groups after all, that he had no real power base? Wouldn't that lead to their dissatisfaction with him? That was a scenario Liang Qiu Feng absolutely did not want to see. Why would he willingly turn away such benefits time and again? However, before Liang Qiu Feng could even look at Su Xiaoming and speak, Ma Yisheng beside him interjected, "Madman, I suggest you agree to him." Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng was slightly taken aback. But he quickly realized that Ma Yisheng's earlier remarks to Su Xiaoming hadn't been meant to be sarcastic. Rather, Ma and Su were genuinely close, and Ma genuinely hoped to see Liang agree to Su's request. Liang Qiu Feng still teased him, "What's up, Ma? Just a moment ago, you and Su seemed to be at each other's throats. Now you're suddenly encouraging me to agree to Su's request?" Ma Yisheng gave an awkward chuckle, scratched his head, and replied, "Don't let our constant bickering and teasing fool you. At heart, we've been childhood buddies since we were kids. Even though he's older than me, I've always looked up to him like a good older brother. He's helped me tremendously throughout my journey. Plus, the Su and Ma families have such a close relationship. We genuinely want him to have a better life. Seeing the Su family grow stronger because of this brings me genuine happiness." Hearing this, Su Xiaoming beside me seemed slightly moved, yet he stubbornly retorted, "Ma Yisheng, what you're saying, how can it be so touching? You're making me tear up here." Ma Yisheng rolled his eyes at him in exasperation and said, "Cut it out. I'm worried that if you lose this contract and fail to meet expectations, other groups will overtake you. I'm afraid of being embarrassed as your friend. Stop feeling sorry for yourself and don't think I'll help you. Pfft, I'd love to see you groveling at my feet every day." Su Xiaoming chuckled, well aware that Ma Yisheng was just putting on a tough front again. Liang Qiu Feng watched the two bickering helplessly, but then nodded. "Su Xiao, since you've asked and offered me so many benefits, it would be ungrateful of me to refuse. Besides, I've been eager to face Mr. Mick in a direct duel. I want to truly gauge the gap between us and experience just how formidable his strength truly is. In that case, I accept." Finally, hearing Liang Qiu Feng's words, Su Xiaoming felt genuinely moved. Truth be told, Su Xiaoming had never witnessed Liang Qiu Feng's racing skills firsthand. Yet, hearing Ma Yisheng's glowing praise, coupled with Liang Qiu Feng's ability to drive a supercar like the Koenigsegg, made it clear his talent was far from ordinary. Thus, at this critical juncture for the Su family, he genuinely hoped from the bottom of his heart that someone could fulfill the wager between him and Mick. That was why he had sought help in this manner. Just as Ma Yisheng had said, Zhang Jianghan was indeed summoned by Su Xiaoming. However, he had already done his homework beforehand. Coupled with his extensive experience in racing, he could easily judge that Zhang Jianghan would likely pale in comparison to Mick in this race. Still, he hoped Zhang Jianghan's presence would salvage some face for him. If Zhang could actually win the bet against Mick, that would be ideal. At the same time, he had even invited Liang Qiu Feng along a move akin to forcing someone into action or grasping at straws. He hoped Liang Qiu Feng would prove to possess the formidable racing skills he and Ma Yisheng had pinned their hopes on. Today, if Liang Qiu Feng could truly become the helmsman steering the Su family toward a turning point in their fate, Su Xiaoming would be overjoyed. Though he had no idea what Liang Qiu Feng's true capabilities were, he was willing to take the chance. Liang Qiu Feng, however, gave a wry smile, his eyes flickering with a hint of emotion. Su Xiaoming's profound trust in him was something Liang Qiu Feng hadn't anticipated. But he had to admit, Liang Qiu Feng felt he absolutely wouldn't let Su Xiaoming down. For within his innate driving talent lay the racing experience of countless renowned drivers, even those ranked among the world's elite. All of that had been transformed into Liang Qiu Feng's own abilities. He firmly believed that no matter how formidable Mick might be, today would see a fierce back-and-forth battle. Liang Qiu Feng was even confident he could defeat Mick and win the applause of the entire crowd. Besides, the system had already assigned him this mission. Liang Qiu Feng had no reason to lose this race. Moreover, winning today's race, or rather, after winning it, would not only secure the support of Su Xiaoming's family, the Su clan, enabling his Mingguan company to land a major contract and become the nation's largest distributor and supplier. It would also net him the wager prize Mick had publicly declared. With such rewards on the line, why wouldn't he seize the opportunity? 194 Su Xiaoming's emotional moment. Seeking gold tickets. Soon, just as Su Xiaoming began anticipating Liang Qiu Feng delivering an unexpected or perhaps precisely the outcome he hoped for. Anticipating that the Su family would forge even closer ties with the Conschild family in the future. Even anticipating that their future status and capital would rise accordingly. Suddenly, Su Xiaoming remembered something and hurriedly spoke up. "Just now, when you mentioned Zhang Jianghan, it suddenly reminded me that I actually came here today to discuss something with you.
Earlier, I invited Zhang Jianghan, hoping he could participate in this race as my designated driver. After all, both domestically and internationally, while his skills may not match Mick's, he is still one of China's top racers and ranks among the upper middle tier internationally. What I never could have imagined was that the family member accompanying Zhang Jianghan turned out to be Zhao Xiuxue. These family members arrived later through the back entrance.
I was up front the entire time and hadn't noticed any of this.
It wasn't until I entered the venue just now, before coming to find you two, that I noticed Zhao Xiuxue's presence. Recalling what Zhao Xiuxue and Chen Fei had done together at the Tianqing Business Hotel, and remembering her mockery of both of you, I felt incredibly awkward. I genuinely wanted to kick Zhao Xiuxue out, but
I had to consider Zhang Jianghan's presence.
Moreover, today's race will draw thousands of spectators and racing enthusiasts to the venue. I'm genuinely worried that if we really kick Zhang Jianghan out, it might tarnish all of our reputations a little. Sigh, I'm truly sorry. This situation has become quite difficult for me to handle, but I never imagined it would turn out this way.
Upon hearing Su Xiaoming's explanation,
Liang Qiu Feng chuckled beside him. All right, Mr. Su.
Ma and I were already aware of this situation.
We understand you're in a tough spot now, and we know you didn't intentionally use this to upset us. Given our relationship and your sharp mind, young Master Su, you'd never do something like this. Su Xiaoming nodded, deeply touched by Liang Qiu Feng's trust. Liang Qiu Feng continued, to be honest, Ma Yisheng and I later realized something and didn't hold any grudges over it. Besides, no matter how much trouble Zhao Xiuxue might cause, it wouldn't necessarily affect us too.
Su Xiaoming sighed. True enough.
But I do worry whether Zhang Jianghan might do something to you on the racetrack. After all, racing is a dangerous sport. If something were to happen, you'd be the one getting hurt.
Oh, right. How about this? Su Xiaoming quickly interjected, should I go talk to Zhang Jianghan now? Tell him to at least hold back around you so he doesn't hurt you. If he does, I'll definitely be upset with him.
Upon hearing this suggestion, Liang Qiu Feng pondered for a moment before shaking his head.
Forget it. Better safe than sorry. At the very least, if Zhang Jianghan has that kind of attitude, it might just keep him a bit more competitive. For this race, that might not be a bad thing.
It's precisely because of that fighting spirit and whatever else Zhang Jianghan has in mind that he might just pull off a good finish.
As for you, Xiao, it'll actually save your face.
Su Xiaoming felt deeply touched. He hadn't expected Liang Qiu Feng to still be considering his interests at this point.
Moved by this gesture, he finally nodded. Alright, brother Liang Qiu, I understand. Thank you for thinking of me like this.
It's true, if we really blocked Zhang Jianghan, it might make him too cautious in today's race. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly, saying nothing more. After exchanging a few more casual words and expressing his gratitude, Su Xiaoming turned to greet other arriving guests. Beside him, Ma Yisheng curled his lips. This Su Xiaoming really sacrifices a lot for the Su family. He even thought about causing trouble for you, then inappropriately asked you to help him out.
Enough. Su Xiaoming's already gone.
Why are you still being so sarcastic?
Don't think I can't see it, you don't want to see the Su family fall either.
Sure, the business world is all about competition, no one wants to fall behind. But given your connection to the ZUS, and all you've been through with Su Xiaoming over the years, you must still want to see him succeed, right?
Ma Yisheng felt a pang of embarrassment at these words.
Scratching his head, he gave a sheepish chuckle and nodded.
You're right. I do hope things turn out better for them.
After all, in the capital, while merchants compete, cooperation is ultimately more essential. The better the Su family does, the more benefits it brings to our Ma family in the future. My father has always held this view toward the ZUS, which is precisely why I've arranged this meeting today to have you consider accepting Xiaoming's request.
But, ultimately.
As Ma Yisheng spoke, his gaze turned curiously toward Liang Qiu Feng once more.
Do you actually have confidence in this match? He asked.
I did witness your display of strength in the parking lot, but truth be told, I've never seen you compete in a real match. I have no idea if you'll surprise everyone with your performance.
So now, I still have to ask you, can you actually win this match?
If you can pull it off, then young Master Su will likely resolve a major issue, and the worry in my heart will finally be put to rest. Hearing this, Liang Qiu Feng smiled confidently, rest assured. While it might sound a bit exaggerated, at the very least, I'm confident that today's match between me and Mick will be evenly matched, a back and forth battle where neither of us gives an inch.
Oh?
Well, your confidence does seem reassuring.
Ma Yisheng chuckled. Alright, since you put it that way, what else can I say?
I'll just look forward to seeing how you perform. The two chuckled, unaware that in the distance, Zhao Xiuxue was accompanying Zhang Jianghan, receiving one racing driver after another who had arrived, along with the wealthy young men from the capital. Her gaze radiated pure pride. Zhao Xiuxue thought to herself, today, following Zhang Jianghan, I've truly seen the world. Every single person here is so wealthy and holds such high status. She mused that if she could successfully pair up with any one of these men, then afterward, wouldn't she truly never have to worry about her future again?
The sad truth was, Zhao Xiuxue not only had Zhang Jianghan as her boyfriend at this very moment, but she was also eyeing other wealthy young men while already in a relationship, attempting to flirt with them. Fortunately, Zhang Jianghan was unaware of this. If he found out, he'd likely explode in anger, and it might even lead to their breakup. As time ticked by, it was suddenly 7:50 p.m. 195 reasons why we must win. Seeking gold tickets. Finally, Su Xiaoming and Mike reached the front of the crowd. Su Xiaoming clapped his hands to signal for silence. At the sound of his clap, all conversations ceased. Slowly, the crowd stepped forward until they stood before the two men. Su Xiaoming raised his hand and lifted a wine glass. Of course, the glasses contained nothing but soft drinks. After all, they were about to engage in motor racing. How could they possibly drink alcohol while driving? If alcohol impaired their reactions and caused problems on the track, it could lead to car wrecks, fatalities, or even chain collisions. Su Xiaoming then chuckled and said, "Everyone, thank you all for giving me, Su Xiaoming, such an honor. I am deeply grateful that you have all come here today to attend this banquet. The racing event will commence shortly, and I would like to express my gratitude once more for your support today. At the same time, I'd like to inform you that shortly, a total of 15 cars will enter the Beijing International Circuit for a 20-minute practice session, followed by a 40-minute qualifying session. During the practice session, everyone will have the opportunity to complete roughly 3 laps to familiarize themselves with the entire circuit, its various twists and turns, the track's characteristics, and the road surface conditions, all to prepare for the upcoming qualifying session." Upon hearing Su Xiaoming's explanation, everyone nodded in agreement. This essentially followed the F1 format practice session, qualifying session. However, for them, today's practice session, qualifying, and the main race were all combined into one event. Su Xiaoming continued, "During the subsequent 40-minute qualifying session, you'll each get one warm-up lap followed by one qualifying lap. After this qualifying lap, your times will determine your starting order on the grid. Each driver will then be assigned a corresponding starting position. At 9 a.m., we will officially commence the final race, the main event consisting of 20 laps. 20 laps will take nearly an hour for everyone to complete. After these 20 laps, the champion crowned at the end. If it's not Mr. Mick, well, Mr. Mick has stated he's raised the stakes once again today. He will present 80 million in cash to the ultimate victor." As Su Xiaoming finished speaking, the entire venue erupted in excitement. 80 million. It's important to note that Mick had previously only offered 30 to 40 million. Although he repeatedly raised the stakes later on to stir up excitement, the highest amount he had offered before this was just 56 million. Now, he had suddenly raised it by another 24 million, reaching 80 million. Such a staggering sum had indeed made some of the racers present green with envy. Of course, whether it was Ma Yisheng, the wealthy young men like Su Xiaoming, or even the affluent individuals who had followed Mick here, many of them came from families with assets worth tens of billions. To them, 80 million was naturally nothing. But at the end of the day, getting it in hand is clearly a good thing. Previously, their monthly allowances had been in the millions, though for many, it was merely hundreds of thousands or even tens of thousands. Even Ma Yisheng, overhearing this exchange, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "Holy cow, 80 million. Mick sure knows how to throw down." The Conschild family really lives up to its reputation. Casually dropping 80 million like that is seriously enviable. "My old man only gives me around 1 million yuan in pocket money each month, and he even takes back a portion of that every month. If I had that 80 million, I wouldn't have to worry about anything for the next decade or so." Hearing Ma Yisheng's envious admiration, Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but give a wry smile. "You're short on money?" Ma Yisheng shot back without hesitation, "Of course I do. That 80 million is my pocket money for years. Who wouldn't want more money? Who wouldn't want more money to spend freely and enjoy life to the fullest? I'm no exception. But Liang Qiu Feng, you wouldn't care about 80 million yuan, would you?" Liang Qiu Feng curled his lips, thinking to himself that Ma Yisheng was once again teasing him with his so-called identity as one of the 4 hidden financial groups. He immediately retorted, "How could that be? 80 million yuan, that's not 80,000. Who wouldn't want that?" As he spoke, Liang Qiu Feng thought helplessly to himself, even though he now possessed billions in assets, they were all real estate and companies. The only money he could actually access right now was a mere 47 million. Liang Qiu Feng also dreamed that if he truly won the championship through fair competition, he'd pocket 80 million. Or even if the system required him to surpass Mick Conschild. Though he wasn't sure if surpassing meant winning the championship outright or simply overtaking him during the race. But if he completed the task and added Mick's prize money, Liang Qiu Feng would genuinely receive 95 million yuan in funds. Combined with his current holdings, that would push his total well over 100 million. Such a vast sum. Frankly, who wouldn't be tempted? Liang Qiu Feng was no exception. After pondering it, Liang Qiu Feng pursed his lips. If Ma Yisheng valued it so highly, how could he not? It seemed clear now, he absolutely had to win today's match. Whether it was for the 80 million yuan prize money or for what Su Xiaoming wanted him to do, this match he had to win it. Liang Qiu Feng chuckled softly. Ma Yisheng smiled back. "I can see you're quite confident. You truly intend to win this contest? Liang Qiu Feng nodded. Ma Yisheng said no more. On the track, as the clamor gradually subsided, Su Xiaoming chuckled again. Additionally, as the organizer of this event, to express my gratitude for your support, I will arrange for professional technicians to fit you all with brand new factory tires after today's qualifying session concludes. Following the 20-lap main race, I will also provide all of you with brand new tires and a full set of race car maintenance services. All of this will be completed within 1 hour after today's race concludes. Following the main race, we will host a dinner banquet here. Following the dinner, I will arrange for drivers to escort you back to your respective accommodations. I only hope everyone here today can have a good time and enjoy themselves. We're all gathered here because of racing, and I hope this racing brings us a happiness we've never felt before. 196 cut the cocky act, already begging for gold tickets. Hearing Su Xiaoming's words, everyone burst into applause once more. Deep down, they were thoroughly satisfied with Su Xiaoming's arrangements. At the same time, they couldn't help but marvel, wow, Su Xiaoming really went all out today. Yeah. 2 sets of tires per car plus full maintenance. It may not seem like much, but how many of these cars are worth over 10 million? Some even have parts that are limited edition nationwide. Counting the rental of the international racetrack and all the expenses involved, this event must cost over 10 million, right? I'd say so. When you think about how crazy young Master Su is about racing, 10 million probably isn't anything to him. But I wonder, does his father back home approve of such extravagance? Who knows? I heard this event was organized specifically to find someone who could beat Mr. Mick. Mr. Mick came to China this time with a partnership deal for the Su family. If someone could actually beat him, the Su family's status would skyrocket. While they might not surpass the Ma family, riding on their coattails to enjoy the benefits would be incredibly easy. So that's it. No wonder young Master Su is being so generous. But I wonder, is there really anyone who can beat Mick? I mean, globally speaking, aside from those internationally renowned professional racers, whether in F1, rally, or other disciplines, who could truly match Mr. Mick? Others probably couldn't beat him, right? Exactly. Even back then, Mick went head-to-head with a famous F1 driver, and they ended up evenly matched with nearly identical results. This truly demonstrates Mr. Mick's formidable strength. As the conversation unfolded, Liang Qiu Feng listened intently from the sidelines. He hadn't imagined Mick possessed such formidable skills, nor had he expected Mick could hold his own against those renowned F1 drivers. However, with Liang Qiu Feng's mastery of driving, he was confident that his upcoming showdown with Mick wouldn't be significantly affected. Liang Qiu Feng firmly believed his own skills far surpassed those of the famous racers. He was confident that with his driving, he would deliver unprecedented astonishment to Mick and everyone else. With that, Su Xiaoming smiled again. Alright, everyone, let's not waste any more of your time. Please proceed to the VIP grandstands now. Shortly, racing fans who came specifically for this event will also be joining us in the spectator stands. Meanwhile, the racers can head to the pits at the rear to prepare. At the sound of Su Xiaoming's words, everyone nodded in agreement. Some of the drivers participating in today's race finally followed the others toward the main entrance. After turning off the main entrance for a short while, one could reach the pits and VIP grandstands. Everyone was getting ready to enjoy today's visual feast of racing. However, Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng were the last to prepare to leave. Just as the two were about to step away, they glanced around and saw that the area was nearly deserted. Just as they were about to step away, a jarringly discordant voice sounded beside them. Liang Qiu Feng, Ma Yisheng, what a small world. Never imagined you two would end up here. Hearing this voice, Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng narrowed their eyes. They exchanged a glance. How could they not recognize whose voice it was? Indeed, it was Zhao Xiaoxue. Ma Yisheng muttered under his breath, that little brat is such a pain. Zhao Xiaoxue keeps showing up here time and again. I never imagined she'd have the guts to come here. Liang Qiu Feng shrugged and said, she probably wants to see the world and rub shoulders with the rich. She probably figures that if she can hook up with a rich guy or two, she'll be rolling in it for life. Ma Yisheng added, yeah, she probably never imagined we'd both be here, did she? Ma Yisheng pursed his lips. Just then, the two turned their heads and saw Zhao Xiaoxue appear behind them. Today, Zhao Xiaoxue wore a light beige long dress adorned with subtle embroidery. It must be said, Zhao Xiaoxue was quite attractive, with a great figure that certainly drew the attention of other men. However, knowing what Zhao Xiaoxue had done, Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng harbored not a shred of goodwill toward her. As Zhao Xiaoxue stepped closer and spotted the pair, she suddenly remarked, what's the matter, Ma Yisheng? Are you surprised I'm still here? Ma Yisheng sneered. It's surprising that someone like you, someone we schemed against and discarded, could still show up here. Zhao Xiaoxue, I thought you'd be too ashamed to show your face here. I even thought you'd be so humiliated you'd drop out. But look at you now, so shameless, so thick-skinned. You show up for military training every day, found classmates who actually talk to you, and somehow even thrive in the class. What, is Zhang Jianhan your new target now? Do you think you can scheme him into doing your bidding? Zhao Xiaoxue narrowed her eyes, a hint of displeasure flickering in her gaze. Ma Yisheng, don't get too cocky here. Let me tell you, Jiang Jianghan and I are together legally. We're together because we genuinely like each other, and he's filled with endless admiration for me. Stop trying to drive a wedge between us. Oh my, is that so? Ma Yisheng chuckled. Who would have thought, Zhao Xiuxue, that you'd ever be so deeply loved by someone? Do you even deserve it? Someone like you always mocking others, always resentful of wealth, constantly trying to mess with people's lives. You deserve Jiang Jianghan's affection? You! Stop slandering me. Zhao Xiuxue retorted, you're just jealous of my happiness. You're jealous that brother Jiang likes me. Ma Yisheng sneered. You're being delusional. Me, envious of you? It's clear you're just resentful of wealth, jealous that we have such a good life. Zhao Xiuxue, you really disgust me. Finally, Zhao Xiuxue's pride was stung. Seeing there was nothing more to discuss with Zhao Xiuxue, Ma Yisheng shrugged and turned his gaze toward Liang Qiu Feng. 197 Garage Assembly. Mixed race cars seeking gold tickets. The two nodded and continued walking out. As they walked, Ma Yisheng couldn't help but mutter under his breath, Zhao Xiuxue is just so frustrating. Sigh, whether she resents the wealthy or envies our good fortune, I won't judge her for that. But at the very least, she should understand that life is about striving for what you want yourself, not repeatedly mocking and scheming against others to get it. But she just doesn't get it. Liang Qiu Feng nodded. Forget it. People have their own paths. Zhao Xiuxue has her own life. Even if she does something, what right do we have to judge? We can only hope today's events between Zhao Xiuxue and Jiang Jianghan won't cause us too much trouble. Unbeknownst to them, Zhao Xiuxue watched Liang Qiu Feng and the other walk away. She thought back to all the gossip she'd endured at school lately, to the mockery from Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng. Though the root cause of this mess was ultimately her own mistake, she was now consumed by fury and extremism. She might never admit it was her fault. Her brows furrowed, fists clenched tightly. Silently, she vowed, Liang Qiu Feng, Ma Yisheng, just you wait. Today, I won't let you steal the spotlight in this race. You'll pay for this. With that, Zhao Xiuxue hurriedly strode outside, determined to find Jiang Jianghan. Soon, she arrived at the garage where Jiang Jianghan was located. Seeing Jiang Jianghan putting on his racing suit, Zhao Xiuxue approached and said slowly, Brother Jiang, on my way here, I ran into Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng. They mocked me repeatedly and even insulted and cursed you. You have to help me get revenge. Hearing Zhao Xiuxue's words, Jiang Jianghan narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng to be so arrogant. Although he had heard the so-called truth of the matter from Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng earlier, he still refused to believe such a truth could exist. A surge of anger welled up within him. After a moment's thought, Jiang Jianghan sneered coldly, I've raced countless times at this Beijing International Circuit. Among all the drivers here, I possess the most experience. Even if Liang Qiu Feng and Ma Yisheng know how to race, they probably don't have nearly as much experience as I do. I'm certain I'll overtake them on the track ahead. When that time comes, I'll take you to mock them and make them pay the price. And, what's so special about Mick? He's just some rich kid from the Conschild family. No matter how formidable his racing skills are, I'm confident I can beat him today and take first place. Once we pocket that 80 million yuan prize money, I'll buy you a house. Hearing this, Zhao Xiuxue instantly lit up with joy, giggling softly as her hand slipped into Jiang Jianghan's waistband as he was pulling up his pants. Feeling her hand steadily sliding downward, Jiang Jianghan narrowed his eyes, his breathing growing ragged. He leaned in and kissed her forehead, murmuring softly, why the rush? Don't worry, once we get back tonight, we'll have plenty of time to play. Zhao Xiuxue's eyes glazed over. Okay, Brother Jiang, I know you're the best. I can't wait tonight to enjoy Brother Jiang's care for me. As long as Brother Jiang wins the championship today, tomorrow I'll skip military training if I have to just to serve Brother Jiang properly. Hearing this, Jiang Jianghan grew even more excited. He quickly donned his racing suit and headed outside. Soon, Liang Qiu Feng spotted the garage assigned to him and Ma Yisheng. After exchanging greetings, he stepped back into his own room. After putting on his racing suit in the garage, Liang Qiu Feng headed outside. Shortly after, as luck would have it, he bumped into Jiang Jianghan emerging from the adjacent garage. Feeling the malicious glare, Liang Qiu Feng turned to look and immediately saw the anger in Jiang Jianghan's eyes directed at him. Before Liang Qiu Feng could utter a word, Jiang Jianghan raised his finger and flashed him a middle finger. Seeing this, Liang Qiu Feng felt a pang of helplessness. He hadn't expected Jiang Jianghan to harbor such intense resentment toward him. But then he realized it was probably because of what had just happened. Zhao Xiuxue must have said something to Jiang Jianghan, which was why things had turned out this way. Regardless, Liang Qiu Feng remained utterly confident in his own abilities. There was no way Jiang Jianghan could defeat him. Jiang Jianghan wasn't even strong enough to rank internationally. Though not arrogant, Liang Qiu Feng held Jiang Jianghan's abilities in utter contempt. Still, Liang Qiu Feng thought to himself that Jiang Jianghan had better not cause him too much trouble today. Otherwise, Liang Qiu Feng would certainly not give Jiang Jianghan a warm reception. He might even scheme to get back at Jiang Jianghan in the days to come. Then, Liang Qiu Feng gave a cold, dismissive smile, lifting his head to shoot Jiang Jianghan a scornful glance. That silent glance instantly made Zhang Jianhan feel profoundly humiliated. Without another word, Liang Qiu Feng turned and strode toward his car. Back at the front, the staff arranged by Su Xiaoming had already driven up Liang Qiu Feng's race car, the Koenigsegg. Though a rare four-seater sports car, the Koenigsegg's performance and racing capabilities were undeniable. Then, Liang Qiu Feng turned and spotted Mick several garages away. He had already changed into his racing suit and was preparing to climb into his race car. The sight of the car made Liang Qiu Feng pause for a moment. He could tell that the car Mick was driving was a Ferrari. This particular model was a globally limited edition, specifically engineered for racing. Its formidable performance, coupled with its superior components, gave it unmatched prowess on the track. The car alone carried a price tag exceeding 20 million in cash. Moreover, Liang Qiu Feng could tell at a glance that Mick had made extensive modifications to this car. Presumably, it was precisely to make a statement on this racetrack? It was clear Mick was passionate about racing, having transformed his car so extensively for the track. His affection for it was undeniable. At the same time, Liang Qiu Feng couldn't help but marvel once more at how seriously Su Xiaoming took today's event. Su Xiaoming had hired numerous professional track personnel, with specialized teams stationed in nearly every pit garage. They were there to fine-tune every race car and adjust each driver's personal performance, leaving no detail unattended. This left Liang Qiu Feng feeling exceptionally satisfied and filled with anticipation for the upcoming race proceedings. 198 is about to begin. My wife's worries. Please support with gold tickets. Of course, as others had previously remarked, Su Xiaoming had likely invested tens of millions of dollars into this event. At the same time, Liang Qiu Feng could see countless spectators gathering at the main grandstand. The fervor in everyone's eyes radiated palpable excitement for the race unfolding before them. The more he saw this, the more Liang Qiu Feng felt Su Xiaoming's commitment. After all, for him, today's match could truly bring about a monumental turning point in the Su family's fate. Although Liang Qiu Feng had never before been involved in helping someone alter their destiny, if he could assist Su Xiaoming in resolving this challenge and thereby establish a connection with the Su family, it would be a tremendous opportunity. Of course, while the Su family currently ranked only within the top 5 in the capital, not quite reaching the second tier just below the Ma family, securing a partnership with the Conschild family would undoubtedly propel them into that elite second tier with remarkable ease. It likely wouldn't take more than a year or two. After pondering this, Liang Qiu Feng finally walked over to his Koenigsegg. Lowering the window, an engineer leaned in to observe Liang Qiu Feng and announced, "Mr. Liang Qiu, we've conducted a thorough inspection and tuning of your vehicle. Its downforce and other parameters are perfectly suited for this track. Today's track temperature is 20 degrees Celsius, and your tires show minimal wear. You can proceed with practice first, followed by qualifying. Following that, we will fit your car with brand new tires to ensure you deliver the most perfect performance in the subsequent main race." With that, the engineer chuckled and handed Liang Qiu Feng a document. Liang Qiu Feng took it and saw the basic information about the Beijing International Circuit. The Beijing International Circuit is approximately 7 kilometers long and was specifically designed for various types of racing events. The track width varies, featuring both high-speed straights where powerful engines can shine and a diverse array of challenging corners that fully showcase each driver's skill. The circuit's design accommodates a massive scale, with grandstands capable of holding over 200,000 spectators. The entire circuit, from turn 1 to turn 3, forms a spiral-shaped contracting curve. The radius gradually decreases from over 90 meters at the start to around 30 meters. This spiraling contraction causes the corner radius to progressively decrease, forcing drivers to reduce speed. It tests every racer's judgment of the car's limits, challenging their experience and control over braking, traction, downforce, and even vehicle weight. Each car possesses unique characteristics and attributes. A miscalculation in managing these could easily cause a car to drift off the apex or even veer off the track during the turn. Today, with drivers like Mick and others possessing considerable racing experience participating, even the slightest error could spell defeat in this race. Following this, the track features a long spiral curve from turn 11 to turn 13. Its radius expands from an initial 8 to 10 meters to over 100 meters. The increasing radius transforms it into a high-speed corner, where corresponding speeds grow ever faster. Here, the car must demonstrate sufficient horsepower and torque, demanding the fastest and most flawless execution of its inherent performance capabilities. Two sharp turns, T6 and T14, feature extremely tight radii of 20 meters and 13 meters respectively. These are what many racing enthusiasts and professional commentators now refer to as hairpin turns. Here, the car's braking system and power output are put to the test, requiring the driver to reduce speed to a minimum in the shortest possible time, while simultaneously accelerating the car to maximum speed in the shortest time. The longest straight stretch, approximately 1,300 meters, lies between turns 13 and 14, testing both horsepower and stability. The maximum permitted speed across the entire circuit is 330 km per hour. While there are requirements for both maximum speed and minimum braking speed, today all drivers must demonstrate their formidable skills to win the race and claim the substantial prize of 80 million. In fact, such a prize pool is virtually unheard of in most international competitions. Which event would be so generous as to offer 80 million in a single race?
This is precisely why so many racers are sitting in their cars today, their eyes brimming with excitement. Liang Qiu Feng was no exception. He genuinely hoped to claim victory in this race. The very thought of it was thrilling.
Afterward, Liang Qiu Feng returned the manual to the engineer. He picked up his phone from the dashboard and happened to see a message from Jiang Yumeng. A phone, how's it going over there? Has the race started yet? I'm a little worried about you.
Reading Jiang Yumeng's message, Liang Qiu Feng felt deeply touched. Even though Jiang Yumeng hadn't accompanied him to the racetrack today, nor shared this experience with him, her heart was filled with constant concern and anxiety for Liang Qiu Feng. She genuinely feared something might go wrong for him. Liang Qiu Feng smiled gently and replied, "Don't worry. I'm getting ready to start the practice session and qualifying round. Also, I heard from Su Xiao that today's race is being live-streamed simultaneously. If you have time, you can search for it. You should be able to catch our regular broadcast." Upon seeing Liang Qiu Feng's message, Jiang Yumeng, who had been watching cartoons with her daughter, immediately grabbed the remote control without hesitation, ready to switch channels.
She glanced at Liang Qiu and said, "Yeah, Daddy's participating in a competition right now. How about we skip the cartoons today? Shall we go watch Daddy's race instead?"